Waking up in an alternate world overrun by monstrous beasts, I find myself as a high school senior with a trash-tier E-rank weak current ability, facing the deadly martial arts college entrance exam tomorrow. In this moment of despair, the Deep Blue system activates, granting a starter pack with an S-rank ability, Violet Firmament Divine Thunder. When the former human Taser transforms into the god of thunder wielding heavenly punishment, the entire world will tremble before me. A roar erupted from the depths of the Pacific yesterday, suspected to be a Tier 9 Beast Emperor's breakthrough. 4 years later, the United States has once again produced an S-rank ability user. After browsing the top news, Su Jingming put down his phone and rubbed his temples. He had transmigrated to a world called Blue Star. Its civilization was similar to his past life, but with two crucial additions: rampaging beasts and supernatural abilities. I just had a little too much to drink and woke up in another world. Can I at least get a better start? Su Jingming was speechless. His current identity was also Su Jingming, a high school senior with outstanding looks but utterly mediocre in every other aspect, especially his awakened ability, the bottom of the barrel E-rank, weak current. In this world, everyone awakens an ability at 16, ranked from F to SSS. His E-rank, weak current, had the power of a taser, or perhaps even weaker. Did I transmigrate just to become a human taser? Su Jingming stared at the one day until college entrance exam countdown on the blackboard, his heart sinking. In this world, ability users were the upper class, and the martial arts college entrance exam was the only orthodox path to becoming one. But with his E-rank ability, his chances of getting into an ability user university were practically zero. Don't all transmigrators get a cheat? System? A little help here. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, an electronic voice sounded in his head. Deep Blue system activating. Starter pack successfully distributed. Claim now? A system. For real? After the initial shock, Su Jingming was overcome with ecstasy. His chance to defy fate had arrived. What's in the starter pack? 200 ability points and the S-rank ability, Violet Firmament Divine Thunder. S-rank ability? Su Jingming's breath hitched. S-rank abilities were exceedingly rare, appearing only once every few years. Every S-rank user, if they didn't die young, would grow to become a pillar of power, guarding a whole region. Wait until I get home, then I'll claim it. Su Jingming suppressed his excitement and began to listen to the class. After school, Su Jingming returned to the empty house his parents had left him after they died in a beast tide. Without any hesitation, he mentally pressed the claim button. Starter pack distributed. 200 ability points have been credited. Distributing S-rank ability, Violet Firmament Divine Thunder. Boom! An infinite power exploded within him. Countless blue-violet lightning arcs danced wildly across his body, turning him into a ball of thunder. Amidst the crackling of electricity, all the furniture in his living room instantly disintegrated into dust. Outside, the clear sky suddenly filled with dark clouds, and violet lightning dragons slithered through them, plunging the entire city into panic. Crack! A bolt of violet lightning descended from the heavens, passed through the shattered window, and poured into Su Jingming's body. Ability transformation, 100%. Su Jingming's eyes snapped open, a flash of violet light in their depths. He raised his right hand, and with a thought, countless arcs of ancient and powerful violet lightning coiled around it. This is the S-rank ability, Violet Firmament Divine Thunder. Looking at the devastated living room, Su Jingming scratched his head. That was a bit dramatic. Right, the 200 ability points. The system explained that ability points were like experience points in a game, obtained by killing beasts, used to level up and enhance skills. He immediately opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Awakened. Ability, Violet Firmament Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 121 Chi in blood, plus. Spirit, 140 Hz, plus. Skills, Spearmanship, Beginner plus. Lightning Gale Break, Beginner plus. Ability points, 200. His base stats were much higher than an average awakened one's, but he was slightly annoyed that his spearmanship, which he had practiced for nearly 6 years, was still at the beginner level. The college exam is tomorrow. I have to spend these points wisely. He unhesitatingly split the 200 points between physique and spirit. Deep Blue, add points. Instantly, he felt his chi and blood surge, his mind becoming clearer than ever, and his control over the divine thunder improving significantly. Physique, 141 chi in blood. Spirit, 160 Hz. With my current strength, getting into an ability user university will be a piece of cake. Just then, the door was kicked open with a bang, and a group of firefighters rushed in. They were stunned to see Su Jingming unharmed and no fire in sight. After a brief explanation, the fire captain, far from being angry, handed him a business card, saying his fire control ability was perfect for the fire department and he could come work for them after graduation. Waving goodbye to the enthusiastic firefighters, Su Jingming slung his 200,000 yuan F-grade alloy black obsidian spear over his back and headed to the Thunder Dojo. The Thunder Dojo was one of the 2 largest dojos in the nation and was free for high school students. He wanted to test out his newfound power. On the 3rd floor, the designated training area for high schoolers, he spotted a familiar figure, his cousin, Tang Chi. Tang Chi came from a wealthy family, had awakened a B-rank ability, and usually trained at the exclusive, high-fee Ferocious Bear Dojo. Their relationship was lukewarm at best. "Chi, you're here too?" Su Jingming greeted her, a rare initiative on his part. Tang Chi was slightly taken aback, then nodded. "Here with some friends." After a brief exchange, Su Jingming went straight to a private training room. "Chi, who was that?" "He's quite handsome," a cute girl next to Tang Chi asked curiously. "My cousin, Su Jingming, but he only awakened an E-rank ability." Hearing this, the girl named Xiaoya's interest instantly faded. "Just E-rank? What a pity. To dare to take the martial arts exam with an E-rank ability, he's got courage, I'll give him that," another youth joked. Tang Chi sighed. "I'd rather he didn't. Taking the martial arts exam with an E-rank ability is practically suicide." Meanwhile, Su Jingming was already in the training room. He gripped his spear and found that the 50 kilograms weapon now felt much lighter, a testament to his increased physique. After warming up, he tightened his grip and thrust the spear at the circular target on the wall. Clang! The smart screen next to the target displayed a number, 321 cal. "Just my physical strength alone has nearly doubled." Su Jingming's eyes lit up. An average awakened one's physical attack was only around 100 cal. "Now, let's try with my ability." With a thought, the Violet Firmament Divine Thunder was summoned, and countless violet arcs coiled around his body. He pointed a finger, and a bolt of lightning shot out, striking the target. The number on the screen jumped wildly, finally settling at 3012 cal. 3000 cal. That's comparable to a Tier 1 mid-rank ability user. Su Jingming gasped. He was still just an awakened one, but his attack power had already skipped 2 major levels. "But this is not my limit." He took a deep breath, and the lightning from the Divine Thunder spread to his spear. Lightning Gale Break. The spear transformed into a violet-black flood dragon, crashing into the target with a deafening roar. Boom! When the lightning dissipated, the target, made of memory metal, had a hole melted through its center, and the entire wall was covered in a spiderweb of cracks. This attack is comparable to a Tier 1 high-rank ability user. Su Jingming's lips curved into a confident smile. As he left the training room, the terrifying impact also caught the attention of Tang Chi and her friends. Such a strong energy fluctuation. It's at the level of a full-fledged ability user. When did our city produce such a monstrous high schooler? Let's go and see. Full of curiosity, the group headed towards the training room Su Jingming had just left. Tang Chi and her group walked briskly down the corridor and turned a corner. They unexpectedly ran into Su Jingming, who was approaching. With a black long spear slung over his back, Tang Chi didn't expect to see Su Jingming again. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly reacted and asked, "Are you getting ready to go home? The training is over and I want to head back early to prepare a bit more," he replied. "Alright, good luck with the martial arts college entrance exam tomorrow, but remember to stay safe." Although she felt that Su Jingming, with only an E-level ability, was overestimating himself by participating in the martial arts exam, he was still her cousin, so Tang Chi offered some encouragement. "Okay, Gij, yeah, you too." Su Jingming grinned, revealing a radiant smile, and then they brushed past each other. Tang Chi and her group did not stop but continued to search for the source of the earlier surge of power. There weren't many training rooms in the vicinity, only 8 in total. Thus, it didn't take long for them to find the training room that Su Jingming had used. Upon seeing the walls of the training room shattered like a spider web, the 4 of them widened their eyes in shock. Even Tang Chi, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, had her mouth slightly agape. "Goodness, even the memory metal has been smashed to pieces. What kind of intense attack could have caused this?" exclaimed a young man in a white tracksuit, his expression exaggerated. "I can still feel that incredibly violent power from the residual energy. The one who launched this attack, even if not a second-tier ability user, must be at the peak of the first tier," said the young man with ear studs, his face serious. "Peak of the first tier? It could even be a second tier? Are there really such strong high school students in Jiangchang?" Xiaoya said, her face filled with disbelief. "It shouldn't be a high school student, it might be some ability user who is unaware of the rules, accidentally entering the 3rd level and using the training room for a strength test." Tang Chi shook her head. "That makes sense, an attack of this intensity couldn't possibly be achieved by a high school student. Even a genius from a provincial capital city wouldn't reach the peak of the first tier. There's no way someone like that could appear in Zhangcheng. The others also sighed in relief upon hearing this. Just the few ability user candidates from Jiangcheng were already a significant pressure. If a candidate reached the second tier, they might as well buy a block of tofu and crash into it to end it all. Hey, only Su Jingming walked past here just now. Do you think this attack could have been caused by him? Su Jingming is actually a super genius, just hiding his strength all along, waiting to make a stunning debut in tomorrow's exam? Xiaoya blinked and suddenly came up with this whimsical idea. Have you read too many web novels about pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? You can come up with such absurd things, the young man with ear studs said, somewhat speechless. Hiding strength requires conditions for hiding it. E-level ability user would be lucky to have an attack strength of 300 calories. This place has corridors on both sides leading outside. So that powerful ability user must have left from the other side, which is why we didn't encounter them. The classification of abilities isn't determined arbitrarily but is based on developmental potential. An E-level ability inherently limits Su Jingming's potential. That's true, Xiaoya thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tang Qi, who had been listening the whole time, suddenly began to doubt her earlier certainty about Su Jingming's participation in the martial arts exam. Was it really overestimating himself? The liberal arts college entrance exam in Zhangcheng was held in the teaching buildings of various schools. The martial arts college entrance exam took place in the military district near the outskirts. Students needed to gather at the city gymnasium first and then they would be transported to the military district. The gathering time was 8 in the morning. So, the next day, Su Jingming got up early and donned his full gear. In addition to the F-grade weapon, the black obsidian spear, which is about 2 meters long and strapped to his back, he was also wearing an F-grade black combat suit and black combat boots. Both the combat suit and the boots were made from the hide of ferocious beasts, making them extremely durable. When battling ferocious beasts, they not only resist damage but are also hard to damage themselves. I'm coming for the Martial Science College entrance exam. With a focused gaze, Su Jingming stepped out of the door with steady strides. Jiang City, Jinqiu Community. This is a well-known villa community in Jiang City. Inside one of the villas, Tang Qi had just finished breakfast and was gearing up to head out when she was suddenly called by a noblewoman who looked about 70 to 80% like her. Xiao Qi, you and Xiao Ming are in the same examination hall, right? Mom, didn't I tell you last time? There's only one examination hall for the Martial Science College entrance exam in the entire Jiang City, so of course, we're in the same one. While answering, Tang Qi was also doing a final check of her gear. She had awakened a special B-grade ability, Shadow Cat. After activating her ability, her physique, flexibility, and reaction speed would all be significantly enhanced. Therefore, the weapon she chose was a dagger, which was more agile to use. The combat suit was also designed to be close-fitting and lightweight. Well, if you run into Xiao Ming in the examination hall, help him out if you can. After all, your cousin only has an E-grade ability, and it's too dangerous for him in the Martial Science College entrance exam, the noblewoman reminded her. Also, pay attention to your own safety. Even if your grades are a bit lacking, don't force yourself to fight high-level ferocious beasts. Although Tang Qi wanted to say that the examination hall was quite large and the probability of encountering him after entering was almost zero, seeing the worry in her mother's eyes, she nodded. Got it. After confirming that her gear was all set, Tang Qi got into the car that the driver had parked at the door and set off for the city sports stadium. There are 3 high schools in Jiang City with nearly 3,000 senior students in total. Excluding those taking the liberal arts entrance exam, about 1,400 students were participating in the martial science entrance exam. To transport these more than 1,400 candidates to the examination site, the city dispatched nearly 40 buses. These 40 buses were neatly parked outside the city sports stadium according to different schools and classes. Candidates arriving only needed to board the corresponding bus. Son, for this martial science entrance exam, I don't expect you to achieve great results. The most important thing is to pay attention to safety. Dad, I know. Daughter, be sure to protect yourself during the exam. The candidates arriving at the city sports stadium were either alone or accompanied by their parents. Those with parents accompanying them received the most reminders about safety in the last few words before getting on the bus. Su Jingming, who had just arrived at the city sports stadium, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the scene from afar. As an orphan in his previous life, he too longed for parental love. Unfortunately, after crossing over, he was still alone. Taking a deep breath, Su Jingming composed himself. After finding the bus for Jiang City Second High School, Class 5 of the senior year among the many buses, he walked directly onto it. Hey, is that Su Jingming? He doesn't look like much usually, but he's quite handsome in that combat suit. How did I not notice his sharp aura before? Wow, so handsome. Due to his previous introverted personality, Su Jingming was one of the least noticeable people in Class 5. Even if he didn't attend class one day, aside from his best friend Zhang Hao and the homeroom teacher, probably no one else would notice. Of course, Su Jingming himself had good attributes. He was 1.86 meters tall and quite good looking. It was just that his previous self liked to slouch and his gaze was often evasive, which made him seem inconspicuous. Now, as Su Jingming has crossed over, his gaze no longer flinches. Instead, it is clear and spirited, and his body stands straight. Coupled with a black battlesuit and the long, menacing black spear slung across his back, he gives off a completely refreshed aura, appearing sharp and powerful. This has drawn surprised and fervent glances from many girls on the bus. Seeing Su Jingming approach, the homeroom teacher Chen Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat responsible for counting heads, was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and checked Su Jingming's name on the attendance list. As time slowly passed, the names on the homeroom teacher Chen Fan's list were gradually filled in, and when the last student from Class 5 arrived for the martial arts college entrance examination, Chen Fan announced, "Class 5 is all here, let's set off." The college entrance examination is a grand event in the Great Xia Kingdom. To ensure that students get ample rest, noise control measures are implemented a month before the exam across various provinces and cities. Some upscale neighborhoods even hire special sound wave ability users. At 9 o'clock every night, they use their powers to isolate all external sounds from the neighborhood. On the day of the exam, the protection for the candidates reaches a stringent level. Not only is there traffic control on the roads, but armed soldiers and ability user teams also patrol important traffic routes to prevent any sudden incidents. Because of this, the more than 40 buses participating in the martial arts college entrance examination traveled smoothly through the city and quickly arrived at the military district, located in the suburbs. The buses then stopped at an open area and the students began to disembark. Surrounding the open space, every 3 meters stood a soldier, holding a firearm and standing tall. The seriousness on their faces left no doubt that anyone daring to breach the formation would be met with a hail of bullets. At the front of the open area was a temporary podium. Behind the podium was a large area enclosed by barbed wire. Inside the area were the ruins of a broken-down town, vast and seemingly endless. Among the ruins, shadows of fierce beasts flickered, and the roars and growls of these beasts could be heard. Phew, that's our exam site over there. Damn, I think I just saw a unicorn rhinoceros. Unicorn rhinoceros? No way, this year's exam questions can't be that ridiculously difficult, right? The ruined town within the military district was originally called Weiyuan Town, a small village under Jiangcheng. It was overrun by a beast tide decades ago, turning it into a wasteland. Although the military later reclaimed it, the value of rebuilding was minimal since it was already in ruins, so it simply became a training ground for station troops. However, every year on June 7, it is also used as an exam site for the martial arts college entrance examination. Of course, the types of fierce beasts placed inside are not as random as during regular military training, but are determined by the examiners of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. All exam sites for the Martial Arts College Entrance examination in Jiangnan Province use the same fierce beast combinations to ensure absolute fairness. The types and strengths of the fierce beasts determine the difficulty of the exam. Generally speaking, there are no powerful fierce beasts around the outskirts of the ruined town. Only common fierce beasts like shadow cats and iron-haired pigs are found. However, in past exams, rare and formidable beasts like unicorn rhinoceroses and blade-tusked tigers have also appeared around the outskirts of the ruined town. This also means that the difficulty of this year's martial arts college entrance examination is higher than usual and the risk of death is greater. Thus, when many people saw the unicorn rhinoceros through the barbed wire, their faces turned pale and they were visibly shaken. So what if it's a unicorn rhinoceros? If you can't even handle a beast of this level, even if you miraculously get into an ability university, you won't amount to much. A loud voice suddenly rose above the murmurs of the students. It belonged to a young man dressed in light blue battle attire, resembling an ancient swordsman, holding a long sword in his hand. His demeanor was somewhat akin to that of a chivalrous hero, open and sharp, with eyes that bore a powerful, eagle-like intensity. Many students turned their heads in anger, ready to argue, but upon seeing him, they fell silent, too intimidated to speak. This scene struck Su Jingming as strange, and he curiously asked a tall classmate behind him, who was equipped with a sword and shield, "Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant?" The tall boy, Lu Jie, had awakened a sea-level enhancement ability called giantization. After using his ability, his body could expand more than twice its size, and his strength would correspondingly increase. In Class 5, aside from his close friend Zhang Hao, Su Jingming had the best relationship with him. Who else could it be? "It's Zhou Mingyang from First High School," Lu Jie replied, gesturing with his chin. So it's him, Su Jingming realized. First High School in Jiangcheng is the most prestigious high school in the entire city, with genuine courses taught by awakened abilities and regular practical sessions against fierce beasts. The students produced there are all exceptionally fierce, with nearly all the top 10 candidates in the Jiangcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination coming from First High School. Zhou Yang is one of the most outstanding students there. He possesses a B-level elemental wind ability called Light Wind. After using his ability, he can not only condense wind blades but also reduce air resistance, significantly increasing his running and attack speeds. Light Wind is considered top tier among all awakened abilities in Jiangcheng. Moreover, Zhou Yang is one of the few candidates in Jiangcheng to have advanced from an awakened individual to an ability user. Before the college entrance examination, he was a hot favorite for the top scorer in Jiangcheng's martial arts college entrance exam and earned the title of Light Wind Sword. Such a powerful ability user is naturally not someone ordinary candidates would dare to provoke. Indeed, practicing swordsmanship requires this kind of unstoppable momentum. The principal of First High School nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this scene. Soon, all the students from over 40 buses entered the open space, lined up neatly according to their schools and classes. Each class had its homeroom teacher accompanying them. At this moment, a middle-aged man in military uniform stepped onto the podium at the front of the open space. This man was tall, with a long scar on his right cheek. With just a glance, the students, who had been whispering, immediately fell silent. If Zhou Yang's gaze only conveyed a sense of pressure, then this officer's eyes felt like those of a fierce beast, sending a shiver down one's spine. He must be an ability user of at least the second tier, Su Jingming thought to himself. I am Wang Haiyang, the overall commander for this Jiangcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination. Before the exam begins, I will reiterate some important points. This Martial Arts College entrance examination will start promptly at 9 a.m. and end at 9 p.m., lasting a total of 12 hours. The examination location is the ruined town behind me, which, like previous years, is divided into the outer, middle, and core areas. The outer area consists of non-tier beasts, the middle area contains peak non-tier beasts and first-tier beasts. The core area is filled with first-tier and above beasts, with the most central zone occupied by high-tier first beasts and second-tier beasts. Commander Wang Haiyang's voice echoed across the open space. He did not use a microphone, yet his voice was clearly heard by every student. The outer, middle, core, and most core areas correspond to different levels of difficulty, much like a math exam. Occupying the most core area of first and second-tier ferocious beasts is akin to the last question on a math exam, specifically reserved for top students to tackle. Su Jingming from the team revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. If it were before, he would only dare to kill ferocious beasts in the peripheral areas at most. But now, he not only has the confidence to enter the core area, but he can even explore the most central zone. Killing different types and levels of ferocious beasts can earn different scores. The higher the tier of the ferocious beast, the stronger its power, and the higher the score obtained after killing it. However, everyone should act according to their abilities and choose the area suitable for themselves to hunt ferocious beasts. Alright, we will now begin distributing resources. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Haiyang on the podium signaled, and several teams of soldiers walked out from the side, while a large truck approached from a distance. The truck's cargo door opened, revealing numerous black tactical backpacks inside. Under the soldiers' distribution, each candidate received a tactical backpack. Inside the backpack were 3 items. One was a smartwatch used to tally the number and types of ferocious beasts killed, accumulating scores. There was also a map of a ruined town to confirm the candidates' locations. The other was a compressed energy bar, 3 in total, which could quickly replenish stamina when consumed. The last item was a safety ball, a silver-white metal sphere. Once activated, it could create a high-voltage electric net around the user that ordinary ferocious beasts could not breach. Of course, using the safety ball meant that the exam would end early. Su Jingming put the smartwatch on his wrist, placed the 3 energy bars in the tactical backpack, slung it over his back, and hung the safety ball at his waist. This way, when encountering danger, he could activate the safety ball as quickly as possible to protect his life. Most other students also chose a similar setup. However, even with the safety ball, it did not guarantee absolute safety. After all, in the midst of the ferocious beast slaughter, life and death could be decided in an instant, and there might not even be time to use the safety ball. Each backpack contains a smartwatch, 3 energy bars, and 1 safety ball. Please check carefully, and if anything is missing, come to the podium to make up for it as soon as possible. After Wang Haiyang finished speaking, he immediately walked down from the podium. It was now 8:40, with more than 20 minutes left before the martial arts college entrance exam began. Thus, when Wang Haiyang stepped down, many students in the open area relaxed. Does any team need a meat shield? I have a D-level enhancement ability, can tank and output. Hey, this entrance exam is too difficult, it's impossible not to team up. I have a C-level mental ability that can somewhat stall the ferocious beast's thinking. Does any team need me? Our team lacks a violent output. Anyone with D-level or above output abilities can join us. The Martial Arts College entrance exam does not prohibit students from forming teams. Of course, the scores obtained from killing ferocious beasts as a team are shared equally among all members, making it much less efficient than solo combat. Therefore, most people still choose to enter the exam site alone. However, the recently discovered unicorn rhinoceros has already proven that the difficulty of this martial arts college entrance exam will be quite extraordinary. Thus, candidates who originally did not plan to team up began to look for teammates at this time. Su Jingming, you haven't joined a team, right? Why not come to our team? We still need one. Support output and your lightning ability can just fill that gap. A girl in a silver tight-fitting combat suit, outlining her graceful figure, approached Su Jingming. The girl was beautiful, with a faint smile on her face. For an ordinary student, receiving an invitation from such a pretty girl would be a dream come true. However, Su Jingming's brow twitched. The girl's name was Lin Qingyuan, the class monitor of Class 5, and she was also a gentle and kind-hearted person. Coupled with her beauty and good figure, she held a high reputation in Class 5. This gentle class monitor, upon learning that Su Jingming had lost both parents, would secretly offer help during class activities and daily life. Lin Qingyuan believed she was being discreet, but Su Jingming, with his introverted and sensitive nature, quickly sensed this difference. He even secretly thought that Lin Qingyuan had feelings for him. However, Su Jingming, who had crossed over, was well aware that Lin Qingyuan's series of actions were merely due to her kind heart. The reason she sought him out to form a team was the same. However, my dear lady, you should learn to read the room. Though martial arts college entrance exam is a matter of life and death, no one wants an extra burden in their team, and Lin Qingyuan inviting him to team up would surely make the other members uncomfortable. Su Jingming glanced back. Sure enough, when Lin Qingyuan extended the invitation, the faces of her other team members instantly turned a shade of liver color. Class monitor, I plan to enter the exam hall alone. You all can team up. Su Jingming shook his head. At the same time, he felt a sense of admiration for Lin Qingyuan's naive kindness. Of course, from this perspective, Lin Qingyuan's family must have protected her well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed such a character. Is that so? Well then, be careful in the exam hall. Lin Qingyuan was about to continue persuading him. But seeing the seriousness in Su Jingming's eyes, she realized further persuasion would be futile. With a sigh, she turned away in disappointment. At least this kid knows his place. In the class team, Lin Qingyuan's other team members also breathed a sigh of relief. In their small team, Lin Qingyuan was the captain, and they had no way to oppose her decision. However, if they allowed Su Jingming, who only had E-level abilities, to join the team, their overall score would drop significantly. You rejected the team invitation from the beautiful Lin? Ah Ming, you're something else. How many people wish they could team up with her? After Lin Qingyuan left, Lu Jie approached with a lewd smile on his face. Come on, you know our class monitor is just that kind of person, always wanting to help the weak. Su Jingming rolled his eyes. Oh, so you know? I thought you took it as someone having a crush on you, Lu Jie replied, feigning surprise. But seriously, are you really planning to enter the exam hall alone? This martial arts college entrance exam is tough. It might not be easy for you to go in alone with just E-level abilities. But if you're willing to call me big brother, I might reluctantly take you along. Lu Jie flicked his hair in a showy manner. Speaking of which, Lu Jie used to be just as quiet as Su Jingming. But ever since he awakened his C-level abilities, he had become increasingly flamboyant. Although his words were annoying, Su Jingming knew Lu Jie was genuinely concerned for him, truly a good brother. Of course, he would never show it. Ha, what a joke. Do I really need you to take me? Su Jingming exaggeratedly sneered, revealing a mysterious smile. To be honest, I'm not the same as before. I'm a different person now. This time, I'm aiming for the top scholar of Jiangnan province. If you're willing to call me dad, then I might reluctantly take you into the top 100 of Jiangnan province. After saying that, Su Jingming imitated Lu Jie's style, flicking his hair in a showy manner. This is how male friendship works, competing to be each other's dad. Top scholar of Jiangnan province? You really can brag. How come I never noticed you were this good at boasting before? If Zhang Hao were here, he'd probably laugh his teeth out at you. Lu Jie widened his eyes, clicking his tongue in amazement. Click, click, in this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore. Indeed, the world is in decline. Su Jingming shook his head and sighed. Time quickly passed amidst the banter between Su Jingming and Lu Jie. Soon, it was exactly 9 o'clock. Whoosh! The gate to the ruins town was pulled open by the soldiers, and Wang Haiyang stepped onto the podium, announcing, the 2037th Martial Arts College entrance examination of Jiangcheng officially begins. Candidates, enter the examination hall. As soon as he finished speaking, over 1,400 candidates sprang into action. The Martial Arts College entrance examination has begun. This time, I will make a stunning impression. My goal is Jiangnan Ability University. With anticipation and hope for the exam, the candidates, dressed in combat gear and carrying weapons, surged into the ruins town like locusts. Under the influence of this atmosphere, Su Jingming also took down his long gun and laughed as he joined the crowd rushing in. The ruins town seemed like a gaping abyss, swallowing all the students. Meanwhile, the open space outside quickly became empty. Activate the ruins cameras and follow. Drones, prepare to start the live broadcast of the entrance examination. The Great Xia Kingdom is rich in martial virtue, and every year, the live situation of the Martial Arts College entrance examination is broadcasted to the outside world. The battle situation is not only watched by the Education Bureau, principals, and homeroom teachers, but each school also arranges time for first and second year students to watch. Thus, when the candidates entered the examination hall, the tens of thousands of hidden cameras in the ruins town were activated simultaneously. At the same time, over 50 military drones took to the sky, tracking and filming those star candidates who had already gained some fame before the Martial Arts College entrance examination. Soon, images were projected into the sky above the open space. The principals, homeroom teachers, and Education Bureau personnel from various schools were also conversing as they entered the audience seats. The ruins town, although a small village under Jiangchang, covers a vast area. With over 1,400 candidates entering, it was only a bit crowded at the entrance. As they continued to delve deeper, it was as if a drop of water had fallen into the ocean, creating not a single ripple. Additionally, the fierce beasts were also intelligent creatures. So when so many candidates entered the ruins, these beasts not only did not launch an immediate attack but instead hid away. Thus, various teams and lone wolves began to act, moving deeper into the ruins town. Zhou Mingyang from First High School, upon entering the examination hall, directly used his abilities. Controlling the swift wind to reduce air resistance, he dashed out like a cheetah. Su Jingming also chose a direction, descending while activating the smartwatch on his wrist. Instantly, a blue virtual screen projected from the smartwatch, appearing before Su Jingming, with a line of black text: "Please authenticate your identity on the smartwatch." The technological development of Blue Star was more advanced than in his previous life, and such virtual projections were already a very mature technology. Su Jingming was not surprised. He extended his left thumb and pressed it against the smartwatch screen. Fingerprint verification in progress. Verification successful. Candidate is Su Jingming from Jiangchang Second High School, Grade 12, Class 5, examination number 2037-214-7849. Su Jingming's identity information appeared on the virtual projection. At the same time, two small boxes popped up in the upper right corner. The first box displayed his score information. Name, Su Jingming, Class, Jiangnan Second High School, Grade 12, Class 5, Score, 0. The second box showed the score rankings. For the Jiangcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination, first, Zhou Mingyang, 7 points. Jiangcheng First High School, second, Li Yuan, 5 points. Jiangcheng First High School, third, Zhao, 4 points. Jiangcheng First High School, rank 874, Su Jingming, 0 points. Jiangcheng Second High School. As expected of the first high school, they've killed a fierce beast so quickly. Shaking his head, Su Jingming clicked on the map option on the virtual screen. The virtual screen before him displayed a map of the town's ruins. The map was an irregular circle with different colors marking different areas. The outer area was marked in green, the middle area in yellow, the core area in red, and the innermost area in a deeper shade of dark red. The white dot representing Su Jingming himself was located at the edge of the map. There's still quite a distance from the outer edge to the core, so let's head straight for the core area. Su Jingming adjusted his direction and set off towards the red zone on the map. He hadn't walked far when he was blocked by a fierce beast the size of a leopard. This beast had fur as black as ink, but its vertical pupils were a light orange. If one overlooked the fangs in its mouth and the sharp claws stained with dark red blood on its paws, it would be considered a remarkably beautiful creature. Fierce Beast, Shadow Cat. Su Jingming, who had thoroughly studied the Fierce Beast illustrated guide, immediately recognized the identity of this beast. It was a type of fierce beast commonly found in the wilderness. Of course, common does not mean that the shadow cat is an easy beast to deal with. On the contrary, it means they have excellent adaptability, agile speed, sharp claws, and a biting force of over 1,000 kilograms. Many candidates have fallen victim to the shadow cat roar. Upon spotting a human, the shadow cat let out a bloodthirsty low growl and then lunged towards Su Jingming. The fresh scent of blood and flesh stimulated its taste buds, causing its speed to increase even more. Generally speaking, awakeners facing a fierce beast for the first time tend to be flustered and unaware. However, Su Jingming, encountering the shadow cat for the first time in reality, remained calm. Soon, the shadow cat was within 3 meters of Su Jingming, then it leaped up. Raising its sharp claws, it aimed for Su Jingming's head and swung down with force. One must know that the claws of a fierce beast are comparable to metal. If this strike hit, Su Jingming's entire head would explode like a watermelon. It seemed that the shadow cat anticipated this scene, as a hint of human-like excitement appeared on its ferocious beastly face. However, in the next moment, a black shadow flashed by. The entire Shadow Cat was pierced through the throat by a sharp gun barrel pinned in midair. Bright red blood gushed out like a fountain from the artery pierced in the Shadow Cat's neck. Killed a non-tier Fierce Beast, Shadow Cat plus 3 ability points. Why are Fierce Beasts labeled with the character Fierce? Besides their inherently brutal nature, Fierce Beasts also possess a special ferocious aura. This ferocious aura, when compared to humans, is akin to a professional killer who has killed countless people. An ordinary person encountering such a professional killer might feel a chill from just a glance, possibly even being scared out of their wits. Fierce Beasts possess this special aura. Therefore, most awakeners facing Fierce Beasts for the first time often find themselves unable to exert more than 30% of their strength under the pressure of this aura. Some even become completely stiff, forgetting how to attack, use their abilities, or wield weapons. Thus, before the martial arts college entrance examination, families with a bit of background would hire professional ability user bodyguards to escort their children into the wilderness area, allowing them to adapt to battles with Fierce Beasts in advance. Su Jingming naturally did not have such conditions. Therefore, before the martial arts college entrance examination, he had anticipated whether he would have some negative reactions in his body when truly encountering a Fierce Beast. However, after encountering the Shadow Cat, there was no reaction to the fierce aura of the ferocious beasts at all. He could even, as usual, accurately calculate the trajectory of the Shadow Cat's leap and then shoot it dead with a single shot. I heard that awakeners fighting ferocious beasts for the first time have to go through several battles to overcome the fear of facing such powerful creatures. However, some people are naturally insensitive to this kind of aura. It seems I am such an exception. Su Jingming yanked his right hand sharply, using inertia to pull the black shining spear out from the Shadow Cat's neck. With a thud, the Shadow Cat's corpse fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This Shadow Cat probably has never seen a long spear as a weapon. Daring to jump up like that is just asking for death. Unlike the clumsy iron-haired pig and the blade-armed tiger, the Shadow Cat was agile, with a terrifying sprint speed of 17 meters per second. When facing the first two types of ferocious beasts, if an awakener couldn't win, they could still run away. But if they encountered a Shadow Cat, they wouldn't even be able to escape. They would only be chased down and killed. Therefore, the Shadow Cat was also dubbed the newbie killer. Under normal circumstances, without relying on supernatural abilities and solely depending on physical strength, Su Jingming would almost be unable to achieve a one-hit kill, especially considering he had almost no combat experience with ferocious beasts. But the Shadow Cat made a fatal mistake by jumping and clawing at him. If it had faced an awakener wielding a longsword or a broadsword, this move might have worked. After all, when the longsword or broadsword could hit the Shadow Cat, its sharp claws would have already been able to attack the awakener. But Su Jingming's black shining spear was a full 2 meters long. The saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Thus, the Shadow Cat, still in midair and not yet within attack range, was pierced through by Su Jingming's spear. Also, if it weren't for the system's prompt, I would have almost forgotten that killing ferocious beasts can earn the ability points. Looking at the newly added 3 ability points on the system panel, Su Jingming felt a surge of excitement. This meant that if he earned enough ability points in the upcoming battles, his strength could further increase. However, the ability points gained from killing a non-tier ferocious beast are too few. I need to hurry to the central area. Like awakeners, ferocious beasts are also divided into 9 levels from 1st to 9th tier. As for the ferocious beasts below the 1st tier, they are referred to as non-tier ferocious beasts, corresponding to human awakeners. With no combat experience against ferocious beasts, Su Jingming originally planned to adapt more in the outer areas. Since he had little reaction to the aura of ferocious beasts, staying in the outer area didn't hold much significance. So, Su Jingming raised his black shining spear and sprinted towards the central area of the ruined town with all his might. Compared to Zhou Mingyang, who mastered elemental wind abilities, Su Jingming's sprinting speed was not particularly fast. But during his sprint, he was continuously killing ferocious beasts. Killed a non-tier ferocious beast, iron-haired pig, plus 5 ability points. Killed a non-tier ferocious beast, Shadow Cat, plus 3 ability points. Killed a non-tier ferocious beast, Unicorn Rhinoceros, plus 6 ability points. In the battles against ferocious beasts, Su Jingming did not use his supernatural abilities. On one hand, he wanted to hone his marksmanship and gain more combat experience. After all, using the S-rank ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, against these non-tier ferocious beasts would only result in a one-hit kill, which wouldn't provide any training effect. On the other hand, the rarer the supernatural ability, the greater the consumption when used. Su Jingming's original E-rank ability, Weak Electricity, could last for more than 3 hours when fully exerted. But when switched to the S-rank ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, it might not even last an hour at full power. It's worth noting that the Martial Science College entrance examination lasts a full 12 hours. If he used up his abilities during this period, when he entered the core area and faced mid-tier or even high-tier ferocious beasts, Su Jingming would have no other means of attack. Therefore, he could only refrain from using his abilities and wait until he entered the core area to use them. Additionally, after each battle, Su Jingming could feel his improvement. These battles stacked together, enhancing his combat awareness and marksmanship at an exaggerated speed, especially his marksmanship, which became increasingly smooth, even reaching a state of effortless control. This was something he had never experienced before. Could it be that my marksmanship has unknowingly broken through? On the dilapidated old path, a ferocious beast's corpse lay at Su Jingming's feet. This beast was as large as a small car, with sharp, knife-like horns on its head, thick limbs, and dark brown skin. Even in death, it still exuded a powerful and fierce aura. This was precisely the ferocious beast that candidates dreaded the most, the unicorn rhinoceros. This unicorn rhinoceros had gaping wounds the size of bowls all over its body, and the fatal blow came from its head. The pitch-black tip of the black violently pierced through its eye socket and into its brain, destroying the most vital neural connections. The unicorn rhinoceros was, of course, dead beyond recovery. Thud, as the long gun was pulled out, some red and white matter was also extracted from the unicorn rhinoceros's head. An ordinary person facing this scene might vomit on the spot due to their poor psychological resilience. However, Su Jingming remained calm, even opening his system panel. On the spot, name, Su Jingming level, awakened ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S, Physique, 141 Vitality, plus, Spirit, 160. Hertz, plus, Skill, Marksmanship, Intermediate plus, Lightning Gale Break, Beginner plus, Ability Points, 213. Indeed, my marksmanship has reached Intermediate. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that practical combat is the greatest boost to strength. He had practiced marksmanship for over 6 years in his previous life, yet he was still only at the beginner level. Yet, after just a few dozen battles with ferocious beasts, he had elevated his marksmanship to intermediate. While there was certainly an element of accumulated experience, it still underscored the importance of real combat. Intermediate marksmanship makes me feel so free. What would happen if I further improved my marksmanship? More than 3 hours had passed since the start of the martial arts college entrance exam. Along the way, although Su Jingming hadn't deliberately sought them out, he had encountered over 40 ferocious beasts. Among them were lower-level shadow cats and higher-level blade tiger and unicorn rhinoceros. Each time he killed a ferocious beast, he gained some ability points. However, he hadn't paid close attention to the total amount he had accumulated. Now, looking at it, he was surprised to find he had already amassed 213 ability points, enough for him to upgrade his skills. 213 ability points is just the beginning. Once I enter the central area and unleash the Purple Sky Divine Thunder to kill ferocious beasts, the accumulation of ability points will be even faster. Since that's the case, after pondering for a moment, Su Jingming couldn't resist the temptation and directly clicked the plus sign next to marksmanship. Instantly, countless techniques related to marksmanship flooded into his mind like a tide. This infusion of memories was not like a movie where one schemes through and forgets shortly after. It was as if Su Jingming himself had truly practiced marksmanship for decades. After the marksmanship memory infusion was complete, Su Jingming suddenly drew his gun. In the next moment, within a mere second, the black stabbed out in 4 directions, like black lightning, swift and dangerous. On the old street, the black made of F-grade alloy moved in Su Jingming's hands like a black dragon, agile and swift. When Su Jingming suddenly stopped swinging, the tip of the black shining spear transitioned from extreme motion to extreme stillness. It actually heated up due to the intense friction with the air, releasing a puff of hot air. With just this spear technique, I could kill a first-tier beast. Su Jingming had initially thought that spear techniques were not as important as the two fundamental attributes of physique and spirit. But after truly acquiring advanced spear techniques with the help of the Deep Blue system, he realized how wrong he had been. With the spear technique upgraded to advanced, his speed of striking was more than twice as fast as before. Moreover, he had mastered various techniques for using the spear, allowing him to find a way to counter any type of enemy. One could say that even a first-tier beast with several times his physical strength would only be toyed with and ultimately killed under such spear techniques. Su Jingming then glanced at the system panel. Upgrading the spear technique to advanced cost him 200 ability points, leaving only 13 ability points on the panel. It's a pity I don't have enough ability points, otherwise, I would really like to see how terrifying a master-level spear technique would be. Shaking his head, Su Jingming opened the map. The white dot representing him was already located at the edge of the green peripheral area, not far from the central yellow area. In about half an hour, I should be able to enter the central area, which is filled with peak non-tier beasts and first-tier beasts. There, my speed of harvesting ability points will be even faster. Although the ruins of the town were originally built decades ago, it was not much different from modern cities. The buildings were all made of concrete and were similarly divided into urban and suburban areas. Su Jingming was currently in a residential area in the suburbs of the ruins town. After experiencing the invasion of beasts and the erosion of time, the entire area appeared quite dilapidated. More than half of the 6-story residential buildings were in a state of collapse, and those that hadn't collapsed were also severely weathered. The stone-paved road beneath his feet was overgrown with weeds, presenting a desolate scene. As Su Jingming put away the black shining spear and prepared to turn and leave, he spotted several other candidates at the end of the road across from him. It was a group of 5 people, 3 girls and 2 boys. Leading them was a tall girl in a silver-white battlesuit. This girl was Lin Qingyuan, the class leader of Class 5, who had invited Su Jingming to join her team before entering the examination hall. Su Jingming? Lin Qingyuan also noticed Su Jingming, and with surprise, she took long strides, quickly approaching him. Most female battlesuits are relatively form-fitting, and this one was no exception, closely hugging her skin and accentuating her curvaceous figure. The legs wrapped in the battlesuit appeared particularly long and toned as she moved. Class leader. On the way here, Su Jingming had encountered other candidates, but they were either from different schools or different classes. This was his first time meeting a classmate, so a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Wow, I didn't expect to run into you here. Did you come here by yourself? Lin Qingyuan looked around and, not seeing anyone else, curiously asked. The 4 team members following her were also surprised to see Su Jingming alone. Generally speaking, E-level ability awakeners would be eliminated within 1 or 2 hours after the start of the martial arts college entrance examination. Now it was almost noon, and more than 3 hours had passed since the exam began. How was it that Su Jingming not only was fine but had also ventured this deep? It's more convenient alone. In response to Lin Qingyuan's inquiry, Su Jingming did not hide anything and nodded. Impressive. Lin Qingyuan's beautiful eyes lit up as she gave a thumbs up. We all needed the help of the small bridge to get here. A petite girl in the team behind her shyly nodded. The girl named Xiao. Xiao awakened an auxiliary D-level ability called Swift Movement, which can enhance the movement speed of herself and her teammates. To a certain extent, it is precisely because of Xiao that Lin Qingyuan's small team could run this far. I was quite lucky. The ferocious beasts I encountered along the way weren't too strong. Facing the smile displayed by Lin Qingyuan, Su Jingming also unusually spoke a few more words. After all, in this place filled with fierce monsters, what could be more uplifting than seeing a beautiful woman? After chatting with Lin Qingyuan for a bit longer, Su Jingming then suggested taking his leave. Class monitor. Time is tight, let's talk after the exam. Go ahead, I wish you good results. Lin Qingyuan also understood that this was the critical period of the martial arts college entrance exam, so she did not stop him. I really didn't expect Su Jingming to make it this far. It seems he had his own considerations for signing up for the martial arts college entrance exam. Su Jingming, who lost his parents at a young age, appeared to Lin Qingyuan as a pitiful person. If he had died during the martial arts college entrance exam, it would have been even more unfortunate. Now seeing Su Jingming doing well, she felt relieved. Captain, come look. This unicorn rhinoceros seems to have just died not long ago. A shout drew Lin Qingyuan's attention. She saw a few others gathered around the corpse of the unicorn rhinoceros, discussing animatedly. The blood from the wounds hasn't dried yet, indicating the time of death should be within the last few minutes. There are many wounds on its body, but the fatal one is on the head. From the shape of the wound, it seems to be a penetrating injury caused by a long-handled weapon. It looks a bit like a spear. Lin Qingyuan's team had seen the corpse of the unicorn rhinoceros long ago but hadn't paid much attention, thinking it was killed by a previous group of examinees. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that this unicorn rhinoceros hadn't been dead for long, and all the wounds appeared to be caused by a spear. You can't be suggesting that this unicorn rhinoceros was killed by Su Jingming, right? One of the boys said with a strange expression. The unicorn rhinoceros is a very troublesome, ferocious beast. They only dared to fight it because there were 5 of them. If they were to say that an E-level ability awakener could kill a unicorn rhinoceros alone, they would absolutely not believe it. Whether Su Jingming killed it or not, we can just check his score ranking, right? A boy opened his smartwatch and quickly found Su Jingming's name in the score rankings. 46th place, Su Jingming, 256 points. Jiangcheng. Second high school, Su Jingming, 46th place? What the hell? He made it into the top 50? I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? Upon seeing this ranking, the boy was first taken aback, then rubbed his eyes vigorously. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he looked as if he had seen a ghost and exclaimed, "What do you mean 46th place? Did you find Su Jingming's ranking?" The remaining team members also gathered around. Upon seeing Su Jingming's ranking on the virtual screen, their expressions also turned incredibly shocked. Even Lin Qingyuan, as the captain, couldn't help but widen her eyes, looking dazed. The others simultaneously felt a rising doubt. What the hell? Can E-level ability awakeners be this strong nowadays? The first place, Zhou Mingyang, has a score of 412. It seems he has already started a killing spree in the central area. His swift wind is indeed good for traveling, even in the provincial capital's martial arts college entrance exam. His speed is not inferior to others. Speaking of which, Principal Liu is impressive. Almost all the top 10 are from your school. In the open space outside the ruins town, there were 10 huge projection screens. These were tracked and filmed by military drones, currently showing the top 10 examinees by score. Below these 10 large projection screens, there were thousands of smaller projection screens densely packed together. The footage was captured by fixed cameras placed in the ruins of the small town, and it would only be enlarged for the main projection when necessary. Next to the projection screen was a ranking list detailing each candidate's scores and rankings. In the temporary audience seating set up below the projection screen, principals and teachers from the Education Bureau and various schools were commenting on the students' rankings. Among them, a middle-aged man in a suit with short hair was the focus of attention. He was Liu Hang, the principal of Zhengcheng No. 1 High School. Among the top 10 in the martial arts ranking list, aside from the lone student from No. 3 High School, the rest were all from No. 1 High School. Zhou Mingyang is our ace in Jiangsheng. He should be able to break into the top 100 in Jiangnan Province in this martial arts college entrance examination. In the front row of the audience, a short and stout middle-aged man nodded slightly as he watched Zhou Mingyang dominating on the first projection screen. His name was Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. Speaking of which, it has been many years since Jiangcheng produced a candidate who entered the top 100 in Jiangnan Province. Liu Hang, the principal of No. 1 High School, also felt a bit emotional sitting next to the Education Bureau director. Jiangnan Province is a populous province in the Great Xia Kingdom, with 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. Jiangcheng is located in the most remote northern part of Jiangnan Province, with scarce resources and economic development ranking among the lowest of the 24 prefecture-level cities. Consequently, the educational funding allocated each year from the provincial capital, Ning'an City, is quite limited. Because of this, Jiangcheng has not achieved good results in the martial arts college entrance examination over the years. The best historical performance was about 7 or 8 years ago when someone awakened an A-level ability and managed to break into the top 100 in Jiangnan Province. Years passed, and although there were A-level ability users emerging in Jiangcheng, none managed to break into the top 100 in Jiangnan Province again. However, this year's Zhou Mingyang has given them renewed hope. I have always been quite satisfied with the education at No. 1 High School. Zhang Wenshan, the Education Bureau director, nodded. Moreover, No. 3 High School is also doing well. At least someone has squeezed into the top 10. But No. 2 High School is lacking a bit. Their best score is only 18th place. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School is the best school in Jiangcheng. Compared to No. 2 and No. 3 high schools, it is significantly superior. In past martial arts college entrance examinations, the top 10 were monopolized by students from No. 1 High School, with hardly any students from No. 2 or No. 3 high schools in sight. We indeed have a few students with considerable talent this year, the principal of No. 3 High School said with an unstoppable smile. In contrast, the principal of No. 2 High School, Zhao Yao, looked somewhat awkward. It should be noted that in previous years, No. 2 High School had always outperformed No. 3 High School. This year's situation seemed to have reversed. However, it seems our high school's performance this year is indeed not very good. Principal Zhao Yao searched through the score rankings for a long time and found that only 8 students from No. 2 High School appeared in the top 50. Li Ming, Yang Jian, Tang Zhu, these are all students from the elite class. But who is this Su Jingming? I've never seen this name before. The results of the martial arts college entrance examination directly determine the allocation of educational funds for each school. Therefore, Zhao Yao was somewhat aware of the outstanding students in his school. However, he had never heard of the name Su Jingming. He might be a hidden student from another parallel class. I'll ask the class teachers later to find out. Zhao Yao didn't pay much attention to it. After all, with so many students in No. 2 High School, it wouldn't be surprising to have 1 or 2 students hiding their abilities. Principal Zhao Yao didn't think much of it, but in the back row, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 from No. 2 High School, Chen Fan, was stunned. He was well aware of who Su Jingming was. The opponent is merely an E-level awakened individual. How could he possibly break into the top 50? And now, among the entire Class 5, the highest ranked is Su Jingming. It's simply unbelievable. Could he be hiding his strength? But no matter how he hides it, an E-level ability is still an E-level ability. It can't suddenly become an S-level ability, can it? So how did he manage to score so high? The class teacher, Chen Fan, was utterly perplexed. The martial arts college entrance examination involves genuine, direct confrontations with ferocious beasts. There can't be any discrepancies. Unfortunately, the main screen above only displayed the scores of the top 10 students, and the thousands of fixed cameras below were so densely packed that it was impossible to see clearly. Chen Fan wanted to find footage of Su Jingming among them, but it was simply impossible. Without being able to see the footage, he had no idea how Su Jingming achieved such a high score. It was like a kitten smelling catnip but unable to taste it, feeling restless. In the ruins of the small town, after half an hour of rushing, Su Jingming finally entered the central area. Compared to the outer areas, there were obviously more ferocious beasts in the central region. As he walked, Su Jingming could hear the roars and howls of beasts in the distance. The air seemed to be filled with a bloody and violent atmosphere. Crack! Su Jingming held a long spear, a nutrition bar clenched in his mouth, as his combat boots stepped on a broken plastic basin by the roadside. The once resilient plastic, after decades of wind and rain, had become as brittle as crispy noodles, shattering into pieces with a light step. As he walked, Su Jingming observed his surroundings. The former Weiyuan town, which the ruins of the small town originated from, had a population of nearly 100,000. When the ferocious beasts broke through the city's defenses, many people hadn't had time to evacuate, and nearly 50 to 60,000 lost their lives to the beasts. In the outer suburbs, there were no particularly notable traces, but upon entering what was equivalent to the urban area of the ruins, one could see the abandoned cars that hadn't been driven away, the dried dark red bloodstains on the dilapidated ground, and a few scattered human bones that had yet to weather, revealing the bloodshed and brutality of that year. The urban area was the place with the highest population density and also the place that suffered the most from the ferocious beasts back then. Of course, because of this, the buildings in the urban area appeared even more dilapidated than those in the suburbs. Wherever Su Jingming looked, there was hardly a single intact building. The Great Xia Kingdom uses real combat as the assessment method for the martial arts college entrance examination. Besides testing strength, it likely also aims to let the awakened witness the formidable destructive power of the ferocious beasts firsthand. The Great Xia Kingdom's protection of its citizens could be said to be taken to the extreme. Aside from a few unfortunate citizens whose cities were breached by ferocious beasts, other citizens might never see a ferocious beast in their lifetime. For ordinary people, this approach posed no issues. But to cultivate awakened individuals, the sooner they recognize the brutality of the beasts, the better. Roar! Just as Su Jingming was pondering, a low growl echoed, and a ferocious beast sprang out from the ruins. It resembled a tiger but was significantly larger, with fur that was a mix of yellow and blue. Most striking was the bone blade that grew like a knife edge from its forearm. Though it was bone, it gleamed as if it had a metallic luster. Behind it, a whip-like tail hung down to the ground. First-tier ferocious beast, blade, armed tiger. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. Like the shadow cat, the blade-armed tiger was also a relatively common ferocious beast. Determining the blade-armed tiger's level of strength was quite simple. One only needed to observe the length of the bone blade on its forearm. If it was shorter than 20 centimeters, it was considered unranked. If longer than 20 centimeters, it was a ranked ferocious beast. In front of him was a saber-toothed tiger, its forearm bone blade measuring a good 22 to 23 centimeters long, classified as a low-tier first-level beast. Compared to the saber-toothed tiger that Su Jingming had encountered earlier, which was unranked, this beast exuded a much more formidable aura. Its amber eyes were filled with a fierce bloodlust. Looks like I'm lucky, I just entered the central area and already encountered a first-level beast. Su Jingming raised the corners of his mouth slightly after downing the remaining liquid from the energy stick, feeling a renewed sense of fullness in his abdomen. Just in time to test my marksmanship. On you. He casually tossed aside the energy stick and charged forward with the black spear towards the saber-toothed tiger. Clang clang clang, the black spear dragged along the crumbling concrete road, accompanied by a harsh screeching sound, sending sparks flying. As a first-level beast, the saber-toothed tiger had already developed some basic intelligence. Seeing such a weak human daring to initiate an attack first, the inherently brutal saber-toothed tiger let out an angry roar. Immediately, its massive body charged at Su Jingming like a tank, even ignoring its gaping maw and sharp bone blade. Just its sheer size was enough to leave most candidates helpless. However, Su Jingming showed no fear, his eyes betraying not a hint of panic. With a firm grip, he swung the black spear, lifting it like a windmill. Then, he lunged forward, stabbing fiercely at the saber-toothed tiger. Su Jingming's original vitality was already at 140 points, and his physique was stronger than most candidates. Now, with his marksmanship reaching an advanced level, his shooting speed had increased several times over. Thus, facing this lightning-fast thrust, the first-level saber-toothed tiger had no time to react, and a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared in its abdomen. The wound was deep, piercing through its thick fur and skin, allowing the internal writhing organs to be seen through the gushing blood. A normal creature would have lost its ability to move after such a heavy blow. However, the saber-toothed tiger merely let out a pained howl, and, as if provoked, lunged at Su Jingming in a frenzy. As expected of a first-level beast, its vitality is tenacious. Without using any special abilities, Su Jingming did not expect this strike to kill it outright. So, he wielded the black spear and engaged in battle with the saber-toothed tiger. With the help of his advanced marksmanship, the black spear danced in Su Jingming's hands like a swimming dragon. Each thrust left another hole in the saber-toothed tiger's body. Due to its length, the saber-toothed tiger was unable to inflict any effective damage on Su Jingming. In just under a minute, this first-level saber-toothed tiger, capable of killing 99% of the candidates in the examination hall, was slain by Su Jingming. Its massive, riddled body collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Jingming himself was unscathed, not even a drop of blood staining his combat suit. This was the advantage of the spear. Lacking sufficient strength, it could be stabbed to death without even touching the opponent's clothing. You have killed a first-level saber-toothed tiger, ability points plus 10. With the death of the saber-toothed tiger, the system notification sounded. The ability points gained from killing a first-level beast are almost double those from killing an unranked beast. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. In that case, I need to seize the time to kill more beasts and harvest ability points. He stowed the black spear behind him and, without a moment's pause, rushed towards the area where the roars of beasts were most concentrated. According to the strength of the beasts, the ruined town was divided into 4 areas: the outskirts, the central area, the core, and the most central area. Most candidates' strength was only sufficient to operate in the outer area. Only a small number of candidates dared to enter the central area. In the core area, even the top students from Jiangqing's elite high school rocket classes needed to hesitate. As for the most central area, where second-tier ferocious beasts existed, almost no one in Jiangqing could venture there. That was a place only the geniuses of the provincial capital dared to tread. Naturally, Su Jingming, who possessed the S-class Zhixiao Divine Thunder, had the qualification to enter. However, due to the limited duration of his abilities, Su Jingming planned to stay in the central area for now. He intended to enter the core area in the last 2 hours. Of course, the true wilderness area had no divisions of strength like outer or central regions. It was very likely that while walking in the wilderness, a high-tier ferocious beast could suddenly appear and devour you. Su Jingming also understood that this was the only opportunity he had to gain a large number of ability points. Thus, after killing the arm-blade tiger, he began searching for ferocious beasts. Once he found a ferocious beast, Su Jingming didn't even need to use his abilities. He could directly kill it with his formidable physique and advanced marksmanship. Find ferocious beasts, kill, gain ability points. Find ferocious beasts, kill, gain ability points. Throughout the process of killing ferocious beasts to earn ability points, he discovered a pattern. The acquisition of ability points was more closely related to the strength of the ferocious beasts. For example, between the shadow cat and the unicorn rhinoceros, under the same tier, one unicorn rhinoceros could handle 3 or 4 shadow cats at once. Because of this, the ability points gained from killing a peak non-tier unicorn rhinoceros were even equivalent to those gained from killing a first-tier lower shadow cat. However, this pattern had little impact on Su Jingming at the moment. He just needed to kill. Thus, Su Jingming did not take a moment's rest. He was either battling ferocious beasts or on the way to find them. As the number of ferocious beasts he killed increased, the ability points on the system panel surged, and his scores in the martial arts college entrance examination skyrocketed. What Su Jingming did not know was the commotion this scene was causing in the outside world. The martial arts college entrance examination would last a full 12 hours, during which the principals and class teachers from various schools would be present the entire time. After all, with the Education Bureau director present, they could not leave midway. Additionally, since the martial arts college entrance examination scores would serve as the standard for distributing educational funds to schools in the second half of the year, the principals and teachers were very concerned about the students' performances. Of course, due to the long exam duration, the military district would still provide lunch and dinner for the principals and teachers. Now, more than 4 hours had passed since the martial arts college entrance examination began, and it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, most candidates in the examination room had started consuming their first energy bars. Outside the examination room, the principals and teachers from various schools had finished lunch in the military district cafeteria and were heading towards the audience seats. The first high school is still as formidable as ever. Almost all of the top 10 are their students. The first high school receives the most educational funding every year, and their student base is the best in Jiangcheng, so it's not surprising they have these results. That's true. Speaking of which, our second high school is actually doing well this year too. 8 students made it into the top 50, which is great. Compared to previous years when we could only manage 5 or 6. It's a pity that this year, the third high school is even stronger, breaking into the top 10, putting us in a very awkward position. Among the teachers from Jiangqing Second High School, everyone walked and discussed among themselves. They were not surprised by the first high school's strong educational foundation and dominance in the rankings. Their conversation revolved around their own school and the third high school. By the way, teacher son, what's the situation with Su Jingming in your class? How come we didn't know there was such a figure in your class before? Suddenly, someone mentioned Su Jingming and looked towards a middle-aged man in a black suit among the crowd. His name is Sun Yang, the homeroom teacher of the rocket class at the second high school. Su Jingming isn't in our class, right? I was just about to ask which class he belongs to. The rocket class homeroom teacher Sun Yang looked completely bewildered. Su Jingming isn't in your class? But who else could be that impressive besides the rocket class students? The surrounding teachers were also slightly taken aback, all inquiring about which class Su Jingming was in. After all, every high school reorganizes classes after students awaken their abilities, placing those with potential and outstanding skills into the rocket class. The second high school was no exception. Because of this, the students who achieve results in the martial arts college entrance examination are mostly from the rocket class, making it rare for students from parallel classes to appear in the top ranks. Old Chen, how's your class doing? At the back of the line, a middle-aged man with a beard leaned over to Chun Fan, the homeroom teacher of class 5, and before he could respond, he continued, our class is doing pretty well. The best students have already made it into the top 100. The best students from the second high school are concentrated in the rocket class, which means that for students in other parallel classes, making it into the top 100 is already considered excellent. Oh, that's pretty good. Chen Fan glanced at him, responding nonchalantly. This middle-aged man is Li Jun, the homeroom teacher of class 4 next door. A few years ago, the two had a bit of a conflict over some issues, and their relationship hasn't been great since. In the following years, Li Jun has been subtly and overtly opposing him, making them rivals. Not bad. Seeing his old rival Chen Fan's indifferent reaction, a smug look appeared on Li Jun's face. But I'm afraid I'll be getting a bit more of the exam bonus this year than you. To encourage academic performance, the bonuses for these homeroom teachers are directly linked to the results of the martial arts college entrance examination students. If a student from the class enters the top 100 in Jiangcheng, the homeroom teacher can earn at least over 10,000 in bonuses after the exam. In a small city, where the monthly salary for a homeroom teacher is barely under 6,000, a bonus of 10,000 is already quite good. Old Chen pretended to be calm, but inside he must be envious to death by now, right? Just as Li Jun was feeling secretly pleased, Chen Fan's voice rang out again, is that so? Then you might be disappointed. Our class is also doing quite well, someone has made it into the top 50. Top 50? Old Chen, you can't be joking, right? Those are all rocket class students. How could anyone from your class possibly rank that high? Li Jun instinctively retorted, his expression dismissive. Wait. However, he quickly realized, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, could that Su Jingming be from your class? Compared to Li Jun's astonishment, Chen Fan's reaction was much more subdued. He merely nodded lightly. Su Jingming is from your class, then why didn't you answer when they were asking about his class? Li Jun still found it hard to believe. Did they? I must not have heard it. Chen Fan replied, feigning ignorance. What the hell? What do you mean you didn't hear? You did that on purpose. Goodness, so you've been waiting for me all along. Watching Chen Fan act so nonchalant, as if nothing were amiss, Li Jun really wanted to punch him in the face. However, what the other party said next nearly made him spit blood in anger. Su Jingming only made it into the top 50, that's not too impressive. The rocket class has someone who reached the 18th place. What do you mean only the top 50? The bonus for the top 50 is over 20,000. And how can you, a parallel class, compare with the rocket class that gathers all the school's elites? Li Jun's heart was raging. You have to know, over the years, the best student he had trained only managed to achieve 64th place in the martial arts college entrance examination. It seems teacher Chen has cultivated an extraordinary student. Li Jun took several deep breaths to barely calm his emotions and congratulated him with a sour tone. Fortunately, this is all due to Jingming's own efforts, and it has little to do with me. Watching his old rival fuming, Chen Fan maintained a humble facade, but inside he was already overjoyed. You like to show off, huh? This time, you've bitten the dust. In the past, Li Jun always had the upper hand over him, but this time he finally got a chance to turn the tables. Just thinking about it made Chen Fan feel secretly pleased. So Su Jingming is from class 5? Teacher Chen Fan has excellent teaching methods. Among so many parallel classes, only your class's students made it into the top 50. In the second half of the year, we should have teacher Chen give a lecture on his teaching experiences. Upon learning that Su Jingming was from class 5, the surrounding teachers began to congratulate him. Even the head teacher of the rocket class, Sun Yang, showed Chen Fan a friendly smile. The top students had long been picked by the rocket class, so being able to cultivate such a student in a parallel class indicated that Chen Fan's teaching level was indeed impressive. A group of teachers chatted and laughed, soon returning to the audience seats. After the head teacher of class 5, Chen Fan, sat down, he immediately looked up at the virtual screen in the air, searching for Su Jingming's ranking. Soon, he found Su Jingming's name among the rankings. 32nd place, Su Jingming, 328 points. Jiangqing Second High School, 32nd place? Seeing this ranking, the head teacher, Chen Fan, was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it just 46th place? How did it jump up more than 10 spots after a meal? Just as he was puzzled, Su Jingming's name suddenly jumped, and when it reappeared, it was already at another rank, 25th place, Su Jingming, 372 points. Jiangqing Second High School, this. Chen Fan's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? How did Su Jingming's ranking rise so much all of a sudden? There were over 1,400 candidates participating in the Jiangqing Military Science College entrance exam, and it was normal for rankings to change constantly. However, a sudden rise of more than 10 ranks, or a drop of more than 10 ranks, usually only happened in the lower ranking ranges. These candidates had similar strengths, and once there was a slight change in scores, their ranks could fluctuate by more than 10 spots. But for those who could enter the top 50, their strengths were formidable, and the score differences between them were relatively large. Even if there were ranking changes, it would only be at most 1 or 2 spots. Such a significant jump of more than 10 ranks was extremely rare. Thus, not only did Chen Fan notice this scene, but the other teachers from the second high school also discovered the situation and began to discuss it. Oh, Su Jingming's rank has risen. He's already up to 25th place. What? 25th place? Is that for real? We just went out for a meal. How did the ranking change so dramatically? Is he really from a parallel class? That's too impressive. At this moment, on the ranking list for the Jiangqing Military Science College entrance exam, there were a total of 9 students from the second high school in the top 50. Besides the 18th and 22nd places, the highest ranking student from the second high school was Su Jingming at 25th place. The ranking jumped from 32nd to 25th, and the score increased from 328 to 372. In the front of the audience, the principal of the second high school, Zhao Yao, squinted his eyes slightly. As a C-level psychic ability user, although he was only at the first tier, he could remember all the ranking information on the list. He paid special attention to the information of the second high school candidates. Naturally, he was keenly aware of Su Jingming's score changes, but even so, he still found it hard to believe. According to the scoring method for the Military Science College entrance exam, killing a peak non-tier beast could earn 6 to 8 points. Killing a first-tier lower beast could earn 14 to 16 points. Moreover, the smartwatch's kill count statistics interval was about 4 seconds. Su Jingming scored 44 points in one breath, which means he killed 5 peak non-entry-level fierce beasts or 3 first-tier lower-level fierce beasts in just 4 seconds. But no matter which it was enough to demonstrate Su Jingming's formidable strength. This strength may not be on par with Zhou Mingyang and the others from the first tier, but it definitely ranks among the top 10. When did such a fierce student emerge from our school? Principal Zhao Yao was somewhat bewildered. According to the regulations of the Great Xia Kingdom, the principals of all high schools and the directors and deputy directors of education bureaus in various cities must be above the first tier in terms of abilities. Although Principal Zhao Yao did not see Su Jingming's battle footage, he could infer Su Jingming's approximate strength just from the instantaneous ranking changes. The other 2 principals and the Education Bureau director naturally noticed it as well. Principal Zhao, it seems your school does have some impressive students. The Su Jingming must have been holding back before. Now that he's exerting himself, his ranking has shot up immediately, said Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan, nodding slightly. Principal Zhao's student is probably strong enough to be in the top 10, added Lu Hang, the principal of the first high school. By the way, what ability did this student awaken? I hadn't heard of him before, Zhang Wenshan asked, somewhat puzzled. A candidate with such strength shouldn't be obscure. To be honest, Su Jingming only suddenly erupted today during the college entrance examination. I need to ask his homeroom teacher for more information. Zhao Yao replied. Teacher Chen, come over here. In response to Director Zhang Wenshan's inquiry, Zhao Yao directly called over the homeroom teacher, Chen Fan. Thus, under the envious gazes of the teachers from the second high school, Chen Fan sat next to the principal. For Chen Fan, an ordinary homeroom teacher, the Education Bureau director and the principals were absolute big shots. Therefore, facing their gazes, he felt somewhat constrained despite his naturally composed expression. Principal, director, as far as I know, Su Jingming has only awakened an E-level ability, weak electricity. E-level ability? Principal Zhao Yao frowned. Teacher Chen, you must be mistaken. Principal, I'm not mistaken. I even specifically reminded him before the exam not to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination, Chen Fan said with a wry smile. In fact, as the homeroom teacher, he also had some doubts about whether the registration for awakened abilities back then was done correctly. To reach this point with just an E-level ability, it seems Su Jingming must have exceptional qualities in other areas. Director Zhang Wenshan pondered. It's a pity he didn't make it into the top 10. We still can't see his battle footage. The live broadcast system for the martial arts college entrance examination operated on a program customized by the province, and even he could not interfere. Moreover, finding Su Jingming's figure among the thousands of fixed camera feeds below was like finding a needle in a haystack. Just wait, with his strength, he should be able to break into the top 10 soon. Although Su Jingming's situation was somewhat special, as the Education Bureau director, he still had that much patience. Then we can only wait. Principal Zhao Yao nodded as well, calling back Chen Fan, who was about to return to his seat. Also, Teacher Chen, you can sit here. Chen Fan's expression brightened at this. Not all teachers had the opportunity to be so close to the director and principals. Time slowly passed, and the rankings for the martial arts college entrance examination changed constantly. Among all these rankings, one name kept rising. 25th place, Su Jingming. 21st place, Su Jingming. 16th place, Su Jingming. 12th place, Su Jingming. 9th place, Su Jingming. In less than an hour, Su Jingming's ranking surged into the top 10. Su Jingming did it. He really made it into the top 10. The homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, looked excited. As just a homeroom teacher of a parallel class, he never dreamed that one of his students could actually make it into the top 10 of Jiangchang. We made it into the top 10. Principal Zhao Yao of the second high school also breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, being constantly overshadowed by the third high school would not reflect well on him as a principal. Now we can finally see what allowed Su Jingming to enter the top 10. The director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, looked expectantly into the air. After a moment, the virtual projection of the 9th place flickered. In its place appeared the figure of a slightly tall young man. The young man wore a black battlesuit, his face resolute, and his eyes firm and spirited. In his hand, he held a black spear, about 2 meters long, its tip sharp and deadly, with fresh red blood staining it, adding a touch of ferocity. Beneath the young man's feet lay several beasts that had already lost their breath. Not far away, another beast cowered, too afraid to approach. Black clothing, a long spear, fierce beasts. The entire scene, composed of various elements, exuded a sharp and powerful aura. In the next moment, the young man moved, the spear shot out like a dragon, and in an instant, the remaining beast didn't even have time to react before it was pierced through by the spear. Hiss, that shot was so fast. What a quick shot, it was like a flash of lightning. The speed of his strike is comparable to that of a wind-type awakened one, but isn't he a lightning-type awakened one? Seeing the black figure on the projection that had instantly killed the shadow cat beast like a bolt of lightning, many teachers in the audience were stunned. Fast, accurate, fierce. This was their first impression of Su Jingming. The homeroom teacher of class 5, Chen Fan, widened his eyes. Since the school arranged practical combat courses, he basically knew the combat abilities of most students in his class. However, in the practical classes, Su Jingming's level could only be described as mediocre. There was no way he could have the current standard. Goodness, he managed to keep this from me for so long. With such marksmanship, why not show it earlier? Why wait to astonish everyone during the college entrance examination? But with such marksmanship, even with just an E-level ability, he could indeed achieve a good score in the college entrance examination. Chen Fan nodded slightly, looking at it this way. It was unnecessary to advise him against taking the martial arts college entrance exam. A powerful physique and formidable marksmanship, huh? Principal Zhao Yao of the second high school let out a sigh, then shook his head. What a pity. Yes, such a pity. Director Zhang Wenshan of the Education Bureau also felt somewhat disappointed. A strong physique and weapon skills are indeed considerable advantages during the awakening period. However, as levels increase, the advantages brought by physique and skills will gradually diminish. After all, it's about the awakened ones and their abilities. If only he had a C-level ability, paired with such physique and marksmanship, the first place in Jiangchang would definitely be his. Unfortunately, he only has an E-level ability. Zhang Wenshan couldn't help but lament again. Compared to the regret of the principal and the Education Bureau director, Class 5's homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, was quite open-minded. As long as he could maintain a position in the top 10 until the end of the college entrance examination, he would definitely be able to attend a good university for awakened ones. Of course, even if Su Jingming didn't kill any more beasts from now on, finishing the college entrance examination with such results would still allow him to get into a university for awakened ones, just not as good. And such results, compared to his anticipated failure or even death, were already many times better. Killed a first-tier shadow cat, ability points +9. In the ruins of the small town, Su Jingming, who had just killed a shadow cat, felt very pleased as he heard the prompt sound ringing in his mind. In the central area of the ruined town, there were even more ferocious beasts than he had imagined. He had only been here for a little over an hour, and had already killed more than 20 first-tier lower-level ferocious beasts, along with over 10 peak non-tier ferocious beasts. The ability points accumulated on his system panel had also reached 312 points. Not bad. The efficiency of killing ferocious beasts in the central area is indeed higher. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction, and then he heard the buzzing sound of a propeller spinning at high speed. A drone flew in from a distance, hovering several dozen meters above his head.
Tracking camera drone? I've made it into the top 10? Su Jingming opened his smartwatch to check his ranking. 9th place, Su Jingming, 607 points. Jiangcheng. Second high school, indeed, I've made it into the top 10. A smile appeared on Su Jingming's face. The appearance of the camera drone meant that the battle process he would engage in next would be known to the outside world. Even the subsequent use of his ability, his S-rank Purple Sky Divine Thunder, would also be exposed. After all, the S-rank Purple Sky Divine Thunder he summoned was too extraordinary to disguise as an E-rank weak electrical ability. Of course, Su Jingming had no intention of hiding it. The Martial Arts College entrance examination is meant to test the strength and potential of the candidates. The better the score in the Martial Arts College entrance examination, the more choices one has. Only a fool would give up the chance to score more points just to hide their abilities. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened as he opened his system information panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Awakened. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 141 Vitality, plus, Spirit, 160 Hz, plus, Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced. Lightning Gale Break, Beginner plus, Ability Points, 312 over 300 ability points, yet my level still can't be upgraded? Su Jingming frowned when he couldn't find a plus sign next to his level. There could only be two possibilities for this situation. The first possibility was that the number of ability points required to transform from an awakened to an ability user was too high, and 300 ability points were still insufficient. The second possibility was that there was some condition that needed to be met before one could transition from an awakened to an ability user, and until that condition was satisfied, even the system couldn't directly upgrade the level. To transform from an awakened to an ability user, one needs to first learn the ability cultivation method. It seems that because I haven't learned the ability cultivation method yet, I can't upgrade. Su Jingming speculated to himself. The ability cultivation method was a basic requirement for awakened individuals to advance to ability users. However, even the most basic ability cultivation methods were priced over $1 million. With Su Jingming's financial situation, he naturally couldn't afford one. He had thought that having the system would allow him to bypass this basic requirement, but it seemed he was mistaken. However, with my current combat power, I'm not much different from a real ability user. Then I'll wait until after the college entrance examination, get into an ability user university, learn the ability cultivation method, and then become an ability user. Su Jingming didn't think too much about it. The most crucial thing now was how to use these over 300 ability points. Currently, I can only enhance basic attributes and combat skills. Since I won't be using combat skills for now, I'll directly enhance my basic attributes. After pondering for a moment, Su Jingming allocated all his ability points to the two main basic attributes. He assigned 200 points to Physique and 112 points to Spirit. Physique, 141181 Vitality. Spirit, 160182 Hz. With the enhancement of his basic attributes, Su Jingming immediately felt a surge of power throughout his body, and his consciousness was clearer than ever before. The fatigue accumulated from traveling in continuous battles was swept away in that moment. Awesome! Su Jingming laughed heartily and casually twirled the black obsidian gun, creating a beautiful gunflower. The speed and force of his shot were significantly stronger than before. With such a physique, combined with my advanced marksmanship, even a first-tier mid-level beast in the core area can be easily killed by me without using any abilities. At this moment, Su Jingming was brimming with confidence in his strength. The beasts in the core area are stronger and more numerous. Since my strength has been enhanced again, there's no need to linger in the mid-region. I'll head straight to the core area. With a shake of his spear, the bright red blood that had stained it was shaken off completely. He then slung the spear over his back and glanced at the map before charging towards the core area. Strengthened, his speed at this moment was even faster than that of Zhou Mingyang, who had enhanced his abilities with wind powers. Behind him, a drone followed closely like a shadow. In the ruins of a small town, mid-region, as the sharp dagger sliced through its throat, blood gushed out, and the first-tier low-level shadow cat collapsed with a thud. Behind it, Tang Chi's slender figure holding a dagger slowly emerged. She was draped in a layer of purple-black cat-shaped energy, with a pair of cat ears on her head, appearing lively without any deliberate control. Enhanced B-level ability, Shadow Cat. During activation, it significantly increased her speed, reaction time, and attack power. It was precisely because of this B-level ability that she, merely an awakener, could kill a first-tier beast. Of course, she had also practiced the methods of ability cultivation. Although she was still some distance from transforming into an ability user, her physical foundation was solid, so she wouldn't be too weak. However, killing a first-tier low-level beast was already the limit of her strength. Because of this, she only dared to roam in the mid-region and did not venture into the core area where first-tier mid-level beasts resided. To conserve her abilities, after killing the beast, Tang Chi exited the Shadow Cat form.
The cat-shaped energy surrounding her body vanished and her cat-like vertical pupils reverted to their original state. Rank 12, Tang Chi, 567 points, Zhangcheng First High School. Opening her smartwatch, Tang Chi frowned upon seeing her ranking dropped a position. She instinctively looked up to see who had pushed her down. To her surprise, she saw a familiar name in the 9th position. Su Jingming from 2nd High School, 607 points, 9th place? Tang Chi was momentarily stunned, and it took her a while to regain her composure, her mind conjuring the image of the tall figure carrying a spear. Sure enough, it was you who dealt that blow yesterday, cousin Jingming. She had indeed suspected that the name on the ranking was just a coincidence with her cousin's name. But being in the same 2nd high school with the same name, what were the odds? Coupled with the doubts from yesterday at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, she was certain that the Su Jingming on the ranking was her cousin. But how did you, with just an E-level ability, manage all this? A hint of curiosity flashed across Tang Chi's pretty face. It seems my cousin isn't as simple as he appears. Wow, is A-Ming that strong? If I had known, I should have called him dad and clung to his thigh. In the outer area of the ruins, Lu Jia, now twice his size, looked at Su Jingming's ranking on the virtual projection, feeling regretful. Compared to the results of the martial arts college entrance exam, what was calling him dad worth? Su Jingming made it into the top 10. So impressive. In our 2nd high school, he's now the highest ranked. Since discovering Su Jingming's ranking at 46, Lin Qingyuan's team had been keeping a close watch on him. At this moment, seeing Su Jingming enter the top 10, everyone was filled with emotion. How on earth did this guy manage to do it? Su Jingming made it into the top 10, we must work hard. 2. Striving to enter the top 300. Looking at the ranking list, Lin Qingyuan's pretty face was also full of sentiment. Although she didn't know how Su Jingming achieved it, she and Su Jingming were different. Being in the top 300 was already very satisfying. When Su Jingming's ranking hadn't yet entered the top 10, it wasn't particularly noticeable. But once he entered the top 10, almost everyone in the examination hall noticed him. Some who knew Su Jingming reacted differently. However, he was completely unaware of all this as he was currently rushing towards the core area with all his might. After his physique was enhanced, Su Jingming's speed was much faster than before. Moreover, his position in the central area wasn't too far from the core area. Thus, in just over 30 minutes, Su Jingming stepped into the range of the core area on the map. The core area of the ruined town was originally the most prosperous city center of Weiyuan Town. Compared to the central area, the buildings here were taller, and the dilapidated decorations on the building surfaces still faintly revealed the elegance of the past. More importantly, the beast levels in the core area ranged from low-tier to mid-tier first rank, with no beasts below that level. Candidates confident enough to enter the core area were at least among the top 5 in Zhangcheng. Of course, he was an exception. During his journey, he didn't specifically seek out beasts, which led to him only killing 4 or 5 beasts in these 30 minutes. His ranking fell back to 10th place. As long as I can find a large group of beasts, my ranking will quickly rise again. This time, I want to take first place in one go. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened, and following the same strategy as before, he headed towards the area where the roars of beasts were most concentrated. Roar awoke in the ruined city. The roars of beasts echoed, making it a paradise for them. Su Jingming listened carefully and ultimately chose to rush southeast, where the roars were the loudest and most intense. Most candidates moved cautiously within the examination site, afraid that too much noise would attract the attention of the beasts and lead to being besieged. However, Su Jingming dashed through the city like a nimble cheetah. The 50-kilogram black obsidian spear he carried on his back did not hinder his movements in the slightest. Su Jingming raced along the ruined road, the wind howling in his ears, and the scenery on both sides rushed past. He could vaguely see 1 or 2 beasts active among the ruins. For these scattered beasts, he didn't even have the desire to strike. Soon, the source of the dense roars grew closer, and a rusty, battered bus blocked the end of the road. However, Su Jingming's speed did not slow down at all. Just as he was about to crash into the bus, he exerted force in his legs and leaped 5 or 6 meters high. Bang! Su Jingming's battle boots landed on the roof of the bus, and he looked down to see the scene below clearly. It was a fitness plaza, where, besides various broken fitness equipment, there were also numerous beasts resting within. There were at least 10 beasts here, all of them armblade tigers. It seemed he had stumbled upon a group of armblade tigers. Beasts were categorized into social and solitary types, and the armblade tiger belonged to the social type. Ordinary candidates would usually avoid such a group of beasts. However, in Su Jingming's sharply contrasting black and white eyes, there was a burning, fighting spirit. This was exactly what he wanted. To make the armblade tigers achieve a pack effect, there must be a king with the strength to suppress everything. Su Jingming looked towards the center of the fitness square, where a half-eaten, bloodied unicorn rhinoceros lay. Beside that corpse was an arm-blade tiger king, noticeably larger than the others. Its limbs were incredibly robust, and the bone blades on its forelimbs were large and sharp. A mid-tier first-level arm-blade tiger, it seems it is the king of this beast pack.
Su Jingming's lips curled slightly.
If he could kill all these beasts, he would gain quite a few ability points. Standing at a height of 1.86 m and perched atop a bus, he immediately attracted the attention of the arm-blade tigers.
In the square,
except for the lazy arm-blade tiger king in the center, the other 9 resting arm-blade tigers all stood up simultaneously.
Their eyes glinted with ferocity as they strode towards the bus.
Their speed was not fast, but the oppressive feeling brought by the 9 massive arm-blade tigers, each the size of a car, was extremely terrifying. Because of this, the beast pack was always very difficult to deal with. It could be said that these 9 arm-blade tigers, even if they were high-tier first-level beasts, would not dare to provoke easily. However, facing the 9 arm-blade tigers approaching him, Su Jingming showed no fear. He leaped
down from the top of the bus, landing with a thud.
Roar accompanied by a low growl. The 9 arm-blade tigers, which had been
advancing slowly, surprisingly dispersed in a very human-like manner.
Then, they charged at Su Jingming from different directions. As expected of a beast pack led by a fierce beast, they've even learned simple formations. With a swift motion, the black obsidian spear was already in Su Jingming's hand. The bus was less than 30 meters away from the square, which was nothing to these low-tier first-level arm-blade tigers. In the blink of an eye, the 9 arm-blade tigers had closed in to within 5 meters of Su Jingming. However, they did not all rush at once. Instead, 5 of them charged first, leaping towards him. The 5 massive arm-blade tigers crowded together, blocking all possible escape routes for Su Jingming. Behind him was the abandoned bus, leaving him no room to retreat. This meant that at this moment, Su Jingming had nowhere to run. Faced with this situation, Su Jingming's eyes remained resolute, and he swung the 2-meter-1 black obsidian spear like a windmill. The swirling black obsidian spear transformed into a
black phantom, resembling a rapidly spinning propeller.
At that moment, the arm-blade tigers sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. The 5 arm-blade tigers, completely unprepared, crashed into the rapidly spinning black obsidian spear.
Put!
The sharp spearhead of the black obsidian spear, like a meat grinder, directly tore the heads of the 5 arm-blade tigers,
leaving them bloodied.
Then, under the tremendous impact, one of them fell over. Although their heads were severely injured, the 5 arm-blade tigers did not die immediately. They lay on the ground, clearly still breathing.
Pure physical strength is still a bit lacking. Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. This windmill move was purely based on his physical strength, not a combat technique.
If this move had been a combat technique that combined physical strength and abilities, these 5 beasts would have been
instantly killed in that moment. But it's fine, I just need to finish them off.
Su Jingming charged again, while the remaining 4 arm-blade tigers attempted to block his path, but he deftly maneuvered around them.
Then, the black obsidian spear, like the
Grim Reaper's scythe, took the lives of the 5 severely injured arm-blade tigers one after another.
Roar! At that moment, the
mid-tier first-level arm-blade tiger king, which had been lying in the center, finally realized something was wrong and stood up to approach the remaining 4 arm-blade tigers. Just right, I'll take care of all of you together. With a whoosh, the black spear was pulled from the body of the arm-blade tiger. Su Jingming held the long spear, standing alone against 5 arm-blade tigers. In his clear eyes, there was no trace of fear, only endless coldness and killing intent.
Roar! Whether it was due to the heavy
casualties among its companions or Su Jingming's unyielding gaze that provoked it, the arm-blade tiger king let out a furious roar and charged forward with the remaining 4 arm-blade tigers. Su Jingming raised his long spear and charged head-on, engaging in battle with the 5 arm-blade tigers. Although the arm-blade tigers were fierce beasts, they possessed a certain level of intelligence. Especially this group of arm-blade tigers, having gone through numerous coordinated attacks, had no idea how many powerful beasts they had killed together. Such a group of 5 arm-blade tigers, if placed in a city, could easily wipe out hundreds of elite soldiers.
However, Su Jingming transformed into a black phantom, weaving through the gaps among the arm-blade tigers.
The arm-blade tigers
could not inflict any real damage on Su Jingming.
Each time he struck, it was aimed directly at their vital points. The arm-blade tigers were either instantly killed or severely wounded. Thus, in less than 2 minutes, all the arm-blade tigers lay defeated beneath his spear. A mid-tier first-level fierce beast is nothing more than this. It couldn't even force me to use my abilities. Looking at the lifeless arm-blade tiger king at his feet, Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. Although his physique had been enhanced with the help of the system, he wasn't entirely sure how strong his combat power truly was. He dared to attack the group of arm-blade tigers like this also because he had the support of the purple sky divine thunder.
Unfortunately, this group of fierce beasts didn't even have the strength to make him use his abilities.
Su Jingming then glanced at the system panel.
Just from this wave, he had gained a whopping 106 ability points. What a great harvest! Su Jingming's expression brightened. At this rate, by the time the martial arts college entrance examination was over, he didn't know how many ability points he could accumulate. There's no use thinking too much now, it's more important to collect ability points. I need to hurry to the next location. Wiping the blood off his spear, Su Jingming slung it back over his shoulder and quickly headed to the next location. On the day of the college entrance examination, all high schools in Jiangcheng organized for first and second year students to watch the live broadcast of the martial arts college entrance examination. On one hand, it was to let these students recognize the bloodiness and cruelty of the martial arts college entrance examination. On the other hand, it was also to familiarize the students with the habits of fierce beasts in advance. At this moment, on the playground of Jiangcheng Second High School, there was a virtual projection in the air, just like in the military district. In the surrounding audience seats, all the first and second year students had been watching the live broadcast for a while. In previous years, the top 10 in Jiangcheng were all from the first high school. Therefore, they mostly discussed candidates from other schools. But this year was different. Their school also had a candidate breaking into the top 10, Su Jingming. When Su Jingming surged into the big screen with the 9th place, the entire faculty and students of the second high school erupted in excitement, especially the scene where he shot through the shadow cat, which thrilled the students immensely. Wow, that shot was so cool. Although I hadn't heard of Su Senior's name before, from now on, he is my idol. Senior is tall and strong, simply too handsome. Unlike the size of the directors and principals in the military district regarding Su Jingming, the students who saw him break into the top 10 felt genuinely happy and excited for him. Many even took him as a benchmark and role model. However, since Su Jingming spent the next half hour mostly on the move and rarely made a move, the students felt disappointed. Especially when Su Jingming's ranking dropped to 10th place, some students became anxious. They wished they could transform into Su Jingming and fight fiercely to reclaim the ranking. It seems our second high school still isn't doing well. After finally having a senior break into the top 10, it turns out there's no one to follow up. Although I really don't want to admit it, Senior Su is indeed struggling. Forget it, I'll just watch the first place, the light windsword, Zhou Mingyang. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. After all the effort, second high school finally produced a student who made it into the top 10, and naturally, they hoped he would aim for an even better rank. However, Su Jingming's performance led to some negative comments from the audience. A significant number of students began to rewatch the live streams of other star candidates. Look, Senior Su has found a ferocious beast. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere redirected everyone's attention back to Su Jingming's livestream. In the footage, Su Jingming was standing on top of a bus, and below him were massive arm-blade tigers. Oh no, the senior has encountered a pack of ferocious beasts. A pack of arm-blade tigers. We're doomed. Why isn't the senior leaving yet? If he doesn't go now, it's really over. It's over, the arm-blade tigers have surrounded him. He can't escape. Why hasn't the senior activated the safety ball? This situation is very dangerous. Although Su Jingming's earlier performance had disappointed the students, he was still their senior. Therefore, when he faced the pack of ferocious beasts, all the students couldn't help but worry. When 5 arm-blade tigers lunged at Su Jingming, who hadn't activated his safety ball, some girls even covered their eyes in fear. However, the imagined scene of being devoured by the beasts did not occur. Instead, Su Jingming wielded the black obsidian spear, effortlessly knocking the 5 arm-blade tigers away with an invincible stance. What the hell? So fierce. At that moment, everyone in the audience felt their hearts skip a beat. A spear can be used like that? This strength is ridiculous. If an ordinary person swung a spear like that, they wouldn't just fail to injure the arm-blade tiger, they'd be crushed by its massive size. It seems this senior Su must have awakened a physical enhancement ability, otherwise, he couldn't achieve this level. In an instant, all the students' previous dissatisfaction with Su Jingming vanished. Next, Su Jingming transformed into a black shadow, wielding the black obsidian spear. Like the wind, he darted among the 5 arm-blade tigers, continuously advancing and slashing. His black spear, stained with the blood of the ferocious beasts, became incredibly crimson. No one felt uncomfortable witnessing this scene. Instead, they exclaimed in excitement. What a violent feeling, but I love it. Awesome. This feeling is so much more exhilarating than watching the light and airy light windsword. Every strike hits home. Such a domineering spear technique. Ferocious beasts are humanity's enemies. This is a consensus among everyone. Therefore, when the arm-blade tigers were slaughtered en masse, no one felt pity. Instead, it was immensely satisfying. Especially the tall, slender figure weaving through them, each strike exuding a unique sense of violence. This violence didn't seem bloody, rather, it was filled with beauty. It made these 16 and 17-year-olds, in the prime of their youth, feel their blood boil, their faces flushed. Phew, so satisfying. Awesome. So exhilarating. As expected of Senior Su, he's incredible. Wow, this is making my blood boil. I want to try wielding a spear myself. With the fall of the arm-blade Tiger King, the students in the audience, like satisfied gourmets after a feast, expressed their evaluations. At that moment, Su Jingming's ranking suddenly jumped to 6th place. 6th place, Su Jingming, 796 points, Jiangcheng. Second high school, what the hell, what's going on? How did the seniors' ranking jump to 6th place? The seniors' score just now was only 634 points. How did it suddenly increase by almost 160 points? Even if there are 4 or 5 first-tier ferocious beasts in there, it shouldn't be possible to score that high in one go, right? For a moment, everyone was puzzled. The score had increased too much. Wow! I just realized that the senior is no longer in the middle area but has entered the core area. A shout that came from somewhere made everyone instinctively check the map on the virtual screen. Sure enough, the area where Su Jingming was located was already in the red core area. I said the size of those arm blade tigers didn't seem right. It turns out they are not peak non-tier but first-tier ferocious beasts. So, the ferocious beasts the senior killed just now were all first-tier? Awesome! Killing first-tier ferocious beasts is like chopping vegetables. Originally, the students thought Su Jingming was still in the middle area and that these ferocious beasts were merely peak non-tier and first-tier. However, they didn't expect that Su Jingming had already entered the dangerous core area. He had just been fighting against first-tier, lower and middle-tier ferocious beasts. Actually, it wasn't their fault for not noticing it right away. The battle was just too intense. At the same time, they finally understood why Su Jingming hadn't taken action earlier. He was rushing to the core area. Even the first place, Qingfeng Swords Zhou Mingyang can only pull back and forth against such a group of ferocious beasts. How could he be as fierce as the senior, directly killing all the ferocious beasts in one go? Everyone instinctively compared Su Jingming with the first-ranked Zhou Mingyang. However, they found that even that star student Zhou Mingyang seemed unable to demonstrate such overwhelming dominance. One person against 10 arm blade tigers, and one of them is a first-tier middle-tier? This combat power is probably even stronger than Zhou Mingyang, right? Which teacher from Jiangqing Second High School taught Su Jingming to be so abnormal? In the audience outside the military district, when Su Jingming faced the group of ferocious beasts alone, he attracted the attention of all the teachers. However, they didn't think much of it, believing Su Jingming would simply run away. After all, since the competition began, no candidate had ever dared to challenge the group of ferocious beasts in the core area. However, the subsequent, almost crushing performance from him left the teachers and principal in shock. Especially Class 5's head teacher, Chen Fan, whose face turned red with excitement, clearly thrilled to the extreme. When students perform brilliantly, their head teacher also shares the glory. Su Jingming is actually this strong. Even the usually calm principal of Jiangqing Second High School couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of disbelief. His shooting is as swift as a dragon, fast as lightning. Advanced marksmanship. This is definitely advanced marksmanship. Director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, was equally excited, but his focus was on Su Jingming's shooting skills. You have to know, it takes ordinary people decades to practice a certain weapon skill to an intermediate level. To reach an advanced level, it would take at least half a lifetime. And Su Jingming is only 18 years old. What kind of genius is this? However, thinking of Su Jingming's special ability, he couldn't help but slap his thigh and sigh. Ah, what a pity. With the strength Su Jingming has shown so far, he is already stronger than Zhou Mingyang. If he had a better special ability, he might just break Jiangqing's long-standing records and break into the top 50 in Jiangnan province. However, Su Jingming's E-level ability was destined to leave the opponent powerless. Advanced marksmanship, no wonder it's so fierce. Su Jingming is only 18 at most, and he's already mastered advanced shooting skills? What incredible talent! Even the geniuses from provincial capitals can't possibly master advanced weapon techniques, right? Hearing the sigh of director Zhang Wenshan, many teachers finally reacted, and a wave of astonished sentiments swept through them. Principal Zhao, congratulations! It seems this year's top student in Jiangcheng will fall to your second high school. After that battle, anyone with eyes could see that Su Jingming's strength surpassed Zhou Mingyang's, and it was only a matter of time before he took first place. Although Principal Lu Hang of First High School felt reluctant, he still graciously congratulated Zhao Yao. You're too kind, Principal Lu. The exam isn't over yet, and the final results are still uncertain. First High School, the best school in Jiangcheng, not only rich in educational resources but also gathering the most outstanding students from the entire city. Every year, after the awakening of abilities, many excellent students from second high school transfer to first high school due to the generous conditions offered. Therefore, it would be impossible for Principal Zhao Yao of second high school to say he held no hostility towards first high school. However, first high school was simply too strong, leaving no opportunity for second high school to shine. Now, as the moment for second high school to overshadow first high school was approaching, Principal Zhao Yao was no longer anxious, speaking with great humility. Regardless, Su Jingming's strength is evident. Having two of our Jiangcheng students enter the top 100 in Jiangnan province is already quite good. After finally regaining his composure, Zhang Wenshan nodded at Zhao Yao. Your second high school has done well this time, nurturing such a student as Su Jingming. After the college entrance examination, I will propose to the city to commend your second high school. Thank you, Director Zhang. Zhao Yao's expression brightened.
For those like him, who chose to be principals with abilities, they had little hope of enhancing their own strength, focusing more on their careers.
A commendation would not only bring more resources to second high school but would also benefit him as the principal.
It wouldn't be impossible to advance further in the
future and enter the education bureau.
Su Jingming, you truly have given me a great surprise.
Zhao Yao felt a surge of emotion. He had never imagined that second high school would see such a day.
Just as Zhang Wenshan had predicted, in the following time,
Su Jingming's scores skyrocketed like a rocket. In less than an hour, he surpassed Zhou Mingyang and became first. At this moment,
the time had also reached 3 in the afternoon. This meant that in 6 hours, the martial arts college entrance examination would
conclude. In the core area of Ruins Town, within a dilapidated community,
more than a dozen ferocious beasts were divided into
2 camps, viciously battling each other as if they were lunch prey.
The 2 camps were the unicorn rhinoceros and the armblade tiger.
If both sides had equal numbers, the outcome would be a complete crushing victory for the unicorn rhinoceros. However, there
were 8 armblade tigers here, while the unicorn rhinoceroses numbered only 4.
In terms of strength, the gap between the 2 sides was not significant.
The armblade tigers had a slight advantage.
Because of this, although they had been fighting for a while,
inflicting numerous bloody wounds on each other, no ferocious beast had fallen.
Ferocious beasts are inherently brutal. Once they
start fighting, they won't stop until they have killed all their opponents.
However, at that moment, one of the armblade tigers sniffed
the air and suddenly halted its charge.
It crouched low and let out a threatening growl towards the community's entrance.
This growl triggered a chain reaction, causing all the armblade tigers and unicorn rhinoceroses present to stop their fighting in unison. Then he turned around, his head facing the entrance, a fierce look on his face, his body poised to charge at any moment.
Under
the watchful eyes of the ferocious beasts, a tall young human appeared slowly. The young man wore a black battle suit, with combat
boots on his feet,
his figure tall and slender. His eyes were clear and bright, yet sharp like a lone wolf. A thick, dark long spear
was casually slung over his shoulder, the sharp blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. 12 ferocious beasts, very good.
Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. This wave of beasts was the largest he had encountered in the past hour. He slapped the tail of the spear with his right hand, and the soaring black spear fell into Su Jingming's grasp. Just as he was about to charge into the group of beasts, he suddenly frowned, stopped in his tracks, and looked to the right.
There, in a dilapidated old building, he said, "Come out, I've found you."
Truly the first place, your senses are indeed sharp. A handsome young man with a long sword on his back stepped out from the shadows of the building.
Zhou Mingyang? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. This person was none other than the renowned star student Zhou Mingyang, who possessed B-level wind-type abilities.
Compared to his graceful appearance outside the martial
arts examination venue, Zhou Mingyang now looked somewhat travel-worn.
His hair was disheveled, and his battle suit was stained with dark red blood, the source of which was uncertain, whether his own or that of the beasts.
Of course, most of the candidates in
the examination venue were in a similar state. Su Jingming himself was no exception, though he had less blood splattered on him due
to using a spear. "But how did you know it was me?" Su Jingming asked, puzzled. He didn't think this famous star student would know about
him, a student from the second high school. There are only a few who dare to enter the core area. We are all old acquaintances. Now that a stranger suddenly appears, it can only be you, the first place, Zhou Mingyang explained with a smile.
"I see." Su Jingming nodded.
In the martial arts college entrance examination, candidates were not allowed to attack each other. If discovered, they would permanently lose their qualification. Moreover, both of them had tracking drones above them, so there was no need to worry
about Zhou Mingyang launching a sneak attack.
Su Jingming then lifted his spear and headed towards the nearby group of beasts.
"Wait, are you planning to take on this group of beasts alone?"
Zhou Mingyang was taken aback and quickly reached out to stop him.
"What? Do you want to compete with me for the kills?" Su Jingming's gaze turned dangerous.
For him, the beasts represented not only
points but also ability points. He could not let these beasts go to someone else.
Under Su Jingming's gaze, Zhou Mingyang felt as if he were being targeted by a powerful beast king, goosebumps rising on his skin.
What a fierce aura! Surprised, Zhou Mingyang quickly responded, "There are 2 mid-tier first-level beasts in there, you can't handle them alone. If we team up, we might have a chance." These were 2 different groups of beasts, each containing a mid-tier first-level king.
He had been hiding nearby, waiting for them to weaken each other before making his move. Now, although both groups of beasts were injured, they had not lost any members, and were in a frenzied and fierce state. Choosing this moment to attack would be tantamount to seeking death.
"No need, I can handle it alone."
Seeing that Zhou Mingyang was not trying to compete for kills but rather wanted to cooperate, Su Jingming's attitude improved significantly.
He patted Zhou Mingyang on the shoulder and then charged forward with his spear. "Hey, Zhou Mingyang,
Wanted to persuade him again, but seeing Su Jingming had already rushed out, he had no choice but to give up.
Well, since you are so confident, let me see what skills you really have.
Zhou Mingyang stood to the side with his sword drawn, focusing his gaze on Su
Jingming. If anything went wrong, he would quickly join the battle. However, the next scene left Zhou Mingyang wide-eyed. Su Jingming,
who charged into the beast horde, seemed to have unleashed a dual-wielding prowess.
The black spear in his hand moved like a phantom, each thrust claiming the life of a beast.
In less than 3 minutes, out of the 12 beasts in the arena, only 4 remained. Zhou Mingyang was shocked. Just 2 hours ago, he hadn't even known such a person existed. Yet, suddenly, the other
party rose like a comet.
Not only did he quickly break into the top 10, but just over 10 minutes ago, he had directly taken away
Zhou Mingyang's first place.
Naturally, Zhou Mingyang was very curious about such a fierce individual, even imagining what kind
of terrifying ability he might possess. Was it some kind of extremely powerful A-level ability?
However, the other party merely wielded that black spear, achieving a crushing victory that Zhou Mingyang hadn't even dared to imagine.
Gulp. Zhou Mingyang swallowed hard, feeling parched. Could it be that he possesses some kind of enhancement ability that I just can't see? Just as he was secretly
speculating, Su Jingming had quickly finished his harvest, the last Armblade Tiger King collapsing to the ground.
Kill a first-tier lower-level Unicorn Rhino, ability points plus 12.
Kill a first-tier lower-level Armblade Tiger, ability points plus 10.
Kill
a first-tier middle-level Armblade Tiger, ability points plus 15.
Listening to the series of prompts in his mind, Su Jingming wore an expression of enjoyment. This feeling was truly indescribable.
But once the martial arts college entrance exam is over, there won't be such good opportunities. So, I must seize the time. Su Jingming came back to his senses, greeted Zhou Mingyang,
and quickly left. By the time Zhou Mingyang reacted, Su Jingming had already darted 7 or 8 meters away. So he hurriedly shouted, Su Jingming, do you have an enhancement ability?
No, it's lightning type.
Su Jingming's voice came from afar, but his figure
had completely vanished from sight.
Lightning type? Zhou Mingyang was stunned. There was no sign of any lightning type just now.
Not wanting to tell me the type of ability, but it's not like you have to be so dismissive.
What a nasty character. Zhou Mingyang's expression was resentful. And that look just now, was he actually worried I'd steal his kills?
In this horde of
beasts, who besides a freak like you can handle them? Besides, with so many beasts in the core area, why worry about not having beasts to kill?
Speaking of which, I've been waiting here for over 10 minutes. If anyone's stealing kills, it's you stealing mine.
Given Su Jingming's nasty attitude, Zhou Mingyang left while still grumbling. After witnessing Su Jingming's ferocity, although
Zhou Mingyang complained, he was well aware that Su Jingming was indeed stronger than him. I don't even know where this monster popped up from. He doesn't seem like an ability user based on his aura. Yet, killing first-tier beasts is as easy as cutting vegetables. Silently grumbling a few times, Zhou Mingyang continued on his path of slaying beasts. He might not be able to match Su Jingming's strength, but he still had to hold on to that second place. Thus, he weaved through the core area, searching for beasts he
could take down.
The first 2 hours were fine. He occasionally encountered solitary first-tier middle-level beasts or small groups of 3 or 4 beasts. But by the 3rd hour, Zhou Mingyang clearly felt that the beasts on the road had diminished significantly. By the 4th hour, after wandering around the core area for a long time, he hadn't seen a single beast.
What's going on? Where have all the beasts gone?
Zhou Mingyang was stunned, venting his frustration by kicking a fist-sized stone by the roadside.
As an ability user, his strength was not to be underestimated.
The kicked stone shot out, crashing into a rusty iron advertisement board
with a thunderous bang.
If this had happened before, he would never have made such a move that would attract the attention of fierce beasts. But now, he actually hoped to draw some fierce beasts over. However, instead of attracting any fierce beasts, he caught the attention of a few humans. It was a group of 3, 2 men and 1 woman, who were walking towards him, waving from a distance.
Hey, Mingyang, what are you all doing together?
Zhou Mingyang looked at the 3 who had approached him with confusion.
Like him,
they were all students from the rocket class of first high school, all first-tier lower-level ability users.
They knew each other well, being old acquaintances.
Apart from him, the 3 occupied the other 3 spots in the top 5 of the martial arts rankings.
You'll have to ask Su Jingming about that.
The boy on the far right, who had a shaved head, shrugged helplessly.
Su Jingming
has killed all the fierce beasts in the core area. We couldn't find any beasts, so we had no choice but to team up.
The girl in the middle added in a soft and cute voice.
She was petite but carried a large knife with her, creating a striking contrast.
We've been wandering around here for over half an hour. When we heard a noise, we thought it was a fierce beast. We rushed over excitedly, only to find it was you.
The boy on the left with long hair shook his head and sighed.
Su Jingming killed all the fierce beasts? How is that possible? Zhou Mingyang frowned, instinctively choosing not to believe it.
After all, there were at least 3 to 400 fierce beasts released in the core area to prepare for the martial arts college entrance exam.
With so many beasts, it was
Simply impossible to kill them all in just a few short hours. It's obvious you haven't checked the rankings in a long time. Here, take a look at Su Jingming's score for yourself. The bald boy opened his smartwatch, and with a buzz, the ranking interface was projected into the air. First place, Su Jingming, 3,435 points. Second High School of Jiangcheng. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1103 points. First High School of Jiangcheng. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points. First High School of Jiangcheng, 3/3,400 points? Looking at the terrifying score of the first place Su Jingming, the usually graceful Zhou Mingyang nearly popped his eyes out. Now you know why we said Su Jingming killed all the fierce beasts, right? The bald boy closed the virtual projection with a bitter smile. The score for killing a first-tier lower-level fierce beast is around 14 to 16 points, while killing a first-tier middle-level fierce beast earns about 20 to 22 points. Even if you subtract the 700 points he earned in the central area, he still has over 2,500 points left. This means Su Jingming alone killed nearly 200 fierce beasts in the core area. And the few of us also killed quite a few, so together we must have wiped out all the fierce beasts in the core area. This explanation left Zhou Mingyang stunned. Once he entered the exam hall, he had only thought about killing as many fierce beasts as possible to score higher. But he had never considered that there could be a time when all the fierce beasts were killed. Damn! No wonder Su Jingming was so afraid of being robbed of kills earlier. He must have thought of this long ago. Thinking back to his initial conversation with Su Jingming, Zhou Mingyang felt like 100,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. 3,435 points. This score is insane. Su Jingming is at least in the top 10 of Jiangnan province. Top 10. Top 10. When has Jiangcheng ever had such a good result? He broke the record. Su Jingming has broken our Jiangcheng record. While Zhou Mingyang was shocked by Su Jingming's score in the examination room, the principal and teachers outside were overjoyed. 34-35 points guaranteed that Su Jingming would break into the top 10 of Jiangnan province. This score was also the best ever recorded in Jiangcheng's history. I never expected that Su Jingming could achieve such a level with just that long spear. Principal Zhao Yao of the second high school felt a rush of heat throughout his body, unable to contain his excitement. What does it mean to be in the top 10 of Jiangnan province? Those are the prodigies that the top 10 ability schools in the country would fight to recruit. A Qilin emerges from the fields. I never thought Jiangcheng could have a student like Su Jingming. Director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, was also grinning from ear to ear. At this moment, he no longer cared that Su Jingming was merely an E-level ability user. After all, with such a score, even an F-level ability user would have schools vying for them. But Su Jingming is really something. In just 3 or 4 hours, he almost wiped out all the ferocious beasts in the core area. It seems he might not just be a combat fanatic in the future. Zhou Mingyang and the others had no idea how many ferocious beasts were released in the core area. As the director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan certainly knew. A total of 450 first-tier low-level ferocious beasts and 40 first-tier mid-level ferocious beasts were released in the core area. Excluding the number of beasts that killed each other and those killed by Zhou Mingyang and his 3 companions, Su Jingming alone had killed nearly half of the ferocious beasts in the entire core area. And this all happened within just 3 or 4 hours, which was enough to illustrate the terrifying strength of Su Jingming. Su Jingming's parents died in the beast tide when he was young. Perhaps that's why he harbors such hatred for ferocious beasts, class teacher Chen Fan added. I see, Zhang Wenshan nodded in realization, his expression turning cold. One day, we humans will eliminate all the ferocious beasts. Don't worry, that day will come, Principal Zhao Yao also added coldly, thinking of the brutality of the ferocious beasts. Oh, you've met Su Jingming? Tell us, what kind of ability does he have? Inside the examination room, when they heard that Zhou Mingyang had met Su Jingming, several people around immediately became interested. I can't be sure about the type of ability, but his physique is very strong, with a blood value of at least 180 points. Zhou Mingyang shook his head, sharing his guess. 180 points of blood? No wonder he's so fierce, the bald boy exclaimed in amazement. The blood value of ordinary awakened individuals is only around 100 points. They, as first-tier low-level ability users, only have blood values of a little over 130 points. A blood value of 180 points is an unattainable goal for them. With such a strong physique, he's most likely a strengthening type ability user. Having such a blood value after awakening a strengthening ability is still acceptable, the long-haired boy feigned indifference, but his tone was somewhat sour. No, Su Jingming is still just an awakened individual. Zhou Mingyang shook his head. Again, he did not deny the long-haired boy's speculation that Su Jingming possessed a strengthening type ability. After all, he thought the same. An awakened individual? The petite girl with the big knife exclaimed, so, are we several ability users not even as good as an awakened individual? Her words immediately silenced everyone present. After a while, Zhou Mingyang finally said,
Softly, I have to say, Meng Di, you still know how to hit the nail on the head. Meng Di was the only girl among their group of ability users, awakened with a strengthening type B-level ability, currently ranked 4th. I was just startled. Meng Di stuck out her tongue. Her cute appearance contrasted sharply with the big knife she was holding, but Zhou Mingyang and the others had grown accustomed to it. Su Jingming, you're really something else. You're already so powerful at the Awakener stage. The bald boy's expression was complicated. After a pause, he added, but what should we do next? There's still about an hour and a half until the college entrance exam ends. The core area's beasts have all been killed. Are we really going to head back to the central area? During the martial arts college entrance exam, everyone was racing against time to kill as many beasts as possible to earn more points. With an hour and a half left, they certainly couldn't afford to just wander around. It takes at least half an hour to get to the central area, and we'd waste too much time on the way. Besides, most of the beasts in the central area are peak low tier, and the points earned from killing them aren't very high. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Mingyang said, instead of going back to the central area, we might as well try heading to the most core area together. The most core area? Everyone's heart skipped a beat at his words. The beasts in the most core area were all at least first tier upper level, and there were even second tier beast kings. With such a lineup of beasts, even as first tier lower level ability users entering there would pose a significant risk to their lives. Going into the most core area alone is tantamount to seeking death, but if the 4 of us join forces, it might be worth a try. The bald boy hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. The martial arts college entrance exam was a one-time deal for a lifetime. Although for them as ability users, failing the exam wouldn't be that serious, they wouldn't give up on the chance to get into a better university. I have no objections, said the petite girl Meng Di with a giggle. It seems we have no other choice. The long-haired boy nodded as well. Alright, let's hurry and set off, Zhou Mingyang, a decisive person, said and immediately led the 3 others away quickly. In a certain part of the ruins town, core area, Su Jingming walked along the road with a long gun slung over his shoulder. This used to be a city street, but now the concrete ground was cracked and weeds had taken over, presenting a desolate scene. The buildings and shops on both sides were in utter disrepair. However, Su Jingming paid no attention to the surrounding environment. His focus was entirely on his system panel, level, Awakener, ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 181 Vitality, plus, Spirit, 182 E, plus, Skill, Marksmanship, Advanced plus, Lightning Gale Break, Beginner plus, Ability Points. 2413 ability points. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. This was all he had gained since entering the core area. Such a number of ability points was nothing short of astonishing. However, even so, there was still no plus sign appearing next to his level. This confirmed for him that it was indeed because he hadn't yet cultivated the ability cultivation method that he couldn't transform into an ability user. But with that said, I've already killed most of the beasts in the core area. To continue earning ability points, I must head to the most core area. But there are second-tier beasts there. I need to strengthen my power a bit before going. Su Jingming clicked on the plus sign next to the combat skill Lightning Gale Break. Ability points minus 100. Lightning Gale Break Beginner. Intermediate. Ability points minus 200. Lightning Gale Break Intermediate Advanced. Su Jingming spent 300 ability points in one go, directly upgrading the combat skill to advanced. In an instant, this skill felt as if he had practiced it thousands of times, becoming incredibly proficient. Now, I feel more confident in dealing with that second-tier beast. Although he had a lot of ability points, Su Jingming didn't lavishly use them to enhance his basic attributes. He only raised his vitality to 180 points at the beginning, and now upgraded his combat skill. He could be considered very frugal. On one hand, because ability points are precious, once the martial arts college entrance examination is over, there will be no more opportunities to harvest ability points like this. On the other hand, once they enter the university for ability users, these ability points will have great use. Of course, the most important thing is that with his current strength, he is already capable of dealing with the second-tier ferocious beasts in the most core area, and there is no need for further enhancement. After finishing the points allocation and downing the last 2 energy bars in his backpack to replenish his stamina, Su Jingming glanced at the map and strode towards the direction of the most core area. Compared to the entire map of the martial arts college entrance examination, the most core area can be said to be pitifully small, almost just a tiny dot. However, in reality, it is not just a small dot but an entire residential community. This is a community called Jinshi Garden, where dozens of ferocious beasts reside in the open space. Unlike ordinary groups of ferocious beasts, these beasts are of various kinds, including shadow cats, iron-haired pigs, and even unicorn rhinoceroses. It is important to know that ferocious beasts are inherently brutal, and different tribes will view each other as prey. For such a large number of different species of ferocious beasts to coexist harmoniously in a group, there must be a beast king suppressing everything. And this beast king is a gray bear lying in the deepest part of the open space. Unlike ordinary gray bears, this gray bear is enormous, resembling a tank. Its eyes are blood red, as if hiding a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Just by resting there, this ferocious beast exudes a terrifying aura. At this moment, Zhou Mingyang and his group had already arrived nearby. Standing on the rooftop of a building, they looked down.
When they saw the gray bear resting below, everyone's expression changed.
Is that a bloodthirsty violent bear? Zhou Mingyang's face turned grim.
There are also differences in strength among different ferocious beasts. For example, even if both are first tier, a shadow cat could never defeat a unicorn rhinoceros.
This is the suppression of species. The bloodthirsty violent bear
is also known for being a rare group among ferocious beasts, and it is very difficult to deal with.
Not to mention its exaggerated and terrifying strength. Just its thick fur, all coiled together, is tougher than E-grade alloy. Even missiles cannot easily shatter it. This is troublesome. Zhou Mingyang couldn't help but smile wryly.
If it were any other ordinary second-tier ferocious beast, the four of them combined might be able to hold out for a while. But against the strength of the bloodthirsty violent bear, with its bare paw as large as a big iron pot coming down, everyone would be doomed. They wouldn't even be able to withstand it. There's another possibility, which is that as soon as we enter the community, we won't even need the bloodthirsty violent bear to make a move. We could be wiped out directly by the first-tier high-level ferocious beasts rushing at us. The bald young man curled his lip. The four of them, even when united, could only handle 3 or 4 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts at most.
But down below,
in the open space of the community, there are more than 30 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts.
This means that whether it's the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear or the remaining first-tier high-level ferocious beasts, they are all foes they dare not provoke.
The difference in ferocious beast configurations between the most core area and the core area is too great.
The strongest
in the core area is only a mid-tier first tier, but in the most core area, the strongest ferocious beast is second tier, not to mention that even these ordinary ferocious beasts are all first tier high level. How are we supposed to play this?
The petite girl Meng Di pouted unhappily.
I heard before the exam that the question setter for our martial arts college entrance examination this
year is old Lu, and I didn't believe it.
Now it seems that this kind of perverse ferocious beast combination must be his doing. The long-haired boy gritted his teeth.
The question setters for the martial arts college entrance examination in Jiangnan province rotate every year.
Old Lu, the question setter, is known to be a ruthless person among many.
The martial arts college entrance examination he arranged has a death rate more than double that of other years. The first-tier high-level ferocious beasts and second-tier
ferocious beasts in the most core area are a fixed pairing for the National Martial Arts College entrance examination.
It's just that old Lu replaced it with the more difficult-to-handle bloodthirsty violent bear. We can't blame anyone else, we can only blame our lack of strength. Zhou Mingyang sighed. The martial arts college entrance examination is inherently a selection of the best among the best, and the most core area is akin to the final major question in a math exam.
Only those who can solve this major question can be considered true prodigies.
He was the genius of Jiangcheng, admired by many, but in the entire Jiangnan province, he didn't even qualify to touch this final exam question.
Speaking of which, that guy Su Jingming has been working his ass off for half a day, putting in so much effort just to score over 3,000 points.
Yet, it's still not as fast as killing this second-tier ferocious beast and over 30 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts.
The long-haired youth smirked slightly, his expression
somewhat gleeful.
The points for killing ferocious beasts in the most core area are much higher than those in the core area.
Killing a first-tier high-level ferocious beast grants 100 points. If one can kill the final second-tier ferocious beast, they can earn a whopping 4,000 points in one go.
What humanity needs are powerful warriors with outstanding combat strength. What's the use of killing
so many lowly beasts?
The long-haired boy clearly harbored some resentment towards Su Jingming.
Zhou Mingyang frowned at his words, but ultimately said nothing. After all, it was the truth.
The martial arts college entrance examination requires fierce and
powerful warriors, not mere killing machines that only know how to slay low-tier ferocious beasts, just like in today's Blue Star.
Although ferocious beasts are rampant, as long as the 9th-tier beast emperor in the ferocious beast clan is killed, the remaining beasts will fall apart without a fight.
And if the beast emperor isn't killed, it doesn't matter how many ordinary ferocious beasts one slays.
It is precisely for this reason that the martial arts college entrance examination sets the points for ferocious beasts
in the most core area so high.
This way, as long as one kills a second-tier ferocious beast, they can earn points that dominate the
entire field. Moreover, the second-tier ferocious beast is also a target that the top candidates in the province aim to conquer. However, even though he thought this way, Zhou Mingyang silently added in his heart, what use is Su Jingming? Does that mean we, with scores lower than his, are even more useless? He thought this in his heart, but since they would be fighting side by side later, he didn't refute it. Alright, enough talk. Let's go down and see if we can lure out a few first-tier high-level ferocious beasts. The open area where the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear was stationed definitely couldn't be entered directly. Therefore, Zhou Mingyang's strategy was to lure them out one by one, killing as many as they could. Of course, it was also possible that not a single one would be lured out. If that were the case, this group of people would have no choice but to return to the central area. Time to get to work. TSK, going to the place where the second-tier ferocious beast is stationed to lure beasts, isn't that just courting death? Hee, even if it's courting death, don't we still have to give it a try? The few of them teased each other as they prepared to head downstairs. However, at that moment, a black figure rushed in quickly from a distance. The figure moved swiftly, like a cheetah, and in just a few seconds, it arrived at the entrance of the Jin's garden community. Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang's gaze sharpened. Although he was on the 8th floor, he still spotted the figure below as Su Jingming, whom he had met before, thanks to the powerful vision of an ability user. Su Jingming is here too? Where? Su Jingming? I want to see what kind of person he really is. Unlike Zhou Mingyang, Meng Di, and the others had never encountered Su Jingming. So, upon hearing Zhou Mingyang's voice, the few who had already reached the stairway quickly turned back to look down. When an awakened transforms into a supernatural being, not only does their ability get enhanced, but their physical fitness also improves accordingly. Therefore, the height of the 8th floor is nothing to them, allowing them to see the figures below clearly. Below, in the open space of the community, a young man stands there. The young man is tall and has a resolute appearance, with eyes as sharp as an eagle. Having faced countless battles, the black combat suit he wears is stained dark red in large patches. Behind him, he carries a black long spear, its once sharp blade now resembling a kitchen knife that is chopped through too many bones, becoming uneven and battered. It is precisely because of this spear that the young man's steady yet powerful aura gains an additional layer of ferocity. What? A handsome guy. No matter the time, women are always emotional beings. Thus, the moment Meng Di saw Su Jingming, her beautiful eyes lit up. For an F-class spear to be used in such a battered state, it's hard to imagine how many ferocious beasts he has killed. The bald boy marveled at the weapon's condition. It's important to note that F-class alloy is incredibly hard, and for it to be used like this indicates the frequency and brutality of the battles. Daring to appear in front of a pack of ferocious beasts like this, isn't that asking for death? The long-haired boy snorted coldly. Roar! Oh, what? Sure enough, due to Su Jingming's appearance, the ferocious beasts below quickly became agitated. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts roared and charged at him. It's over. He has stirred up the pack of beasts. Meng Di exclaimed in shock. How could Su Jingming be so reckless? Zhou Ming furrowed his brow. At this distance, even if they wanted to help, it would be too late. By the time they rushed down, Su Jingming would probably be dead beyond saving. What else could it be? The confidence brought by being first, not knowing the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. The long-haired boy sneered, his gaze fixed below. He's actually using a spear. But that spear of his probably won't save him. Just as he said, at first, Su Jingming could handle the few ferocious beasts that charged at him. But soon, he was overwhelmed by the subsequent beasts, his figure quickly swallowed by the mass of ferocious creatures. Su Jingming, he can't just die like this, right? Looking at the figure that disappeared into the pack of beasts, Zhou Ming found it hard to believe. The other party had risen like a comet in just a few hours. And now, was he to fall like a shooting star? The most important question was, what was Su Jingming thinking? Knowing that the core area was filled with first-tier high-level and second-tier ferocious beasts, how could he dare to swagger in front of them? Speaking of which, he really was deceiving me. He never used his lightning-type ability from start to finish. Forget it, when a person dies, it's like a light going out. If he deceived me, then so be it. Zhou Ming and Su Jingming were merely acquaintances, and he didn't feel much concern for the others' safety. At most, he was just puzzled by the others' foolish behavior. Just then, Zhou Ming and the others suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts. A deep and authoritative voice rang in their ears, divine thunder. In the next moment, accompanied by a chaotic and piercing thunderclap, a purple shockwave suddenly surged from the center of the pack of ferocious beasts in their line of sight. Bang! The ferocious beasts that came into contact with this shockwave were all struck as if by a heavy blow, their bodies turning charred and flying back 4 to 5 meters. The originally dense pack of beasts seemed to have been lightly erased like a doodle, instantly clearing a space. In the center of the clearing stood Su Jingming, his tall and slender figure resembling a war god. Around his body, purple lightning swirled, as if welcoming the arrival of their king, constantly cheering and leaping in joy. At that moment, Zhou Ming and the others suddenly realized what just happened was not a shockwave, but a high-pressure electric net formed by purple thunder. What? Staring at the figure in the center of the open space, resembling a thunder god, Zhou Mingyang was dumbfounded. After a while, he finally reacted and murmured, Su Jingming, truly a lightning-type ability. Crackle, crackle, in the center of the open space, centered around Su Jingming, the purple thunder spread out over 3 meters. The sound of thunder was as piercing as thousands of birds chirping at once. The terrifying thunder seemed to turn the area around Su Jingming into a forbidden zone. For life. 3 meters away were the charred remains of fierce beasts that had been electrocuted. Within 3 meters, there was only Su Jingming, who was surrounded by lightning, as if he were the ruler. Indeed, relying solely on physical strength to deal with so many first-tier high-level fierce beasts is still a bit forced. Su Jingming raised his left hand, somewhat intoxicated, watching the purple arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. The power and level of abilities are closely related to the two fundamental attributes. Although he was still just an awakened, his 180 points of vitality and spirit made his purple thunder much stronger than when he first awakened. It could even inflict significant damage on first-tier high-level fierce beasts. This is an S-class ability, domineering and powerful. Su Jingming looked ahead. The serious injuries and near-death state of more than 10 fierce beasts had already attracted the attention of the Beast King in the area, the bloodthirsty violent bear, which stood up from its resting position. At 5 meters tall, combined with a width of over 3 meters, it resembled a heavy tank. Imagine the oppressive feeling of a heavy tank standing upright. This was the scene Su Jingming was facing. Rare fierce beast, bloodthirsty violent bear. This year's martial arts college entrance exam is indeed unusually difficult. Su Jingming licked his lips. In the summer of Jiangnan, the sunset comes a little later. The slanting sun cast its rays on the bloodthirsty violent bear, projecting a long shadow on the ground. With its back to the light, Su Jingming couldn't clearly see the bear's face, but its pair of blood-red eyes carried a powerful sense of oppression. Under the influence of this aura, the remaining 10 or so fierce beasts, which had initially shrunk back in fear of Su Jingming's might, became bold again. They crouched low, bared their teeth, and let out growls and roars. This scene would be quite suitable for a horror movie, but when the fight breaks out, these little monsters might be a bit of a hassle. In that case, let's clear the field first. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. The purple thunder that had originally only been active on the surface of his body, under his control, actually penetrated directly into his body. Buzz, it was as if he had been injected with a powerful stimulant, and Su Jingming's body trembled violently. Then, his clear and spirited eyes were filled with purple thunder, and at the same time, an incredibly vast power surged from his limbs and bones. This is the feeling. A wild and unrestrained smile spread across Su Jingming's sharply defined face. Abilities are a kind of power inherent to humans, just like using an arm with ease. Therefore, besides the more refined methods of using abilities like combat techniques, there are also more crude ways to utilize them. For example, Zhou Mingyang's wind-type ability can be used casually to reduce air resistance and increase running speed. Similarly, his earlier explosion of purple thunder could achieve effects similar to a powerful plasma cannon. And this current state was also a basic application of lightning-type abilities. By guiding the thunder into his body and stimulating all his cells, he could significantly enhance his physical condition. Su Jingming had previously tried using the E-class ability, weak electricity, to stimulate his body, but aside from causing a tingling sensation, it had no other effects. But now, switching to the S-class purple thunder was completely different. Su Jingming could feel the Zhixiao divine thunder surging within him like a river, enhancing his physique to an extraordinarily abnormal level. Of course, this was not a combat skill. Moreover, the thunder coursing through his body was quite dangerous. A moment of carelessness could damage his meridians. Therefore, Su Jingming could not maintain this state for long. However, it's more than enough to deal with you ferocious beasts, Su Jingming smirked. In the next moment, lightning flickered, and his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside a first-tier high-level unicorn rhinoceros. With a spear in hand, he drew a purple-black trajectory through the air like a flash of lightning. Before the unicorn rhinoceros could react, a line of blood appeared on its neck. Then, its massive head smoothly fell to the ground. Its skin, as hard as steel, provided no protection at that moment. Blood gushed out from its neck like a fountain. With the robust vitality of a first-tier high-level beast, even if its abdomen was pierced, it could still move. But losing its head left it utterly helpless. The headless body of the unicorn rhinoceros collapsed into the pool of blood. Roar! Seeing the unicorn rhinoceros killed before him, the bloodthirsty violent bear could no longer contain itself. With a furious roar, it charged at Su Jingming. Although the bloodthirsty violent bear was massive, it was not slow. It leaped forward, covering more than 30 meters in the blink of an eye. Rather than running, it was more accurate to say it was flying. However, despite the bear's speed, Su Jingming was even faster. Empowered by the Zhixiao divine thunder, he transformed into a purple-black phantom, weaving through the pack of ferocious beasts. Each time he struck, the black shining spear, surrounded by purple lightning, claimed the life of a beast. Ding! Killed a first-tier high-level beast, unicorn rhinoceros, ability points plus 15. Ding! Killed a first-tier high-level beast, shadow cat, ability points plus 13. Ding! Killed a first-tier high-level beast, blade tiger, ability points plus 14. A series of system notification sounds echoed in Su Jingming's mind. Accompanying them was the furious rage of the bloodthirsty violent bear, which could not catch Su Jingming. What kind of lightning-type ability is this? So fierce? On the rooftop, Zhou Mingyang and his group were all dumbfounded. Just the explosion of the ability has severely injured and nearly killed a first-tier high-level beast. And Su Jingming is merely an awakener. Even an A-level ability shouldn't reach this intensity, right? The petite girl, Meng Di, swallowed hard. Thanks to the development of the internet, she had seen A-level lightning-type ability users before. However, even the pressure from those high-level A-class lightning users was not as strong as the pressure Su Jingming exuded at that moment. Stronger than A-level abilities. Could it be? Zhou Mingyang and the bald boy exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, S-level? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Mingyang shook his head in denial. No, that's not right. If he were truly an S-level ability user, the entire Great Xia Nation would have been shaken since the day he awakened his ability. Moreover, in the current situation, it's hard to conceal one's ability level. The awakening of abilities was uniformly arranged by the state, and each awakener's abilities were recorded in the National Information Database. If there were truly an S-level ability, the state would have long intervened to send him for elite training. How could he still be in this resource-poor Jiangcheng No. 2 high school? Could it be an ability mutation? The bald youth asked tentatively. Ability mutation? Zhou Mingyang pondered for a moment and nodded. There is indeed that possibility. The world is vast and there are wonders everywhere. Although ability mutations are rare, they have occurred before. Once upon a time, there were cases where D-level abilities accidentally mutated into A-level abilities. But no matter what, after today, the entire Jiang city will probably be shaken by him. Looking at the long spear downstairs, charging through the beast horde, the domineering black figure clearing the area, Zhou Mingyang's expression was incredibly complex. Outside the examination hall, when Su Jingming appeared alone in front of the bloodthirsty violent bear beast horde, a wave of gasps erupted in the military districts. Open space. What is Su Jingming doing? How did he directly appear in the beast's line of sight? Zhou Mingyang and the others knew to hide and observe from a high place. Why is Su Jingming being so reckless? Run! Run fast! The director of the Education Bureau and several principals, all second-tier ability users, had sharp eyes. They had long seen Su Jingming's strength and knew he could handle 2 or 3 first-tier high-level beasts. But to deal with dozens of first-tier high-level beasts at the same time was nothing short of a fool's dream. Not to mention there was an even more terrifying second-tier beast, the bloodthirsty violent bear, which he could not contend with. So when they saw Su Jingming appear without any concealment in the most critical area, the director and the principals immediately panicked. Many teachers from the second high school were shouting to run, but unfortunately, Su Jingming in the footage couldn't hear them at all. Instead, he had stirred up the beast horde and was engulfed by them. Su Jingming is too confident, daring to swagger into the most critical area like this. The director shook his head, his expression grave. Even if Su Jingming could miraculously survive, once the martial arts college entrance examination was over, such reckless behavior would surely be looked down upon by the admissions offices of various ability colleges. This is it, the only genius our school has finally produced. Is he really going to fall like this? The principal of the second high school, Zhao Yao, looked ashen. Doesn't Su Jingming still have the safety ball? Said the homeroom teacher Chen Fan hastily. Let's not even talk about whether he can activate the safety ball in this situation. Even if he does, the high-voltage electric net released wouldn't withstand the trampling of these first-tier high-level beasts. Principal Zhao Yao shook his head and turned to the commander of this martial arts college entrance examination. Commander Wang, please arrange for the nearest ability user team to prepare for rescue. In order to preserve the lives of the candidates as much as possible, in addition to the safety ball, another measure was the rescue teams of ability users distributed throughout the examination area. Unlike the inexperienced candidates, these rescue teams were all elites, tempered by the fires of battle. Their formations were very reasonable. Although they were all first tier, the entire team combined could hold their own against second-tier beasts. Of course, such elite rescue teams were few and far between in the entire military district, often reserved for rescuing candidates with great potential in the martial arts college entrance examination. Su Jingming, currently ranked first, clearly qualified for the use of an elite rescue team. Okay. Commander Wang nodded and opened the communication device to prepare to contact the rescue team. I hope Su Jingming can hold on until the rescue team arrives, sighed Principal Zhao Yao. It was at this moment that the projection screen belonging to Su Jingming suddenly blazed with light. Countless purple lightning surged forth centered around Su Jingming. All the surrounding beasts were charred black under this violent thunder, directly flung away. Immediately after, Su Jingming seemed to transform into a thunder god, his eyes crackling with electricity, purple lightning dancing across his body. Holding a long spear, he began to slaughter among the beast horde. The second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear chased behind but could never land a hit. It could only watch as Su Jingming harvested among the beasts. The entire battle scene completed a miraculous turnaround in just an instant. The director and the principals were left dumbfounded by this sudden reversal. Is this Su Jingming's lightning-type ability? Principal Zhao Yao gasped, and the director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, was also stunned. Principal Zhao, you call this an E-level ability? You must be joking with me, right? In the core area of Ruins Town, with the enhancement of the purple sky divine thunder, Su Jingming was walking the bloodthirsty violent bear as if it were a dog. The bloodthirsty violent bear seemed to realize that its speed was insufficient to catch up with Su Jingming, so it simply stopped chasing. Its massive body settled in the center of the community's open space, its crimson eyes fixed on Su Jingming's figure. Every time Su Jingming killed a fierce beast, the bloodthirsty aura emanating from it intensified. There were a total of 34 first-tier high-level fierce beasts present. Among them, 13 had already been severely injured and on the brink of death, their bodies charred black from the initial assault on Su Jingming thanks to the explosive electric strikes of the purple sky divine thunder. As for the remaining 21 fierce beasts, they were consecutively killed by Su Jingming, who had activated his cellular enhancement state. In just a minute, crackle, a flash of lightning appeared, and Su Jingming, holding a long spear with thunder crackling around him, materialized about 8 meters in front of the bloodthirsty violent bear. Quite clever, knowing I would come for you and just waiting here, Su Jingming said, his eyes filled with purple lightning, truly a pair of electrifying eyes. At this moment, the bloodthirsty violent bear was clearly furious, its nostrils flaring. Its muscular chest heaved dramatically with each intense breath. Its pair of crimson eyes were icy cold. Such a scene would likely terrify any ability user with weaker mental fortitude. However, Su Jingming remained unfazed, his left hand grasping at the air, like a god of thunder who dominated everything. The surrounding purple sky divine thunder quickly converged, forming a bolt of purple lightning. Zap! The purple lightning was hurled by Su Jingming, striking the bloodthirsty violent bear with a resounding boom. This terrifying thunder, capable of instantly killing a first-tier high-level fierce beast, nearly danced across the surface of the bloodthirsty violent bear's body. Aside from making it look even more ferocious, it seemed to have little effect. No wonder it's a rare species among second-tier fierce beasts. Its defense is quite strong, Su Jingming noted, his gaze sharpening. Unlike ordinary domesticated pets, the bloodthirsty violent bear never cleans its fur. This leads to its fur easily matting together, forming a protective layer akin to armor. This fur armor's strength could rival that of E-grade alloys. More importantly, it was also non-conductive. Although the purple sky divine thunder was powerful, Su Jingming was still just an awakener. It was indeed a bit challenging to inflict damage on a second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear by crossing 2 major tiers. Looks like I need to find a way to break its defense first. As Su Jingming pondered this, the bloodthirsty violent bear was not idle. Roar! It let out a low growl, and its violent blood energy materialized around its body. Like a super scion, the red energy formed an upward current. Then, its entire body suddenly swelled, the veins on its fierce bear face bulging. The ground beneath it trembled slightly under the influence of this powerful energy. Following that, it exerted force with its legs, creating a deep pit in the ground. Its massive, tower-like form leaped toward Su Jingming. What the hell? Do you know what it feels like when a tiger tank is coming down on you? Su Jingming had that kind of déjà vu. His expression changed, and he quickly dodged to the side. Bang! The bloodthirsty violent bear crashed down at the spot where Su Jingming had been standing, and the already weathered concrete floor could no longer withstand the impact. Cracks spread out from the bloodthirsty violent bear, and dust flew everywhere. As the dust settled, the bloodthirsty violent bear, resembling a super scion, reappeared in Su Jingming's line of sight. Starting off with a rampage, it seems it really can't wait to kill me, Su Jingming exclaimed in astonishment. Rare and high-level ferocious beasts often possess skills similar to human combat techniques, and rampage is a relatively common skill among ferocious beasts. According to research, during the rampage, the limited intelligence of the ferocious beast is completely obliterated, transforming it into a killing machine that acts solely on instinct. Correspondingly, in a rampaging state, the physical strength of the ferocious beast is significantly enhanced. Generally, ferocious beasts only enter rampage mode when they are desperate. But this battle had just begun, and the bloodthirsty violent bear had already gone into a rampage. Clearly, it was quite angered by Su Jingming's earlier dog-walking antics. But I'm not an idiot. Whether or not it's in rampage mode, I won't confront you head-on, Su Jingming thought. His original vitality was as high as 180 points, and with the activation of his cells, it surged even more, granting him astonishing strength. However, even so, he had no intention of clashing directly with the bloodthirsty violent bear. At just 1.86 meters tall, while the bear was already over 6 meters high, wasn't that just asking for death? The best approach is still to rely on agility.
In a flash of lightning, Su Jingming, holding his spear, blurred and vanished from his original spot. The bloodthirsty violent bear instinctively sensed something was off. Before it could react, it felt a sharp pain in its leg. With a slash, a large, deep wound, crackling with purple arcs of electricity, suddenly erupted from the bear's left leg. Bright red blood gushed out like a geyser from the artery in its leg. Roar! In pain, the massive fist of the bloodthirsty violent bear swung down towards the tiny human figure at its feet. Compared to the bear's towering height of over 6 meters, Su Jingming, at just 1.86 meters, was clearly much more agile. Coupled with the continuous stimulation of his cells by the purple sky divine thunder, he was receiving a constant flow of power. In this situation, Su Jingming's agility was terrifying. Thus, before the bear's fist could reach him, Su Jingming had already dodged to its right leg. Compared to the purple sky divine thunder, the sharp black obsidian spear was evidently more capable of breaking through defenses. Su Jingming repeated his maneuver, slashing the spear and leaving a long wound on the bear's right leg. At this moment, the clumsy bloodthirsty violent bear hadn't even managed to catch sight of him. Roar! The intense pain from its leg wounds sent the bloodthirsty violent bear into a frenzy, swinging its massive paws and launching indiscriminate attacks. However, at this point, Su Jingming had already dodged to the side. Boom! The frenzied bloodthirsty violent bear was like a rampaging demolition machine, smashing many ferocious beast corpses on the ground into pulp. It was at this moment that Su Jingming pushed the purple sky divine thunder to its limits. Countless purple lightning bolts erupted from his body, striking the bloodthirsty violent bear. The bear's speed was already inferior to Su Jingming's, and now with its legs injured, it was even slower. Although the bear lost all intelligence in its rampaging state, its basic instincts still understood that the thunder could not inflict fatal harm, so it simply hunkered down in place, adopting a defensive posture. Zzzzz. Boom! Thus, the purple sky divine thunder rained down for nearly half a minute. The bear's grayish-white fur was scorched black from the bombardment. It should be about time. Su Jingming's figure flickered and appeared less than 3 meters in front of the bloodthirsty violent bear. 3 meters was merely a small step forward for the bear to reach and attack. However, just as it moved its legs, intending to vent its anger on the tiny human before it, it was shocked to find that its legs seemed to have disappeared, completely unresponsive. Even more terrifying was that its arms felt incredibly heavy, unable to lift at all. Did you really think that enduring my purple sky divine thunder for over half a minute would mean nothing? Su Jingming shook his head. The bloodthirsty violent bear had strong fur defenses, but just now, the black radiant spear had already breached its defenses at the legs. During that half-minute of bombardment, although a lot of lightning was blocked, a significant amount still entered the bloodthirsty violent bear's body through the wounds, paralyzing its nerves. And this was exactly the effect Su Jingming wanted. Unable to move. Then you are just a live target now. Su Jingming gripped his spear and began his counterattack. The 50-kilogram black radiance spear was swung, the spearhead wrapped in lightning striking continuously. Put, put. Surrounded by purple lightning, Su Jingming, enveloped by the ancient source of thunder from the purple sky divine thunder, seemed like a deity at that moment. The spear transformed into a phantom, and in just 3 or 4 seconds, it left dozens of bull-sized wounds on the bloodthirsty violent bear. Within the wounds, countless flashes of lightning flickered, causing secondary damage. If it were an ordinary ferocious beast, it would surely be dead beyond dead. But for the over 6-meter-tall, thick-skinned, and tough second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear, these wounds were merely light injuries. It was at this moment that the bloodthirsty violent bear suddenly realized its arms had regained sensation. Just as a sinister grin spread across its massive bare face, preparing to counterattack the human before it leaped up, level with its chest, with a pair of cold, distinct black and white eyes radiating immense calm. At the same time, a deep and authoritative voice echoed in its ears, lightning gale break. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the black radiant spear erupted. With a wave of thunderous energy that filled it with fear, it instinctively tried to raise its arms to block, but it was already too late. Thus, with a bang, this bloodied bloodthirsty violent bear faced the heaviest blow. The violent purple lightning erupted from its chest, and the tremendous impact sent it flying like a cannonball. Boom! After crashing through the shattered central flower platform and plowing a trench over 10 meters long into the ground, it finally came to a stop. There was a large, charred hole in its left chest. The heart that once resided there had already perished, leaving only remnants of purple lightning swirling within. The bloodthirsty violent bear could feel its strength rapidly draining, its consciousness gradually blurring. It instinctively tried to rise, swaying as it stood up. Before it could take its first step, it collapsed to the ground with a bang. This terrifying beast, capable of destroying a small town, had completely lost its life force at this moment. Ding, you have killed a second-tier lower bloodthirsty violent bear, ability points plus 24. Hearing the notification from the system, Su Jingming, standing with his spear, let out a sigh of relief. Finally over. The battle just now had pushed his current strength to the limit.
Although the fight lasted less than 2 minutes, the immense intensity of the battle and the constant mental strain were overwhelming even for his high vitality and spirit of 180 points. Fortunately, the final result was good. Of course, even if that combo hadn't killed the opponent, Su Jingming had a backup plan. That was to use ability points to enhance his basic attributes. One could say that the over 2,000 ability points lying on the system panel had destined the bloodthirsty violent bear's demise from the very beginning. Su Jingming exited the cell activation state. The thunder that filled his eyes vanished, and the purple sky divine thunder that had surrounded his body was promptly retracted. Without the enhancement of the purple sky divine thunder, Su Jingming immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him. However, he knew that this weakness was merely an illusion of power fading. In reality, he had just returned to the strength he had before the cell activation. I wonder how many points I have after killing all the beasts in the core area. Su Jingming opened his smartwatch to check his score. First place, Su Jingming, 10,835 points. Jiangqing Second High School. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1,103 points. Jiangqing First High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points. Jiangqing First High School. Over 10,000 points. Although he had anticipated this, Su Jingming was still shocked by the score. After the shock, a happy smile appeared on his face. As expected, the scores from the core area beasts are the highest. I remember that last year. The highest score in Jiangnan province was only a little over 8,000, right? Does that mean I've already secured the title of Provincial Champion? Killing a first-tier high-level beast grants 100 points. Killing a second-tier beast can yield 4,000 points. In the core area, there were a total of 34 first-tier high-level beasts and 1 second-tier low-level bloodthirsty violent bear, all of which were killed by Su Jingming. He earned a total of 7,400 points. Adding to Su Jingming's original score of over 3,000, it was no surprise he had over 10,000 points. However, in terms of ranking, having nearly 10 times the score of the second place was quite exaggerated. There's still more than an hour left until the martial arts college entrance exam ends, and I've killed all the beasts in the core and most core areas. Next, I'll head back to the central area. Every additional kill counts. Glancing at the lifeless bloodthirsty violent bear in the distance, Su Jingming did not stop. He slung the nearly ruined black radiant spear over his shoulder and set off towards the central area again. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Zhou Mingyang and the others were still in shock over Su Jingming's performance. The bloodthirsty violent bear just died like that? Zhou Mingyang swallowed hard. From the start of the battle to the moment the bloodthirsty violent bear was killed with a single shot, less than 2 minutes had passed. It's important to note that even elite ability users would need to struggle for over half an hour to take down such a resilient second-tier beast. Terrifying, too terrifying. The bald boy looked in shock at the score on his smartwatch. Su Jingming's score has already exceeded 10,000. Over 10,000? Zhou Mingyang's eyes widened, instinctively saying, I remember last year the provincial champion in Jiangnan province only had a little over 8,000 points, right? With over 10,000 points. Could Su Jingming be the provincial champion of Jiangnan province? Provincial champion? Wow, is it really that terrifying? The nearby group gasped in astonishment. Just then, Meng Di's voice suddenly rang out. Look, Su Jingming is leaving. It seems like he's heading towards the central area. The central area? No wonder he's the provincial champion. He killed a second-tier beast and still isn't slacking off, rushing to the central area. The bald boy clicked his tongue in amazement, and Zhou Mingyang snapped back to reality, slapping his thigh. Oh no. I don't know if Su Jingming is the provincial champion, but I do know that if we don't hurry to the central area, we might not even get a single point in the last hour. Right. Damn, at Su Jingming's speed, he might clear out all the beasts in the central area. Hurry. Let's go. Hee, since that's the case, I'll take the lead then. The others quickly reacted, not having time to think further, and rushed downstairs with their weapons. Zhou Mingyang, no longer needing teammates, harnessed his wind-based abilities and was the fastest among them. Outside the examination hall, on the open ground, many principals and teachers were shocked by Su Jingming's terrifying powers while nervously watching his maneuvers. The second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear, even at the peak of their own powers, was a creature they would avoid. Yet now, this terrifying beast was being toyed with by Su Jingming as if it were a plaything. He easily dodged the bear's leap, shooting its legs with 2 shots. The continuous strikes of lightning abilities rendered it immobile in a paralyzed state. The long spear struck wildly, instantly inflicting severe injuries on the bloodthirsty violent bear. The final blow, a thunderous spear technique, pierced its heart, completing the kill. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, almost like a dance. So much so that when the bloodthirsty violent bear collapsed to the ground, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that even the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear, which could give headaches to the top talents of the provincial capital, would die like this. It wasn't until the ranking list refreshed, showing Su Jingming's score at 10,000 points, that the director and many principals and teachers finally reacted. 10,000 points. A record-breaking score. A record-breaking score. At this moment, a teacher from the second high school shouted excitedly. With this reminder, the audience of principals and teachers finally reacted, erupting into an overwhelming noise of shock. 10,000 points. Not only breaking our Jiangchang record but also breaking the Jiangnan province record. A genius. An absolute genius. Heaven bless Jiangcheng, this year's provincial champion will be ours. At this moment, the principals and teachers from the three schools were cheering without regard for their image. If before, there was some resentment because Su Jingming was a student of the second high school, now it was entirely different. Su Jingming, who was very likely to become the provincial champion, represented not just the second high school but the entire city of Jiangcheng. Well done, Principal Zhao Yao. Couldn't help but stand up, excitedly raising his fist. He, usually so composed, didn't even know how many times he had lost his composure. But in the face of such immense joy, it no longer mattered whether he was composed or not. This score could be said to be a pre-selection for the provincial champion. At the very least, he would be among the top 3 in Jiangnan province. It should be noted that the second high school of Jiangcheng had been established for over 100 years, and the best result they had ever achieved was only 64th in Jiangnan province. And now, something that previous principals had never accomplished had been achieved by him. How could he not feel excited and honored? Oh, such an outstanding student, why wasn't he assigned to our rocket class back then? In the audience of the second high school, the head teacher of the rocket class was both excited and incredibly regretful. If only they had pulled Su Jingming into their class back then, how glorious would he be now? Good, Su Jingming, well done. The head teacher of class 5, Chen Fan, felt as if he were dreaming, realizing that one of his students might be vying for the provincial champion. Just thinking about it made him feel unreal. But the pain from pinching his flesh reminded him that everything was real. This made him feel exhilarated to the extreme. Wow, class 5 has such a character, too fierce. Didn't expect it. Did you? I didn't either. 10,000 points. I only got 102 points, that's 100 times the difference. As the martial arts college entrance examination progressed, many candidates who had been eliminated early due to activating the safety ball returned to the open ground. At this moment, seeing Su Jingming's terrifying score, they couldn't help but fall into immense shock. 10,000 points. The senior did it. So powerful. With this score, he could easily get into any top ability university, right? Not just that. Now those top universities are begging for senior students to enroll. I declare that from today onwards, senior Su Jingming is my idol. On the playground of second high school, students from the first and second years, along with teachers, were all buzzing with excitement. Most students regarded Su Jingming as an idol and a role model, their little faces flushed with excitement. An hour quickly passed, and soon it was exactly 9 o'clock. At this moment, students still in the examination hall at Ruins Town had a red warning interface automatically pop up on their smartwatches. At the same time, a smart voice followed up. Attention, the 2037 Martial Arts College entrance examination in Jiangcheng has ended. Killing ferocious beasts will no longer count towards your score. Please return promptly. Attention, the 2037 Martial Arts College entrance examination in Jiangcheng has ended. Killing ferocious beasts will no longer count towards your score. Please return promptly. The notification rang 3 times before it ended. Inside the examination hall, all the candidates who received the notice either sighed or felt regret, returning with various emotions. The Martial Arts College entrance examination is over. Su Jingming pulled his spear out from a ferocious beast's corpse, feeling a bit regretful. It's a pity there won't be another chance to harvest ability points so easily. After that, Su Jingming shouldered his spear and stepped towards the direction of return. With the martial arts college entrance examination concluded, a brand new future awaited him. First place, Su Jingming, 11,124 points, Jiangcheng second. High school, second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1233 points, Jiangcheng first high school, third place, Wu Hao, 1045 points, Jiangcheng first high school. When the clock struck 9, the ranking scores for the martial arts college entrance examination were thus finalized. Su Jingming firmly held first place with a score nearly 10 times that of the second place. The original favorite for the championship, Zhou Mingyang, only managed to secure second place. As the martial arts college entrance examination came to an end, candidates began to emerge from Ruins Town one after another. Besides discussing their experiences in the examination hall, their conversations revolved entirely around Su Jingming. Over 10,000 points. That's insane. I'm in the same class as Su Jingming. If I say he only has E-level abilities, would you believe me? E-level abilities? Are you kidding? Can E-level abilities suppress Zhou Mingyang, who has B-level abilities with 10 times the score? It's worth mentioning that when students from the same class as Su Jingming told others that he only had E-level abilities, the responses were all disbelief. Time slowly passed, and on the open ground, most students had already returned. Only a few who had ventured deeper into Ruins Town had not yet come out. Of course, Su Jingming was among them. However, these students who had exited the examination hall did not immediately board the bus to leave. Instead, they waited in place. They wanted to see what kind of person could score over 10,000 points. While waiting, they inevitably speculated about Su Jingming's final ranking. Last year, the highest score in Jiangnan province was only over 8,000. Over 10,000 points definitely means Provincial Champion. But who knows? What if another freak like Su Jingming pops up from another city? That's true, but no matter what, the top 3 in Jiangnan province is guaranteed. The top 3. In Jiangnan province, this is a big honor for our entire Jiangchang. Yeah, our Jiangchang finally has a true prodigy. Jiangchang, as one of the lowest-ranked cities in Jiangnan province in terms of economic development, had long been invisible in the national event of the martial arts college entrance examination. Each year, the provincial ranking list would often show a candidate from Jiangchang only after the 100th position. But this year, it was completely different. With over 10,000 points, Su Jingming qualified to challenge for the provincial top scholar. Even if he failed, he would still be among the top 3 in the province. By then, the entire Jiang city would be famous because of Su Jingming. It was precisely for this reason that the excited director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, along with various school principals and teachers, had long left the audience seats and were waiting at the exam hall exit for Su Jingming's arrival. In the open space, many candidates were also excited and proud. Some students from Class 5 of the second high school were boasting about how close their past relationship with Su Jingming had been. Especially Lu Jia, who had a good relationship with Su Jingming, was practically beaming with joy. Chi-Chi, is this Su Jingming really your cousin? Among the crowd of students from the first high school, the previously disinterested Xiaoya, who had lost interest in Su Jingming at the Thunder Martial Arts School, now looked at Tang Chi with bright eyes. My goodness, you've asked 3 times already. Su Jingming's cousin, Tang Chi, rolled her eyes. Although I can't say it's 100% certain, it's highly likely to be him. Alright, I believe you. Xiaoya nodded, then hugged Tang Chi's arm and shook it playfully. My good sister, can you give me your cousin's contact information? Why do you want his contact information again? Didn't you lose interest yesterday? Seeing Xiaoya's pleading expression, Tang Chi couldn't help but tease her. Today is different from yesterday. Yesterday he was just an E-level ability awakener, but today he is the best in Zheng City. With a different status, the treatment is naturally different. Hearing Xiaoya's tone as if it were a matter of course, Tang Chi was momentarily speechless. The change of heart was too quick. Just as she was about to speak, a loud shout rang out. Su Jingming is out of the exam hall. At the sound of this shout, the entire open space fell silent. Including Tang Chi and Xiaoya, everyone instinctively turned to look at the exit of the ruins town. A tall figure emerged from the darkened ruins. It was none other than Su Jingming. He was dressed in a blood-stained black battlesuit, his expression calm and steady, with a black spear over 2 meters long slung across his back. This spear, nearly destroyed, seemed to tell the tale of the fierce battles he had endured along the way. Su Jingming, welcome back. Standing nearby, the Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan was the first to lead the way, offering the warmest applause. Soon, the principals and teachers from various schools joined in. However, compared to the welcome from the director and principals, the students' welcome was much more enthusiastic. Su Jingming, congratulations. Our batch of candidates shines because of you. As fellow candidates, if there was only a difference of 100 or 200 points, they might still feel competitive, thinking their strengths were not far apart. But a gap of over 10,000 points was a complete crushing defeat. Moreover, after this, Su Jingming represented not just himself, but the entire Jiang city. Thus, the candidates generously offered their cheers and applause. Some bolder girls even began to express their affection on the spot. Faced with the scene, Su Jingming felt a bit dazed, the buzzing in his ears making it hard to hear what was being said. He had never expected such a grand welcome after the college entrance examination. Truly dazzling. Not far behind, Zhou Mingyang, who had also just exited the exam hall, looked at this scene with some envy. However, he also knew that even if he were first, he wouldn't receive such cheers. After all, he couldn't achieve over 10,000 points. Candidates, please prepare to board the bus. The bus will take you to the city center, and once you arrive in the city, the cheers lasted for more than a minute before gradually subsiding, and Commander Wang began to arrange the retreat. As for Su Jingming, he was directly arranged by the principal to sit on the special car back home. This left the students from Class 5, who originally wanted to ride the same bus with him, feeling quite disappointed. Su Jingming, have you thought about which ability school you want to attend? The scenery outside the window quickly retreated as Su Jingming sat in the back seat of the car, driven by Zhao Yao, the principal of Zhangcheng No. 2 High School. Usually, the principal has a dedicated driver when going out. At this moment, he was not only driving himself but also wore a beaming smile, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. No, Su Jingming shook his head. He was speaking the truth. Ever since he crossed over, he had been focused on quickly improving his strength and scoring well, but he had never thought about which ability university to attend. With your grades, you can get into any university in the country. Principal Zhao Yao seemed even more excited than Su Jingming, including the 3 top ability universities. By the way, do you know about these 3 universities? Su Jingming nodded. The martial arts education in Daxia was thriving, and not only was the martial arts college entrance examination broadcasted live, but even the thousands of ability universities across the country organized intercollegiate competitions every year to determine the rankings of each institution. Among these thousands of ability universities, 3 consistently occupied the top 3 spots in the competitions: Xinjiang Ability University, Modu Ability University, and Jincheng Ability University. These 3 universities have been established for over 200 years, boasting rich educational resources with at least 6-tier ability instructors on campus. These 3 universities stand above the thousands of universities in the country and are known as the 3 top universities. They are the dream campuses for countless students preparing for the college entrance examination. The 3 top universities, huh? That's the highest goal that countless students aspire to, Principal Zhao Yao said with a tone of nostalgia, but for you, it's within easy reach. No, that's not right, they might even beg you to attend. Beg me to attend? Su Jingming tilted his head, looking puzzled. With your grades, you already qualify for special recruitment. Once the national rankings are announced, the top 10 universities in the country will offer various conditions for you to attend their schools. What else could that be but begging you to come? Principal Zhao Yao laughed heartily. Special recruitment is a privilege reserved for the top 3 in the province, and Su Jingming clearly falls into that category. I suggest you learn more about the 3 top universities after you get home. You can't wait until the special recruitment day without any clue. Also, don't be dazzled by the conditions those schools offer. The most important thing is to choose the school that you feel is right for you. Of course, any of the 3 top universities you choose will have limitless prospects. Principal Zhao Yao directly excluded the other 7 universities from the top 10, giving serious advice. I understand. Thank you, Principal. Su Jingming nodded, indicating he understood. With the martial arts college entrance examination over, it was indeed time to seriously consider which school to attend. It took over an hour to drive from the military district to the city. By the time Su Jingming returned home, it was already 11:23 p.m. Exhausted, he had no time to wash up and simply took off his battle uniform, which still carried a strong smell of blood. He collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't wake up until after 9 a.m. the next morning. Wow, I actually slept for more than 10 hours straight. Glancing at the time on his phone, Su Jingming leaped out of bed and dashed into the bathroom. Whoosh, warm water flowed from the showerhead, washing over Su Jingming's bare body. Ah, so refreshing. After 12 hours of battle, Su Jingming had sweated a lot, and his whole body felt sticky. The warm water cascading over him instantly made him feel invigorated, and he promptly opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Awakened. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. S. Physique, 183 Chi. Blood, plus. Mentality, 185 He, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced plus. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus. Ability points, 2534 in the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. Aside from the results, the greatest gain was the ability points. 2,534 ability points. Once I enter the ability university, it should last me for a while. Su Jingming thought silently. The importance of ability points is undeniable. If it were an ordinary wilderness area, it would be impossible to accumulate so many ability points in such a short time. This time, it was also thanks to the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. I wonder if there will be similar events for hunting fierce beasts at the Ability University. If there are, I will definitely be the first to participate. Su Jingming felt delighted. After humming a little tune and finishing his shower, he returned to his bedroom, opened his computer, and searched for information on the 3 top universities. The 3 top universities have been established for over hundreds of years, with a long and illustrious history, nurturing many strong individuals for the Great Xia. Thus, during the process of reviewing the information, Su Jingming couldn't help but exclaim in amazement from time to time. So the current 9th-tier national protector actually graduated from Xinjiang Ability University. The top ability training methods are mostly unique to the top universities? Not knowing was one thing, but discovering it was shocking. It turns out that nearly half of the well-known high-tier ability users in the country come from the 3 top universities. Half. This is a terrifying ratio. After all, there are thousands of ability universities across the country. Additionally, many individuals originally studied at foreign ability universities and only returned after graduation. When combining the number of strong individuals trained by so many domestic and foreign schools, it surprisingly only matches that of the 3 top universities. This is enough to demonstrate the profound foundation of the 3 top universities. Moreover, the most important point is the ability training methods. As the foundation for an ability user's advancement, there are distinctions in the quality of ability training methods, and the speed of cultivation can vary drastically. For example, using the worst basic ability training method, most awakened individuals need 3 to 4 years to advance to ability users. However, if one uses the top ability training methods, it only takes less than half a year to advance. According to the information Su Jingming found, most of the top ability training methods in the Great Xia are actually stored in the libraries of the 3 top universities. No wonder. There are rumors online that the 3 top universities are tyrannical academic factions, unwilling to disclose their techniques. Su Jingming suddenly realized, but he didn't pay much attention to it. How precious are the top ability training methods? Attempting to use public opinion to coerce universities into sharing top techniques is simply unrealistic. Ding dong! Just as he was about to continue searching for information, the doorbell rang outside. Is someone looking for me this early? Could it be my aunt? With a puzzled expression, Su Jingming got up and walked out of the bedroom, opening the door. At the door stood 2 beautiful women, one tall and one small. The older one was in her 30s, dressed in elegant attire, with a delicate face. The younger one was about the same age as Su Jingming, tall and resembling the older beauty by 70 to 80%, but with a colder demeanor. These 2 were indeed his aunt Su Qingwan and his cousin Tang Qi. Aunt, cousin. Su Jingming greeted them with a smile and led them into the living room. However, the awkwardness was due to the ability evolution from the night before. His entire living room looked as if it had been scorched by a great fire. Not only were the floors and walls charred black, but the furniture in the living room, like the sofa and coffee table, had also been reduced to ashes. In the large living room, there wasn't even a place to sit. Xiaoming, did your house catch fire? Seeing this, Aunt Su Qingwan immediately panicked, pulling Su Jingming to check. Carefully, when did this happen? Are you hurt? A little accident, nothing serious. Looking at his worried aunt, Su Jingming's expression softened. After his parents passed away, only his aunt could bring him the warmth of family. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Aunt Su Qingwan sighed in relief, then said, I came over this time mainly to ask about your results from yesterday's martial arts college entrance exam. Did Qi Jie not tell you? Su Jingming was a bit surprised. I thought it would be better if you told my mom yourself, so I didn't mention it, his cousin Tang Qi said with a sly smile. Is that so? Su Jingming nodded, then. Let's go downstairs and find a place to sit and talk. Su Jingming led the 2 of them downstairs to a cafe nearby called Morning Light Cafe, which he often visited. It was around 10 in the morning, and the cafe wasn't too crowded. Su Jingming found a seat by the window and ordered 3 steaming cups of coffee. The Morning Light Cafe didn't sell any high-end hand-brewed coffee, so it wasn't long before the 3 cups of steaming coffee were brought to the table by the waiter. Enjoy your drinks, the waiter said, with a warm smile before turning to leave. Can we reveal the mystery now? Aunt Su Qingwan said with a beaming smile as she held her coffee cup. Is your sister being so mysterious just because she's afraid I'll beat you up like when you were little? Don't worry. Think about it, since you started high school, when have I ever hit you? Even when you wanted to take the martial arts college entrance exam, I agreed, didn't I? No matter how bad your score is this time, I won't hit you. Listening to Aunt Su Qingwan's words, Su Jingming couldn't help but awkwardly touch his nose. His aunt was a typical Jiangnan woman, gentle and graceful, but that was only when there were no final exams. Once there was a drop in his grades, he would be met with a painful stir-fry of bamboo shoots and meat, and he had no way to resist. After all, he was only 11 when his parents passed away, and his aunt was officially designated as his legal guardian. Mom, don't worry, my cousin won't let you down this time, Tang Qi quickly explained when she saw her mother misunderstanding her intentions. Oh, is that so? So, Xiaoming, did you do well on this exam? How many points did you get? Did you score 100? Aunt Su Qingwan's eyes lit up as she quickly asked. A score of 100 was the nationally recognized minimum admission score. Scoring over 100 meant there was hope to attend a university for those with special abilities. I got 100, Su Jingming smiled and nodded, and it's much more than 100, it's 10,000. 10,000? The score was so shocking that Aunt Su Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened, and she froze on the spot, unable to react. Because of Tang Qi, Aunt Su Qingwan knew quite a bit about the college entrance exam. She knew that in previous years, the highest score in Jiangchang was just over 1,000. The top scorer in the entire Jiangnan province was only around 8 or 9,000. Therefore, when she heard Su Jingming say he scored 10,000, Aunt Su Qingwan was momentarily stunned. But she quickly reacted, instinctively choosing not to believe it, frowning and saying, Xiaoming, don't joke around, quickly tell me your real score. Mom, Jingming isn't joking, he really got 10,000. No, wait, to be precise, it should be 11,124 points. It's already been reported.
On the official news account of Jiangcheng, Tang Chi said with a smile as she handed over her phone. On the phone was a recently published article from the official Jiangcheng account.
The headline read, 10,000 points. The absolute dark horse from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School.
The article featured a picture of Su Jingming wielding a long spear to slay a second-tier bloodthirsty bear.
It's Xiaoming. Ansu recognized Su Jingming from the picture and quickly began to browse the article. Su Qingwan had a gentle personality, and ordinary matters usually didn't cause her much emotional fluctuation. However, as she read the article bit by bit, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. A hint of excited crimson slowly appeared on her beautiful face. 10,000 points. First in Jiangcheng. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Su Qingwan seemed as if she had just won a multi-million-dollar prize.
The article
on her phone was like a winning lottery ticket, which she checked repeatedly. She murmured softly to herself phrases like Xiao Ming has finally made something of himself, and now our Su family has someone to carry on. After a while, her emotions gradually
settled down.
Xiao Ming, with your score, when it comes time to fill out your college applications, can't you just choose from the
top 10 universities in the country? Her aunt Su Qingwan asked with shining eyes. The principal told me yesterday that I already
have special admission qualifications, so I don't need to fill out applications, I just have to wait for those universities to offer
conditions, Su Jingming explained with a smile.
Tang Chi, who was beside him, chimed in, Mom, with Jingming's score, he can be considered a pre-selection for the Provincial Champion.
Even if he doesn't become the Provincial Champion, he will definitely be among the top 3 in Jiangnan Province.
With this ranking, even the 3 top universities will be eager to offer him special admission.
He won't even have to go through the application process. The 3 top universities? Special admission? Good, good, good. Xiao
Ming, you really have given your aunt a big surprise, Su Qingwan exclaimed, repeating the word good 3 times in a row, then
eagerly asked, by the way, when is the announcement of the Wuka College entrance exam rankings?
The exact time is uncertain, but it should be within 5 days at the latest, Su Jingming replied after a moment of thought. The National Wuka College entrance
exam results would be released at the same time on the same day. Before that, each province would strictly review the videos taken during the Wuka exam to prevent any cheating.
This was quite a workload, but the results would be announced by June 13th at the latest.
Great. After the results are announced, your aunt will treat you to a big meal. Su Qingwan's smile was radiant. After a pause, she asked her biggest question, but Xiao Ming, don't you only have E-level abilities? How could you get such a high score? Throughout
history, the rarer the abilities, the stronger the combat power. This was a universally acknowledged fact. Although there were those who relied on low-level abilities to achieve greatness, such individuals were extremely rare, and saying they were like a phoenix among chickens would not be an exaggeration. According to the description she read in the article, with thunder raging and first-tier high-level beasts suffering heavy casualties, it was simply impossible for E-level, weak electricity abilities to exert such power. After all, Su Jingming was still just an awakener, not even an ability user yet. Hearing Su Qingwan's question, Tang Chi also looked over with eager eyes, clearly very curious about this. Su Jingming was prepared for this and explained with a smile. The day before yesterday afternoon, while I was exercising in the living room, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck outside the window and knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I found that my original abilities seemed to have undergone a transformation and became much stronger. So that's why you went to the Thunder Martial Arts School to test your abilities, Tang Chi suddenly realized. And Ansu Qingwan nodded slightly in agreement. There was indeed a period of thunder the day before yesterday afternoon, but you weren't struck by lightning. Instead, you turned misfortune into fortune, and your abilities mutated. That's quite lucky. We should find a time later to go to the martial arts school for another ability test to see what level your abilities have mutated to. According to the power described in the article, your abilities should at least have mutated to B level or higher. Su Jingming nodded in response. Although ability mutations were rare, they were not non-existent, and using this as an excuse for his ability transformation was something he had thought of long ago. Just the day before yesterday, when the abilities transformed, lightning struck outside the window, and most people were aware of it. Alright, no matter what, you 2 siblings, one ranked 12th in Jiangcheng and the other ranked 1st, are both impressive. Let's go. We'll buy some vegetables at the market, and I'll make you a delicious meal for lunch. Su Qingwan's face was beaming with an uncontainable smile. Su Jingming couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight, walking alongside his cousin Tang Chi, side by side with his aunt. June 11th, 9 p.m. Magic City Ability University, Admissions Office. In a place where it was rare to see 3rd and 4th tier ability users, the entire office was filled with them at this moment. They were gathered around a large round table, with at least 30 or 40 people present. These ability users looked somewhat anxious, as if waiting for something. After a short while, a slightly overweight middle-aged man walked in briskly. He raised a mechanical disc in his hand. The national rankings for the martial arts exam have been released. Everyone get ready. The rankings for the
National Martial Arts College entrance examination were absolutely confidential before the announcement. However, this was only the case for ordinary people. For top universities like theirs, obtaining the rankings a day in advance was not difficult. Finally, the rankings are out. It seems like this year's rankings came out a bit late. Not really, last year was only a day earlier than this year. The admissions office of Magic City Ability University was the busiest during these few days of the year. They needed to formulate different recruitment strategies based on the strength of the top 3 candidates from each province. Some students had strong abilities and great potential, requiring more resources for recruitment. If some students were relatively weaker and had less potential, then fewer resources could be allocated. In fact, it wasn't just Magic City Ability University. The other 2 top universities, Qingjing Ability University and Jincheng Ability University, did the same. As per the usual practice, let's first look at the performance of the provincial champions. The middle-aged man at the front inserted the mechanical disc into the prepared projector. With a hum, a list recording the scores and rankings of all candidates from over 30 provincial administrative regions was immediately projected. The first provincial administrative region, Qingjing City. The middle-aged man's deep voice echoed, and the projection seemed to have intelligence, directly displaying the rankings of candidates from the capital of Daxia, Qingjing City. Everyone looked straight at the top of the ranking list. First place, Zhouyi, Qingjing High School, 9,343 points. Eva, display Zhouyi's relevant information. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, an ethereal electronic voice responded. Okay, director. Then, a holographic projection appeared in the center of the round table. The image displayed was of Zhouyi in combat during the Martial Arts College entrance examination. Zhouyi, 18 years old, awakened an A-level enhancement ability. Bronze body, first tier upper level. His father is a 4th tier ability user. Every top university has an astonishing information collection capability, and Magic City Ability University is no exception. While the central holographic projection played Zhouyi's combat scenes, his relevant information echoed in the ears of every admissions teacher. Bronze body? That's quite good among A-level abilities. Indeed, watching the combat footage, his use of abilities is also quite impressive. The teachers discussed animatedly, and after a while, the video on the holographic projection finished playing. The middle-aged man at the front said solemnly, Zhouyi is designated for an A+ special recruitment slot. Teacher Wang Jian, could you please take a trip? Sure. A teacher stood up and nodded. Once the meeting was over, he would immediately head to Qingjing City, the second provincial administrative region, Hunan Province. Time quickly passed, and the top scholars from each province were being assessed by the director of the admissions office and various teachers to determine their special recruitment levels. There were some decent A+ levels, some ordinary A levels, and also some poorer A levels. Of course, anyone who could become the top scholar of a province wouldn't be too lacking in strength. Soon, it was Jiangnan Province's turn. The 13th provincial administrative region, Jiangnan Province. Accompanied by the deep voice of a middle-aged man, the ranking on the projection quickly switched to Jiangnan Province. Last year, Jiangnan Province had an A+ special recruitment quota. I wonder how it will be this year. It should also be an A+. Jiangnan Province is a populous province in the Great Xia Kingdom, and the top scholars from previous years have all been quite strong. Therefore, all the teachers, including the admissions office director, looked towards the top-ranked position. First place, Su Jingming, Jiangcheng Second High School, 11,124 points. Over 10,000 points. Jiangnan Province is really making a strong push this year. Jiangcheng? Isn't that the capital of Jiangnan Province? Many teachers were initially shocked by Su Jingming's score, but when they found out he was from Jiangcheng Second High School, they were all a bit confused. Jiangcheng? Isn't the capital of Jiangnan Province Ning'an City? What on earth is Jiangcheng? This city sounds completely unfamiliar. Su Jingming, 18 years old, awakened a natural system E-level ability, a level awakener. His parents, 7 years ago. When Su Jingming's information summary echoed in their ears, the teachers, who were already somewhat bewildered, became even more perplexed. What the hell? E-level ability? Awakeners? How can these two things be associated with a provincial top scholar? In the past few decades, the top scholars of Jiangnan Province generally emerged from Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province, or from nearby prosperous cities. This was quite normal. After all, the rich cultivate the arts while the poor cultivate the martial. Those who could live in these cities usually had some family assets, and the offspring they raised were also quite strong. The final provincial top scholars, like those from the capital city of Qingjing, typically possessed A-level abilities in first-tier upper-level strength. But now, the top scholar of Jiangnan Province not only did not emerge from the familiar cities known to the teachers of the magical capital's ability universities, but he wasn't even an ability user. He was merely an awakener, and his ability was only the second to last E-level. Who would believe that? So, when Su Jingming's information echoed in the ears of many teachers, their first reaction was disbelief. An awakener can become a provincial top scholar? This must be a mistake. Is it possible that the information was collected incorrectly and it was mixed up with someone with the same name? Oh, that is a possibility. Every candidate's score in the Martial Science College entrance examination has been professionally reviewed by the National Education Bureau. No one doubted the authenticity of the scores, they just questioned whether the information had been collected incorrectly, mixed up with someone with the same name. The information collection capability of the Magical Capital's Ability University shouldn't make such a basic mistake. Eva's information is not wrong. As if feeling questioned, a particularly cute-looking light ball was holographically projected into the room, and the light ball even had a hint of a human-like angry expression. It was Eva, the artificial intelligence responsible for managing the information collection at the entire Magical Capital's Ability University. Eva is a top-level artificial intelligence and won't make such a basic mistake. Su Jingming's information may have had issues right from the start. When it was registered in the information database, the slightly overweight middle-aged man waved his hand. Once we watch his Martial Science College entrance examination video, it will all be clear, right? Eva, open Su Jingming's college entrance examination video. Okay, director. With the director's reassurance, the angry expression on Eva's light sphere finally disappeared. At the same time, Su Jingming's figure was projected above the center of the round table. As the image began, it was startlingly the scene of him entering the most core area, facing numerous first-tier high-level ferocious beasts and second-tier beasts. Oh, he actually uses a spear as a weapon. That's quite rare. A teacher's eyes lit up as he looked at the tall figure shouldering the spear. Among the more than 10 provincial champions in front, almost all used long swords or broadswords as weapons. This was the first time a spear had appeared. A spear is even harder to wield than a sword. Another teacher nodded slightly. Although Su Jingming's weapon attracted the teacher's attention, they did not forget their main purpose: to determine Su Jingming's ability and level. His ability had not yet been displayed, so it couldn't be determined, but his level was easy to ascertain. There was a fundamental difference between ability users and awakeners. It was the aura. Although Su Jingming's aura in the image was sharp, it did not reveal the characteristics of an ability user to the admission teachers present. So, Su Jingming really is an awakener? After repeated confirmations, all the teachers present were shocked. What does it mean for an awakener to be a provincial champion? This had not happened in decades. Immediately after, the battle in the holographic projection began. When Su Jingming's purple cloud divine thunder erupted, killing numerous first-tier high-level ferocious beasts, many teachers were left dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is definitely not an E-level ability. The power here is at least A-level. How could it be an E-level weak ability? How did those guys who registered the abilities get it wrong? The experienced admission teachers immediately noticed the discrepancy in the power of Su Jingming's ability, and the director of the admissions office narrowed his eyes, instructing Eva, analyze Su Jingming's ability level. Abilities need to be tested with professional instruments to determine their level type. However, with advanced artificial intelligence, the analysis can be quite accurate. Su Jingming's ability belongs to the lightning system under the natural system. Due to the inability to collect elemental information from the air based solely on the video analysis, Su Jingming's ability has a 4% probability of being B-level, a 10% probability of being A-level, an 83% probability of being S-level, a 1% probability of being SS-level, and a 0% probability of being SSS-level. The artificial intelligence Eva quickly reached a conclusion, and the admissions office director's pupils suddenly constricted. An S-level probability of 83%? As an advanced artificial intelligence, Eva's judgment is almost never wrong. An 83% probability is nearly enough to confirm that Su Jingming's ability is indeed S-level. S-level? The breathing of all the teachers present instantly became rapid. What does S-level mean? Once it grows, it becomes absolute top combat power. And in the current Great Xia Kingdom, there hadn't been an S-level ability awakener for 3 or 4 years. At this moment, Su Jingming in the holographic projection also ended the life of a second-tier bloodthirsty bear with an incredibly violent stance. With a suspected S-level ability plus the strong combat capability, Su Jingming's provincial champion status is well-deserved. The director of the admissions office let out a breath, and after pondering for a moment, he said with a serious expression, Su Jingming, designated for an S+ level special recruitment quota, we must recruit him at all costs. S+ level special recruitment quota. It hasn't been used for many years, has it? For S+ level special recruitment, it seems we need to offer something good. Director Zhang, I went for the special recruitment in Jiangnan province last year, so let me go. This time too. Director, I also want to go for the Jiangnan special recruitment, the S+ level special recruitment quota. combined with the almost certain S-level ability, instantly made Su Jingming a hot commodity. Many teachers were scrambling to make the trip to Jiangnan province for this special recruitment. However, the head of the admissions office, Zhang Chaoyang, shook his head. "You all don't need to go, I'll make the trip myself. If the director goes personally, then it's settled." Although the other teachers felt a bit disappointed, as a fifth-tier mental ability user, Director Zhang Chaoyang, who had previously recruited many students with immense potential into the Magic City Ability University, was indeed the most reliable choice for this trip. S-level ability. Su Jingming, I hope you won't let me down. Looking at the tall figure on the holographic projection, Director Zhang Chaoyang couldn't help but murmur softly. On June 12, 5 days after the martial arts college entrance examination ended, "Jingming, don't worry, the results will be out by today at the latest." "Principal, I know, I'm not anxious." Alright, as long as you're not anxious. "I'm just afraid you young people get too restless." Su Jingming walked around the community, finally managing to hang up the call from the principal after a long conversation. "Goodness, they all tell me not to rush, but they're more anxious than anyone else." Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. During these few days of waiting for the rankings to be announced, he had received calls not only from his homeroom teacher and the principal but even the director of the education bureau. The implication in their words was always to not be anxious, the rankings would be announced sooner or later. However, their tone didn't sound calm at all. They seemed eager for the results to be released the day after the exams ended. Of course, Su Jingming could understand. After all, Jiang City desperately needed a chance to prove itself. But it's already the 5th day. The result should be announced by now, right? Just as Su Jingming was muttering to himself, a notification sound chimed. He took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and checked the message. Jiang City Second High School student Su Jingming, Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance examination rankings have been announced. Please check promptly. Below the message was a link to a website. The college entrance examination rankings are out. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he clicked the link. Instantly, a document filled with the rankings of all the students in the province appeared on his phone. Su Jingming looked directly at the first line of the document. First place in Jiangnan Province, Su Jingming, Jiang City Second High School, total score, 11124 points. First place, Jiangnan Province's top scholar. I did it. At that moment, even the usually calm Su Jingming couldn't help but show a joyful expression, excitedly pumping his fist. June 12th was the last day for the National Martial Arts College entrance examination results to be announced. This meant that on this day, the rankings would definitely be released. In the provincial capital of Jiangnan, Ning'an City Education Bureau, the director and a group of teachers were waiting in front of the computer for the results to be announced. In this not-so-small office, several cakes and champagne drinks had already been prepared. They were just waiting for the official announcement of the results to celebrate joyfully. This year, Lei Zhou from Ning'an First High School performed well, scoring over 9,200 points. He should be the provincial top scholar. The probability is high, but it's not certain. I've heard there are a few talented students from the neighboring province as well. That's true, it all depends on their luck. The teachers were engaged in their discussions. Lei Zhou from Ning'an First High School, with an A-level ability and first-tier high-level strength, was a strong candidate for the provincial top scholar. The results are out. At that moment, a teacher who had been waiting in front of the computer's eyes lit up as they opened the ranking list, but then they were slightly taken aback. "What's wrong?" Feeling that something was off, the director of the Ning'an City Education Bureau furrowed his brows and leaned in closer, only to discover that the top scorer was an unfamiliar name. Top scorer of Jiangnan Province, Su Jingming, Second High School of Jiangcheng, total score, 11,124 points. What? The provincial champion is actually from Jiangcheng? The director's eyes widened in shock. Such a scene was not only happening at the Ning'an City Education Bureau but also in the education bureaus of other cities in Jiangnan Province. However, compared to the shock of the various education bureaus, the journalists in Jiangnan Province were already on high alert. It should be noted that Jiangnan Province is a populous province in the Great Xia Kingdom. The province has as many as 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. As the provincial capital, Ning'an City and several nearby prefecture-level cities are recognized as the most prosperous places where the most ability users gather and where geniuses are most likely to emerge. In contrast, Jiangcheng, located in the far northern part of Jiangnan Province, is known for its lack of resources and scarcity of talent. In previous years, the provincial champions of Jiangnan Province were all born in Ning'an City or the nearby prefecture-level cities. But this year, it was entirely different. The provincial champion actually came from a little-known Jiangcheng, a place that most people in Jiangnan Province were unaware of. What does this mean? It means traffic and a hot topic. Thus, these journalists began frantically collecting information related to Su Jingming. They were shocked by what they found. E-level ability, an awakening that had not yet advanced, each term igniting their nerves. While they were amazed, their eyes sparkled. This was a natural hot topic. So, transforming into tentacle monsters, they quickly edited out thousands of words of articles in just a few minutes. An absolute dark horse. The Provincial Champion from Gyeongchang. Shocking. The Provincial Champion is actually just an awakener. Who says E-level abilities can't be Provincial Champions? The titles of these articles whetted everyone's appetite. As soon as they were published online, they attracted numerous clicks and views from netizens, especially the netizens from Gyeongnan Province who continuously left their comments below these articles. Aren't Provincial Champions usually first-level high-ranking ability users? Can an Awakener really take the Provincial Champion? An E-level Awakener can take the Provincial Champion? If this is true, I'll eat shit on the spot. You upstairs, just wait, I'm going to find his martial arts college entrance exam video right now. The most common sentiment in the comments regarding these news articles was skepticism. After all, the Provincial Champions of Gyeongnan Province in previous years were all first-level high-ranking ability users. Their ability levels were at least A-level or B-level. Now, an E-level Awakener has emerged as the Provincial Champion, and naturally, everyone was disbelieving. Some extreme individuals even shouted in the comments, claiming that there was a dark scheme behind this year's martial arts college entrance exam, suggesting that Su Jingming was actually the son of some behind-the-scenes big shot who was forcefully pushed into the position of Provincial Champion. Cheating in the martial arts college entrance exam is an extremely serious matter. With such comments, public sentiment began to escalate. Many people directly left messages on Gyeongchang's official account demanding the truth. As the public sentiment showed signs of escalating, Gyeongchang's official account calmly released Su Jingming's martial arts college entrance exam video. In response, some ill-intentioned trolls, who had been ready to unleash a torrent of criticism, were instantly dumbfounded. Gyeongnan Province's Provincial Champion Su Jingming was indeed an awakener. Holy crap, he shot through the skull of a first-level unicorn rhinoceros with one shot. Goodness, this strength is even stronger than a first-level ability user, right? It looks like a power amplification type ability, but he's just an awakener. How could the ability amplification be so strong? Damn, it's not a power amplification type, it's lightning type. You tell me this is E-level ability? Unethical media, spreading rumors without bottom line for traffic. Su Jingming's video for the martial arts college entrance exam lasted 12 hours, perfectly capturing every moment he spent in the examination room. As a result, once the video was released, the voices questioning Su Jingming quickly vanished. In their place was the astonishment of people at Su Jingming's superb marksmanship and his powerful lightning abilities. The topic of Su Jingming exploded online, igniting a sensation in Gyeongchang as well. The martial arts college entrance exam was a topic of national participation. However, in previous years, the best results from Gyeongchang had only managed to place within the top 100 of Gyeongnan Province. It was something to be embarrassed about. So, the people of Gyeongchang had not paid much attention to it before. But now it was different. Gyeongchang had produced a provincial champion. Many people eagerly discussed the topic online. Some who already knew Su Jingming even claimed to be his friends. As for the local media in Gyeongchang, they became busy, flocking to Gyeongchang's second high school, eager to interview the principal. Long before Su Jingming scored over 10,000 points, the principal had anticipated this scene. Thus, dressed in a suit, he faced numerous microphones without a hint of panic, speaking eloquently. In addition, Su Jingming's homeroom teacher and several subject teachers were also interviewed. This time, the usually stern homeroom teacher couldn't stop smiling. In his words, he generously praised Su Jingming. Besides Gyeongchang's second high school, senior officials from the city's education bureau and government also accepted interviews. Su Jingming is the pride of us Gyeongchang people. His achievements are a result of his own hard work. Of course, it also stems from the strong support of the school and the education bureau. Following the usual protocol, Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan passionately delivered several official statements. He then announced that Su Jingming would be rewarded with a gift including 1 million in cash and a training method for his abilities. After the City Education Bureau's commendation, the city government quickly followed suit. They announced that they would present Su Jingming with 1 million in cash and a luxurious villa in the city. Rewarding provincial champions has been a long-standing tradition in every province. Although Gyeongchang is much poorer compared to provincial capital cities like Ning'an, a few million is still affordable. Moreover, the attention Su Jingming brought to Gyeongchang far outweighed the government's expenditure. Su Jingming was unaware of the online whirlwind. After receiving congratulatory calls from his aunt and the principal, he headed straight to the Thunder Martial Arts School. Even with the system, he couldn't neglect his basic training. In the training room, the nearly worn-out black shining gun transformed into a black shadow under his swings. Due to the incredible speed of his movements, the air occasionally emitted sharp whistles. The gun, weighing 50 kilograms seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Every movement was executed with precision. Ding ding ding, the phone rang, interrupting Su Jingming's training. He frowned, putting down the gun and picking up his phone. The caller ID showed it was Principal Zhao Yao from Jiangcheng Second High School. Didn't the principal just call a moment ago? Why is he calling again? As the provincial champion, Su Jingming was destined to become famous. However, he personally disliked being disturbed, especially during training. So he had set his phone to whitelist mode early on, but unexpectedly, the principal had called 2 or 3 times in a row. Nevertheless, Su Jingming knew that with the principal's character, he wouldn't call unless it was something important. So he hesitated no longer and pressed the answer button on the screen. Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, Principal Zhao Yao's excited voice came through. Su Jingming, hurry to the school. The admissions officers from the 3 top universities have already arrived. The admissions officers got here so quickly? Su Jingming was a bit surprised. The 3 top supernatural universities included Qingjing Supernatural University located in the northern part of the Great Xia Kingdom, and Jincheng Supernatural University located in the central part. They were all quite far from Jiangnan province, with only Moto Supernatural University being somewhat closer. According to his estimates, these admissions officers wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Stop overthinking. Where are you? I'll arrange a special car to pick you up right away. I'm at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Okay, just wait a moment, the car will be there soon. On the other side, at Jiangcheng Second High School, Principal Zhao Yao, who was in the middle of an interview, was taken aback when he learned that the admissions officers from the 3 top universities were coming together. He was startled at first, then immediately stopped the interview and called Su Jingming to come to the school. He then personally led the 3 mentors to the school's VIP reception room, offering each a cup of hot tea. Please sit for a moment, Su Jingming will take more than 10 minutes to arrive. As a second-tier supernatural being and the principal of a high school, Zhao Yao was considered a prominent figure in Jiangcheng. Yet now, he was adopting a very humble posture, his attitude extremely respectful. He knew that these 3 big shots were not to be trifled with. Even the aura of high-tier supernatural beings they inadvertently exuded made his heart tremble. It's fine, Principal Zhao, you go ahead and get busy. We'll just wait here for a bit, said Zhang Chaoyang, the director of the admissions office at Moto Supernatural University, with a gentle smile. After Zhao Yao stepped back, he turned to the other 2 and said with a smile, it seems we haven't gathered like this for a long time, right? In the room, besides him, there was also a man and a woman. The woman was Su Yun from Qingjing Supernatural University, a voluptuous and attractive lady. The man was Wu Yuan from Jincheng Supernatural University, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe with long hair. Like Zhang Xiaoyang, they were all directors of their respective admissions offices. Back in the day, before they became directors, they had met at special recruitment events across various provinces. However, since taking on their roles, they rarely ventured out and hadn't crossed paths again. Now, for Su Jingming, the 3 of them had come together in this rare meeting. Teacher Zhang, there's no need for so many pleasantries, right? We all know the purpose of this visit. Just to be clear, Su Jingming, we at Qingjing Supernatural University are set on him. Su Yun's personality was as fiery as her figure. She wasted no time with formalities and stated her intentions outright. Just because you say you're set on him, does that mean you are? I could just as easily say that Jincheng University is set on him too. Wu Yuan, the admissions officer from Jincheng University, retorted defiantly. Zhang Xiaoyang rubbed his temples in frustration. Due to the annual university competitions, the 3 top universities always sought the best candidates. Especially at a special recruitment event for provincial champions like this, the atmosphere was often tense, and it wasn't uncommon for admissions officers to clash. He certainly didn't mind that. When it came to showcasing the school's strength, he wouldn't hold back. However, this situation was a bit different. Clearing his throat, Zhang Xiaoyang said, you 2 came here not just because of Su Jingming's provincial champion status, but also because of his supernatural abilities, right? Of course. Su Yun rolled her eyes. The moment she saw Zhang Xiaoyang and Wu Yuan, she knew they all had the same goal. They were all here for Su Jingming, who likely possessed an S-level ability. In that case, when Su Jingming arrives later, let's first determine the level of his ability, Zhang Xiaoyang suggested. Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Sure, let's confirm the ability level before discussing recruitment. For a moment, the entire VIP reception room fell into silence. However, it wasn't long before they heard a whoosh as the sliding door of the conference room opened. A tall figure, carrying a long gun, walked in under the guidance of Principal Zhao Yao. This person was Su Jingming. As soon as he stepped into the reception room, 3 gazes focused on him simultaneously. Having just come from the Thunder Martial Arts School, Su Jingming was still dressed in a simple, loose training outfit, with the broken black shining gun slung over his back. Compared to the impeccably dressed Principal Zhao Yao beside him, he seemed somewhat shabby.
However, his upright posture and the calm, steady look in his distinctly black and white eyes were something that Zhao Yao, who appeared somewhat on edge in front of the 3 special recruitment teachers, could not compare to. Not bad, Su Yun couldn't help but nod. After the martial arts college entrance examination, most candidates would indulge themselves after 3 years of suppressed high school life, hardly thinking about training. But Su Jingming clearly had just finished training. Just this alone set him apart from ordinary candidates. Moreover, the 3 of them were all 5th-tier ability users, and although they did not display their abilities, the invisible pressure they exuded was not something ordinary ability users could withstand. This was evident from Zhao Yao's demeanor. Yet Su Jingming showed no reaction to it, clearly possessing a resolute will that was not easily shaken. Being 5th-tier ability users, Su Yun could see this, and naturally, everyone else could too. Thus, right from the start, Su Jingming left a good impression on the recruitment teachers. Su Jingming, let me introduce you. This is teacher Su Yun from Qingjing Ability University, and this is Principal Zhao Yao. Introduced the 3 teachers, and Su Jingming quickly learned their identities. Hello, teachers, Su Jingming said respectfully. He could vaguely sense the dangerous aura emanating from the 3 teachers. It went without saying that they were all at least 4th-tier ability users. Su, we have all watched your combat video from the martial arts college entrance examination. Your practical combat skills are impressive and quite stunning. However, I have a question. Your ability doesn't seem to match the E-level ability, weak electricity, that was registered at the time of your awakening. Can you tell us the reason? If it's inconvenient, that's fine. We're just a bit curious. Zheng Chaoyang spoke first, his tone very gentle. Principal Zhao Yao beside him also showed a curious expression. Of course, I can. The day before the entrance examination, Su Jingming, who had been prepared, recounted what he had told his aunt earlier. Struck by natural lightning, leading to an ability mutation? That is indeed a possibility. Before coming, the 3 teachers had already done their homework and knew that Su Jingming had been directly struck by lightning the day before the examination. They nodded in acknowledgement of this explanation. Then, Zhang Chaoyan, who was in the middle, spread his right hand. Like a magic trick, a sci-fi-looking black device appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The other 2 teachers were unfazed by this. Su, you probably don't know what your mutated ability is yet, right? I just happened to bring an ability detection device from school. Come over and give it a try. Su Jingming nodded at this and walked forward directly. The ability detection device, he had only seen it when he awakened his powers at the age of 16. The instrument used during the ability awakening ceremony was quite large, somewhat resembling a double-door refrigerator. He had never used the small detection device and didn't know how to operate it. Just unleash your ability, Zheng Chaoyan reminded him. Su Jingming nodded at the words, took a deep breath, and directly summoned the purple sky divine thunder. Crackle in an instant. A violent and dazzling purple lightning surrounded him. What a ferocious thunder! Several teachers were taken aback. They could sense the violent power contained within the thunder. This power even made them, as 5th-tier ability users, feel a bit uneasy. At that moment, the ability detection device in front of Su Jingming also began to operate, projecting a blue light from within the instrument. It scanned him from head to toe, including the thunder. Then, under the expectant gazes of the 3 special recruitment teachers and the principal, a mechanical electronic prompt sounded from the device. Ability detection complete. The ability is purple. Sky Divine Thunder, rated S-Class. It's actually an S-Class ability. Principal Zhao Yao's eyes widened. He had guessed that Su Jingming's ability might have mutated, but he never expected it to jump directly from E-Class to S-Class. Although the other 3 teachers had anticipated this, they still found their breaths quickening upon seeing that Su Jingming was indeed S-Class. The enrollment teacher from Jincheng University, Wu Yuan, even had his eyes gleaming green and was the first to speak. Su, as long as you come to our Jincheng Ability University, we will reward you with a scholarship of 4 million plus a set of C-Class equipment. Additionally, for the 4 years of university, any ability training methods or combat techniques you need, our school will provide them for free. 4 million scholarship. Zhao Yao's heart jolted. The city had just awarded 2 million, and now it was another 4 million. Is money really not money anymore? Moreover, that set of C-Class equipment was worth over 10 million. Of course, for ability users, the training methods and various combat techniques were priceless treasures that couldn't be bought. Indeed, geniuses are priceless. Zhao Yao sighed inwardly. Back when he was at Ability University, he didn't know how many ferocious beasts he had to risk his life to hunt just to afford a combat technique. But now, they were giving it away for free. Heh, is that all you can offer? Su Yun from Qingjing University raised an eyebrow, staring intently at Su Jingming. Su, if you come to our Qingjing Ability University, not only will you receive training methods and various combat techniques, but we will also give you a 6 million enrollment bonus, along with all the equipment you need for 4 years. Located in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Qingjing Ability University was clearly more financially robust, throwing down heavy money right away. Finally, Zhang Qiayang, after pondering for a moment, also
stated his school's conditions. We don't need to mention the training methods and combat techniques. Whatever they have, we have. 2.
However, our school does not provide scholarships or equipment, but we will offer you an S-class cultivation resource each
academic year. S-class cultivation resource? What is that? Su Jingming showed a puzzled expression.
Meanwhile, Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes.
Su Jingming didn't know, didn't they know?
The so-called S-class
cultivation resources were treasures that couldn't be measured in value. Even for them, as 5th-tier ability users, S-class cultivation resources were immensely useful.
And now, the Magic City Ability University was directly promising one per year.
What kind of extravagance was this? You know about the Dragon Clan ferocious beasts, right? In response to Zhang Qiaoyan's inquiry, Su Jingming nodded.
The ferocious beast clans had distinctions among species. Some clans were weak, while others were strong.
Some naturally powerful
beasts, resembling dragons in size, are given the title of dragon species. Born as 4th or 5th tier, they can reach 7th
or 8th tier upon maturity.
Just so you know, among our S-class resources, there is something called dragon blood.
It is taken from the heart's blood of 8th tier dragon beasts.
After consuming dragon blood, one's physique will be greatly enhanced, even comparable to that of dragon beasts. And our S-class resources, each portion is at the level of dragon blood. Now you understand,
right?
Zhang Qiayang said with a smile.
It was precisely because Su Jingming's special recruitment level was rated S+, otherwise, he wouldn't have offered such luxurious conditions. Dragon blood, S-class cultivation resource. Principal Zhao Yao used to think he had seen a lot.
But after seeing the conditions offered by the 3 top universities to recruit Su Jingming, he suddenly realized that his perspective was still too narrow.
Su Jingming was also shocked upon hearing this. S-class cultivation resources are indeed tempting. Alright, it's time for you to make a decision. Which of our 3 top universities will you choose? The 3 teachers' gazes focused on Su Jingming, waiting for him to make his choice.
Facing the 3 teachers' eyes, Su Jingming paused for a moment
and said, I choose Magic City Ability University. Since ability points must be obtained by killing beasts, he was more concerned about the practical training capabilities of the top universities.
Through his research on resources during this time, he found that nearly half of the champions in the last 20 sessions of the practical training-focused University Alliance competition were won
by Magic City Ability University. This is enough to show that Magic City Ability University has the strongest training for students' practical abilities among the 3 universities.
Coupled with the S-class resources they offered,
Magic City Ability University can be said to be the best choice. As expected, it's Magic City Ability University. Su Yun and Wu Yuan couldn't help but sigh.
In the face of S-class cultivation resources, the conditions proposed by their 2 schools were indeed much weaker.
However, this
is not their fault. The school only has so many resources for special recruits.
Such S-class cultivation resources, which are highly useful even for high-tier ability users, cannot be used for recruiting new students. The school does not allow it, and they cannot offer more enticing recruitment conditions.
Teacher Zhang, congratulations, you have snatched a good seedling for Magic City
Ability University this time.
The tense atmosphere of competing for students was now settled, and Su Yun and Wu Yuan couldn't
help but congratulate Zhang Qiayang. They then did not linger, sighing as they left.
They had no chance with the Provincial Champion of Jiangnan Province, but they still needed to compete for the 2nd and 3rd places.
Safe travels, you too. Zhang Qiayang
smiled as he saw the 2 teachers off, then turned to Su Jingming. Student Jingming, welcome to choose Magic City Ability University. Our school will definitely not disappoint your expectations. After saying that, he directly took out the admission notice that had been prepared in advance and handed it over.
This is your admission notice. You'll need it when you report to the school. Additionally, here is a special recruitment contract. Please sign it.
Zhang Qiaoyang handed over another contract.
The text on the contract was very simple, stating that Su Jingming could access all the ability training methods and combat techniques in the Magic City Ability University Library.
Furthermore, he would receive an S-class cultivation resource each year. The contract was in duplicate, both copies already stamped with the official seal of Magic City Ability University. After confirming that the content was correct, Su Jingming signed his name, keeping one copy for himself and giving one to Zhang Qiaoyang.
Very good, student Jingming, you are now a member of Magic City Ability University. Magic City Ability University looks forward to your arrival. Zhang Qiayang, holding the contract, also breathed a sigh of relief.
An S-rank ability awakener was taken down by himself, and this trip finally did not disappoint the school's expectations. With a casual flip, the contract vanished into thin air.
This scene made Su Jingming, who had been very curious all along, light up with excitement and asked, Teacher Zhang, where did your contract go? Are you talking about this?
Zhang Qiayang smiled as he raised his right hand, revealing a delicate ring on his index finger.
Then, with a flash of light from the ring, the contract reappeared in his hand. This is a space ring, made by a space-type ability user. It can store small items inside, Zhang Chaoyang explained with a smile. A space ring? Su Jingming was shocked. Wasn't this something from the fantasy novels of his past life? It had actually been realized in this world. But then he thought about it and felt relieved. Since there were space-type abilities, it seemed reasonable to create a space ring. When I get the chance, I'll get one too, Su Jingming decided in his heart. There was no helping it. Something like a space ring was indeed too tempting. The price of a space ring isn't cheap. If you want to buy one, you'll have to work hard. Zhang Chaoyang seemed to see through Su Jingming's thoughts and encouraged him. After a pause, he added, also, our school's new student enrollment date is September 1st. You can choose to enroll early. That's no problem. We will provide accommodation for you. Of course, for special recruits like you, we always encourage early enrollment. Can I enroll early? Then I can access the library's ability training methods and combat techniques after enrollment? Su Jingming's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. Of course, that's no problem, Zhang Chaoyang nodded. That's great. Su Jingming had thought he would have to wait until the start of school to enjoy the vast cultivation resources of Magic City Ability University. But now that he could enroll early, how could he not be excited? Teacher Zhang, I will report to school as soon as possible. Alright, here's my contact information. Once you arrive at school, just call me. Zhang Chaoyang left his contact details and then did not linger, getting up to leave. Thus, in the large VIP reception room, only Su Jingming and Principal Zhao Yao remained. Phew, they finally left. These high-level ability users have an overwhelming sense of pressure, Zhao Yao sighed, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, then looked at Su Jingming's exquisite admission notice as if it were a treasure. The admission notice from Magic City Ability University. This is an incredible honor. Come on, let's call your homeroom teacher, and we'll take a big group photo together. Under Principal Zhao Yao's lead, Su Jingming held the admission notice from Magic City Ability University. At the entrance of second high school, he took a group photo with Principal Zhao Yao and the teachers of Class 5. In the photo, every teacher's smile was particularly radiant. This photo was also placed in the center of the honor room at Jiangqing Second High School, becoming a model for many students to imitate and learn from in the future. During the group photo session, Su Jingming also received calls from the City Education Bureau and the municipal government. Upon learning about the generous rewards they offered, which only required him to make an appearance on the day of the reward distribution, Su Jingming agreed without hesitation. After all, they were giving such generous rewards. Shouldn't he show up and promote his hometown a bit? After leaving the school, Su Jingming went to the city center and bought a lot of gifts. He then took a taxi to the Jinghu community where his aunt's family lived. Unlike Su Jingming's modest community, Jinghu community was a high-end villa area. The security at the entrance was also very strict. Without the owner's consent, others could hardly get in. Fortunately, Su Jingming had recorded visitor permissions here earlier, allowing him to enter the community smoothly. Ding dong. Su Jingming stood at the villa's entrance and rang the doorbell. After a short while, the door opened, revealing his aunt Su Qingwan. Upon seeing Su Jingming, Su Qingwan's eyes lit up. Xiaoming, what brings you here? Come in, come in. The provincial rankings have been released, and I thought you, the provincial champion, would be busy. I didn't expect you to come at this time. Lao Tang, Xiaoming is here, quickly make some tea. Aunt Su Qingwan warmly led Su Jingming into the villa's living room. Xiaoming is here. A sturdy man walked out from the study. Uncle, Su Jingming greeted politely. This man was his uncle Tang Daolin. Sit for a moment, I'll go make you some tea. Uncle Tang Daolin nodded with a smile and then called. Upstairs, Chi-Chi, your cousin is here. Thud thud thud. Accompanied by footsteps, Tang Chi descended the stairs with her long strides. Sister Chi, Su Jingming also greeted with a smile. Jingming, very impressive, you really became the provincial champion. I didn't have time to call earlier, but it's still timely to say congratulations now, right? Tang Chi smiled sweetly and sat down next to Su Qingwan. Of course, it's timely, Su Jingming replied with a smile. By the way, this is a gift I brought for you. I have a face mask for Aunt, skincare products for Sister Chi, and tea leaves for Uncle. Su Jingming took out the gifts one by one. Xiaoming, you are so thoughtful. Aunt Su Qingwan was about to accept them without much formality when she noticed that these gifts were from relatively luxurious brands. Altogether, they must cost at least 10 to 20,000, and her eyes widened. Why buy such expensive gifts? You'll need money for college later. Hurry and return them. When you earn money, it won't be too late to buy us gifts. Aunt, these are what I earned myself. Su Jingming grinned. The city is rewarding me 2 million for becoming the provincial champion, plus a special ability training method and a luxurious villa. These gifts worth 10 to 20,000 are not a burden for me. Of course, even without the city's reward, buying some valuable gifts was a way to repay his aunt's family for their help over the years. Wanquan, just accept them. I also saw the reward announcement from the city online. Moreover, not only the city, but many local businesses in Jiangcheng have publicly stated they want to give you equipment and resources. Uncle Tang smiled as he brought over a cup of steaming tea. So that's how it is. Su Qingwan nodded and didn't refuse any longer. The city's reward can be accepted, but those things from the businesses cannot be taken. Su Jingming nodded, indicating he understood. The city government has an official background, so taking the national rewards is no problem. But private enterprises are different. Accepting their gifts might lead to trouble later on. By the way, your uncle just mentioned that the city also gave you a villa. Where is this villa located? And Su Qingwan asked curiously. The city said I could choose any place as long as it's within Jiangcheng, but I haven't decided where yet, Su Jingming replied. Then just choose our Jinghu community, it will be easier to visit each other, Su Qingwan quickly suggested. Sure, Su Jingming readily agreed. For him, who was orphaned and alone, a house was just a place to sleep at night, any place would do. Since his aunt wanted him to live here, he would come here. However, Uncle Tang Daolin felt a bit emotional. Upon hearing this house was something he had worked hard for most of his life to earn. And now, Su Jingming not only didn't need to spend a penny, but others were also eager to give. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Just in time, I have some issues with my training. When you move over, Jingming, I can ask you for guidance, Tang Chi said with a smile. Although she used a dagger and Su Jingming used a spear, the other party's combat experience was clearly much stronger than her own, and he could provide some training advice. Sure, Su Jingming nodded, then hesitated for a moment and said, but I might not be able to guide you for long. Once everything is settled here, I have to leave. Leave? Where are you going? Su Qingwan was taken aback. To report for school in Magic City, Su Jingming took out his admission notice. Just now, I was admitted to Magic City Ability University. Admitted already? But isn't the application process not even open yet? Su Qingwan was slightly stunned. The application process starts 3 days after the martial arts college entrance exam results are announced. Xiaoming is the provincial champion. He took the special admission route, so he doesn't have to wait for the application process. Uncle Tang Daolin shook his head and explained. Special admission, to think he has to report for school so soon. Su Qingwan felt a bit disappointed. She had originally wanted to take Su Jingming out to have some fun during this break. However, she also knew that Magic City Ability University is the top university in the country. Su Jingming's choice to enroll early must have his own considerations. The child has grown up after all. Su Qingwan shook her head, her mood quickly recovering. Going to Magic City Ability University is a good thing. Today, I'm treating you all to a big meal. It also counts as a celebration for Xiaoming's provincial championship. Yay, I want a lobster feast. Tang Chi's eyes lit up and Su Jingming also smiled. Just like that, the whole family happily went out. In the following days, Su Jingming first made an appearance at a city government event where he received a cash reward of 2 million. He then chose a 2-story standalone villa in Jinghu community covering an area of over 400 square meters. All the furniture in the villa was brand new and he didn't touch the original furnishings in the community. Additionally, he treated his high school buddies Zhang Hao and Lu Jie to a meal. At the dinner table, the two friends were envious of Su Jingming's rise. Upon learning that Su Jingming was struck by lightning and his ability mutated from E level to S level, they exclaimed about his incredible luck and ordered a few more large lobsters. Of course, both of them had decent scores as well. Lu Jie scored 245 points in the martial arts college entrance exam, securing a spot in Ability University. Zhang Hao, who participated in the cultural exam, also reached the first tier admission line. However, compared to the Magic City Ability University that admitted Su Jingming, there was no comparison. In the end, both Shang Hao and Lu Jie got drunk. Ming, now that you've entered Magic City Ability University, you must get me a signed photo of Goddess Jiang. Zhang Hao mumbled, his consciousness hazy, just before getting into a taxi. Goddess Jiang, whose real name is Zhang Chuxian, is an ability user from Magic City Ability University. She became an internet sensation in the past 6 months, due to a video of her slaying a fierce beast. In the video, her stunning beauty contrasted sharply with her decisive killing style, earning her the title of Goddess Jiang, and Zhang Hao was her diehard fan. Su Jingming naturally agreed wholeheartedly, finally managing to calm him down and send him off in a taxi. With that, all matters in Jiang City were settled. The next day, June 16th, under the watchful eyes of his aunt's family, Su Jingming took his suitcase and boarded the high-speed train to Magic City. Once Xiaoming leaves, he will probably soar to great heights, Uncle Tang Daolin said with a sense of emotion as he watched the train gradually depart. Before this, who could have imagined that Su Jingming would become the top scholar of the province and be admitted to the Ability University in Magic City? By the way, Chi-Chi, it's time to start filling out your college applications, right? Since your cousin Jingming is going to the Ability University in Magic City, you should also try to choose a university there, so you can look out for each other in the future. Your dad is right, Magic City is developing well, the economy is thriving, and it's not too far from Jiangnan, so it's a good choice. Mom and Dad, I understand. The straight line distance from Jiangqing to Magic City is about 600 kilometers, and even by high-speed train, it takes more than 3 hours. Before getting on the high-speed train, Su Jingming called Zhang Chaoyang, intending to inform him of his arrival today. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chaoyang was unusually enthusiastic, saying he would drive and wait for him at the Magic City high-speed train station. Su Jingming couldn't refuse him, so he just went along with it. After getting on the train, Su Jingming stowed his luggage and found his seat. He closed his eyes and leaned against the window to rest. At the same time, he recalled the content of the ability training method. Besides the 2 million yuan prize in a villa, the most important thing Jiangchang gave him was this ability training method. It was a method called Yuan High training method. Just like abilities, the training methods also have different ratings: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. The higher the level, the faster the cultivation speed. The Yuan High training method is an intermediate ability training method. The original training method is held by the Jiangcheng government, and what Su Jingming received was just a copy. However, the content is the same, and there is no difference in practice. The content of the ability training method is not extensive. With Su Jingming's mental strength of 180 Hz, he memorized all the content in just over 2 days. According to the content of the ability training method, there is a special energy drifting in the world. Only by absorbing this energy can the power of abilities be enhanced. On the first day he received the ability training method, Su Jingming sensed this special energy according to the method's content. At the same time, a plus sign appeared next to the level on the system panel. However, he did not immediately choose to use ability points to upgrade. According to the records in the Yuan High training method, the transformation from an awakened to an ability user requires a higher level training method for breakthroughs, which yields greater benefits after the breakthrough. Once he enters the Ability University in Magic City, he will have access to top-tier ability training methods. Naturally, he would not choose to break through using an intermediate training method. The first thing after registering for school is to go to the library to research ability training methods. Su Jingming silently thought. Since the journey was quite boring and he couldn't train, he originally just closed his eyes to rest, leaning against the window. Feeling drowsy, he simply laid his head on the table and fell asleep. The high-speed train from Jiangcheng to Magic City stops at several stations along the way, including Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan province. The seats around Su Jingming were originally empty, but after reaching Ning'an City, they were all filled. It seemed that a few young people got on, and one of the boys who sat down kept talking non-stop. Before long, Su Jingming's already hazy drowsiness completely vanished, forcing him to end his nap and open his eyes. He was seated at a 4-person table in the middle. At this moment, the previously empty seat across from him now had a young man and woman. Next to him, there was also a girl, wearing glasses. The boy sitting directly across from Su Jingming was the one who had been chattering since getting on the train. Huanpu Ability University is considered a decent school in the Magic City, with last year's minimum admission score being 406 points. My score this time is 421 points, which isn't much higher, but it's basically secure. Plus, my brother is also at Huanpu Ability University, so when we get to the Magic City, I can take you around inside. Huanpu Ability University generally isn't open to outsiders, so with my brother there, you guys are really lucky this time. The boy, dressed well, rambled on. Most of it was bragging about his martial arts college entrance exam results and his connections at Huanpu Ability University. The girl with glasses next to Su Jingming listened with a smile. In contrast, the quieter girl beside the boy across from them seemed somewhat impatient, hardly engaging in the conversation. In fact, Lu Qian's patience with Zheng Chang was nearing its limit. After the martial arts college entrance exam, she and her best friend wanted to apply to universities in the Magic City, so they bought high-speed train tickets for today, hoping to check it out in person. However, she didn't expect to run into Zheng Chang after getting on the train, and upon learning their purpose, he started boasting non-stop. At first, she was quite patient and even smiled in agreement, but as time passed and he repeated those two topics over a dozen times, it began to annoy her. Yet out of politeness, she didn't want to directly tell him to shut up. Even the person across from them who was quietly sleeping was disturbed. Lu Qian was about to apologize, but when she saw the other person's appearance, her eyes lit up. What a handsome guy! The boy across had a strong face, a high nose, bridge, and his eyes were clear and spirited. His looks could easily rival those of male celebrities on TV. Although she wasn't a lovesick girl, seeing such a handsome guy naturally made her feel good about him, especially with the incessant chatter of the fly next to her. Sorry for disturbing you, Lu Qian said apologetically. Su Jingming waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Hello, I'm Sun Rui. Are you also going to the Magic City? Compared to Lu Qian's quiet demeanor, the girl with glasses next to Su Jingming was clearly much more outgoing.
Seeing that Su Jingming was about the same age as her, she took the initiative to greet
him. Su Jingming, also going to the Magic City. Su Jingming politely nodded in response to Sun Rui's inquiry. Since we're all going to the Magic City, we really are fated. Lu Qian smiled brightly and said friendly, I'm Lu Qian, planning to check out the Ability University there.
I'm going for tourism, and I'll also visit Huangpu Ability University to see my brother.
The boy next to Lu Qian chimed in, I'm Zhang Chang. Bro, are you also going to the Magic City to visit schools? Su Jingming was about to say he
was going to register for school, but Zhang Chang continued on his own, looking at your age, you must be.
How about this, I'll take you all to Huangpu Ability University later.
Zhang Chang grinned, his tone carrying a hint of superiority. Not to brag, but among
all the universities in the Magic City, Huangpu Ability University is definitely among the top. After the application period ends, I'll also be going to Huangpu Ability University.
Su Jingming felt a bit speechless upon hearing this.
The Magic City, as an
international metropolis, does have some decent ability universities besides the top-tier Magic City Ability University.
However, among these universities, Huangpu Ability University, with an admission score of just over 400 points, certainly couldn't be considered too good. Of course, for ordinary candidates, it is indeed a prestigious school. Su Jingming didn't feel much desire to talk to people he wasn't familiar with.
Lu Chen was also a relatively quiet girl, while Sun Rui had a slightly more lively personality. But, compared to talking, she seemed to prefer listening. As a result, in the ensuing conversation, Zhang Chang naturally took the lead. He eagerly boasted about his college entrance examination scores and his connections at Huangpu Ability University, trying to attract
Lu Qian's attention.
However, his words were so clumsy that Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head in private.
Not to mention
Lu Qian, who looked like she could almost write the word disgust on her forehead. Nevertheless, compared to when they first got in the car, Lu Qian's patience had improved significantly.
After all, there was now a handsome guy to look at, right? So, during
the following time, Lu Qian's gaze almost constantly drifted towards Su Jingming.
Time quickly passed, and by noon, the train finally arrived at the high-speed rail station in the Magic City. Su Jingming and his group followed the crowd out. On the way,
Zhang Chang attempted to ask Lu Qian for her contact information but was met with a cold shoulder. Soon, the group exited the high-speed rail station. Outside, there were numerous taxis and private cars waiting for passengers. Upon seeing one of the sedans, Zhang Chang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly approached Lu Qian, fawning, my brother's car has arrived, why don't you all come with
me? We can just go visit Huangpu Ability University.
After saying that, he pretended to apologize to Su Jingming, but my brother's
car doesn't have enough seats, so if you want to come along, you'll have to take a taxi yourself.
But don't worry, we'll wait for you at the school gate. Generally, a sedan has 5 seats, and with his cousin as the driver, that makes 4 people, which is
naturally enough.
He said this on purpose, wanting to squeeze Su Jingming out.
After all, he wasn't blind during that brief moment in
the car. The beautiful Lu Qian's attention was almost entirely on Su Jingming. Even a fool could see that Lu Qian had feelings for
Su Jingming.
However, if he could push the other party away, he might still have a chance. However, his little maneuver not only failed to achieve the desired result but instead earned him a look from Su Jingming that was akin to looking at a fool. When did I say
I wanted to go with you?
Lu Qian also reacted, her brows furrowing in anger. Zhang Chang, your car only has 4 seats, right?
Aren't you doing this on purpose? I absolutely didn't mean it that way. I just thought it might be a bit cramped with too many people.
Since you say that, let's just go together. My brother's car can fit us all. Seeing that Lu Qian was angry, Zhang Chang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly changed his tone. He wanted to push Su Jingming away, but it was meaningless if Lu Qian left.
2. Do you think everyone is eager to visit Huangpu Ability University?
Lu Qian shot him a glare, then turned to Su Jingming. Jingming, if you don't mind, you can share a taxi with us. We had already planned to visit several universities before coming here.
We can go together. Huangpu Ability University was indeed a decent school. Moreover, it generally wouldn't be open to outsiders. If it were any other time, she would have genuinely wanted to visit.
But she was utterly fed up with Zhang Chang's shameless boasting.
Now, deliberately trying to squeeze others out was something she couldn't tolerate. Sun Rui, standing nearby, also noticed that
Zhang Chang seemed to be deliberately targeting Su Jingming.
Although she really wanted to visit Huangpu Ability University, at
this moment, she firmly stood by Lu Qian's side. She smiled and invited Su Jingming, come with us, having one more person will
make it more lively. You guys.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang's once handsome face turned a deep shade of red.
However, Su Jingming didn't even glance at him, turning to Lu Qian and Sun Rui. I'm going to the Magic City University town. There's a car coming to pick me up.
I'll ask if they can take you along. If so, we can go together.
Magic City University town. Lu Qian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. The university town of Magic City is a well-known attraction in Magic City. There, not only
is there the top-ranked Magic City Ability University, which is among the top 3 universities in the country, but several surrounding universities are also highly regarded, with extremely high admission scores. Of course, because they are all prestigious schools, visiting requires an advance reservation. However, due to its immense popularity, the waiting list for visits has already stretched several months into the future, and they simply couldn't secure a spot. Even if they went, it would just be a wasted trip, as there was no way to enter the school. Nevertheless, visiting such a famous site as the university town of Magic City, even from outside, is still quite nice. After thinking it over, Lu Qian nodded and said, "Alright, let's go over and ask. If that doesn't work, we'll just take a taxi ourselves." As Su Jingming exited the subway station, he spotted Zhang Chaoyang's car and led Lu Qian and Sun Ruwei in that direction. Someone who couldn't even get a reservation at Huangpu Ability University? I don't believe you can get into the schools over at University Town of Magic City, Zhang Chang remarked sarcastically as he watched the three leave together. However, upon noticing the direction Su Jingming was heading, his eyes widened. Is that? He saw that a Mercedes-Benz X100 off-road vehicle was parked in the direction Su Jingming was walking. The Mercedes-Benz X100 is a military-grade off-road vehicle that can accelerate to 100 km per hour in just 1.8 seconds, suitable for any complex terrain. It is the favorite model among adventurers in the wilderness, with an official price tag exceeding 10 million. Of course, in the economically developed Magic City, a car worth over 10 million is not considered anything special. What stood out the most was the enormous emblem painted on the vehicle's hood and doors. The emblem features sharp swords surrounded by roses with thorns. Overall, it looks both imposing and magnificent. This emblem is recognized by almost every resident of Magic City. It is the emblem of Magic City Ability University. Although Zhang Chang is not a local, as a college entrance examination candidate, he naturally recognizes the emblem of Magic City Ability University. In fact, he had noticed this car as soon as he exited the high-speed train station. He just assumed it was there to pick up some distinguished guest from Magic City Ability University and didn't pay much attention. He never expected that this car was actually waiting for Su Jingming. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be heading for another vehicle. Zhang Chang stared intently at Su Jingming, hoping he was mistaken. However, Su Jingming smoothly got into the car with Lu Qian and Sun Ruwei and drove away. This car was really waiting specifically for Su Jingming. Zhang Chang was stunned from a distance. The special vehicle of Magic City Ability University cannot be easily summoned. It is generally reserved for important guests. This means that the simply dressed Su Jingming is actually a VIP of Magic City Ability University. Wow, even the VIPs are so low-key? In shock, Zhang Chang felt a bit relieved. Thankfully, he hadn't been too arrogant earlier. On the other side, after receiving the consent of the admissions office director Zhang Chaoyang, Su Jingming got into the car with the two of them. Lu Qian and Sun Ruwei naturally recognized the emblem of Magic City Ability University. They just didn't expect that the vehicle waiting for Su Jingming would be such a luxurious one. By the time they came to their senses, they had already been ushered into the car. "Are these all your friends?" Zhang Chaoyang asked cheerfully from the driver's seat. "I met them on the high-speed train. They want to apply to universities here in Magic City, and they came to visit for an on-site inspection. I thought there are quite a few schools in University Town, so I brought them along," Su Jingming explained briefly from the passenger seat. "Oh, there are indeed several good schools over in University Town, but you need to make reservations in advance to visit. Have you all made reservations?" Zhang Chaoyang asked, referring to himself. In the back seat, Lu Qian and Sun Ruwei, who had been intimidated into silence by Zhang Chaoyang's high-level ability after getting in the car, quickly shook their heads. "Do we need to make an appointment to visit the school?" Su Jingming frowned. This was something he hadn't anticipated. "I should have considered that. Once we get there, I'll take a taxi to send you to the places you originally planned to visit." Su Jingming apologized, but Lu Qian and Sun Ruwei in the back seat quickly waved their hands. "It's fine. It's fine. We were only planning to stroll around outside the school anyway. Just strolling around won't do. Here are 2 admission tickets for all the schools in the Magic City University Town. You can just take them." While waiting for the red light, Zhang Chaoyang handed over 2 tickets from the front seat. Admission tickets. Lu Qian and Sun Ruwei's eyes lit up simultaneously. They certainly knew that there were admission tickets for the Magic City University Town, but they were impossible to grab from the official website. Scalpers had tickets, but each one cost 20 to 30,000, which was far beyond what they could afford as students. "These are too valuable, we can't accept them." Although they really wanted them, Lu Qian and Sun Ruwei resisted the temptation and shook their heads in refusal. "They're just 2 tickets, what's so valuable about them? I have a whole bunch here." Zhang Chaoyang laughed heartily and directly opened the box in the car where miscellaneous items were stored. Inside the box, a neat stack of Such tickets was arranged with at least 100 of them. These were all given to me by others, they're of no use to me. Since you're both friends of Sue, it's no big deal to give you two. As the director of the admissions office, Zhang Chaoyang received quite a few of these tickets every year. However, students from the Magic City Ability University could freely enter all the schools in the university town, so they naturally had no use for such tickets. Keeping them was like keeping waste paper. In fact, this was just a small portion of what he had. There were at least 100 more in his office drawer. Since the other party had said so, Lu Qian and Sun Rui understood. If they didn't accept these two tickets, it would seem too pretentious. So, after sincerely thanking him, they accepted the 2 admission tickets. As the director of the admissions office at the Magic City Ability University, Zhang Chaoyang was quite experienced in matters related to filling out applications. Along the way, he provided Lu Qian and Sun Rui with a lot of advice regarding their application choices. For example, which schools in Magic City might expand their enrollment this year, and which schools might lower their score thresholds. Such insider information was generally inaccessible to the average person. Thus, in their delight, Lu Qian and Sun Rui felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered Su Jingming on the way. Otherwise, they would never have come across such confidential information. The SUV sped along and soon entered the Magic City University town. Finally, it stopped in front of the gate of the Magic City Ability University. I'll go park the car, you wait for me here, Zhang Chaoyang said as he dropped off Su Jingming and the others and went to park the car. Su Jingming took this opportunity to take in the sight of this top national school before him. Back in Jiangchang, he had already looked up information about the Magic City Ability University online. He knew that the university was built quite impressively, but when the school truly appeared before him, he felt a sense of shock. Just the gate he saw was over 100 meters wide. The flat concrete road below could accommodate dozens of cars passing through at the same time. The height was also over 10 meters. On the massive gate, the words Magic City Ability University were written in a flamboyant style. Under the midday sun, it shone brilliantly. Wow, if the entrance is this grand, what must it be like inside the school? Su Jingming finally understood why so many candidates yearned for top universities. Besides the profound educational heritage, passing through such a magnificent gate every day was also a visual delight. At the same time, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel excited about his upcoming 4 years of campus life. Beside him, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were equally stunned by the grandeur of the Magic City Ability University. They stared at the school gate, their eyes wide open without blinking. What do you think? Impressive, right? At that moment, Zhang Chaoyang, who had parked the car, appeared with a smile. He loved seeing the new students being awed by the school. This was also one of the reasons he chose to personally pick up Su Jingming. Our Magic City Ability University covers an area of 40,000 acres, which is about 26 square kilometers, and this school gate is just right for it. Zhang Chaoyang's next statement made Lu Qian's mouth drop open and her eyes widen in disbelief. 26 square kilometers? Remember you said that Magic City Ability University only enrolls 1,000 new students each year. Adding up all 4 grades, there are only a little over 4,000 students, right? With so few people, how can they occupy such a large space? Lu Qian knew that Magic City Ability University was big, but she never expected it to be 26 square kilometers. That's almost half the size of a county. And with such a vast area, there are only about 4,000 people living there. Keep in mind, this is in the precious land of Magic City. For a school to have such a large area is simply magical. It's not that few people. When you include all the teachers and staff, there are about 10,000 people in total, which means an average area of over 2,600 square meters per person. Zhang Chaoyang's casual just made Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes turn red with envy. An average area of over 2,600 square meters per person is an astonishing figure. In an ordinary university, having even 1% of that would be considered good. Thus, amidst all the shock, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were led into Magic City Ability University. When they finally came to their senses, Su Jingming was already waving goodbye. I've told Teacher Zhang that you can freely explore the school. However, once you go out, you can't come back in. So, let's part ways here. I wish you both get accepted by your dream university. For Lu Qian, who found Su Jingming's height and looks perfectly aligned with her aesthetic, it was impossible not to have feelings for him. But as she watched him walk away with Zhang Chaoyang, she mustered all her courage but couldn't call out to him to ask for his contact information. After all, we're not from the same world. Lu Qian shook her head. She came from an ordinary family, and for someone like Su Jingming, who was personally picked up by Magic City Ability University, she felt like just a passerby. Having met him even once was already quite fortunate. Wanting to develop a deeper relationship was akin to dreaming. Xiao Qian, I know who Su Jingming is. Sun Rui suddenly exclaimed, handing her phone to Lu Qian. I thought he looked familiar. Turns out he's the Provincial Champion from Jiangnan Province. So it's him. Looking at the news articles and photos of Su Jingming on Sun Rui's phone, Lu Qian finally connected him to the provincial champion who had recently caused a stir throughout Jiangnan province.
So he ultimately chose Magic City Ability University. No wonder a teacher came to pick him up.
Although there was a lot of buzz online, seeing him in person didn't
guarantee recognition.
This is a natural reaction for most people, and Lu Qian was no exception. There had been no definite news
online about which university Su Jingming would choose.
She never expected that he had already chosen Magic City Ability University and
had even started his enrollment. Indeed, we are not from the same world.
Upon learning his true identity, Lu Qian felt relieved and smiled as she pulled her best friend Sun Rui.
Come on, we finally made it in, let's explore properly. With the admissions office director leading the way, Su Jingming's enrollment went smoothly without any obstacles. It took just over half an hour to complete all the procedures. He received his student ID and dormitory key. Initially, Su Jingming was already stunned by the entrance of the Magic City Ability University.
But when he saw his dormitory, he was shocked once again.
He had seen many dormitories during his previous life while earning his PhD.
He had even changed universities 3 times, living in 3 or 4 different
dorms.
There were 4-person rooms, single rooms, and even a 3-bedroom apartment specifically assigned for PhD students.
But he
had never seen a university like Magic City Ability University that used villas as dormitories. The villa in front of him looked even more luxurious than the one he had in Jiangcheng. Now, Su Jingming finally understood why Magic City Ability University had such a large campus. These villas provided for the students probably took up a small half of the area. Every student at our school lives in a villa. Of course, the luxury level of the villa varies depending on the scores.
As a provincial champion like you get to
live in the most luxurious one with a total area of over 800 square meters.
But you don't have to worry about being lonely.
Villas are assigned for 2 people, with 2 floors.
You and your roommate will each have a floor.
Listening to Zhang Chaoyang's
explanation, Su Jingming finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Having been an orphan before and after his crossing, he had had enough of living alone, so having a roommate was certainly better.
In fact, he preferred the warm atmosphere of a 4-person dormitory. A double room is also good, it's better than being alone.
Su Jingming took out the key, opened the villa door, and entered with his
suitcase.
Compared to the exterior decoration, the interior of the villa was even more luxurious. The floor was made of large marble
tiles, polished to a shine.
The furniture and decorations throughout the room were exquisitely crafted. The dormitory is cleaned by staff every week, so you don't have to worry about hygiene, Zhang Chaoyang added as he walked in.
With 800 square meters of
dormitory space, it would be impossible to clean it all in a day. The purpose of bringing students in was to provide them with the
most professional training, so they naturally wouldn't let them waste energy on such trivial matters. All the enrollment procedures have been completed. Next, I will tell you about a few important things to pay attention to at our school. Please go ahead, Su
Jingming said, his eyes lighting up as he sat across from Zhang Chaoyang on the sofa.
At Magic City Ability University, there are 2
key points to pay attention to: the credit system and the exclusive mentor system, Zhang Chaoyang said slowly.
First, the credit system. At Magic City Ability University, credits are everything.
Whether it's for meals, purchasing equipment, or buying rare
materials, you will need credits.
The value of 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 daxia coins.
Of course, the actual value may be much higher than 10,000 daxia coins.
After all, many items in our school's marketplace are priceless outside.
There are many ways to earn credits. One type is fixed distribution based on ratings. Every new student receives a corresponding rating upon enrollment.
For example, your rating after enrollment is S level, and you can receive 100 credits each academic year.
Additionally, ratings are not set in stone. Under Zhang Chaoyang's explanation, Su Jingming began to understand what credits were. Credits were the hard currency of Magic City Ability University. As long as you had credits, you could almost buy anything you wanted. There were many ways to earn credits. In addition to the basic credits distributed each academic year, you could also earn them by completing school tasks or climbing the combat power rankings.
Personal credit balance can be checked on the school's official website. Zhang Chaoyang clapped his hands and called out, "Eva, come out." Su Jingming was still trying to figure out who he was calling.
Not far in front
of him, a cute round ball projected into the air.
This is the artificial intelligence equipped in every dormitory, Eva. The main body of Eva is the school's advanced artificial intelligence. The ones in the dormitories are just its subbodies. Of course, even
as a subbody, it meets the standards of a level 4 artificial intelligence, which is more than sufficient for assisting with daily life, Zhang Chaoyang explained. A subbody has reached level 4 artificial intelligence?
Su Jingming exclaimed in surprise. When he first crossed over, he thought that the Blue Star world, aside from having more ferocious beasts and abilities than his previous life, didn't seem too different.
but later he discovered that the technological development of Blue Star was much more advanced than in his past life. Not only had it achieved the holographic simulation technology that game enthusiasts love, but its artificial intelligence was also impressive. Level 4 artificial intelligence could already converse with humans without any flaws. As for that highest level artificial intelligence, it was said to possess real emotions indistinguishable from a human. Of course, whether it was holographic simulation technology or advanced artificial intelligence, these were things only the upper echelons could access. Su Jingming, who came from a simple family background, had never encountered them from birth until now. This led to his initial impression that the technology of Blue Star was similar to that of his previous life. Next, with Zhang Chaoyang's help, Su Jingming learned to use the artificial intelligence named Eva. He also checked his remaining credits on the school's official website and found that he indeed had 100 credits. This made Su Jingming marvel at the school's generosity. 100 credits were equivalent to 1 million Daxia coins. Although this was only available to S-level students, other new students of lower levels received a minimum of 20 credits upon enrollment. Each year, about 1,000 new students entered the Magic City Ability University. This meant that every year, just the basic credits given to new students would cost the Magic City Ability University 200 million Daxia coins. No wonder. It's a top-tier university, so wealthy, Su Jingming secretly marveled, and Zhang Chaoyang began to discuss the next key point. The second thing to note is our school's exclusive mentor system. Every student can choose a mentor they admire to become their exclusive mentor. Of course, it requires the mentor's consent. Exclusive mentor? Su Jingming asked, somewhat confused. Aren't the mentors supposed to attend the classes arranged by the school? Why do we need to specifically seek a mentor? Can the efficiency of a class of students compare to one-on-one guidance? Zhang Chaoyang explained with a smile. Moreover, our school's mentors are all high-level ability users. Almost every one of them has their own unique combat skills and ability training methods. Some of the less significant combat skills and training methods might be shared with our library, becoming part of its collection. But how could those renowned skills and powerful combat techniques be selflessly shared? You can only learn them after establishing a closer mentor-student relationship. With this explanation from Zhang Chaoyang, Su Jingming finally understood. Indeed, many powerful combat skills were the culmination of an ability user's lifetime of effort. Expecting someone to selflessly share them in a regular classroom was simply unrealistic. Only after establishing a closer mentor-student relationship could one hope to learn them. So, teacher Zhang, is it troublesome to seek a mentor? What preparations are needed? Su Jingming quickly asked. Although he had the system by his side, having an additional mentor would undoubtedly make his path of cultivation smoother. For others, it might be quite troublesome, but for you, who possesses an S-level ability, the difficulty is almost negligible. Zhang Chaoyang said with a smile, you just need to find a lightning-type mentor you admire and pay them a visit. Show them your S-level ability and your current strength. I believe no mentor would refuse you. After saying that, he added, our Magic City Ability University has 4 lightning-type mentors in total. Among them, the Dean of the Weapon Academy, Yang Zhentian, is my top recommendation for you to apprentice under. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming sent Zhang Chaoyang off and relaxed alone on the living room sofa. It's fortunate to have such an admissions teacher guiding me, otherwise, I really wouldn't know there are so many things to pay attention to at Magic City Ability University. Su Jingming felt a bit relieved. Of course, Zhang Chaoyang also mentioned that this information could be found in the Freshman Must-Read section on the school's official forum, but it ultimately wasn't as detailed as what the other party had explained, especially regarding the lightning-type mentor that would suit him best. Thinking of this, Su Jingming spoke up, Eva, help me search for information on mentor Yang Zhentian. Okay. The virtual light sphere in midair flickered, then projected all the information related to Yang Zhentian. Yang Zhentian, age 52, Dean of the Weapon Academy at Magic City Ability University, a 7th-tier, upper-level ability user. Possesses an A-level lightning-type ability, True Thunder of Wind and Fire, and is skilled in various weapons, such as fist techniques, broadswords, long guns, and long swords. Among them, he is most proficient with the long gun, earning the nickname Thunder Gun. He once battled an 8th-tier ferocious beast, the earth-shaking demon python, in the wilderness for 3 days and nights, ultimately killing it alone. From his earlier conversation with Zhang Chaoyang, Su Jingming already knew that Magic City Ability University is divided into 5 major academies: the Element Academy, Weapon Academy, Tactics Academy, Support Academy, and Logistics Academy. Each academy has different teaching methods and focuses. The Element Academy, as the name suggests, mainly recruits students with elemental abilities. Naturally, lightning-type abilities under the Nature category are also within the recruitment scope. The Element Academy emphasizes cultivating students' abilities to maximize the power of elemental abilities as the ultimate goal.
The Weapon Academy, on the other hand, is more adept at training close combat fighters using weapons as their primary means of attack. They can effectively combine abilities with weaponry. Every student graduating from the Weapon Academy is undoubtedly a master of weapons. The Tactics Academy mainly recruits mental-type ability users, training their command and combat capabilities. Of course, this does not mean that students from the Tactics Academy are weak. On the contrary, students who have developed their mental-type abilities to the extreme can destroy an enemy's mind with just a glance, turning them into imbeciles and ending the battle directly. The Support Academy recruits holders of support-type abilities. Students from this academy can provide powerful enhancements to themselves and their teammates after using their abilities, making them indispensable partners on the battlefield. As for the final Logistics Academy, most students possess special-type abilities and are mainly responsible for various logistical production tasks. From the setup of the 5 major academies at Magic City Ability University, it is evident that they are cultivating talents in different directions for the Beast War. Those qualified to serve as deans of each academy are truly the strongest among the strong. Take the dean of the Weapon Academy, Yang Jintian, for example, who single-handedly killed an 8th-tier ferocious beast with his 7th-tier upper-level strength. That is a truly terrifying achievement. After all, high-tier ability users are not like low-tier ones. The strength difference between each tier is not significant. When it comes to high tiers, even small segments can lead to earth-shattering changes in strength. A large tier, with a terrifying gap in strength. High-level ability users, like Yang Jintian, who possess cross-tier combat capabilities, are extremely rare throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. Indeed, without sufficient strength, one cannot become the dean of the Weapon Academy. Su Jingming nodded slightly. An A-level lightning ability, with a strength of upper 7th tier. Moreover, he is skilled in using a spear and is nicknamed the Thunder Spear. From this series of information, it is clear that Yang Jintian is a very suitable mentor for his current situation. Our school has a total of 4 lightning ability mentors. Let's take a look at the information of the other 3. Su Jingming then used Eva to find the information on the remaining 3 lightning ability mentors. All 3 of these mentors possess A-level abilities, with the lowest being upper 6th tier. However, 2 of them are mentors from the Element Academy. This means that these 2 mentors do not use weapons and only refine their abilities. In simpler terms, they can be seen as lightning mages in an online game who only cast spells from a distance. The last one, although also a mentor from the Weapon Academy, only has lower 7th tier strength and primarily uses a long sword instead of a spear. Compared to Yang Jintian, who is nicknamed the Thunder Spear, this mentor is undoubtedly much weaker. It seems that the dean of the Weapon Academy, Yang Jintian, is indeed my best choice for a mentor. After tidying up the room and having lunch, I can go and try to seek him as a mentor. Su Jingming instructed Eva to close the projection and return to standby mode. He then picked up his suitcase and walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The villa has 2 levels, and he prefers the 2nd floor, which has a spacious view and an outdoor balcony. Since his other roommate has not arrived yet, he decided to move in first. During the ascent, Su Jingming finally discovered the villa's only flaw. There is no elevator, and it uses wooden handrails for the stairs. However, given his current vitality of 181 points, carrying a 20-kilogram suitcase upstairs was quite easy. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Su Jingming quickly found the bedroom. The bedroom is large, about 50 square meters, with a bed that is 2 meters long and 2 meters wide in the middle. The bed is already made with brand new bedding. Opposite the bed is a desk, which has a computer on it. The side of the desk has a window. Through the window, he can see the flat road below. Just now, he and Zhang Xiaoyang had walked over from that direction. Everything in the bedroom is brand new. I shouldn't have brought so many things, Su Jingming thought as his suitcase was filled with many items. Not only did he have change of clothes but also toiletries like toothpaste and toothbrushes. By the time he finished putting everything away, half an hour had already passed. Phew, I need to eat quickly and then go find teacher Yang Jintian. Su Jingming glanced at the time on his phone. It was 1:30 in the afternoon. Just the right time for lunch. However, unlike ordinary universities, Magic City University has 4 cafeterias, each of which serves food 24 hours a day. Even if he misses a mealtime, it's not a problem. Su Jingming took his student ID and the villa key and left the villa. While he was coming over earlier, he had been chatting with Zhang Qiaoyang and hadn't paid attention to the surroundings. So this time, he deliberately slowed down to take in the scenery around him. As a top-tier university, the campus environment of Magic City Ability University is impeccable. On both sides of the road are lush green lawns adorned with various blooming flowers. A faint floral fragrance wafts through the air. Along the way, there are numerous pavilions and benches for people to rest. At this time, it is summer vacation at Magic City Ability University. However, there are still many students on campus. There were pairs walking side by side, as well as those who were alone. The aura of these students was quite powerful, with at least first or second tier abilities. Occasionally, he could even see students whose aura was only slightly weaker than Zhang Chaoyang's. No wonder. It's a top-tier university, it truly is a place of hidden talents, Su Jingming thought to himself. From their earlier conversation, he already knew that Zhang Chaoyang was a 5th-tier lower-level ability user. To be only slightly weaker than him meant that their strength was basically above the 4th tier. The Magic City Ability University had 4 cafeterias, and Su Jingming went to the one closest to the dormitory. As soon as he reached the entrance of the cafeteria, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of meat. Once inside, he discovered that, in addition to regular food, the cafeteria also offered dishes made from the meat of ferocious beasts. Although ferocious beasts had tough skin and were inherently violent, they could be said to be treasures in their entirety. The resilient skin of these beasts was not only an excellent material for making battlesuits but also a luxury item that many wealthy individuals competed to buy when made into bags. The bones of ferocious beasts, ground into powder, were also a superb medicinal material. As for the blood and flesh of these beasts, long-term consumption could similarly enhance one's physique. Because of this, many ability users formed adventurer teams to venture into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, bringing their carcasses back to the city to sell at high prices. In fact, the ferocious beast Su Jingming killed during the martial arts college entrance examination could also fetch a high price. However, those were the property of the military district and could not be taken away. Naturally, the dishes made from the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts in this cafeteria were much more expensive than regular dishes. A regular dish only required 0.001 credits, which meant 10 great xia coins, but ferocious beast dishes started at a minimum of 0.1 credits or 1,000 great xia coins. Su Jingming even saw ferocious beast dishes priced at 10 credits, worth up to 100,000 great xia coins. Goodness, if I don't have enough credits, I won't even be able to afford a meal. Su Jingming shook his head and then chose to buy a ferocious beast dish for 0.1 credits to try it out. I must say, the cooking skills of the school chefs were excellent. The tough blood and flesh of the ferocious beast were cooked to the point of melting in the mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance. After more than 10 minutes, having filled his stomach, Su Jingming reluctantly left the cafeteria. Magic City Ability University not only provided dormitories for students but also accommodations for the teaching staff. Of course, these were all villas, and they were even more luxurious than the student dormitories. After all, teachers qualified to teach at Magic City Ability University were at least 6th-tier ability users. Even in the outside world, they were significant figures. The dean of the Weapon Institute, Yang Jintian, resided in Villa number 23 in the teacher's villa area. After leaving the cafeteria, Su Jingming spent over 20 minutes reaching the teacher's villa area. Compared to the student dormitory area, the environment here was even better. The villa complex was backed by a mountain with a sizable artificial lake in the middle. Additionally, scenic features like small bridges, flowing water, and rockeries with waterfalls were everywhere. Can you believe the school has a small mountain as a backdrop? Only a top-tier university would be this extravagant. Silently complaining, Su Jingming easily found villa number 23 using the map at the entrance of the teacher's villa area. This villa had a strong ancient style of the Great Xia Kingdom, with its exterior walls painted the same color as the wooden structure. Some light blue wind chimes hung from the eaves, giving it a quaint yet elegant appearance. Su Jingming walked straight to the front door of the villa and was about to ring the doorbell when a voice filled with laughter came from behind him. Are you here to seek a master? Su Jingming turned his head and saw a young man in white standing about 5 meters to his left, looking handsome with short hair and a smile on his face. Unlike the smiles of ordinary people, the young man's smile seemed somewhat reckless and cynical. Su Jingming frowned slightly at the words, not responding. He didn't know him, so how could he know his purpose? The young man, noticing Su Jingming's indifference, continued to speak with a smile. Usually, those who come to find Teacher Yang are either his disciples or those who want to become his apprentices. I've seen most of Teacher Yang's students, and you're not among them, so you must be here to seek apprenticeship. Of course, I'm here to seek apprenticeship as well. Before the young man could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed something off about Su Jingming's aura. Awakened? However, he quickly reacted, raising an eyebrow. Special enrollment? Yes. Su Jingming did not hide it. In fact, even among the special enrollees, he was probably the only one at the awakened level. And now, the application process for the Martial Arts College entrance examination had just begun, and the admission list for the Magic City Ability University had not yet been announced. Realizing he was a special enrollee, the young man was not surprised. In previous years, special enrollees were either upper tier or mid tier of the first level. I didn't expect there to be an awakened special enrollee this year. The young man clicked his tongue in amazement but did not underestimate Su Jingming. After all, being a special enrollee at the awakened level meant he was definitely strong. Moreover, his potential was even more terrifying. What about you, senior? Seeing that the other party was somewhat familiar but seemed to
Mean no harm, Su Jingming took the initiative to strike up a conversation.
Weapon Academy, sophomore, no, I should be a junior. Now, junior student, Tan Mingyang. Tan Mingyang introduced himself and then asked in return, and you? Su Jingming, a freshman. Just checked in today. Checking in and already looking to seek apprenticeship. Su Junior, you're quite quick.
Usually, freshmen wait until after the freshman competition to know to seek apprenticeship.
Freshman competition? Su Jingming frowned at the mention,
as Zhang Chaoyang hadn't brought it up earlier.
The freshman competition is a tradition at our Magic City Ability University,
usually held 3 to 4 days after the freshman check-in. At that time, most of the teachers from the school will come to watch. Freshmen who perform well in the competition will be fought over by various colleges, and mentors will personally come forward to
take them as disciples.
Seeing that Su Jingming was unaware, Tan Mingyang briefly explained. Of course, special enrollees like you really don't have to wait for the freshman competition to seek apprenticeship.
Tan Mingyang did not deny Su Jingming's approach.
However, what he didn't say was that even for special enrollees, the probability of being able to seek apprenticeship from a mentor at the dean level right after entering school was as low as winning the lottery. Most likely, it would just be a wasted trip.
However,
special enrollees are often top students or geniuses from certain provinces or cities, and they carry a sense of pride.
Even if he stated this fact, it would probably not be heard, so he kept it to himself. Thank you for the explanation, senior. Su Jingming expressed his gratitude and then curiously asked, are you also here to seek apprenticeship from teacher Yang, Tan Senior?
Yes.
Tan
Mingyang nodded, his tone filled with emotion. In the past 6 months, I've made several trips, but I still haven't met the apprenticeship standards. I was about to give up, but I just couldn't let it go. Forget it, no need to say so much, let's go in together.
Tan Mingyang sighed, then pressed the doorbell at the entrance of the villa. It wasn't long before the villa door opened, revealing
a middle-aged man in a butler's attire.
Welcome to both of you. Teacher Yang is already waiting inside. Please follow me. The butler's smile was as warm as a spring breeze.
Su Jingming, who was here for the first time, felt nothing unusual, while Tan Mingyang,
standing beside him, was somewhat taken aback.
This was not his first time here. The butler had always been polite, but he had
never been this enthusiastic. Moreover, from the butler's tone, it seems that teacher Yang was actually waiting inside? How is that possible?
A 7th tier ability user isn't someone who just sits around doing nothing every day. On the contrary, they are usually
very busy. Previously, even when Tan Mingyang visited, he often had to wait half an hour to an hour in the villa before meeting the person. And now, that busy dean of the Weapon Academy was actually waiting inside in advance? What is going on? Filled with confusion, Tan Mingyang and Su Jingming entered the villa together. Under the butler's guidance, Su Jingming and Tan Mingyang entered the villa's living room.
As soon as they walked in, Su Jingming saw 2 people sitting on the sofa.
The one on the right was a young man, looking about the same age as Tan Mingyang. His appearance was rather ordinary, the kind that you wouldn't notice in a crowd, unless you looked closely.
However, the young man's aura was extremely sharp. Just sitting there, he emanated an inexplicable sense of pressure. Next to the young man sat a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in a gray tight-fitting outfit, with a strong build, and his eyes sparkled with a thunderous brilliance. Meeting his gaze, Su Jingming felt as if he were being targeted by the most formidable dragon-like beast, every hair on his body standing on end. Compared to this middle-aged man, the young man's aura seemed almost negligible. And Su Jingming, who had previously checked the mentor's information through Eva in the villa, naturally knew that this middle-aged man was the dean of the Weapon Academy, the 7th tier upper-level ability user Yang Zhentian, known for his title
of Thunder Gun. Dean Yang, I've brought them here, the butler said respectfully. Alright, you can leave now, Yang Zhentian
instructed the butler to step down. Then his gaze turned directly to Su Jingming, a smile appearing on his face. You must be Su Jingming. Zhang Chaoyang has already informed me in advance.
Let's go, we'll head to the training room. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the 2nd floor, and Su Jingming quickly followed suit. Tan Mingyang, who had witnessed the entire process, stood there in a daze. Dean Yang Zhentian of the Weapon Academy was notoriously strict.
The rules and regulations of the Weapon Academy
he oversaw were the most numerous among the 5 major academies of the Magic City Ability University.
Therefore, the students privately
nicknamed Yang Zhentian King Yin. His usual unsmiling demeanor also fit this nickname perfectly. But just now, he actually saw King Yin smile. Moreover, it seemed that he knew Su Jingming and directly took him to the training room. It was clear that he intended to personally assess him. What exactly is Su Jingming's background? Could he be the principal's son? Tan Mingyang quickly dismissed his own thoughts. Even if he were the principal's son, he probably wouldn't receive such treatment in front of Yang Zhentian. It would be more plausible if the principal himself came. Mingyang, are we still the same as before? The remaining young man on the sofa smiled and looked over.
Tan Mingyang then came back to his senses, his expression brightening as he clasped his fists and said, then I'll trouble you, Senior Lu. After saying that, the two of them headed towards the fighting room on the first floor. Aside from being taken as a disciple, other students who wanted to become Yang Jintian's disciples had to demonstrate corresponding strength. And this Senior Lu was one of Yang Jintian's many students. As long as he could defeat Senior Lu, who would show only 1/10 of his strength, he would be considered qualified. But for more than half a year, he had never succeeded even once. On the other side, under Yang Jintian's guidance, Su Jingming arrived at the training room. It was a room of about 100 square meters, with various weapons placed on the racks nearby. Among them was the long gun that Su Jingming was familiar with. I've watched your video from the Weapon Science College entrance exam. Your practical ability is indeed very strong, and your marksmanship has reached an advanced level. However, before that, I want to see your S-level ability, the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Yang Jintian looked at Su Jingming with anticipation. S-class lightning ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. A few days ago, he learned from Zhang Chaoyang that a student with an awakened S-class lightning ability had chosen to attend the Magic City Ability University, and he had been waiting for Su Jingming's arrival ever since. However, he didn't expect the other party to only arrive at school today. In response to Yang Jintian's request, Su Jingming did not hesitate at all and directly used his ability, Crackle ZZZZ. Accompanied by the dull sound of thunder and the crackling of electric arcs, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder was summoned, swirling around Su Jingming. The blue-purple lightning seemed to carry an ancient, vast aura, powerful and old. The moment the Purple Sky Divine Thunder appeared, the entire training room was filled with an inexplicable grand atmosphere. This is the S-class ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Yang Jintian gazed intoxicated at the blue-purple lightning enveloping Su Jingming. Although he also possessed a lightning ability, and as a 7th-tier upper-level ability user, even a casual use of a strand of lightning had incredible power. However, his A-class ability, Wind and Fire True Thunder, could never possess such an aura. This was a gap stemming from the origin of the ability, something that levels could not compensate for. After several deep breaths, Yang Jintian's excited state of mind gradually calmed down. Looking at Su Jingming, his expression turned serious. Su Jingming, I understand your purpose for coming. With your ability and potential, becoming my disciple is naturally not a problem. However, I must clarify one point in advance. During my years of wandering outside, although I made some friends, I also attracted quite a few enemies. If you become my disciple, you will similarly be affected by this in the future after graduation. There may even be enemies who will target you. I wonder if you are still willing? I am willing, teacher. Su Jingming did not hesitate at all and respectfully performed a bow of apprenticeship. What a joke! Which high-level ability user's rise did not come with blood and slaughter? An ability user like Yang Jintian, known for his killings, surely did not know how many fierce beasts and enemies he had subdued. If one was not even willing to bear this little risk, then it was likely that no suitable teacher could be found at the entire Magic City Ability University. Good, good, good. From today on, you are my 32nd disciple. Yang Jintian exclaimed 3 times, his emotions slightly stirred. S-class ability awakener appeared only once every few years in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Moreover, with so many different types of abilities, even if an S-class ability awakener appeared, it was likely to be of another category. Over the past 20 years, he had taken in more than 30 disciples, some with A-class lightning abilities, some with B-class lightning abilities, and even some with C-class lightning abilities. But Su Jingming was the first with an S-class lightning ability. Most of your senior brothers and sisters have graduated, only 3 are still in school. The one downstairs, Lu Ming, is one of your senior brothers. The other 2 senior brothers and sisters, I will introduce to you when I have the chance next time. After speaking, a faint light flashed on the ring on Yang Jintian's right hand. 2 books of secret techniques immediately appeared in his hand and were handed over. This is a top-tier ability training method and a body refinement combat technique created by me. Su Jingming took the 2 books. The ability training method was called Extreme Ability Training Method, while the other combat technique was named Indestructible Body of Thunder. Combat techniques are divided into different categories, including body techniques and sword techniques. For example, Su Jingming's Lightning Gale Break is a gun technique. Body refinement combat techniques are different from ordinary combat techniques, mainly used to enhance physical strength. Compared to ordinary combat techniques, they are much rarer. The ability training method goes without saying, it is one of the only 3 top-tier ability training methods in the school. As for the other body refining combat technique, Indestructible Thunder Body, it is the culmination of my master's lifelong efforts. After dual recognition from the Thunder Martial Arts School and the Violent Bear Martial Arts School, it has been rated as S-level. Yang Jintian slowly spoke, and Su Jingming felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. S-level combat technique? A 7th-tier ability user, also holding the title of master. Because at this level, the understanding of abilities and martial arts has reached an extremely profound level. They are qualified to create their own ability training methods or combat techniques. Combat techniques also have ratings, similar to ability ratings, divided into 9 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the level, the stronger the combat technique. Of course, correspondingly, the difficulty of cultivation also increases. Most 7th tier masters can create A-level combat techniques, which is already quite impressive. S-level and above, including SS and SSS level combat techniques, are created by 8th tier grandmasters or 9th tier martial saints. Yet, merely a 7th tier Yang Jintian has created an S-level combat technique. Moreover, it is among the most complex body refining combat techniques that involve the mysteries of the human body. One must say, Yang Jintian's martial arts talent is simply astonishing. Indestructible Thunder Body is only suitable for Thunder-type ability users to cultivate, consisting of 13 levels. With each advancement, the body undergoes a corresponding transformation. However, even I have only cultivated up to the 10th level so far. The final 3 levels have yet to be verified. But, based on my speculation, if one reaches the final level, their body can truly achieve eternal indestructibility. Yang Jintian's eyes shone brightly. Indestructible Thunder Body encapsulates all his understanding of martial arts and Thunder-type abilities. If he cannot reach the pinnacle of martial saints in the future, then Su Jingming is his greatest hope for validating this technique. Additionally, Indestructible Thunder Body requires a certain level of ability to cultivate. During this time, you should first use the Extreme Ability Training method to advance. After you level up, I will help you establish the foundational basis for Indestructible Thunder Body. Yang Jintian pondered for a moment and added, moreover, you also need to practice boxing techniques. Practice boxing techniques? This was unexpected for Su Jingming. Of course, once you cultivate Indestructible Thunder Body, your physique will greatly enhance. Coupled with close combat skills and Thunder-type abilities, your combat power will see a significant boost. Furthermore, weapons are just one of our means of combat. We cannot rely on them too much. If one day your weapon is destroyed while fighting a ferocious beast, will you just turn and flee without it? Yang Jintian spoke confidently, giving a real-life example. Back then, I fought the 8th tier ferocious beast, the earth-shaking demon python, until the next day. My spear, forged from SSS-level alloy, was shattered due to prolonged extreme overload. Even my Thunder-type ability was nearly drained. On the final day, I relied solely on my body and boxing techniques to achieve the final kill. Yang Jintian's tone was calm, but Su Jingming could imagine the brutality of that battle. He nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, learning more combat techniques can never be a bad thing. Of course, I will also teach you marksmanship in parallel. Once you reach a certain level of proficiency in both boxing and marksmanship, I will also teach you the use of sabers and long swords. Yang Jintian continued. Master, may I ask what level of proficiency you have achieved in these skills? Su Jingming was somewhat curious. Boxing and marksmanship are at the master level, while other sword and saber techniques are slightly lower, only at the grandmaster level. Yang Jintian's tone was very calm, but Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. The proficiency levels of skills are divided into 6 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and perfection. Ordinary ability users need to spend decades just to elevate the skills of a particular weapon to an advanced level. Mastery may take a lifetime to achieve. As for higher realms like grandmaster and perfection, they are even more elusive. Yet, Yang Jintian has not only reached grandmaster level in both fist and gun techniques, but he has also attained master level in the use of other weapons. I turned to study other weapons because I couldn't make further progress in fist and gun techniques. As for you, you still have a long way to go. Seeing Su Jingming looking somewhat intimidated, Yang Jintian couldn't help but laugh. During your university years, you only need to focus on fist and gun techniques. The study of combat skills mainly revolves around these 2 aspects. Remember, don't be greedy and bite off more than you can chew. Teacher, I understand. Su Jingming nodded. Although with the system's ranking, improving weapon skills only requires investing ability points, it is not the quantity of weapons that matters, but the quality. Given the limited ability points, it is clearly better to specialize in a particular weapon. Just as the teacher said, I will first focus on fist and gun techniques. Su Jingming silently thought. Then Yang Jintian handed him a list that recorded the names of combat skills Su Jingming needed to learn next. He just needed to find the combat skill manuals in the library and study them. This made Su Jingming secretly marvel. Indeed, having a mentor's guidance is much better. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, it would be impossible to devise such a detailed learning path. More than 10 minutes later, a fulfilled Su Jingming walked out of the villa. However, he encountered Tan Mingyang, who had just left the villa as well, at the door. But the smile on his face was gone, replaced by bitterness. It seemed that this time his apprenticeship had failed. Su Jingming, seeing this, didn't awkwardly inquire about the result. He simply greeted him and prepared to leave. Senior Tan, I'm off.
Wait, how did your apprenticeship go? Did you succeed? Tan Mingyang asked, as if grasping at a lifeline.
However, Su Jingming not only did not provide the answer he wanted but instead nodded.
Really succeeded? Tan Mingyang almost popped his eyes out.
A director-level mentor generally wouldn't take on apprentices before the freshman competition.
What was going on now? Could he really be the principal's son? But he doesn't look like it. Watching the figure gradually fade away, Tan Mingyang fell into endless self-doubt after several failures.
On the other side, Su Jingming returned to the villa
and went straight to the training room on the second floor.
The student villa has 2 identical floors with rooms that are exactly
the same.
Besides the training room and bedroom, there are also a shower room, a media room, a study, and his favorite outdoor balcony.
Compared to teacher Yang Jintian's training room, this one is slightly smaller, only about 80 square meters. However, it is sufficient for regular training.
Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the floor and opened Extreme Ability Training Method to read. Compared to the intermediate Deep Sea Ability Training Method, this top-tier Extreme Ability Training Method is clearly much
more profound. Su Jingming spent over 4 hours thoroughly understanding the entire book.
Then, with his eyes slightly closed, he began to sense the special energy that exists in the world as recorded in the Extreme Ability Training Method.
After a while, many
white light spots appeared within his sensing range. They were dense and vast like a sea.
That was the special energy known as Yuan
energy. Only by absorbing it into his body could his abilities undergo transformation. As expected of a top-tier ability training method, the Yuan energy sensed is far more abundant than that of the intermediate training method.
Su Jingming's face lit up with joy, and he immediately opened his eyes. Since the top-tier ability training method can sense the primordial energy, it proves that his cultivation is fine.
Next, there's no need to follow the usual steps. He can directly allocate points to level up.
Deep blue.
A low call echoed in his heart, and a light blue system panel immediately appeared in his mind. Name, Su Jingming. Level Awakened, plus, Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S, Physique, 186 Vitality, plus, Spirit, 187 Hz, plus, Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus, Ability Points, 2,534 Allocate Points. Su Jingming unhesitatingly clicked the plus
sign next to his level.
In the next moment, the primordial energy in the surrounding air surged into Su Jingming's body at a terrifying speed. It automatically operated according to the cultivation method recorded in the Extreme Ability Training Method, continuously enhancing his ability, physique, and spirit. It only came to a slow halt when he broke through a certain limit. Level Awakened. First order lower level ability user. Phew, I've broken through. Su Jingming slightly clenched his fist, feeling the power within him was several times greater than before. More importantly, his ability had also been enhanced. Purple Sky Divine Thunder. With a low shout, accompanied by the sharp sound of crackling arcs, blue-purple thunder appeared around Su Jingming. Compared to before the upgrade, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder was noticeably thicker and its color deeper. If I encounter that second order bloodthirsty violent bear again, I probably won't even need to draw my gun. My thunder alone could take it down. Looking at the blue-purple thunder dancing at his fingertips, Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. Having successfully leveled up, he had finally taken the first step toward the peak of ability users. Su Jingming roughly tested his strength in the training room. From awakened to ability user, his strength had nearly quadrupled or quintupled. He then opened his system panel again. Name, Su Jingming. Level First order lower level, plus, Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S, Physique, 283 Vitality, plus, Spirit, 289 Hz, plus, Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus, Ability Points, 2,234. Upgrading to first order only cost me 300 ability points. The consumption of ability points isn't too much, but the increase in basic attributes exceeded my expectations. Su Jingming couldn't help but feel emotional. If he had used the Deep Sea Ability Training Method to break through, his vitality and spirit would have only increased by 30 or 40 points at most. But with the top-tier Ability Training Method, both of his basic attributes had increased by over 100 points. This was undoubtedly a world of difference. No wonder ability users all want higher-level ability cultivation methods. The gap is just too vast. Su Jingming shook his head. At the same time, he was very glad that after obtaining the Deep Sea Ability Training Method, he hadn't rushed to level up. There are still plenty of ability points left, but I can't continue to level up for now, Su Jingming thought silently. On one hand, he would need ability points to learn combat skills later. On the other hand, he needed to adapt to his strength after leveling up. Once he fully adapted, he would make further improvements. Next, let's take a look at this S-level body training combat skill. Su Jingming opened the manual for Indestructible Thunder Body and read it in detail. As a 7th order ability user, Yang Jintian had a profound understanding of martial arts and lightning-type abilities. All of his insights were integrated into this body training combat skill. Thus, Su Jingming
quickly immersed himself in the manual upon first contact. No wonder it's an S-level combat skill, it's truly exquisite. 2 hours later, Su Jingming reluctantly closed the manual. Indestructible Thunder Body has a total of 13 levels, but he could currently only understand the first 3 levels. As for the content beyond the first 3 levels, it was too profound for him to understand. However, even just the first 3 levels opened up a whole new world for him. Generally, body tempering combat techniques required different methods to refine the body. After countless trials and tribulations, the body gradually becomes stronger. Yet this body tempering technique has an additional step compared to ordinary ones, establishing a foundation. The first level of Indestructible Thunder Body requires the blood of Thunder-type ferocious beasts to forge the foundation of the indestructible body. Only after that can one use their own Thunder-type abilities to temper the body. Ultimately, the strength of the achieved Indestructible Thunder Body is closely related to the blood of the Thunder-type ferocious beast used to forge the foundation. If a high-tier ferocious beast's blood is used, the subsequent physical strength will become increasingly powerful. If the blood of a low-tier or even an ordinary ferocious beast is used, the physical strength will be further diminished. The blood of Thunder-type ferocious beasts is a bit troublesome. Su Jingming stroked his chin. On Blue Star, low-tier ferocious beasts rely solely on their bodies to fight. In contrast, high-tier ferocious beasts possess various incredible abilities, much like ability users. For instance, the famous Silver Moon Nine-tailed Fox has a charm ability similar to that of a psychic ability user. If one fails to react in time, the only outcome is death. Thunder-type ferocious beasts, like Thunder-type ability users, wield the power of lightning. However, such ferocious beasts are at least 4th tier or higher. Su Jingming alone certainly cannot obtain the blood of such ferocious beasts at this moment. Fortunately, he has a mentor. This afternoon, the teacher said that once I advance to an ability user, I should go find him to forge the foundation, so I'll go see him directly tomorrow. Early the next morning, after finishing his morning routine, Su Jingming sought out his teacher, Yang Jintian, once again. Upon learning that Su Jingming had already advanced, Yang Jintian was slightly surprised. So soon? In his more than 20 years of teaching at the Magic City Ability University, he had seen countless geniuses. Yet even these geniuses took quite some time to transform from awakeners to ability users. But Su Jingming had gone from obtaining the secret manual yesterday to successfully advancing in less than 24 hours. Perhaps it's the result of long-term accumulation. Su Jingming humbly smiled. Alright, since you've successfully advanced, today I will help you forge the foundation of the indestructible Thunder Body. Yang Jintian, upon hearing this, did not delve too deeply and nodded, continuing, the foundation I prepared for you is the essence blood of a 7th-tier high-level Thunder-type ferocious beast, the Storm Giant Bear. Yang Jintian's ring glimmered slightly, and a transparent glass vial suddenly appeared in his hand. The vial had a capacity of about 800 milliliters, and the bright red blood inside rippled slightly, with faint silver lightning flickering within. High-tier Thunder-type ferocious beasts are extremely rare. Over the years, the highest-level Thunder-type ferocious beast I have killed is this Storm Giant Bear. There is indeed higher-grade 8th-tier Thunder-type ferocious beast blood in the school's resource library, but unfortunately, that belongs to SS-level resources, and even I, your teacher, cannot easily exchange for it. Yang Jintian said with some helplessness. Although he was the dean of the Weapon Academy, he could not use the school's resources freely. However, the school does allocate a significant amount of points each year, similar to credits, for exchanging resources. As a 7th-tier upper-level ability user, his own cultivation expenses were also substantial. The points he had on hand had long been spent, and his account balance could not be used to exchange for SS-level resources. Of course, the essence blood of the 7th-tier Storm Giant Bear was already quite rare, belonging to the premium S-level resources, more than sufficient for forging the foundation. Yet he instinctively wanted to use better essence blood, thinking Su Jingming was an S-level ability awakener. By the way, I heard Zhang Xiaoyang say that you receive an S-level resource every year? Yang Jintian suddenly brightened his eyes and asked. Yes. Su Jingming nodded, though he was somewhat puzzled. Great. Your S-level resource, combined with the blood of the Storm Giant Bear I have, might just be enough to exchange for that SS-level resource. However, even though he said that, Yang Jintian still chose to consult Su Jingming first. Jingming, do you have any other use for your S-level resource? You can handle it as you see fit, teacher. Su Jingming shook his head. As if it were a joke, even if that S-level resource had other uses, others were already offering premium S-level resources. Moreover, the SS-level resource obtained in the end would still be used on himself. If he refused, that would truly be foolish. Alright, you wait here for me, I'll be right back. In a flash of lightning, before Su Jingming could even react, Yang Jintian's figure disappeared from the spot. This movement technique feels almost like teleportation. Su Jingming marveled in his heart. However, he also knew that it was merely an illusion brought on by the other party's extremely fast movement speed. Su classmate, the dean. We'll be back shortly, so have some fruit first. Not long after Yang Jintian left, the butler who opened the door yesterday came up with a plate of fruit. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Su Jingming politely thanked him. This Uncle Fu was not only the butler of the villa, but had also fought alongside teacher Yang Jintian in life and death situations. This was something he heard from the teacher in the training room yesterday. The other party's strength was also quite formidable, being a mid-level 6-tier ability user. Therefore, he was somewhat cautious in front of this butler. After staying in the villa for more than half an hour, Yang Jintian finally returned. With a flash of lightning, Yang Jintian's figure appeared in the villa's living room. Teacher. Su Jingming quickly stood up. The SS level resource has been exchanged. Let's go to the training room. Yang Jintian looked somewhat excited, eagerly leading Su Jingming to the training room on the second floor. This time, it took some effort to exchange for the SS level resource. Originally, the resource department was unwilling to let me exchange 2 S level resources for an SS level resource. But fortunately, I called the principal and that's how they agreed to the exchange. Yang Jintian flipped his right hand, and another glass vial containing blood appeared in his hand. However, unlike the previous vial, the blood inside was a peculiar silver white. There were even arcs of electricity and a violent aura swirling within. This is the SS level resource, the blood of the 8th tier lower Thunderstorm Dragon. Looking at the vial of blood in his hand, Yang Jintian couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Dragon type. Ferocious beasts are the most formidable among all ferocious beast species. He could kill the 8th tier lower earth-shaking python, but he couldn't kill any 8th tier lower dragon type ferocious beasts. And this vial of blood, even for him, would be of great use. Of course, if it weren't so precious, the school wouldn't classify it as an SS level resource. Su Jingming watched this scene and silently remembered the kindness of his teacher and the principal. A drop of water should be repaid with a fountain, let alone such a precious SS level resource. When he became powerful one day, he would surely repay these kindnesses many times over. Take off your outer clothes and sit cross-legged. Following Yang Jintian's instructions, Su Jingming removed his shirt, revealing his strong upper body muscles, and then sat cross-legged. The next moment, he felt a slight chill on his back, accompanied by a faint stinging sensation radiating from his back. Although the stinging sensation was weak, it felt as if it penetrated to the bone, causing him to involuntarily frown slightly. The blood of the Thunderstorm Dragon is naturally nothing to me, a high-tier ability user. But for you, a low-tier ability user, it is akin to a deadly poison. Even skin contact can cause a stinging sensation. Behind him, Yang Jintian explained while applying the blood from the glass vial onto Su Jingming's back. At that moment, his eyes were filled with blue and white lightning. He could see every blood vessel and meridian on Su Jingming's back, allowing him to apply the blood more precisely. After more than 10 minutes, the blood in the glass vial was completely used up. Su Jingming's back was now covered in blood, a silvery white. Next, I will use my Wind and Fire True Thunder to forge your indestructible foundation. In essence, forging the foundation is about melting the blood of thunder-type ferocious beasts into your own bloodline. Only then can you gain a physique comparable to, or even stronger than, that of a ferocious beast. However, how much essence blood you can absorb ultimately depends on you. Yang Jintian took a deep breath and then roared, Wind and Fire True Thunder. Crackle, a wave of crimson lightning, countless times more powerful than Su Jingming's purple cloud divine thunder, erupted from Yang Jintian. The sound of thunder filled the air, and the temperature in the entire training room seemed to rise sharply due to the appearance of this thunder. The entire forging process will last about 4 to 5 days, and it will be a bit painful, so bear with it. The most crucial thing is not to lose consciousness, otherwise, the efficiency of blood absorption will be greatly reduced. As soon as he finished speaking, all the crimson lightning surged forward, completely engulfing Su Jingming. Any single bolt of lightning, if it accidentally ricocheted onto Su Jingming, would obliterate him on the spot. However, with a 7th tier upper level ability user controlling the ability, such a thing was naturally impossible. The power of the Wind and Fire True Thunder was controlled by Yang Jintian within a range that Su Jingming could withstand, flowing into his back. Threads of lightning carrying the essence blood of the thunder Tyrannosaurus traversed within Su Jingming's body. They continuously transformed his blood vessels, meridians, and even his bones. For Su Jingming himself, this series of actions felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at him, painfully penetrating to the marrow. Fortunately, he did not faint on the spot, he just gritted his teeth and silently endured. 5 days later, in Villa number 23. Uncle Fu, it's already the 5th day, right? Has the teacher's work not finished yet? Lu Ming, another disciple of Yang Jintian, asked the butler while sitting on the sofa in the living room. This was the 3rd time he had come over in recent days, but each time he came, the answer he received from Uncle Fu was that Yang Jintian was still forging the indestructible foundation for Su Jingming. Not yet finished. The dean is using the essence blood of an 8th tier ferocious beast to forge a foundation for student Su. It requires more energy and will take longer. Uncle Fu replied. Although Yang Zhentian was currently busy, basic communication was still possible. That was how he knew the details of the situation and that the essence blood used for Su Jingming was from an 8th tier ferocious beast, the essence blood of the 8th tier Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Lu Ming had learned this news during his last visit. To say he wasn't envious at all would be impossible. After all, they were both disciples of Yang Zhentian. When he was being forged for his indestructible foundation back then, only the essence blood of a 7th tier lower level Thunder ferocious beast was used. However, upon learning that Su Jingming possessed an S-level ability, he felt relieved. An S-level ability awakener indeed deserved the teacher's painstaking efforts to cultivate. The essence blood of an 8th tier dragon-type ferocious beast combined with an S-level lightning ability. I am quite looking forward to junior brother Su's indestructible body of thunder. As an S-level body refinement combat technique, the power of the indestructible body of thunder was not fixed. On the contrary, it was closely related to the essence blood used during the forging of the foundation and the lightning ability of the ability user themselves. The combination of 8th tier ferocious beast essence blood and S-level ability was clearly a very explosive combination. Roar. At that moment, a roar that resembled that of a dragon-like beast suddenly erupted within the villa. The sound was filled with majesty and ferocity echoing in his ears. It was as if he were witnessing a powerful and savage dragon-like creature. The foundation of my junior brother has been successfully established. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. With a flash of lightning, he directly activated his movement technique and leaped to the 2nd floor. When he arrived at the training room on the 2nd floor, the first thing he sensed was a threatening aura akin to that of a top-tier beast. This sense of threat even made him, a peak-level 3rd tier ability user, feel a bit of palpitations. Soon after, he saw the source of this threat. In the center of the training room stood Su Jingming, his posture tall and upright. However, unlike the humility and politeness he had shown during their last meeting, Su Jingming now exuded a ferocious aura. His originally clear and spirited eyes had turned blood red, and the muscles of his bare upper body were bulging with veins. It seemed that under the influence of its master, the terrifying blue-purple lightning swirling around him had also entered a frenzied state, flickering and jumping continuously. The entire training room flickered in and out of light with the pulsing lightning surrounding Su Jingming. Perfect. So perfect. Facing the scene, Yang Zhentian's expression was excited. 98%. Jingming's blood absorption rate has actually reached 98%. 98%? That's so high. Lu Ming, standing at the door of the training room, couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. The foundation establishment of the Thunder Immortal body requires the absorption of the blood essence of lightning-type beasts. However, since it is the blood essence of a beast, even with the assistance of the teachers, Wind and Fire True Thunder throughout the process, the absorption efficiency cannot reach 100%. Generally speaking, reaching 90% is already considered a very good absorption rate. As far as he knew, among the more than 20 disciples who had practiced the Thunder Immortal body, the highest absorption efficiency was only 92%. His own absorption efficiency back then didn't even reach 90%, only 87%. Now, Su Jingming had broken the record by achieving a 98% blood essence absorption efficiency, indicating that this beast's blood essence was extremely compatible with him. Su Jingming was unaware of what others were thinking, but the moment the foundation of the Thunder Immortal body was successfully established, he felt an endless surge of bloodthirst and ferocity erupting from deep within his heart. It gave rise to an impulse to destroy everything around him. Just then, Yang Zhentian's deep voice exploded. In his ears, Jingming, wake up. This voice was as grand and righteous as spring thunder, instantly dispersing all the negative emotions in Su Jingming's heart. Teacher, what just happened to me? Su Jingming's eyes gradually regained clarity, his expression bewildered. Such a loss of control over emotions had never occurred before practicing the Thunder Immortal body. It should have been the blood essence of the Thunder Tyrant that affected your mind, Yang Zhentian said, his brow slightly furrowed. The Thunder Tyrant is notorious for its ferocity among beast clans. You absorbed its blood essence and achieved an astonishing 98% absorption efficiency. It's likely that the compatibility was too high, leading to such side effects. Previously, disciples practicing the Thunder Immortal body would be somewhat influenced by the bloodlines of beasts. However, none had experienced such a noticeable change as Su Jingming. But you don't need to worry too much. As long as your emotions don't fluctuate violently, these negative emotions won't be triggered. Additionally, as your strength increases, these side effects will gradually disappear, Yang Zhentian added. This had been verified in both himself and the other disciples. That's good. Su Jingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want to be someone constantly dominated by emotions. Moreover, he could feel that his physique had undergone an unprecedented transformation. Even if there were some side effects, they wouldn't matter much. Instinctively, Su Jingming opened his
System panel, name, Su Jingming level, first stage lower, plus, ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S, physique, 391 chi and blood, plus, spirit, 289 Hz, plus, skills, marksmanship, advanced plus, lightning gale break, advanced plus, body refinement. Indestructible Body of Thunder, first layer plus, ability points, 2230 for the chi and blood have directly surged by over 100 points. Su Jingming's eyes slightly brightened. For ability users, aside from the increase in chi and blood when leveling up, regular physical training could only enhance chi and blood by 2 or 3 points at most. Yet, after leveling up a few days ago, he had already gained over 100 points in chi and blood, and now it had surged again by 100 points. Of course, chi and blood values are merely one of the data representations of physical strength. As for other aspects like physical defense and wound recovery speed, they cannot be discerned from chi and blood alone. However, he had a feeling, given his current state, he could probably face off against a second-stage ferocious beast purely with physical strength without using any combat skills or abilities. Additionally, he noticed that a new section for body refinement had been added to the system panel. It seems that I can also use ability points to directly enhance body refinement strength in the future. Su Jingming felt a surge of joy in his heart. Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully establishing the foundation of the indestructible body of thunder. The path of martial arts will be smooth for you in the future. At that moment, Lu Ming walked in from the doorway, smiling as he congratulated him. This is your senior brother, Lu Ming, whom you met last time. Yang Zhentian introduced at the right moment. Hello, senior brother Lu. Su Jingming put on his shirt and respectfully greeted him. The last time I saw you, junior brother, you weren't even a student of the teacher. This time is different. However, I didn't prepare anything special. What's your student ID? I'll transfer you some credits as a welcome gift from your senior brother. Lu Ming had a gentle personality and was ready to give a welcome gift on the spot. Su Jingming noticed that Yang Zhentian didn't stop him. Instead, he slightly nodded, so he told Lu Ming his student ID. Before long, his phone received a notification that 200 credits had been added to his student account. So much? Su Jingming was slightly stunned as he looked at the text message on his phone. 200 credits equated to 2 million daxia coins. Was such an expensive welcome gift just for needing him? It's only 200 credits. It's not much for your senior brother Lu. Yang Zhentian said with a smile. Senior brothers should take good care of junior brothers. When you have junior brothers and sisters, you should also prepare welcome gifts. The student understands. Su Jingming nodded, indicating that he understood. Foundation established successfully, and after 5 days, without food or drink, you must be tired. Go back and rest for now. Come back tomorrow morning to learn boxing and marksmanship with your senior brother Lu. Yang Zhentian waved his hand, a hint of fatigue evident on his brow. 5 days without food or drink wasn't much for him, a 7th stage ability user. However, the continuous 5 days of meticulously controlling abilities to transform Su Jingming's body was extremely exhausting. Telling Su Jingming to go back and rest was, in fact, what he himself needed more. Su Jingming naturally noticed this and didn't linger, respectfully taking his leave and exiting the villa. June 22nd, I didn't expect that establishing the foundation would take almost 5 days and nights. Outside the villa, Su Jingming glanced at the date on his phone and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. During these 5 days and nights, he had endured inhuman pain while needing to keep his consciousness alert at all times. Fortunately, he had persevered and ultimately achieved a 98% blood absorption rate, nearly perfect compatibility. It's still early, just in time to go to the martial arts hall and test the physical strength after shaping the indestructible body. The blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus at the 8th tier lower level belongs to SS level resources. With the help of Yang Zhentian, most of this blood has merged into Su Jingming's body, becoming a part of him. The astonishing energy contained in the blood made Su Jingming, who hadn't eaten anything for 5 consecutive days, not feel hungry at all. Instead, he was full of energy and vitality. Thus, he couldn't wait to verify how much his strength had increased after acquiring the indestructible body of thunder. Every student dormitory at the Magic City Ability University is equipped with a training room. However, this training room is not very large, and it lacks testing instruments like punching power testers, so he can only do some daily training. To accurately know his abilities, combat skills, and even punching speed and power, he needs to go to the martial arts hall. Within the campus of Magic City Ability University, there are 2 martial arts halls, the renowned Thunder Martial Arts Hall and the Bear Martial Arts Hall. When he was in Jiangcheng, Su Jingming often went to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. This time, he also planned to go there to test his strength, but just as he was walking in that direction, he faintly caught a whiff of a slight odor. Su Jingming then realized that due to shaping the indestructible body of thunder, his body had expelled a lot of impurities that clung to his skin. Forget it, I'll go back to the dormitory to take a shower first, then head to the martial arts hall. Su Jingming didn't want to be a source of foul odor, so he turned around and walked towards the student dormitory. As he got closer to the student dormitory, he saw more and more people along the way. When he stepped into the freshman villa area, this phenomenon became even more pronounced. The previously quiet road was now bustling with male and female students. Some were couples, but most were groups of male or female classmates. They looked to be around Su Jingming's age, about 18 or 19 years old. Many students were curiously looking around like little kids, and there were even students accompanied by their parents, dragging suitcases. Are these all freshmen? Su Jingming suddenly remembered that it had been 6 days since he reported to Magic City Ability University. By this time, the application process for the martial arts college entrance examination had long been completed and the admission notices had been delivered to the students. But it's probably only at a top university like Magic City Ability University that so many freshmen would choose to enroll early. Students who could get into Magic City Ability University are considered geniuses in their provinces and cities. They naturally understand the principle of getting ahead. By reporting early, they can enjoy the university's high-quality educational resources and facilities ahead of time. They certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to wait until September to report. Su Jingming's villa is number 32 in the student dormitory area 3. When he reached the villa's entrance, he found that the door he had closed before leaving was wide open. Looks like my roommate has arrived. Su Jingming walked into the villa with a smile. Indeed, he saw a boy sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, using the artificial intelligence Eva to search for information. Noticing someone entering the villa, the boy turned his head. Upon seeing Su Jingming walk in, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly stood up from the sofa, ran to Su Jingming, and generously extended his right hand. You must be my roommate. Hello, I'm Lu Wentao, nice to meet you. Lu Wentao was handsome, with slightly dark skin and a head of messy bangs. At that moment, he wore a smile, giving off a sunny and cheerful first impression. Su Jingming. Su Jingming also smiled and shook hands with Lu Wentao. Su Jingming? You're the top scholar from Jiangnan province. Upon hearing Su Jingming's name, Lu Wentao instinctively let out a low exclamation. You know me? Su Jingming looked at him in confusion. This should be their first meeting. Of course. My nickname is the Know-It-All. Lu Wentao proudly puffed out his chest. I know most of the new students' information in our cohort. However, I haven't specifically collected your information. It was just that the commotion you caused was too big to ignore. After all, you are the biggest dark horse in Jiangnan province this year. Lu Wentao chuckled. He was naturally sensitive to information, and after seeing Su Jingming's details online, he had quietly noted them in his mind. It was just that after a while, there were no more updates about Su Jingming online, so he stopped paying attention. He didn't expect that the other party was also applying to the Magic City Ability University and had become his roommate. By the way, did you really come from the Baranjiang city in Jiangnan province? And not from some economically developed city, just taking the college entrance exam in Jiang City? Also, were you really an awakened during your college entrance exam? And your ability doesn't seem like it's only E rank. Lu Wentao was very familiar, starting to buddy up with Su Jingming right after they met. He bombarded him with a series of questions like a rapid-fire cannon. Su Jingming didn't mind at all. Instead, he smiled. In his past life, he was born in an orphanage. It was fine in elementary school, as he had many friends. But once he reached middle school, he had to leave the orphanage and live alone. During that time, the thing he hated most was coming home after school. Because he was the only one at home, he could only turn on the TV and pretend someone was there with him. It got a bit better when he could stay in the dorms in high school, but weekends were still lonely. He preferred a lively atmosphere, so he worked hard in his studies and got into university. The time spent joking around with his roommates and playing games was the happiest period of his life. But 4 years later, he would again face the end of solitude. So, through his efforts, he got into a master's program and once again had a few roommates. Later, he entered a doctoral program and gained a lively group of senior brothers and sisters. Eventually, at his doctoral graduation banquet, he drank a bit too much. When he woke up, he had crossed over to this world. Tragically, he was still an orphan. Although his aunt occasionally came to see him, loneliness remained his main theme. Therefore, whether in his past life or this one, Su Jingming had a strong aversion to solitude. Seeing Lu Wentao, who was so chatty, he actually felt a bit more at ease. So, Su Jingming sat on the sofa and started chatting with Lu Wentao. During their conversation, Su Jingming learned that Lu Wentao came from Sichuan province, known as the Land of Abundance. He possessed an A-rank mental ability and was at the mid-level of the first tier with his martial arts college entrance exam score, ranking in the top 20 in Sichuan province. He applied to the Magic City Ability University specifically for the Tactical Academy, among the 5 major colleges. In his words, he aimed to command 1,000,000 troops and slay all the ferocious beasts on Blue Star.
When Lu Wentao learned that Su Jingming was indeed just awakened during his college entrance exam, he couldn't help but exclaim, in surprise, "Alright, enough talk. I need to head to the martial arts school soon." After chatting for a while, seeing that it was about time, Su Jingming stood up from the sofa. "Martial arts school? I want to go too," Lu Wentao said excitedly. "I haven't been to the martial arts school at Magic City Ability University yet." "Okay, let's go together after we shower." Su Jingming nodded and headed straight upstairs. After more than 10 minutes feeling refreshed, Su Jingming changed into clean clothes and walked out of the villa with Lu Wentao. It was just past 11 in the morning and the sunlight outside was just right, with many new students walking along the road. Su Jingming and Lu Wentao were heading towards the dormitory area exit together. As usual, Su Jingming walked with a straight posture, his gaze unwavering. In contrast, Lu Wentao was looking around, his eyes wandering over the new students on the road. Occasionally, he would linger a bit longer on some pretty female classmates, revealing a slightly lewd smile. "Ah Ming, look over there. There's a stunning beauty." After walking for a while, Lu Wentao suddenly brightened up excitedly, patting Su Jingming on the shoulder. Su Jingming instinctively followed Lu Wentao's gaze. He saw two girls walking side by side out of a villa about 10 meters ahead. The two girls were of similar height, both around 1.67 meters. The one on the left was slightly shorter, her looks decent but not stunning. However, the other girl was different. She had a delicate appearance, with willow-like brows and cherry lips, truly a beauty. Her skin was incredibly fair, as soft and pink as a baby's. What was even more eye-catching was her figure. She wore a simple white t-shirt, yet her chest was impressively full. Below, she wore light blue skinny jeans that accentuated her long and curvaceous legs. "What do you think? Not bad, right?" Lu Wentao asked with a grin. "Indeed, she's quite something," Su Jingming admitted without denial. In terms of figure and looks, this girl was far superior to the internet celebrities from his past life. "But aren't you supposed to be the all-knowing one? Do you know who she is?" Su Jingming teased Lu Wentao about his nickname, not really expecting him to answer. To his surprise, Lu Wentao puffed out his chest proudly and said, "Of course I know. Her name is Song Choyun, a first-tier upper level with an A-grade natural light-type ability." "Oh, impressive," Su Jingming said, somewhat surprised. It seemed Lu Wentao's self-proclaimed all-knowing title wasn't entirely boastful. "Of course, Song Choyun is from our Sichuan province. She scored over 9,000 points in this year's college entrance examination, making her the top student in our province," Lu Wentao replied with a cheeky grin. In fact, even before the martial arts college entrance examination, Song Choyun had gained some fame in Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan province, due to her stunning looks and strong abilities. On the other side, Song Choyun suddenly paused her steps while walking with her friends. Her A-grade natural light-type ability was called Dawn Light, which not only provided her with decent offensive power but also granted her a keen sense of perception. It was precisely because of this perception that she could avoid areas where dangerous beasts were gathering during the martial arts college entrance examination. Just now, she felt as if she was being watched by a terrifying gaze akin to that of a beast. This gaze seemed to carry no malice, yet it was filled with an overwhelming pressure. The gaze came quickly and left just as fast. However, Song Choyun was still sharp enough to notice the source of this gaze, which came from a tall figure not far ahead. But how could a human emit a beast-like aura? Song Choyun furrowed her brows, puzzled. In the end, she could only attribute it to her own illusion. Nevertheless, the tall figure of Su Jingming quietly left a faint impression in her heart. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Jiangcheng serves a population of over 1 million. In contrast, the Thunder Martial Arts Hall at the Magic City Ability University only needs to cater to over 10,000 faculty and students. However, the scale of this Thunder Martial Arts Hall is even larger than that of Jiangcheng's. Opposite the Thunder Martial Arts Hall is the Bear Martial Arts Hall, which also stands 6 or 7 stories high, resembling a giant beast lying there. I must say, the Magic City Ability University has almost perfected the construction of such supporting facilities. With a sigh of admiration, Su Jingming and Lu Wentao stepped into the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. The first floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall was a spacious lobby with a reception desk at the front. Surrounding it were some sofas for resting, where people who had just finished training were sitting, sipping drinks and chatting. "Welcome to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. How can I assist you too?" A waitress in a short skirt greeted them enthusiastically. "We'd like to find a training room with a strength testing device," Su Jingming replied. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall was only open for free to high school students. University students still had to pay a membership fee. The membership fee was the same as at the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, costing 100,000 dasha coins per year. However, the Magic City Ability University paid the membership fees for its students every year. Therefore, for them, the facilities in the Martial Arts Hall were free to use. "The training room is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me," the staff member said with a sweet smile, leading the way while Su Jingming and Lu Wentao followed. behind.
The Thunder Martial Arts Hall treated every guest with such warmth. You could choose to accept it or refuse it.
Since it was
their first time at the Magic City Ability University's Martial Arts Hall and they were unfamiliar with the layout, Su Jingming chose
to let her lead the way. Ding dong, we've arrived at the 3rd floor. Accompanied by a pleasant prompt, the elevator doors opened.
What came into view was a spacious hall. There were many people inside, but most of them looked somewhat bizarre.
Some were
engulfed in flames, some were 2 to 3 meters tall, and there were even those whose limbs had transformed into some kind of
animal.
Along with this were various noisy sounds. My sea-level combat skill, Solar Flame, has finally been perfected.
Hee.
So what if you perfected it?
You still can't break my metallic skin. You're all trash. With my triple enlargement, I can slap you all against the wall with one hand.
These people seemed to be training, and some familiar faces occasionally exchanged barbs with each other. This is our public training room, which can accommodate up to 300 people for training at the same
time. The entire hall is also made of sea-level alloy mixed with memory metal, so you don't have to worry about abilities or combat skills causing damage.
Of course, if it's too noisy, you can also choose a private training room, the staff member explained.
Su Jingming wasn't too surprised by this.
There was a similar public training hall at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Jiangcheng.
The
atmosphere in the public training hall was better. After all, with so many people training around, one wouldn't slack off.
Many people with poor self-discipline would choose to train in the public training hall.
Additionally, when a combat skill was successfully practiced, the cheers from those around would also provide a sense of accomplishment.
However, the downside was that one's combat
skills and training results would also be known to others. Alright, let's train here. Su Jingming originally planned to go to a private training room, but thinking about having a roommate nearby, he chose to stay in the public training room.
Okay, please follow me. The staff member led the two towards the hall. Those who could enter the Magic City Ability University were basically all ability users.
Thus, as they moved through the hall, they could often feel the powerful energy fluctuations generated by other
ability users testing their combat skills. Wow, are these guys competing to see who's stronger? The noise just keeps getting louder. Lu Wentao couldn't help but complain, feeling the floor vibrating beneath his feet. As a mental-type ability user, he naturally couldn't create such a commotion.
Meanwhile, Su Jingming's attention was drawn to 5 pillars standing in the center of the hall. On these 5 pillars, numerous names were densely written, followed by a string of numbers. The 3 names at the front of each pillar were the most prominent, shining with a golden light, making them extremely eye-catching. This is our Punch Power Challenge leaderboard, which has 5 lists corresponding to the 1st to 5th ranks of ability users.
Do you two want to give it a try? If you make it into the top 3,000, you can earn a credit reward of 50 points.
A staff member nearby explained with a smile.
Getting a reward just for entering the top 3,000? Is it really that simple? Lu Wentao immediately became interested. After all, there were only a little over 4,000 students in the entire Magic City Ability University. You just need to swipe your student ID on the pillar to start the challenge.
However, using abilities or combat skills during the Punch Power Challenge is
not allowed, otherwise, it would be considered a foul.
Alright, you wait for me here, I'll give it a try.
Lu Wentao nodded
and stepped directly into the center of the hall. He then swiped his student ID at the sensing area of the first pillar.
Welcome,
Lu Wentao, student ID 203701256 to the Punch Power Challenge. Please cheer for him. It was as if a switch had been triggered. The
loud voice of the host echoed throughout the hall.
Subsequently, spotlight shone down on Lu Wentao.
Everyone in the hall was drawn to the commotion, instinctively looking over.
Oh, someone has started the Punch Power Challenge.
Judging by his aura,
he seems to be a first-tier mid-level, probably a freshman. This should be fun to watch.
Many senior students in
the hall looked at the figure in the center with schadenfreude.
Lu Wentao, standing in the center, was stunned. He hadn't expected the challenge to attract such attention.
But at this point, there was no turning back. So he took a deep breath, summoned all his strength, and threw a powerful punch at the target in front of him.
Bang!
The target emitted a muffled sound and then shook violently,
back and forth.
Huff! Lu Wentao slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He was quite satisfied with this punch.
Entering the top 3,000 should be no problem. Punch power 476 kilograms.
A very good performance. The voice announced again, first loudly, declaring the power of the punch, then slightly lowering. However, unfortunately, your punch power ranks beyond the 100,000 place.
Beyond 100,000th place?
Lu Wentao was completely shocked. Weren't there only a little over 4,000 students in the
entire Magic City Ability University?
But he quickly realized that the punch power leaderboard not only counted current students, but also included students from previous years. And the Magic City Ability University had been established for over 100 years, admitting more than 1,000 students each year. Cumulatively, that meant there were over 100,000 students.
What a scam! No wonder everyone is looking at me. They were waiting to see a joke. Lu Wentao finally understood, feeling his cheeks burn, and hurriedly walked down in embarrassment.
Beyond 100,000th place, that's hilarious. I didn't even rank this low when I was a
freshman.
Look at the little guy, his face is as red as a monkey's, but he's definitely a freshman. The entire training hall erupted with various cheerful discussions due to Lu Wentao's performance. Do you want to give it a try? You'll definitely do better than me. Unable to bear the comments, Lu Wentao quickly encouraged Su Jingming beside him.
It was better to embarrass two people than just one, right? Alright, I'll give it a try too.
Su Jingming replied without hesitation. His purpose for coming was to test his physical strength, and punch power was part of that. Additionally, he wanted to see how his current strength ranked among all the talents gathered from the establishment of the Magic City Ability University to the present.
Welcome, student number 2037012004, Su Jingming, to the Punch Power Challenge. Let's hear some cheers for him. As Su Jingming swiped his student ID, the same enthusiastic voice rang out again.
Oh, someone else is starting a challenge.
Looks like it's that guy's companion from earlier.
TSK, his strength seems even lower, probably just a first-tier lower level.
First-tier lower level?
It's hard to say if he even has 400 kilograms of punch power. Unsurprisingly, the audience was not optimistic about Su Jingming, who only had
first-tier lower level strength. However, Su Jingming in the center was completely unfazed, taking a deep breath.
Then, he maximized his energy and blood flow. His body stood upright, his waist exerted force, and his waist twisted his arms. With this force, his fist shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, transforming into a black shadow that struck the target in front of him with great force.
Bang!
The deafening sound of a heavy hammer crashing down echoed through the hall, followed immediately by the high-pitched cheers.
Punch power 4,589 kilograms. Peak punch power. Congratulations, you've broken the record. Punch power 4,589 kilograms. Peak punch power. Congratulations, you've broken the record. The jubilant voice reverberated throughout the hall. At the same time, on
the first pillar in the center of the hall, golden light surged.
Su Jingming's name, as if a supreme being had descended, shone brightly above the first ranking.
Due to Su Jingming's appearance, the names of others on the leaderboard rippled like ocean waves, their rankings dropping sequentially. First place, Su Jingming, punch power 4,589 kilograms. Second place, Luo Yang, punch power 4,321 kilograms. Third place, Jin Dahai, punch power 4,122 kilograms. This sudden scene left those who had wanted to mock Su Jingming as if they had
been choked, instantly silencing them. For a moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence.
The peak punch power record has
been broken?
Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere, bringing everyone back to reality. Then, the hall erupted into a frenzy of
discussion. Holy crap, the punch power record has actually been broken?
Over 4,500 kilograms, is this punch
power even possible for a human? One punch could turn me into meat paste, and you're telling me this is a freshman?
It should be noted that the Thunder Martial Arts Hall has been established since the founding of the Magic City Ability University. It can be said that the Thunder Martial Arts Hall has witnessed the historical changes of the Magic City Ability University. The 5 leaderboards on the third floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall have accumulated punch power data from over 100,000
students of the Magic City Ability University.
Anyone in the top 1,000 of any of these leaderboards, back in the day, were figures
who led the era. Because of this, the higher the ranking, the harder it is to break the record.
It has been nearly 10 years since
the last record on the first pillar was broken, and now, the peak punch power record for first-tier ability users has finally been broken again. Moreover, it was broken by a freshman who was nearly a first-tier lower level. How could this not shock and astonish them?
Many quickly took out their phones to capture Su Jingming's figure in the center, recording this historic moment.
Additionally, many couldn't wait to share this news with friends and teachers. Some even posted it directly on the student forum of the Magic City Ability University.
In the hall, some people doubted whether Su Jingming had cheated by using abilities or combat skills.
After
all, achieving over 4,500 kilograms of punch power purely through physical strength is indeed astonishing. However, this claim was quickly dismissed by others. The punch power testing machine in the center of the hall was controlled by the school's artificial intelligence, EVA, and it was a subbody that had reached the standard of level 1 artificial intelligence. If there were any cheating incidents, the results would have been nullified long ago, and there would be no announcement at all. By the way, this Su Jingming is only at the lower level of the first tier. He hasn't even reached the peak of the first tier yet, so doesn't
that mean this record could still be broken?
A voice from the crowd suddenly sparked a heated discussion.
Indeed, Su Jingming
was already so impressive at the lower level of the first tier. When he reaches the middle or upper levels of the first tier, wouldn't
he be even more formidable?
It's worth noting that the top 10 who had previously left their names on the first pillar had all reached the peak of the first tier, unable to break through any further. Yet Su Jingming was entirely different. No one knew where his limits lay. On the other side, Lu Wentao was dumbfounded as he listened to the discussions around him. He had initially thought that Su Jingming would just go up and embarrass himself, making his own score seem less conspicuous. But who would have thought that Su Jingming would be so powerful, breaking the record held by over 100,000 people with a single punch? Now, it made him seem like a bit of a clown, being over 100,000 places behind. Bro, you really are my real brother. Looking at Su Jingming as he walked down, Lu Wentao was completely convinced. Brother Ming, from now on, I'm following you. Wherever you go, I'll go. Not that exaggerated, Su Jingming chuckled and shook his head. In fact, that punch did exceed his expectations. Originally, he had guessed it would be around 3,500 kilograms at most. He didn't expect it to be over 1,000 kilograms. More. It seems that the Thunder Tyrant is indeed quite compatible with me, Su Jingming thought to himself, then turned to the staff member beside him. There should be credit rewards for breaking records, right? The female staff member was still a bit dazed at this moment. Seeing the handsome face so close, she finally came to her senses, her face turning red as she said, of course, breaking the record earns you 400 credits and it should have already been credited to your account. Su Jingming took out his phone to check, and sure enough, there was a notification of credits being added. Adding the 200 credits he received as a meeting gift from Senior Lu Ming at Teacher Yang's villa, along with the 100 basic credits issued by the school. His student account now had nearly 700 credits. Not bad, so if I break the record again next time, can I still earn credits? Su Jingming put away his phone, eager to try again. Breaking the record only earns credits once, came the staff member's negative reply. This made him feel a bit regretful. His strength was still far from the peak of the first tier, and he would definitely break the records of first tier ability users multiple times in the future. However, there are 4 more pillars corresponding to ability users from the 2nd to the 5th tier. Breaking the records on those pillars will also yield credits. Su Jingming smiled slightly, already thinking of a way to earn credits. At this moment, the senior brothers and sisters in the hall, whose emotions had calmed down, approached him one by one, with smiles on their faces. Su Jr., this is your first time at this martial arts gym, right? Come, let me teach you how to use the equipment. Su little brother, nice to meet you, I'm Wang Jia from the 3rd year. You can call me Brother Jia. Junior, our club happens to be short on people. How about considering joining us? We have a lot of girls in our club. The punch power ranking, while only reflecting physical strength, could not measure the intensity of abilities or the power of combat skills. But, with such high punch power, how could he be lacking in other areas? Moreover, those who could make it into the top 10 of the punch power ranking were exceptional talents that appeared only once every few years. Not to mention, Su Jingming had directly broken the record, becoming number 1. Anyone who could get into the Magic City Ability University was no fool. Such a potentially limitless junior. If they didn't make friends with him now, what were they waiting for? When Su Jingming saw the scene, he felt a bit of a chill run down his spine. Not daring to stay any longer in the public training hall, he quickly took Lu Wentao and made a swift exit. They found another private training room to conduct the remaining strength tests. However, what he didn't know was that the news of the first-tier ability user breaking the punching power record spread like wildfire throughout the campus. Many people soon learned that among this year's freshmen there was a formidable individual named Su Jingming. Over 4,500 kilograms of punching power. My junior's physical strength is truly terrifyingly exaggerated. In a student villa, Senior Lu Ming looked at a post on the school forum on his phone, unable to help but click his tongue in amazement. Back in the day, he had also challenged the punching power leaderboard. At that time, he was a first-tier upper-level ability user with the first level of the indestructible Thunder Body. However, he had only managed to achieve a punching power of just over 3,500 kilograms. Compared to Su Jingming now, the difference was not trivial at all. Xiaoyun, you have to see this guy is so handsome. In the library, Song Xiaoyun, who was browsing a martial arts manual, was called over in a low voice by her roommate, Qi Dongxia. At the same time, a phone was handed to her. On the phone, a young man stood tall under the spotlight, with a pillar in front of him, radiating light. The young man was tall and had a resolute appearance, his eyes strikingly black and white, slightly cold. Is it him? Song Xiaoyun recognized at a glance that this was the boy she had sensed on the road earlier, who seemed to exude a beastly aura. So his name is Su Jingming, and it seems his strength is quite impressive. This was a post on the school forum, and it was quite popular. After reading through the entire content, Song Xiaoyun's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly. This meant that the unusual, beastly aura she sensed was not her imagination. But how did he generate such an aura? Song Xiaoyun looked at the figure in the picture, her eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. Su Jingming, so you also came to Magic City? A young man in the villa looked
resentfully at the figure in the picture. If it weren't for Su Jingming, he wouldn't have missed out on being the top scholar of Jiangnan province and become a laughingstock in Ning'an City. After entering the private training room, Su Jingming conducted a series of strength tests focused on physical intensity. The results showed that after acquiring the indestructible Thunder body, his physical strength had received a terrifying boost. His skin's defensive power was comparable to E-grade alloy, achieving a level of invulnerability to knives and guns in the ordinary sense. He tried to create a wound on his skin, and to his astonishment, it healed within just a few breaths. Such powerful defensive strength and recovery speed, truly worthy of an S-grade body refinement martial art. Su Jingming's eyes shone slightly. With such a physique, as long as he didn't act recklessly, it was almost impossible for him to be in life-threatening danger. Additionally, he discovered that his height had increased from 1.86 meters to 1.89 meters. His weight was even more exaggerated, skyrocketing from 80 kilograms to 120 kilograms. However, his appearance hadn't changed much. It was merely that his bone density had increased, and his muscles had become firmer. If this were my previous life, this physical quality would definitely be considered superhuman. Su Jingming was very satisfied with his current state. He was also grateful to have such a good teacher. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to achieve such a significant improvement in just a few days. The strength test is complete. I'll head to the library later. Thanks to the S-grade privileges granted to him by Magic City Ability University, all the books in the library were open to him for free. Su Jingming had long coveted the collection of this top-tier university. After leaving the room, he found Lu Wentao in the training room next door and left the Thunder Martial Arts School together. Brother Ming, did you know? There are so many posts about you on the school forum now. On the way, Lu Wentao said excitedly. Moreover, quite a few people are clamoring to challenge you. Just a moment ago in the training room, aside from training, he had also scrolled through his phone during breaks and naturally saw the posts on the school forum. Challenge me? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. The martial arts scene at Magic City Ability University is indeed quite strong. Of course, there was another possibility. These people wanted to step on him to make a name for themselves. However, Su Jingming had little interest in such battle invitations. Wentao, are you going to the combat skills library? At the fork in the road, Su Jingming asked Lu Wentao. I just went yesterday, so I'm not going today. Alright, then you can head back. Su Jingming nodded, and after parting ways with Lu Wentao, he walked straight towards the library. Magic City Ability University has two libraries. One is an ordinary library, which contains historical and cultural books. The other is the Combat Skills Library, which houses numerous combat skills and ability training methods from various departments. Su Jingming was headed to the second library. As one of the most important places at Magic City Ability University, the Combat Skills Library was built tall and majestic. It stood there like a small mountain, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. Moreover, the entire Combat Skills Library had a somewhat mirage-like quality, appearing somewhat illusory. It's rumored that the entire Combat Skills Library is under the control of a vice president with spatial abilities at our school, and it seems to be true. This was a piece of information Su Jingming had stumbled upon while querying library information through EVA. If anything were amiss, the entire Combat Skills Library would exist independently from this space. Without the appropriate means, even a 9th-tier martial saint would be unable to forcibly seize these precious original manuals. Ding! After swiping his student ID at the entrance, the tightly closed door opened and Su Jingming stepped inside. The first floor of the library was a vast hall. Inside the hall, there was only one front desk. Su Jingming approached the front desk just as he was about to ask how to access the combat skill manuals. The female teacher behind the desk stood up directly, a gentle smile on her face. S-level student Su Jingming, welcome to the Combat Skills Library. How can I assist you? The female teacher had a pleasant appearance and wore a pair of black-framed glasses, resembling a language teacher from a middle school. However, the faint aura she exuded indicated that she was at least a 4th-tier ability user. You know me? Su Jingming was somewhat surprised. Even though he had just broken the record, he couldn't be that famous, could he? Even the teacher in the library knew him. Students with S-level permissions can freely browse all combat skills in the library, as they are special privilege holders. Therefore, when you swiped your student ID at the entrance, I received a notification. The female teacher wore a charming smile, her attitude very friendly, even respectful. It seemed somewhat absurd for a 4th-tier ability user to show respect to a 1st-tier ability user, but for the female teacher herself, it was not so. After all, having S-level permissions meant the other party had endless potential. As long as they didn't falter, they would at least become a master-level ability user in the future. Meanwhile, she, having only reached the 4th tier, had nearly exhausted all her potential. Such a respectful attitude could be seen as a form of goodwill. The previous admissions office director, Zhang Qiaoyan, was the same, and so was this female teacher. So that's how it is. Su Jingming nodded in realization and then asked, I want to look at the combat techniques for lightning type abilities. Which floor do I need to go to for that? The combat techniques below B level are all in the public reading rooms on the second and third floors. As for those above B level, they are kept confidential due to their rarity. You need to first select online in the reading room on the fourth floor before you can access the manuals, the female teacher explained patiently. Then I'll go directly to the reading room, Su Jingming nodded. Since he could access higher level combat techniques, he certainly wouldn't bother learning the lower level ones. Alright, the reading room 403 on the fourth floor has been opened for you. You just need to swipe your student ID on the sensor at the entrance to enter, the teacher said after a series of operations on the computer. Then, Su Jingming was led by a staff member to the elevator to the fourth floor. Similar to the student dormitories of his previous life, the reading rooms on the fourth floor were individual rooms. However, the decor was more exquisite, exuding a unique classical charm. Upon reaching the fourth floor and walking for a short while, a room marked 403 appeared before Su Jingming. Beep, he swiped his student ID at the entrance sensor, and the door opened in response. The room is equipped with an artificial intelligence assistant named Eva. If you need anything, just ask her. After you finish selecting the combat techniques online, click confirm and we will deliver the original manuals to you. Additionally, since the original manuals for B-level and above combat techniques are very precious, please be very careful while browsing, the staff member reiterated the precautions before turning to leave. Su Jingming stepped into the room. The reading room was not very large, only about 20 square meters. In the center were tables and chairs, and right in the middle of the table was the familiar spherical shape projected by the artificial intelligence Eva. S-level student Su Jingming, what combat techniques do you need to look up? Eva asked, bobbing her head. Lightning type, all combat techniques above B-level, Su Jingming stated his request directly without hesitation. Okay. The small sphere nodded humanely. Then, on the side holographic projection, a list of combat technique names appeared, along with their relevant descriptions. Heavenly Thunder of 10,000 Prisons, SSS level centered on lightning type abilities, creates a storm field with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, this technique is limited to B level and above lightning type abilities, and can only be learned by ability users of level 5 and above. Wrath of the Thunder God, SS level calls down thunder like divine punishment, with immense power. Note, this technique is limited to B level and above lightning type abilities, and can only be learned by ability users of level 4 and above. Thunder Abyss, SS level opens a thunderous abyss, sealing a certain area with lightning. Note, this technique is limited to B level and above lightning type abilities and can only be learned by ability users of level 4 and above. SSS level techniques, and even SS level techniques, truly worthy of a top tier university. The collection of combat technique manuals is so rich. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, it was a pity that the SSS level and SS level techniques were incredibly powerful. The energy required to release them even once was terrifying. Low-level ability users, even if they drained all their energy, would be unable to release them. Even the relatively lower requirement S-level techniques still required users to be at least level 2 or 3 and possess abilities above C-level to learn. Su Jingming drooled over the high-level techniques on the list but found himself unable to learn them. He had no choice but to quickly scroll down the list to browse the A-level techniques. Compared to the high-level techniques, the requirements for these A-level and B-level techniques were not as stringent. Level 1 ability users could learn them, and the only requirement for abilities was to be above D-level. Su Jingming browsed through the various combat techniques displayed on the holographic projection while comparing them with the list of techniques that Teacher Yang had given him some time ago. However, after just a short while of browsing, he realized that the list provided by Teacher Yang was indeed very suitable for him. Having a good teacher saves a lot of trouble. Otherwise, just selecting the techniques to learn would require a significant amount of effort. Combat techniques are generally divided into offensive, defensive, mobility, support, and body training categories. The various techniques can be combined like playing an arcade game, achieving a similar effect to a control chain. Without guidance, researching a set of techniques that suit oneself would indeed take considerable effort. Moreover, learning a technique requires a lot of time. If one chooses the wrong technique, it would be too late to realize the mistake after learning it. But Su Jingming was different. With the combat technique list provided by Teacher Yang, it was as if he had already received a walkthrough guide. Additionally, the list from Teacher Yang offered at least 2 techniques in each category, allowing Su Jingming to make the most optimized selections based on his situation. Thus, after spending more than half an hour, Su Jingming selected 4 techniques: the offensive techniques Thunder Spear and Chain Thunder Lance, the mobility technique Thunder Flash, and the support technique Thunder Prison. All 4 techniques were, without exception, classified as A-level techniques.
The relevant descriptions were clearly outlined in the list before him. Thunder Spear, A level. Gathers thunder and condenses it into a long spear to be thrown. Chain Thunder Lance, A level. A long spear that continuously stabs the enemy's vital points while carrying thunder. During the stabbing process, thunder accumulates within the enemy, exploding at the end of the technique. Thunder Flash, A level. Unleashes thunder to surge forward a certain distance. Thunder Prison, A level. Condenses a prison of thunder, locking the enemy in place. Among the 4 techniques, Thunder Spear is a ranged attack, while Chain Thunder Lance is a strong attack that can deal massive damage in a short time. Thunder Flash belongs to the mobility category, allowing for instant closure of distance to the enemy during combat. As for Thunder Prison, it can lock the enemy in place, making escape impossible. Combining these 4 techniques, along with my strong physique, I will have almost no flaws in battle. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction and clicked to confirm. Detected that all 4 selected techniques are A level. The average learning duration for each technique is 6 months, with a total cycle of 2 years. The learning time is too long. It is recommended that you reasonably pair them with other lower-level techniques. Upon discovering that Su Jingming's selected techniques were all quite difficult A-level techniques, Eva issued a warning. In fact, A-level techniques not only have a long learning cycle but also consume a significant amount of energy. Most ability users would choose to pair them with lower-level B or C-level techniques. However, Su Jingming was an exception. He still had over 2,000 ability points lying on his system panel. For him, learning techniques was merely a matter of adding points, with no time cost involved. Since that was the case, he would naturally choose the more powerful techniques. As for the high energy consumption, it was not a major issue. Once he raised his rank later on, it would be easily resolved. No need to change, just like this. Okay, please wait a moment. After Eva's voice fell, it wasn't long before the staff delivered for technique manuals and respectfully closed the door as they left. For A-level technique manuals. Looking at the 4 manuals on the table, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In the outside world, a D-level technique manual costs hundreds of thousands of xia coins. For instance, the Lightning Gale Break he had before was a D-level technique. C-level and B-level techniques can even cost millions or tens of millions. A higher level A-grade combat technique is something you can't even find a way to buy. And now, for A-grade combat technique manuals are just lying quietly in front of him, without requiring any cost from him. This is a top-tier university. The educational resources it possesses are simply incomparable to other schools. After a moment of reflection, Su Jingming flipped through the 4 combat technique manuals one by one. As A-grade combat techniques, the content in these manuals regarding the use of abilities in vitality is quite profound. Even the words carry some of the creators' artistic conception and aura. Artistic conception is an elusive yet practically existing thing. For example, a sword scar, just a glance can convey the swordsman's state of mind. It could be fierce or resolute. These manuals also carry such artistic conception. It is precisely for this reason that many A-grade combat techniques can only be learned from the originals. Copies, having lost their artistic conception, cannot be learned at all. This is also why the combat technique library is so cautious in preserving the original manuals. No wonder it's an A-grade combat technique. This way of using abilities is simply imaginative. 4 hours later, Su Jingming closed the last combat technique manual and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had already gained a preliminary understanding of the content of these 4 techniques. According to the normal procedure, the next step would be to practice diligently until he completely mastered the technique. However, that was for ordinary people. For Su Jingming, it was different. Deep Blue. Add points. Ability points minus 200. Thunder Spear, beginner. Ability points minus 200. Chain Thunder Gun, beginner. Ability points minus 200. Thunder Flash, beginner. Ability points minus 200. Thunder Prison, beginner. As the points were added, the obscure content of the 4 combat techniques was fully understood. It felt as if he had practiced them thousands of times. The 4 A-grade combat techniques that originally required 2 years to learn were thus completely mastered by Su Jingming. And his system panel was also refreshed. Name, Su Jingming level, first tier lower, plus. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S, Physique, 391 Vitality, plus, Spirit, 289 He, plus, Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced plus. Thunder Spear, beginner plus, A-grade Chain Thunder Gun, beginner plus, Thunder Flash, beginner plus, Thunder Prison, beginner plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus, Body Refinement, Indestructible Thunder Body, first level plus, Ability points 1434. The ability points on the system panel had shrunk by nearly half, which made Su Jingming feel a bit pained. However, the 4 A-grade combat techniques he gained were undoubtedly a huge boost to his strength. With so many combat techniques, I wonder which lucky person will be the first to experience the power of my set of techniques. A malicious smile of anticipation appeared on Su Jingming's face. Of course, If the opponent's strength is too low, they might not even last until he finishes a complete combo and would directly be out of the game. I'll head back to the villa later to test how much ability consumption this set of techniques has. The combat technique manuals on the table would be automatically collected by the staff. So Su Jingming didn't tidy up, stood up, and left the reading room. As he walked to the first floor lobby, he received a respectful greeting from a female teacher. Smiling in response, Su Jingming walked out of the combat technique library. Taking out his phone, he realized it was already past 5 in the afternoon. I got so immersed in the manuals that I even forgot to eat lunch. But it's not a big deal, I'll have dinner and then head back to the dorm to experiment with the techniques. After leaving the combat technique library, Su Jingming first went to the cafeteria for dinner. Before returning to the student villa, Brother Ming, a teacher, just came by to inform that there will be a freshman meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at playground number 1. In addition, a new freshman group has been created. As Su Jingming walked through the living room on the first floor, Lu Wentao jumped over from the sofa. He handed over his phone, which displayed a QR code for a group named Magic City Ability University Class of 2037 Freshman Group. Alright, I got it. Su Jingming took out his phone and casually joined the group. There were quite a few people in the group, totaling 613 members, and the number was still increasing. The pinned announcement was about the freshman meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The chat interface was filled with messages from many freshmen. I went to the combat skills library today. Guess what? I have A-level access, so I can read all A-level and below combat skill manuals for free. No way? That's awesome. But I have B-level access, so I can only read B-level and below manuals, right? What a coincidence. I'm also B-level. Damn, I can't be the only one with C-level access, right? Don't worry, it seems like access levels can be upgraded. They should mention it at tomorrow's freshman meeting. Similar to the freshman groups from his previous life, the chat was mostly about school-related topics. Su Jingming glanced at it, not very interested, and directly walked up the stairs. Lu Wentao seemed very interested, chatting nonstop on the sofa. At the same time, he kept saying, "By the way, Minggu, didn't you go to the combat skills library this afternoon? What levels of combat skills did you end up choosing for A-level combat skills?" Su Jingming's answer as he climbed the stairs made Lu Wentao pause slightly. A-level combat skills? 4 of them? Wouldn't he have to wait until his second or third year to learn them all? As expected of Minggu, not following the usual path, Lu Wentao instinctively gave a thumbs up, then curiously asked, "If you can browse A-level combat skills, then you must have A-level access, right? Not A-level, but S-level." After saying this, Su Jingming had already completely ascended to the second floor, his figure disappearing on the stairs, leaving Lu Wentao on the sofa, stunned. S-level? Our school actually has a higher access level than A-level? The freshman group was added by Lu Wentao shortly after he returned to the dormitory in the afternoon, through a teacher who came to find him. After joining the freshman group, he had been chatting and gathered a lot of information. First of all, every student who reported to school would have a level of access. The higher the access level, the more basic credits they could earn. For example, he had A-level access, which allowed him to earn 60 credits through his silent statistics. In the freshman group, he found that most people had B-level or C-level access. Only a few had A-level access, leading him to subconsciously think that A-level was the highest access level a student could achieve. However, he never expected that Su Jingming actually had an astonishing S-level access. Why is that? The other provincial champions I know only have A-level access. Lu Wentao was puzzled. On the other side, Su Jingming had also entered the training room upstairs. He held a grayish-white 2-meter-long spear in his hand. His original F-level obsidian spear had nearly been rendered useless by the end of the martial arts college entrance examination. Therefore, he did not bring it to Magic City. This gray spear was a practice weapon stored in the training room, with a metal strength that didn't even reach F-level. Its weight was pitifully light, only 20 kilograms. However, he couldn't find any other alternatives at the moment, so he had to make do with it. Fortunately, it was just for testing combat skills, not actual combat. After the training ends, I can check the school mall to see if there's a suitable spear for me. If there is, I'll buy it as soon as possible. Since reporting to Magic City Ability University, Su Jingming had been in a state of constant busyness. On the first day of enrollment, he went to find Yang Jintian to become his apprentice, receiving the ability training methods and body training techniques. The next day, he went to teacher Yang to solidify his foundation, and as a result, this process took a full 5 days. Only awakening today. Because of this, he had yet to purchase his battle suit and weapons. The first thing to try is the chain lightning spear. Su Jingming stood tall in the center of the training room, the blue-purple Zixiao Divine Thunder quietly enveloping the gray-white long spear he held in his right hand. In the next moment, the long spear transformed into countless phantoms, lightning flashing as it thrust out in succession. Crackle! Accompanied by the thunderous roar, the spear's shadows lasted for
almost 2 seconds, ultimately finishing with an upward sweep. Buzz, the sharp spearhead, entwined with lightning, continued to sway violently in a small amplitude even after the spear shaft had come to a stop. The energy consumption is manageable, just about 1/8, Su Jingming silently estimated. As for the power, it couldn't be determined without testing equipment. But just from the aura of the released combat technique, it was more than enough to instantly kill a peak second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear. Next, it's Thunder Prison. Thus, Su Jingming tested all 4 newly mastered A-level combat techniques. The energy consumption for the attack-type chain lightning spear and thunder spear was slightly higher, releasing once consumed about 1/8 of the Zhixiao Divine Thunder. Thunder Prison was a bit better, requiring only 1/10 of the ability. As for the movement technique Thunder Flash, the consumption was even lower, needing only 1/20 of the ability. At this rate, even if I fully release an entire set of combat techniques, the energy consumption would be at most around 2/5, which is within an acceptable range. Su Jingming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The training spear in his hand had turned slightly red due to the prolonged infusion of Zhixiao Divine Thunder, as if it had been placed over a charcoal fire. If an ordinary person held it, their skin would surely have been burned. Yet Su Jingming felt no discomfort at all. He casually placed the long spear on the weapon rack and went to the kitchen fridge to grab a bottle of cold drink. Indeed, the villa had a kitchen, and there were 2 floors. However, most students wouldn't choose to cook for themselves. Eva, open the school mall and search for firearms. Okay. Su Jingming sat on the sofa, sipping his cold drink while browsing the mall interface projected by Eva. Firearms, F-grade meteorite gun, 0.45 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum, F-grade. Obsidian gun, 0.49 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum, F-grade agile gun, 0.42 credits/kg, 5 kilograms minimum. E-grade meteorite gun, 1.11 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum. E-grade obsidian gun, 1.13 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum. E-grade agile gun, 0.97 credits/kg, 5 kilograms minimum. D-grade meteorite gun, 2.45 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum. D-grade obsidian gun, 2.58 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum. D-grade agile gun, 2.32 credits/kg, 5 kilograms minimum. Oh, the weight of the weapons in the mall can actually be freely decided? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. But the prices are about the same as outside. His original obsidian gun weighed 50 kilograms and was priced at 270,000. Converted, it was roughly similar to the prices in the school mall. As for the weight of the long spear suitable for his use, Su Jingming had already specifically tested it in the Thunder Martial Arts Hall that afternoon. 210 kilograms was the range he found most suitable, having enough weight to avoid feeling too light while also ensuring a very fast draw speed. Since that's the case, I still want the obsidian spear, but this time I'll switch to E-grade alloy and increase the weight. Su Jingming quickly filled in the required weight on the holographic projection. Purchasing a long spear weighing 210 kilograms would cost a staggering 237 credits. Of course, this was also due to his strong physique, which required a heavier weapon. A typical first-tier ability user only needed to spend 60 or 70 credits for a weapon weighing 60 or 70 kilograms. After selecting the weapon, Su Jingming also chose a set of E-grade battle armor worth 70 credits and E-grade boots for 10 credits. The total cost for these items came to 317 credits, and after Su Jingming chose to pay, his student account balance immediately shrank by half, leaving him with 382.6 credits. Purchase successful. The weapon and battle armor will be delivered to your dormitory tomorrow. Please check upon receipt. Eva's cute reminder echoed in the living room. I've picked out the gear. I'll take a break before continuing my training. Su Jingming picked up a cold drink and took a sip. Although he had the system by his side, he wouldn't let that make him lazy. It was still early, just past 7 in the evening. Besides training, he could also practice his ability training methods. The entire night was clearly planned out. The next day, at 8:20 a.m., after completing over an hour of training on the second floor and finishing his morning routine, Su Jingming came down wearing a short-sleeved shirt and long pants. He found Lu Wentao sitting on the sofa on the first floor, sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes. "What's up? Did you stay up all night chatting with a girl?" Su Jingming laughed as he sat down on the sofa and patted Lu Wentao's shoulder. "Minggu." Lu Wentao's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked in a somewhat urgent tone, "Minggu, what did you do to gain S-level privileges?" "Last night, I stayed up all night checking the records of top students from other provinces, and it seems like your performance in the college entrance exam wasn't that different from theirs." After saying this, he realized and quickly added, "If it's inconvenient, you don't have to tell me. Is that why you didn't sleep well?" Su Jingming smiled and snapped his fingers, the terrifying energy wave of the purple sky divine thunder flickering at his fingertips. "There's nothing to hide. The reason is simple, because I have an S-level ability." S-level ability? Lu Wentao's eyes widened in shock. No wonder the school only granted Su Jingming S-level privileges, so it was an S-level ability. Moreover, he suddenly remembered that Su Jingming was just an awakener during the martial arts college entrance exam and that Thunder's power was indeed a bit excessive. If it was an S-level ability, then it made sense. However, he was still puzzled and pressed on. Why didn't you tell me? When we just met yesterday? You didn't ask. Su Jingming shrugged innocently. He had no intention of hiding his ability. It was just that many people still mistakenly thought he was only an E-level ability user due to the articles online. Even if his ability mutated, they wouldn't think it would evolve into an S-level ability. Alright, the freshman conference starts at 9 o'clock, so it's about time. Let's go. Su Jingming didn't continue to tease Lu Wentao and stood up to leave the villa with him. At Magic City Ability University, there are 4 playgrounds. The freshman conference is held at playground number 1. When Su Jingming and Lu Wentao entered the playground, there were already quite a few people there. However, since they hadn't been divided into colleges or classes yet, everyone was still strangers to each other. Most were chatting in pairs, not interfering with one another. In the crowd, Su Jingming also spotted Song Choyun, whom he had seen once outside the dormitory yesterday. She was currently with her roommate. Song Choyun's appearance was already top-notch, and with her impressive figure, it was no exaggeration to call her a goddess. On the playground, many male students were drawn to her. Meanwhile, some female students let their gazes wander to certain sensitive areas, secretly comparing themselves and revealing expressions of envy. Just then, Song Choyun suddenly turned her head and locked eyes with Su Jingming. What keen perception! Su Jingming was taken aback but didn't feel embarrassed. He gave a slight nod to Song Choyun and then withdrew his gaze. Su Jingming, Song Choyun blinked in surprise upon seeing this. Ordinary boys, when caught sneaking a glance, would either shyly lower their heads or quickly turn away, pretending to admire the distant scenery. But Su Jingming not only showed no reaction but even looked a little longer and nodded at her. What a peculiar boy, Song Choyun thought to herself. Beside her, her roommate Chi Dongxia also noticed Su Jingming's arrival and her eyes lit up. It's Su Jingming. He looks even more handsome than in the photos. Su Jingming was already good-looking, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet. Among so many people, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Coupled with the thunderous aura granted by his S-rank ability, the purple cloud divine thunder, he exuded an air of mystery. He was undoubtedly a man that countless girls admired. Thus, aside from Chi Dongxia, the other girls present also had sparkling eyes upon seeing Su Jingming. Su Jingming is here. Is he the one who broke the school record yesterday? Indeed, he's a freshman too. I heard Su Jingming is the top scholar from Jiangnan province. He's really strong. The news of him breaking the long-standing record at the Magic City Ability University had spread like wildfire on the forum, leading most of the new students present to know about Su Jingming. As he appeared, pairs of eyes turned towards him, each filled with different emotions. There was admiration and fervor from young girls, and a serious demeanor from male students facing a strong contender. Of course, there were also plenty of disdain and contempt. Regardless of the emotions involved, Su Jingming was undoubtedly the center of attention at that moment. However, just then, an out-of-place voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Su Jingming, I, Lei Zhou, challenge you. Accompanied by this abrupt voice, a group of 4 stepped out from the crowd. The leading young man stood at least 6 feet tall, wearing a white t-shirt and white pants. He had a lean build but exuded a faint sense of danger. The 3 people around him were either robust or wore broad smiles, all emanating an aura of at least mid-tier strength, clearly fierce individuals. The young man in white was Lei Zhou, the second-place finisher in the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance examination from Ning'an First High School. Su Jingming, Lei Zhou's face was filled with resentment. Both of his parents were Tier 4 ability users and he was born with a golden key in his mouth. When he awakened his A-rank fire-type elemental ability, the Infernal Flame, at the age of 16, he soared to new heights, becoming a hotshot talent in Ning'an City, Jiangnan Province. He crushed all the other talents in the city, advancing from an awakener to a Tier 1 upper-level ability user in just 2 years. He was the top contender for this year's Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance examination, and he truly lived up to expectations, scoring over 9,300 points. It's worth noting that the highest score in previous years was only around 8,800 to 8,900 points. His score of over 9,300 points practically guaranteed him the title of Provincial Champion. However, just when he thought his position as the top scholar of the province was secured, with the City Education Bureau and his family preparing a celebratory feast, Su Jingming suddenly emerged, scoring over 11,000 points to claim the title of top scholar in Jiangnan Province. More importantly, Su Jingming came from the impoverished northern part of Jiangcheng in Jiangnan Province. It's worth noting that Ning'an City, as the capital of Jiangnan Province, receives the most educational resources each year. Yet this time, the top scholar appeared from Jiangcheng, which receives the least resources.
Consequently, rumors began to circulate in Ning'an City that the Education Bureau was incompetent, unable to compete even with a remote prefecture-level city like Zhangcheng. As a result, the Ning'an City Education Bureau faced immense pressure. The once proud son of Ning'an City suddenly fell from grace. While studying Su Jingming's martial arts college entrance exam video, he discovered that their strengths were actually quite similar. Su Jingming had gained over 2,000 points by eliminating all the ferocious beasts in the core area. In Ning'an City, however, the candidates were all strong, and the ferocious beasts in the core area were fought over, leaving nothing for others. Thus, he had been brooding over this matter. If he had taken the college entrance exam in Zhangcheng, he too might have scored over 10,000 points and claimed the title of top scholar. Therefore, upon discovering that Su Jingming was also attending the Ability University in Modu, Lei Zhou decided to issue a challenge. His aim was to trample Su Jingming underfoot, proving to Ning'an City and the entire Jiangnan province that it wasn't his inadequacy but rather the exam location that was to blame. In fact, he had already sent several challenge invitations on the school forum yesterday but had received no response. That's why he directly challenged him face-to-face at this freshman conference. Lei Zhou, I know him, he's the second place in our Jiangnan province martial arts college entrance exam. Challenging the first place from second place? That's interesting. There are rumors online suggesting that this year's top scholar in Jiangnan province seems to have taken advantage of the exam location. The strength gap between the two isn't actually that large. In fact, Lei Zhou might even be a bit stronger. So that's how it is. No wonder Lei Zhou is so eager to issue a challenge. He wants to prove himself. Among the onlookers, there were students from Jiangnan province who recognized Lei Zhou's identity. They acted as informants, explaining to those around them. Su Jingming also learned the ins and outs from the snippets of conversation among the observing students. However, even so, he had no intention of accepting the challenge, shaking his head in refusal. Sorry, I'm not interested. If he had any desire to engage in combat before advancing as an ability user, now that he had upgraded to a first-tier lower-level ability user and mastered the S-rank Thunder Immortal Body along with 4 A-rank combat techniques, it could be said that if he fought Lei Zhou, it would be akin to an adult fighting a child. Even if he won, he wouldn't feel a shred of accomplishment. Heh, not interested? I see you must be afraid of our brother Lei. The school forum is saying you're the most talented student we've seen in over a decade. I think you're not that impressive. Forget it, brother Lei, there's no need to take someone like him seriously. Before Lei Zhou could speak, a few people beside him chimed in with sarcastic remarks. Don't talk nonsense, Su Jingming isn't that kind of person. Lei Zhou pretended to be angry and scolded, then with a forced smile, he said, Su Jingming, I remember your aunt's family seems to be in the business of rare flowers and herbs, right? Coincidentally, our family is currently your aunt's largest buyer and owes your family a significant amount of money. If this payment isn't made on time, your aunt's family might face a bit of difficulty. The so-called rare flowers and herbs are treasures that condense the essence of heaven and earth. You can only gather in the wilderness area, where each type of exotic flower and herb has special effects. Some enhance vitality, while others boost mental strength. This is very useful for ability users, and many are willing to pay high prices to purchase them. Therefore, there are many merchants across the country engaged in this business. After the results of the martial arts college entrance examination were announced, Lei Zhou discovered that Su Jingming had a good relationship with his aunt, Su Qingwan. So, he had his family place a large order with Su Wanqing's company, but only paid a deposit and had no intention of paying the final amount. If the other party wanted to sue, dragging it out for a year or two, even if they won the case, the company would have long gone bankrupt. He initially just wanted to trick Su Jingming, but unexpectedly found it useful here. Moreover, Lei Zhou knew that someone like Su Jingming, who valued family ties greatly, would definitely react to this. Are you threatening me? Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. Just a glance, yet Lei Zhou felt a jolt in his heart. It felt as if he were being targeted by a top-tier ferocious beast, every hair on his body standing on end. Nevertheless, he still forced himself to appear calm and said, It's not a threat, just a reminder. Time and place. Su Jingming took a deep breath, his distinctly black and white eyes carrying an unprecedented chill. Not far away, Song Shoyun, who had a keen sense of perception, noticed the hidden ferocity beneath this chill. What a fierce aura, how did he manage to do that? Song Shoyun's curiosity about this tall boy was further intensified. At noon, 12 o'clock in 7 days, on the number 3 practical combat arena, seeing Su Jingming take the bait, Lei Zhou replied directly. Alright, I'll go. But I hope you won't regret it by then. Su Jingming coldly threw down a sentence and turned to leave. Before coming to the Magic City Ability University, he already knew that his uncle's company had received a large order. For this, his uncle's family had been busy day and night for 2 days to complete the order. They even said that the money earned from this order would cover the company's expenses for a year. Little did he expect it was a trap set by someone else in advance. Since this matter arose because of him, it should also be ended by him.
Su Jingming has agreed. There will be a great battle at the number 3 Practical Combat Arena in 7 days. Make sure to go early to secure a good spot. After all, a provincial champion will be participating. The onlookers, of course, were eager for excitement, and upon seeing the two reach an agreement, they all became excited. They planned to go together to watch the commotion at the Practical Combat Arena. This was exactly what Lei Zhou wanted. The reason he set the time for 7 days later was to let this matter spread widely and attract more spectators. Then, in front of everyone, he would defeat Su Jingming, achieving the ultimate sense of accomplishment. First of all, welcome to all the new students choosing our Magic City Ability University. This new student conference is not the official opening ceremony. We have gathered you here to answer some questions and to better utilize the school's resources. First, let's discuss each of your permission levels. After the interlude, the new student conference officially began at 9 o'clock. On the podium at the front of the playground, a male teacher spoke eloquently. The main topics covered were similar to what Zhang Chaoyang had mentioned, such as the credit system, exclusive mentor system, and so on, but in more detail. Among them, the mention of the combat power ranking piqued Su Jingming's interest. The combat power ranking was somewhat similar to the punch power ranking of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, but it tested the actual combat ability of the students. It required the use of a device called a virtual stealth pod, where they would engage in battles in a holographic simulated combat scene. The more levels one cleared, the higher their ranking would be. Moreover, the rewards obtained at the end were quite generous. After the freshman conference ends, I can take a closer look at this so-called battle power ranking, Su Jingming thought to himself. After all, the concept of holographic stealth was also something new to him. The freshman conference continued for over an hour. Aside from the first half hour where a male teacher at the podium spoke, the rest of the time was filled with students asking questions. Once the conference concluded, Su Jingming went to teacher Yang Zhentian's villa. In the villa's living room, his senior brother Lu Ming was already waiting there. Let's go to the training room. In the morning, I'll teach you boxing, and in the afternoon, the teacher will teach you marksmanship. Upon seeing Su Jingming enter, senior brother Lu Ming directly led him to the training room. In fact, according to the original plan, both boxing and marksmanship were supposed to be taught by him. However, Su Jingming's marksmanship had already reached an advanced level, matching Lu Ming's proficiency. Therefore, it had to be teacher Yang Zhentian who would teach it. Thus, Su Jingming began his training under senior brother Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming was a fourth-year student this year, having reached the peak of the third tier. His skills in boxing, marksmanship, and knife techniques were all at an advanced level, and he possessed an A-grade lightning-type ability, making him a true genius. Under his guidance, Su Jingming started to get a preliminary understanding of boxing. In this way, for a period of time, Su Jingming led a very regular life. He would wake up at 6:30 in the morning and train in the training room for an hour. By 8:30, he would arrive at teacher Yang Zhentian's villa. In the morning, he would learn boxing from senior brother Lu Ming, and in the afternoon, he would study marksmanship and some applications of lightning-type abilities with the teacher. Of course, senior brother and the teacher were not always present. When they were absent, Su Jingming would train alone in the villa's training room. Soon, 7 days passed. On July 1st, at 8:30 in the morning, Su Jingming arrived at teacher Yang Zhentian's villa as usual. Let's go to the training room. Just as senior brother Lu Ming was about to head to the training room with Su Jingming, he suddenly realized something was off. He paused, surprised, and turned back to ask, "You leveled up?" Su Jingming did not hide it and smiled as he nodded. He had advanced using the system last night. Previously, he had spent 300 ability points to progress from an awakened to a first-tier lower-level ability user. This time, he spent 386 ability points to level up from first-tier lower-level to first-tier mid-level. The fact that the ability point consumption was not an integer confirmed one of his speculations. That is, leveling up using the system consumed ability points based on his original training progress. If he was just a step away from first tier mid-level, the ability points consumed for leveling up using the system might be even lower. Perhaps he could level up with less than 100 ability points. This was also one of the reasons why he was busy training every day. How long has it been, and you've already leveled up? Lu Ming was shocked upon receiving confirmation. He knew that when Su Jingming first arrived, he was merely an awakened. Now, less than half a month had passed and he had directly broken through to first-tier mid-level. What an extraordinary cultivation speed. It took him nearly a year to progress from awakened to first-tier mid-level. Even then, he was considered a rare genius. I remember you have a duel scheduled with another freshman at noon today? Lu Ming's expression shifted as he asked. At 12 noon today, on the number 3 combat arena, Su Jingming nodded. He had mentioned this to senior brother Lu Ming once before. Alright, I'll observe 3 minutes of silence for your opponent. Lu Ming smirked. While others might not know Su Jingming's strength, how could he, who trained with him every day, be unaware? After cultivating the indestructible thunder body, Su Jingming's physical strength alone was comparable to that of a second-tier ferocious beast. Coupled with his already exceptional advanced marksmanship, he was incredibly formidable. Moreover, this was still the case when Su Jingming had not used his abilities or combat skills. According to Lu Ming's estimation, Su Jingming's overall strength could almost be considered that of a high-level second-tier ability user. Now that he had entered the mid-level of the first tier, his strength had been further enhanced. He did not believe that any new student could defeat such a freak. Come on, after training, I'll go with you, Lu Ming patted Su Jingming on the shoulder. In fact, he was also eager to see just how terrifying his junior brother's strength was in peak condition. At 11:42 in the morning, at the Ability University of Magic City, in the training building. On the first floor of the training building, there were 10 arenas numbered from 1 to 10. This place was specifically used for students to engage in practical combat training, or to settle personal grievances. At this moment, the audience seats around the arena were already packed with numerous students. Most of these were new students, around 400 to 500. It should be noted that currently there were only a little over 600 new students registered at the school. This meant that most of the new students had gathered here because of this event. Jiangnan Province is an educational powerhouse. The battle between the first and second place is quite a spectacle. After school starts in September, there will be a competition for new students, so it's a good opportunity to see the strength of the provincial champion. But speaking of which, I checked some information recently and found that Su Jingming indeed took advantage of the examination point. If it were at the same examination point, it's likely that Lei Zhou would be the provincial champion of Jiangnan. So, does that mean Lei Zhou has a higher chance of winning? Not necessarily. After all, Su Jingming just broke our school's punching power record. What does a punching power record mean? In battles between ability users, it's not all about brute strength. I think Lei Zhou is stronger. The students were buzzing with discussions, each speculating on the outcome of the battle. Among them, many new students who had researched the information felt they had uncovered a dark secret. They believed that Lei Zhou was stronger and that Su Jingming's achievement as the provincial champion was merely due to the remote examination point. Qiu Yun, who do you think has a better chance of winning? In a corner of the audience, Song Qiu-yun and her roommate Qi Dongxia had also come here. Su Jingming, Song Qiu-yun said, her red lips moving without a hint of hesitation. That confident tone made Qi Dongxia pause for a moment. Although she had only gotten to know Song Qiu-yun after becoming roommates, she knew that Song Qiu-yun usually reached conclusions only after careful consideration. This was the first time she had seen her so certain. However, I think Lei Zhou is stronger and has a greater chance of winning. Qi Dongxia was very loyal to Su Jingming's looks, but when it came to strength, she leaned more towards Lei Zhou. Additionally, she agreed with the rumors among the new students. Su Jingming becoming the provincial champion of Jiangnan indeed took advantage of the examination point. However, Song Qiu-yun dismissed this. The country has strict regulations for the martial arts college entrance examination. You must take the exam where you attended high school. Su Jingming may have indeed benefited from the examination point, but he also did not enjoy the rich educational resources of a provincial capital. Coming from the impoverished Jiang city and ultimately becoming the provincial champion has already proven his extraordinary talent. If Su Jingming and Lei Zhou swapped identities, Su Jingming would still be able to compete for the provincial champion in Ning'an City. On the other hand, it's uncertain whether Lei Zhou, who grew up in Jiang City, could even make it into the top 100 in Jiangnan Province, let alone compete for the provincial champion. Wisdom shone in Song Qiu-yun's beautiful eyes. Qi Dongxia was momentarily stunned by her words. Right. People only focused on the differences in examination points but overlooked the huge disparity in their identities and resources. If the martial arts college entrance examination in the resource-rich Ning'an City was of ordinary difficulty, then the resource-poor Jiang City was a hellish challenge. Su Jingming was able to stand out in the hellish difficulty of Jiangcheng and win the provincial top scholar title. This has already proven his strong strength and potential. Just as Qi Dongxia was coming to this realization, there was a stir in the audience, with everyone looking towards the entrance. Su Jingming is here. She quickly shifted her gaze to the entrance. Sure enough, a tall and slender figure walked in against the light. One must say, Su Jingming's aura was indeed powerful. Standing at 1.89 m, dressed in a black battlesuit, he appeared tall and strong, yet not a hint of bulkiness could be seen. His resolute and rugged face was complemented by a pair of eyes that were distinctly black and white, clear and spirited. Behind him, he carried a dark, thick spear, its sharp tip glinting with a chilling light under the midday sun. As he simply walked in, the powerful aura he exuded made the entire venue fall silent. TSK, my junior brother's appearance. I wonder how many senior sisters will be captivated once he achieves results later. Lu Ming, who had just taken a seat in the back row of the audience, couldn't help but sigh. With his good looks and physique combined with his formidable strength, he would undoubtedly be the ideal partner for the girls at the Magic City Ability University. Of course, there were already signs of this in the audience. Many young women were fixated on the entering Su Jingming, some even taking out their phones to capture the moment. Su Jingming's level has increased. In the front row of the audience, his rival Lei Zhou keenly sensed the change in Su Jingming's aura. But it's fine, I have my own preparations, Lei Zhou thought to himself. Being the second in Jiangnan province, he was not a fool who thought he had already won this time, especially since the other party had recently broken records. He was confident in challenging Su Jingming and had naturally prepared his trump card. Su Jingming, just determining the winner is too boring, how about we add some stakes? Lei Zhou said as he approached Su Jingming. What stakes? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. All your credits. A hint of undisguised malice appeared on Lei Zhou's otherwise handsome face. Of course, I will also put up an equivalent value in credits and daxia coins. Whoever wins takes it all. Deal. With the opportunity to earn free money, Su Jingming naturally wouldn't refuse. Alright, to prevent any cheating, we will transfer our credits to Teacher Zhou's account. Battles between ability users are extremely dangerous. One careless move can lead to severe injuries or even death. To prevent students from dying on the spot, there is always a teacher with healing abilities stationed in the arena area. Today, the teacher on duty in the arena was a woman named Zhou Yun. She was a mid-level 6-stage ability user with B-level healing abilities, the healing light. Even if the battle between first-stage ability users got intense, she could save them. At the same time, teacher Zhou Yun was also the referee for this match. Thus, Su Jingming transferred all his 370 credits to teacher Zhou Yun. As for Lei Zhou, he transferred 50 credits and an additional 3.2 million daxia coins. TSK, a wager worth 370,000. What a bold move. Neither side looks like a pushover. Losing would be a heavy blow for either party. Having stakes makes it more exciting. The new students in the audience were all astonished by this wager. On one hand, they were all fresh students, and 370,000 was already a significant amount. On the other hand, they would soon face the crucial moment of the freshman competition in 2 months. No matter which side loses this money, it is equivalent to losing a large wave of cultivation resources. In terms of strength improvement, they will definitely fall behind. Both sides, please enter the arena. After confirming that the credit transfer between both parties was fine, teacher Zhou Yun spoke up. Su Jingming and Lei Zhou then stepped onto the stage, respectively. The arena is a 30-meter by 30-meter square, with Su Jingming and Lei Zhou standing 10 meters apart facing each other. One holds a spear, while the other wields a knife. Before we begin, let me emphasize once again, if one side concedes or loses consciousness, the other side is not allowed to continue the attack. Otherwise, the match will be immediately interrupted and the offending party will face the school's strictest penalties. Do you understand? Zhou Yun said with a serious expression. These two are the first and second in Jiangnan province. While injuries are not a big deal, if one side dies, it would be troublesome. Therefore, continuing to attack after a concession is absolutely not allowed in actual combat. Understood. Su Jingming and Lei Zhou nodded simultaneously. Good, let's get ready to start. Zhou Yun nodded and immediately began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the countdown ended, Lei Zhou, holding the large knife, let out a low roar, fierce inferno. Boom! Flames, a chilling white flame, spread out from Lei Zhou's center. Fierce Inferno, an A-grade elemental fire ability. Coupled with Lei Zhou's high-tier strength, the Fierce Inferno unleashed a terrifyingly high temperature. The temperature of the surrounding air also rose sharply due to the appearance of the Fierce Inferno. In the audience, those seated closer felt as if they had been scorched by flames. Startled, they hurriedly moved to the back. Su Jingming, the honor you made me lose, I will reclaim it all today. Flame slash. On the arena, the terrifying high-temperature white flames swept towards Su Jingming, while Lei Zhou stepped forward. He directly crossed over 9 meters to stand in front of Su Jingming. Then, he raised his right hand, the white knife wrapped in flames, and with a dull whoosh, he swung it fiercely at Su Jingming. What a skilled connection of combat techniques. He closes in directly and then launches a slash. This should be a combination of the charge and flame slash techniques. He indeed releases it very skillfully. No wonder. It's an A-grade ability. The temperature of this flame is terrifying. Many new students in the audience held their breath, their eyes glued to the scene. Charge is a very common C-grade movement technique that allows one to sprint a certain distance. However, for someone like Lei Zhou, who immediately follows up with another combat technique after charging, is something that many present cannot achieve. This requires an extremely terrifying level of proficiency, and this seemingly simple combo is something 90% of the people present cannot withstand. No wonder he is the second in Jiangnan province. His foundation is very solid. Just as the new students were amazed by Lei Zhou's technique connection, Su Jingming on the arena also moved. Crackle accompanied by the piercing sound of electric arcs. The blue-purple Zhixiao Divine Thunder first swirled around Su Jingming. It was like an eggshell, isolating the fierce inferno outside. The next moment, that dark, cold long spear also moved.
But no one saw how Su Jingming made his move. They only felt a blur before their eyes. Then, a clang of metal clashing echoed throughout the venue.
By the time everyone reacted, the black long spear had already blocked the knight's strike. Blocked it? He casually deflected the technique. With a single thrust? It can be done like this? What the hell? What kind of power is this? So fierce? Faced with this scene, the new students were left dumbfounded.
It should be known that combat skills are a fusion of supernatural abilities and
blood power. For an average person, when faced with a combat skill, they either dodge it directly or counter with their own combat skill.
However, Su Jingming was different. He did not use any combat skills at all. He merely relied on his long spear to effortlessly parry Lei Zhou's fiery slash. To put it in simpler terms, Su Jingming's ordinary basic attack directly shattered his opponent's ultimate move. How is this possible? Lei Zhou on the arena also couldn't believe it. Yet, the response came from Su Jingming's indifferent, deep voice. There's nothing impossible, you're just too weak. Immediately after, there was a loud bang. Lei Zhou's body bent sharply into a C shape as a tremendous force struck his waist. The raging inferno lost control under the intense pain and suddenly vanished, while he himself was sent flying like a cannonball. He only came to a halt after crashing into the metallic cable at the edge of the arena, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless puppet, bloodied and battered. In the position where he had originally stood, Su Jingming, surrounded by swirling blue-purple divine thunder, slowly retracted his long spear. Just now, it was merely a single thrust of his spear. But due to the speed of his strike, Lei Zhou couldn't react in time and was sent flying. As Lei Zhou fell to the ground, the audience was left in stunned silence. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it seemed Su Jingming had only made 2 strikes? And then, this battle just ended like that? What happened to the grand showdown? Wasn't it said that Lei Zhou was stronger than Su Jingming? How did it turn out that Lei Zhou was instantly killed? RNM. Refund. What? No. Refunds? Well then, excuse me. Originally, everyone thought Lei Zhou was slightly stronger than Su Jingming.
Even if he wasn't much stronger, they should at least be evenly matched. But what was happening now? Just a few seconds into the fight, Lei Zhou's combat skill was broken, and he was then directly sent flying. This could already be called a complete crushing, and it was a one-sided crushing. Lei Zhou had almost no ability to fight back. Was Lei Zhou weak? He was not weak. With his A-grade infernal fire ability, combined with his proficient combat skill connections, most of the new students present wouldn't be able to withstand such a combo. Moreover, they were certain that Lei Zhou definitely had other more powerful combat skills up his sleeve. But was it useful? It was not useful at all. As his enemy, Su Jingming merely unleashed a burst of lightning ability, followed by 2 strikes that resulted in an instant kill. He didn't even use any combat skills. In an instant, all the new students in the audience shared a common thought: unfathomable. In the audience, those top students from other provinces looked at the tall figure on the arena, all with serious expressions and wary gazes. They realized that even if they were to step up, the final result would probably be the same as Lei Zhou's. This is so boring. Not even 1/10 of my junior brother's strength was forced out. Lu Ming in the back row of the audience felt a wave of disappointment. With such strength, he dared to challenge Su Jingming. It was simply courting death. On the arena, teacher Zhou Yun, who was acting as the referee, also looked at this scene in surprise. She hadn't expected Su Jingming's strength to be so much greater than Lei Zhou's. The winner of this match is. Just as she was about to announce Su Jingming's victory, Lei Zhou, lying at the edge of the arena, weakly spoke up. Teacher, I did not concede, the match isn't over yet. He then pulled out a blood-red pill from his pocket. Blood-burst pill? Are you crazy? Zhou Yun's expression changed, and she quickly admonished. This is just a match, not a life-or-death struggle. In the wilderness area, there are rare flowers and herbs, which naturally allows for the refinement of various elixirs using these heavenly materials. The Blood Fury Pill is one such elixir used by ability users. In desperate situations, after consumption, one's strength can increase several times. Of course, the side effects are significant, leaving one unable to get out of bed for a month or 2 afterward. It's fine, I'll bear any consequences myself. The Blood Fury Pill was a trump card prepared by Lei Zhou for Su Jingming. It would not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. However, Su Jingming's strength exceeded expectations, leaving no choice but to use it. Let's go all out. If I lose, I'll accept it. With a low roar, Lei Zhou swallowed the Blood Fury Pill in one gulp. Although winning in this manner could be considered somewhat unfair, at least it was still a victory. Better than losing. In the next moment, under the effect of the elixir, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from him. The fierce flames, now several times stronger than before, burst forth again, enveloping a 5 to 6 meter radius around him in a sea of white flames. Hey, can you still take elixirs during the match? Isn't that clearly against the rules?
Watching Lei Zhou erupt once more, his roommate Lu Wentao in the audience couldn't sit still and quickly stood up to protest.
This action prompted many freshmen to voice their opinions as well. Yeah, you can't use elixirs in a match, right? Is it still a fair competition if you rely on external power? Lei Zhou is breaking the rules, he should be disqualified. Although the freshmen were eager to see a more exciting battle, they were quite resistant to the act of using elixirs. Of course, most of those speaking up for Su Jingming were girls, including Chiu Yun's roommate, Ji Dongxia. This isn't an official match.
Since no relevant rules were established before the competition began, using elixirs is within the permissible range.
On the stage, Zhou Yun shook her head. If Su Jingming had elixirs, he could use them too. In actual combat, there are generally not too many restrictions.
Who would have thought that Lei Zhou had prepared the Blood Fury pill, which is typically used by ability users in
desperate situations?
It seems like it's a high-grade Blood Fury pill, temporarily boosting Lei Zhou's strength to a low-level,
second-tier ability user. Su Jingming is in trouble now. After carefully sensing the aura around Lei Zhou, Zhou Yun couldn't help but shake her head. As a first-tier upper-level ability user, Lei Zhou's actual combat power was already at the second tier. Now, with
the aid of the Blood Fury pill, he forcibly entered the second tier, and his overall strength had likely risen to the upper level of
the second tier. With such strength, even Su Jingming, who had just shown impressive performance, would likely struggle to cope.
However, what she didn't expect was that Su Jingming on the stage showed no signs of panic. Instead, he held his spear with a fighting
spirit.
His fighting spirit seems even more vigorous. This mindset is quite good, Zhou Yun nodded to herself.
What she didn't realize was that Su Jingming's mindset was not just good, it could be considered joyful. Finally, it's not an adult beating a child anymore. Su Jingming's lips curled slightly.
Seemingly sensing his master's emotions, the surrounding purple sky thunder also
became lively. The crackling sound of arcs of lightning echoed continuously. Then, with a flash of electricity, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already less than a meter in front of Lei Zhou. Thunder Flash, an A-class movement technique
that allows one to dash a certain distance in any direction. With Su Jingming's current strength at the first-tier middle level, he could dash up to 20 meters. Closing the distance to Lei Zhou, who was more than 10 meters away, was a piece of cake.
What incredible speed! Lei Zhou's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his knife to strike, while Su Jingming also swung his spear in retaliation. This time, Lei Zhou finally saw Su Jingming's movements clearly. However, just seeing clearly was of no use. He simply couldn't change his tactics anymore. He could only watch helplessly as Su Jingming's spear came crashing toward him. I refuse to believe that after taking the Blood Fury pill, my power is still inferior to yours. Lei Zhou gritted his teeth and decided to exert even more force. However, he quickly regretted it. The spear collided with the broadsword, accompanied by a sound of metal clashing that was several times stronger than before. A tremendous impact force surged from the broadsword, causing his tiger's mouth to crack open, blood gushing out. He was even knocked back 3 or 4 steps. What kind of monster are you? After regaining his footing, Lei Zhou looked at Su Jingming in shock from a distance. This was the power he had after taking the Blood Fury pill, which had increased 3 to 4 times. In terms of strength, he was still no match for Su Jingming. What made him feel even more desperate was that even with the enhanced Sinister Flame, he still couldn't break through Su Jingming's thunderous defense. From then on, whether in physical strength or supernatural abilities, Lei Zhou was utterly defeated. No, I can't go head-to-head. Lei Zhou's eyes flashed, and he decisively chose to distance himself from Su Jingming, retreating to a position more than 10 meters away. Then, he unleashed his ranged supernatural attack, Flame Barrage. The sinister flames surrounding Lei Zhou coalesced into basketball-sized fireballs, continuously hurling toward Su Jingming. As an offensive B-grade fire technique, each fireball produced by the Flame Barrage would explode upon hitting the enemy. At best, it would cause severe burns. At worst, it would turn them to ashes. However, for Su Jingming, who was protected by the purple sky divine thunder, the explosions of the fireballs caused him not a scratch. Instead, the shockwaves from the explosions slowed his movements. Oh no, the shockwaves from the flame barrage are preventing Su Jingming from getting close to Lei Zhou. No wonder he took the Blood Fury pill. The power of this fire ability is somewhat exaggerated. But it's alright, Su Jingming just needs to withstand this wave of attacks, and once the effects of the Blood Fury pill wear off, he'll be fine. The new students in the audience were all focused intently on this scene. The bad news was that Su Jingming, the short-legged warrior, was being kited by the mage. The good news was that the mage wasn't dealing any damage and couldn't sustain it for long. Once the effects of the potion dissipated, it would be Su Jingming's turn to counterattack. Lei Zhou in the arena clearly understood this as well, anxiously controlling the sinister flames. He wanted to generate more fireballs to break through Su Jingming's thunderous defense. However, the other party stood firm like a rock in a raging stream. Damn it, what level is Su Jingming's lightning ability? It's so abnormal. Lei Zhou couldn't help but curse inwardly. To be fair, under the effects of the Blood Fury pill, his rank had temporarily risen from a first-tier upper position to a second-tier lower position. The A grade. Sinister Flames had been greatly enhanced. It was impossible that he couldn't even break through the supernatural defense barrier of a first-tier mid-level supernatural user. But thankfully, there are still more than 10 minutes left before the effects wear off. I still have a chance. Lei Zhou was not one to give up easily. He quickly steadied his mindset and prepared to think of another method. Just then, Su Jingming's deep voice suddenly rang out, Thunder Spear. Not far ahead, under the suppression of the flame barrage, Su Jingming's left hand grasped the air. Accompanied by a piercing thunderclap, a blue-purple thunder spear quickly coalesced. Then, it was hurled fiercely toward this side. The thunder spear moved at incredible speed, closing in on Lei Zhou within 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Not good. He also has ranged attack capabilities. Lei Zhou hurriedly dodged to the side. The thunder spear grazed his side, tearing his battle attire and leaving a charred wound, blood flowing freely. The purple sky divine thunder left by the thunder spear also spread at the wound. As an S-class ability, even a mere trace can cause immense damage. Thus, the pain at the wound, akin to being gnawed by 1,000 ants, nearly made Lei Zhou faint. However, that was not the end. The deep voice resounded again, Thunder Prison. Sizzle. Shui Jingming pointed his spear, accompanied by a thunderous sound like 1,000 birds chirping, as endless blue-purple lightning spread down from above Lei Zhou's head. It formed a prison of thunder, enveloping Lei Zhou within. Restrictive battle technique. Lei Zhou's expression darkened. Restrictive battle techniques are often difficult to break through, and even if one forces a breakthrough, it comes at a great cost. Looking at the terrifying lightning radiating around him, Lei Zhou felt that if he chose to force his way out, he would surely suffer. So, he decided to follow Shui Jingming's example and withdrew all the ominous flames, forming a substantial white flame barrier around himself. I want to see how long your thunder prison can last. Lei Zhou snorted coldly, not believing that Shui Jingming could break through his flame barrier. However, at that moment, Shui Jingming moved. With a flash of lightning, he crossed over 10 meters and appeared right in front of Lei Zhou. The flame barrier looks quite formidable, but I wonder if it can withstand my attack. Shui Jingming narrowed his eyes. The 2-meter-long obsidian spear in his hand already entwined with blue-purple lightning, chain lightning spear. The dark spear transformed into a phantom, stabbing out in succession. Lightning flickered, and the flame barrier, which Lei Zhou had high hopes for, was pierced in an instant. How is this possible? Accompanied by Lei Zhou's terrified scream, the sharp spearhead wrapped in terrifying lightning rapidly enlarged in his pupils. He would die. If hit, he would definitely die. At that moment, Lei Zhou's survival instinct was pushed to the limit. I concede. I concede. Sizzle, the sharp spearhead, entwined with blue-purple lightning, glowed red like a branding iron, stopping just 1 centimeter from the center of his brow. Just when he thought he had escaped disaster, the spear suddenly turned and jabbed towards his right shoulder. Put. A large hole was pierced in his shoulder, and the scapula shattered. The intense pain nearly made Lei Zhou faint. Meanwhile, Shui Jingming retracted his spear, his resolute and tough face still calm and steady. The entire battle process seemed long. However, from the moment Shui Jingming countered with the lightning spear to the final suppression, it actually took only 4 or 5 seconds. By the time everyone reacted, Lei Zhou had already conceded. The winner of this match is Shui Jingming. Zhou Yun noticed Shui Jingming's actions but said nothing more, promptly announcing the victor of the match. At this moment, in the audience, the freshmen, coming back to their senses, erupted into excited discussions about Shui Jingming's nearly perfect sequence of battle techniques. Crushing. It's still crushing. In just 4 or 5 seconds, he managed to execute 4 battle techniques in succession. That's just too exaggerated. Not only that, but the transitions between the techniques were also incredibly smooth. The Blood Fury pill forcibly elevated Lei Zhou's level to the second tier, lower rank, and everyone initially thought he could turn the tables. However, it was still a one-sided crushing by Shui Jingming. What was most terrifying was Shui Jingming's mastery of the timing for releasing his techniques. When he was still, he was like a dormant thunder. When he moved, it was a thunderous force. A series of technique releases left Lei Zhou with no chance to fight back. The battle ended directly. And most importantly, he actually managed to stop the technique forcefully at the end. That's the most terrifying part. After releasing a technique, it is extremely difficult to stop. Even if one forces a stop, they will suffer backlash from their own energy. However, Su Jingming seemed unfazed, even stopping his combat techniques without any sign of breathlessness. This left some students in awe. By the way, Su Jingming's combat techniques look quite impressive. Are they all B-level techniques? It's possible. Their power is too strong. Lei Zhou's flame barrier didn't even last a second before it was broken. 4 B-level combat techniques, that's impressive. The highest level technique I have mastered is only C-level. Indeed, Su Jingming's for lightning-based combat techniques brought them a sense of strength completely different from lower-level techniques. At the
Back of the audience, Lu Ming, who heard the freshmen's discussions, was stunned. Others might not know the levels of these techniques, but as a senior brother, how could he not know? Thunder Spear, Chain Thunder Gun, Thunder Prison, and Thunder Flash, these are all A-level techniques. For A-level techniques, junior brother, you really dare to choose. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim softly. As Su Jingming's senior brother, Lu Ming had also received a list of combat techniques after becoming Yang Jintian's disciple. However, in the end, he only chose one A-level technique, Thunder Flash. The rest were B-level and C-level techniques. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose higher-level techniques. It was just that the higher the level of the technique, the more difficult it was to learn, and the longer the cycle. Naturally, he wouldn't choose too many high-level techniques, slowing down his own improvement. Yet, Su Jingming not only chose A-level techniques but also selected 4 at once. Even more outrageous was that he had learned them all. You make me, who spent over 4 months just learning Thunder Flash, feel so inadequate as a senior brother. Lu Ming shook his head inside. With such an outstanding junior brother, he felt immense pressure as a senior. Su Jingming, this time I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. The credits and daxia coins are all yours, and I'll also make sure to pay your aunt on time. On the arena, Lei Zhou finally recovered from the intense pain. After giving Su Jingming a deep look, he turned away, clutching his shoulder in pain. He lost. This time, he lost completely, and it could almost be considered a total defeat. He couldn't win in his normal form, and even after taking the Blood Fury pill, he still couldn't win. Everything that had just happened had left him with a severe sense of defeat. Additionally, with his right scapula shattered, he would need to pay a hefty price to have a healing ability user treat him. Moreover, after more than 10 minutes, when the effect of the Blood Fury pill wore off, he would immediately lose all his strength. For the next 2 months, he would have to stay in bed to recuperate. One misstep leads to many. For the new students just entering the Magic City Ability University, this period was the golden time to enhance their strength. 2 months without training would leave him almost half-wasted. Even if he could barely catch up later, he wouldn't be able to become part of the top tier among the new students. To catch up with Su Jingming would be akin to chasing a dream. But did he regret it? Lei Zhou did not regret it. Before taking the Blood Fury pill, he had already prepared to bear any consequences. He just didn't expect Su Jingming's strength to be so monstrous. Classmate Su Jingming, congratulations on your victory. The referee, teacher Zhou Yun, smiled slightly. She then transferred all the credits and daxia coins to Su Jingming's account, including Lei Zhou's 50 credits and 3.2 million daxia coins. At this point, Su Jingming's student account had 422 credits. His bank account also held 7.42 million daxia coins. Gambling really brings in money fast. Su Jingming shook his head. With the battle over, his feud with Lei Zhou could be considered settled. And looking at the other party's expression, he was truly scared. He probably wouldn't seek trouble again. With a casual motion, Su Jingming slung the long spear onto his back and leaped down from the arena. Bang! Su Jingming himself weighed 120 kilograms, and with the 210 kilogram obsidian spear behind him, he totaled 330 kilograms. Jumping down from over a meter high on the arena felt like dropping a heavy iron block. The ground trembled slightly upon impact, causing his roommate Lu Wentao, who was walking over from the audience, to involuntarily blink. Brother Ming, how heavy is that spear? It feels quite substantial. 210 kilograms, Su Jingming replied nonchalantly. 210 kilograms. Lu Wentao's eyes widened. He himself only weighed 65 kilograms. This spear was equivalent to 3 of him? Goodness, no wonder Lei Zhou didn't dare to clash with you head-on. Over 200 kilograms. Crashing down, who could withstand that? Lu Wentao exclaimed in amazement. By his estimation, not to mention Lei Zhou, even the top students from other provinces would probably hesitate to take on that spear directly. Su Jingming, are you interested in joining a club? Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of Su Jingming, smiling as she spoke. She was attractive and tall, with long, shapely legs that glowed pale beneath her black skirt. Unlike typical college girls, her makeup was quite mature, resembling a successful career woman instead. Who are you? Su Jingming asked, puzzled, as he didn't recognize her. Vice President of the Spirit Fox Club, Su. Man, she replied with a charming smile, handing him a business card. It bore her name, position, and the club she belonged to. Your battle just now was impressive. Our Spirit Fox Club is in need of fresh blood like you, Su Man stated directly, revealing her intentions. Our Spirit Fox Club ranks among the top clubs in the school. The president is a third-tier upper-level ability user. And aside from organizing experience-sharing sessions, we also periodically take members to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, enhancing practical combat skills. Additionally, we distribute resources regularly every month. In short, joining our club comes with many benefits. Would you be interested? Su Man listed the numerous advantages of the club in one breath, then looked at Su Jingming with anticipation. This scene caught the attention of several nearby students.
Spirit Fox Club? I remember they seem to be an elite club. Yes, that's them. I saw their recruitment announcement on the school forum before. But don't they only accept second-tier ability users? Why would they approach Su Jingming? Do you think it matters whether Su Jingming is second-tier with his current strength? I guess that makes sense. TSK, Spirit Fox Club, I'm envious. As a higher education institution, the Magic City Ability University naturally had its share of clubs. However, unlike the typical electronic or Go clubs found in regular cultural schools, the clubs at Magic City Ability University didn't require any special skills. As long as you were an ability user, you could join. Of course, some clubs set recruitment thresholds, such as requiring at least a mid-tier first level or an upper-tier first level ability user. Clubs with recruitment thresholds above second tier were referred to as elite clubs. These clubs, composed of strong members, offered excellent experiences whether exchanging cultivation insights or hunting ferocious beasts. Together, the Spirit Fox Club, as an elite club, was one that many new students dreamed of joining, but they often fell short of the required level and couldn't even qualify for an interview. Now, however, the vice president of the Spirit Fox Club was directly inviting Su Jingming, which made them feel envious. Spirit Fox Club? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. He didn't mind joining the club. He just needed to understand what kind of club the Spirit Fox Society really was. Su-man, your Spirit Fox Society has broken the rules. At that moment, senior brother Lu Ming walked over with a frown from not far away. President Lu, I didn't expect to see you here, sorry for the interruption. Su-man's pretty face changed slightly, and after hurriedly apologizing, she swayed her figure and quickly walked away. Senior brother, what's going on? Su Jingming was somewhat puzzled. It's nothing. Lu Ming waved his hand. Clubs usually recruit new members after the freshman competition. This is a rule that all major clubs have long established. But there are always some people who want to play tricks. I see. Su Jingming understood. The clubs set this rule mostly to determine the strength of the students during the freshman competition before recruiting. Of course, I can understand them, after all. Junior brother, you are too outstanding. Lu Ming patted Su Jingming's shoulder. Alright, the observation is over, I need to head back to the dorm. Goodbye, senior brother. Su Jingming nodded, and Lu Ming waved his hand before turning to leave. Lu Ming, a peak level tier 3 ability user, masters the A-grade lightning ability, Jade Pivot True Thunder. He is also the vice president of the elite club, the Ash Society. This senior brother Lu Ming is even more charismatic in person than in the school photos. Watching Lu Ming gradually walk away, Lu Wentao, known as the know-it-all, couldn't help but exclaim. At Magic City Ability University, there are about 4,000 students. However, most of them are Tier 1 and Tier 2, with no more than 200 reaching Tier 3. As for the higher Tier 4, although there are some, they almost never stay in school. After a moment of reflection, Lu Wentao then looked at Su Jingming. By the way, Minggu, have you been to the center of Magic City? No, I haven't. Su Jingming shook his head. These past few days, he had devoted all his time to training, not even stepping out of the school, so naturally, he hadn't been to the city center. Just right, I haven't been either. How about we go to the city center tonight? Sure. Su Jingming thought for a moment and nodded. He understood the principle of balancing work and rest. After training for so long, it was indeed time to relax. Additionally, he was quite interested in one of the most prosperous cities in the Great Xia Kingdom, Magic City. Great, but it wouldn't be much fun just the two of us. I can post a dormitory gathering on the school forum to see if anyone wants to join us. It would be even better if there are girls. Lu Wentao suggested excitedly, following Su Jingming while taking out his phone to operate. Soon, a post titled "Anyone Want to Go to the Center of Magic City Tonight" appeared on the student forum of Magic City Ability University. The post also included their identities, stating that they were planning to go to the city center that night. Cho Yun, look, Su Jingming and the others are going to the center of Magic City tonight and are looking for companions. In the audience, Chi Dongxia, who was already getting up to leave, suddenly saw Lu Wentao's post on her phone. Her expression brightened. Chiu Yun, let's go together, it'll be like a dormitory gathering. Su Jingming, looking at the tall figure that had already reached the exit in the distance, Song Chiu Yun, who usually wasn't very interested in such gatherings, thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. On the other side, after leaving the training building, Su Jingming received a call from his aunt, Su Qingwan. Xiao Ming, is everything alright over there in Magic City? Yeah, pretty good. That's great. I forgot to tell you last time I called. Your cousin Tangchi has already been accepted by the school over there in Magic City. I can tell that my aunt is in a good mood. Her tone even carries a hint of laughter. Oh, which school is it? Linjiang Ability University. It seems to be not too far from your Magic City Ability University. Linjiang Ability University? It really isn't too far from here, Su Jingming replied with a smile. In the Magic City University town, there are a total of 5 ability universities, and Linjiang Ability University is one of them. Its national ranking is also quite decent, around 100. So when is Sister Chi coming to school to report? The official reporting date is September 1st, but she wants to come early. She just hasn't decided which day yet. Alright, let Sister Chi tell me when she decides, and I'll go pick her up at the station. After chatting for a while longer, Su Jingming finally hung up the phone. Teacher Yang Jintian hasn't been at school lately, so he didn't go to the teacher's villa. Instead, he took his long spear and walked into the training room on the second floor to start training on his own. On the other hand, Lu Wentao on the sofa on the first floor was both happy and troubled. He was happy because many people left comments under his post wanting to join him. He was troubled because there were too many people and he had no idea whom to choose. Hey, isn't this Chi Dongxia a roommate of Song Xiao Yun? Suddenly, Lu Wentao saw a familiar name in the comments, and his eyes lit up. In that case, let's call Chi Dongxia and the others. But 4 people still seem a bit few. It wouldn't be very lively. It would be better to add 2 more. In that case, whoever the little rooster points to will be it. With that, Lu Wentao casually chose another dormitory to leave a message. Crackle. Crackle in the training room on the second floor of the villa. The lightning flickered unpredictably. Su Jingming was only wearing shorts, sitting cross-legged on the floor with his eyes slightly closed. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, countless tiny bolts of lightning and arcs danced across his skin, his chest, abdomen, thighs, and calves. Wherever the lightning passed, the skin turned slightly red and produced a strange sense of toughness. This was the S-rank body training technique, the cultivation method of the indestructible thunder body. By using a special technique, the lightning type ability was applied to the body to enhance its strength. Of course, only a body that had formed the foundation of the indestructible body could train this way. Otherwise, such actions would be akin to self-harm. Brother Ming, it's about time, let's get ready to set off, Lu Wentao's voice called from downstairs. Su Jingming suddenly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if electric sparks flashed through them. Coming. Responding, Su Jingming retracted the overwhelming purple thunder. He stood up, quickly took a shower in the bathroom, put on a t-shirt and long pants, and then walked downstairs. At 6:41 p.m., in front of the Magic City Ability University gate. Magic City Ability University is located in the very center of the university town, nestled among several other universities. The grand entrance of Magic City Ability University causes every student from other schools passing by to instinctively glance over. However, what's different now compared to before is that some female students, while looking at the school gate, are unconsciously drawn to a young man standing to the side. This young man is tall and slender, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a masculine and robust aura. Just standing there, he radiates a unique and special charisma. However, intimidated by the young man's powerful presence, many girls only dared to take a distant glance and did not approach to ask for his contact information. This person is Su Jingming. Beside him, his roommate, Lu Wentao, was also present. The school gate was the agreed meeting point, and they were set to depart at 7 o'clock. After a short while, among the 4 people Lu Wentao had arranged to meet, 2 had already appeared at the school gate. They were a pair of twin sisters who looked about 80 to 90% alike. Both had delicate oval faces, one with twin ponytails and the other with a single ponytail. The 2 girls were about the same height, around 1.62 meters, and their clothing style leaned towards the cute type. They are actually twin sisters, Lu Wentao said, slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that his random choice behind him would lead to such good luck in selecting such a pair of beautiful girls. The 2 girls spotted Su Jingming and Lu Wentao from a distance, waving their hands and quickly walking over. Hello, I'm the older sister, Li Wanting. The sister with a single ponytail, Li Wanting, was the first to greet them warmly. The younger sister, with twin ponytails, also giggled. I'm the younger sister, Li Wanyue. The younger sister with twin ponytails was very cute, and when she smiled, she revealed a small, adorable canine tooth. Lu Wentao, Su Jingming. Lu Wentao and Su Jingming also smiled as they introduced themselves. Meanwhile, Li Wanting and Li Wanyue instinctively focused their attention on Su Jingming. After all, they had come specifically for him. During the audience session at noon, although the 2 girls could see Su Jingming on the stage, the distance was too far for a detailed observation. Now that they were closer, they found that Su Jingming's aura was even better than when he was on stage. The 2 sisters exchanged glances and both noticed the surprise on each other's faces. Of course, being able to get into the Magic City Ability University, they were not starstruck fans. Their choice to participate in the social event was not only to satisfy their little fangirl hearts, but mainly to get to know Su Jingming. After the battle at noon, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Jingming's strength was on a completely different level from the other freshmen. His future achievements could be said to be limitless. With such an opportunity to get acquainted, they certainly wouldn't let it slip by. In fact, most of the girls who commented on the post had similar thoughts. Of course, if they could develop further with Su Jingming, they would be willing. Li Wanting and Li Wanyue were both cheerful and outgoing, and after arriving, they quickly started chatting with Su Jingming. During the conversation, Su Jingming learned that both sisters possessed the same B-level healing ability, Holy Healing Water. It could heal various injuries, and their abilities could even stack to achieve the effect of an A-level ability. So, if you ever want to form a wilderness adventure team, you can consider us sisters first. The older sister, Li Wanting, said with a sweet smile. As support-type ability users, although they had combat power, it wasn't particularly high. In the future, if they wanted to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness, they would have to rely on their teammates. And someone like Su Jingming, who possessed powerful abilities, was undoubtedly the most reliable teammate. They weren't trying to leave a deep impression on Su Jingming this time. As long as he could think of them first when he needed support-type ability users in the future, that would be considered a success. Okay, Su Jingming nodded with a smile. The wilderness area, plagued by ferocious beasts, was dangerous but also harbored immense wealth. For example, the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, and rare flowers and herbs that only grew in the wilderness. Many students at the Magic City Ability University would choose to form ability user teams. During their free time, they would enter the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, earning money and credits. The composition of the ability user team was also very important, just like playing an online game. Roles like warriors, mages, and priests were essential. Only in this way could the team ensure a higher survival rate in the wilderness. Although Su Jingming didn't have any plans to form an ability user team for the time being, making friends with those who had support-type abilities was a good thing. More friends meant more paths. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Wentao beside him looked ahead with bright eyes and said, "Brother Ming, the last two people have arrived." Su Jingming instinctively looked forward upon hearing the words and saw two girls walking out from the school gate. They were two young girls of similar height. The one on the left had a graceful figure and a charming appearance. She wore a floral dress, and beneath it, her long, straight legs looked very healthy. The girl on the left was already quite beautiful, but the girl on the right was even more stunning. This girl had eyes as clear as a baby's, a delicate nose, and cherry-like lips, making her look exceptionally lovely. Her long black hair was tied up high with a red ribbon, revealing her fair neck. Her outfit was quite simple, just an ordinary women's t-shirt paired with light blue jeans. Yet, her figure was curvaceous, with a proud and full bosom. Her long legs, wrapped in tight jeans, showcased a rounded and ample curve. There was a peculiar contrast. Her face was youthful and charming, yet her body resembled a ripe peach, swaying gracefully. This made Su Jingming think of a term, a youthful woman with a mature aura. This girl was none other than Song Choyun, whom he had seen before. "Good evening, everyone. I'm Chi Dongxia, here at your invitation," Chi Dongxia said with a bright smile as she walked over. "I'm her roommate, Song Choyun added, following closely behind. "Nice to meet you, I'm Su Jingming." Su Jingming introduced himself with a smile. "Su, we probably aren't meeting for the first time." Song Choyun blinked her clear big eyes. Seeing the mischievous glint on Song Choyun's pretty face, Su Jingming recalled their eye contact at the freshman meeting. Indeed, it couldn't be considered their first meeting. "Alright, everyone is here, let's set off. Minggu, you take Song Choyun and the others, I'll take Li Wanting and her sister." With all six of them gathered, Lu Wentao didn't delay any further. They split into two groups and took two different taxis to the center of Magic City. The main urban area of Magic City consists of 5 districts: Huangpu District, Suwei District, Chongning District, Yangpu District, and Jing'an District. The administrative district where Magic University is located is Jing'an District. If divided into urban and suburban areas, all 5 main urban administrative districts of Magic City are considered city centers, bustling with activity. However, the city center Su Jingming and the others were heading to was the most prosperous place in Magic City, Huaihai Commercial Street. This is one of the top commercial centers in the country. Not only does it sell various luxury goods, but it also offers all kinds of equipment and elixirs needed by ability users. Magic University is not too far from Huaihai Commercial Street. Su Jingming and his group took a taxi and arrived at the entrance of the commercial street in just half an hour. This is Huaihai Commercial Street. What appeared before Su Jingming was a bustling commercial street. It was now 7:30 in the evening and the sky had darkened slightly. Yet, the vibrant commercial street was illuminated by various holographic projections with countless crowds bustling about. The noise was deafening. Su Jingming also spotted many familiar shop names among the stores in the commercial street: Han Yuan Equipment, Lingxi Pharmaceuticals. Lu Wentao, Song Choyun, and Chi Dongxia, who were also visiting for the first time, looked in awe at the bustling commercial street. As for Li Wanting and her sister, they didn't seem to be first-timers, and their reactions were somewhat subdued. "I've been to this commercial street before, there's also a snack street nearby. Should we go eat something first?" "Sure." "Alright." Everyone was 18 or 19 years old. so they naturally didn't want a full meal. Thus, when Li Wanting, with her single ponytail, suggested going to the snack street, everyone readily agreed. After spending more than an hour filling their stomachs at a nearby snack street, Su Jingming and his group returned to start exploring the commercial street. It must be said that the offerings in the center of Magic City are much more complete than those in Jiang City. The Hangyuan Equipment Group, which also sells the Black Obsidian gun, offers a pitifully small selection of battle suits and weapon models in Jiang City. However, here in Magic City, everything is available, and there are even various submodels of the Black Obsidian gun that made Su Jingming's heart race. Unfortunately, the set of equipment he currently has was just replaced recently and is still sufficient for his needs, so he resisted the impulse and did not make a purchase. On the other hand, Song Qiuyun, who was with him, had fewer concerns. Upon seeing beautiful and attractive battle suits, she bought them as casually as if they were ordinary clothes. In just over half an hour, she purchased 3 sets of battle gear, spending up to several million. This made Su Jingming secretly marvel. Song Qiuyun seemed to dress simply, yet unexpectedly, she was a little rich girl. Friendships among young people always grow quickly, and after wandering around Huaihai Commercial Street for more than 4 hours, they became familiar with each other, chatting and laughing all the way. It wasn't until after 11 at night that they took a taxi back to school. Upon entering the student dormitory area, Su Jingming and his group first bid farewell to the Li Wanting sisters. They then escorted Qi Dongxia and Song Qiuyun back to the dormitory entrance. "We're back at the dorm, bye-bye. Also, we had a great time today, thank you." At the dorm entrance, Song Qiuyun smiled as she said goodbye to Su Jingming. She was not a girl who liked to hang out with boys. Because of her A-level ability, Dawn Light, her perception was exceptionally sharp. Therefore, she could always sense the intense desire that lay deep within every boy's gaze when they looked at her. However, Su Jingming was entirely different. Although she could sense his gaze, she only felt his appreciation for beautiful things without any other emotions mixed in. This surprised her and also made her feel a bit fond of him. "Bye-bye." Su Jingming smiled and waved his hand. After watching Song Qiuyun sway her figure and walk into the dorm with Qi Dongxia, Su Jingming then returned to his own dorm with Lu Wentao. "Phew, going out for a stroll occasionally is quite nice." Lu Wentao plopped down onto the sofa. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. Indeed, the relaxation of these few hours had made him feel quite happy. However, after tonight, I need to continue working hard, Su Jingming silently thought. Just as Su Jingming had said, ever since that day he went to the center of Magic City with Song Qiuyun, he returned to a life of 3 points and 1 line, dormitory, teacher's villa, cafeteria. Every day was either spent training or on the way to training. Although Lu Wentao appeared nonchalant, getting into Magic City's Ability University also represented his strength and potential. During this time, he had also been training and cultivating. Of course, he would take some time every few days to go out and have fun. In his words, a balance of work and rest is essential for longevity. 15 days later, on July 16 at 9 o'clock in the evening, on the second-floor training room of the villa, Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name: Su Jingming. Level: First Order Mid, plus, Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S, Physique 460 Chi Blood, plus, Spirit, 351 He. Plus, Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced plus, Fist Technique, Beginner plus, Thunder Spear, Beginner plus, A-Class Chain Thunder Gun, Beginner plus, Thunder Flash, Beginner plus, Thunder Prison, Beginner plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus, Body Refinement, Indestructible Body of Thunder, First Level plus, Ability Points, 1048. Almost there, I can level up again. It had been nearly half a month since Su Jingming last advanced to First Order Mid. Now, even if he were to level up again, although the speed of advancement was still fast, it was at least not so conspicuous. Then, let's allocate some points. Su Jingming's heart stirred, and his consciousness directly clicked on the plus sign behind the level. Ability points minus 456. First Order Mid, First Order Upper. Boom! In an instant, Su Jingming's aura surged dramatically. Level: I've finally reached the first tier of new students. Clenching his fist, Su Jingming could feel the surging chi blood within him, significantly stronger than before. The next moment, accompanied by a piercing thunderclap, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, glowing with blue-purple light, was summoned and swirled around Su Jingming. The power of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder has also increased. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction, then opened his system panel again. Name: Su Jingming. Level: First Order Upper Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S, Physique 520 Chi Blood, plus, Spirit 421 He, plus, Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced Fist Technique, Beginner plus, Thunder Spear, Beginner plus, A-Class Chain Thunder Gun, Beginner plus, Thunder Flash, Beginner plus, Thunder Prison, Beginner plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus, Body Refinement, Indestructible Body of Thunder, First Level plus, Ability Points 592. Advancing to First Order Upper, both of his fundamental attributes had increased by about 60 points. Additionally, Su Jingming noticed that the plus sign behind the level was gone.
It seems the remaining ability points are insufficient
to support my advancement to second order.
Su Jingming stroked his chin. In that case, it's time to head to the wilderness area,
hunt ferocious beasts, and replenish some ability points.
But before that, I should spend all my ability points to push my strength
to the limit. Su Jingming's eyes flashed and he chose to allocate points again. Ability points minus 354. Indestructible Body of Thunder first level second level. The Indestructible Body of Thunder as the only S-level combat skill Su Jingming currently mastered.
After leveling up, it was naturally the first skill that needed to be enhanced.
And as an S-level combat skill, the ability
points required to upgrade the Indestructible Body of Thunder were certainly not low.
However, it was all worth it. When Su Jingming
upgraded the Indestructible Body of Thunder to the second level, he could feel a thunderous sound resonating within him.
Bone density
increased again, and his muscles became even firmer. Su Jingming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, with the Indestructible Body of Thunder breaking through to the second level. The third level isn't far off. The Indestructible Body of Thunder has a total of 13 levels. As an S-level body refinement combat skill, the Indestructible Body of Thunder is naturally not just about
enhancing physical qualities.
Every time he advances 3 levels of the Indestructible Body, he gains a special ability.
When
the Indestructible Body reaches the third level, a special state can be activated, Thunder Extreme State. Thunder Extreme State is somewhat similar to the Thunder activation cells Su Jingming used during the martial arts college entrance examination,
but it is its ultimate enhanced version.
Once the Thunder Extreme State is activated, whether it's movement speed, shooting speed, or fist strength, leg strength, etc., all can be comprehensively enhanced.
Thunder Extreme State, I'm really looking forward to it.
Su Jingming glanced at his system panel again. After enhancing the Indestructible Thunder Body, he had 242 ability points left.
He spent another 178 ability points to upgrade the Chain Thunder Gun from beginner to intermediate. According to Su Jingming's estimation, it should have required 200 ability points to upgrade to intermediate. However, since he had been training regularly, he only needed to spend 178 ability points to elevate its level. Now, his ability points on the system panel were down to 62. From this point on, Su Jingming's ability points were almost entirely depleted.
I'll tell the teacher tomorrow, then get ready to head to the wilderness
area, Su Jingming thought silently. Life at the Magic City Ability University was leisurely and comfortable. Aside from various rankings in training rooms, it seemed no different from universities in his previous life. Nevertheless, Su Jingming was still desperately striving to enhance his strength. As for the reason, it was quite simple.
Ever since he crossed over, he had always felt a
sense of crisis.
He feared that one day, when ferocious beasts entered the city, he wouldn't have enough strength to resist. Although there were ability users responsible for protecting the safety of citizens, Su Jingming was not accustomed to entrusting his life to others. His fate must be in his own hands. Just like in his previous life, no one valued him, the orphan born in an orphanage. They believed that after completing his compulsory education in middle school, he would drop out like the other children from the
orphanage. But facts speak louder than words. He not only finished high school but also got into university, successfully pursued a master's degree, and ultimately achieved a doctoral degree.
All of this was accomplished step by step, solidly built by Su Jingming. Even after crossing to Blue Star, he would never change. His heart is unwavering, unshakable. This was the motivation that drove him
to persistently train hard every day. The next day, at 7:30 a.m.,
Su Jingming, who had already been training in the training room for over an hour, put on his battlesuit, grabbed the black obsidian gun, and walked down to the second floor.
Today was the day for
practical training with senior brother Lu Ming, and he had to be fully armed. Morning, brother Ming, Lu Wentao, who had just walked out of his bedroom with still sleepy eyes, was already used to this.
In his view, Su Jingming was completely like a monk in asceticism. Every day was nothing but training.
No, it couldn't even be called a monk. He was practically like a robot programmed
to follow a routine. Of course, Lu Wentao admired this greatly. 8 hours of training was already his limit. If he had to train from morning till night like Su Jingming, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it.
For Su Jingming and the other freshmen, during this period before the official start of classes, there were no restrictions. They could do whatever they wanted. If it were a university in his previous life, most people would probably sleep until they woke up naturally before thinking about what to do.
But at the Magic City Ability University, it was different.
Although it was still early, there were already quite a few freshmen
walking on the road outside the dormitory. Some were fully armed like Su Jingming. It was unclear whether they were heading to the wilderness area or going for practical training. He walked towards the dormitory area exit. As he passed by Villa number 12, Su Jingming
spotted the familiar graceful figure of Song Choyun walking out of the villa.
Ever since they went to the center of Magic City together last time, they had exchanged contact information. Occasionally, they would chat on their phones. Sometimes, they would even run into each other like this in the early morning at the dormitory entrance. After all, Su Jingming's villa was number 32, and walking towards the exit would inevitably lead him past Song Choyun's villa number 12. Morning, Su Jingming greeted simply, and noticing Song Choyun's attire, he curiously asked, "Are you also doing practical training today?" Ever since the last freshman meeting, the new students had learned about the exclusive mentor system. Everyone became active, with various people coming to seek mentorship. Among them, most failed. However, a small number succeeded in finding their own dedicated mentors. Song Choyun was one of them. As the top scholar of Sichuan province, her strength and potential were beyond doubt. Her dedicated mentor was the dean of the Elemental Academy, a 7th-tier female teacher who mastered an A-grade natural light ability. Because of this, Song Choyun, like Su Jingming, went to the teacher's villa every day for training guidance. However, while Song Choyun usually wore loose training clothes, today she was dressed like Su Jingming. She wore combat attire and carried a long sword as her weapon. Unlike men's combat attire, women's combat suits were designed to be more fitted for agility. Underneath the form-fitting silver-white combat suit, Song Choyun's curvaceous figure was fully revealed. "Good morning." Upon seeing Su Jingming, Song Choyun smiled sweetly and nodded, saying, "Today, a senior sister is coming over so we can try some practical training. But I don't have much confidence in myself." The teacher's villa was in the same direction. So, as they chatted, Song Choyun walked alongside Su Jingming towards the exit. One was tall and sturdy with a resolute appearance, while the other was petite and charming. Walking together drew the attention of several passers-by. "By the way, Su Jingming, how about we try some sparring when we have time?" Song Choyun suddenly suggested. In fact, she had always been curious about why Su Jingming exuded an aura similar to that of a fierce beast. However, she thought it might involve some of his privacy, so she refrained from asking. But if they fought personally, perhaps she could find some clues. Sure, Su Jingming was indifferent to this. However, when he had time, it would probably be after he returned from the wilderness area. After walking with Song Choyun to the teacher's villa area, they parted ways to go to different villas. "Senior brother, I'm here." Su Jingming entered the villa and found that, besides his senior brother Lu Ming, teacher Yang Zhentian was also present. Teacher Yang Zhentian was dressed in loose training robes, leisurely sitting on the sofa. "Teacher," Su Jingming respectfully called out. As a 7th-tier ability user, Yang Zhentian had his own training plan every day. Generally, he trained alone in the morning and came to teach Su Jingming about marksmanship and ability application in the afternoon. He didn't expect to see him here so early. "Today, Yang Zhentian nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "I heard yesterday that you two would have practical training today. So I came to take a look." In Yang Zhentian's gaze towards Su Jingming, there was undisguised satisfaction. He had been watching Su Jingming's performance during this time. He arrived at the villa on time every day for training, never once late or leaving early, and even practiced more after returning to the dormitory. Even when he and Lu Ming were not around, there was no sign of slackness. With great abilities and such diligent training, what is there to worry about not succeeding? Yang Zhentian felt a surge of emotions. Even he hadn't worked as hard as Su Jingming when he was young. Additionally, he was very satisfied with Su Jingming's progress. It was important to note that when Su Jingming first arrived, he was merely an awakener. Now, a month later, he had already become a first-tier mid-level ability user. The speed of this level up was remarkable. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly sensed something was off. Su Jingming's aura has strengthened. After carefully sensing, Yang Zhentian couldn't help but exclaim, "You broke through to first-tier upper level?" "I was just about to tell you, teacher. I broke through to first-tier upper level last night." Su Jingming nodded. "Also, my Thunder Immortal body has broken through to the 2nd level." These two pieces of news dropped like bombs one after another. Even Yang Zhentian, who was usually steady and known as the King of Hell, was momentarily stunned. Level breakthroughs and body refinement breakthroughs were increasingly difficult feats. Yet, when Su Jingming spoke of them, it felt as simple as drinking water. "I told you, my junior brother is a complete prodigy," sighed Lu Ming, the senior beside Yang. Back when he broke through from mid-level to upper level in the first tier, it took him over half a year. After apprenticing under Yang Zhentian and establishing the foundation for the immortal body, it took him a full year to advance to the 2nd level of the Thunder Immortal body. But now, Su Jingming, who had only been an apprentice for a month, had achieved all of this. "Good, very good." Yang Zhentian finally reacted, happily patting Su Jingming on the shoulder. As a teacher, he was naturally pleased to see his disciples' rapid improvement. "Just in time, I prepared a practical training session today. Let me see how strong you are after your advancement." Yang Zhentian led Su Jingming and Lu Ming to the backyard of the villa. This was an open-air practical training ground. The area was quite spacious, about 500 square meters. The ground seemed to be made of alloy, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the morning sun.
This open-air training ground is made of A-grade alloy, so feel free to unleash your full strength. Here. Jingming, don't hold back, just explode with all your power. With me here, you won't get hurt, Yang Jintian said with a smile. Understood. Su Jingming nodded. This was his first battle against Senior Lu Ming, so he naturally wanted to give it his all. Of course, since it was practical training, Lu Ming would also suppress his own strength. Otherwise, with his peak third tier power, unleashing his lightning abilities would mean Su Jingming wouldn't even get a chance to touch him before it was over. Junior brother, I'll suppress my strength to the lower second tier for our match, Lu Ming said cheerfully. In reality, as a senior, in his fourth year, he had 3 more years of practical training and experience than Su Jingming. Logically, for this practical training, he should suppress his strength to match Su Jingming's upper first tier. However, Lu Ming was well aware that if he suppressed his strength to the upper first tier, he would definitely be the one to lose. Moreover, it wouldn't serve the purpose of practical training, so he directly stated he would suppress it to the lower second tier. Yang Jintian clearly understood this and did not intervene. Thus, Su Jingming and Lu Ming each held a long spear, standing in the center of the training ground. Ready. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment Yang Jintian's voice fell, a flash of lightning occurred and the two simultaneously vanished from their spots. Thunder Flash. This A-grade lightning combat skill was used in unison by the brothers. The next moment, a loud clang echoed. In the center of the training ground, a black and a blue long spear collided, presenting a state of equal strength. Such powerful force. Although he was somewhat prepared, Lu Ming was still shocked by Su Jingming's strength. The opponent's power was surprisingly on par with his own, even slightly stronger. Compared to Lu Ming's astonishment, Su Jingming was ignited with an excited fighting spirit. Ever since he cultivated the Thunder Immortal body, he had never found an opponent whose strength matched his. Even Lei Zhou, who had consumed the Blood Fury pill, didn't dare to confront him head-on, but now he finally had an opponent who could make him go all out. Chain Thunder Spear. Su Jingming decisively changed his move, the long spear enveloped in blue-purple lightning, transforming into a black shadow that quickly thrust forward. Lu Ming naturally knew the power of this A-level combat skill, and did not dare to confront it head-on, quickly dodging to the side. However, the next moment, another voice rang out, Thunder. Prison. The blue-purple lightning transformed into a prison that enveloped Lu Ming. Immediately after, a lightning spear flew towards him. Goodness, it really doesn't give me a moment to breathe. But I'm not that rookie Lei Zhou. Yushu True Thunder. Crackle. Endless majestic white lightning surged from Lu Ming's body, wrapping around him as he burst out of the thunder prison, simultaneously dodging the lightning spear. Next, it's my turn. Lu Ming brandished his spear, enveloped by the A-level lightning ability, Yushu True Thunder. With a carefree smile, he charged forward, battling alongside Su Jingming. 20 minutes later, after a continuous use of combat skills, Su Jingming's Zhixiao Divine Thunder was finally completely exhausted. Clang! After another clash of the spear, Su Jingming stood still in the distance. Almost at his limit, he felt utterly fatigued and gasped, saying, Senior brother, I lost. Zing. Lu Ming flashed in front of Su Jingming with a bolt of lightning, the vast Yushu True Thunder also retracting into his body. He shook his head and said, I just took advantage of the ability, it's not that you lost. Although he had suppressed his strength to the second tier lower level, he was still a peak third tier ability user. The depth of his ability was far beyond what Su Jingming, a first tier upper level, could compare to. Not bad, a wonderful battle. Yang Jintian clapped and walked over. To be honest, Su Jingming's performance in that battle exceeded his expectations. He had thought Lu Ming would win, but it turned out to be a tie. Lu Ming put away his spear, patted Su Jingming on the shoulder, and asked with a smile, Do you know what level your strength reached just now? What level? Su Jingming, recovering a bit, asked curiously. Second tier invincible. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. It should be noted that being accepted as a disciple by Yang Jintian meant he was also a powerful prodigy. Even if he suppressed his strength to the second tier lower level, with his rich combat experience and techniques, he was confident he could sweep away any ability user below the third tier. Yet, Su Jingming had fought him to a standstill. What else could this be but second tier invincible? Second tier invincible. Su Jingming nodded thoughtfully. Finally, he had a precise understanding of his overall strength. As for above the third tier, that was another world altogether. It was perfectly normal for him, being only a first tier upper level, not to reach that level. Alright, the practical training is over. Everyone go in and rest for a while. Yang Jintian called everyone back to the living room. As soon as he sat down, Uncle Fu came over with a plate of cut fruit. This is the Qingling exotic fruit I obtained some time ago. It can relieve fatigue and is perfect to eat after training. Exotic fruits, like rare flowers and herbs, are fruits that contain unique effects. Upon hearing this, Su Jingming casually picked up a piece. The Qingling exotic fruit resembled a cantaloupe. As soon as he bit into it, a refreshing fruity aroma wafted out. After Su Jingming finished a piece, he indeed felt much of the fatigue from the battle dissipate.
At the teacher's place, I can always get some good stuff. It seems I'll have to come here every day from now on, Su Jingming joked with a smile. Great. As long as you come, I'll prepare exotic fruits for you every day. Yang Zhentian laughed heartily. For him, a 7th-tier upper ability user, these exotic fruits were really nothing special. Next, Su Jingming chatted with his teacher and senior brother for a while before finally getting to the point. Teacher, I will be leaving school for a while and I probably won't be able to come to the villa for training anymore. What's wrong? Did something happen at home? Yang Zhentian asked immediately. No, nothing happened at home. Su Jingming quickly shook his head and then said seriously, Teacher, I plan to go to the wilderness area. Going to the wilderness area? Yang Zhentian frowned slightly. The so-called wilderness area refers to regions outside the protection of human military forces. Those places are often rampant with ferocious beasts. Moreover, unlike the strict grading of ferocious beasts in the martial arts college entrance examination, you might encounter a 5th-tier ferocious beast shortly after stepping into the wilderness area and be devoured on the spot. The randomness is high and the danger is significant. How long do you plan to stay? I'll be back before the freshman competition. That long? Yang Zhentian's eyelids twitched. It was only mid-July now, and the freshman competition wouldn't be until early September. This meant Su Jingming would be in the wilderness area for a month and a half. The dangers involved are self-evident. Yang Zhentian initially wanted to advise against it, but seeing the determination in Su Jingming's eyes, he held back his words. Well, since you want to go, then go. Yang Zhentian sighed but still reminded him, remember, if things look bad, run away immediately. With the lightning flash, as long as you don't encounter a 4th-tier ferocious beast, you basically won't be in life-threatening danger. Every strong person's rise must go through trials of blood and fire. The crisis between life and death is the most effective catalyst for becoming strong. Although he believed Su Jingming could train a bit longer at school, since Su Jingming had taken the initiative to propose going, he wouldn't stop him. Thank you, teacher. Su Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest fear was that the teacher would disagree, but fortunately, Teacher Yang was very understanding. Of course, even if the teacher disagreed, he would still go. After all, the ability points were the core of the Deep Blue system and the key to his rapid strength enhancement. By the way, which wilderness area are you planning to go to? Yang Zhentian asked again. The wilderness area near Yuanshui City, Su Jingming replied. Yuanshui City, that's not too bad. Yang Zhentian nodded slightly. Yuanshui City is right next to Magic City and is a relatively well-developed prefecture-level city. Moreover, the highest level of ferocious beasts in the Yuanshui wilderness area is only 4th or 5th tier, which is relatively less dangerous. Before you go to the wilderness area, let me share some experiences with you. Both Yang Zhentian and Lu Ming were ability users who had come through the wilderness area and were quite experienced. Under their explanations, Su Jingming, who had never been to the wilderness area, gained a lot of relevant knowledge. After more than an hour, Su Jingming bid farewell to his teacher and senior brother respectfully and left. Teacher, since the junior brother is going to the wilderness area, I might have to return to the guild in a few days as well, Lu Ming said as he watched Su Jingming's figure disappear from view. So soon? Yang Zhentian frowned. The situation in the southwest is tense and the beast tide has already breached several prefecture-level cities. The guild is short on manpower and has urged me several times, Lu Ming said slowly. The southwest? Yang Zhentian pondered. Nowadays, although humans and ferocious beasts generally maintain a balance, small-scale wars break out in various places every year. Lu Ming had chosen to join an adventurer's guild and become a preparatory member even before graduating. He occasionally participated in some battles of the guild. Now that the guild urgently needed combat power, Lu Ming, as a peak 3rd-tier preparatory member, was naturally within the scope of recruitment. Then you go ahead. This time, the guild and the battle group are acting together. If you encounter high-level ferocious beasts, try to avoid them as much as possible. High-level ferocious beasts will have high-level ability users to deal with them, Yang Zhentian said in a deep voice. Including Su Jingming, he had a total of 32 disciples. However, a small half of them had all died at the hands of ferocious beasts. He certainly did not want Lu Ming to encounter any more trouble. Teacher, don't worry. This isn't my first time participating in a battle of this scale. Moreover, I heard that this time it's the 8th-level Grandmaster, Wang Linyang, leading the team. Dealing with a group of ferocious beasts that are only at the highest level of 7th rank is no problem. Lu Ming waved his hand, shouldering his gun, and walked out of the villa with ease. On the other side, after leaving the villa, Su Jingming dialed his aunt Su Qingwan's phone. Aunt, are you busy? Not busy, I'm out shopping with your sister Qi. What's up? Aunt, I'll be participating in a special training organized by the school for a while. My phone will be turned off for some time, so don't worry if you can't reach me. Is that so? Alright, aunt understands. By the way, little, the
Wilderness area has no signal base stations, so calls cannot get through. Therefore, Su Jingming called his aunt in advance to inform her. Of course, he couldn't tell her the truth to avoid worrying her. Additionally, his cousin Tang Chi, who originally planned to report early, had also called a while ago saying she wanted to stay in Jiangcheng for a bit longer and would report normally when school starts in September. As for the debt that Lei Zhou owed to his aunt's family, it had already been paid off more than 10 days ago. There's still time. I'll prepare the remaining items, and we can set off for Yuanchue City in the afternoon. After hanging up, Su Jingming glanced at the time on his phone. It was still not yet 10:30 in the morning. Based on the survival guide he had previously searched for the wilderness area, as well as the experiences shared by teacher Yang and his senior brother just now, there are two essential items for going to the wilderness area. One is supplies, and the other is equipment. Supplies are easy to handle. Just buy a tactical backpack and prepare fresh water and energy bars. As for equipment, the E-grade gear he had on him was barely usable at school. However, for the dangerous wilderness area, the better the equipment, the better. I leveled up yesterday, and my physical fitness has improved quite a bit, so I can change all my equipment. Equipment can be ordered on the school's official website, but it won't arrive until the next day. Since Su Jingming planned to set off this afternoon, ordering online would definitely be too late. Therefore, he decided to go directly to the equipment department of the Magic City Ability University. I've heard that our school's equipment department has a lot of good stuff. It's just the right time to go take a look. Su Jingming walked out of the teacher's villa area and waited by the roadside. The Magic City Ability University has a vast campus covering over 40,000 acres. If he were to stroll around slowly, it might take a whole day to explore the entire campus. Therefore, the school provided a dedicated campus bus. The equipment department is located in the southwest direction of the school, a bit far from the teacher's villa area. Taking the campus bus there is just right. Ding dong, the Magic University Equipment Department has arrived. After more than 10 minutes, accompanied by the arrival reminder, Su Jingming got off the bus. In front of him stood a building over 20 stories high. The building was exquisitely decorated, with expensive floor-to-ceiling glass on the exterior. On the side of the building, 5 large characters were flamboyantly written, Magic University Equipment Department. Below, there were many delivery workers in Magic University uniforms, delivering various packaged weapons and equipment to vehicles. These pieces of equipment would be delivered to the students today. Of course, these delivery workers were not ordinary people. Their strength seemed to be at the first level, lower or middle tier. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to carry the students' weapons and equipment, which often weighed hundreds of kilograms. Goodness, the equipment department is built so luxuriously. With a tone of amazement, Su Jingming walked into the equipment department building. Hello, student. May I ask what kind of equipment you need to purchase? As soon as he entered, a female staff member warmly greeted him. It must be said that the Magic City Ability University does a great job in terms of service. No matter where you go, the staff always greet you with a smile. I would like to take a look at long weapons, Su Jingming pondered. Both weapons and battlesuits needed to be purchased, but weapons were clearly more important. Would you like a standard long gun or something more personalized? Let's first look at the personalized long guns, Su Jingming replied after a moment of thought. The so-called standard long gun refers to weapons that are mass-produced in fixed styles, like the black obsidian spear he was currently carrying. Personalized long guns are crafted by weapon masters according to their own ideas, with each one being unique. The advantage of the former is that the design of each model is very fixed. Even when upgrading equipment, it only involves upgrading the alloy grade, without major changes. The downside is that the fixed design may not suit everyone. The latter can be chosen based on the user's feel, but in terms of price, it is much more expensive. Before this, Su Jingming had always used the standard black obsidian spear. This time, heading to the dangerous wilderness area, he naturally wanted to pick a suitable weapon. Alright, please follow me. Under the guidance of the staff member, Su Jingming arrived at the 13th floor of the building. Whoosh! The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a hall. Inside the hall stood transparent display cases, each over 2 meters tall. Inside the display cases were various long guns. These long guns varied in style, some heavy, some light. Su Jingming even spotted a pitch-black long gun over 3 meters long. Seeing this scene, Su Jingming's eyes lit up. As a long weapon enthusiast, this place was simply paradise. Hello, I am Zhou Hai, the administrator of long weapons on this floor. May I ask what kind of long gun you need? Student? A middle-aged man in a suit approached him enthusiastically. The staff member beside Su Jingming also stepped back at the right moment. I want a long gun that is heavy but has a fast-firing speed, Su Jingming said. A heavy weight with a fast-firing speed is a condition that standard long guns cannot satisfy simultaneously. However, he believed that he could find the weapon he wanted here. Sure enough, after pondering for a moment, the administrator led Su Jingming to a display case, the only one that meets both of your conditions is probably this Dark Cloud Swift gun. Su Jingming looked through the transparent glass at the long gun, displayed on a delicate soft pad. The gun barrel presented a mysterious dark gold color with light gold patterns resembling white clouds painted on its surface. The platinum-colored gun tip was embedded with 2 menacing blood grooves on each side. One could imagine that once the long gun pierced into a body, these 4 blood grooves would possess deadly lethality. The Dark Cloud Swift gun has a total length of 2.19 meters, and the gun body is made of an excellent D-grade alloy. The gun tip uses a relatively hard C-grade alloy. The total weight reaches 260 kilograms, and the gun body is enchanted with wind-type abilities by a special ability user. When wielding the long gun, this wind-type ability can somewhat accelerate the firing speed. Administrator Zhou Hai introduced it verbally, but he didn't hold out much hope that Su Jingming would buy this gun. After all, most users of long weapons pursue lightning-fast firing speeds. For first and second tier ability users, weights of 70 kilograms or 100 kilograms are already sufficient. 260 kilograms is something that only third tier ability users can handle. The equipment of a third tier ability user is at least C grade or higher. A D grade spear like this is practically useless to them. Those at a lower level can't use it, and those at a higher level look down on it. Because of this awkward situation, this spear has been on display here for over a year since it was crafted. I wonder what that weapon master was thinking. Creating such a spear is just a pure loss, isn't it? Zhou Hai sighed inwardly. Ability. Enchantment is a very advanced technique that can stabilize an ability user's powers onto a piece of equipment. For example, a spatial ring uses ability enchantment to fix the powers of a space-type ability user onto the ring. This technique is extremely expensive to use each time. Because of this, the cost of this spear is astonishing, far exceeding that of an ordinary D-grade spear. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai couldn't help but glance at Su Jingming beside him. He was only a first-tier upper-level ability user. He would probably be scared just hearing about the weight of this spear, and moreover, he likely couldn't afford that many credits. Forget it. I'll show him some lighter guns later. Zhou Hai shook his head secretly. Can I try this spear? Sure, I'll get you a lighter one. Zhou Hai instinctively began to introduce another spear but suddenly realized, pausing slightly, are you sure you want to try? This spear weighs 260 kilograms. It's fine, I really need a heavy spear. Su Jingming's eyes were filled with anticipation. He hoped this spear would bring him some surprises. On the 13th floor, there was a room specifically for customers to test weapons. At this moment, through the transparent glass, one could see inside one of the rooms. A young man was surrounded by blue-purple lightning, wielding a spear. The black spear entwined with lightning transformed into waves of purple-black phantoms, roaring through the room like a dragon. What exquisite spear technique! This must be advanced, right? I wonder which senior this is. This lightning spear technique is truly impressive. The speed of his strikes is so fast. He's probably a third-tier senior. On the 13th floor, besides Su Jingming, there were quite a few other students who came to test weapons. Everyone used guns, and seeing Su Jingming's spear technique, they couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Some who were familiar with Zhou Hai even joked, which spear is this senior using? It looks quite powerful. The Dark Cloud Swift Spear. Hearing Zhou Hai's answer, the person who asked was slightly taken aback. Would a third-tier ability user even look at that spear? None of the third-tier users would look at it, but a first-tier user would. That person inside is only a first-tier ability user? The person who asked was a bit confused. Are you kidding? A first-tier user can wield such a heavy spear? Can a first-tier user have advanced spear techniques? That's right, just a first-tier. Zhou Hai dropped this line and ignored the bewildered customer, smiling as he welcomed Su Jingming, who was walking out of the room. How's the spear, Su? Earlier, he had already learned Su Jingming's name. Not bad. Su Jingming nodded. It's just a bit lighter than I expected, but it's still okay. After breaking through to the second level of the indestructible thunder body, his vitality surged again. By his estimation, even a 300-kilogram spear would be more than enough for him. However, this 260-kilogram Dark Cloud Swift Spear was also fine thanks to the wind-type ability enhancement. Both the speed of striking and retracting the spear were much stronger than the black obsidian spear he currently held. Additionally, perhaps due to the D-grade alloy, his S-grade ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, conducted much more smoothly through this spear. That's good, that's good. Zhou Hai's face lit up with joy as he rubbed his hands together excitedly. Although the equipment belonged to the Magic City Ability University, apart from the basic research funding allocated each year, the equipment department had to be self-sustaining. The funds required for equipment development were enormous. Sometimes, a single idea from a master weapon designer could burn through tens of millions in funding. This long spear, while not worth tens of millions, still represented a significant expense. With it sitting here unsold, he
was quite troubled, but now at least someone was interested. The Dark Cloud Swift Spear isn't too expensive. Our official price is 600. I'll give you a 20% discount, so let's say 480 credits. As if afraid Su Jingming couldn't afford it, Zhou Hai immediately offered a discount. In reality, this price was already close to the cost price of the spear, considering it was made from hundreds of kilograms of D-grade alloy. Can it be a bit cheaper? Su Jingming blinked. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming left the equipment department with the Dark Cloud Swift Spear. In his student account, he had only 412 credits at most, while upstairs, he had tried a few other guns. Either they were too heavy or not fast enough. The ones that met both criteria were priced much higher than the Dark Cloud Swift Spear. In the end, he had no choice but to trade in his black obsidian spear to the equipment department for 100 credits. However, after spending 480 credits, he was left with only 32 credits. With 32 credits, there's no way I can buy a set of D-grade battle gear at school. But I still have over 7 million in my bank account, so I can just go buy it outside later. The purchasing power of 1 credit was significantly higher than that of 10,000 Daxia coins, and the equipment produced by the Magic City Ability University was of better quality. Unfortunately, since Su Jingming had run out of credits, he could only buy the remaining equipment off campus. Having made up his mind, he didn't leave the school immediately but returned to the second floor of the student villa. Eva opened the school's task system. Okay. A holographic projection appeared in mid-air. Task 1, collect 30-second order. Arm blade tiger tendons. Reward, 60 credits. Sea-level task. Task 2, gather 30 clear spirit herbs over 20 years old. Reward, 43 credits. D-level task. Task 3, go southwest to participate in a battle. Level requirement, second order mid-level or above. Reward, 600 credits. S-level task. Task 4, assist the Magic City Public Security Bureau in capturing the third order lower level fugitive Qian Hang. Reward, 200 credits. A-level task. Task 5. This was the school's task system where anyone could post or accept tasks to earn credits. The tasks varied widely, from collecting materials from ferocious beasts to gathering rare herbs. There were even large-scale battle tasks and fugitive capture missions. Of course, compared to the earlier tasks, the last two were much more dangerous. The entire task system constantly had tasks being accepted and new ones being posted. This is the training model of the Magic City Ability University. Su Jingming reflected. Different people could have completely different experiences at the Magic City Ability University. Some attended classes and training regularly, living comfortably and leisurely, but others were constantly accepting tasks, gaining a wealth of credits while experiencing life and death trials. The former lived leisurely but improved their strength slowly. The latter faced danger, but their credits converted into resources, allowing for rapid strength enhancement. No wonder some say the best students at the Magic City Ability University aren't on campus but off campus. Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head as he began to select tasks from the task panel. This time he would stay in the wilderness area for more than a month, just right to complete some tasks and earn some credits. In the end, Su Jingming selected 3 B-level tasks and 1 A-level task from the task system. After that, he went to the equipment store outside the school and spent 2.1 million Daxia coins to purchase a set of D-level battlesuit and combat boots. Once everything was ready, he took the high-speed train at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to Yuanchuo City, next to the Magic City. Yuanchuo City, decades ago, was just an ordinary prefecture-level city. However, since the suburbs of Yuanchuo City were occupied by fierce beasts and evolved into a wilderness area decades ago, it has rapidly developed. Now, it has initially reached the scale of a developed city. As for the reason for its rise, it is quite simple. The emergence of the wilderness area in Yuanchuo City attracted a large number of ability users to hunt fierce beasts and search for rare flowers and herbs. And what do ability users need that doesn't cost money? Weapons, battlesuits, combat boots, potions. All of these require supporting facilities to be built. It wouldn't do to let those ability users come out of the wilderness area with damaged battlesuits and have to go to the more developed Magic City next door because they couldn't repair their suits. Thus, a large number of stores and equipment shops related to ability users were built. Additionally, ability users who returned from hunting fierce beasts in the wilderness area and made a fortune often went to the city to splurge. This is how the entire Yuanchuo City developed. However, although Yuanchuo City developed because of the wilderness area, it has always been extremely wary of this ticking time bomb. There is a stationed army of over 10,000 people outside the wilderness area. Furthermore, to facilitate the supply for ability users entering and exiting the wilderness area, a large supply base has been established outside the wilderness area. On July 16, at 6 in the evening, a train approached from a distance and stopped on the asphalt road in front of the Yuanchuo supply base. With a whoosh, the train doors opened, and more than 10 ability users dressed in battlesuits, some carrying
swords and others with shields got off the train, chatting and laughing as they walked towards the supply base in groups. Most of the people on the train carried swords. Only one tall young man in a black battle suit carried a mysterious dark golden spear on his back. Yuanchue supply base finally arrived. Looking at the building in front of him, Su Jingming slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The high-speed train from the Magic City to Yuanchue City only took a little over 2 hours. However, it took him over 2 hours to take the train directly to the supply base from the Yuanchue high-speed train station. If I come here often in the future, I might as well buy a car, otherwise taking the train is just too slow. Confirming that the building in front of him was indeed the Yuanchue supply base, Su Jingming no longer hesitated and stepped into the lobby on the first floor. The Yuanchue wilderness area is vast, with at least thousands of ability users entering the wilderness area every day. As the headquarters for ability users, the entire Yuanchue supply base is built quite luxuriously. The marble floor is so polished that it reflects light, and the crystal chandelier in the center of the lobby shines like a small sun. Inside the lobby, male and female attendants are either serving tea or carrying pastries, bustling about. Each face is filled with youthful smiles, providing the best service to the ability users resting on the sofas in the lobby. It is summer now, and most citizens of Yuanchue City are dressed quite coolly. The attendants here are no exception, with the female attendants all wearing short skirts. Pairs of long, fair legs sway as they move, dazzling the eyes. If Xiang Hao were here, he probably wouldn't be able to move at all. Su Jingming couldn't help but think of his high school buddy. After arriving in the Magic City, he still occasionally kept in touch with his high school friends Zhang Hao and Lu Jia. "Excuse me, sir, how may I assist you?" Seeing Su Jingming standing still without moving, a pretty young waitress took the initiative to approach and ask. Of course, Su Jingming's already handsome appearance was one of the reasons she approached him. "I want to register as an adventurer. What do I need to do?" The wilderness area is not somewhere you can just enter whenever you want. Every ability user entering the wilderness area for the first time must register as an adventurer and receive a satellite communication watch before being allowed entry. This way, even if you die in the wilderness area, there will be a record. Of course, this adventurer identity only needs to be registered once. After registration, it is valid in all wilderness areas across the country. Register as an adventurer? Sure, please follow me. Under the guidance of the waitress, Su Jingming arrived at the front desk. "Hand me your ID. Fill out this form and then undergo a basic strength certification." The front desk staff handed over a form, and Su Jingming passed his ID as well. The information required on the form was not much, just basic details like name, age, school, and level. When the waitress saw Su Jingming fill in his level and write Magic City Ability University in the school section, she couldn't help but show an envious expression. "That's great, Magic City Ability University. By the time you graduate from there, you'll definitely be a Tier 3 or even Tier 4 ability user." Yuanchue City is close to Magic City, so she naturally knew about this top-ranking university in the country. In fact, many students from Magic City Ability University come here for training. However, most students from Magic City Ability University only come after reaching Tier 2, as that is safer. It is quite rare for someone like Su Jingming, who is only at Tier 1, to dare to enter the wilderness area. Based on his age, she could also infer that Su Jingming was a new student, just reporting in. Generally, those who enter school with Tier 1 strength can usually advance 2 or 3 tiers by the time they graduate. "Thank you for your kind words." Su Jingming smiled slightly. After filling out the form, he was taken to undergo the strength certification. The strength certification was quite simple. He just needed to demonstrate a power level that matched what he had filled in on the form. Su Jingming only had to unleash his ability slightly to meet the requirements. "The adventurer's credentials will take a little time to process, sir. You can wait on the sofa in the lobby for a while." "Okay." Su Jingming nodded, ordered a cold drink, and chose an empty seat to sit down. It must be said that the consumption at the supply base is indeed very high. Just a regular cold drink costs over 100 daxia coins. But then again, an ability user can earn hundreds of thousands from the beast materials and rare herbs they bring back after just one trip to the wilderness area. This little expense is nothing. Su Jingming shook his head. In Blue Star, ability users and ordinary people are completely two different worlds. The money that an ordinary person struggles to earn in a year can be made by an ability user in just one trip to the wilderness area. Of course, ordinary people do not face life-threatening dangers, while ability users do. Once I get the adventurer credentials, I'll buy some supplies, and I can enter the wilderness area early tomorrow morning. Just as Su Jingming was sipping his cold drink and planning his next arrangements, a commotion suddenly erupted in the lobby. "It's Jiang Chuxian. The goddess Jiang is here. No wonder she's a student at Magic University. The aura she exudes is so powerful." Amidst the discussions, many people on the sofa turned to look towards the entrance of the lobby. "Jiang Chuxian? That name sounds somewhat familiar, Su Jingming said, slightly taken aback, and instinctively looked towards the door. At the entrance of the Yuan Shui supply base lobby, a group of 6 walked in under the gaze of the crowd. Leading them was a tall girl around 18 or 19 years old. The girl wore a light blue battlesuit, which wrapped around her tightly. The slightly full curves of her chest and the alluring waist-to-hip ratio were perfectly outlined. She had delicate features, a straight and upturned nose, long and thick eyelashes, and skin whiter than snow. But what impressed people the most was the girl's beautiful hair. It was a long cascade of white hair that fell to her waist, and this white was not the unhealthy kind of pale. It was smooth and warm, like satin. Behind her followed several tall and imposing figures, both men and women, resembling bodyguards. One of them even carried a heavy camera on his shoulder. It looks like Goddess Jiang is going to the wilderness area to shoot some footage again. I have to say, although her videos are made in teams, the quality is undeniable. I watch every episode. By the way, doesn't Goddess Jiang have nearly 10 million fans online? Not just that, she's almost at 15 million. TSK, if only I could have a girlfriend like Goddess Jiang, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Haha, even living 20 years less wouldn't help. She's a sophomore in a prestigious university in Magic City. Why would she look at you? Dream on. In the hall, many ability users were discussing animatedly, and it was then that Su Jingming remembered. Isn't this the Goddess Jiang that Zhang Hao had cried and begged him for a signed photo of before he left Zhang City? After arriving in Magic City, Su Jingming often called Zhang Hao. During their casual chats, Zhang Hao would always bring this up. Su Jingming found it quite tiresome, but he had paid a little attention. Unfortunately, he had never encountered her at school. He didn't expect to run into her directly upon arriving in the wilderness area. But Zhang Hao's taste isn't bad. To be fair, whether in his past life or this one, among the many girls Su Jingming had seen, only Song Choyan could compare with this Jiang Chu Xian. Of course, in terms of looks, the two were on par. Song Choyan was charming, while Jiang Chu Xian was cold and stunning. As for their figures, Su Jingming felt that Song Choyan had a slight edge. Thus, Jiang Chu Xian and her group went straight upstairs under the gaze of everyone in the hall. The supply base was a comprehensive building that not only provided equipment sales and services for purchasing fierce beast materials and exotic plants but also offered accommodation on higher floors. Similar to a hotel, most ability users who didn't return to the city would choose to stay at this supply base. Sir, your adventurer's proof is ready. Additionally, here is your satellite smartwatch, which contains a map of the wilderness area. Not long after Jiang Chuxian and the others left, a female attendant gracefully approached, handing over a black card and a smartwatch. The black card was the adventurer's proof, which recorded basic information such as name and level. Su Jingming accepted the proof and directly put the smartwatch on his wrist. With a gentle tap on the screen, a map of the wilderness area was indeed projected. It not only detailed the activity of fierce beasts in each region but also indicated the danger levels. However, this was limited to the outer areas. The deeper internal regions were shrouded in fog. Of course, even the marked parts were not entirely reliable, as fierce beasts could leave their territories at any time to hunt. Still, having some information was better than none. It was a reference, after all. Thank you. Confirming that the smartwatch was functioning properly, Su Jingming politely thanked her and was about to get up to leave when a voice called out to him, "Hey, little brother, do you want some elixirs?" Turning around, he saw a lean middle-aged man with a smile on his face, saying, "Little brother, this must be your first time in the wilderness area, right? Entering the wilderness area without pills is not an option. I have various pills on hand. How about it? Want to take a look? The price is negotiable." Pills? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Pills are indeed essential for entering the wilderness area, whether it's healing pills or detoxification pills. They can be very useful in critical moments. What are the prices of the pills you have? Su Jingming asked with interest. First-grade healing pills are 20,000 each, and first-grade detoxification pills are 15,000 each. The second-grade ones are a bit more expensive but still reasonable at 40,000 and 30,000 respectively. The middle-aged man, seeing a potential deal, hurriedly introduced. "Oh, that's not too expensive." Su Jingming said this, but his gaze turned slightly cold. Pills are graded from 1st to 9th, with 9 levels in total. The higher the grade, the stronger the effect. However, even first-grade pills are generally quite expensive, usually around 30,000 to 40,000 each. But this person's prices are almost half off. Coupled with the man's sneaky demeanor, Su Jingming could almost be certain that this was a scammer selling fake pills. Moreover, he was likely an experienced one. Otherwise, he wouldn't specifically target a first-time registered adventurer who was not very knowledgeable. "Of course, my pills are famous for being both cheap and effective." The middle-aged man patted his chest as if making a guarantee. However, he was met with Su Jingming's mocking expression. "You think I would believe that a healing pill for 20,000 would have any real efficacy?" The middle-aged man was taken aback at first, and the smile that had been on his face instantly vanished. "You figured it out already? What do you think?" Su Jingming replied. "Good, very good. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed and he carefully scanned Su Jingming from head to toe, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. A mere first-tier upper-level dares to play tricks on me? Before Su Jingming could respond, a sharp voice came from the side. Zhao Chunlin, you're selling fake pills again. This was a group of 4, and the voice came from a girl in her 20s, dressed in dark combat gear and carrying a black longsword. She rushed over with her brows furrowed, protectively placing herself behind Su Jingming. It's you? Upon seeing her, Zhao Chunlin frowned. This girl, named Wang Qian, had been tricked by him once in the past. Afterward, as Wang Qian's level increased, he hadn't bothered her again. But he didn't expect her to speak up for a newcomer today. If it were someone else, Zhao Chunlin would definitely not give up so easily. But Wang Qian had a small team behind her, making it difficult to deal with, so it was unwise to escalate the conflict. Thus, he could only snort coldly. Consider yourself lucky, kid, someone is helping you. But you'd better not leave the supply base in the next few days, or you'll regret it. After giving Su Jingming a meaningful glance and leaving a harsh warning, Zhao Chunlin turned to leave. TSK, being targeted by that Zhao Chunlin guy, this newcomer is in trouble. Why provoke anyone but him? I heard he just advanced to second-tier middle level recently. This first-tier upper level kid is likely to end up in a bad situation. The commotion also attracted the attention of other ability users in the hall. In this source water supply base, second-tier middle-level ability users were already considered quite formidable. Naturally, Su Jingming, who dared to confront someone like that while only being a first-tier upper level, became the object of sympathy. You just had a conflict with Zhao Chunlin? Hearing the discussions around her, the young girl, Wang Qian, who was protecting Su Jingming, furrowed her brows. Without waiting for Su Jingming to respond, she continued, forget it, since you've provoked him, you should stay close to the supply base for now. Fighting is prohibited inside the supply base, and he can't do anything to you. Thanks for the reminder. Although she didn't care much about Zhao Chunlin's threat, this girl not only spoke out to stop him from cheating but also kindly reminded her that Su Jingming naturally held goodwill towards her. It's just a small effort. I was tricked by him back in the day, so I don't want others to be deceived as well. Wang Qian waved her hand. So he just keeps cheating and no one does anything about it? Su Jingming frowned slightly. Hee, Zhao Chunlin has connections in the black market. Who dares to deal with him? Wang Qian scoffed. In fact, he not only had ties to the black market but was also connected to the higher-ups of this supply base. Otherwise, how could he have been cheating? Here for several years? Xiao Chen, we should head back to our room. Hearing other team members calling for her, Wang Qian responded and didn't forget to remind once more before leaving. Remember, during this time, don't leave the supply base. What a warm-hearted girl. Watching Wang Qian and her teammates gradually walk away, Su Jingming couldn't help but nod. There aren't that many good people in the world. Those who have been through the rain won't just hold an umbrella for others, but might even break someone else's umbrella. Just like earlier, he was sure there were others in the hall who had been cheated before. Yet when Zhao Chunlin approached him, not a single person spoke up to warn him. Some might even be secretly gloating. Only this Wang Qian not only took the initiative to speak up but also protected him like a mother hen. Her character is somewhat similar to my high school class monitor, Lin Xingyuan. Both are equally kind and gentle, Su Jingming thought to himself. As for Zhao Chunlin, he never took him seriously from the beginning. After all, whether a second-tier mid-level ability user could withstand the power of his shot was questionable. Next, Su Jingming purchased a tactical backpack and enough fresh water and energy bars to last over a month through official channels at the supply base. He also bought 10 first-grade healing pills, 10 first-grade detox pills, and 1 second-grade blood-boosting pill. The tactical backpack and supplies weren't expensive, costing less than 100,000 in total, but the pills cost him 900,000. Of course, it was worth it. Especially the second-grade blood-boosting pill, valued at 300,000, was a life-saving artifact. After procuring all the supplies, Su Jingming booked a room at the supply base and slept for the night. Early the next morning, he walked out of the supply base fully armed. However, just as Su Jingming stepped onto the square in front of the supply base, a familiar voice rang out from not far ahead. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come out. In front of the Yuan Shui supply base was a wide square. Only by crossing the square could one enter the wilderness area. As soon as Su Jingming left the supply base and stepped onto the square, he was blocked by Zhao Chunlin. At this moment, Zhao Chunlin was no longer the businessman he appeared to be yesterday. He had changed into combat gear and was carrying a long knife, clearly well prepared. You really don't. Listen, I told you not to leave the supply base, yet you insisted on coming out. Now look, you're blocked by me here. Looking at Su Jingming, Zhao Chunlin wore a smug smile on his face. He had guessed yesterday that Su Jingming wouldn't obediently stay in the supply base, so he had been waiting outside early in the morning. As expected, Su Jingming had no intention of avoiding him. I, Zhao Chunlin, am not someone to be trifled with. Slap yourself 10 times and then compensate me 200,000, then we can consider this matter settled. Zhao Chunlin drew his long knife, and the aura of a second-tier mid-level ability user erupted completely, attracting the attention of many people in the square. At this moment, Wang Qian and her teammates also
walked out from the entrance of the supply base hall. In the distance, Su Jingming was confronting Zhao Chunlin. Oh no, didn't I tell him not to leave the supply base during this time? How did he still come out? Seeing this, Wang Qian immediately panicked and was about to run over but was stopped by her captain, Yao Mushi, who called out, "Xiao Qian, don't rush, let's observe first." Yao Mushi was a girl around the same age as Wang Qian but taller. She was staring thoughtfully at the long gun behind Su Jingming. Well, fine. As a team member, Wang Qian naturally had to listen to her captain. Additionally, she was somewhat angry that Su Jingming hadn't followed her advice. It would be good for him to remember this a bit so he doesn't act so recklessly and ignore others' warnings, Wang Qian thought to herself. On the other side, facing Zhao Chunlin's threat, Su Jingming's resolute face flashed with a hint of impatience. What if I say no? Oh, then you might spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair, because I will take away both of your legs. Zhao Chunlin's face revealed a cold smile. He had been around the supply base for more than just a day or two. If others found out he was outsmarted by a newcomer, where would he put his face? He had to establish his authority and it had to be ruthless. Only then could he intimidate others. With this thought, his exposed skin transformed into a grayish-blue sheen that glimmered like metal. C-grade ability. Metallic skin. With the enhancement of metallic skin, his defense was extremely formidable, making him practically invulnerable. With metallic skin, plus my D-grade battlesuit, you can't even break through my defense. Little guy, do you still want to? Before Zhao Chunlin could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Su Jingming's deep voice, noisy. What? Zhao Chunlin hadn't reacted yet when he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his waist. Under this immense power, his D-grade battlesuit and metallic skin felt like mere decorations, providing no resistance whatsoever. Then, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground. Bang! 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 He created several small craters in the ground, flying 8 or 9 meters away before finally coming to a stop, unconscious. The instigator of all this seemed unfazed, not even glancing back, and simply walked towards the entrance of the wilderness area. Hiss! Instant kill. So terrifying? How did he strike? I didn't even see it clearly? Ha, Zhao Chunlin has really hit a hard wall this time. I was worried about that guy yesterday, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Zhao Chunlin, a mid-tier second-level ability user, was somewhat well-known in this source water supply base. His crushing defeat naturally sparked heated discussions among the crowd in the square. Many who had been tricked by him before but didn't dare to retaliate felt immense satisfaction. Some even specifically ran over to check on Zhao Chunlin. His waist looked as if it had been blown apart by a high-explosive bomb, covered in blood. Although he was still gasping for breath, it was weak and barely there. On the other side, Wang Qian at the entrance of the supply base had her eyes wide open in shock. She never expected that the situation would develop so completely differently from what she had imagined. Su Jingming had actually turned the tables on Zhao Chunlin, and it was an instant kill. More importantly, as a lower-tier second-level ability user, she hadn't even seen how Su Jingming made his move. It was a whip kick. Her captain Yao Mushi had seen it clearly. However, she also hadn't anticipated that the power of that whip kick would be so astonishing. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is completely shattered. It's uncertain whether he can survive. Even if he could be saved, he would probably end up as a useless person who could only sit in a wheelchair. No wonder he came from the Magic City Ability University. His strength is impressive and ruthless. Yao Mushi's eyes sparkled with admiration. From the Magic City Ability University? How do you know that, Captain? Wang Qian was momentarily taken aback and quickly pressed for more information. The other two team members also cast curious glances. There's the emblem of the Magic City Ability University on his spear. This was something Yao Mushi had noticed earlier. The emblem of thorny roses encircling the sword and knife is present on every weapon produced by the Magic City Ability University. Besides, have you seen anyone else with such cross-dire instant kill power, other than students from top universities? That's true, Wang Qian realized, then excitedly suggested, our team is still short of a strong attacker, right? Why don't we recruit him into our team? Anyway, our school is right in the Magic City University town, so it would be convenient for team-ups in the future. He's already walked far away. How can we recruit him now? Besides, didn't we agree when forming our team that it would only have female members? Yao Mushi said slowly. They were all students from Linjiang Ability University within the Magic City University town. They had come this time to hunt more fierce beasts during the summer vacation and accumulate some wealth and resources. Ha, Xiao Qian, do you have a crush on him? But that guy is indeed quite handsome. I wouldn't mind him joining us. The other two girls immediately burst into laughter upon hearing this. Different places have different rules. The school's rules are about studying and training. The rules in the wilderness area are about the survival of the fittest, where big fish eat small fish. Even the supply bases outside the wilderness area follow the same principle of the strong preying on the weak. This is due to the enormous benefits brought by the blood and flesh of fierce beasts, as well as rare flowers, herbs, and fruits. Supply bases are usually a mix of various forces, with tangled interests. Under such an order, even the security bureau responsible for law enforcement cannot manage here. This is truly a gray area. As long as you are strong enough and don't cause too much trouble, no one will care. Of course, if you are blind and provoke someone you shouldn't, no one can help you. Zhao Chunlin is in such a situation, relying on his mid-tier second-level strength to try to crush Su Jingming. But unexpectedly, Su Jingming is a dragon and he himself is just an ant being crushed. After swiping his adventurer's proof at the entrance of the wilderness area, Su Jingming successfully entered the wilderness. Roar Awa. Compared to the examination sites for the martial arts college entrance exam, this source water wilderness area is significantly larger. The fierce beasts here are also more brutal and bloodthirsty. As soon as he stepped in, Su Jingming heard the roars and howls of the fierce beasts. The roars were very distant but still powerful and imposing. At least they are all 4th-tier fierce beasts, Su Jingming thought to himself. The higher the level of the fierce beasts, the higher their intelligence. 4th-tier fierce beasts have intelligence comparable to that of a child in their early teens, understanding the need to defend their territory. The roars they emit from time to time are a signal that this is their territory. If a fierce beast of the same tier intrudes, it will face the most terrifying retaliation. Of course, these more delicious human ability users are also targets for hunting. The source water wilderness area is roughly divided into 2 regions, the ruins town and the mountain forest. Su Jingming opened the map on his smartwatch and examined it carefully. Although his current level is only 1st tier upper, his actual combat power seems to be at the peak of the 2nd tier. He needs to find a place with a high number of fierce beasts, but not too many high tier ones to hunt fiercely and harvest ability points. In comparison, the fierce beasts active in the ruins town of the source water wilderness area are slightly weaker. Meanwhile, the fierce beasts living in the mountain forest are somewhat stronger. Su Jingming's current goal is naturally set in the ruins of a town. City A has a lot of ferocious beasts, but most of them are 1st tier, too low in level. Town C, on the other hand, has mostly 2nd tier ferocious beasts, but there have been traces of 3rd tier and even 4th tier beasts in the surrounding area, making it a bit more dangerous. Let's take a look at other towns. After a round of selection, Su Jingming ultimately chose a ruined town named Pingan County City. This county's ruins mostly contain 2nd tier ferocious beasts, with very few 1st tier ones. There are no 3rd or 4th tier beasts at all. Moreover, the area is quite large, with at least 500 to 600 ferocious beasts lurking inside. It is currently the most suitable place for him to hunt. Pingan County City, let's go here. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened, and after confirming the location on the map, he sprang out like a nimble cheetah. Pingan County City is about 20 kilometers away from the entrance of the wilderness area. At full speed, it would take less than 40 minutes to reach. But this is a dangerous wilderness area, not a freely run plastic track. Su Jingming proceeded cautiously along the way, carefully avoiding areas where high-tier ferocious beasts might appear. It took him nearly 3 hours to arrive. Pingan County City, I've arrived. What appeared in Su Jingming's sight was a ruined city resembling a test site for the martial arts college entrance examination. In the city, the once glorious skyscrapers were now in utter decay. On the ground, vehicles abandoned by people who were busy fleeing years ago were scattered everywhere. After decades of weathering, these vehicles had mostly turned into mere iron frames. The original concrete roads were overgrown with weeds, and among the weeds, one could even see some cleanly gnawed skeletons. Some belonged to ferocious beasts, and some to humans. Roar! Awa! Terrifying roars echoed from the ruined city, rising and falling. Unlike the ferocious beasts kept in captivity at the martial arts college entrance examination site, this place is a true paradise for ferocious beasts, a nightmare for humans. Just the brutal and violent roars alone were enough to make some weak-willed ability users tremble. Su Jingming, however, showed no reaction, his eyes burning with fierce battle intent. He could even feel a deep yearning for the impending slaughter. Is it the negative emotional influence of the Thunder Tyrant? The Dark Cloud Gale gun was already in Su Jingming's hand. But this time, I don't have to hold back anymore. Let's start the killing. Su Jingming gripped the long gun and swiftly entered the county city. Pingan County City is vast, and there are many ferocious beasts inside. Although Su Jingming possesses peak 2nd tier strength, he can only handle 2 or 3 peak 2nd tier ferocious beasts at most at the same time. If the numbers increase, even he would have to flee. Therefore, he couldn't make too much noise. Otherwise, if hundreds of 2nd tier ferocious beasts in the entire county city joined forces to chase him down, even with Thunder Flash, it would be hard to escape. Thus, after entering Pingan County City, Su Jingming prioritized targeting solitary ferocious beasts. Or he would attack groups of ferocious beasts with fewer than 10 members and no more than 3 peak 2nd tier beasts. Ding killed a lower tier Shadow Cat, gained 18 ability points. Ding killed a mid-tier Unicorn Rhino, gained 22 ability points. Ding killed a lower tier Blade Tiger, gained 19 ability points. Ding killed a mid-tier Shadow Cat, gained 21 ability points. In this way, Su Jingming, with his gun, moved like a ghost, weaving through Pingan County City, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. It was unclear whether it was the influence of the Thunder Tyrant's blood, but throughout the process,
He was not the slightest bit fatigued, instead, he became more excited with each kill. As Su Jingming began his slaughter, the ability points on his system panel increased at a terrifying speed. A month later, in Ping'an County, a four-person team of ability users walked along the dilapidated city streets. Compared to other teams wandering in the wilderness, this team appeared much more casual. Each member carried their weapons on their backs, showing no signs of tension. "Captain, what do you think is going on in Ping'an County? We've been wandering around for a day and we haven't encountered a single beast." One of the team members couldn't help but voice his complaint. They had arrived in Ping'an County the night before and noticed something was off. The entire county was eerily quiet. However, due to poor visibility at night and the fact that many beasts rested during that time, they didn't investigate further. To their surprise, when they woke up the next day, ready to hunt beasts, they found that the entire Ping'an County was as silent as a dead city. This led to them not encountering a single beast from morning until afternoon. In the past, they would have already started hunting by now. If you ask me, who should I ask? The captain, a bald and muscular man, was clearly on the verge of exploding with emotion and snapped back irritably. There should be at least 500 or 600 beasts in Ping'an County. With such a large group of beasts, it wouldn't be possible for them to migrate so completely. One team member frowned. Ping'an County was a place they frequently visited. However, they never expected such a significant change in just a month. "Let's search for another 2 hours. If we still don't find any beasts, we'll prepare to change locations," the bald man said solemnly. They were very familiar with the various terrains and beast distributions in Ping'an County. If they changed locations, it would take considerable effort to get accustomed to the new area. He didn't want to give up on this place unless absolutely necessary. Roar! At that moment, a second-tier lower-level arm-blade tiger leaped out from a nearby abandoned building, appearing in front of them. It's an arm-blade tiger. For their team, all of whom were above second tier, a second-tier lower-level arm-blade tiger was not a big deal. But after an entire day without seeing any beasts, they all stared at the arm-blade tiger with eyes gleaming like starving ghosts. Finally, they encountered their first beast. The bald man's face lit up, and he waved his hand. "Everyone, let's go. Kill it." Everyone was particularly eager for their first prey of the day, especially a middle-aged man wielding a large knife who rushed forward a few steps just as he was about to charge at the arm-blade tiger. Bang! A sound like a sonic boom erupted from a distant high-rise. Immediately after, a thick blue-purple thunder spear, resembling a cruise missile, shot down from the sky. "What is that?" Before anyone could react, there was a thunderous crash as the thunder spear struck the arm-blade tiger. Crackling, the ground trembled, accompanied by the sound of crackling arcs. A terrifying blue-purple thunder mushroom cloud rose from the spot. The entire arm-blade tiger was obliterated into dust under the powerful thunder. Holy crap! The man closest to the arm-blade tiger was so startled that his hand trembled, causing his long knife to fall to the ground. If he had moved forward just a moment faster, it wouldn't have just been the arm-blade tiger that turned to dust. The remaining team members were also shocked, and one of them trembled as he asked the strongest bald man in the team, "See, Captain, what was that just now? A new laser weapon?" The ferocious beasts have tough hides and thick flesh. Ordinary bullets and missiles can hardly penetrate their defenses. Only laser weapons possess such lethality. No, laser weapons need to be faster. This feels like some kind of lightning-based combat technique. The bald man glanced at the distant skyscraper, his expression turning grave as he quickly commanded, "Let's go. This Ping'an County city has likely been occupied by a powerful individual. That last strike was probably a warning to us. No wonder we couldn't find any ferocious beasts. They must have all been killed by that lightning-based powerhouse." Hiss! The power of that thunder spear just now was terrifying. My legs are still shaking a bit. Hurry up! If we take too long and anger that powerhouse, it will be trouble. A group of people quickly adjusted their direction and hurriedly moved towards the exit of Ping'an County City, fearing that if they walked too slowly, they might provoke another strike from that powerhouse. Ding! Killed a second-tier lower-level arm-blade tiger, gained 19 ability points. On the rooftop of a tall building in Ping'an County City, a tall young man slowly retracted his right hand, which still crackled with blue-purple lightning. This person was Su Jingming, who had been in Ping'an County City for over a month. Compared to the clean and tidy appearance he had when he first entered the county a month ago, Su Jingming now looked somewhat disheveled. His black battlesuit was splattered with dark red blood, some areas were torn, and his combat boots were covered in dust. The only piece of equipment that looked relatively clean was the Dark Cloud Swift gun on his back, still showing hints of its original dark gold color. His originally short hair had grown into medium length, and a fair amount of stubble had appeared on his chin. However, this did not detract from his attractiveness. Instead, it added a touch of ruggedness, especially with Su Jingming's pair of sharply contrasting cold eyes, which gave off a sense of having experienced hardships yet returning with a youthful clarity. Such a visage held a deadly allure for some middle-aged women. The lightning gun has reached a high proficiency level, and its attack range has skyrocketed to over 1,000 meters. Not bad, not bad. A smile appeared on Su Jingming's resolute face. The thunder spear he had just used was the result. of testing the power of the A-grade combat technique Thunder Spear after upgrading it to high proficiency. He hadn't expected the outcome to exceed his expectations. Speaking of which, the number of ferocious beasts in Pingan County City has dwindled. It's time to find a new place. In Pingan County City, there were nearly 500 second-tier ferocious beasts. After a month of frenzied slaughter, almost all of these 500 second-tier beasts had turned into ability points. 8,000 ability points. This was the rough total of ability points Su Jingming had obtained after a rough count. As for why it was a rough count, it was simply because he would immediately choose to use the ability points after acquiring them without accumulating them. His current panel could be described as luxurious. Name, Su Jingming. Level, second tier upper level. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. S. Physique, 1310 Chi and Blood, plus, Mentality, 972 E, plus, Skills, Marksmanship. Master, Fist Technique, Intermediate, Thunder Spear, Advanced, Chain Thunder Gun, Intermediate, Thunder Flash, Advanced, Thunder Prison, Intermediate, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced, Body Refinement, Indestructible Thunder Body, 3rd level. Ability points, 112. His level had jumped directly from 1st tier upper level to 2nd tier upper level. The S-grade Body Refinement technique, Indestructible Thunder Body, had been upgraded to the 3rd level, successfully mastering the Thunder Extreme state. His marksmanship had reached a mastery level that most ability users could only aspire to in their lifetime. As for the other combat techniques, they had all been upgraded to at least intermediate level. In just 1 month, I've reached 2nd tier upper level, the 3rd level of Indestructible Thunder Body, and multiple A-grade combat techniques at intermediate proficiency. Who else could achieve this besides me? At this moment, Su Jingming was filled with grandeur, his clear eyes shining brightly. Although the Deep Blue system played a part, his own efforts were equally undeniable. Tonight, I'll pack my things, and tomorrow I'll head back to the supply base first, then continue deeper into the wilderness. Su Jingming withdrew his gaze, walked down from the rooftop, and returned to his room inside the building. This was an ordinary room of over 30 square meters, his temporary base in Pingan County. The room had only a desk and a bed. Though simple, it was the only room that remained relatively intact after he had searched through more than a dozen others. The furniture in the other rooms was already in ruins, making it impossible to even sleep. In the corner of the room stood a massive black tactical backpack. A regular tactical backpack could hold at most 100 or 200 kilograms of items, but this tactical backpack had been stuffed with over 400 kilograms of gear by Su Jingming. As a result, the entire tactical backpack had turned into a chubby version of itself. Fortunately, I bought the reinforced version, otherwise, with this much weight, the tactical backpack wouldn't be able to hold it at all. Su Jingming walked to the corner, opened the tactical backpack, and inside were cleaned arm blades, tiger tendons, cat claws, and rhinoceros horns. These were the most valuable parts of the ferocious beasts. When he first entered Pingan County, every time Su Jingming killed a ferocious beast, he would meticulously collect all the materials from it. However, he soon realized that he had gathered too much, and the tactical backpack simply couldn't accommodate it all. So later on, he only collected the most valuable parts of the beasts. Even so, he still managed to bring back nearly 400 kilograms of beast materials. As for the exotic flowers and herbs, perhaps Su Jingming didn't know many, or they only grew in the forested mountains. In any case, during his time in Pingan County, he hadn't seen a single one. What should I eat tonight? Su Jingming's gaze swept through the tactical backpack, and he finally picked out a large tiger tendon. Duong, this tiger tendon was incredibly elastic. As Su Jingming gently picked it up, both ends couldn't help but sway up and down. Skillfully threading the tiger tendon onto a bamboo pole, a flash of lightning spark, and the pile of firewood in the room was ignited. He propped the bamboo pole over the firewood, and before long, the entire tiger tendon, along with some flesh, was roasted to a golden shine, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Su Jingming picked up the bamboo pole and took a bite of the tiger tendon, the tender texture and rich flavor making him nod in satisfaction. Although he had enough fresh water and energy bars for over a month, energy bars didn't have much taste. They could fill his stomach, but eating them for a long time was quite unbearable. Therefore, later on, Su Jingming mostly avoided energy bars and opted for freshly roasted food instead. Unfortunately, he hadn't brought any seasonings, otherwise, it would have tasted even better. When I get back to the supply base tomorrow, I'll buy a pot and a set of seasonings. When I want to eat meat, I'll just pick a ferocious beast and kill it fresh. This made Su Jingming think of some fishermen from his past life who emphasized freshness. Since there were hardly any ferocious beasts left in Pingan County, and even the few remaining were just a couple of small ones, Su Jingming didn't go out to hunt after dinner. He trained in his room until 11 at night, then lay down on the bed and entered a light sleep state. Early the next morning, he set off towards the supply base, carrying a tactical backpack taller than himself. August 17, 10 a.m. The morning sun shone down on the earth with not a cloud in sight. Not far from the entrance to the wilderness area in front of the source water supply base, as usual, a large number of ability users entered the wilderness area, while many others emerged from it. Among the crowd emerging from the wilderness area, there were teams of ability users with bountiful harvests, smiles on their faces. There were also teams supporting severely injured teammates, their expressions heavy, clearly suffering significant losses. Some teams even brought back a corpse that had been gnawed to the point of being unrecognizable. This is the brutal wilderness area. You never know when an accident might occur. Hey, Oldly, didn't you guys just go to Ping'an County 2 days ago? Why are you back today? Did you find some great treasure? Found a damn thing. Ping'an County was occupied by a mysterious powerful being. We came back to rest and prepare to find another place. Oh, is that so? Then report this news to the base later. Maybe you can exchange it for some intelligence rewards. The official ability user team stationed at the entrance of the wilderness area had long since become accustomed to the life and death of ability users. They could even joke and greet some familiar teams. While they were talking, a massive black tactical backpack moved toward them from a distance, causing the station team to pause in surprise. What's going on? Did the tactical backpack grow legs? As it got closer, they realized there was a tall, slender young man beneath the tactical backpack. Haha, what's going on? Such a big tactical backpack? He didn't carry back the entire body of a unicorn rhinoceros, did he? That would be too foolish. Good thing the tactical backpack can be stretched this big. A regular tactical backpack filled with items has a capacity of about 1 cubic meter, but this young man's backpack had been stretched to 2 cubic meters. Such an unusual sight naturally attracted the attention and laughter of other ability users. They thought this was a rookie adventurer who wouldn't collect beast materials and had brought back an entire beast. However, upon noticing the young man's aura, the ability users suddenly stopped laughing. Second tier upper level. Such a powerful ability user had likely entered the wilderness area several times already. It was impossible for him to have brought back just one beast. This meant that the large pack could be filled with beast materials. With second tier upper level strength, he must have hunted second tier beasts. TSK, judging by the tight straps, it must weigh at least 300 to 400 kilograms. If he sells all these beast materials, he'll make a fortune. A group of ability users looked at the young man with envy, their eyes filled with respect for the strong. Those who dared to enter the wilderness area alone were generally quite powerful. It was extremely rare to enter the wilderness area alone and bring back so many beast materials. Plus, given how young he looked, he might be a top genius from some university. Such a prodigy was in existence. They could hardly dare to imagine. Amidst the astonished gazes of the ability users, Su Jingming walked into the supply base building. The weapons of the ability users typically weighed over 100 kilograms. Therefore, the elevators in the supply base were specially designed to withstand thousands of kilograms of weight. Su Jingming himself weighed over 120 kilograms plus the 260 kilograms of the Dark Cloud Swift gun and over 400 kilograms of beast materials. A total weight of over 790 kilograms, and the elevator still carried them upward together. However, the other people in the elevator clearly felt it was moving much slower than usual. Ding dong, the elevator stopped on the 6th floor of the supply base, and as Su Jingming stepped out, everyone inexplicably felt the elevator had lightened considerably. The 6th and 7th floors of the supply base were both places for purchasing beast materials. On the 6th floor, there were 10 purchasing counters, each with a line in front of them. Su Jingming chose the line with fewer people and queued up. It didn't take long before it was his turn. Sir, may I ask what materials you would like to sell? The female staff member behind the counter asked with a smile. Second-tier beast materials. Alright, what kind of second-tier beasts do you have? How much material is there? You can place it on the weighing scale next to you. The types of beasts are a bit mixed, and the weight is about 400 kilograms or so. Over 400 kilograms? That's a lot. The staff member behind the counter was slightly taken aback, not yet processing the information. In front of her, Su Jingming had already taken off his backpack and dumped everything from it onto the weighing scale. Clatter, a large amount of beast materials poured out all at once. Unlike the materials sold by other ability users, these were all the essence from the beasts. Tiger tendons, arm blades, rhino horns. A huge pile of items formed a small mountain on the weighing scale. The final weight displayed was 423.5 kilograms. Sir, please wait a moment. The quantity of your beast materials is too much. It will be a bit troublesome to count, so I need to call some more people over. The staff member behind the counter was clearly a bit flustered and quickly dialed a phone for assistance. In no time, 4 or 5 staff members walked out from the back of the hall, and the middle-aged man in a suit at the front extended his hand enthusiastically. Hello, I am Zhaoi, the supervisor responsible for the material acquisition business on the 6th and 7th floors of the supply base. Su Jingming. Su Jingming nodded and shook his hand. Mr. Su is truly remarkable, able to hunt so many beasts at such a young age. It's truly impressive. Let them handle it from here. They will ensure everything is counted properly. Come, let's go sit over there. The supply base has always placed great importance on powerful ability users. Especially for young second-tier upper-level ability users like Su Jingming, the future is bright. Thus, Supervisor Zhaoi, who was at least a third-tier ability user, adopted a very humble attitude.
Not only did
he invite Su Jingming to sit aside for tea and casual conversation, but he also gifted him a platinum membership card for the supply base.
Any purchase within the supply base would receive a 5% discount.
Sir, your beast materials have been counted.
Half an hour later, all of Su Jingming's beast materials were accounted for.
Among them, there were 89 pieces of second-tier upper-level beast materials, each worth 60,000 to 80,000 daxia coins.
There were 107 pieces of second-tier middle-level
beast materials, each worth 50,000 to 70,000 daxia coins. There were 221 pieces of second-tier lower-level beast materials, each worth 40,000 to 60,000 daxia coins. Additionally, there were 34 pieces of first-tier peak beast materials, each worth
20,000 to 30,000 daxia coins. This made Supervisor Zhao marvel inwardly. Goodness, did he just clear out an entire beast lair? Thinking of this, Zhao Yi's smile grew even wider. These beast materials total 24,764,000. How about we round it up to 25 million? Is this how rounding works? Su Jingming glanced at Zhao Yi and nodded. Alright. This price was about what he expected. If sold on the black market, the price might be even higher. However, the supply base is an official channel, so it's naturally better to go through official means. Ding, your account with the Zhongxia Bank ending in 7043 has received 25 million. The balance is now 29,123,400. Before long, a text message notification chimed in. Su Jingming originally had over 4 million in his account, and now it had skyrocketed to 29 million, which could be said to be an instant fortune. With so much money, even the usually calm Su Jingming felt a bit excited. Supervisor Zhao, then I'll see you next time. See you next time. Supervisor Zhao Yi waved goodbye, his enthusiasm not feigned. Just from this transaction, his commission could reach nearly 1 million. After selling the beast materials, Su Jingming did not delay at all. Rushing straight to the second-floor restaurant, he ordered a table full of delicious dishes and began to feast. However, he didn't notice that in a corner of the restaurant, a figure sitting in a wheelchair cast a dark glance at him. Then, turning the wheelchair, the figure slowly left. A few minutes later, in Supervisor Zhao Yi's office. Supervisor, the person who harmed me has returned to the base. You must avenge me. In the wheelchair, Zhao Chunlin's face twisted with rage at the thought of the figure he had just seen. Although he had narrowly escaped from that person a month ago, his pelvis was completely shattered, leaving him with a lifelong disability. Even an ability user with healing powers couldn't cure him. Oh, is that the little guy at the first-tier upper level you mentioned? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow from behind his desk. So how do you want to take your revenge? Didn't the Tiger Shark team just return from a mission? Let the Tiger Shark team take action. I want him to suffer worse than death. At this moment, Zhao Chunlin was completely blinded by anger. Zhao Yi frowned at his words. Although Zhao Chunlin was a distant relative he had arranged to work at the supply base, his actions had become increasingly reckless in recent years. Moreover, having been crippled a month ago, he was now of little use. It seemed a bit unworthy to mobilize the Tiger Shark team for him. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yi finally nodded. Alright, I'll lend you the Tiger Shark team. But from now on, we have no further ties. Zhao Chunlin was, after all, one of his own. Even when beating a dog, one must look at its owner. If he didn't help this time, how would others help him in the future? Of course, this was only limited to this one time. Don't worry, after this job, I'll leave Source Water City immediately. Watching Zhao Chunlin drive away in his wheelchair, an inexplicable sense of unease suddenly surged in Zhao Yi's heart, causing him to frown, then slowly relax. The Tiger Shark team was a second-tier elite ability user team. What problem could there be dealing with a first-tier upper-level little guy? After sending Zhao Chunlin away, Zhao Yi made a phone call. Supervisor Wang, I just discovered a promising ability user on the 6th floor. His name is Su Jingming. Wang Chuan was the head supervisor responsible for managing the entire source water supply base and was Zhao Yi's direct superior. Any discovery of powerful ability users needed to be reported to Wang Chuan. Sometimes, if luck was on his side, he could even receive some rewards. Su Jingming? Wait a moment, let me check the information. After a brief silence, Wang Chuan's voice came through again, this time laced with excitement. Supervisor Zhao, the Su Jingming you just mentioned is very important to me. If he comes to the 6th floor again, notify me immediately. Zhao Yi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded. Understood. What kind of person could make old Wang so excited? After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yi instinctively rubbed his chin. Only the head supervisor and the general manager could access the adventurer information within the supply base. He hadn't reached that level yet. Although he felt a twinge of curiosity, he had no good way to find out. But since old Wang is paying attention, it's better to be more cautious in the future. It can't be wrong. Zhao Yi didn't dwell on it for long and quickly returned to work. At the top floor of the source water supply base, in the head supervisor's office. Looking at the information displayed on the computer, Wang Chuan's eyes sparkled slightly. I didn't expect another disciple of Yang Zhentian to arrive at my source water supply base. Through the information database of the source water supply base, he could only find that Su Jingming came from the Magic City Ability University. However, he generally paid special attention to students from top universities. So, he checked using his family's intelligence information system. He was shocked by what he found. This Su Jingming was actually a recent disciple of the master Yang Zhentian from the Magic City Ability University. It is important to know that for someone at his level, the forces and strong individuals in the nearby provinces and cities are crucial information that must be kept in mind. Otherwise, one might unknowingly provoke them one day. And this Thunder Gun Yang Zhentian, who has reached the 7th tier and has previously killed an 8th tier beast across tiers, is certainly a name that resonates with Wang Chuang. Not only can he not afford to offend him, but neither can the ability user family behind him. The disciples of the other party must also be treated with caution. If Zhao Yi is right, and this Su Jingming has indeed reached the 2nd tier, then his talent is even stronger than that of the previous Lu Ming. No, it can't just be called strong, it's simply monstrous. Wang Chuan leaned back in his chair, his eyes flickering slightly. An 18-year-old at the 2nd tier, no one would believe it if he said it. For such a prodigy, it would be best to befriend him. Even if he couldn't befriend him, he must be treated with utmost caution and never offended. Phew, I'm full. In the cafeteria on the 2nd floor of the supply base, Su Jingming called the waiter to settle the bill after a hearty meal. The dishes at the supply base were not cheap, just over a dozen dishes cost him 20,000 daxia coins. Although some of the dishes were made from beast meat, the prices were at least 30% higher than those outside. However, Su Jingming, having just made a large sum of money, didn't mind these details. After paying the bill, he headed straight to the 3rd floor of the supply base. This was the place where equipment was sold. He had no plans to change his Dark Cloud Swift gun for now, but his battlesuit had been torn in the previous fight. Rather than repair it, he decided to buy a new set. Thus, Su Jingming spent 12 million to directly purchase a set of B-grade battlesuit and boots. Additionally, he found that they were selling space rings here, but the prices were surprisingly high. The cheapest one, with a capacity equivalent to a small suitcase, was priced at over 10 million. Such an expensive price made Su Jingming, despite his great interest in space rings, feel discouraged. After all, such a small capacity space ring couldn't hold much, but over 10 million could still buy him a large batch of resources. Moreover, the iron pot and seasonings he had been longing for were not available in the supply base. Su Jingming had no choice but to leave the supply base and head towards the back street. The back street was a road not far from the supply base, opened up by the citizens of Yuanshui City, and unlike the supply base, which only sold items for ability users, the back street was more down to earth, with everything available. Outside the supply base, in a dark corner where sunlight couldn't reach, Zhao Chunlin, with bloodshot eyes, stared intently at the figure leaving in the distance, his voice hoarse as he instructed the few people beside him. Your target is him. Break his hands and feet, then bring him to me. This was a group of 5, 3 men and 2 women, each at the 2nd tier. They were the Tiger Shark team, usually responsible for carrying out tasks assigned by the supply base. Of course, they occasionally helped out some supervisors they had a good relationship with for private jobs. Just like now. Understood. The leader of the Tiger Shark team, a man in his 30s with claw scars on his face and a fierce demeanor, nodded and silently led the remaining 4 to follow. Upon arriving at the back street, Su Jingming hadn't even started looking for pots and seasonings when he received a call from Lu Wentao. He casually pressed to answer, and Lu Wentao's familiar voice came through the phone. Brother Ming, your call finally got through. I just returned from the wilderness area. What's up? Nothing much, just wanted to chat with you, Brother Ming. On the other end of the phone, Lu Wentao chuckled and then asked, by the way, Minggu, when are you coming back to school? In about half a month. Ah, another half month? Then we can only wait for that guy Li Qingji to be arrogant for a while longer. Minggu, you don't know, this Li Qingji is a new student who just enrolled. He's the top scholar from Qinghai province, and he's really cocky at the 2nd tier upper level. On the phone, Lu Wentao rambled on about what had happened since Su Jingming left school. During his time at school, he had become quite a prominent figure among the new students due to breaking records in crushing Lei Zhou. But now, after more than a month in the wilderness area, the new students had gradually forgotten about him. Many other strong new students were starting to make their mark. Su Jingming suddenly paused in his steps. What's wrong? Nothing, you can continue. Su Jingming resumed his pace. However, while listening to Lu Wentao's gossip, a blue-purple arc of lightning flickered slightly at his fingertips. If anything went wrong, the terrifying purple sky divine thunder would pour out. Get ready, the target is about to enter a small alley. The captain of the Tiger Shark team, hiding behind a building more than 20 meters away, had a serious expression. He simultaneously instructed a woman in the team, He-ji, analyze the target's strength. He-ji possessed a sea-level psychic ability with extremely strong perception. She had sensed the presence of high-level, ferocious beasts several times in the wilderness area, allowing them to avoid danger in advance. Although this time they were only dealing with a first-tier upper-level ability user, one should always use full strength when hunting a rabbit. To be cautious, they still needed to analyze the target's strength before taking action. Captain, I'm not saying you, but sometimes you're just too cautious. How much trouble can a little first-tier upper-level guy cause? A team member joked. However, at that moment Hiji, using her psychic ability, suddenly let out a low gasp. What a fierce aura. What's wrong? Is something off? The captain frowned and quickly asked. You can see for yourselves. Hiji smiled wryly and, with the help of her ability, shared her perception with everyone in the team. This is... The captain of the Tiger Shark team was instantly taken aback. In the world perceived by Hiji's psychic ability, there wasn't much difference from the ordinary world. But every creature radiated its own light, varying in strength, representing different levels of power. The light emanating from the tall figure ahead was terrifying, like a small sun. Among the surrounding people, who only glowed with faint luminescence, it was so conspicuous. Moreover, this light was dozens of times stronger than that of the captain of the Tiger Shark team. This is a first-tier upper level? Are you kidding me? The Tiger Shark captain couldn't help but curse under his breath. Such a powerful being could easily wipe out their entire team. The intel is wrong, mission aborted. Immediately report back to the base and settle accounts with Zhao Chunlin. The Tiger Shark captain's face darkened with terror. If it weren't for his years of cautious habits making him more alert, they would have been in a situation where, once they acted, the whole team would be waiting to have their bodies collected. And as the culprit, Zhao Chunlin would naturally not be spared. Crackle. In the alley, the call had long been disconnected. Holding the dark cloud gale gun in his hand, surrounded by the purple sky divine thunder, Su Jingming frowned. What's going on? Why did they suddenly run away? From the very beginning, when he was on the phone with Lu Wentao, he had sensed someone was following him. That's why he had deliberately chosen a less crowded alley, intending to lure them out and deal with them together. As a result, unexpectedly, when the other party saw him enter the alley, not only did they not take action, but they turned and fled instead. But that guy Zhao Chunlin, even sitting in a wheelchair, is still restless and dares to make a move against me. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. He had noticed Zhao Chunlin's presence at the supply base. He just didn't expect that the other party not only hadn't learned their lesson but also dared to seek revenge. Forget it, I'll deal with him after I finish shopping and return to the supply base. Shaking his head, Su Jingming slung the long gun back over his shoulder, his body's thunderous energy retracting as he slowly left the alley. At the supply base, apart from Zhao Chunlin, he hadn't offended anyone else. So, the group that had been following him earlier was most likely sent by the other party. Of course, it could also be other people he was unaware of. But it didn't matter. Keeping Zhao Chunlin around was a hidden danger, so he might as well take care of it. Smack, in a secret room of the underground parking lot at the supply base. Accompanied by a crisp slap, Zhao Chunlin, along with his wheelchair, was sent flying. What's going on? Why are you hitting me? Zhao Chunlin, bloodied and bewildered, scrambled up from the ground. He had been waiting here for the Tiger Shark team to bring someone back so he could torture them properly. Unexpectedly, the Tiger Shark team not only failed to bring anyone back but the captain had slapped him as soon as he arrived. How dare you ask me? The intel you gave me was wrong. The target is not a first-tier superior but a second-tier superior. The captain of the Tiger Shark team had a dark expression and the claw marks on his face looked particularly fierce. The other 4 team members also glared at Zhao Chunlin with unfriendly expressions. Although they usually helped the supervisor with some dirty work, that didn't mean they were willing to risk their lives to carry out a mission, especially knowing that the opponent possessed the strength to crush the entire team. Second tier, superior? How is that possible? It's only been a little over a month. Zhao Chunlin's bloodied face was filled with shock. I don't care what the situation is, this mission ends here. We'll talk to Supervisor Zhao ourselves. The captain of the Tiger Shark team snorted coldly. Ignoring Zhao Chunlin, who was already in complete emotional collapse, he turned and left with his team members. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a relative of Zhaoyi, it wouldn't have just been a slap. Back so soon? Have you dealt with the person? On the 6th floor of the supply base, in the supervisor's office, Zhaoyi smiled as he looked at the Tiger Shark team entering. The Tiger Shark team was a second-tier elite team. Although they had mutual interests, they were equal in status. Zhao Chunlin's intel was wrong. The target is not a first-tier superior, but a second-tier superior. Moreover, according to Hiji's observations with her mental abilities, the opponent's actual combat power is very strong, at least above 3rd tier. So we did not continue with this mission. The leader's tone was not very friendly. Of course, anyone else in this situation would also find it hard to be friendly. Second-tier superior? What's wrong with Zhao Chunlin that he could make such a mistake? Zhaoyi frowned. A sudden sense of unease surged in his heart, prompting him to ask further. By the way, what is the target's name? Name? I don't know, Zhao Chunlin didn't tell us. The captain of the Tiger Shark team shook his head. He pointed the target out to us at the base entrance, but the target's characteristics are quite obvious. About 1 meter 90 tall, strong build, and carrying a dark golden long gun over 2 meters long. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyi's heart sank. The number of ability users wielding long spears was already few, and with the second-tier upper level rank and the dark golden color of the spear, wasn't this Su Jingming who had been selling beast materials on the 6th floor just an hour ago?
Damn it, this is someone the big supervisor is paying attention to, and I actually arranged for someone
To kill him? Zhao Yi's mind went blank.
Clinging to the last shred of hope, he dialed Zhao Chunlin's number. What's the name of the person you arranged for the Tiger Shark team to kill today? On the other end of the line, Zhao Chunlin seemed to have stabilized a bit, but upon hearing the question, he was still slightly taken aback. Name? I don't know, I was just chatting while selling medicine in the hall.
Idiot. You don't even know the name and you dare to send someone to kill him?
Zhao Yi cursed loudly, crushing the phone in his hand. He knew Zhao Chunlin was a bit foolish, but he never expected him to be so clueless that he didn't even bother to gather relevant information before seeking revenge. It seems I've been too indulgent with him these past few years.
Zhao Yi sighed softly. He had been promoted to base supervisor 4 years ago. The base supervisor was already close to the core of the supply base's authority.
Many people sought to curry favor with him, and Zhao
Chunlin was also well taken care of.
It was precisely because of this that Zhao Chunlin acted with increasing recklessness, ultimately causing such a huge disaster.
Supervisor Zhao, is there a problem?
The Tiger Shark team also sensed that something
was off, and the captain asked with a frown. Nothing, it's not much related to you. By the way, during the tracking process, did the target notice you? Zhao Yi asked.
We haven't appeared in his line of sight, but we can't rule out the possibility that he sensed us. The captain hesitated. If it were an ordinary second-tier upper-level ability user, their perception might not be that strong.
But the problem was, the opponent was anything but ordinary. Zhao Yi's expression darkened
upon hearing this, and he sighed, saying, "Alright, I understand.
You can go now. Since it's very likely that Su Jingming has already noticed, let's inform the big supervisor."
After the Tiger Shark team left, Zhao Yi also exited the 6th floor
office and took the elevator to the top floor of the supply base. Supervisor Wang, are you busy?
With a smile that seemed to seek favor, Zhao Yi pushed open the office of the big supervisor, Wang Chuang.
Oh, it's Supervisor Zhao. What's the matter?
Big Supervisor Wang Chuan was a lean man in his 40s, currently sitting behind his desk handling official business. It's like this. Zhao Yi forced a bitter smile and began recounting the events. He thought that with his status as a supervisor and his attitude of taking the initiative to admit his mistake, even if this Su Jingming was someone the big supervisor valued, it shouldn't be a big deal. However, to his surprise, after hearing the whole story, Big Supervisor Wang Chuang's
expression darkened like water.
The fierce aura of a 4th-tier ability user had already spread out, filling the entire office with a stifling atmosphere. The look he cast at Zhao Yi was also filled with immense rage. How dare you send someone
to assassinate Su Jingming?
Inside the big supervisor's office, although Wang Chuang tried hard to suppress his anger, anyone with a discerning eye could hear the fury in his tone, and Zhao Yi, being a savvy person, was no exception.
This reaction clearly exceeded Zhao Yi's expectations. He couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Supervisor Wang, he's just a little second-tier upper-level guy. Is it really necessary to be this angry? Just a little second-tier upper-level guy? Wang Xuan was almost laughing in anger.
An hour ago, he was still thinking about how to build a good relationship with Su Jingming.
He never expected Zhao Yi to turn around and stab him in the back.
So he simply opened Su Jingming's profile, projecting it into the air, and coldly said, "This is Su Jingming's information, take a look for yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi quickly looked over.
Provincial Champion of Jiangnan, age 18, freshman at the Demon City Ability University. One piece of information after another, keywords appeared in his line of sight. What? He's only 18? Zhao Yi was shocked. An 18-year-old at the second-tier upper level, what does that even mean? To know that
among all the provincial champions in the National Martial Arts College entrance examination, the highest they could reach is the 1st-tier upper level. Perhaps in some years, there might be a provincial champion at the
2nd-tier lower level.
But a provincial champion at the 2nd-tier upper level, he had never even heard of such a thing. Then he saw another piece of information that made his pupils constrict sharply. The Dean of the Weapon
Academy at Demon City Ability University, Yang Zhentian, is his personal mentor?
This is trouble, real trouble.
Zhao Yi's face turned ashen.
If the previous information merely indicated that Su Jingming was a monstrous genius, this piece of information represented a colossal figure standing behind Su Jingming. And such a presence, not to mention the source-water-based city, the entire source-water city would not dare to provoke.
After all,
a master-level figure could flatten the entire supply base, and the country wouldn't say a word.
Su Jingming actually has such a background. Zhao Yi took a deep breath, a hint of determination appearing in his gaze. Supervisor Wang, I understand now.
I will deal with Zhao Chunlin immediately. I absolutely won't let the base have any trouble.
Supervisor Zhao, just dealing with Zhao Chunlin isn't enough. Wang Chuan looked at Zhao Yi with a deep gaze. You don't think no one knows about the things you've done at the supply base in recent years, do you? Come, take Supervisor Zhao down and wait for the Public Security Bureau's investigation. What? You want to take me down too? Zhao Yi was instantly filled with shock and anger.
Before he could resist, he was directly taken away by 2 4th-tier ability users responsible for the safety of the senior supervisor. The Tiger Shark team also needs to be dealt with, and we need to prepare an apology for Su Jingming as well.
Wang Chuang's eyes flickered.
Although this fool Zhao Yi made a big mistake, at least the Tiger Shark team didn't
actually take action.
If this matter is handled well, it could also be an opportunity to build a good relationship with Su Jingming.
Half an hour later,
in the lobby on the first floor of the supply base, the ability users
looked in astonishment at the entrance.
There stood several middle-aged men in suits. One of them was slightly leaner but stood at the forefront of everyone. The one at the front must be the senior supervisor Wang Chuang.
Right? That's right. It's him.
Not only Wang Chuang, but the supervisors from other floors have also come.
TSK, with this kind of momentum, could it be that some big shot is coming?
It's possible. The ability users were discussing among themselves. On the sofa seats in the lobby, a 4-person team was also curiously watching. All 4 were girls, and one of them was none other than Wang Qian, who had spoken up for Su Jingming
a month ago.
All the supervisors of the base are here to welcome him. This person's status is indeed impressive, Wang Qian remarked. The source water supply base had tangled interests from all sides. Just a supervisor position had no idea how many families and forces were watching, especially the senior supervisor position, which could only be held by someone from a family with a deep background.
And now, these senior supervisors and supervisors had all stepped forward.
This was a rare sight. Forget about that for now, there's only half a month until school starts.
What are we going to do next? Go back to school or venture into the wilderness again?
Team leader Yao Mushi said with a frown. Hearing the leader mention the main issue, the team members returned to their senses, and Wang Qian also said seriously, in half a month, we can still hunt some ferocious beasts. But we can't target second-tier upper-level ferocious beasts anymore. We should stick to the previous plan, focusing on second-tier middle and lower-level ferocious beasts as our main hunting targets.
The remaining 2
female team members also nodded in agreement. Indeed, a second-tier upper-level beast is still a bit too much for us.
In the past, their team's hunting targets were always second-tier mid-level and lower-level. This month, they had tried targeting a second-tier upper-level beast. However, after 2 trips into the wilderness area, they hadn't managed to hunt many second-tier upper-level beasts.
Several team members had come close to life-threatening
situations multiple times.
Sigh, our team is still lacking a strong attacker. If only we could have brought that person from the Magic City Ability University into our team back then.
Just thinking about that tall and slender figure made Wang Qian unable to suppress a sigh.
During these 2 returns to the base city, they hadn't encountered him.
Given the circumstances, he likely returned to school. The chances of meeting again in the future were very low. Just as she was thinking this, a teammate beside her pointed towards the entrance and exclaimed, "Xiao Qian, isn't that the guy from the Magic City Ability University?"
"Ha? Where?"
Wang Qian
instinctively looked over and saw that tall figure with a long gun slung over his back appearing at the base entrance.
However, the next moment, the supply base's head supervisor, who had been standing nearby, enthusiastically went to greet him.
"Ha?
The supervisors are welcoming him?" Wang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if he was from the Magic City Ability University, it couldn't warrant such a formal welcome, could it? The head supervisor even went to greet him personally. It seems this guy's identity is not just as simple as being a student from the Magic City Ability University.
Across from her, team leader Yao Mushi also showed a thoughtful expression. On the other side, as soon as Su Jingming walked into the supply base, he was warmly led by Wang Chuang to the top-floor VIP reception room. The luxuriously decorated VIP room had only Wang Chuang and Su Jingming. With Wang Chuan's explanation, Su Jingming understood the ins and outs of the situation. "Su, I'm really sorry about this incident," Wang Chuang sincerely apologized, "but rest assured, we will definitely give you
a satisfactory response."
However, when we found Zhao Chunlin, he had already been silenced by Zhao Yi. Of course, we have also contacted the Public Security Bureau. Zhao Yi and the Tiger Shark team have quite a few issues. I believe that once the results come out, they will spend the rest of their lives in prison. Then I'll trouble Supervisor Wang. Su Jingming nodded on the surface, but inwardly he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he could sit in the position of head supervisor. He dealt with his subordinates so decisively that it left no room for dissatisfaction. Of course, Su Jingming also understood that it was unlikely he could have achieved this on
his own.
Most likely, the other party had investigated his background and knew that his teacher was Yang Jintian. To express our apologies, this is a gift we specially prepared for you from the supply base.
Wang Chuang's
right hand flickered with his spatial ring, and a black and gold card appeared on the table. This is our supply base's black gold membership card. Your accommodation at our supply base will be free from now on. You will also enjoy a 20% discount on any purchases. Wang Chuang explained with a smile, and then took out a small box from his bag. He opened the box and placed it on the table, revealing an ancient-looking ring lying inside. Additionally, this is a spatial ring with a volume of 1 cubic meter, also as a gift. In the top-floor VIP room of the source water supply base, Su Jingming looked at the spatial ring in the box with some surprise. Ability users who mastered spatial abilities were already rare, and attaching spatial abilities to a ring required going through various complex processes. The larger the additional space, the more expensive it becomes. A space ring with A capacity of 1 cubic meter has an official price of at least 50 million dasha coins.
The fact that Wang Chuang could present this ring as an apology speaks volumes about the other party's sincerity. Since manager
Wang is so thoughtful, I will accept it, Su Jingming said with a slight smile, choosing not to refuse and accepting both the black gold card and the space ring. Seeing this, Wang Chuang also breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the troubles caused by Zhao Chunlin could be said to have been perfectly resolved. Although he had given away a valuable space ring, gaining Su Jingming's approval was worth it. As for the group of Zhao Chunlin, that was dealt with, it was of little consequence. There were still plenty of people eyeing the 6th floor management position, they could simply choose someone else. No wonder you are Teacher Yang's student, you really are generous in your dealings. By the way, I also know your senior brother, Lu Ming.
Wang Chuan laughed heartily and took the initiative to change the subject. Oh, is that so? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. This was indeed something he hadn't expected. Yes, Lu Ming also trained at the water supply base back in the day. As the chief supervisor of the supply base, Wang Chuan's emotional intelligence was not to be underestimated. He took the topic of senior brother Lu Ming and started chatting. Although there were only 2 people in the room, it still wouldn't fall flat. Thus, Wang Chuan chatted on for more than half an hour. If Su Jingming hadn't suggested leaving, the other party might have talked all day without stopping. Su, if you encounter any issues next time, just contact me directly. I may not be much in Magic City, but here in Yuanchue City, my word still carries some weight. Before leaving, Wang Chuang enthusiastically left his personal contact information. He said that if anything came up in Yuanchue City, he could be contacted directly to handle it. This made Su Jingming secretly sigh. This is the power of background. If it were an ordinary second-tier upper-level genius, they would never receive such treatment. Leaving the top-floor VIP reception room, Su Jingming opened a room on the 18th floor of the supply base. Initially, he wanted to book a standard guest room like before. However, when the front desk staff saw the black gold card in his hand, they were so flustered that they proactively upgraded his room to a luxury suite. Thus, Su Jingming ended up with one of the best-equipped rooms in the entire Yuanchue supply base. The room was over 200 square meters, complete with a bedroom, bathroom, and entertainment room. The decor was also very luxurious, with exquisite furnishings throughout. However, the most stunning feature of the entire guest room was the wide floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Through this window, one could overlook the entire outer area of the Yuanchue wilderness zone. Standing by the window and looking down, Su Jingming thought that if one ignored the ferocious beasts rampaging in the wilderness, the view below was quite nice. However, compared to the scenery outside the window, he had more important things to do. Su Jingming withdrew his gaze and sat down on the living room sofa. He then eagerly took out the space ring gifted by Wang Chuang and examined it closely. From the outside, the space ring looked no different from an ordinary ring. However, Su Jingming sensed the spatial aura he had detected back at the Combat Skills Library of the Ability University in Magic City emanating from this ring. The method of using the space ring was also very simple. One just needed to leave a mental imprint on it. Su Jingming's mental strength reached 972 Hz, far exceeding the 600 to 700 Hz mental strength of an ordinary second-tier upper-level ability user. This was also the key to his ability to sense that the Tiger Shark team was following him. Thus, Su Jingming quickly left his mental imprint on the space ring. At the moment he left a mental imprint, a cubic space of about 1 cubic meter also appeared in his perception. This is the internal space of the space ring. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled slightly. He finally possessed this magical item from fantasy novels. Next, he experienced the storage function of the space ring. As long as it was something he could touch with his body, anything other than living things could be stored inside. However, if he wanted to put in something larger than 1 cubic meter, it would fail to store. The space ring was something he had looked forward to before obtaining it, but after getting it, he felt rather indifferent. After playing with the storage and release functions for a short while, Su Jingming quickly lost interest. After placing his most important elixirs, fresh water, energy bars, iron pot, and seasonings into the space ring, he took out his phone and dialed his teacher Yang Jintian's number. You just came out of the wilderness area? The familiar voice of teacher Yang Jintian came through the phone. Yes, I just came out today. Also, there's something I want to discuss with you. Su Jingming was able to receive such a valuable compensation from Wang Chuang mainly because of his relationship with teacher Yang Jintian. Therefore, it was necessary to explain the situation to his teacher. He briefly introduced the encounter with Zhao Chunlin, the events that occurred along the way, and Wang Chuang's handling of the situation. When he heard that Zhao Chunlin had actually arranged for a second-tier elite ability user team to carry out an assassination, a thunderous crackle echoed from the other end of the line, causing the phone signal to become somewhat unstable. Su Jingming quickly explained that the elite team ultimately abandoned the mission, which slightly calmed teacher Yang Jintian's anger. It wasn't until Su Jingming finished recounting the entire situation that a cold snort came through. Humph! How dare they send someone to assassinate you? Compensating with a space ring is already light punishment.
If anything had happened to you, I would have wiped out their entire supply base. If Su Jingming had died at the hands of a ferocious beast, Yang Zhentian would have had no complaints. But if it was because someone from their side had stabbed him in the back, Yang Zhentian would not let anyone related to it go. By the way, you said that elite team followed you into the alley. Why did they ultimately abandon the mission? Yang Zhentian on the other end sounded both relieved and puzzled. He had also frequently entered the wilderness area as an ability user and knew that some ability user teams would do any dirty work for money. As long as they accepted a task, they would not give up unless they encountered significant difficulties. Maybe they realized I was also a second-tier elite. Su Jingming rubbed his nose. It was clear that Yang Zhentian on the other end was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted and asked, "You've already reached second-tier elite?" "Yes, I just leveled up a few days ago." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Yang Zhentian's excited voice. Good. As expected of my student. Your cultivation progress is even faster than mine back in the day. When you return to school, I'll personally celebrate for you." "All right." Su Jingming smiled slightly. After that, he chatted with his teacher for a while before hanging up the phone. Meanwhile, far away in the villa of a teacher at the Magic City Ability University, Yang Zhentian was in awe. Having taught at the Magic City Ability University for decades, he had seen many geniuses, but he had never seen a student who could directly advance from first-tier elite to second-tier elite in just 1 month. They say that crises between life and death are catalysts for the strong, but in my disciple's case, this is no longer a catalyst, it's simply a cheat. After reporting the situation to teacher Yang Zhentian, Su Jingming changed out of his battlesuit, which was stained with dark red blood. Holding his set of clothes he had just bought in the back street, he walked into the bathroom. Although as a second-tier ability user who also practiced the indestructible thunder body, his body wouldn't accumulate much dirt. After a month, his skin was still stained with quite a bit of blood and sweat, needing a wash. Half an hour later, after changing into new clothes, Su Jingming stepped out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. He then sat down on the sofa, took out his smartwatch, and opened the map. Buzz, with a soft sound, the map of the source water wilderness area projected before Su Jingming. The source water wilderness area was divided into 2 large regions. One was the city ruins area, and the other was the forest mountain area. The city ruins area had a lower level of ferocious beasts, and since many adventurers explored it, most areas were marked. The forest mountain area, on the other hand, was quite the opposite, with higher-level ferocious beasts and very little information marked on the map. Most of the ferocious beasts in the forest mountain area are above Tier 3, and Tier 4 beasts are not uncommon. If I go over there, the danger will be higher, but correspondingly, the efficiency of obtaining ability points will also be greater. Su Jingming thought silently. His current level was upper second tier. However, with the S-rank ability, Indestructible Thunder, along with master-level marksmanship, and numerous high-level combat skills, his actual combat power was around upper third tier. Additionally, as an S-rank body refinement combat skill, the special ability Thunder Extreme State granted by the 3rd level of the Indestructible Thunder body was undeniably strong. When he first obtained the Thunder Extreme State, Su Jingming had tried it out, and his overall strength could increase by about 3 to 4 times. It was almost comparable to the effect of a blood burst pill. Moreover, his A-rank movement skill Thunder Flash had also been upgraded to high proficiency. When activating the Thunder Extreme State and then using Thunder Flash, he estimated that even a peak Tier 4 ferocious beast wouldn't be able to catch up to him. In the entire source water wilderness area, the highest level ferocious beast is only Tier 5, and they are extremely rare. As long as I'm careful, the danger isn't that great. Even if I have terrible luck and encounter a Tier 5 beast, it's fine, I can just pop a blood burst pill and escape. Since that's the case, I'll head straight to the forest mountain area tomorrow. After confirming where he would go tomorrow, Su Jingming leaned back on the sofa, adopting a very relaxed posture as he opened the holographic projection in front of him to watch a video program. At the same time, he casually opened a pack of snacks prepared in the room and began to eat them with great enjoyment. After all, people are not machines. During the month in Ping'an County, Su Jingming had been accompanied by ferocious beasts every day, his mind always tense. Even at night, he slept lightly, ready to wake up at any sound. It was time to relax. Therefore, for the rest of the day, Su Jingming didn't plan to train. It's been a long time since I've relaxed like this. At 6 in the afternoon, Su Jingming on the sofa stretched lazily and then leaped up from the sofa. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue lying down, but it was mealtime. It was time to eat. Time to eat. Time to eat. Su Jingming left the room with a light step. After gnawing on energy bars for over 20 days in the wilderness area, he had great expectations for a proper meal. More than 10 minutes later, at the dining hall on the 2nd floor of the supply base, it was mealtime, and the dining hall was bustling. Many ability users were drinking and boasting about their achievements in the wilderness area. At one of the tables, the more than 10 dishes Su Jingming had ordered were being placed one by one, filling the air with delicious aromas. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a group of 4 girls walked in from the entrance of the dining hall. One of the girls, upon noticing Su Jingming, brightened up. With long strides, she was about to walk over.
Xiao Qian, where are you going?
Yao Mu, she pulled her back.
I'm going to
invite that guy to join our team, Wang Qian said excitedly. After finally running into that guy from the Magic City Ability University, she certainly wouldn't let the opportunity slip by.
Don't go, he won't agree, Yao Mu.
She shook her head.
Why not? We're at least a mid-tier team.
For him, as a high-tier first-level ability user, it should be quite attractive, Wang Qian said, puzzled.
High-tier first level? Take a closer look, Yao Mu sighed. Isn't he a high-tier first level?
Wang Qian looked over in confusion, and upon closer sensing, she realized that the aura around him was even stronger than hers.
This is high-tier second level? He leveled up. That fast? Wang Qian was shocked, followed by immense disappointment.
A high-tier second-level ability user from a top university, Magic City Ability University, would definitely not choose to join a small team like theirs.
Forget it, let's not force it. Let's just hunt low-level ferocious beasts instead. Wang Qian withdrew her gaze, feeling disheartened. What a pity, such a handsome guy. On the other side, Su Jingming didn't notice Wang Qian and the others.
After finishing dinner in the restaurant and preparing nearly a month's worth of fresh water and energy bars, he returned to his room to continue lounging comfortably. He hadn't had a good night's sleep.
In the wilderness zone. So that night, before 9 o'clock, Su Jingming lay down and quickly fell into a deep sleep.
This sweet slumber allowed him to sleep until 9 the next morning.
Ah, so comfortable. Su Jingming jumped off the bed, feeling better than ever.
After washing up, he changed into a brand new B-level combat suit. He slung the Dark Cloud Swift Wind gun across his back and stepped back into the wilderness zone. This time, his target was the forest mountain area deeper within the Sourcewater Wilderness Zone.
The mountain forest area was about 48 kilometers from the entrance of the wilderness zone. However, Su Jingming's strength was much greater than when he first entered the wilderness zone. Plus, he didn't have to specifically avoid areas where certain ferocious beasts were lurking in the ruins of towns.
Thus, he spent just over 5 hours and entered the
mountain forest area around 3 in the afternoon.
Squeak, squeak, squeak roared squeak, squeak, squeak.
Compared to the broken steel jungle of the town ruins, the mountain forest area was much more primitive.
The ground was covered with grass and shrubs, and the lush trees stretched endlessly. Moreover, it was summer now, and the sound of cicadas mixed with the roars of ferocious beasts, creating a strangely harmonious atmosphere. Crack, in the forest, Su Jingming stepped on a dry branch. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged to the side. Just then, a pale blue wind blade whistled out from the jungle, sweeping past the spot where
Su Jingming had just stood. Bang, bang, bang.
The wind blade was extremely sharp, and after slicing through 3 or 4 trees, it gradually disappeared into the air. Roar! At the same time, a ferocious beast with pale blue fur and sharp eyes stepped out from the jungle. This beast resembled a wolf but was much larger. A faint blue wind surrounded it, causing its soft pale blue fur to sway slightly. A third-level ferocious beast. Swift Wind Terror Wolf.
Su Jingming's eyes lit up.
Once a ferocious beast reaches the 3rd level, it doesn't just rely on physical strength anymore. It gains special abilities similar to those of ability users. The Swift Wind Terror Wolf is a ferocious beast that lives in the forest and possesses wind-type abilities. The wind blade from earlier was also one of its innate skills.
From the aura, it seems to be at the mid-level of the 3rd
tier. I just wonder how many ability points I can gain after killing it. The S-Rank Purple Sky Divine Thunder had already been summoned by Su Jingming, with blue-purple lightning swirling around his body. Just as he gripped the Dark Cloud Swift Wind Spear, preparing to hunt his first 3rd-tier ferocious beast, a rustling sound suddenly came from the side. Accompanied by voices, a team emerged from the jungle, coming into Su Jingming's view. It was a fully armed group of 6, each person equipped with weapons. However, one of them not only carried weapons but also had a heavy camera slung over their shoulder.
Among them, a tall girl in a fitted black combat
suit accentuated her graceful figure. The striking girl with silver-white hair cascading down to her waist was also quite eye-catching.
Su Jingming immediately recognized her identity. She was none other than the internet
goddess Jiang Chuxian, who had appeared at the supply base a month ago. Encountering other ability users in the wilderness was not uncommon.
Previously, when he was still in Ping'an County, Su Jingming had encountered more than one wave of ability user teams.
As for Jiang Chuxian's group, aside from her own aura being at the mid-level of the 2nd tier, the other 5 men and women, resembling bodyguards, all seemed to be at the mid to upper levels of the 3rd tier. According to the Adventurer's Code of the Great Xia Kingdom, ability users in the wilderness are not allowed to attack other ability users. Once discovered attacking another ability user, they
would face extremely harsh penalties and would also be looked down upon by other ability users.
Thus, most ability users adhere to such principles.
However, one must always be cautious facing Jiang Chuxian's powerful
team of 3rd-tier ability users. Su Jingming naturally dared not continue his attack on the Swift Wind Fearwolf, keeping a vigilant eye on them. Yet, this group of strong 3rd-tier ability users seemed oblivious to Su
Jingming's presence, chatting and laughing among themselves.
This swift wind fear wolf is surrounded by a powerful wind. It should be at the mid-level of the 3rd tier. This level of ferocious beast is just right for Miss Jiang to use as hunting material. As usual, let's block its escape route first. In the wilderness, the ability user who first discovers a ferocious beast claims it. If other ability users attempt to snatch the beast, it would be seen as a provocation. But this group clearly did not regard Su Jingming, who was at the upper level of the 2nd tier, as a threat. Laughing, they prepared to make a move on the swift wind fear wolf. Ahead. Su Jingming frowned at the sight, not having the chance to speak up. However, Jiang Chuxian, standing elegantly to the side, was the first to speak. Captain Wang, this ferocious beast was discovered by someone else. First, let's find another one. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as a lark. Miss Jiang, this is a mid-level 3rd tier beast. It seems a bit inappropriate to leave it for this little 2nd tier guy. I'm afraid that as soon as we leave, this little guy will be bitten to death by the swift wind fear wolf. The middle-aged man at the front, wielding a sword and shield, said half-jokingly. Captain Wang, I remember saying last time that I don't like to snatch others' prey for filming material, right? Jiang Chuxuan's brows slightly furrowed. Hearing such blunt words, the middle-aged man's expression stiffened for a moment. A flicker of barely perceptible malice flashed in his eyes, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he cheerfully called to the other team members. Since Miss Jiang is not satisfied, we can go find the next ferocious beast. Soon, Jiang Chuxuan's group left Su Jingming's line of sight, disappearing into the jungle. A potential conflict was thus avoided. This Jiang Chuxian has quite a good character. She knows how to consider others, Su Jingming mused, stroking his chin. Of course, it's also possible that the other party is an internet celebrity, deliberately establishing her persona in front of passers-by. But no matter what, her control over her team doesn't seem very strong. From what Jiang Chuxian said, it was clear that their team had repeatedly snatched fierce beasts from other ability users. Moreover, Su Jingming was very close to that middle-aged man from earlier and noticed the flicker of ruthlessness that crossed the other's face when Jiang Chuxian reprimanded him. However, this doesn't really concern me. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened slightly. For someone like him, who doesn't pay much attention to the internet, if it weren't for his high school buddy Zhang Hao, he probably wouldn't even know who Jiang Chuxian was. Additionally, Jiang Chuxian managed to get into the Magic City Ability University, and having developed into a video blogger with millions of fans, her intelligence must be quite high. She probably knows the issues within her team. Roar, at that moment, seeing the powerful ability user team leave, the Gale Terror Wolf, which had been hiding behind the trees and ready to flee at any moment, jumped out again. With a roar, it opened its bloody maw. Its eyes were filled with a thirst for fresh human flesh as it charged towards Su Jingming. At the same time, 2 pale blue wind blades shot out from its body. Hey, you seem even more anxious than I am. A flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Su Jingming's figure vanished from his spot, appearing in front of the Gale Terror Wolf over 30 meters away. The A-level combat skill Lightning Flash had been upgraded to a high proficiency. Coupled with Su Jingming's 2nd tier upper-level strength, his maximum charge distance reached 54 meters. Roar, the Gale Terror Wolf was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a human. Before it could trigger the wind blades again, Su Jingming's deep voice rang out once more. Lightning Gale Break. The Dark Cloud Gale Spear, infused with the purple Sky Divine Thunder, was already in his hand, enhanced by the wind-type ability attached to the spear itself. The lightning flashed, and the spear thrust out like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, the hard skull of the 3rd-tier middle-level Gale Terror Wolf was pierced through as easily as a fragile watermelon. Then, with a bang, thunder erupted and the entire head exploded. Ding, killed. 1 3rd-tier middle-level Gale Terror Wolf, ability points plus 34. The pleasant system notification sound rang out. Is the ability points gained from killing a 3rd-tier fierce beast over 30 points? Not bad. Su Jingming shook the spear, flicking off the remaining blood from the tip. Then, the space ring on his hand glimmered slightly, and a small dagger appeared in his left hand. This dagger, made from B-grade alloy, was extremely sharp. Because the dagger was lightweight, even though it was made from B-grade alloy, it wasn't expensive, costing Su Jingming 790,000 dasha coins. Such a sharp dagger was naturally used for collecting materials from fierce beasts. The most valuable part of the Gale Terror Wolf was its soft fur, which was excellent material for making coats. A complete wolf pelt could even sell for as high as 500,000 dasha coins. This was also why Su Jingming chose to destroy the Gale Terror Wolf's head directly. With the dagger pressed against the skin, it took over 10 minutes to completely skin the wolf. First prey successfully killed. Now, let's go find the second prey. Casually tossing the wolf pelt into the space ring, Su Jingming grasped the spear and quickly left the area. 7 days later, at 5 in the afternoon, the summer sun poured down freely, with a clear sky stretching for miles. Amidst the mountains and forests, mixed with the sound of cicadas, 7 or 8 giant strength monkeys moved through the jungle. This was a group of fierce beasts known as giant strength monkeys. They walked on all fours, their eyes scanning the surroundings with a hungry gaze. It was clear they were searching for prey, preparing to feast.
Suddenly, the giant strength ape leader walking at the front stopped, sniffing the air warily. Sensing something was off, it wanted to let out a roar to warn its companions. However, at that moment, a blue-purple thunder spear shot out from the jungle with a whoosh. Boom! The spear was incredibly fast, striking the leader in the blink of an eye. Then, the blue-purple thunder erupted. As electric arcs flickered and danced, a thunder mushroom cloud slowly rose. The giant strength ape leader, with its formidable third-tier power, was left charred and heavily injured on the ground from the explosion of the thunder spear. Roar growl, the remaining giant strength apes immediately became frantic, issuing threatening roars in all directions. Then, a tall human, holding a dark golden spear and surrounded by thunder, resembling a thunder god, emerged from the jungle. This thunder spear actually didn't kill it instantly. The giant strength ape truly lives up to its reputation as a third-tier beast known for its defense. Su Jingming shook his head, realizing he would need to finish off the giant strength ape leader himself later. But for now, let's deal with you little fish. First, Thunder Prison. Crackling, accompanied by a piercing thunderclap, a thunder prison with a diameter of 20 meters enveloped Su Jingming and all the beasts within. One giant strength ape attempted to break free, but the moment it touched the thunder prison, its skin was charred black from the electric shock. In excruciating pain, it quickly retreated. None of you can escape. Su Jingming's eyes flashed, lightning flickering as he charged into the horde of giant strength apes with his spear. Thunder flash, lightning gale break, chain thunder spear. Su Jingming's marksmanship had now reached a master level, achieving a realm of perfection. Coupled with multiple A-grade combat skills, his power was terrifying. Thus, the third-tier giant strength ape horde, which would instill fear in most ability user teams, was completely slaughtered by Su Jingming wielding the Dark Cloud Gale Spear in less than 5 or 6 minutes. Su Jingming stood tall on the grass, holding his spear, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Surrounding him were the bodies of giant strength apes, their blood staining the originally tender green forest ground a vivid red. Deep blue. Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming level, 2nd tier upper ability, Purple Sky Thunder, S, Physique 1317. Vitality plus, Spirit, 981 He, plus, Skills, Marksmanship, Master, Fist Technique, Intermediate plus, Thunder Spear, Advanced plus, Chain Thunder Spear, Intermediate plus, Thunder Flash, Advanced plus, Thunder Prison, Intermediate plus. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus, Body Refinement, Indestructible Thunder Body, 3rd level, Ability Points 3,267. My ability points have increased by over 200, not bad. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. The efficiency of gaining ability points in the mountainous forest area was indeed much faster than in the city ruins. In just 7 days he had accumulated over 3,000 ability points. However, with over 3,000 ability points, there's still no plus sign appearing next to my level. Su Jingming frowned slightly. The last time he advanced from 1st tier upper to 2nd tier lower, it cost him over 1,200 ability points. The subsequent 2 advancements to 2nd tier middle and upper also cost 1,500 and 1,800 ability points, respectively. He originally thought that advancing to 3rd tier would require about 3,000 ability points. Unexpectedly, it still wasn't enough. Advancing from 2nd tier to 3rd tier might require 4,000 points. Su Jingming speculated to himself. However, even if he had enough ability points to level up, he wouldn't choose to do so. He wanted to keep this batch of ability points to use for learning combat skills when he returned to school. S-class combat skills that can be learned by 2nd tier ability users. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. For ability users, sometimes level does not mean everything. It is the combination of level and combat skills that can unleash the strongest combat power. Why can the outstanding students of the Magic City Ability University often kill fierce beasts or other ability users of higher levels? It is because they master stronger combat skills than ordinary ability users, and their combat techniques are more exceptional. Having only a level, without the right combat skills to match, is like a baby holding a sharp knife, unable to maximize its own strength. This is also why Su Jingming did not simply use all his ability points to stack up levels. Instead, he improved alongside combat skills and marksmanship. After all, with a solid foundation, the path of the strong can be traveled much further. Buzz at that moment, Su Jingming's smartwatch on his wrist suddenly vibrated. He instinctively opened the map on the smartwatch. Besides the green dot representing his location, there was also a white dot that was continuously sending out signals. Is this a distress signal? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. The smartwatch issued by the supply base, besides having a built-in map, has the most important function of sending out distress signals. At this time, the originally hidden location information would be exposed on the smartwatches of all ability users within a 2-kilometer radius. It was up to the ability users to choose whether to help or not. Of course, most adventurer teams that received the distress signal would go nearby to check the situation before making a decision. The distress signal seems to be not far from me. I can go take a look. After pondering for a moment, Su Jingming decided to head that way. If it was just a weak 3rd-tier fierce beast, lending a hand wouldn't hurt. If it was a powerful 4th-tier fierce beast, then he would be helpless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the tall forest, a lithe and graceful girl was leaping between the branches of the trees. The girl had long silver hair, and with each jump, she could cover a distance of 7 to 8 meters. However, even so, she occasionally looked back with a worried expression. Behind her, about several hundred meters away, it seemed that some massive creature was rapidly charging toward her. The surrounding trees were being knocked down in clusters as this massive creature rushed through. This is bad. Jiang Chushuan's expression was extremely serious. Earlier in the morning, she was filming a video with her bodyguard team to showcase the kills of fierce beasts for the week. However, unexpectedly, a 4th-tier fierce beast suddenly charged out from the jungle. This caused her and her bodyguard team to scatter, but fortunately, the 4th-tier fierce beast did not come after her. That allowed her to escape by a stroke of luck. After that, she wanted to regroup with her bodyguard team. But unexpectedly, just after passing a cave, she was chased out by a 3rd-tier burrowing dragon that had been lurking inside. It is known that any fierce beast with a name related to dragon is notoriously vicious and extremely difficult to deal with. This burrowing dragon was no exception. Although it was only a lower 3rd-tier beast, its combat power was even stronger than that of an ordinary upper 3rd-tier fierce beast. More importantly, she was only a mid-2nd-tier ability user. Even if she took a blood-boosting pill, her strength would barely touch the lower 3rd-tier level. She simply couldn't defeat this burrowing dragon. Not only that, but she couldn't even escape. This meant she was almost in a situation of certain death. I can only hope that an ability user team will come to help me after seeing my distress signal. Jiang Chushuan placed her only hope of survival on the distress signal. However, she also knew that the chances of being rescued were slim. After all, there were very few adventurer teams brave enough to enter the Sourcewater Wilderness Mountain Forest area. Moreover, the distress signal would only appear within a 2-kilometer radius around her, making it unlikely for an adventurer team to discover it. Even if an adventurer team did notice the distress signal and came this way, facing a terrifying beast like the burrowing dragon would likely scare them off completely. Only a 3rd-tier elite ability user team like her bodyguard squad would dare to take action. If I had known, I wouldn't have rushed into the mountain forest area, Jiang Chushuan lamented. Her fan base on the video platform was growing rapidly. She had intended to seize the moment and film a series of videos showcasing her kills of 3rd-tier beasts to gain even more followers, which was why she had entered the mountain forest area. Unexpectedly, she now found herself in a situation where her very life was at stake. Roar! The roar of the burrowing dragon grew closer behind her. Originally leaping between the branches of the trees, Jiang Chushuan's expression changed when she spotted a patch of grassland ahead. The burrowing dragon was massive, and while it could weave through the forest, the dense trees slightly slowed its pace. But ahead lay an open grassland without any trees. If she continued forward, there would be nothing to obstruct the burrowing dragon, and it would soon catch up to her. At this moment, hesitating in place would only lead to a quicker death. So, Jiang Chushuan bit her red lip and leaped down from the tall trees. Ice seal. She landed lightly. Then, a bone-chilling cold erupted from her, freezing everything within a 50-meter radius into ice. Under the afternoon sunlight, it sparkled and shimmered. The B-grade combat skill Ice Seal could freeze everything within a certain range. Combined with her A-grade Ice-type ability Cold Ice Snow Soul, it created this effect. Hopefully, this can delay its pace a little, Jiang Chushuan thought, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she took long strides and began to flee again. Roar! However, just a few breaths later, the roar of the burrowing dragon echoed behind her once more. So fast? Jiang Chushuan instinctively turned back. She saw the burrowing dragon, resembling an armadillo but towering 3 to 4 stories high, charging out of the forest. Crack! The area she had just frozen posed no obstacle to the burrowing dragon at all. With a single charge, accompanied by a sound like shattering glass, the entire frozen area was smashed to pieces, ice shards flying everywhere. It's over, I can't escape. Jiang Chushuan's face turned pale with despair. But just then, a flash of lightning appeared. A tall figure holding a long spear suddenly appeared in front of the burrowing dragon. Is it him? Jiang Chushuan was momentarily stunned, recognizing him as the young man she had encountered a week ago. But his level was only 2nd-tier upper. Her expression changed slightly as she shouted, "Run! That's a 3rd-tier lower burrowing dragon. You can't defeat it." However, the young man in front seemed to have not heard her, still standing there. Hey! Why aren't you listening? Jiang Chushuan stomped her foot in frustration. If she died, that was one thing, but she didn't want to drag an innocent bystander down with her. Thus, a chill radiated from her, and her A-grade ability Cold Ice Snow Soul erupted completely as she rushed toward Su Jingming. At the same time, she flipped her right hand, and a 2nd-tier Blood Fury pill appeared in her palm. You go! I'll deal with it. Jiang Chushuan was about to take the Blood Fury pill and make her final stand. The figure ahead suddenly moved, surrounded by terrifying lightning, and with a grasp of his right hand in the air, a voice as majestic as a deity echoed, "Thunder Spear." Immediately, the blue-purple lightning swirling around him rapidly converged, forming a long spear of thunder. Then, with a dull sound of an explosion, the thunder spear was hurled with great force, striking precisely into the massive eyeball of the earth-digging dragon ahead.
It penetrated over a meter deep. Blood gushed forth. Roar, the earth-digging dragon let out a painful roar, flailing its forelimbs, trying to deal with this annoying human in front of it. However, in the next moment, the entire thunder spear embedded in its eyeball exploded. Boom! In an instant, with the flickering arcs of lightning, red and white, splattered everywhere. The headless corpse, now devoid of brain control, swayed and collapsed with a thunderous crash, dead beyond any doubt. Did the earth-digging dragon just get killed in an instant? Not far away, Jiang Chushuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the scene. She hadn't even swallowed the blood-boosting pill in her hand yet. This reversal came way too fast. Moreover, while the eyeball was one of the earth-digging dragon's weaknesses, very few ability users could actually attack it. On one hand, the earth-digging dragon would actively protect itself. On the other hand, the earth-digging dragon was agile, often dodging fatal attacks with a quick movement. However, the young man's thunder spear was as fast as lightning, leaving the earth-digging dragon no time to evade. So, the sound of the explosion I heard earlier wasn't an illusion? Jiang Chuxian fell a bit dazed. To create an explosion with bare hands, how much strength would that require? After several deep breaths, Jiang Chuxian finally calmed her emotions and walked towards the tall figure ahead with her long, curvy legs. No matter how the other party managed to do it, they had saved her, and she had to express her gratitude properly. Ding, you have killed a tier 3 lower earth-digging dragon, ability points plus 36. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Su Jingming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. As expected of a ferocious beast with the word dragon in its name, the ability points gained from killing it were higher than those from an ordinary tier 3 lower ferocious beast. Hello, thank you for saving me just now. At that moment, accompanied by a clear and pleasant voice of gratitude, Jiang Chuxian appeared in front of Su Jingming. It must be said that Jiang Chuxian truly deserved to be called a goddess. Her figure was curvaceous, and her fullness could rival that of most girls. Her long, rounded legs, wrapped in a black tight combat suit, appeared even more alluring. The delicate oval face bore a hint of pallor from surviving a crisis, yet it maximally stimulated a man's protective instincts. It was just a small effort, anyone else would have done the same. Su Jingming waved his hand. He only realized, after arriving nearby, that the one sending the distress signal was Jiang Chuxian. Of course, if it had been someone else, he would have lent a hand as well. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Chuxian shook her head, then extended her slender right hand, a charming smile appearing on her pretty face. I'm Jiang Chuxian. I can't repay you for saving my life, so if you need anything in the future, just let me know. She didn't promise any material reward because she knew that no material compensation could repay such a favor. Of course, if Su Jingming wanted, she would be willing to give everything she had. Su Jingming reached out and gently shook her hand, then felt a spark of inspiration. I wouldn't say it's a request, but it would be great if you could give me a signed photo of yourself. This was a perfect opportunity to get the signed photo that Zhang Hao had been longing for, saving him from having to bring it up every time they contacted each other. My signed photo? Jiang Chuxian was slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, Su Jingming's request was so simple, she thought there would be some outrageous demands. However, unfortunately, she did not have the habit of carrying her own photos. So she apologetically said, I don't have a photo on me. Can I give it to you when I return to the supply base? Jiang Chuxian felt a bit regretful. If she had known, she should have put a few photos in her spatial ring for backup. After all, they wouldn't take up much space. That's fine. Su Jingming wasn't in a hurry about it. After all, Zhang Hao hadn't been able to contact him recently either. Oh, you're also from Magic City Ability University? At that moment, Jiang Chuxian noticed the school emblem on Su Jingming's spear, and her eyes lit up. Su Jingming nodded in response, not denying it. I knew it. A regular second-tier upper-level ability user couldn't be this strong. Turns out you're a senior from my school. Hello, senior. I'm Jiang Chuxian. From Magic City Ability University, Elemental College, Ice System Class 2-3. Jiang Chuxian already had a good impression of Su Jingming, who had saved her. Now that she learned they were from the same school, her eyes brightened, and her tone became much friendlier. Senior? Su Jingming was slightly taken aback, quickly realizing that she mistook him for an upperclassman based on his level. Indeed, at Magic City Ability University, a regular student would have to be in their second or third year to reach the second-tier upper level. Su Jingming wanted to explain that he was just a freshman, but the admiration in Jiang Chuxuan's gaze towards him as a senior was too dazzling to bear, so he nodded. Hello, junior. Jiang Chuxian smiled brightly and praised, by the way, senior, your strength is really impressive. This earth-digging dragon, although only a third-tier lower-level beast, has combat power comparable to a third-tier upper-level ferocious beast. I didn't expect you to kill it so easily, you have no idea. Jiang Chuxuan's tone was filled with deep respect and admiration. Of course, this was quite normal. Although she was also a student at Magic City Ability University, she was just an ordinary student. Being able to kill a second-tier upper-level ferocious beast by crossing a small tier was almost her limit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought a bodyguard team into the wilderness area. Therefore, she always admired those talented individuals in school who had the ability to kill ferocious beasts across tiers, especially this senior in front of her, who had saved her life. On the other side, listening to this continuous stream of words without pause, Su Jingming could tell that Jiang Chuxian was the type of girl who appeared cold on the outside but was warm on the inside. Although she looked aloof, she was unexpectedly talkative with acquaintances. Through this series of conversations, Su Jingming also learned that Jiang Chuxian had gotten separated from her bodyguard team, which was why she was being chased by the earth-digging dragon. By the way, senior, where are you planning to go next? After chatting for a while, Jiang Chuxian asked again. I'm hunting ferocious beasts around here, Su Jingming replied. Then, can I temporarily join you? Jiang Chuxian blinked her clear big eyes and asked. Join me? Su Jingming frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before nodding. Alright, I'll take you to the city ruins and then you can head back on your own. With about 7 or 8 days left before school started, he planned to stay in this mountainous forest area. It was naturally impossible to bring a burden along, but he could at least escort her out of the mountainous forest area. After all, it would only take 1 or 2 hours. Being fellow alumni, he could help with this little favor. Thank you so much, senior. Jiang Chuxian smiled brightly, like 100 flowers blooming in stunning beauty. By the way, senior, do you want to check out the earth-digging dragon's cave? There might be some good stuff in there, otherwise, the digger dragon wouldn't have come out to chase me so directly when I just passed by, Jiang Chuxian suggested. This wasn't her first time entering the wilderness area for video footage. However, it was the first time she encountered such a situation, and she certainly didn't believe that there was nothing wrong with that cave. Oh, Su Jingming raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. Alright, let's go take a look. Indeed, places where powerful beasts reside might very well have rare flowers and herbs. During his time in the mountain forest, he had found some unique flora in the lairs of several formidable beasts. The digger dragon was no ordinary beast. There might be something valuable in its lair. So, Su Jingming first used his B-grade alloy dagger to cut off the valuable parts from the digger dragon. Then he followed Jiang Chuxian to the digger dragon's lair. By the way, senior, which academy are you from? Weapons Academy. I know the Weapons Academy. Your dean, Yang Zhentian, has a nickname called Yang the King of Hell, and he's quite fierce. That's my teacher. Sorry, I misspoke. Jiang Chuxian's video style online was characterized by a sharp, lethal strike. Coupled with her long silver hair and ice powers, she could indeed be described as a frost goddess of the mature type. But at this moment, Jiang Chuxian was acting just like a cute junior, chattering away beside Su Jingming. Su Jingming was used to his talkative roommate Lu Wintao, so he naturally didn't mind Jiang Chuxian's behavior. After all, compared to the rough Lu Wintao, she was a stunning beauty who was nearly perfect in every aspect. The two of them traversed through the jungle for 4 or 5 minutes. Soon, a cave about 3 or 4 stories high appeared in their line of sight. The cave was hidden behind dense weeds and shrubs, making it hard to spot without a close look. Senior, this is it, Jiang Chuxian said, her beautiful eyes lighting up, eager to try. Unfortunately, the cameraman wasn't there, otherwise they could have switched up the style and filmed an adventure video. Okay. Su Jingming nodded, gripping the 2-meter-long Dark Cloud Swift wind gun in his hand. At the same time, accompanied by a piercing thunderclap, the blue-purple Zhixiao Divine Thunder surged forth. Although the digger dragon had already been killed, no one knew if there was another one inside. It was better to be cautious. So, after using the Zhixiao Divine Thunder to form a protective net of lightning around them, he stepped into the cave. What a powerful thunder! Looking at the terrifying lightning just within reach, a hint of surprise appeared on Jiang Chuxian's delicate face. She had noticed that Su Jingming's lightning powers were somewhat extraordinary earlier. Now, upon closer observation, she realized that the energy fluctuations emitted by the thunder were even more terrifying than she had imagined. Even a casual spark of this lightning could probably kill me in an instant. But this senior is really low-key. I've never heard his name in school before. Jiang Chuxian marveled inwardly and decided to look up Su Jingming's information when she got back to see what kind of person he really was. As they delved deeper into the cave, the surroundings grew increasingly dim. Fortunately, Su Jingming's Zhixiao Divine Thunder illuminated the area. Tap, tap, tap. In the quiet cave, apart from the sound of thunder, only the footsteps of the two echoed. After passing through an area that smelled strongly of animal musk, a sudden fragrance wafted into their nostrils. This is the scent of rare flowers and herbs. Su Jingming's eyes brightened, and he hurried his pace. After walking over 10 meters, the originally narrow passage suddenly opened up. This is a vast underground cave, surrounded by the scattered skeletons of ferocious beasts that have been picked clean. At the far end, a simple nest has been laid out with animal skins, but no ferocious beasts are resting there. In the very center of the cave, there is a small pool of clear spring water. Surrounding the spring, various oddly shaped grasses and flowers are growing. Some exude a chill, while others are as hot as fire. The serene fragrance that Su Jingming smells comes from this very spot. B-grade Qingling grass, A-grade flame flower, C-grade hypnotic grass. Before entering the wilderness area, Su Jingming had crammed a lot of knowledge about strange flowers and herbs. Now, under the radiance of the purple cloud divine thunder, he easily recognizes the names of more than a dozen peculiar flowers and herbs. He also discovers that their levels are all above C grade. So many rare and peculiar flowers and herbs, how did they all come to exist here? Overjoyed, Su Jingming naturally notices the spring water in the center. Could this spring water be special? Just as he is puzzled, Jiang Chuxian exclaims beside him, could this be S-grade Earth Spirit Spring? What is Earth Spirit Spring? Su Jingming is momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Back in school, he had read quite a bit about strange flowers and herbs. However, he wasn't too familiar with other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Of course, even without knowing the name, an S-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure is enough to indicate its value. Earth Spirit Spring is the liquid that condenses the essence of the earth, and for low-level ability users below the 4th rank, it is a holy medicine for healing. As long as they are still breathing, it can almost bring them back to life. For high-level ability users above the 4th rank, its effects may be somewhat weaker, but it still has a strong healing effect. That's why it is rated as an S-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure, which is extremely rare. Jiang Chuxian strides over with her long legs to the side of the spring. She then kneels down, her silver hair cascading down. The fullness in front of her is exaggeratedly shaped by her knees. However, she pays no mind, focusing intently as she reaches out her delicate hand to gently pluck the closest peculiar flower and herb from the spring. This peculiar flower and herb resembles rice seedlings, with its roots, stained with fresh soil, being very moist. The Earth Spirit Spring nourishes the nearby flowers and grasses, transforming them into peculiar flowers and herbs. Correspondingly, these peculiar flowers and herbs will also absorb the essence of the Earth Spirit Spring. This B-grade Qingling grass should be emitting a faint aroma of glutinous rice. Yet now, it exudes a refreshing fragrance similar to that of the spring water. It seems this is indeed the Earth Spirit Spring. Bringing the roots of this peculiar flower and herb close to her nose, Jiang Chuxian's beautiful eyes slightly brighten as she inhales the fragrance. This series of remarks prompt Su Jingming, who is standing nearby, to give a thumbs up and praise her. Impressive. I didn't expect you to have such in-depth research on heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This is his heartfelt compliment. Although Jiang Chuxian has only recognized the characteristics and origins of this spring water, the knowledge required behind it is quite formidable. Otherwise, back in school, he wouldn't have merely skimmed through books on strange flowers and herbs. Of course, I passed the 2nd grade pharmacist certification in school. Jiang Chuxian stands up, puffing out her chest proudly like a little rooster. The 2nd grade pharmacist certification is something that very few students at the entire Magic City Ability University can achieve. After graduation, just this certification alone would make her a target for various forces and guilds. But speaking of which, this small pool of Earth Spirit Spring can at least prepare 5 portions of S-grade healing spring liquid. Jiang Chuxian's eyes slightly shine. S-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures can hardly be measured in monetary value. And the Earth Spirit Spring here, which can prepare 5 portions of healing medicine, is truly a priceless treasure. Although these Earth Spirit Springs are quite valuable, Jiang Chuxian did not feel any greed because of it. Instead, she looked at Su Jingming with a smile on her pretty face and said softly, "Senior, then these Earth Spirit Springs will all belong to you." Su Jingming was her lifesaver, so naturally, she wanted to prioritize him when it came to good things. "I'll take 4, and you take 1. Also, the rare flowers and herbs here will be split evenly." Su Jingming was not pretentious and directly made the allocation. Earth Spirit Springs, being S-grade heavenly materials and treasures, are never too many for anyone. However, it was Jiang Chuxian who brought him here to discover them. Moreover, without her, he wouldn't have recognized that this was an Earth Spirit Spring. Giving her a share was only right. Then thank you, Senior. Jiang Chuxian felt no discomfort with such an unfair distribution. On the contrary, she was delighted that Su Jingming could share a portion with her. This reaction made Su Jingming nod inwardly. Her character was already better than most girls. After all, the vast majority of girls had turned and run away when he had actively confronted the digging land dragon earlier. They would never have done what Jiang Chuxian did, holding a bloodburst pill and wanting to fight alongside him. At this moment, the distribution of the Earth Spirit Springs also showed her high emotional intelligence. It's best to store the Earth Spirit Springs in jade bottles, otherwise, their spiritual essence can easily dissipate. Fortunately, I bought a batch of beautiful jade bottles earlier, or I really wouldn't know what to do with them. On Jiang Chuxian's delicate, white fingers was a space ring. The ring emitted a faint glow, and soon 5 jade bottles, slightly smaller than mineral water bottles, appeared out of thin air. "Senior, let's do it together." Just as Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian each took a jade bottle and were about to fill it with the Earth Spirit Spring, a commotion of voices and footsteps suddenly approached from the cave entrance. "Captain, I'm not saying this cave has anything good. Hee, that's not certain. From the droppings we saw earlier, this should be the nest of a 3rd-tier digging land dragon." "Oh, is that so? A dragon beast's nest might indeed have some good stuff.
Accompanied by laughter, a group of 5 people with military searchlights entered Su Jingming and Jiang Chushuan's line of sight. This group consisted of both men and women. Leading them was a tall middle-aged man with a sword and shield, exuding an aura of at least third-tier strength. This group was Jiang Chushuan's original bodyguard team. Phew, it's you, Team Wang. You scared me. Seeing familiar faces, Jiang Chushuan appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, but her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If this elite third-tier ability user team discovered the S-grade Earth Spirit Springs, even if they were her bodyguards, things could become exceptionally troublesome. Although she was worried, Jiang Chushuan did not show any signs of abnormality on the surface and waved to Su Jingming beside her, saying, "Senior, it's fine, they are all our people." Team Wang, upon seeing Jiang Chushuan, was slightly taken aback. However, he quickly reacted and immediately put on a smile. "Miss Jiang, we were just looking for you everywhere. We didn't expect to find you here." As he spoke, he quickly scanned the entire cave and soon noticed the pool of spring water and the more than 10 rare flowers and herbs. His eyes narrowed and he asked, "But Miss Jiang, what are you doing here?" "It's nothing, I just ran into a senior from the same school on the way and accidentally entered this cave. By the way, these rare flowers and herbs are of pretty good quality. Let's share them since we all found them." Jiang Chushuan explained with a smile, actively inviting them to share the rare flowers and herbs. Her tone sounded very calm, showing no signs of panic. However, only she knew how she felt facing such a powerful group of third-tier ability users. If even the slightest mistake is exposed, it will lead to disaster. As a third-tier upper-level ability user, Team Leader 1 was no stranger to the wilderness. He and his team had engaged in activities like killing and looting before. Of course, this was only under the condition of sufficient profit. Moreover, with his extensive experience, he had naturally discovered that these rare flowers and herbs were at most grade A. Just grade A rare flowers and herbs weren't worth falling out with Jiang Chushuan, the video blogger with millions of fans. After all, if the other party went missing under his protection, not to mention the investigation by the Public Security Bureau dealing with Jiang Chushuan's fervent fans would be quite troublesome. So he maintained a smile on his face and nodded. "Oh, is that so? Then thank you, Miss Jiang." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chushuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had managed to bluff her way through. However, at that moment, a tall, thin man behind Team Leader Wang suddenly spoke up. "Captain, something seems off. That pool of spring water in the middle looks a bit like the S-grade healing elixir Earth Spirit Spring, but..." "Oh?" Team Leader Wang raised an eyebrow. This tall, thin man was a member of their team with supportive abilities. He had considerable knowledge in identifying rare flowers and herbs as well as heavenly materials. If he said it was the S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, then it was basically confirmed. His eyes narrowed slightly, a half-smile forming as he looked at Jiang Chushuan. "Miss Jiang, it seems you all are not being very honest." "Miss Jiang, it seems you all are not being very honest." Team Leader Wan's voice echoed in the cave, and the remaining team members looked over with unfriendly expressions. The tall, thin man who had spoken earlier quickly stepped over to the spring. After a brief inspection, he exclaimed with joy, "Captain, this is indeed the S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, and there's enough for 5 people." Oh no! They had been discovered. The S-grade heavenly materials were incredibly valuable, even to top-tier forces. This group of third-tier ability users would never share the S-grade Earth Spirit Spring with Jiang Chushuan and her senior, who were both second-tier. If things went poorly and they angered the other party, whether they could leave here alive would be a question. Realizing this, Jiang Chushuan abandoned her last shred of hope. Taking a deep breath, she slowly spoke. "Since you all have seen through it, then the Earth Spirit Spring and the rare flowers and herbs will belong to you. We won't take anything. Senior, let's go." After saying this, Jiang Chushuan reached out to pull her sidekick Su Jingming. However, she found that Su Jingming stood rooted to the spot like a nail, unable to be moved. "Senior, Team Leader Wang and the others are all peak third-tier ability users. We can't compete with them." Jiang Chushuan became anxious and hurriedly said. Her bodyguard team was an elite third-tier squad, with both the captain and vice-captain being peak third-tier experts. The remaining 3 members were all at least mid-third tier. Such a team was incredibly powerful, capable of holding their own even against slightly weaker 4th-tier beasts. Although Su Jingming could easily defeat a lower 3rd-tier Digger Dragon, the disparity in strength against such a team was still too great. "Junior, they're just peak 3rd-tier ability users. I don't think I'm any worse than them." Crackling, accompanied by a sound like 1,000 birds chirping, the previously restrained purple cloud divine thunder around Su Jingming suddenly surged with lightning. At the same time, an unprecedented coldness shone in his distinctly black and white eyes. "Moreover, even if we give them all the heavenly materials, they won't let us go." From the moment the S-grade Earth Spirit Spring was exposed, the final outcome for both sides was already determined. "Ha, you may be arrogant in tone, but you guessed correctly." The leading team leader Wang's eyes glinted coldly. Jiang Chushuan is a major influencer with millions of fans. If she goes back and casually posts a video portraying herself as a victim, this group of people will have no way to survive in the country. They might even face investigation from the Security Bureau. If that's the case, it would be better to silence her here.
The remaining team members clearly understood this, spreading out to block the entire cave exit. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chushuan's expression changed drastically. The worst-case scenario had indeed occurred.
Senior, there's no way out.
Take the blood fury pill and get ready to fight to the death, Jiang Chushuan said softly, a hint of determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. Then, a dark red pill appeared at her fingertips, which she swallowed directly. Boom! A sickly flush appeared on Jiang Chushuan's delicate face, and the powerful aura of a third-tier ability user erupted from her. At the same time, a bone-chilling cold spread from her, causing the temperature in the entire cave to plummet sharply.
In the blink of an eye, it dropped to over 10 degrees below zero. Ice crystals formed on the cave ceiling, and even the small pool of Earth Spirit Spring was covered with a thin layer of ice. Leave Jiang Chushuan to me. Zhou Chong, you go take care of her old partner first. The rest of you, just guard the cave entrance. Understood. A team member carrying a long knife approached Su Jingming with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Meanwhile, team leader Wang himself stepped closer to Jiang Chushuan. The others stood at the exit, smiling as they prepared to watch the show. Miss Jiang,
I'm sorry, but you have to leave your life here today. A cold smile appeared on Wang's face, and two sharp fangs grew from his mouth. At the same time, his muscles bulged, and grayish-yellow fur sprouted from his exposed skin. On his forehead, the hair faintly formed the shape of the character Wang, a C-class beast-type ability, saber-toothed tiger. The beastification form significantly enhances his physical strength in all aspects. Just relying on this beastification form, he didn't know how many ferocious beasts and human ability users he had killed. Captain, take it easy, don't kill her in one blow. At the cave entrance, a male team member looked at Jiang Chushuan's graceful figure, his gaze burning. Don't worry, I won't kill her directly. Wang licked his lips.
Not far away, Jiang Chushuan couldn't help but show a look of despair upon witnessing this scene. The other
side was so cautious, not only assigning team members to deal with her and her senior separately but also having the rest guard the exit. Now, no matter how she tried to break out, there was no escape. If I had known, I shouldn't have brought my senior here, otherwise, he wouldn't have been dragged down to die with me.
Jiang Chushuan felt regret in her heart.
However, at that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the side, followed
by a piercing scream. Zhou Chong, what's wrong with you?
You made such a fuss dealing with a second-tier ability user. Wang frowned and turned his head, but before he could finish his sentence, his pupils constricted. Not far ahead, Su Jingming's spear pierced through Zhou Chang's heart, lifting him into the air with a powerful impact. Zzz, the terrifying thunder that surged through the spear charred Zhou Chang's chest along with his battle suit. Captain. Zhou Chong struggled to utter two words, then his head drooped weakly, completely losing his life force. Su Jingming then swiftly retracted his spear, pulling it out from the corpse. With a splatter, blood gushed out from the aorta. The body, losing its support, fell heavily to the ground like a broken doll. It seems your team members aren't that strong after all. Su Jingming's dark cloud swift gun trembled slightly in his hand, immediately emitting a buzzing sound. Coupled with the terrifying thunder that flickered around him, a powerful aura swept across the scene. Old Zhou is dead?
Su Jingming's kill happened in the blink of an eye.
By the time the remaining team members reacted, Zhou Chong was already dead beyond recovery. One by one, they glared at Su Jingming with anger. However, based on the team's good discipline, they did not disregard the captain's orders and leave their positions. That guy Zhou Chong may only be mid-level third tier, but he's not someone who can be easily killed by just anyone. So, you are the most troublesome one. Team leader Wang took a deep breath, his gaze turning extremely dangerous. He then abandoned Jiang Chushuan, his figure flashing as he charged in front of Su Jingming, his face twisted in rage as he swung his blade. In that case, let you accompany old Zhou to the grave. Tiger roar slash. Roar, accompanied by a low, rumbling tiger roar, a massive blade with overwhelming pressure slashed toward Su Jingming as if it were tearing through the air. However, Su Jingming remained completely unfazed. With thunder surging beneath his feet, he directly used Thunder Flash to dodge to the side. Bang! The blade struck the stone wall, creating a massive pit over 3 meters in diameter. Fragments of stone continuously fell. Seeing this, Su Jingming couldn't help but frown. Just from the intensity of the attack, this peak third-tier captain was indeed much stronger than him. However, with Thunder Flash, although escaping was somewhat troublesome, it was still possible, and he could even take Jiang Chushuan along without any issue. It's a pity that I want all this S-rank Earth Spirit Spring and these exotic flowers and herbs. Su Jingming took a deep breath, and then a slight smirk appeared on his resolute and handsome face. In that case, I can only wipe you all out. Thunder Extreme State. Boom! In the astonished gazes of team leader Wang and the others, countless blue-purple thunders erupted around Su Jingming. Crackle, the entire cave instantly transformed into a small thunderstorm area filled with flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Blue-purple lightning, carrying a vast primal aura, continuously struck down, sending dirt flying. What terrified team leader Wang and the others even more was that Su Jingming's aura at the center of the thunderstorm was continuously rising, and his height was also increasing. 1 meter 90, 1 meter 95, 2 meters 5. Bang!
The upper half of Su Jingming's battlesuit exploded, revealing a bare upper body. That looked like a work of art. Muscles bulged, exuding a sense of violent beauty. At the same time, Su Jingming's sharply contrasting cold eyes suddenly flipped. They transformed into a pair of dragon-like vertical pupils, swirling with blue lightning and filled with a brutal aura. Ultimately, what appeared before team leader Wang and the others was a terrifying figure over 2 meters tall, surrounded by blue-purple lightning, exuding an aura of a supreme dragon-like beast. What kind of monster is this? Looking at Su Jingming's towering figure, team leader Wang swallowed hard. The third level of the S-rank body refinement combat skill Indestructible Thunder Body added the Thunder Extreme state. It could maximize the enhancement of the physique while also triggering the ferocious beast's blood essence absorbed during the foundational shaping. To a certain extent, it granted some abilities characteristic of that Thunder-type ferocious beast. For example, his senior brother Lu Ming absorbed the blood essence of a mid-level 7th-tier ferocious beast, the Thunder Giant Wolf. When activating the Thunder Extreme state, he would gain the Thunder Giant Wolf's swift agility and powerful perception abilities. Su Jingming, on the other hand, absorbed the blood essence from a mid-level 8th-tier Thunder Tyrannosaurus, and the absorption efficiency reached an astonishing 98%. Therefore, after entering the Thunder Extreme state, Su Jingming's body exhibited dragon-like characteristics. This feeling filled with power is just amazing. Su Jingming could feel the overwhelming energy surging within him, and a kind of emotion called brutality. However, it was different from the uncontrollable brutality he experienced when he first shaped the indestructible Thunder Body. Su Jingming's consciousness was still quite clear. This was merely an emotional influence. Indeed, increasing my strength weakens the impact of the Thunder Tyrant on me, Su Jingming thought to himself. He could feel that his physique had become more than 3 or 4 times stronger than before. Moreover, after activating the Thunder Extreme state, his control over his Purple Sky Divine Thunder ability had reached its peak. So, with just a point of his finger, a blue-purple lightning bolt struck down at the cave's exit. Boom! The spot hit by the lightning instantly shattered, debris falling and completely blocking the exit. Just a trick, merely activating a special state. At this moment, team leader Wang also reacted to Su Jingming's fierce aura, his expression turning grim as he raised his blade to use his combat technique again. However, at that moment, Su Jingming moved. His speed was so fast that even team leader Wang could only catch a glimpse of an afterimage. His expression changed drastically. Not good. He instinctively raised his left hand shield to protect himself. Block! The round shield successfully blocked Su Jingming's spear, which came at him like a phantom, producing a thunderous sound. But before he could feel relieved, he sensed a tremendous force coming from the shield. This force was something he could not withstand. The alloy shield, originally meant for protection, seemed to act like a weapon, smashing towards him. Bang! Under this immense force, he was sent flying back as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding truck. He only stopped after crashing into the cave wall, creating a deep pit in the hard rock. Cracks, resembling a spider web, rapidly spread from him to cover the entire wall. No wonder he's an experienced veteran. His reaction speed is indeed quick. Surrounded by thunder, Su Jingming slowly retracted his spear, a faint smile on his face. This was the instinctive reaction honed by seasoned ability users in life and death situations. If it were an ordinary third-tier ability user, they wouldn't have reacted in time and would have been killed by a single spear thrust. But taking advantage of your weakness, Thunder Flash. With a flash of lightning, Su Jingming appeared directly in front of the pit he had created. Seeking death. Flame Demon Claw. The remaining 3 team members were not just watching. Another third-tier deputy captain with a sea-level fire elemental ability narrowed his eyes. A massive fiery hand coalesced, sending waves of heat crashing towards Su Jingming. However, Su Jingming seemed oblivious. He reached out with his left hand, as if grabbing a chick, and pulled team leader Wang out from the wall. It was at this moment that the fiery hand arrived. Crackle! Su Jingming didn't even turn around. The lightning net formed by the purple sky divine thunder intercepted the fiery hand entirely. Bang! The fiery hand merely created a wave of heat around Su Jingming before being engulfed by endless thunder. My flame demon hand! How is this possible? The deputy captain was shocked. The flame demon hand was his proudest B-level combat technique, reaching a high level of proficiency after decades of practice. Yet, it couldn't even break through the opponent's lightning net? What kind of monster was this? At this moment, team leader Wang, who had been pulled from the wall by Su Jingming, was also bloodied and begging for mercy. No, don't kill me. I'll give you the Earth Spirit Spring, and I have over 100 million in personal savings to give you. The power that could crush E-level alloys seemed so powerless under Su Jingming's iron claw-like grip. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Su Jingming's dragon-like vertical pupils filled with blue-purple lightning held not a trace of emotion. He then exerted a slight force with his left hand, and with a pop, team leader Wang's head exploded completely. Bright red blood splattered everywhere, and the rich smell of blood immediately filled the air. Demon! The remaining 3 team members were also pale with fear. The vice captain, who possessed fire abilities, trembled so much that he could barely stand.
The brutal pressure from the top dragon-type beast, along with the visual shock of their captain being shot in the head, had completely shattered his psychological defenses. Is this a dream? Beside him, Jiang Chushen, who had lost all hope, stared wide-eyed. She looked incredulously at Su Jingming, who stood there like a thunder god. She had hired this team to enter the wilderness area, spending 6 million daxia coins. Each time, each team member was a powerful figure capable of holding their own in the outside world. Especially their captain, Wang Chuan, at the peak of the third tier, who could almost be considered invincible at that level. Yet, at this moment he had been effortlessly shot in the head by Su Jingming, and Su Jingming's true level was only that of a second tier upper.
This is too exaggerated, Jiang Chushen couldn't help but murmur.
Having studied at the Demon City Ability University for over a year, she had never heard of any student achieving such results. She could also clearly see that Su Jingming had entered a special state, but this special state was terrifyingly strong. Additionally, the blue-purple thunderous aura surrounding Su Jingming exuded a uniquely frightening presence. Stronger than A-level abilities. Could it be S-level? Jiang Chushen thought of a possibility, her breath quickening, her heaving chest rising and falling. If it was S-level abilities, then everything would make sense. Demon? Compared to you bunch of scum who kill and loot, I seem more human, don't I? Looking at the vice-captain's terrified expression, Su Jingming shook his head. These people were used to controlling the lives and deaths of others, but when it came to their own lives being controlled by someone else, their reactions were even more pathetic than ordinary people. Like tossing away garbage, Su Jingming casually discarded the headless corpse of the captain to the side. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his resolute face. Next, it's your turn. Among the remaining 3 team members, aside from the vice-captain with fire abilities being a third-tier upper, the tall, thin man possessed healing abilities and had little combat power. The remaining woman, like their captain, had beast-type abilities. Together, the 3 had considerable combat strength. However, against Su Jingming, who had activated Thunder Extreme State, even if all 3 took Blood Fury pills simultaneously, they would still be utterly crushed. More than 10 minutes later, the Dark Cloud Gale Gun was pulled from the last woman's body. Bang! The woman, her face still showing fear, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The last one. Su Jingming's blue-purple vertical pupils, devoid of any emotion, scanned the surroundings. Compared to 10 minutes ago, there were now 5 more corpses in the cave. Each had died in different ways. Some had their heads crushed, others pierced through the heart by the long gun. Some were charred from lightning. More than a month ago, Su Jingming had only severely injured Zhao Chunlin, who was later dealt with by the senior supervisor Zhao Yi. Thus, this was his true first kill, and he had killed 5 people in one go. Before this, Su Jingming thought killing would make him feel uncomfortable. However, in reality, after consecutively killing 5 people, he felt not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. They all deserved to die. Killing them is no loss. Su Jingming's resolute face showed no change in expression. He swung his spear, shaking off the blood that had stained it. His elevated body slowly returned to its original height of 1.89 meters, and the dragon-like vertical pupils filled with lightning gradually reverted to their normal state. The thunder that had surrounded him also vanished into the air. The Thunder Extreme State is indeed useful, but it consumes quite a bit of energy, Su Jingming said, a hint of fatigue appearing on his face. After just over 10 minutes of using the Thunder Extreme State, he felt more exhausted than after battling ferocious beasts for 2 or 3 hours. Of course, the boost in combat power from activating the Thunder Extreme State was worth it. Senior, are you okay? At that moment, Jiang Chushen approached with her long legs. During the earlier battle, she had also been using her ice abilities to assist Su Jingming in attacking after swallowing a Blood Fury pill. She even took the opportunity, while the vice-captain and another were held back by Su Jingming, to use a sword formed from ice to personally kill the auxiliary ability user who was not very strong in combat. In fact, as a popular blogger with millions of fans who made videos of killing ferocious beasts, this was also her first time killing someone. Moreover, her first kill was in such a bloody scene. On the ground, bodies lay strewn about, blood flowed freely, and it could easily serve as a filming location for some restricted horror movie. If it were an ordinary girl suddenly faced with such a scene, she would probably have vomited more than 3 or 4 times by now. However, although Jiang Chushuan's pretty face turned slightly pale, she did not vomit. Instead, she looked concerned and asked, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Su waved his hand. "Let's collect the Earth Spirit Spring and the rare flowers and herbs first, then we can rest for a while." Jiang Chushen nodded, taking out a jade bottle from her spatial ring, and together with Su Jingming, they approached the spring. Fortunately, the Earth Spirit Spring hasn't been contaminated by the blood. Su Jingming sighed in relief as he looked at the clear spring water surrounded by rare flowers and herbs. As an S-grade heavenly material, the Earth Spirit Spring was extremely precious. If it were to be contaminated by impurities like blood, it couldn't even be purified, and its medicinal effects would be greatly reduced. That was why Su Jingming had deliberately avoided this spring during the battle. Although the Earth Spirit Spring was unharmed, many of the surrounding rare flowers and herbs had suffered. However, comparatively speaking, the rare flowers and herbs were not as precious as the Earth Spirit Spring. Even if some were trampled, they could still be used. There was a good amount of Earth Spirit Spring, and Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian filled 5.5 small jade bottles before they had scooped it all out. A small pit appeared on the ground as a result. Maybe in a few decades, this place will condense some more Earth Spirit Spring. We could come back again then, Su Jingming said, with a smile. He then handed one of the filled bottles and the half-filled jade bottle to Jiang Chuxian, saying, "This is for you." Jiang Chuxian was surprised that the extra half bottle could also be given to her, and she exclaimed in delight, "Thank you, senior." However, just as she was about to reach out to take it, the effect of the blood fury pill suddenly wore off and she felt weak all over. With a soft cry, she fell to the ground. During the earlier battle, the vice-captain, who wielded fire abilities, had also cast a flame demon hand at Jiang Chuxian. Although most of the flames were blocked by the lightning net formed by Su Jingming's purple sky, divine thunder, a small portion still burned her. Despite her timely use of ice abilities to extinguish it, her battlesuit was still somewhat damaged, causing some exposure at her chest and thigh. Now, sitting on the ground, her tattered battlesuit seemed unable to cover her. Jiang Chuxian naturally noticed this, and her pretty face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. Due to the side effects of the blood burst pill, she felt weak all over and couldn't use her mental energy. Naturally, she couldn't take out any spare clothes from her spatial ring. Just as she felt embarrassed and shy about it, Su Jingming's deep voice came from the side. "The side effects of the blood burst pill are quite strong. I'll take you to rest nearby." After saying that, a black men's t-shirt was draped over her sensitive areas. Then, Su Jingming picked her up in a princess carry and walked towards a clean spot. Su Jingming's upper body battlesuit had already exploded when he used the Thunder Extreme state earlier. Thus, as Jiang Chuxian was held in his arms, she could clearly see the well-defined muscle curves up close. Coupled with Su Jingming's strong masculine aura, it made Jiang Chuxian, a girl experiencing such close contact with a male for the first time, feel her already slightly flushed face turn as red as an apple. At the same time, she could feel her heart racing, a sensation she had never experienced before spreading through her chest. In this mix of complex emotions, Jiang Chuxian was gently leaned against the cave wall and placed on the soft beast skin nest originally belonging to the digging earth dragon. "You rest here for a while, I'll go collect the remaining exotic flowers and herbs." It wasn't until Su Jingming turned to leave that Jiang Chuxian snapped back to reality from her myriad of emotions. She glanced at the black short-sleeved shirt draped over her and a hint of joy she hadn't even noticed welled up in her heart. "Senior, you really are gentle. Speaking of which, Senior is still my fan." With this thought, a trace of unrecognized delight surged in Jiang Chuxian's heart. After spending a few minutes, Su Jingming finished collecting all the exotic flowers and herbs. In the cave, he also found a spatial ring on the captain's corpse. Although it bore the captain's mental imprint, the owner was already dead. Under Su Jingming's powerful mental force impact, the detached mental imprint was directly shattered. After leaving his own mental imprint, a space of about 1 cubic meter appeared in his perception. Inside this space, most of the items were potions and pills. There were also some battle skill manuals, cash, exotic flowers and herbs, and rare beast materials. Aside from that, there was nothing else. The battle skills are only sea level. This third-tier elite team doesn't have anything valuable. Su Jingming shook his head. Of course, he also knew that most of these ability users' savings were kept in banks. Without a password, that money couldn't be withdrawn. Forget it, let those banks benefit, consider it a contribution to the country. Su Jingming put the newly acquired spatial ring on his left hand. The most valuable item on this third-tier elite team was probably this spatial ring worth over 50 million. I wonder if these two 1 cubic meter spatial rings can be exchanged for a 2 cubic meter one. Otherwise, carrying a more than 2 meter long spear everywhere is quite troublesome. He stroked his chin and then turned to Jiang Chuxian. The blood burst pill is a desperate pill that ability users take at critical moments, allowing them to significantly enhance their strength. However, correspondingly, the side effects are also quite strong. The weak state of feeling powerless would almost last for 1 or 2 months before disappearing. At this moment, Jiang Chuxian was in such a state, feeling weak all over, her pretty face pale. Seeing Su Jingming approach, Jiang Chuxian forced a smile, her voice seeming to lack strength. "Senior, the Earth Spirit Spring can alleviate the weakness caused by the blood burst pill. You can feed me some, just a small sip will do." "Oh?" Su Jingming's eyes lit up. He then took out the small half bottle of Earth Spirit Spring and brought it to Jiang Chuxian's red lips, helping her to drink it. Just a small sip, and Jiang Chuxian's complexion visibly became rosy. I feel much better." After being nourished, Jiang Chuxian let out a long breath, but to fully recover, I'm afraid it will take another 3 to 4 hours. Although the Earth Spirit Spring is an S-grade healing elixir that can almost instantly heal some injuries, the side effects of the blood fury pill are not limited to the physical body. It can be said that even the mental state is in a sluggish condition. Even after taking the Earth Spirit Spring, she would still need to wait 3 to 4 hours before being able to move freely. Of course, compared to the original 2-month weakness period caused by the blood fury pill, this was already quite good.
This is the first time I've known that the side effects of the blood fury pill can be alleviated. Su Jingming chuckled upon hearing this. He raised his right hand and glanced at the time on the smartwatch on his wrist. He realized that Jiang Chuxian had sent the distress signal just after 5 in the afternoon. After experiencing this series of events, the current time was 6:23 in the evening. 3 to 4 hours later, that is, around 9 or 10 at night. By then, it will be dark and not suitable for long-distance travel. Forget it, let's just rest in this cave tonight. It's also safer this way. After entering the Thunder Extreme state, Su Jingming felt somewhat weak. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to go out hunting fierce beasts and would wait until tomorrow to fully recover. However, this cave does need a bit of cleaning up. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened, and he pointed to the ground with his right hand. Thunder Prison. Crackling, the purple sky thunder, infused with the essence of the vast source, surged forth, forming a thunderous prison ahead. However, this time it was not used to imprison enemies but to clean the area. As the thunder spread, the 5 corpses on the ground were instantly reduced to ashes. This is much better. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a faint roar of a fierce beast came from the direction of the beast skin nest. A fierce beast? Su Jingming's expression changed slightly, and a flash of lightning brought him directly to the side of the beast skin nest. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a nest of burrowing dragon cubs in the center of the nest. Several of the cubs were fast asleep, with only one seeming to have just woken up, whimpering softly. No wonder that burrowing dragon chased us out. It turns out it has cubs, Jiang Chuxian said in realization. A nest of fierce beast cubs has 7 or 8 of them. Once they grow up, who knows how many human ability users they will harm. The reproductive capacity of fierce beasts is terrifying. Su Jingming shook his head. Fierce beasts are inherently brutal, and even fierce beast cubs are mostly untrainable. Perhaps some smaller and cuter fierce beast cubs could be kept as pets by powerful ability users, but this nest of burrowing dragons, with their ugly appearance, had no practical value at all. Thus, amidst the surging thunder, the terrifying purple sky thunder devoured all the burrowing dragon cubs. Perhaps due to their low rank, killing this nest of fierce beast cubs did not grant Su Jingming any ability points. Get ready to rest. Tomorrow I'll take you out of the mountain forest area. After saying this to Jiang Chuxian, Su Jingming immediately sat down on the ground. At this moment, his abilities were almost drained, making it the best time to practice his ability training methods. Soon, he entered a meditative state, continuously absorbing the elemental energy from the air to strengthen himself. After the fierce battle, Jiang Chuxian was also exhausted and leaned against the wall. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at 7:21 in the morning, hidden at the cave entrance in the dense jungle, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian walked out one after the other. The air in the mountains is indeed better. If there were no fierce beasts, I could stay here for a month. Jiang Chuxian lazily stretched, and under the morning sunlight, her stunning profile appeared even more translucent like jade. At this moment, she had already regained her vitality and changed into a brand new silver-white battle suit. Beside her, Su Jingming smiled slightly. Due to the emergence of fierce beasts, there were almost no mountains or forests within the human activity range. Such a tranquil and elegant jungle could only be seen in the wilderness area. Let's go, I'll take you to the edge of the forest. Su Jingming, carrying a tactical backpack and gripping the dark cloud gale gun in his hand, set off towards the direction of the city ruins after confirming the location with his smartwatch. Okay, senior. Jiang Chuxian giggled and followed him. The two of them quickly dashed through the jungle, one in front and the other behind. Along the way, Su Jingming also took down a few third-tier fierce beasts. An hour later, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian were still racing along the path. Suddenly, Su Jingming felt a faint tremor behind him, as if a large fierce beast was charging. He turned around and saw a towering tiger, at least 2 stories high and engulfed in flames, leaping out of the jungle. 5th-tier flame tiger. Su Jingming was taken aback, not having time to react. This 5th-tier flame tiger seemed to ignore them entirely, rushing past like a massive fireball, accompanied by a wave of heat. Did it not notice us? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. The flesh of human ability users was incredibly delicious. To fierce beasts, this 5th-tier beast couldn't possibly have overlooked the two of them. Senior, that fierce beast looks like it's fleeing for its life? Jiang Chuxian pondered. Fleeing for its life? Su Jingming frowned slightly. A 5th-tier fierce beast was considered a top predator in the entire source water wilderness area. What kind of beast could make it run for its life? Chirp chirp chirp. Just as he was thinking, a dense chorus of cries erupted, and a swarm of fierce beasts surged out of the dense forest like a tide. These beasts resembled rats but were over 40 centimeters long, each exuding a first-tier aura. They formed a tide of beasts. It's a rat tide. Su Jingming's expression changed drastically. The iron-eating rat was an extremely weak type of fierce beast, generally at the first tier. Its combat power was not very strong, and even an ordinary person could kill it. However, once the iron-eating rats formed a large-scale tide, even a 6th-tier powerhouse could easily fall if surrounded. No wonder even that 5th-tier beast is fleeing. Su Jingming couldn't care about anything else and pulled Jiang Chuxian to start running. In the jungle, the densely packed iron-eating rats surged like a wave. Logically, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian, one at the second-tier upper level and the other at the second-tier middle level, should be able to outrun these first-tier iron-eating rats without much worry. However, upon discovering the rat tide, Su Jingming's face changed drastically and he immediately began to flee with Jiang Chuxian. On one hand, the iron-eating rats were small and had strong endurance, capable of maintaining full-speed running for 5 to 6 hours without stopping. Su Jingming's instantaneous speed was around 63 meters per second, but he could only maintain that for a little over 10 minutes before it would drop to 45 meters per second. The longer he ran, the slower he would become. After 2 or 3 hours of continuous running, his speed might drop to 36 meters per second. It could even be lower. Meanwhile, the iron-eating rats maintained a constant speed of 30 meters per second, meaning the longer it went on, the more likely they would be caught. On the other hand, Su Jingming had no idea how large this rat tide was. If a rat tide also erupted in the city ruins area, running slowly could easily lead to being surrounded and trapped in a deadly situation. Su Jingming couldn't take that risk. Therefore, he could only escape the wilderness area as fast as he could. The materials from the ferocious beasts and the dark cloud sphere are too heavy, they must be discarded. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened as he prepared to throw away his tactical backpack and spear. However, Jiang Chuxian, who was accompanying him, quickly said, "Senior, my space ring is large enough, let me hold them." She extended her delicate hand, and with a gentle touch, the tactical backpack and spear vanished into thin air. Su Jingming immediately felt much lighter. Running while carrying this is too slow, it's more convenient to carry you directly. Without waiting for Jiang Chuxian's response, he lifted her onto his back. One couldn't deny that Jiang Chuxian had an excellent figure. The moment her delicate body pressed against him, Su Jingming felt a strong pressure on his back. But now was not the time to enjoy such a wonderful sensation. Taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, "Junior, hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate." Jiang Chuxian, initially a bit shy, understood that this was a critical moment for their escape. She wrapped her arms tightly around Su Jingming. He then increased his speed, darting through the jungle like a phantom, heading towards the ruins of the town. The mere 60 kilograms of Jiang Chuxian's weight posed no burden to him at all. If it were a normal day, he would have to be cautious and avoid the territories of high-level ferocious beasts in the wilderness. But now, whether it was ferocious beasts or ability users, everyone was fleeing for their lives. Thus, it took Su Jingming just over half an hour to dash out of the mountainous forest area. Along the way, he encountered several ferocious beasts and ability user teams that had been swallowed by the rat tide. Squeak squeak squeak, squeak squeak squeak. The moment he burst out of the forest, Su Jingming discovered that the city ruins outside were also overrun by iron-eating rats. There were far fewer of them than in the forest, but there were still at least tens of thousands. Although called iron-eating rats, these ferocious beasts favored flesh and blood above all else. They would only resort to eating iron when absolutely necessary. Therefore, iron-eating rats would often devour any living creature except for plants. So, when Su Jingming, carrying Jiang Chuxian on his back, appeared in their sight, the iron-eating rats charged at him with their crimson eyes wide open. The worst-case scenario has happened. The rat tide has also erupted in the city ruins. I wonder where so many iron-eating rats came from. Su Jingming took a deep breath, and to avoid being surrounded, he disregarded everything else and shouted, "Thunder Extreme State!" Boom! He transformed again into a reinforced state over 2 meters tall, with thunder swirling around him. His speed surged once more, directly reaching a terrifying 80 meters per second. If one were to look down from above, they would see Su Jingming breaking through the dense swarm of rats like a bolt of lightning. Wherever he went, the iron-eating rats fell to the ground, their bodies charred black. Killed a low-tier iron-eating rat, ability points +2. Killed a mid-tier iron-eating rat, ability points +3. A series of system prompts echoed in his mind, causing Su Jingming's expression to darken. The strength of the iron-eating rats was simply too pathetic. The ability points gained from killing them were even less than those from ordinary peak non-tier ferocious beasts. I need to speed up even more. Thunder flash. Looking at the endless swarm of iron-eating rats closing in, Su Jingming couldn't afford to complain about their pathetic strength. With a flash of electricity beneath his feet, he surged forward several dozen meters in an instant. Thus, while maintaining the thunder extreme state and occasionally using thunder flash to advance, he continued on. Su Jingming sprinted towards the supply base with Jiang Chuxian on his back. Legion, listen up. Form units of 100 for external defense. All ability user teams, get ready for battle. This is an unprecedented scale of rat tide. We must hold our ground. The movements of the ferocious beasts in the wilderness area had always been monitored from the Yuan water supply base. Therefore, as soon as the rat tide surged in the wilderness area, the stationed army next to the Yuan water supply base immediately sprang into action. Rows of soldiers armed with submachine guns stood guard in formation before the Yuan water supply base. In addition, the ability user teams were also on high alert, ready to spring into action at any moment.
The iron-eating rats seemed to know that the human stronghold was not to be trifled with, merely roaming within the wilderness area. Even if a small wave of rat tide occasionally surged towards the supply base, it would be swiftly dealt with by the ability user teams. The scale of this rat tide is astonishing. There must be at least over 300,000 iron-eating rats. Downstairs at the supply base, the chief supervisor Wang Chuan was somewhat shocked. In previous years, there had been outbreaks of rat tides, but the maximum was only about 50 to 60,000 rats. Now, it had nearly quintupled. Looking around, the entire Yuan Water Wilderness area was almost filled with the figures of iron-eating rats. It seems that the Yuan Water Wilderness area is about to face a few months of downturn. Wang Chuan couldn't help but sigh. After the rat tide outbreak, the number of ferocious beasts in the entire wilderness area would decrease by at least 70%. Of course, with the terrifying reproductive speed of these beasts, it would only take 2 to 3 months to restore the original density of ferocious beasts. But during these 2 to 3 months, the number of ability users training in the Yuan Water Wilderness area would also sharply decline. The profits the supply base could earn this year would similarly decrease significantly. It's just a pity for those ability users who ventured deep into the wilderness. Most of them will likely be devoured. Wang Chuan shook his head, then thought of Su Jingming, who had entered the wilderness area some time ago. I hope he hasn't gone too deep into the wilderness, otherwise, unless his teacher Yang Jintian personally intervenes, no one can save him. Just as he was thinking this, the station army and ability user teams ahead suddenly erupted in exclamations. Look, what is that? What terrifying thunder! Could it be a ferocious beast that controls lightning? Prepare for battle. We absolutely cannot let it breach the base city. In the field of vision, amidst the dense swarm of iron-eating rats, a blue-purple spherical lightning bolt surged forward with a terrifying aura, scorching the rats in its path and racing towards the supply base at an incredible speed. Just as the army and ability user teams thought this might be a powerful lightning-type ferocious beast, they noticed a vague figure within it, causing their movements to momentarily pause. It was at this moment that the spherical lightning suddenly broke through the rat tide. It leaped up, covering a distance of over 20 meters, and crashed down onto the square of the supply base. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the spherical lightning struck the square before the astonished eyes of the surrounding ability users. The ground trembled slightly, creating a deep pit in the square. As the blue-purple electric light gradually dissipated, a figure emerged. It was a young man over 2 meters tall, with arcs of lightning dancing across his bulging muscles, resembling an iron tower. His eyes were unlike those of ordinary people. They were dragon-like vertical pupils filled with lightning, devoid of any emotional color. On his broad back, he carried a relatively petite and stunningly beautiful girl. The powerful and violent aura surrounding the young man caused the ability users in the entire square to momentarily hold their breath. This person was none other than Su Jingming, who had sprinted back with Jiang Chuxian. Looking at the familiar supply base square surrounded by shocked onlookers, Su Jingming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Phew, we're finally back. In the state of thunder extreme, Su Jingming ran at full speed. It took him less than 40 minutes to travel from the city ruins to the supply base. This speed was undeniably impressive. What the hell? Is that actually a person? I thought it was a lightning-type beast. I have to say, this person's aura is indeed terrifying. By the way, why does the figure on his back look somewhat familiar? In the first moments after the appearance of the iron-eating rat tide, many ability users in the wilderness area had already retreated to the supply base. Thus, the ability users in the square looked at Su Jingming with shock. For this group, whose levels were generally only first or second tier, Su Jingming's form was indeed a bit too fierce. However, Su Jingming paid no attention to these gazes. With a slight exertion of his right hand, he wrapped his arm around Jiang Chuxuan's waist and lifted her down from behind. Now that we've reached the supply base, we're safe. He then exited the thunder extreme state, returning to his normal size. Yet, his resolute and rugged face was now filled with exhaustion. Just yesterday, maintaining the thunder extreme state for more than 10 minutes had left him feeling fatigued. Now, having sustained it for over 40 minutes, he had pushed his physical and ability limits beyond their extremes. He had made it to the supply base solely on willpower. Compared to Su Jingming, Jiang Chuxian, who had just been set down, looked much better, although she had also used her ice abilities to kill the surrounding iron-eating rats while being carried. Under Su Jingming's protection from the purple sky divine thunder, her energy consumption had clearly not reached the point of being drained. You are Su classmate? Not far away, the chief supervisor Wang Chuan recognized Su Jingming, who had exited his special state, and quickly walked over. Just one glance revealed that Su Jingming was not in good shape. No, it was beyond just not good, it was downright terrible. He hurriedly asked, Su classmate, is there anything I can help you with? I've been rushing back from the mountains and I'm a bit tired. Just help me find a room to rest, Su Jingming replied wearily. He was exhausted. All he wanted was a bed to lie down on and get a good sleep. With the military strength at the supply base, it was unlikely that the iron-eating rats in the wilderness area could break through. Therefore, the supply base was relatively safe. Mountain area?
The chief supervisor Wang Chuan was immediately taken aback. The mountain forest area was over 40 kilometers away from the supply base. Given the density of the iron-eating rats, even a fourth-tier ability user might not be able to cross over 40 kilometers to break through. Yet, Su Jingming had managed to do it. This made Wang Chuan's evaluation of Su Jingming rise even higher. Rooms are easy to arrange, there are still many available, Wang Chuan quickly said, then waved his hand. He called over 2 sturdy staff members from the supply base. You two, help Su classmate to the luxurious guest room on the 14th floor to rest. No need. I'll support him, you just lead the way, Jiang Chuxian said crisply, taking Su Jingming's right arm and gently assisting him. Chief Supervisor Wang Chuan naturally recognized Jiang Chuxian, who was from the Magic City Ability University and also a popular influencer with millions of fans. He just hadn't expected the two to be together. Besides, wasn't Su classmate a freshman who had just enrolled in the Magic City Ability University this year? Why is it that the sophomore Jiang Chuxian calls him senior? Although filled with confusion, the big supervisor Wang Chuan quickly reacted. He waved his hand, signaling 2 staff members to lead the way ahead. 2. Have the big supervisor personally inquire, who is this person? I know a bit about him. His name is Su Jingming. Not long ago, Supervisor Zhao Yi's entire department was dealt with, and it seems it was because of him. Is that true? Does he have that much power? By the way, didn't you all notice that the girl next to him is the goddess Jiang? Goddess. My goddess. Jiang Chuxuan's signature long silver hair was quickly recognized by the ability users present. The fact that the goddess in their hearts was supporting a young man as they left caused many ability users to have a mental breakdown. On the other side, after arriving at the guest room, Su Jingming, utterly exhausted, didn't think much and directly collapsed into sleep. He slept for an unknown amount of time. When Su Jingming opened his eyes again, he found a beautiful figure with long silver hair sitting by the bed. Senior, you're awake. Noticing the movement, Jiang Chuxian turned her head, a hint of surprise appearing on her pretty face. How long did I sleep? Su Jingming sat up from the bed, rubbing his temples. He could feel that his physical strength had completely recovered. His overall condition was better than ever. To reach such a state, it must have taken quite a while. Sure enough, Jiang Chuxian held up 2 fingers, smiling brightly. Senior, you slept for a full 2 days and 2 nights. If it weren't for the doctor assigned by the big supervisor saying that the senior was fine and just needed rest, she would have wanted to directly feed him S-grade Earth Spirit Spring. 2 days and 2 nights, that's quite a long sleep. Shaking his head, Su Jingming took out his phone from his spatial ring and lit up the screen. The time was 2:10 p.m. and the date was August 27. Fortunately, there are still a few days before the official start of school. The freshman competition at the Magic City Ability University often offers a lot of rewards for those with excellent grades. For example, B-grade cultivation resources, A-grade cultivation resources, and a large number of credits. Therefore, Su Jingming definitely wouldn't miss the freshman competition. Moreover, with his current strength, participating in the freshman competition would basically mean crushing the competition. Naturally, he wouldn't pass up the rewards he could easily obtain. By the way, what's the situation in the wilderness zone now? Su Jingming jumped off the bed and downed the juice from the bedside table in one go. The rat tide hasn't receded yet, and the wilderness zone is still in a lockdown state. The supply base has been arranging troops for defense. And you can come to the window to take a look, Jiang Chuxian replied. Hearing this, Su Jingming joined Jiang Chuxian at the wide floor-to-ceiling window. Looking out, he could see the wilderness zone filled with swarms of iron-eating rats wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, a large number of troops and ability user teams were stationed at the supply base. The rat tide is likely to last for a while. Even if it recedes, the number of ferocious beasts in the source water wilderness zone will probably decrease sharply, which will greatly reduce the efficiency of hunting these beasts. And with only a few days left before school starts, it's time to head back. After pondering for a moment, Su Jingming quickly decided on the next arrangements. Are you going back to school, senior? Perfect, I'm also planning to return. Jiang Chuxuan's eyes lit up. With summer vacation nearing its end, she also needed to return to school for classes. Additionally, her third-tier elite bodyguard team was hired from a legitimate bodyguard company in Magic City. The occurrence of murder and robbery was something she needed to question thoroughly. Alright, then we'll leave this afternoon. Su Jingming did not refuse. By the way, senior, here's the signed photo you wanted. At that moment, Jiang Chuxian, her pretty face slightly flushed, handed over a photo. The images typically chosen for signed photos were almost always screenshots from her previous videos where she had slain ferocious beasts. The style usually leaned towards violence and intensity. However, the one handed to Su Jingming was different. It leaned more towards daily life, even slightly encroaching on privacy. In the photo, Jiang Chuxian sat on the edge of a bed, her long silver hair tied up with 2 black bows on either side. She wore a simple white shirt and a black skirt, her round, long legs perfectly wrapped in black over-the-knee socks. The absolute territory presented was incredibly tempting. Jiang Chuxuan's stunning beauty and
Graceful body curves were perfectly captured in this photo, leaving Su Jingming somewhat astonished. This was taken during a study trip organized by my high school class when my best friend snapped it in the room. I thought I'd give you a different kind of signed photo, so I picked this one. Jiang Chuxuan's cheeks were tinged with a hint of red. In reality, this outfit was chosen by her high school friend on a whim. Since the outfit was a bit revealing, it had been kept after the photo was taken, only to be brought out now. However, upon seeing this exquisite photo, Su Jingming shook his head. Let's change it to a more ordinary one. Jiang Chuxuan's heart tightened at his words. Before she could respond, Su Jingming's voice rang out again. The signed photo is for a friend from high school. A more ordinary one would be better. After saying this, the photo disappeared from Su Jingming's hand, stored away in his spatial ring. That guy Zhang Hao wouldn't appreciate it anyway, so it was best to keep this photo safe himself. Jiang Chuxian initially felt a bit disappointed, but upon noticing Su Jingming's small gesture, she regained her composure and nodded shyly. After 2 days and nights without food, Su Jingming felt like he could eat an entire unicorn rhinoceros upon waking. So, after accepting Jiang Chuxuan's second ordinary signed photo, he headed to the cafeteria on the second floor of the supply base for a hearty meal. He devoured a meal meant for 10 ordinary people before finally feeling full. Across from him, Jiang Chuxuan's mouth slightly agape, looked on in surprise at the scene. While ability users generally ate more than ordinary people, it was rare to see one like Su Jingming consume a meal meant for 10. However, thinking about the changes in his physique after entering a special state, she felt relieved. Indeed, if the body hadn't stored that much energy, it wouldn't be able to undergo such a powerful transformation. After the meal, Su Jingming sold all the beast materials he had at the supply base on the 6th floor. He had only spent a week in the wilderness area, so the number of beasts he had hunted wasn't particularly high. However, third-tier beast materials were worth much more than second-tier ones. Thus, this batch of materials ultimately sold for 8 million dasha coins. In reality, the estimated value of these beast materials was only 7.67 million. But the new supervisor on the 6th floor insisted on rounding it up. In the end, it became 8 million. Additionally, Su Jingming still had some rare flowers and herbs he found in the lair of the digging land dragon. Besides giving half to Jiang Chuxian, he didn't sell the remaining half either. The Magic City Ability University had its own potion and elixir department. By providing the raw materials and paying a processing fee, he could obtain a batch of refined elixirs. Selling the rare flowers and herbs would be a waste. After taking care of everything, Su Jingming found the head supervisor, Wang Chuang, to say goodbye. Upon learning that Su Jingming was returning to school, the chief supervisor Wang Chuang wore a look of regret. The mouse tied in the sourcewater wilderness area will completely recede no later than a week from now. However, it may take another 2 to 3 months for the number of ferocious beasts in the wilderness area to fully return to its original level. By then, I hope that you, Su and Jiang, can come back. Definitely. After chatting with Chief Supervisor Wang Chuang for a while longer, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian finally walked out of the supply base building and into the square in front of the base. Due to the mouse tide, many ability user teams had left the sourcewater wilderness area for other wilderness areas. As a result, the square appeared somewhat desolate compared to usual. The earliest high-speed train to Magic City is at 6 in the afternoon. By the time we get to the train station, we might have to wait a bit longer, Su Jingming said, glancing at the high-speed train ticket on his phone. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and it would take another 2 hours to reach the Sourcewater City high-speed train station. High-speed train? No need, I drove here. Jiang Chuxian smiled slightly, taking out the car keys from her space ring and pressing a button on them. In no time, accompanied by a low rumble of the engine, a sleek, ice blue sports car rolled up, drawing envious glances from the few ability users on the road. The car parked with its hazard lights flashing not far away, and the scissor doors slowly opened on both sides. A global limited edition of 1,000 units with an official price exceeding 10 million, the Mercedes S80 ladies exclusive sports car. I didn't expect you to have one, and it looks like it's equipped with a high-level artificial intelligence, Su Jingming exclaimed in surprise. With the technological development level of Blue Star, achieving autonomous driving is indeed very simple. It just requires an artificial intelligence system. It's just a level 5 artificial intelligence. Jiang Chuxian stuck out her tongue and then invited Su Jingming to get into the sports car. Vroom, the engine roared to life, and the ice blue sports car sped away, quickly disappearing at the end of the road. At 6:20 in the evening, Magic City, Jing'an District University Town. As the start of the school year approached, the university town in Jing'an District gradually became lively. Especially now, close to mealtime, the hot pot restaurants and eateries along the street were packed with dorm mates who had just returned from summer vacation, eager to gather for a meal. Everywhere on the road, groups of students could be seen, walking together, chatting and laughing, filled with youthful energy. Additionally, students were continuously streaming out of the school gates. Compared to the other 4 schools, the number of students emerging from the entrance of the Magic City Ability University, which occupied the best location in the university town, was significantly fewer.
However, each student who walked out held their head high, their eyes carrying a hint of pride. The students from other schools passing by the entrance of the Magic City Ability University had no complaints. Instead, they looked on with envy. Being able to get into the Magic City Ability University was indeed a source of pride. Boom! At that moment, accompanied by a low wave of sound, an ice blue sports car sped towards them, catching the attention of pedestrians. For these students, such a sports car was undoubtedly a dazzling sight. Some students who understood cars even recognized its value, their eyes widening in astonishment. Amidst the envious and heated gazes, the ice blue sports car came to a stop at the entrance of the Magic City Ability University. Then, a girl and a young man stepped out of the car. The girl had a slender figure and stunningly beautiful, cold features. However, what drew the most attention was her long, waist-length silver hair flowing behind her. The young man beside her was tall, with a resolute and steady face, exuding a faint aura of danger and a strong sense of pressure. Hiss, what a handsome guy! Is he also a student at the Magic City Ability University? That tall and upright figure, with a faintly oppressive aura of danger, I can really feel it. What a pity, he seems to have a girlfriend and she's so beautiful. Many young girls looked at the young man with burning eyes. But upon noticing the stunning girl beside him, they instinctively felt a sense of inferiority. In contrast, some spirited male classmates, after glancing at the curvaceous girl next to them, cast envious looks at the young man. He's back. Looking at the wide gates of the Magic City Ability University, Su Jingming showed a look of nostalgia. A month and a half ago, he had left from here at the first tier upper level. Now, a month and a half later, he returned, but his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Jiang Chuxian beside him also looked emotional. If she had been a bit less lucky and hadn't encountered her senior, she would have long been lost in the wilderness and unable to return. Senior, let's go. Jiang Chuxian pressed the car key and the ice blue sports car automatically drove towards the university's garage. Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian also stepped into the school. Senior, which district is your dormitory in? District 3. District 3 seems to be the area further inside, right? I'm in District 2, which is a bit closer to the outside. District 2 is closer, so I'll take you back to your dorm first. Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian walked through the campus. After a short while, they arrived in front of Villa 103 in District 2, where Jiang Chuxian lived. Senior, let's part ways here. If you ever need my help, just let me know. At the villa's entrance, Jiang Chuxian said somewhat reluctantly. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Su Jingming, who had saved her life 3 times, had left an indelible impression in her heart. Sure, I'll definitely trouble you if I get the chance, Su Jingming replied with a smile. It's a promise, Jiang Chuxian nodded. However, the next moment, she suddenly leaned closer, her toes slightly lifting, bringing her pretty face near. Accompanied by the faint, pure fragrance that wafted into his nose, Su Jingming felt a soft and warm touch on his left cheek. Before he could react, Jiang Chuxian had already shyly stood in front of him. This is a small token of gratitude for saving my life. Against the backdrop of her silver-white hair, Jiang Chuxian's delicate face was as radiant as a rose. Senior, then we'll see each other next time. After saying that, without waiting for Su Jingming to respond, she gracefully ran into the villa with her long, shapely legs. Did I just get kissed? Watching the graceful figure quickly disappear into the villa, Su Jingming was momentarily stunned, then shook his head and turned to leave. After all, the experience was quite nice. Xian, you're back? Yeah, I'm going to my bedroom first. On the other side, Jiang Chuxian, who had escaped into the villa, paid no attention to her roommate's call. She dashed up to the second-floor bedroom and dove into the blanket. After a while, her racing heart gradually calmed down. By the way, speaking of checking the seniors' information at school, I can do that now. Jiang Chuxian sat down in front of the computer. She first entered the school's official forum and typed Su Jingming's name into the search bar. Someone with such strong abilities as him wouldn't be unknown. Sure enough, a series of posts about Su Jingming appeared on the projection page. However, the content of the articles was quite different from what she had imagined. They were all about new students breaking records, the strongest in the first tier, and so on. Strange, why are they all related to new students? Jiang Chuxian frowned slightly, patiently clicking into each post to check. After flipping through the posts for more than 10 minutes, she was shocked to discover that Su Jingming had only just completed the martial arts college entrance exam this year and was a newly enrolled student. Senior, so you're a freshman, Jiang Chuxian said with an expression full of intrigue, then muttered with a strange look, but a newly enrolled student at the second tier upper level is just too outrageous. After entering the school, Jiang Chuxian had already returned the Dark Cloud Swift gun on the way. Thus, Su Jingming walked back to his villa, number 32 in District 3, with the Dark Cloud Swift gun slung over his shoulder. Click, the key turned slightly in the lock, and the villa door opened. A glance around revealed that the living room on the first floor was empty, but sounds were coming from the training room. Knowing that Lu Wentao was training, Su Jingming didn't disturb him. He went upstairs with his backpack and the long gun. After placing the Dark Cloud Swift gun on the weapon rack in the training room, Su Jingming began to organize the items in his tactical backpack.
Although he had sold quite a few beast materials at the source water supply base, it still contained materials needed to complete school tasks.
This flame flower is required for completing an A-level task.
These 20 pieces of third-tier Swift Wind wolf skins are for completing a B-level task. School tasks can be accepted online, but the materials that need to be submitted must be
verified on-site at the task building.
The task building closes at 9 in the evening, and it was only 6:30 in the afternoon, so there was still time. Therefore, Su Jingming planned to make a trip later to submit all
the task materials.
The quantity of materials he organized from the tactical backpack wasn't too much.
Su Jingming casually placed them all into his space ring.
Additionally, he discovered the B-level battlesuit that had exploded in the cave due to the activation of the Thunder Extreme State, causing his upper body to shatter.
This battlesuit cost me over 10 million. Su Jingming felt a pang of regret.
To avoid restricting the actions of ability users, battlesuits are tailored to the physical fitness of the users. Although they have a certain degree of elasticity, the change in his physique after activating the Thunder Extreme State was simply too
drastic. This level of elasticity couldn't hold up. Looks like next time I need to buy a special battlesuit designed for enlarged ability users. Otherwise, who can withstand the loss of a suit every time I fight?
It's worth mentioning that when escaping the rat tide, Su Jingming also used the Thunder Extreme State, but this time it was just a regular shirt that got ruined. When he woke up from the bed at the supply base, he found himself already dressed in a robe prepared by the guest room. He didn't know if it was the base staff or Jiang Chuxian who had changed him.
Soon, Su Jingming finished organizing everything and opened his system panel. Name, Su
Jingming level, 2nd tier upper level ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, S, Physique 1321 Chi and Blood, plus, Spirit, 987 Hz, plus, Skills, Marksmanship, Master, Fist Technique, Intermediate plus, Thunder Spear. Advanced plus, Chain Thunder Gun, Intermediate plus, Thunder Flash, Advanced plus, Thunder Prison, Intermediate plus, Lightning Swift Break, Advanced plus, Body Refinement, Indestructible Thunder Body, 3rd level, Ability Points, 3712. What a pity, if it weren't for the rat tide, I could have harvested more ability points. Su Jingming shook his head slightly, but over 3,700 ability points should be enough to learn 2S level
combat techniques, right?
After submitting the task materials later, I can go check out the combat technique library.
For Su Jingming, this trip to the wilderness area was definitely a bountiful harvest. Not only did his level
and combat techniques see a significant boost, but he also gained 2 1 cubic meter space rings.
In addition, there was also nearly 25 million lying on the bank card. If I consume these resources, my strength
can improve a bit more, Su Jingming thought to himself. He then took a quick shower in the bathroom and felt refreshed as he walked down to the 2nd floor.
Brother Ming, you're back? As soon as he entered the living
room, he ran into Lu Wentao, who was wearing loose training clothes and had just come out of the training room.
Just got back, Su Jingming replied with a smile.
Compared to when he left, Lu Wentao hadn't changed much. He just seemed a bit darker.
Why didn't you give me a heads up? I could have prepared a welcome feast for you tonight, Lu Wentao joked, then glanced at the time. But it's still early, we can get ready in time. What? Welcome feast?
I just came back from the wilderness area, not from prison, Su Jingming laughed and scolded. Let's just go to the cafeteria, I need to eat too. I was just thinking of welcoming you back, but it's good
that you're back.
A few days ago, I heard there was a rat tide in the source water wilderness area. I called you several times, but it showed you were out of service, and I thought something happened to you, Lu Wentao
sighed in relief.
This time, the rat tide even prompted an announcement from the school saying that several senior students who were training there had encountered problems.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about it. The rat tide did break out in the source water wilderness area.
However, the military and teams of ability users are stationed there, so it shouldn't take long to resolve, Su Jingming nodded.
During that time, he was still in
a deep sleep with his phone in the spatial ring, so others naturally couldn't reach him. That's good, the sooner these rat tides are dealt with, the better. As he spoke, Lu Wentao was about to head to the cafeteria
with Su Jingming.
Suddenly, he paused. He noticed that Su Jingming's aura was a bit too powerful, almost on par with those senior students at the school. After sensing carefully, his eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell?
Brother Ming, you broke through to the 2nd tier?
To be precise, it's the upper 2nd tier, Su Jingming nodded and briefly explained. I encountered several life and death crises, but luck was on my side.
Not only
did I manage to escape, but I also achieved a breakthrough? There were indeed life and death crises, but the rapid increase in level was mainly due to the deep blue system at work.
Of course, if he hadn't worked hard to kill fierce beasts, he wouldn't have gained so many ability points. Upper 2nd tier?
Lu Wentao was shocked and took a while to react, giving a thumbs up as expected of Brother Ming.
You can't measure him by common standards.
If it were anyone else, he wouldn't believe that someone could advance from the upper 1st tier to the upper 2nd tier in just over a month. But with the prodigy Su Jingming, it seemed plausible.
But can life and death crises really enhance strength so quickly?
Now I want to try going to the wilderness area, Lu Wentao said, having been stuck at the upper 1st tier for nearly half a year.
Seeing Su Jingming return from the
wilderness area and directly break through a major tier made him a bit tempted.
Don't! I'm in a special situation.
The wilderness area is very dangerous. If you wanna go, it's best to wait until you're at the second tier. Su Jingming quickly stopped him. In fact, if it weren't for the Deep Blue system needing ability points, he wouldn't have rushed into the wilderness area so soon.
I was just saying that I won't be going to the wilderness area at this stage. Lu Wentao chuckled. Su Jingming had an S-level ability and was personally taught by the dean of the Weapon Academy. Just because he could survive for over a month in the wilderness area didn't mean Lu Wentao could do the same.
Especially with the recent rat tide, so many senior students had lost their lives in it.
Yet Su Jingming had returned unscathed, which said a lot. Moreover, he felt that even if he went to the
wilderness area, it would be impossible to achieve a terrifying improvement like Su Jingming.
By the way, Minggu, when you left, didn't you tell Song Qiuyun that you were going to the wilderness area? Lu Wentao suddenly asked. Song Qiuyun?
Su Jingming was slightly taken aback, then nodded. I only mentioned my trip to the wilderness area to you and the teacher.
No wonder.
Lu Wentao suddenly realized, then scratched his head and said, she came to our villa to look for you a few times during this period, but I told her you weren't here. Later, when I told her you went to the wilderness area, she seemed a bit surprised. With such a beautiful woman like Song Qiuyun, he actually hoped she was looking for him.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Song Qiuyun is looking for me? Su Jingming nodded slightly, then I'll ask her later if there's something going on.
Next, Su Jingming and Lu Wentao went to the cafeteria for a meal. They then parted ways, and Su Jingming went to the task building to submit all the task materials he had. Among them, the 3 B-level tasks only required killing second and third tier ferocious beasts and collecting their materials. However, the A-level task required a grade A flame flower. Grade A rare flowers and herbs were already scarce, and Su Jingming was initially
prepared to give up on this task.
But then he found the flame flower among the rare flowers and herbs discovered in the cave. Thus, he successfully submitted all 3 B-level tasks and 1 A-level task.
Su Jingming ultimately earned 871 credits.
Among them, the A-level task provided the most reward credits, a full 540 points. Of course, such an A-level flame flower would sell for a high price of 6 million outside.
However, the purchasing power of credits was stronger than that of Dasha coins, so the conversion was roughly equivalent. After submitting the tasks, Su Jingming originally wanted to visit his teacher Yang Zhentian. However, when he tried to call, the teacher's phone was unreachable. It was only when he called the villa that he learned from the butler, Uncle Fu, that the teacher had left the school a few days ago and had not returned yet. So, after hanging up, Su Jingming directly turned and went to the combat skill library. The long-awaited S-level combat skills could finally be learned. Su Jingming, welcome to your arrival. In the combat skill library, the female teacher at the front desk spoke gently and warmly to Su Jingming, an S-level authority holder.
Su Jingming explained his purpose, and soon, just like last time, he was taken directly into a private reading room by the staff.
Eva, help me filter out all the S-level combat skills in the lightning category.
Su Jingming sat on the sofa and poked the light blue small sphere on the table. Although this was a holographic projection and had no physical form, Eva could still respond to external actions. Then, a frowning emoticon appeared on Eva's round body, accompanied by a slightly cute voice.
Asterisk, if you poke again, Eva will get angry.
This little guy's emotional changes
are quite quick. Su Jingming couldn't help but smile.
Sometimes he wondered if this top-tier artificial intelligence, Eva, responsible for managing all aspects of the Magic City Ability University, might actually be a real person behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could it have such genuine emotional reactions? Speaking of which, the technological explosion on Blue Star seems to have occurred hundreds of years ago, shortly after ferocious beasts appeared and humans mastered abilities. I wonder if there's any connection between these events. I can ask Teacher Yang about it next time. Su Jingming didn't dwell on it too much and looked at the projection of the list of S-level lightning combat skills that Eva had filtered out in midair. Thunder Tribulation Seal, S-level condenses Thunder-type abilities into a seal to unleash, causing massive lightning damage.
Note, this combat skill is limited to sea-level and above lightning-type abilities and can only be learned by those with second-tier abilities or higher.
Thunderbolt Fist, S-level maximally unleashes the lightning-type abilities of the user, concentrating them in the fist to strike. Note, this combat skill is limited to B-level and above lightning-type abilities and can only be learned by those with third-tier abilities or higher.
Thunder Prison Realm. S-level forms an unbreakable lightning barrier around the enemy, continuously striking down thunder within the barrier. Note, this combat skill is limited to B-level and above lightning-type abilities and can only be learned by those with third-tier abilities or higher. S-level combat skills are extremely precious. Even at the top-tier institution, the Magic City Ability University, only over 20 S-level lightning-type combat skills have been recorded.
Among these 20 or so lightning-type combat skills, nearly 10 require third-tier abilities for learning. Thus, the S-level combat skills available for Su Jingming to choose from are actually just
over 10. Of course, this number is already considerable. In other ordinary ability universities, they wouldn't even have a single S-level lightning-type combat skill to offer. S-level combat skills are crucial for my future combat power enhancement. I must choose carefully. Taking a deep breath, Su Jingming carefully read the descriptions on the combat skill list. From time to time, he would ask the staff to bring over the original texts of the combat skill manuals for detailed reading and comparison. If it were an ordinary student spending a massive amount of credits to purchase the next S-level combat skill for study, it would naturally be impossible for them to compare it with other original manuals. But Su Jingming was different. With S-level privileges, all combat skills could be viewed for free. He could compare multiple combat skill manuals. An hour later, Su Jingming finally narrowed it down to 2 manuals from the more than 10 lightning-type combat skill originals. These 2 manuals were Heavenly Thunder Technique and Infernal Thunder Armor. Heavenly Thunder Technique. S-level, using one's own lightning-type abilities mixed with natural lightning to summon thunder in a specified direction. Note, only those with second-tier abilities and A-level abilities can practice the power of the technique will be enhanced during thunderstorm weather. Infernal Thunder Armor, S-level, using the user's own lightning to weave into armor in a specific manner, forming a defense around the body. Note, only those with second-tier abilities and A-level abilities can practice. These 2 combat skills are among the finest S-level combat skills I can currently learn. Moreover, one leans towards long-range magical strikes, while the other leans towards close combat. Those with enhancement-type abilities often have only the path of close combat to follow. However, elemental-type ability users, or those under the natural category like lightning and ice abilities, can choose to pursue either the magical combat skill route or the close combat route. This corresponds to the Elemental Academy and the Weapon Academy of the Magic City Ability University. Ordinary people often choose to follow just one of these paths because the energy and time costs required to learn combat skills are simply too great. If one does not specialize in a single path, it is easy to fall into an awkward situation of being neither here nor there. This is equally true for the prodigies of the Magic City Ability University. But Su Jingming is different. As long as he has enough ability points, he can learn all combat skills in an instant. There is no so-called energy or time cost. Therefore, regarding the 2 paths of combat skill magic and close combat, Su Jingming's answer is, I want them all. Of course, for now, he primarily focuses on close combat with a spear. Additionally, there is another reason for choosing Heavenly Thunder Technique as one of the skills for this S-level combat skill study. That is because the S-level combat skill Heavenly Thunder Technique is a prerequisite for the SSS level combat skill 10,000 Prison Heavenly Thunder Call. The so-called 10,000 Prison Heavenly Thunder induction continuously brings down thousands of Heavenly Thunders within a certain range. If one does not learn the S-level Heavenly Thunder Technique, the difficulty of learning the SSS level 10,000 Prison Heavenly Thunder induction will increase exponentially. As the only SSS level combat technique in the Thunder Department of the Magic City Ability University, Su Jingming must learn it. Given this, it is indeed necessary to first learn the S-level Heavenly Thunder Technique. Moreover, to allocate points using the Deep Blue system, one must have a preliminary understanding of the combat technique. Otherwise, knowing only the name of the skill will not allow for point allocation. With this in mind, Su Jingming opened the manual for Heavenly Thunder Technique and began to read carefully. As an S-level combat technique, Heavenly Thunder Technique is incredibly profound, even more so than the S-level body refinement technique Indestructible Thunder Body. It not only involves the coordination of mental power and one's own lightning ability but also requires the simultaneous invocation of natural thunder from the heavens and earth. Due to its complexity, Su Jingming spent over 6 hours on it. After reading it 2 or 3 times, he finally gained a preliminary understanding of this combat technique. Wow, this combat technique is so complicated. If I rely solely on myself, I won't be able to learn it in less than half a year. Putting down the manual, Su Jingming rubbed his temples, his eyes weary. Reading this combat technique manual was even more painful than when he was a doctoral student. In his previous life, staying up all night poring over foreign academic literature. Fortunately, he had now gained a preliminary understanding of this combat technique. Next, he could leave it to the system. Deep Blue. Allocate points for me. Ability points minus 1,600. Heavenly Thunder Technique. Heavenly Thunder Technique. Beginner. In an instant, Su Jingming directly comprehended the release technique for the S-level combat technique Heavenly Thunder Technique. So this is how the Heavenly Thunder Technique is released. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled slightly, but being in the reading room, it was clearly not a good place to experiment with the Heavenly Thunder Technique. Once I leave the combat technique library, I can find an empty space to try it out. However, the ability points required to learn the S-level combat technique are as high as 1,600 points. Luckily, I have enough ability points, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to learn 2 S-level combat techniques. Su Jingming slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. At that moment, the holographic Eva, who had been waiting nearby, reminded him, "Young master, it is now 1 a.m. Please remember to manage your time wisely. It's already this late. Su Jingming frowned. Forget it, I'll come back tomorrow to learn the other S-level combat technique. It had taken him over 6 hours to gain a preliminary understanding of Heavenly Thunder technique. Given his current mental fatigue, learning the other technique, Infernal Thunder Armor, would likely take even longer. Since he was already back at school, Su Jingming didn't mind taking a little more time and didn't need to stay up all night studying. Thus, after calling a staff member to return the combat technique manual, Su Jingming stood up and left the combat technique library. Outside the combat technique library, the night sky was dotted with stars, and a crescent moon hung at the edge of the sky. The bright moonlight shining down was even brighter than the streetlights. The combat technique library at Magic City Ability University was open all night for students. Although it was already past 1 a.m., Su Jingming still noticed a few students leaving the combat technique library. Just like him. Additionally, there were a few scattered students walking this way, clearly heading out for an all-nighter. This is the academic atmosphere of a top university. Su Jingming nodded slightly, just as he was about to walk out. Suddenly, a loud screech echoed from the sky. Caw, the sound was extremely sharp, causing Su Jingming's eardrums to ache slightly. A few students not far away let out cries of surprise, covering their ears in discomfort. Su Jingming instinctively looked up at the sky. Under the bright moonlight, a beast with feathers as black as night and a collar of white feathers around its neck swiftly soared by, its sharp and massive claws reminiscent of an eagle. It's a flying beast, the white-ringed black-feathered eagle. Su Jingming squinted his eyes. This type of flying beast dared not swoop over the city during the day, choosing instead to show off at night. Previously, during the nights at the villa, Su Jingming had heard the calls of these flying beasts several times. Judging by the flight speed of this white-ringed black-feathered eagle, it was only around the 3rd tier. Su Jingming suddenly had a thought. Oh, isn't this perfect for testing my thunder technique? Without hesitation, he began to channel his mental energy according to the S-rank combat skill, Thunder Technique. At the same time, the purple sky thunder was also activated. Zizizizi, a thin layer of blue-purple lightning flickered and danced across Su Jingming's body, shimmering erratically. As the lightning leaped, a deep rumble of thunder echoed through the night sky, as if responding to one another. Boom boom ha? Why did it suddenly thunder? It doesn't look like it's going to rain? In the square in front of the combat skill library, several students who had just recovered from the piercing cry of the white-ringed black-feathered eagle looked up in surprise at the sky. Beneath the starry sky, the moonlight was bright, and they could even clearly see the white-ringed black-feathered eagle circling high above. There wasn't a single cloud in sight. So where was the thunder coming from? Just as they were puzzled, Su Jingming, not far away, with lightning faintly swirling around him, also looked up slightly. His attention focused on the white-ringed black-feathered eagle in the sky. He slowly exhaled. Thunder technique. Boom! The night sky suddenly became bright, and with a terrifying pressure, a blue-purple lightning bolt pierced through the heavens and earth, striking down from the sky. It hit the soaring white-ringed black-feathered eagle. The white-ringed black-feathered eagle had feathers that were not only extremely defensive but also non-conductive. Coupled with its powerful physique as a 3rd-tier beast, under normal circumstances, natural lightning would hardly affect it. However, at the moment of contact with this thunder, it seemed to no longer be the powerful 3rd-tier beast but rather as fragile as a sand toy. It didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was obliterated in mid-air. Ziz! Only then did the deafening sound of thunder spread from afar. Ding! Killed a 3rd-tier mid-level white-ringed black-feathered eagle, ability points plus 34. The system notification echoed in Su Jingming's mind and his eyes brightened slightly. This is the S-rank combat skill, Thunder Technique. He had to admit, the power of the Thunder Technique was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that the lightning would simply kill the white-ringed, black-feathered eagle. But he didn't expect that this strike of thunder would achieve the astonishing effect of completely obliterating the beast on the spot. Although the Thunder Technique has a few seconds of casting delay, with this kind of power, it's worth it. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. As a 2nd-tier upper-level ability user, if he didn't use combat skills, the maximum range of his purple sky thunder ability would only be about 15 meters. However, the casting range of the basic thunder technique was nearly 1,000 meters. This meant that as long as an enemy entered within his 1,000-meter range, he could use the thunder technique for long-range strikes. Moreover, with the increase in level and proficiency in combat skills, the attack range of the thunder technique could be further enhanced. Additionally, the consumption of ability is somewhat high. Just this one strike of the thunder technique consumed almost a quarter of my ability, Su Jingming thought silently. Of course, this was also a common issue with advanced combat skills. Once he leveled up, this wouldn't be a problem. The thunder technique's power has been tested. It's time to head back to the dorm and get some sleep. Yawning, Su Jingming stepped away. Meanwhile, the other students in the square were still astonished by the sudden lightning, a thunderclap out of nowhere. It completely obliterated the white-ringed black-feathered eagle. Which high-level lightning ability user did this? That's a tier 3 ferocious beast. It's outrageous. Since Su Jingming's movements while releasing the combat technique were not very obvious, the few students in the square did not suspect him. Only a tall and thin young man, watching Su Jingming's departing figure, showed a thoughtful expression. The next day, Su Jingming woke up early. After a whole night of rest, he felt his mind was exceptionally clear. With just 4 hours, I should be able to grasp the basics of the other S-rank combat technique, Purgatory Thunder Armored. After washing up and finishing breakfast, a confident Su Jingming headed down to the second floor. Brother Ming, you're out so early. On the first floor, Lu Wentao was sitting on the living room sofa munching on bread. Yeah, I'm going to the combat technique library. Su Jingming nodded with a smile. Just got back from the wilderness area and you're working so hard, it's simply inhuman. Lu Wentao couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement as he watched Su Jingming's tall figure hurry away. In the wilderness area, to guard against ferocious beasts, ability users' minds were always on high alert. Maintaining a tense state for a long time can lead to problems. Therefore, many ability users choose their preferred ways to relax after leaving the wilderness area. Some indulge in shopping, others hit the nightclubs, and some go to high-end places for massages or foot baths. Even if they don't have good leisure options, they usually take a few days off to unwind. But Su Jingming was different. There was no sign of relaxation on him at all. Last night, Lu Wentao practiced his ability training method on the living room sofa until past midnight, yet he didn't wait for Su Jingming to return. He thought that after staying so late at the combat technique library, Su Jingming would surely rest a bit longer this morning. But now, it was not even 7 o'clock, and he was rushing out again. No way, after breakfast, I'm training too. Lu Wentao felt a bit provoked, and his pace of eating bread quickened significantly. Outside the dormitory, perhaps because the school year was about to start, the dormitory area for freshmen in District 3 was almost fully occupied. Although it was still early, there were already quite a few students walking in groups on the road. Today is August 28, and the opening ceremony will officially be held on September 1st. The new students are indeed arriving in droves. The opening ceremony of the Magic City Ability University is held once every academic year, attended by all the newly enrolled freshmen. During the ceremony, the teachers don't say much fluff. The main content is related to the freshman competition. This was something Su Jingming had heard from his senior, Lu Ming. Speaking of which, the last time I called the teacher, I heard that my senior went to the southwest to participate in a battle. I wonder how things are going now. Su Jingming held a great deal of respect for Lu Ming, who had diligently trained with him for over a month. Forget it, after I finish learning the combat technique, I'll call my senior again. I couldn't get through last time. I wonder if it will be the same this time. Shaking his head, Su Jingming didn't think much more and walked along the road. As he got closer to the dormitory exit, the number of students on the road gradually increased. These were all freshmen who had just enrolled not long ago, some of whom had only started yesterday. Although they had gone through the rigorous training of the martial arts college entrance examination, they were still around 18 years old, just boys and girls. Many students were curiously looking around while chatting and laughing with their roommates. They were filled with anticipation and longing for the opening ceremony and their future life at the academy. Compared to these naive freshmen, Su Jing, who had spent over a month in the wilderness area, had accumulated 5 lives on his hands and experienced life and death crises during a rat tide. His calm and cold expression made him seem somewhat out of place. Moreover, standing at a height of 1.89 meters, he stood out even more in a crowd where the average height was only about 1.70 meters. However, this did not attract any unusual glances. Instead, it led to some whispered discussions among the new female students who occasionally stole glances at him. Su Jing was indifferent to this and continued to walk steadily forward. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar graceful figure among the crowd of students ahead. Is that Song Choyun? Su Jing raised an eyebrow. It wasn't that he was paying special attention, but Song Choyun's slender figure was hard to forget after seeing it once. Compared to the backs of the girls around, hers was particularly distinctive. The girl noticed Su Jing's gaze and turned her head, revealing a delicate oval face. Indeed, it was Song Choyun, whom he hadn't seen for over a month. When she turned around and saw Su Jing, a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face. That stunning smile, like a blooming flower, left some male students around her momentarily stunned. Song Choyun made her way against the flow of people, taking 2 steps for every 3, and arrived in front of Su Jing. Su classmate, long time no see. When did you come back? Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him. Yesterday, Su Jing replied with a smile. You just got back yesterday, which means you spent almost a month and a half in the wilderness area. That's quite a long time, Song Choyun remarked with a hint of emotion, then blinked her clear big eyes and asked, Su classmate, you should still remember that you promised to spar with me, right? Song Choyun was a serious person. Therefore, she had always wanted to know the source of the beastly aura around Su Jing. Unfortunately, he had not been at school for over a month, and she couldn't find an opportunity to spar and probe. Spar? Su Jing was slightly taken aback, recalling that he had indeed promised her on the day he left the Magic City Ability University. But are you sure you want to spar with me? Why not? I'm also the top scholar of Sichuan province, so don't underestimate me. Song Choyun raised her eyebrows slightly.
With a permanent population of over 80 million, Sichuan province, like Jiangnan province, is also an educational powerhouse. Every year, up to 400,000 students take the martial arts college entrance examination. For Song Qiuyun to emerge as the top scholar among those 400,000 students proves her formidable strength. If it had been a month ago, Su Jing might have found some interest in such an opponent. But now that he had already reached the second tier, sparring with Song Qiuyun, who was only at the first tier, would be like bullying. However, since he had already promised her, Su Jing naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Alright, I understand. Let's find a time later to spar. Su Jing nodded. Find a time later? We can do it now. Having finally encountered Su Jing again, Song Qiuyun certainly wouldn't let the opportunity slip away easily. Of course. If you have something urgent, we can do it next time, she added with a bright smile. What a decisive personality, no wonder she's from Sichuan province, Su Jing thought to himself. But since it was just a casual matter, that wouldn't take much time. He didn't refuse again and nodded. Now is fine. So where shall we go? To the practical combat arena? No need to be so troublesome. We can just go to the training room on the second floor of your dormitory. Seeing Su Jingming agree, Song Qiuyun's eyes immediately lit up. Great, then your clothes. Su Jingming hesitated a bit. Song Qiuyun was currently wearing a floral dress and it would definitely be revealing during their sparring. You go back to the dorm and wait for me. I'll change into my battle gear and come find you. Song Qiuyun seemed very eager for this fight, striding towards her dorm with long steps. Is it really that exciting to spar with me? Su Jingming couldn't understand. When Su Jingming returned to villa number 32, Lu Wentao on the sofa had just finished his bread and asked in confusion, Brother Ming, why are you back? Song Qiuyun wants to spar with me later, so I came back to wait for her, Su Jingming explained. Song Qiuyun? Lu Wentao was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, during the time you were gone, she came to the villa a few times, seemingly wanting to spar with you. Su Jingming immediately felt amused. So it wasn't the first time she had come looking for him. Could it be that Song Qiuyun is a battle fanatic? Su Jingming rubbed his chin. Given the current situation, it was quite possible. But, didn't Song Qiuyun notice that you have broken through to the second tier? Lu Wentao asked curiously. She probably didn't notice, otherwise she wouldn't be so eager to spar with me right now. Su Jingming shook his head. Ability users can generally sense changes in each other's aura, but they can't precisely detect levels. For example, last night, Lu Wentao could sense that he had broken through to the second tier, but he couldn't know that he was at the upper level of the second tier. Additionally, if one doesn't use mental power to sense, they wouldn't notice changes in aura. Just now, Song Qiuyun probably didn't use her mental power to investigate. I see, Lu Wentao nodded, then eagerly asked, Brother Ming, can I watch the match later? Of course, Su Jingming did not refuse. Awesome. Lu Wentao's eyes sparkled slightly. In Sichuan province, Song Qiuyun was a well-known genius girl. Since her ability awakened at 16, she had always been above all the other geniuses in Sichuan. The 6th high school in Rongqing, where he studied, had long been overshadowed by Song Qiuyun. If he could see her get defeated, he could boast to his high school classmates when he returned to Sichuan during the holidays. The man who defeated that genius girl Song Qiuyun is my roommate. Qiuyun, weren't you going to the center of Magic City? Why are you back? On the other side, as soon as Song Qiuyun returned to her dorm, she was also questioned by her roommate. Qi Dongxia. Su Jingming is back and I have an appointment with him to spar later, Song Qiuyun replied. Su Jingming is back? Qi Dongxia's eyes brightened, and she quickly asked, did he notice that you've advanced to the second tier? No, Song Qiuyun smiled. She had broken through to the lower second tier a few days ago, and apart from her roommate and teacher, no one else knew. Therefore, she deliberately restrained her aura to prevent Su Jingming from noticing anything unusual. Although this sparring was mainly to figure out why Su Jingming had the aura of a fierce beast, she was also very interested in his actual strength. I wonder if I can defeat him with my S-level ability, which only appears once every few years in the Great Xia Kingdom, now that I'm a whole tier higher. Song Qiuyun's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. More than 2 months had passed since the start of school, and the new students were not completely ignorant of each other anymore. Among them, the news that Su Jingming possessed an S-level lightning ability had already been announced on the student forum a month ago. The new students were shocked, but the one who regretted the most was still Lei Zhou. If I had known earlier that Su Jingming possessed an S-level ability, I definitely wouldn't have provoked him. Moreover, as the top scholar of Sichuan province, Song Qiuyun has her own pride. She wants to personally test the caliber of Su Jingming, the S-level ability awakener. Of course, she is also self-aware that she cannot defeat him at the same level. But in a higher tier, it might be a different story. Qiuyun, go for it. I'll accompany you over there later. Although Qi Dongxia is quite taken by Su Jingming's looks now that her best friend and roommate is going into battle, she naturally chooses to support her roommate. Additionally, she wants to see how the usually calm and composed Su Jingming will react upon discovering that Song Qiuyun is a second-tier lower level ability user. That should be quite interesting.
With this thought, a mischievous smile appeared on Chi Dongxia's face. Ding dong, the doorbell of Villa number 32 rang. It should be Song Choyun and the others. Su Jingming got up from the sofa to open the door. Since the B-level battlesuit worth over 10 million had been rendered useless, he was now wearing his previous D-level battlesuit. When the villa door opened, standing at the entrance were, indeed, Song Choyun and Chi Dongxia. On the left, Chi Dongxia was dressed in casual attire, while on the right, Song Choyun was wearing a silver-white battlesuit. Song Choyun already had a good figure, and in the tight-fitting silver-white battlesuit, her chest appeared full and proud, and her legs were long and straight. Coupled with her delicate features, she exuded a deadly allure. This confirmed Su Jingming's thoughts. Indeed, Song Choyun's figure was even better than Jiang Chushuan's, resembling a perfectly ripe peach. We're here. Song Choyun's beautiful eyes faintly radiated a burning fighting spirit. Su classmate, long time no see. I hope you won't lose too badly later. Chi Dongxia beside her also greeted with a smile. So sure that I will lose? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Let's go upstairs. In the training room on the second floor, Su Jingming and Song Choyun stood 6 meters apart facing each other. The dark cloud gale gun was already in Su Jingming's hand, while Song Choyun had yet to draw her weapon. Not using a weapon won't help you defeat me, Su Jingming said with a faint smile. Weapon? Of course, I have one. Song Choyun smiled charmingly, and the space ring on her finger glimmered slightly. Then, a Fang Tianhua halberd appeared out of thin air, landing heavily in her hand. The tip and blade of the halberd glinted with a chilling light under the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. This Fang Tianhua halberd was about 2 meters long, with a thick shaft, creating a strong contrast with Song Choyun's slender figure. Fang Tianhua halberd? Su Jingming on the opposite side was slightly surprised. His long gun was already considered a relatively obscure weapon, and the Fang Tianhua halberd was even more uncommon, especially when wielded by a slender girl. In the corner of the training room, Lu Wentao and Chi Dongxia, acting as spectators, each wore a hint of a mischievous smile. Minggu, Choyun, is sure to win. Su classmate, let's get started. This time, I will completely defeat you. Bang! The Fang Tianhua halberd was thrust into the ground by Song Choyun, producing a heavy sound. The entire villa training room was made of E-level alloy, extremely sturdy, and generally wouldn't be damaged. Judging by the heavy sound made when the halberd struck the alloy floor, this Fang Tianhua halberd weighed at least over 100 kilograms. It's hard to imagine how such a heavy weapon could be wielded by Song Choyun's delicate hands. At the same time, a unique aura belonging to a second-tier ability user erupted from her. Second-tier lower level? It turns out you've broken through, no wonder you're so confident about defeating me. Su Jingming also noticed the change in Song Choyun's aura, and a faint smile appeared on his resolute and rugged face. But I haven't been idle these past month. Crackling accompanied by the sound of crackling thunder arcs, the S-rank ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, manifested on the surface of his body. At the same time, an aura several times stronger than Song Choyun's erupted completely. Second-tier upper? How is that possible? In the corner, Chi Dongxia's eyes widened, feeling as if her worldview had been overturned. Just over a month ago, Su Jingming had only just advanced to the first-tier upper. Logically, it should take at least 4 to 5 months to break through from first-tier upper to second-tier lower. Yet in just over a month, Su Jingming not only broke through to the second tier, but also reached the astonishing second-tier upper. I told you long ago that your Choyun can't beat our Minggu. Lu Wentao smiled proudly. With the level of second-tier upper plus the S-rank ability, he couldn't think of anyone among the new students who could match Su Jingming. Not even this genius girl from Sichuan province. Second-tier upper? Song Choyun across from him was also stunned. She had hoped to suppress Su Jingming with her level, but unexpectedly found herself being suppressed instead. Moreover, they were both provincial champions. How could your advancement speed be so much faster? So, what do you think? Should we continue? Su Jingming smiled slightly. As the thunder around him flickered, an indescribable sense of overwhelming pressure radiated out. Song Choyun bit her red lip, feeling conflicted. If they continued, it was needless to say it would be a one-sided crushing, even a quick kill. But if they didn't continue, having come this far, it would be hard to just give up. After pondering for a moment, Song Choyun gritted her teeth and nodded. Let's continue. However, she immediately added seriously, but you can't use too much strength. She still remembered the tragic state of Lei Zhou in the last arena match. That arm that was rendered useless was said to have not fully recovered. Even now, Su Jingming almost laughed at her words. No wonder she was the provincial champion. She knew when to yield and when to stand firm. Don't worry, I won't take the initiative. You can come at me. The dark cloud swift gun was shifted to behind Su Jingming. If he were to take the initiative, he wouldn't need overly complicated techniques. With a flash of lightning and a thrust of the spear, he could take down his opponent. In fact, he didn't believe any new student could withstand such a simple combo. Even those other provincial champions were the same. After all, with his current strength, he should be targeting second and third-year seniors. Playing with this group of new students was simply a crushing victory. Oh, Song Choyun's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly. Su classmate, you better not regret it. Light of dawn. Boom! A light resembling the dawn. A soft golden glow erupted from Song Choyun's delicate body. This light was not blinding, instead, it was warm and gentle like a spring breeze, but beneath this warmth lay a faint hint of danger. This is the A rank. Light type ability, Light of Dawn. Su Jingming curiously observed the bright light swirling around Song Choyun. Light type abilities, like thunder type abilities, belong to the category of natural abilities. As for why they don't fall under elemental abilities, it's because elemental abilities only include the 4 basic elements: water, wind, fire, earth. Others, like thunder, light, ice, etc., fall under natural abilities. Of course, although they all belong to natural abilities, light and thunder are 2 distinctly different types of abilities. Spear technique, Radiant Light. In the training room, accompanied by Song Choyun's delicate shout, the square-headed halberd in her jade hand was covered by a layer of faint golden light, emanating a sharper and colder aura. A combat technique for enhancing weapons? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. This type of combat technique was relatively rare, and it was the first time he had seen it. Immediately after, Song Choyun charged forward. Her slender and graceful figure dragged a hefty square-headed halberd. It seemed disproportionate, yet there was an inexplicable sense of harmony. Halberd technique, Radiant Flame Gravity Slash. The halberd blazed brightly, then was enveloped by a surge of crimson flames. The blade of the halberd traced a cold arc through the air, fiercely slashing down at Su Jingming. Block! Su Jingming nearly swept his spear, effortlessly blocking this formidable strike. Not even his breathing rhythm changed. Using light-type abilities to invoke flames is indeed a good combat technique, but unfortunately, the power is lacking. Su Jingming shook his head. The flames on the halberd would only explode and cause damage after hitting the enemy. However, since Song Choyun's halberd was deflected by his sweep, she lost the follow-up attack rhythm. Beautiful! In the corner, Lu Wentao excitedly waved his fist. This combat technique of Song Choyun had defeated countless opponents in Sichuan province, yet it was unexpectedly blocked so easily by Su Jingming. Again, halberd technique, Radiant Gale Slash. Song Choyun was unwilling to back down, and the square-headed halberd struck in rapid succession like a raging wind. The dawn light surrounding her also combined to unleash dozens of light blades. From a distance, it looked as if countless phantoms were attacking Su Jingming. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of dense impacts rang out like machine gun fire, and Su Jingming merely used that spear to break through all the attacks. No, the speed of the halberd is too slow, and the power is insufficient. You need to practice more. Su Jingming wore a carefree smile. The spear in his hand moved like a phantom, perfectly blocking each slash and light blade. This was the charm of master-level spear techniques. Just relying on his spear technique, he could achieve the effect of countering her combat technique. Su Jingming's aura remained steady, while Song Choyun on the opposite side was breathing increasingly rapidly. Clang! Finally, after another massive impact sound, Song Choyun could no longer maintain the high-speed slashes and retreated to the side with the halberd in hand. She gasped for breath, her full chest rising and falling. Her right hand gripping the halberd trembled slightly. It was too much. The gap was simply too vast. Halberd technique, Radiant Gale Slash, was an A-level combat technique that could continuously unleash slashes. In those brief 2 to 3 seconds, the light blades of dawn combined with the square-headed halberd produced over 100 slashes. Ordinary ability users would either dodge directly or use a more powerful combat technique to break the attack. However, Su Jingming merely used that spear to resolutely neutralize over 100 slashes. After a while, Song Choyun's breath finally calmed down, and she exhaled before asking, "Your proficiency with that spear technique is probably not just advanced, is it?" When she was 8 years old, her family let her choose a weapon, and she immediately picked the uniquely shaped square-headed halberd. Since then, she had practiced daily, and now it had been a full 10 years. Her proficiency had reached an advanced level. Yet even so, Song Choyun could still feel an overwhelming suppressive force from Su Jingming's spear that she simply could not resist. You guessed right. Su Jingming grinned, holding the spear. My spear technique is master level. Master level spear technique? Song Choyun was slightly taken aback. The proficiency of weapon skills could be improved through continuous practice from the beginner to advanced stages. However, to reach the master level, one must possess extremely high talent. Su Jingming was only 18 years old, yet he already possessed master level marksmanship. This talent was simply terrifyingly monstrous. With an S-level ability, combined with an abnormal talent for cultivation and comprehension, how else can one surpass this? Song Choyun's delicate oval face revealed a hint of a bitter smile. The Fang Tianhua halberd in her jade hands was also returned to her spatial ring as she decisively conceded, saying, "I admit defeat, I can't beat you." Although she knew she would undoubtedly lose the moment Su Jingming revealed his level, this all-encompassing crushing defeat still left her with a serious sense of frustration. After all, she was the top student in her province, standing above more than 400,000 candidates. Is that it? Besides your halberd techniques, you should have other light-based spells, right? Why not use them all and give it a try? Su Jingming asked with a smile. Song Choyun's teacher was the dean of the Elemental Academy, so her offensive methods would naturally not be limited to close combat. Forget it, it wouldn't be of much use anyway. Song Choyun shook her head. The power of spell-based combat techniques was greatly related to the strength of one's mental power and the level of their abilities. Su Jingming was at the second-tier upper level, and his mental power was certainly stronger than hers, plus he had an S-level ability. After using her other spell-based techniques, she might not even be able to break through his lightning defense. Why bother making things harder for herself? After a pause, Song Choyun smiled brightly and said, "But since we called it a spar, it seems you, Su classmate, played the role of a sparring partner. How about this? I'll treat you to lunch at noon as compensation. How does that sound?" "Sure." Su Jingming naturally wouldn't refuse. "Alright, see you at noon." "Xia, let's go." "What a pity, it seems. Su classmate is indeed stronger. We'll meet again next time." Chi Dongsha giggled and then followed behind Song Choyun as they left. Once the two girls had departed, Lu Wentao, who had been lurking in the corner, rushed over excitedly, exclaiming, "Brother Ming, you really are the strongest." It wasn't easy. As a fellow candidate from Sichuan province, he understood the terror of Song Choyun deeply. In fact, many of Sichuan's top talents unanimously believed that Song Choyun was simply unbeatable by her peers. But now, this curse had finally been broken. Fortunately, Song Choyun's strength isn't that formidable. Su Jingming shook his head and placed the Dark Cloud Swift Wind Gun back on the weapon rack. "Song Choyun's strength isn't that formidable? I think only you, Brother Ming, would think that." Lu Wentao clicked his tongue in amazement. As the top student of Sichuan province, Song Choyun's strength was definitely among the top 3 in this year's freshman. However, her level has indeed risen quickly. She's already at the second-tier lower level. Su Jingming pondered. Even among the first tier of freshmen, it often took 2 to 3 months after school started to reach the second tier. Compared to them, Song Choyun's progress was much faster. That's good. With Song Choyun's background, this progress is quite normal. Lu Wentao chuckled and then said mysteriously, "Brother Ming, you probably don't know about Song Choyun's family background, do you?" "What? Song Choyun's background isn't simple?" Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. "Of course." Lu Wentao nodded heavily and continued, "You should know Song Daoyuan from the high school history textbook, right? Song Choyun is his great-granddaughter. Song Daoyuan, the 8th-tier grandmaster, with an S-level light ability? This grandmaster was a powerful figure active 80 years ago. Unfortunately, he was severely injured in a battle with a ferocious beast, exhausting his potential and unable to break through to the 9th tier. There was a dedicated chapter in the high school history textbook about Song Daoyuan. That's right, it's him." Lu Wentao smiled and said, "Although Grandmaster Song Daoyuan had many descendants, his exceptionally talented great-granddaughter, Song Choyun, received the most affection. Since childhood, I have been nurturing my body with various side-effect-free pills and rare herbs. Moreover, I have also been practicing top-tier ability training methods, so it's only natural that my cultivation speed is faster than others. In Chuan Province, the S-rank ability master Song Daoyuan is renowned. His great-granddaughter, Song Choyun, is also known to many." "I see." Su Jingming suddenly understood. No wonder when he went to the center of Demon City last time, Song Choyun could buy without restraint. And she even had a large-capacity spatial ring that could hold a 2-meter-long rectangular halberd. Her background was indeed profound. After learning about Song Choyun's background, Su Jingming didn't stay long in the villa and set off again for the combat technique library. As he had anticipated, it only took him 4 hours. Su Jingming roughly understood the cultivation method of the S-rank combat technique Hell Prison Thunder Armor. Next, he would use the Deep Blue system to continue allocating points. Ability points, 1400 Hell Prison Thunder Armor, Beginner. In just an instant, Su Jingming completely mastered the S-rank combat technique Hell Prison Thunder Armor, which ordinary ability users need to study for more than half a year. Phew, after allocating points to Hell Prison Thunder Armor, I don't have many ability points left. Su Jingming instinctively opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming, level, 2nd tier upper, ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S, Physique 1321 Vitality, plus, Spirit, 987 Hz, plus, Skills, Marksmanship, Master, Heavenly Thunder Technique, Beginner, Hell Prison Thunder Armor, Beginner, Fist Technique, Intermediate plus, Thunder Spear, Advanced, Chain Thunder Gun, Intermediate plus, Thunder Flash, Advanced, Thunder Prison, Intermediate plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced, Body Refinement. Indestructible Thunder Body, 3rd level, ability points, 712. The 2 S-rank combat techniques together cost Su Jingming 3000 ability points. Thus, the ability points on the system panel immediately shrank to 712. I don't have enough ability points, but the Source Water Wilderness area won't open for another 2 or 3 months. So where should I go to hunt fierce beasts and harvest ability points? Su Jingming frowned slightly. As one of the most prosperous cities in the Great Xia Kingdom, there aren't many wilderness areas around Demon City. The source water wilderness area is the closest wilderness area to Demon City. Of course, since Demon City is by the sea, there are quite a few fierce beasts in the ocean. However, the constraints in the sea are too great. Once he goes into the water, he might not be able to exert even 1/10 of his strength. He could only use the purple Sky Divine Thunder to zap the weaker ocean beasts. But currently, the purple Sky Divine Thunder can only extend about 15 meters, making it very inefficient. Eva, open the map and search for wilderness areas near Demon City. With a hum, a holographic map appeared before Su Jingming. At the center of the map was Demon City, along with 3 glowing locations representing the 3 closest wilderness areas. The first one is the Source Water Wilderness Area. The other 2, slightly farther away, are Yangchang Wilderness Area and Tongxiang Wilderness Area. One is to the north of Demon City and the other is to the south, both about 140 kilometers away. In the Tongxiang Wilderness Area, the highest level fierce beast is only tier 3. Although there are many fierce beasts, they are extremely scattered. The Yangchang Wilderness Area is similar to the Source Water Wilderness Area, but the highest level fierce beasts reach tier 6, which is very dangerous. Su Jingming pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. In that case, after the first week of classes ends, I can visit both wilderness areas. After all, it is a top-tier university and he should be able to learn a lot from the courses set by the school. Of course, if the courses are too poor, Su Jingming didn't mind skipping class to spend this time hunting ferocious beasts. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone, and the caller ID showed his aunt, Su Qingwan. Aunt? Su Jingming suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to call her after leaving the wilderness area yesterday. He quickly tapped to answer. Oh, you picked up? Xiaoming, has your training camp ended? His aunt Su Qingwan's surprised voice came through the phone. Yes, it just ended yesterday. Oh, how was the training camp? It was pretty good. Su Jingming chatted casually with his aunt after a long time. He also learned from her that his cousin Tangqi would arrive in Modu at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Alright, I'll go to the high-speed train station to pick up Qijia then. A few minutes later, just after hanging up the phone, Su Jingming, who was preparing to test the power of the infernal thunder armor, received a call from his cousin Tangqi. Just like mother, like daughter, calling one after the other. Shaking his head, Su Jingming answered the call again. Jingming, I'm right next to mom. I just heard. You finished your training camp? His cousin Tangqi's clear and pleasant voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, it just ended yesterday. When I was in high school, the training camp arranged by the school for the college entrance examination was exhausting enough. Your training camp in Modo must be even tougher. You don't need to pick me up tomorrow, I'll just rest in the dormitory. I'll come with my companions. It's fine, I don't have anything else to do tomorrow anyway. Before his transmigration, due to his previous self's reclusive personality, his relationship with his cousin Tangqi was neither too good nor too bad. After transmigrating, Su Jingming moved to his aunt's Jinghu community. As they spent more time together, his relationship with his cousin Tangqi gradually became closer. After chatting with his cousin Tangqi for a few minutes on the phone, Su Jingming hung up. Now I can finally try out the S-rank combat skill I just learned. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened and his heart stirred. Infernal thunder armor. Crackle, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The purple Sky Divine Thunder quickly surged to the surface of Su Jingming's body. However, unlike before, this thunder did not just wander across his body's surface. Instead, it rapidly condensed into a blue-purple thunder armor at an astonishing speed. The armor seemed to be made of liquid thunder, constantly jumping and moving, crackling with sound. Su Jingming, wrapped in the thunder armor, felt an overwhelming sense of security. Condensing. The infernal thunder armor consumed about 1/5 of my abilities. The duration is about half an hour, which is quite decent. Even if the armor gets damaged during battle, I can use the purple Sky Divine Thunder to replenish it without needing to condense it again. More importantly, the armor's defensive capabilities are even more versatile than regular battlesuits. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled slightly. Regular battlesuits are usually made from ferocious beast skins, which are very tough and can prevent the claws of ferocious beasts from penetrating the flesh. However, the impact force generated by the claws of ferocious beasts, which can reach tens of thousands of pounds, cannot be significantly weakened by battlesuits. Compared to ferocious beasts, the human body is almost like that of an infant. Even if the battlesuit can block tearing damage, the impact force can still be fatal. This is why even ability users do not dare to directly withstand a ferocious beast's claw strike while wearing a battlesuit. But the infernal thunder armor is entirely different. It can greatly reduce this portion of the impact force. For example, if a ferocious beast's claw strike generates an impact force of 10,000 kilograms after being weakened by the armor, only about 1,000 kilograms would act on Su Jingming. The impact force reduction can be as high as 90%. This is the domineering aspect of the S-rank combat skill Infernal Thunder Armor. And this is just at the initial proficiency level. As proficiency increases, the reduction will further increase. Of course, the Thunder Armor also has its limits.
If the impact exceeds this limit, the armor will shatter on the spot and all the force will be unleashed on the body without reservation. As for the current limit of impact that the thunder armor can withstand, Su Jingming will only know after testing it. Additionally, the thunder that roams over the underworld thunder armor will automatically retaliate against attackers, which is equivalent to wearing a counter armor. Su Jingming was very pleased with this. Once he donned the underworld thunder armor, attacking him would be like attacking oneself. No matter how you calculate it, there would be no loss. Moreover, he was already going to wear the battle suit. The enemy's attacks, after being weakened by both the underworld thunder armor and the battle suit, whether they could ultimately harm his powerful body, which had reached the third level of the indestructible thunder body, was still a question. Activating Thunder Extreme State and then condensing the underworld thunder armor, I wonder how much my defense will increase to an astonishing level. Su Jingming felt a vague sense of anticipation. He then took out his phone to check the time. Unexpectedly, the lock screen displayed a new message from teacher Yang Zhentian that had just come in. Come to the villa when you have time. The teacher is back? Su Jingming's eyes lit up and he quickly got up and left the reading room. Teacher's villa, building 23. As soon as Su Jingming walked in, he saw the tall figure of teacher Yang Zhentian sitting on the sofa. On the coffee table, a cup of tea was gently steaming. Teacher, Su Jingming approached respectfully. Second tier upper level. As expected. As a 7th tier upper level ability user, Yang Zhentian, with his immense mental power, immediately noticed the change in Su Jingming's level. He nodded in satisfaction. Have a seat. When did you come back? Yesterday. Su Jingming sat down opposite the sofa and replied with a smile. Aside from your rank, it seems your other gains are also quite good. Have you killed anyone? Yang Zhentian asked with interest. If Su Jingming had seemed somewhat immature before going to the wilderness area, now he exuded a sharp and dangerous aura that was uncommon among his peers. Such an aura could not be cultivated merely by killing fierce beasts. A small team wanted to kill and loot, but I turned the tables on them, Su Jingming briefly explained. Then, he had a thought and took out a bottle of Earth Spirit Spring from his spatial ring. By the way, teacher, I found some S-grade Earth Spirit Spring in the wilderness area, a total of 4 bottles. Please take this one. S-grade Earth Spirit Spring? Yang Zhentian raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled lightly. The source water wilderness area has been scavenged countless times by those high-tier ability users. You were lucky to find Earth Spirit Spring. However, for someone of my level, the healing effect of Earth Spirit Spring is not as good as an A-grade 7th tier elixir. You can keep this Earth Spirit Spring for yourself. For ability users below the 4th tier, Earth Spirit Spring is an excellent healing remedy. But for those above the 4th tier, the healing effect is significantly diminished. Of course, Su Jingming's thoughtfulness was already very satisfying to him. After a pause, Yang Zhentian added, however, you can give a bottle to your senior brother Lu Ming. Senior brother? What happened to him? Su Jingming was slightly taken aback. There was a problem with the battle in the southwest, and he was seriously injured, Yang Zhentian said solemnly. In the days since leaving school, I went to the southwest to bring him back. Seriously injured? Su Jingming frowned, just about to ask further when the passage from the living room to the villa's open backyard opened, and senior brother Lu Ming was pushed in by Uncle Fu in a wheelchair. He looked pale, his legs were gone, and his right arm was also empty. The only remaining left arm was similarly wrapped in bandages, looking quite tragic. Junior brother, upon seeing Su Jingming, senior brother Lu Ming, forced to smile. Senior brother? Su Jingming's expression changed in shock as he quickly stood up and moved to Lu Ming's side. It was then he realized that Lu Ming's injuries were far more than just physical. The once peak 3rd tier aura had actually fallen to a level even lower than his own. What happened? Didn't yesterday's news report say that the battle in the southwest was a great victory under the leadership of the 8th tier Grandmaster Wan Linyang? Su Jingming furrowed his brows. Any battle related to ferocious beasts would have an inspection team specifically monitoring it. There was no way there could be false reports of victory. Since it was a great victory, as a peak 3rd tier ability user with the 3rd level of the indestructible thunder body, Lu Ming shouldn't be in such a dire state even if he was injured. Great victory? Senior brother Lu Ming's emotions suddenly flared up, his eyes burning with fierce anger. If it weren't for our Ash Guild acting as bait, could Wang Linyang have won so easily? Over 2,000 ability users in the guild. In the end, less than 100 survived. Thinking of the comrades and brothers he had spent more than a month with who had died so tragically before him, Lu Ming closed his eyes in pain, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Uncle Fu, take Lu Ming down to rest, Yang Zhentian sighed. Teacher, what's wrong with senior brother? After Lu Ming was pushed away by Uncle Fu, Su Jingming asked hesitantly. Yang Zhentian pondered for a moment before explaining, the ferocious beasts in the southwest have been rampant for nearly half a year. A month ago, 8th tier Grandmaster Wang Linyang was sent to suppress them. We thought it would be resolved quickly. But unexpectedly, the 7th tier beast leader in the group seemed to sense the danger. It kept hiding and only arranged for beast tides to attack. Thus, the battle stalemated for over a month. Eventually, Wang Linyang could no longer wait.
he arranged for the Ash Guild, where Lu Ming is, to go deep into the wilderness as bait. Sure enough, they lured out that 7th-tier beast, which Wang Linyang ultimately killed. However, the Ash Guild, which was unaware of the situation beforehand, suffered heavy losses under the siege of the 7th-tier beast and numerous 6th-tier beasts. Out of over 2,000 members, less than 100 survived. Lu Ming himself was severely injured. If he hadn't activated the Thunder Extreme State, he might have already died. Ash Guild? Is it related to the Ash Society that senior brother joined? Su Jingming keenly picked up on the key point. Yes, it is related. The Ash Guild is the parent guild of our school's Ash Society. Among the over 2,000 combat members of the Ash Guild, nearly 100 graduated from our school. Additionally, the other members are also quite strong. During that time on the battlefield, the Ash Guild was the one that killed the most ferocious beasts and had long been remembered by that beast leader. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to act as bait to lure it out. Yang Zhentian's eyes glinted coldly. It was precisely because of this action that Wang Linyang had been taken to a military court by the families of the fallen ability users from the Ash Guild, and the military was also taking action. However, as an 8th-tier ability user who had just achieved merit, the punishment for Wang Linyang would likely not be severe. An elite guild of over 2,000 people can be used as bait. Wang Linyang is truly ruthless. Su Jingming felt a chill run down his spine. In the eyes of this 8th-tier Grandmaster Wang Linyang, Lu Ming and the other low-tier ability users were probably just expendable pawns. Humph, he is indeed ruthless. With Wang Linyang holding the fort, the ferocious beasts in the southwest can't stir up much trouble. Using the army to slowly wear them down, it's only a matter of time before they are taken down. It's just a matter of consuming a bit more resources. But he had to rush for quick results by using bait, leading to so many tragic deaths. Yang Zhentian snorted coldly, terrifying lightning flickering around him. Yesterday I had a fight with him. Although I ultimately couldn't win, he didn't come out unscathed either. Also, tomorrow I need to take Lu Ming to another master who has healing abilities for treatment. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in your new student competition. Got it. Su Jingming nodded, indicating his understanding. He had originally wanted to ask his teacher Yang Zhentian to demonstrate and see how much impact his Hell's Thunder armor could withstand. But given the situation, it wasn't suitable for testing combat skills. So, after leaving a bottle of S-Grade Earth Spirit Spring, Su Jingming turned and left the villa. After this serious injury, I wonder if my senior brother can recover. Leaving the villa, Su Jingming walked along the road, still thinking about his senior brother's tragic state. A master-level healer can achieve the effect of regrowing severed limbs. So, Lu Ming will be able to recover. But the newly grown legs and right arm can't compare to the originals, can they? Moreover, the foundation of the Thunder Immortal body that teacher Yang Zhentian had shaped for him already existed within his flesh. Suffering such a severe injury, the Thunder Immortal body was essentially crippled by more than half. Additionally, Lu Ming's Thunder Immortal body had reached the 3rd level. The newly grown limbs would also need to be retrained. It's hard to say how long it will take for him to recover to the 3rd level of the Thunder Immortal body. I hope my senior brother can endure this blow and bounce back. Shaking his head, Su Jingming decided not to think too much about it. This incident involved a grandmaster, and aside from providing a bottle of S-Grade Earth Spirit Spring, he couldn't offer much help. On the bright side, at least his senior brother didn't end up dying tragically in the wilderness like others. As long as he was alive, there was hope. When Su Jingming walked out of teacher Yang Zhentian's villa, it was already noon. On the way, he received a call from Song Choyun, inviting him to lunch. After meeting up, they headed to a restaurant called Kinjayaju in the university town. Kinjayaju is a relatively upscale dining place in the university town. A meal for 2 or 3 people can easily cost several thousand daxia coins. However, for Song Choyun and Su Jingming, this was considered ordinary. Sir, how many of you are there? Song Choyun and Su Jingming walked in together, one charming and graceful, the other with a resolute appearance and tall stature. Walking together, they resembled a golden boy and jade girl, easily attracting the attention of those around them. As soon as they entered Kinjayaju, a waiter warmly greeted them. Just the 2 of us. Noticing the subtle gazes from the diners in the hall, Su Jingming frowned slightly and added, "Please prepare a private room for us." Su Jingming had just come out of the wilderness area. The prolonged killing had naturally left him with a cold, murderous aura. Coupled with the unique pressure emanating from absorbing the blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, his frown made the ordinary waiter shiver slightly, and he quickly said, "There are elegant rooms upstairs, please follow me." After saying that, he hurriedly led the way. "Geez, Su classmate, don't be so fierce, you scared the waiter." As Song Choyun and Su Jingming walked up the stairs, she smiled and spoke after entering the private room. At this moment, she had changed out of her battle attire and was wearing a simple white women's t-shirt paired with light blue skinny jeans. She leaned back lightly in her chair, her full curves on display. "Am I fierce?" Su Jingming was slightly taken aback. "I always thought I had a friendly appearance and was approachable." This was Su Jingming's true self-awareness. Of course, if Jiang Chuxian had heard his words, it would have been a completely different story. Hey, don't go too far.
Back then, on the arena, when you shot through Lei Zhou's shoulder blade with a single shot, I didn't see you being so amiable.
Song Choyun couldn't help but retort. Lei Zhou brought it upon himself, Su Jingming replied noncommittally. His attitude towards enemies was naturally different. That's true. For this point, Song Choyun did not refute, a charming smile appearing on her face. Then I'll reluctantly consider you amiable. After a pause, Song Choyun asked the biggest question that had been on her mind. But why do I feel a fierce aura from you, like that of a ferocious beast? Originally, Song Choyun had planned to explore the answer to this question during their sparring session in the morning. However, Su Jingming was simply too strong, and she couldn't find any clues. But her curiosity was piqued, so she took the opportunity of this meal invitation to ask directly. But if this involves any of your secrets, you don't have to tell me. I'm just a bit curious. Song Choyun added. She wanted to clarify that she wasn't deliberately probing into Su Jingming's privacy. Fierce beast aura? Your perception is quite sharp. Su Jingming smiled slightly and didn't hide it. It might be because I absorbed the essence blood of ferocious beasts to practice my combat skills. In fact, after entering the wilderness area, he had also realized this issue himself. Generally speaking, low-level ferocious beasts with insufficient intelligence would attack humans directly, disregarding the difference in levels. However, during his time in the wilderness area, Su Jingming had felt fear from some ferocious beasts towards him more than once. This was an emotion that low-level ferocious beasts would experience only after sensing the aura of a high-level ferocious beast. Absorbing the essence blood of ferocious beasts? I see. Upon hearing this, Song Choyun suddenly understood. Some combat skills indeed required the absorption of ferocious beast essence blood. It seemed that the renowned S-level body refinement combat skill, Indestructible Thunder Body by the Weapon Academy's Dean Yang Jintian was also like this. With her biggest doubt resolved, Song Choyun felt pleased and smiled as she handed over the menu. Come on, feel free to order, it's all on me. Then I won't be polite, Su Jingming said with a smile. No need to be polite, it's just a meal. Can it really make me go broke? Song Choyun said cheerfully. With her assets, buying the entire restaurant was no problem. Although she said it casually, Su Jingming only ordered around 30,000 worth of dishes. However, the portions were calculated for 11 people, with him taking 10 portions and Song Choyun 1. After placing the order, the dishes were quickly served and the two began to eat and chat. By the way, since your spear technique has reached an advanced level, why didn't you go to the Weapon Academy and instead chose to have the Dean of the Element Academy as your teacher? My family has already arranged a melee teacher for me, so I wanted to choose an elemental mentor. I see, so you want to pursue both melee and spellcasting? You could say that, but currently, although she came from a family of grandmasters, Song Choyun showed no signs of being a spoiled young lady. Instead, she was lively and adorable. What surprised Su Jingming even more was that Song Choyun managed to eat 3 portions of food by herself. Although she couldn't compare to him, this amount was already quite substantial among the ability user community. However, looking at Song Choyun's perfectly curvy figure, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This was innate talent, the flesh was growing in all the right places. After the meal, Song Choyun wanted to go to the city center with her best friend Chi Dongxia and invited Su Jingming to join. However, having already been there once, Su Jingming naturally had little interest. After politely declining, I returned to the villa's training room to practice my abilities as well as physical fitness and combat skills. By the afternoon, I went out for dinner with Lu Wentao and then continued training upon returning. Just like that, it was already past 2 o'clock the next afternoon. Su Jingming finally changed into casual clothes, left the villa, and prepared to go to the high-speed train station in Magic City to pick up his cousin Tang Chi. Magic City high-speed train station. Due to the occasional predatory birds flying overhead, traveling by plane was not safe. Therefore, most people chose to take the high-speed train. As the most important transportation hub in Magic City, the high-speed train station was always bustling with people and noise. With so many people, it was a mix of all kinds. Inside the station, there were also special security teams of ability users patrolling back and forth. The G103 train from Jiangqing to Magic City is about to arrive. Please pay attention to safety and disembark in an orderly manner. The G103 train from Jiangqing to Magic City is about to arrive. Please pay attention to safety and disembark in an orderly manner. The gentle voice of the announcement echoed, signaling another high-speed train's arrival. Amidst the clamor, passengers and students, some pulling suitcases and others carrying backpacks, streamed out of the train. Magic City. We've arrived. Wow, this time we have to have a lot of fun. Mom, look over there, what are those badges? So beautiful. Those are the emblems of different universities in Magic City. Is that so? Then I want to apply to a university in Magic City. In the future, some first-time visitors and students arriving in Magic City looked around excitedly. Today was August 31st, the day for new students to report to various universities. Naturally, the high-speed train station had already set up reception points for each university. Each reception point displayed the name and emblem of its respective school. Among them, the top university, Magic City Ability University, attracted the most attention with its extremely ornate emblem featuring swords and thorny roses. Amidst the crowd, there were 3 young people, 2 girls and 1 boy, all around 18 years old. They chatted with each other while dragging their suitcases off the train. The girl in the middle was tall and had a cold appearance. Her straight legs, glowing pale beneath her shorts, drew the attention of passers-by. The other girl beside her was petite and cute, curiously looking around. As for the boy, he had short hair and handsome features. The girl in the middle was Tang Chi. The 2 on her left and right were Meng Di and Zhou Mingyang. All 3 were students from Jiangqing's top high school, the Rocket class, and had also been accepted by universities in Magic City. So, they had arranged to take the same high-speed train over. Truly a top university, even the emblem is more splendid than ours, Zhou Mingyang remarked as he glanced at the reception points set up for new students from various universities in the train station. He and Meng Di had both been accepted by Jing'an Ability University. Although Jing'an Ability University was also located in the university town of Magic City, it ranked higher nationally than the Linjiang Ability University where Tang Chi was enrolled. This was quite normal. After all, he and Meng Di ranked 2nd and 4th in Jiangcheng, while Tang Chi was only 12th. Of course, compared to Su Jingming, who had risen like a comet from Jiangcheng and ultimately became the top scholar in Jiangnan province, this was nothing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask Tang Chi beside him, "Will Su Jingming really come to pick us up?" "He will come to pick us up. He even told me on the phone." Tang Chi rolled her eyes. It wasn't that she was impatient, but Zhou Mingyang had already asked this question at least 7 or 8 times while on the train. As for why this happened, the reason is quite simple. After Su Jingming won the title of top scholar in Jiangnan province, a huge honor that had never belonged to Jiangqing before, almost all the middle and high school students in the city regarded him as a role model and idol. Even Zhou Mingyang, who had competed with him at the same examination site, was no exception. "I remember Su Jingming seemed to have enrolled just a few days after the results were announced, right? He has already been at school for more than 2 months. How much improvement do you think he could have made?" At this moment, Meng Di asked curiously. Su Jingming possesses an S-level ability, so the training methods the school provides him must be top-notch. 2 months should be enough for him to become a first-tier ability user, Zhou Mingyang replied after a moment of thought. "That's about what I was thinking. He should be at the lower or middle level of the first tier." Meng Di nodded in agreement. However, Tang Chi, who was nearby, remained silent. Having grown accustomed to the miracles created by Su Jingming, she felt that things wouldn't be as simple as they imagined. Chi Jia. Just as the 3 were speculating quietly, a young man squeezed through the crowd and appeared in their line of sight with a smile. The young man was tall and composed, dressed in a simple black t-shirt and long pants. It was Su Jingming, who had come from the school. Seeing her cousin Su Jingming appear before her, Tang Chi was momentarily taken aback and didn't react right away. "Chi Jia, it's been over 2 months, you can't even recognize your cousin?" Su Jingming joked as he took the suitcase from her hands. Only then did Tang Chi come to her senses, her pretty face slightly flushed as she hurriedly denied, No, it's just that I didn't expect you to have changed so much. I didn't recognize you." She was speaking the truth. 2 months ago, although Su Jingming had secured the title of top scholar in Jiangnan province, both his appearance and demeanor seemed somewhat immature, easily identifiable as a high school student. But now, Su Jingming was entirely different. Not only was he much stronger and taller than before, but he also exuded a calm aura, faintly radiating a subtle pressure that came from someone in a higher position. Faced with such Su Jingming, Tang Chi felt as if she were looking at those powerful ability mentors in high school. She unconsciously felt a bit restrained. It was hard to believe that just over 2 months ago, he hadn't been like this at all. "A lot has indeed happened in these 2 months, Su Jingming nodded, not elaborating further. At this moment, Zhou Mingyang, who was nearby, greeted him with a smile. "Top scholar Su, long time no see." Su Jingming was not surprised by Zhou Mingyang's appearance, as he had learned from his cousin Tang Chi over the phone yesterday that she would be coming to Moda with Zhou Mingyang and another girl from their school. He also held a bit of fondness for Zhou Mingyang, who had a brief acquaintance with him during the martial arts college entrance examination and had expressed concern about whether he could handle the fierce beasts, wanting to help him. Thus, in response to Zhou Mingyang's teasing, Su Jingming smiled and replied, "Qingfeng sword Zhou Mingyang, long time no see." Hearing Su Jingming mention the title Qingfeng sword, Zhou Mingyang's face immediately turned red as if his dark past had been exposed, and he quickly pleaded, "Bro, I'm begging you, don't call me that anymore." Seeing this, Su Jingming couldn't help but chuckle. "Alright, then I'll just call you by your name from now on." To create a buzz for the martial arts college entrance examination, various provinces and cities often assigned different titles to local genius candidates. Such titles, once the examination was over, almost became a part of their dark history. "Hello, I'm Meng Di, from the same class as Tang Chi. We both clearly saw your impressive performance in the core area during the exam," Meng Di interjected, introducing herself, while extending her right hand. At the same time, her gaze towards Su Jingming was filled with unabashed heat. After more than 2 months apart, the once comet-like Su Jingming had become even more handsome and powerful. So, you were on the rooftop back then too. Su Jingming smiled and shook her hand. When he was in the core area at that time, he had spotted several drones hovering on the distant rooftop. He had thought Zhou Mingyang might be inside, but he didn't expect Meng Di to be one of them as well. Let's go, we can chat while we walk. After the introductions, Su Jingming, acting as a half-host, led the three of them outside. They all came from Jiangchang and had taken the same exam at the same testing site. As they chatted, there were plenty of topics to discuss and there was no awkward silence. Before long, they became familiar with each other. Cousin Tang Chi also gradually relaxed, occasionally letting out a tinkling laugh when interesting topics came up. At the high-speed train station in the Magic City, various universities had arranged buses to take new students directly to their schools. However, since Su Jingming was there, they naturally wouldn't split up to take different school buses. So, after exiting the Magic City high-speed train station, the four of them hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading straight for the Magic City University town. Speaking of which, when we got off the train, we were just guessing your level. Now that we see you, Jingming, you should be a first-tier upper level, right? Cousin Tang, she said with a smile in the car. Her personal trainer was a first-tier middle-level ability user. Su Jingming's aura was even stronger than her trainer's, so he should indeed be a first-tier upper level. At the same time, she felt a bit proud. As expected, her cousin was not as simple as she had imagined. First-tier upper level? No wonder it's a top university. The training speed is incredible. Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di also showed envious expressions simultaneously. Before the martial arts college entrance exam, they had worked hard to advance to the first-tier lower level. 2 months had passed and their levels had barely improved at all. But Su Jingming had already transformed from an awakener to a first-tier upper-level ability user. How could they not envy him? Of course, they also knew that aside from the school's training, it was also due to Su Jingming's own efforts. First-tier upper level? Su Jingming, in the passenger seat, was slightly taken aback. Remembering that the few people at the first-tier lower level lacked strong mental power and couldn't accurately sense levels, he smiled and explained, I broke through to first-tier upper level a month ago, now I'm a second-tier upper-level ability user. Su Jingming had never hidden his level, whether at school or in front of friends. After all, in the competitive environment of the Magic City Ability University, only by showcasing one's strength and potential could one gain more resources. Always hiding one's strength, hoping to make a stunning impression at a critical moment, was the most foolish approach. True talents should reveal their brilliance, competing on the same stage with other talents, determined to trample others underfoot. Those who are keen on playing the fool for the tiger can easily become a pig if they play the fool for too long. Although, by common sense, his speed of advancement was somewhat absurdly fast, with almost no precedent. But so what? Just because it hasn't been seen doesn't mean it doesn't exist. He was already an S-level ability awakener, rare in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. What was wrong with progressing quickly? In the back seat of the taxi, Cousin Tang Chi and the others were momentarily stunned by his words. Second-tier upper level? To put it into perspective, the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau was only a second-tier middle level. In just 2 months, Su Jingming had become stronger than the Education Bureau director? Did we hear wrong, or did he misspeak? Thus, Cousin Tang Chi couldn't help but ask, Jingming, are you really a second-tier upper level? Su Jingming smiled slightly and said nothing. He simply raised his right hand, and a flicker of thunderous electric arc danced at his fingertips. The thunderbolt arc was extremely weak and small, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Yet the 3 people in the back seat felt an extremely dangerous aura emanating from this thread of lightning. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies, and a fine sweat appeared on their foreheads. This was the instinctive reaction of the body facing a lethal threat. More importantly, the aura that Su Jingming exuded was shockingly several times stronger than that of the second-tier commander outside the martial arts examination center back then. This aura is indeed at the second-tier upper level. Tang Chi, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di all displayed expressions of astonishment simultaneously. In Jiangcheng, where superpowers were rare, a second-tier superpower could establish their own private martial arts school and create a family of superpowers. Zhou Mingyang's father was a second-tier mid-level superpower. In fact, Zhou Mingyang's biggest goal was to reach the second-tier upper level by the time he graduated from university. Tang Chi and Meng Di shared similar aspirations to some extent. Achieving the second-tier upper level before graduation would be considered a great blessing. However, Su Jingming, who had only been absent for a little over 2 months, had accomplished a goal that would take them at least 4 years to achieve. How could they not be shocked? After a long while, Cousin Tang Chi finally spoke with emotion. Jingming, if you were to return to Jiangcheng to take a position now, the director of the Education Bureau would probably have to give way to you. Of course, she knew in her heart that many positions in Jiangcheng that they would never have access to were within Su Jingming's reach. Moreover, he wouldn't even look at them. By the way, should we ask for an autograph in advance? Otherwise, when Su Jingming becomes a master in the future, we might not even be able to get one. Zhou Mingyang joked, and Meng Di chimed in, right, let's collect it. In 10 years or so, it might sell for a high price. If you want it, I can write it for you later. Su Jingming didn't refuse his friend's jokes, and nodded with a smile. The scenery outside the window rushed by, and various sounds of laughter filled the car. However, when the backseat trio looked at Su Jingming, their gazes were tinged with emotion. They knew that, with an S-level superpower and having won the Provincial Champion in Jiangnan, Su Jingming would soar to great heights after entering the Magic City Superpower University. But they never expected that this day would come so quickly. After arriving at the Magic City University town with cousin Tang Qi and the others, Su Jingming took them to Kanjiaju for lunch. Only after that did he send them to their respective schools. Jingming, you can go back now. I can check in by myself. At the bustling entrance of Linjiang Superpower University, cousin Tang Qi waved goodbye while carrying her suitcase. Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di, who were at Jing'an Superpower University, were closer and had already been dropped off at their school. Alright, Qijia, just contact me on the phone if anything comes up. Su Jingming nodded. After watching cousin Tang Qi enter the school, he withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. After seeing off his cousin, it was time to return and continue training. In the Magic City University town, there were a total of 5 superpower universities: Magic City Superpower University, Jing'an Superpower University, Linjiang Superpower University, Zhouyang Superpower University, and Jinchang Superpower University. The enrollment dates for new students at these 5 universities were August 30th and August 31. As for the opening ceremonies, the dates varied among the universities. The opening ceremony for Magic City Superpower University was held on September 1st at 9 a.m. at the number 3 playground of the university. On September 1, at 8:12 a.m., in the student dormitory area 3, Villa 32, second floor training room. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Jingming was bare-chested, surrounded by the purple sky divine thunder, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. The dark cloud swift gun in Su Jingming's hand pierced through the air like a phantom. His muscles were not as terrifying as those of extreme fitness enthusiasts. Instead, they were quite well proportioned. With each shot, these well-defined muscles would slightly tense, showcasing an ultimate sense of power. Such a physique was undoubtedly the ideal body shape that countless young girls yearn for. Brother Ming, it's about time to gather, came Lu Wentao's shout from downstairs. Coming, Su Jingming replied, quickly taking a shower in the bathroom. After putting on his battlesuit, he casually slung the dark cloud swift gun over his shoulder and walked down to the second floor. Last night, the new student group had already announced that after the opening ceremony, there would be a new student competition. Therefore, every new student needed to wear their gear to attend the ceremony. Brother Ming, let's go, Lu Wentao, also fully equipped, said as they stepped out of the villa together. Dormitory Area 3 housed over 1,000 new students for this year's Magic City Ability University. Thus, when Su Jingming and Lu Wentao exited the villa, they found many new students already on the road, dressed in battlesuits and carrying weapons. Unlike ordinary universities where students are automatically assigned to colleges and classes after enrollment, Magic City Ability University required students to choose their colleges only after the new student competition. Currently, aside from a new student group, there were no college or class groups, so everyone was still quite unfamiliar with each other. Most were walking in pairs, grouped by their dormitories. On the way, Su Jingming also encountered Song Choyun and Shi Dongxia, both fully armed. However, unlike last time, Song Choyun was wearing a set of lighting-colored battle gear this time. Su Jingming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder she was a rich girl. Expensive battle gear was just like ordinary clothes to her, easily swapped out. As for the exaggeratedly styled Fal Tianhua halberd he had seen last time, it was still stored in her spatial ring. Next to Song Choyun, Shi Dongxia was also dressed in battle gear, but her weapon was a pair of sharp metallic claws. Your weapons are quite different from those of ordinary girls, Su Jingming said with a smile. Generally, girls would choose long swords or daggers as weapons, and even those who opted for large blades were rare. Even when choosing knife-type weapons, they would typically go for the slender and aesthetically pleasing tang knives. Coarse large blades were usually not favored by them. Yet, Song Choyun and Shi Dongxia, with their halberd and metallic claws, wielded weapons that were quite rare among the female crowd. Haven't you heard? The stranger the shape, the quicker the win. My goal this time is to be in the top 50 of the new student competition, Shi Dongxia said with a playful grin. My goal is a bit higher than Xia's. I want to take second place in the new student competition, Song Choyun chimed in, her face beaming with a smile. The charming smile on her delicate face drew many amazed glances from male students along the way. Second place? What? Don't you want to fight me again? Su Jingming laughed upon hearing this. It was a clear sign of her backing down. Since I can't win anyway, why should I seek out suffering? Song Choyun, the top student from Sichuan province, showed no signs of embarrassment. Su Jingming possessed an S-level ability and had astonishingly reached the second-tier upper level. The first place in the new student competition was undoubtedly his. Of course, if she hadn't fought Su Jingming beforehand, she might have genuinely wanted to test her skills in the competition. But since she had already been crushed in their last spar, there was no need for her to be crushed a second time. She wasn't a masochist.
Beside them, Lu Wentao, also from Sichuan province,
was taken aback. Was this still the genius beauty who had once dominated all the talents in Sichuan province? How could she be so docile?
However, given Su Jingming's current strength, it was indeed hard for anyone to entertain
thoughts of resistance.
Thinking of this, Lu Wentao couldn't help but chuckle and said, "With your strength, Sister Yun, securing second place in the freshman competition should be a piece of cake."
According to the
information I have, among this year's freshmen, only you, Minggu, and Li Qingji have reached the second tier. Li Qingji talks a big game, but in reality, he isn't that strong. You should be able to crush him easily.
Sister Yun, Li Qingji? Is he the one you mentioned on the phone last time, the top scholar from Qinghai province? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Song Qiuyun's rapid breakthrough to the second tier was due to the powerful family backing her.
For Li Qingji to advance to the second tier before Song Qiuyun, he must have some skills as well.
That's right. It's him. Lu Wentao nodded.
This guy has been boasting for a long time, claiming that he is the undisputed king of this year's freshmen. But that was when he thought he was the only one at the second tier. He definitely didn't expect that both Minggu and you, Sister Yun, have also broken through to the
second tier.
Words can't be taken too lightly. We need to see Li Qingji's true strength in the freshman competition.
Song Qiuyun remained vigilant.
Of course, she also had her own pride.
In this freshman competition, aside from Su Jingming, she wouldn't lose to anyone. At Magic City Ability University, there are 4 playgrounds.
Among them, playground number 3 is the largest.
In the center of the playground, there is not only a huge arena,
measuring 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters, but also stands that can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. At this moment, in playground number 3, before Su Jingming and the other freshmen arrived, quite a few people were already
seated in the stands, including teachers and senior students. I heard that there's an S-Rank Ability Awakener among this year's freshmen. I wonder if it's true. It should be true. It seems he has already been taken as a disciple by King Yang.
Wow, King Yang has very high standards for accepting disciples. He usually doesn't take anyone before the freshman competition.
It looks like this is real. S-Rank Ability Awakener? I remember. The last S-Rank Awakener in our school was several years ago.
Right, but that one was a mental type S-Rank Awakener who went to the Tactical Academy and became a commander in the Grand Guild after graduation.
This time, it's an electric type S-Rank. Electric type? Isn't that a solid offensive ability? It seems this freshman competition will be quite interesting.
Hee, last year we fought to the death on this arena. This time, it's finally
our turn to watch.
In the stands, many senior students were quietly discussing, eagerly anticipating the upcoming freshman competition. After all, it had been several years since Magic City Ability University
had a new S-Rank Ability Awakener enroll.
Xian, I didn't expect you to be interested in the freshman competition. I thought you didn't like watching these kinds of matches. In a corner of the stands, 2 girls had
just taken their seats.
One of the girls had a stunning appearance, a graceful figure, and long silver hair that reached her waist. It was Jiang Chuxian, who had returned to school with Su Jingming a few days ago.
Facing
her roommate's slightly surprised inquiry, Jiang Chuxian didn't explain much, only chuckling lightly. I just want to come and confirm something. Hearing is believing, seeing is confirming. Although she had already understood Su Jingming's identity from the school forum, she still wanted to see it for herself. In the stands, aside from those there to enjoy the spectacle and students like Jiang Chuxian who had personal motives for attending, various clubs at Magic City Ability University were also eagerly waiting to recruit new members. According to the Club Alliance's agreement, recruitment must wait until after the freshman competition to be conducted uniformly. This group of people was just waiting for the competition to end to absorb fresh blood into their clubs. Listen carefully, our primary goal is to recruit the top 50 freshmen in the upcoming freshman competition. Of course, if there are any promising candidates who perform well during the competition, we can also consider them. So each of you must observe carefully and determine. Su Man, the vice president of the Spirit Fox Club responsible for this recruitment task, was reminding the members. As an elite club, their main target was naturally someone like Su Jingming, the Provincial Champion. Of course, the top 50 freshmen or any students who performed well were also their targets for recruitment. At this moment, a group of 5 walked into the audience, chatting and laughing, and sat down not far from the Spirit Fox Club. Catching sight of the tall, thin young man at the forefront, Su Man couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Wu Yuan from the Meteorite Club? Why is he here too? Besides Su Man, the other recruitment members from different clubs were also somewhat surprised upon noticing the young man leading the group. At Magic City Ability University, there are hundreds of clubs, big and small. There are quite a few elite clubs like the Spirit Fox Club. However, when it comes to the powerful clubs at Magic City Ability University, the Meteorite Club is definitely one of them. The Meteorite Club doesn't have many members, with fewer than 200, but every member is an elite among elites, with all new recruits being at least at the second tier level. The vice president must be a peak third tier ability user. The president of the Meteorite Club has even reached an astonishing 4th tier, and the tall, thin young
Man named Wu Yuan just now is the president of the Meteorite Club. Look over there, the Ashes Club members are here too. Oh, could that be Wei He, the president of the Ashes Club? That's him, but isn't he supposed to be out on a mission? Why is he back? Accompanied by a series of low exclamations, a group of 6 walked up from another direction in the audience. Leading them was a young man dressed in black, exuding a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura. The president of the Ashes Club is here too? Su Man was equally surprised. Like the Meteorite Club, the Ashes Club is also a giant at Magic City Ability University. Almost all of the high-tier combat power in the entire school is divided between these two clubs. Just like the Meteorite Club, the vice president of the Ashes Club must also be a peak 3rd tier. For example, Lu Ming is the vice president of the Ashes Club, and their president, Wei He, is also a 4th tier ability user. Generally speaking, 4th tier ability users rarely stay in school for classes as they spend long periods executing missions. It's quite rare to see them on campus. Now, with the two clubs' 4th tier leaders gathering together, things are definitely not simple. By the way, S-Rank ability awakener Su Jingming. Su Man's beautiful eyes lit up as she quickly understood the reason, and she couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. The Ashes Club and the Meteorite Club are the two top clubs at Magic City University. If they had sent ordinary recruitment personnel, perhaps the Spirit Fox Club could still compete for this rare S-Rank ability awakener. But now that the leaders of both clubs have personally come to lead the team, it is clear that they will spare no effort to recruit Su Jingming. In the eyes of ordinary students, the Spirit Fox Club is an elite club with a 3rd tier ability user as its president. But in front of the Meteorite and Ashes clubs, it simply doesn't measure up. Forget it, let's try to recruit other provincial champions later. Shaking her head, Su Man quickly made her decision. Unlike Su Man's disappointment as a recruitment member, the other audience members were filled with interest at the arrival of these two top clubs. The Ashes Club and the Meteorite Club. I wonder which one that S-Rank ability awakener Su Jingming will choose. I heard that the upper guild of the Ashes Society suffered heavy losses recently, and it seems that the Ashes Society has also been significantly affected. In that case, Su Jingming should choose the Meteor Society. Not necessarily. Su Jingming's senior brother, Lu Ming, is the vice president of the Ashes Society, so he might still choose to join the Ashes Society. As a top university, the Magic City Ability University's societies are naturally more than just student groups. Almost all elite societies have backing from powerful forces in society. For example, behind the Meteor Society is the massive Meteor Guild, and standing behind the Ashes Society is the colossal Ashes Guild. However, the Ashes Guild suffered a heavy blow recently, losing more than half of its combat personnel, leaving only the logistics staff at the headquarters. The Ashes Guild is the support for the Ashes Society. Now that the Ashes Guild is severely weakened, the influence of the Ashes Society in the school has also drastically decreased. Compared to the intact Meteor Guild and Meteor Society, it is naturally at a disadvantage. As the upperclassmen in the audience discussed, new students gradually entered the playground. Su Jingming and Song Choyun, along with 2 others, walked in at that moment. This is the arena? Su Jingming was stunned as he looked at the giant arena, which measured 1,000 meters in both length and width. Goodness, although the school has a lot of land, it can't be this extravagant, right? I heard my teacher say that the freshman competition will have a 100-person melee, so it's normal for the arena to be large. Song Choyun said with a faint smile. 100-person melee? That indeed requires a larger arena, Su Jingming realized. His teacher took his senior brother out to recover from injuries, leaving him with no one to ask about the competition format for the freshman competition. Currently, he was completely in the dark about it. Let's go, we'll head over to the podium. The opening ceremony, of course, would not be held on the arena. In front of the podium, there was an empty space, which was where the new students would gather. By the time Su Jingming and Song Choyun walked over, there were already about 500 to 600 fully armed new students in the open area. Not far ahead, teachers had already taken their seats at the podium. Except for the dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zhentian, who was not present, the deans of the other 4 academies were all there. Additionally, the subject teachers were seated according to their respective departments. Unlike teachers like Zhang Xiaoyang, who were responsible for admissions, these subject instructors were all at least 6th tier or above. A special seat was reserved at the very front of the podium, but it was still empty at the moment. Since there were no divisions by academy or class, the open area was not marked into specific zones. Su Jingming and Song Choyun, along with the others, casually found a spot to stand and waited for the opening ceremony to begin. As the number of students in the open area continued to increase, the time quickly reached 9 o'clock. It was at this moment that a soft buzzing sound suddenly rang out. The new students looked up and saw above the podium. The space seemed to be abruptly torn apart, forming a door. In the next moment, a graceful woman dressed in a red classical long robe, with a tear mole at the corner of her eye, stepped out barefoot. Her cold, stunning beauty carried a hint of authority. This is space-type ability? Is she the vice president stationed at the Combat Skills Library? Su Jingming was secretly shocked and immediately deduced the identity of the person. He just didn't expect this vice president to be so young. Judging by her appearance, she looked to be only about 25 or 26 years old. Of course, since ability users have powerful physiques and their aging process is slowed down, the age inferred from appearance is not necessarily accurate. However, it can be confirmed that this vice president's age definitely does not exceed 40. Faced with the suddenly appearing beautiful woman, the new students were somewhat surprised. However, there weren't many voices discussing it in the open space. It was even quieter than before. After all, those who could enter the Magic City Ability University were not fools. Discussing someone under the gaze of such a powerful figure, wasn't that courting death? The woman in red stood barefoot in midair, her red dress billowing, long hair flowing in the wind. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ling Shuang, and I am one of the 3 vice principals of the school, usually responsible for guarding the combat skills library. Since the principal is not at the school and the other 2 vice principals have urgent matters to attend to, I will host this new student orientation. The woman in red spoke coldly, her voice echoing across the entire playground. First of all, welcome to Magic City Ability University. This year, there are 1,024 new students, including 6 provincial champions. There are 56 A-level ability users, 832 B-level ability users, and 135 C and D-level ability users. Additionally, there is one extremely rare S-level ability awakener. At this point, Su Jingming felt that the vice principal named Ling Shuang seemed to glance at him. Previously, the new and old students had learned from the student forum that there was an S-level ability awakener among the new students. Now, with the school's official confirmation, they did not show much surprise. Ling Shuang's voice was crisp. Magic University has been established for 213 years. In these 213 years, we have not only nurtured future masters, grand masters, and even martial saints, but we have also cultivated a large number of high-level ability users. It can be said that once you enter Magic University, as long as you work hard, you will carve out a space that belongs to you. With your addition, Magic University will surely become even more glorious. The voice of Vice Principal Ling Shuang was relatively cold, yet the new students on the playground still felt their hearts surge with excitement. 7th tier masters, 8th tier grand masters, 9th tier martial saints. These were the ultimate goals they aspired to. To help you become stronger, the school will distribute resources each academic year based on your ratings. The ratings range from D to S, with a total of 5 levels, and the amount of resources available for each rating varies each academic year. The new student competition and the assessments at the end of each academic year provide opportunities to change ratings. After a pause, Ling Shuang continued. In addition to these free resources, there are also resources that require certain conditions to be met. For example, the combat power rankings, which consist of 4 lists from 1st to 4th tier. As long as you rank high on the combat power rankings, you can also obtain a large amount of resources. Furthermore, you should all be aware of the importance of credits. 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 dasha coins. In our school, we only recognize credits, not dasha coins. Credits can be earned by completing tasks or climbing the combat power rankings. I am just briefly summarizing these related topics. For more detailed information, you can ask the counselors of each class after the class division. Rating system, credit system, combat power rankings, task system. It feels like the competition at Magic University is intense, someone in the crowd of new students murmured. Indeed, just hearing this summary brought a heavy sense of pressure. Yeah, it would be better to cancel these systems. That would be fairer to us, someone complained. Fair? It seemed that Ling Shuang in midair had also heard this remark, and her aura suddenly changed. The presence of an 8th tier Grand Master erupted fully, the rustling of her red dress echoing. Her hair flew behind her, and the intense pressure made the entire playground fall silent. When did I ever say that Magic University is fair? Ling Shuang said, word by word, while her gaze slowly swept over the crowd below. Every new student who met her gaze felt as if they had been pricked by a nail, quickly lowering their heads, not daring to look her in the eye. We are a top university, and the country invests a large amount of resources in us every year. We do not want to cultivate a batch of ordinary 1st and 2nd tier ability users. Instead, we aim to nurture top-tier powerhouses with the potential to dominate a region in the future. The birth of a powerhouse must go through rigorous competition. Whether it's credits, combat skill manuals, or cultivation resources, you must fight and compete for them. Fairness is the comfort zone of the weak. There has never been fairness at MO University. It is normal for the strong to take all. After Vice President Ling Shuang finished speaking, some of the new students fell into silence. Clearly, the somewhat brutal competition system at MO University exceeded their expectations. However, many new students' eyes sparkled with ambition, and Su Jingming was one of them. With such a competitive mechanism, it seems I have come to the right place at this ability university in the Magic City. Su Jingming couldn't help but nod inwardly. Indeed, only such a system can cultivate top-tier powerhouses. If resources were evenly distributed among every student, that would be the most foolish approach.
Of course, the school has not abandoned students with lesser talents. The resources allocated each academic year based on ratings are sufficient for these students to also improve. Fairness? Where does so much fairness come from in this world? When you get to the battlefield later, are you going to ask those high-level ferocious beasts to specifically fight against ability users of the same level and not attack you? Isn't that ridiculous? On the podium, Kong Qingxue, the dean of the Elemental College, couldn't help but shake her head slightly. This idea was simply too naive. Aren't new students always like this? After a year, no, just half a year, they will understand, a teacher said with a smile. In short, at our school, you'd better not have the idea of hiding your strength. The stronger you are, the more resources you can obtain from the school. That concludes the introduction to the school system. Next, I will focus on the upcoming new student competition. The new student competition. Upon hearing Ling Shuang mention the key point, all the new students on the playground focused their attention. This new student competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a 100-person free-for-all. The venue is the arena behind you, and during the battle, an artificial intelligence named Eva will be responsible for counting the number of enemies each person defeats. Ultimately, the 5 individuals who defeat the most enemies will advance to the second stage of the competition. The first stage consists of 10 rounds, and the 50 who advance to the second stage will be ranked based on the number of enemies defeated. After the overall ranking is established, each person will have 3 opportunities to initiate a challenge. If successful, they can replace the opponent's rank. Ling Shuang said. Slowly, as for the rewards for this new student competition, they are arranged as follows. The first place can receive a space ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters, an A-level cultivation resource, and 1,000 credits. The second place can receive a set of A-level battle gear, a B-level cultivation resource, and 900 credits. The third place can receive a set of B-level battle gear, a B-level cultivation resource, and 800 credits. These are the rewards for the top 3. I won't elaborate on the rewards for other ranks. Listening to these rewards, the new students on the playground immediately became excited. A 10 cubic meter large capacity space ring. How much would that sell for? Shallow. You can't buy this with money. Speaking of which, this space ring should have been made by the vice president using her space type ability, right? Will it carry her body fragrance? Wow. There are perverts here. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reward for first place was much more luxurious than that for second and third. After all, a 10 cubic meter space ring cannot be bought with money. Of course, for these new students, the rewards for second and third place were also quite good. If converted to Daxia currency, these rewards are worth at least tens of millions. Many new students were eager to try their hand, especially some of the provincial champions among them, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Additionally, this freshman competition offers a chance to change your rating privileges. The top 50 in the competition will receive A-level privileges. Those ranked from 200 to 50 will receive B-level privileges, and those from 500 to 200 will receive C-level privileges. As for the rest, they will receive D-level privileges. Ling Shuang's voice rang out again, prompting some new students to ask in confusion, is A-level the highest we can achieve? What about S-level? Many new students knew that Su Jingming, an S-level ability awakener, held S-level privileges. S-level privileges are assessed separately by the school and will not be included in the rewards for the freshman competition or the assessments at the end of the academic year, Ling Shuang said. Alright, that's all I have to say. The opening ceremony ends here, and I wish all of you good results in the freshman competition. Dean Sun, I will hand it over to you now. Okay. Sun Qingxue, the dean of the Element Academy, nodded slightly from the podium and walked to the front. The figure in the red robe belonging to Vice Principal Ling Shuang then stepped into the void and disappeared. This left some male students feeling a sense of loss. Rest in place for 5 minutes. The freshman competition will officially begin in 5 minutes. But before that, I want to remind you that all of our deans and mentors will be observing each of your performances in the arena. Students who perform excellently will be taken as exclusive disciples by the teachers, so please give it your all. Sun Qingxue, the dean of the Element Academy, was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Compared to the coldness of Vice Principal Ling Shuang, her voice was much softer. Oh, there will also be exclusive mentors selecting students during the freshman competition. It seems we really have to give it our all this time. I hope a teacher notices me, otherwise, it will be troublesome later. Students with exclusive mentors and those without had completely different rates of improvement in strength. Thus, many new students were secretly gearing up, preparing to give their best performance in the upcoming freshman competition. Su Jingming, Song Qiuyun, Lu Wentao, and Shi Dongxia had already found their exclusive mentors during the summer vacation. Naturally, they had no worries about that. In comparison, they were more concerned about the competition rewards. The first place can actually receive a 10 cubic meter space ring. The school is really generous. This was something Su Jingming hadn't expected. He was worried that the 2 1 cubic meter rings he had couldn't hold his long spear, and now the school was providing him with an oversized space ring. Vice Principal Ling has space type. abilities, so a 10 cubic meter space ring isn't much for her, Song Choyun said with a smile as she took out her Fong Tianhua halberd from her space ring. In fact, her family had a long-term cooperative relationship with a space-type ability user. The 30 cubic meter space ring she had was made by that person. That's true, Su Jingming nodded slightly. 5 minutes passed quickly and Dean Sun Qingxue stood back on the podium. The first phase of the freshman competition is about to begin. Please get ready, new students. On the playground, the new students who had been chatting suddenly fell silent. The first phase consists of 10 rounds of battles. Now let's draw the students for the first round. Accompanied by Dean Sun's voice, the holographic projection of the top-tier artificial intelligence Eva appeared on the podium. It was still a cute little round ball. Asterisk, Eva. Eva the little round ball wobbled slightly and then a beam of light, like a spotlight, was cast down. Among the new students on the playground below, over 100 were selected. Those chosen by Eva are the students participating in the first round of battles. All of you, go up to the arena. More than 100 fully armed new students walked onto the massive arena. Hey, Li Qingji is also in the first round, Lu Wentao exclaimed in surprise. Su Jingming followed his gaze and saw a young man standing on the arena. He had wild black long hair and a strong, muscular build. Su Jingming, at a height of 1.89 m, was already considered tall. But this guy looked even taller. Additionally, he carried a blood-red large knife with him. It seemed he sensed the gaze. Li Qingji turned his head, saw Su Jingming, and provocatively made a throat-slitting gesture with a broad grin. This guy. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Previously, when Lu Wentao mentioned that Li Qingji was arrogant and reckless, he didn't quite believe it. But seeing this, it was indeed outrageous. Song. Choyun also noticed this gesture, her beautiful eyes flashing slightly as she tightened her grip on the Fong Tianhua halberd in her hand. Lu Wentao, seeing this, almost burst out laughing. Goodness, why provoke someone, if not the one you can't afford to offend? Now, it seems, he has also made an enemy of the second person you can't provoke. I hope you won't be too badly beaten by Minggu and the others later. Lu Wentao couldn't help but mourn for this self-destructive top scholar from Qinghai province. Before the competition officially begins, let me emphasize again, you don't need to worry about being too heavy-handed and causing fatalities. There is top-tier artificial intelligence Eva monitoring at all times on the arena, and if there is any potential life-threatening situation, a protective shield will automatically be generated. Moreover, we have a professional medical team here, and the dean of the auxiliary academy with A-level healing abilities is also present. As long as you don't get your head chopped off, you can be saved. After finishing his final reminders, Dean Sun waved his hand. Eva, prepare to start. Alright, activating energy defense shield. Accompanied by Eva's cute voice, a transparent energy wall resembling water waves rose along the edges of the massive arena. The energy wall closed at the top, forming a gigantic cubic energy shield. This way, any residual attack waves would not affect the nearby audience. All students on the arena, please get ready. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment start echoed, all the new students on the arena erupted with their auras, unleashing their abilities. The previously normal new students suddenly transformed dramatically. Roar, some who used beast-type enhancement abilities have animalized their bodies while letting out wild roars. Boom, there were also elemental ability users, some surrounded by flames, others by water waves, some conjuring earth shields, and others with whistling wind blades around them. In addition, there were giants who had grown in size, wielding over 2-meter-long large knives to engage in battle. Furthermore, there were those with their eyes slightly closed, causing all students within a 5-meter radius to collapse without exception. This was a powerful psychic ability user. To enter the Magic City Ability University, they were all talented individuals from various provinces and cities, and the intensity of their battle was extraordinary. However, among this group, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly Li Qingji, the top scholar from Qinghai province. His second-tier lower-level aura stood out like a crane among chickens on the arena. Who is that? He has actually broken through to the second tier? It seems to be Li Qingji, the top scholar from Qinghai province. So it's the provincial top scholar. No wonder. The new students on the playground were all shocked and discussing, while the older students in the audience were also somewhat astonished. Among the freshmen of their year, there had never been a second-tier ability user. And now, among this group of first-tier ability users, the sudden emergence of a second-tier ability user was like a lion entering a flock of sheep. Indeed, the first round of the chaotic battle among hundreds ended in just half an hour. Li Qingji, the top scholar of Qinghai province, ultimately advanced to the second stage of the competition with an impressive record of defeating 36 opponents in a row. 36 people. Su Jingming, as an S-level ability awakener, I wonder if you can surpass my score in the first stage. After stepping down from the arena, Li Qingji couldn't help but show off in front of Su Jingming. This guy is hopeless, Lu Wentao said, shaking his head as he watched Li Qingji leave. He had seen people courting death, but never someone doing it so thoroughly. As for this display of arrogance, Su Jingming himself had little reaction. In his eyes, Li Qingji's behavior was as childish as that of a child.
President, Li Qingji has broken through to the second tier. Should we list him as our primary target? In the audience, someone from the Meteorite Society asked. Su Jingming, with his S-level ability, was their first target for recruitment, but ability level was just one aspect. The speed of breakthrough was another important consideration, and Li Qingji, who broke through to the second tier before Su Jingming, already qualified to be listed as a primary target for recruitment. No need, President Wu Yuan shook his head and smiled. Su Jingming is not just a simple first-tier user. Oh, do you have insider information, President? The girl who spoke earlier's eyes lit up. It's not exactly insider information, I saw it with my own eyes. Wu Yuan shook his head, not elaborating further. He recalled the scene he witnessed a few days ago in the early morning at his combat skills library. That thunder, like divine punishment, was something a person like Li Qingji could not compare to. President, I hate riddlers the most, the girl said, with a resentful gaze. You'll find out soon enough, so don't be too anxious. President Wu Yuan smiled gently. The first round of the freshman competition has ended. We will now draw members for the second round. The medical team stationed beside the arena quickly sprang into action, taking away the severely injured freshman who could not move. Meanwhile, the artificial intelligence Eva began selecting participants for the second round. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hundreds of beams of light surged into the crowd of freshmen, and Su Jingming was enveloped by one of the beams. Among the four, he was the only one selected. Not bad luck, I got picked for the second round. Su Jingming smiled slightly, drawing out the dark cloud swift spear from behind and holding it in his hand. Go, Su. Although Su Jingming's overwhelming victory was a foregone conclusion, Song Choyun and Chi Dongxia still cheered him on with bright smiles. Manga, let that guy Li Qingji see your power. Lu Wentao was also a bit excited. Okay. Su Jingming nodded and walked onto the arena with the others. Damn, it's Su Jingming. How unlucky to be in the same round as him. It's over now, one spot for advancement is taken and we can only fight for the remaining 4 spots. Fortunately, it's not that unlucky, those who were in the same round as Li Qingji were the real unfortunate ones. Although Su Jingming had been almost invisible for the past month and a half, the top scholar of Jiangnan province who had broken the punching power record, completely crushed Lei Zhou, and possessed S-level abilities, still made the freshman wary. Thus, once he stepped onto the arena, the freshmen all kept their distance, creating a 50-meter exclusion zone around Su Jingming. Do you think standing far away means you're safe? Naive. Su Jingming shook his head, a hint of battle intent flickering in his cold, clear eyes. So that's the new disciple that Director Yang took in recently? That's right, he's the S-rank lightning ability user, the awakener of the purple sky divine thunder. His aura looks quite impressive, very sharp. On the podium, the director and the teachers were quite focused on Su Jingming, who had awakened an S-rank ability. Seeing him appear on the arena, they began to discuss among themselves. I heard that before he enrolled, he was just an awakener, and in just over a month since enrollment, he has advanced to a first-tier upper level. His cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Indeed, if it weren't for the previous gap being too large, he might have entered the second tier like Li Qingji. Yeah, wait? What is this aura? High-level ability users possess strong mental power. At close range, one can almost sense the level of low-level ability users with just a glance. Now, Su Jingming was about 200 to 300 meters away from them, requiring deliberate use of mental power to perceive his level. However, the teachers were shocked when they sensed it. Su Jingming's level had actually reached an astonishing second-tier upper level. What's going on? How did Su Jingming's level increase so much? A teacher holding a teacup nearly spat out his tea upon sensing the level. The other directors and teachers also showed expressions of shock. Old young, this guy, such significant news, and he didn't even mention it beforehand. He really can keep things hidden. Director Sun couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Just as the teachers on the podium were shocked by Su Jingming's level. On the arena, the energy shield rose and the voice of the artificial intelligence Eva echoed simultaneously. All students participating in the second round of the competition, please get ready. 3, 2, 1. Start. Just like the previous round, the moment the match began, the freshmen on the arena unleashed their respective abilities and auras. As expected, compared to fighting fierce beasts, I prefer battling humans. Feeling the surging waves of various abilities and energy around him, Su Jingming's lips curled up slightly in excitement. Purple sky divine thunder. Boom! Accompanied by a deep rumble of thunder, a blue-purple lightning, infused with the essence of the vast source, erupted. At the same time, an aura far surpassing all the freshmen on the arena suddenly burst forth from Su Jingming. Boom! The aura of a second-tier upper-level ability user exploded across the wide arena. The intense pressure caused the combatants on the arena to momentarily freeze in their movements. Is this the aura of a second-tier, upper-level ability user? A freshman swallowed hard, instinctively looking towards the source of the aura. There stood Su Jingming, gripping a dark golden spear, surrounded by crackling lightning, resembling a thunder god. It's Su Jingming. He's actually a second-tier, upper-level ability user. At that moment, all the freshmen on the arena were utterly shocked. It's important to note that Li Qingji's second-tier lower level was already impressive, but in the blink of an eye, another even more monstrous second-tier upper-level ability user had emerged. How could anyone else compete? Among them, some freshmen who were merely at the first-tier middle level began to doubt their lives. Am I really participating in the freshman competition? We are all freshmen. How come you are more than a whole tier above me? Due to the sudden eruption of Su Jingming's aura, the freshmen who had been fiercely battling on the arena simultaneously fell into a state of existential doubt. In fact, it wasn't just the freshmen on the arena who were questioning their lives. Even the senior students in the audience were somewhat dazed. What the hell? Second tier? Upper level? Is this the kind of strength a freshman should have? I could tolerate being a second-tier lower level, but how did a second-tier upper level suddenly pop up? Damn it, how am I, a junior who just entered the second-tier upper level, supposed to handle this? Especially the seniors who took 2 or 3 years to reach the second-tier upper level were left in tears. It felt like all those years had been wasted. Second-tier upper level? In the Meteor Society. The girl who spoke earlier was taken aback, then immediately reacted and looked at the president. Wu Yuan, President, did you know about this all along? Sort of, President. Wu Yuan nodded and smiled. Now you can see Su Jingming's potential, right? Yes. Su Jingming is still our primary target for recruitment. After the freshman competition, we will proceed with our original plan. The girl nodded heavily. In a corner of the audience, the silver-haired girl, Jiang Chuxian, gazed at the tall figure on the stage, her beautiful eyes lighting up. It really is you, senior. No, wait, I should call you junior. You managed to deceive me for so long. No way, I have to find him later. Thinking about seeing Su Jingming again soon, a lovely smile appeared on Jiang Chuxian's face. Second-tier upper level. Looking at the tall figure on the stage holding a long spear, Li Qingji's expression was very grim. Originally, he planned to use his second-tier lower-level strength to crush Su Jingming. Then, he would ride on the reputation of defeating an S-level ability user to make a name for himself in the school. Who knows, he might even get his own authority upgraded to S-level. But now, the strength Su Jingming displayed completely shattered that thought. However, upon seeing a certain thin figure on the stage, Li Qingji's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Jingming, if it were any other round, you would have definitely won. But that guy is also in the second round. Let's see what you do later. A relaxed smile appeared on Li Qingji's face, as if with that person, Su Jingming was bound to lose. Including me, there are a total of 103 freshmen in this round. Since that's the case, let's push through together. On the stage, Su Jingming held the long spear, preparing to charge. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the stage. Everyone, Su Jingming is a second-tier upper-level ability user and also possesses an S-level ability. If we let him break through one by one, we will all be kicked out. So why don't we join forces and eliminate Su Jingming first? This was a magnetic male voice that seemed to come from nowhere. The voice was full of persuasion, and the suggestion in the words made the freshmen, who were originally a bit dazed, have their eyes light up with interest. That voice carries a strong persuasive power. Is he a mental type ability user? Su Jingming frowned, keenly sensing something was off. Just then, the male voice rang out again. There are a total of 103 of us here. Excluding Su Jingming, we have 102 left. Even if Su Jingming is a second-tier upper-level ability user, 102 against 1, we can wear him down. By the way, my name is Shi Liao, and I have an A-level mental ability. I have gathered nearly 20 people. As long as the rest of you listen to my command, I guarantee we will take down Su Jingming with minimal cost. Think carefully. Defeating an S-level ability user is not an opportunity that comes often. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jingming clearly noticed the freshmen around him had their eyes slightly redden. The looks directed at him were filled with burning fighting spirit. If we don't fight, we'll just wait to be kicked out. If we fight, there might still be a chance. To hell with it, I'm in. Defeating an S-rank ability user, you might only have this one chance in your life. I did it. Shi Liao, you speak. What should we do? Under the allure of Shi Liao's voice, all the new students on the arena, except for Su Jingming, actually united together. Oh, this Shi Liao is something else. He really managed to unite the new students. Now Su Jingming is in a bit of trouble. This round might just flip. I remember Shi Liao was a disciple of Dean Long. He's indeed impressive. On the podium, the teachers were all somewhat surprised. They had thought that Su Jingming, being a second-tier upper-level ability user, could easily advance in this first phase of the competition, but who knew such an unexpected turn would occur midway. Additionally, many teachers looked enviously at a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was Long Ko, the dean of the Tactical Academy, and Shi Liao was his disciple whom he had taken in not long ago. Xiao Liao's success is merely luck. It shouldn't be taken seriously, Dean Long of the Tactical Academy said with a smile. This statement was half humility and half because Shi Liao indeed had good luck. If Su Jingming were not an S-rank ability user and had not unleashed the aura of a second-tier upper-level ability user, Shi Liao would not have been able to so easily pull the other new students onto the same front. Luck is also a part of strength, but Su Jingming is in for a tough time now. If an S-rank awakened ability user can't even pass the first phase of the new student competition, then this joke might be a bit too big. One teacher hesitated. If there were just over 100 ferocious beasts on the arena, it would be easy to handle. But now, there were over 100 ability users on the arena. Strengthening types, elemental types, support types, mental types, all kinds of abilities were present. Moreover, these individuals were all the pride of their respective places, now united together. With Shirliao acting as the commander, it could almost be considered a nearly flawless small battle group. Such a 100-person battle group would find it incredibly easy to take down a second-tier upper-level ability user. Of course, Su Jingming was not an ordinary second-tier upper-level ability user. Next, it would depend on which side was stronger. While the deans and teachers on the podium were discussing among themselves, Su Jingming finally used his powerful mental strength to locate the source of the sound from hundreds of meters away. It was a slender boy, not even standing at 1.70 meters, with a very delicate appearance. He wore a black combat suit and carried no weapons. Yet, around him were more than 10 powerful figures, both male and female, guarding his side. Shirliao, an A-rank mental ability user, quite interesting. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. To be able to quickly rally the other new students together, this Shirliao was not simple. Su Jingming, if you had found me and taken me down before I said my second sentence, there might have been a chance to break the situation. But now everyone has already decided to follow my arrangements, you no longer have a chance. Seemingly noticing Su Jingming's gaze, Shirliao slightly raised his head, a smile appearing on his delicate face. 1 person against 102. How will you turn the tables? Turn the tables? Why do you think I'm at a disadvantage? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The dark cloud gale gun lightly inserted into the ground, and then his strong right hand grasped the air. Thunder spear. Endless blue-purple lightning gathered towards his palm, gradually forming the shape of a lightning spear. Close combat ability users, step up. Ranged ability users, unleash your attacks directly. Support ability users, enhance the status. Seeing Su Jingming begin to gather his attack, Shirliao quickly commanded. In fact, the best command strategy would be to divide these 100 people into 5 groups of 20 based on their abilities. Then, they launched a continuous assault on Su Jingming in a wheel battle format. However, this was a newly formed team and they couldn't execute such precise commands. They could only charge in based on the type of abilities they possessed. This is our chance to defeat an S-class ability user. Ha, charge forward. So what if he's an S-class ability user? Today is the day we bring you down from your pedestal. Except for the more than 10 ability users guarding around Shirliao, everyone else simultaneously attacked Su Jingming. Thus, an extremely rare scene unfolded on the arena. Over 80 ability users launched various attacks on a single person. Boom! From behind, scorching fireballs and wind blades that seemed to tear through the air surged towards Su Jingming. In front, several armed ability users, excitedly using their enhancement abilities, charged at Su Jingming. Additionally, this group of people radiated various colors of light. That was the amplification state applied by the support type ability users. As Su Jingming was gathering his thunder spear, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his body, and even his thoughts slowed down a bit. The speed of gathering the thunder spear also became sluggish. Is this a negative state applied by the support type ability users? Looking at the crowd of ability users charging towards him, Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, it doesn't have much effect on me. The thunder spear in his right hand was finally fully formed. The surface of the spear crackled with liquid like thunder, exuding a terrifying might. It's Su Jingming's A-class battle skill Thunder Spear. Quickly organize a defense. Seeing Su Jingming complete the gathering of his Thunder Spear from a distance, Shirliao shouted urgently. The ability users guarding around him quickly formed a wall in front of Shirliao. The leading first-tier upper-level ability user with an elemental Earth-type A ability used his powers to conjure a massive, thick earthen wall, protecting everyone inside. Su Jingming, I advise you not to think about dealing with me. First, take care of the enemies around you. Shirliao, feeling completely safe within the protection of the crowd, shouted loudly. The new ability users were at least 50 meters away from Su Jingming. Even these first-tier melee ability users would need at least 2 to 3 seconds to charge up to Su Jingming. Yet, Su Jingming's current situation remained dangerous as the distance between him and the ability users continued to shrink. Various elemental energy attacks also flew through the air. In this situation, Shirliao did not believe that Su Jingming's Thunder Spear would prioritize targeting him. However, facing Shirliao's threat, the tall and slender figure hundreds of meters away showed no signs of wavering. Then, the strong right hand gripping the Thunder Spear suddenly exerted force. Bang! Accompanied by a piercing explosion, the Thunder Spear shot out like lightning towards them. Is this a sonic boom? Shirliao was momentarily stunned, unable to react. A tremendous roar followed. It was the Thunder Spear colliding with the massive wall. The thick wall, which Shirliao had high hopes for, even harder than E-class alloy, shattered as if made of paper under the Thunder Spear's powerful impact. Under the debris, several nearby ability users were directly struck, bleeding from their heads. However, that wasn't the end. Buzz. The thunder on the spear suddenly became violent, shining brightly. Not good. It's going to explode. Shi Liao's face turned pale. The shockwave was already terrifying. If this thing exploded, they would all die. Just as he felt despair, a transparent energy shield appeared around everyone. At the same time, the voice of the artificial intelligence Eva echoed in his ears. Danger! Danger! An unpreventable energy impact detected. Life at risk. Energy defense net automatically activated. Boom! It was at this moment that the thunder spear exploded. Accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy, the ground trembled and a mushroom cloud of thunder rose from the spot. What's that noise? Holy crap! Can you believe it? I actually saw a mushroom cloud on the arena. Surely and the others can't be dead, right? From the moment Su Jingming threw the thunder spear to its detonation, it all happened in the blink of an eye. At this time, the new ability users had not yet charged within 20 meters of Su Jingming. Sensing the commotion, they instinctively turned to look. What they saw was a shocking scene. Hundreds of meters away, apart from Shirley and the others protected by the energy shield, the surrounding ground looked as if it had been plowed by missiles, with craters everywhere. Inside, remnants of thunder and arcs of electricity flickered and jumped. We regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Su Jingming. Hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Shirley was stunned. He never expected that with just one combat skill, Su Jingming would eliminate all of them. The power was simply too overwhelming. Instinctively, Shirley felt a twinge of regret. If he hadn't provoked Su Jingming with his own strength, he could have definitely advanced. Now, he was eliminated without defeating a single enemy, and the second phase of the new student competition was already out of reach for him. But at this point, it was too late for regrets. Don't mind me. Continue the attack, Shirley shouted. Although their group had been eliminated, there were still over 80 new students on the field. They remained a force not to be underestimated. Moreover, after consuming so much time, the long-range attacks from the ability users had arrived. Shirley instinctively looked ahead. Boom! Crackle! Flames, thunder, wind blades, all sorts of elemental attacks erupted explosively. Sure enough, Su Jingming's figure had been completely engulfed by the various elemental attacks. Even if I'm eliminated, I'll take you down with me. Shirley snorted coldly. A 1-for-1 result was still acceptable. However, just then, a deep voice rang out from the front. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot kill a dragon. Your efforts will ultimately be in vain. Crackle! Accompanied by the powerful sound of surging thunder. In the shocked gazes of Shirley and the surrounding new students, Su Jingming's tall and strong figure stepped out from the flames and lightning. He held a dark golden spear, surrounded by blue-purple thunder, forming a dense electric net. All the flames, thunder, and even wind blades were blocked outside. Not only could they not inflict the slightest harm on him, but they also seemed to accentuate his unmatched strength. Simple use of abilities can isolate all elemental energy attacks? How is that possible? Shirley's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. If Su Jingming had used a powerful combat skill to block all the attacks, he might have been able to accept it. But this was clearly a basic application of abilities that any elemental ability user could use. Yet even so, it still gave a sense of despair that felt insurmountable. Is this the power of S-class abilities? A wave of helplessness rose in Shirley's heart. No matter how he united all the ability users, in the end, to others, they would still just be ants. And Su Jingming's terrifying display also caused a huge stir among the teachers and spectators. Holy crap, what terrifying thunder! The elemental attacks from the others are completely ineffective. Is this the might of S-class abilities? It's ridiculous. Over 100 people against one, and they can't even apply a bit of pressure. Speaking of which, isn't the power of this A-class combat skill, the Thunder Spear, a bit too great? After Shi Liao organized the new students, the senior students in the audience thought things would develop differently. But Su Jingming's series of actions slapped them hard in the face. Some lightning-type ability users who had also learned the A-level battle skill Thunder Spear were even more surprised to find that Su Jingming's Thunder Spear was shockingly powerful. It was as if the Thunder Spear they learned was fake. I knew it, the senior is fine. Looking at the tall figure on the stage, the white-haired girl Jiang Chushuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, not even noticing she had called him by the wrong title. Having witnessed Su Jingming's full strength, she naturally didn't think this group of new students would pose any threat to him. Jiang Chuxian wasn't the only one with this thought. Song Choyun on the playground felt the same way. With her right hand crossed over her chest, she watched Su Jingming step out from the flames and lightning. A faint smile graced her delicate, charming face. To think they could defeat Su Jingming was too naive. In stark contrast, the teachers on the podium were in an uproar. The Thunder Spear is incredibly powerful. Its proficiency has at least reached advanced level. The sonic boom generated when throwing the Thunder Spear indicates his instantaneous speed has definitely exceeded twice the speed of sound. His physique is too strong. He is extremely skilled in using lightning-type abilities. The simple lightning net has no gaps at all. He must have been practicing diligently. They were all seasoned high-level ability users.
Just from one thunder spear and a lightning net, they realized Su Jingming was far stronger than they had imagined. Take the thunder spear for example. An ordinary ability user would need at least 3 to 4 years to reach advanced proficiency. Yet Su Jingming, who had only been in school for a little over 2 months, had already mastered it to an advanced level, which was beyond their expectations. Moreover, Su Jingming's powerful physique exceeded their predictions. He could actually generate twice the speed of sound with his bare hands. A genius. Absolutely a genius. This round of competition will be a piece of cake for him. How many more trump cards does Su Jingming have that we don't know about? Since it was usually Dean Yang Zhentian who taught Su Jingming individually, the teachers only had the impression of him being an S-level ability awakener, knowing nothing else. Even his second-tier upper-level strength had just been revealed. The strength Su Jingming had slightly displayed now had already surprised them. Unfortunately, with Dean Yang Zhentian absent, they had no way to inquire about more key information regarding Su Jingming's true strength. Thus, regarding Su Jingming's full strength, they were like cats smelling fish but had no other channels for understanding. They could only focus their attention on the stage and continue to watch the battle. Although Shi Liao called for another attack, the new students hesitated in the face of Su Jingming's terrifying might, and with Shi Liao being eliminated, his mind-controlling ability as a mental-type ability user became ineffective. Thus, a bizarre scene appeared on the stage. More than 80 people surrounded one person, yet they all hesitated to advance. Afraid to come up? Then let me do it. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened, a flash of lightning, and the figure holding the spear instantly vanished from the spot. Bang! When he reappeared, one person was already screaming and spitting blood as he was sent flying. So fast. I didn't even see how he made his move. No, spreading out makes it easier to be defeated. We must unite. The remaining new students quickly reacted and decided to join forces. Thus, the elemental-type ability users in the back began to unleash spell-type battle skills, while the melee-type ability users fiercely charged towards Su Jingming. Now this is getting interesting. Su Jingming wore a carefree smile, advancing rather than retreating. That tall and slender figure charged right into the crowd. The long-range elemental attacks were completely blocked by the lightning net surrounding his body, leaving him with no worries at all. The melee weapon attacks from the surrounding ability users were also entirely thwarted by his long spear. Clang, clang, clang. A series of weapon collision sounds erupted, as the dark cloud swift wind spear transformed into a black phantom under Su Jingming's movements. Every ability user attempting to engage Su Jingming, whether using combat techniques or ordinary slashes, found themselves unable to resist the immense force transmitted through their own weapons, being sent flying backward. Your angle of attack is wrong. Your speed is too slow. Your strength is too weak. No, too weak. Su Jingming didn't employ any combat techniques, and even the purple cloud divine thunder was merely used to defend against ranged attacks. Yet, even so, the formidable physique granted by the third level of the indestructible thunder body, combined with his masterful spear skills, meant that none of these newcomers could even engage him a second time. Even with support-type ability users continuously providing boosts, they still couldn't match him, even while suffering from negative status effects. Thus, Su Jingming pushed through, and in less than a minute, the entire wide arena was left with only him. Thud! The 260-kilogram dark cloud swift wind spear struck heavily against the ground, emitting a low rumble as the ground trembled slightly. Su Jingming scanned the surroundings. Apart from himself, the other 100 or so newcomers were either heavily injured on the ground or protected within the defensive shield provided by Eva. Too weak. A deep disappointment marked Su Jingming's resolute and steady face. Although he had known that with his current strength he would crush these newcomers, he hadn't expected that even if all the 100 newcomers united, they wouldn't even reach the intensity needed to warm him up. Nearby newcomers felt a mix of despair and frustration. Goodness, after being beaten like this, he still thinks we're weak. The first phase of the second round of the competition has ended. The qualifier is Su Jingming, with a defeated count of 102. A holographic projection of the AI Eva appeared in midair above the arena. At the same time, a hint of hesitation and adorably blank expression emerged on her cute spherical body. The remaining 4 qualifiers are, apart from Su Jingming, the other 102 had a defeated count of 0 and could not qualify. Thus, the AI Eva was unable to select another 4. Excluding the qualified Su Jingming, the other 102 will compete again in the 11th round to select 4. At the podium, the Dean of the Elemental Academy, Sun Qingxue, stepped forward at the right moment to announce. She cast a satisfied and appreciative glance at Su Jingming. It must be said that even as the dean, she found this battle thrilling. As Sun Qingxue announced the final result, the audience in the stands began to buzz with discussion. Crushing. Absolutely crushing. I've never seen a newcomer competition where only one person qualifies. Su Jingming's strength is indeed formidable. Just wait. Those clubs will be fighting to recruit Su Jingming. They'll be knocked senseless. Anyone with eyes could see that in that battle, Su Jingming hadn't even used his full strength. Yet even so, he had managed to crush over 100 people in less than a minute.
Such a record had never been seen in the entire history of the Magic City Ability University.
I remember this segment of the newcomer competition started over 40 years
ago, right?
Yes, the previous highest record was also set by an S-class ability user who ultimately defeated as many as 87 newcomers. However, it took much longer, almost 6 or 7 minutes to finish.
It seems that Su
Jingming has indeed broken our school's record. On the podium, the teachers were discussing with smiles on their faces. The previous S-class ability user's record of 87 was because his combat power only allowed him to
defeat that many.
But Su Jingming is completely different. The record of 102 was because there were only that many newcomers left in the arena. If he had more newcomers, he could create an even higher record.
No one knows
where his limit lies. I wonder how Dean Yang trained him. Su Jingming's marksmanship is already at a master level, right?
A mentor from the Weapon Academy exclaimed in amazement. Master level? You can't be serious? Son.
Xingxue, the dean of the Element Academy, was slightly taken aback and quickly asked.
Not mistaken, Su Jingming's marksmanship is indeed at the master level.
Another mentor from the Weapon Academy nodded in agreement, his tone filled with emotion. The Weapon Academy has more than 30 mentors. Including the dean, only 9 have reached the Grandmaster level in weapon usage skills.
The remaining 20 or so mentors are only at the master level.
This means that, in terms of weapon proficiency alone, Su Jingming could already hold a mentor position at the Weapon Academy of the Demon University.
Master-level marksmanship. It seems Su Jingming indeed possesses an exceptionally high talent in weaponry. Dean's son's eyes flickered.
It should be noted that lightning-type abilities have 2 development paths, close combat and long-range spells. She originally wanted to wait until the newcomer competition was over to see if she could recruit him to the Element Academy. But with Su Jingming's superb marksmanship, it was clear he had more potential in weaponry, so there was no need for that anymore. In any case, with Su Jingming's current strength, he is on a crushing level compared to other newcomers. Although there is still a second phase of the newcomer competition, Dean Sun does not believe any newcomer can be stronger than Su Jingming.
That's good, we won't have to worry about this semester's 3-school newcomer study trip. Dean Sun thought silently. Brother Ming, well done. Su, you are as formidable as ever. When Su
Jingming stepped down from the arena, the surrounding students cast wary glances at him. Lu Wentao, Song Choyun, and Shi Dongxia all smiled and congratulated him, especially Lu Wentao, who was the most excited. Brother Ming, you should have seen Li Qingji's face. It turned the color of pig liver the moment you eliminated Shi Liao.
Goodness, I feel like he could go learn our Sichuan opera face changing. Su Jingming glanced over and quickly spotted Li Qingji in the crowd of newcomers.
However, he no longer had the arrogance from before. Upon noticing Su Jingming's gaze, he quickly turned his head away.
This made Su Jingming chuckle. It turned out this guy was just a paper tiger who bullies the weak.
For someone like him, Su Jingming originally had no interest in making a move.
But Li Qingji's earlier actions were too arrogant to tolerate.
Forget it, I'll challenge him.
In the second phase later, after all, I have 3 chances. Shaking his head, Su Jingming smiled at Song Choyun and the others. Now it's your turn. No problem, I'm already eager to go. A fiery battle intent appeared
on Song Choyun's pretty face, and combined with her charming looks, it created an oddly harmonious scene.
The advancement in the first phase should be no problem. Lu Wentao and Shi Dongxia were also eager to try. The arena on playground number 3 is made of an unknown alloy.
Despite Su Jingming's lightning spear leaving numerous craters on it, it quickly returned to its original state.
After the new students who were unable to move on the
arena were carried down, the artificial intelligence EVA announced the start of the 3rd round of the competition. The first phase of the new student competition's 2nd round has ended, and we will now draw members for the 3rd round. The competition continued. Without Su Jingming's presence, the remaining rounds of the competition were much more normal. The new students were almost evenly matched, even those with stronger abilities
were not overwhelming.
Thus, the average duration of the next few rounds was around 40 minutes. Lu Wentao was the next to compete after Su Jingming in the 3rd round, and with his Class A mental type ability, he was
naturally quite formidable.
He ultimately defeated 9 opponents, finishing 4th in this round and advancing. Song Choyun's roommate, Shi Dongxia, competed in the 6th round.
She possessed a Class A enhancement type beast
ability, similar to Tang Qi, and was a feline beast ability user. Once her ability was activated, her speed was incredibly fast and her movements were agile. Coupled with the alloy steel claws she wielded, her lethality was
extremely high.
She ultimately defeated 12 opponents, finishing 3rd in this round and advancing. As for Song Choyun, she would compete a bit later, only being drawn to compete in the 8th round.
It's my turn. Song Choyun smiled slightly and walked onto the arena under Su Jingming's gaze.
Her slender figure, holding a halberd, immediately drew the astonished looks of the new students.
It's Song Choyun, the top student from Sichuan Province. Using a halberd as a weapon is truly rare.
Most of the new students had enrolled early, so they had long heard of Song Choyun, the most beautiful girl among the new students. However, they did not expect That such a delicate and graceful girl would wield such a rugged weapon as a halberd. What a figure, what a face, she's stunning. I didn't expect there would be such a beautiful junior among this year's new students. I unilaterally declare that she is the new generation goddess of our school. Unlike the new students' focus, the older students who saw Song Cho-yoon for the first time were naturally attracted by her stunning looks and figure. Meanwhile, on the arena, the 8th round of the competition officially began. Light of dawn. Dazzling light burst forth from Song Cho-yoon, and the aura of a second-tier lower-level ability user fully erupted. Another second tier. What's going on? Why are there so many second-tier students this year? Fortunately, it's just a second-tier lower level, not as monstrous as Su Jingming. The older students, who had just been immersed in Song Cho-yoon's beautiful appearance, were suddenly shocked. In previous new student competitions, a peak first tier was already the strongest, but this year 3 second-tier ability users had emerged, one after another. This was something that was unimaginable in the past. However, some older students felt it was still acceptable. After all, there were already second-tier upper-level new students, so having 1 or 2 more second-tier lower-level ones wasn't a big deal. Song Cho-yoon, top student from Sichuan province, possesses Class A light-type ability, list her as the second absorption target. The Meteorite Society's president, Wu Yuan, pondered. What about Li Qingji? Asked a female member beside him. Li Qingji, temporarily list him as the third absorption target, Wu Yuan replied. Li Qingji possessed a Class A enhancement-type ability, which did not have as strong development potential compared to light-type abilities. Naturally, Song Cho-yoon's priority was higher. Judgment of Light. Dawn Phoenix Dance. Halberd Technique, Radiant Light. Halberd Technique, Light Flame Gravity Slash. Unlike the loss of confidence from being defeated by Su Jingming in the Villa training room last time, on the arena, with both physical and magical skills, Song Cho-yoon unleashed various combat techniques while wielding the Fangtian Huaji. Wrapped in the light of dawn, she fought like a goddess of war. Even the sunlight past 2 in the afternoon could not overshadow her dazzling and graceful figure. The entire battle concluded in less than 10 minutes. Song Cho-yoon ranked first in this round with a total of 45 defeated opponents. So, how was my performance? Song Cho-yoon stepped down from the arena, smiling brightly, as she appeared in front of Su Jingming. You were indeed impressive. The combination of magical and melee combat techniques was excellent. Su Jingming nodded with a smile. Of course, I train hard every day, Song Cho-yoon proudly puffed out her chest. After the 9th round of competition, the 10th and 11th rounds quickly followed. An hour later, the first phase of the freshman competition was completed. Seeing this, Dean Sun also stood up from his seat. He walked to the front of the stage and announced, the first phase of the freshman competition has ended. Now, we will announce the results and rankings. Buzz under the holographic projection of the artificial intelligence EVA, a massive leaderboard recording all the new students' scores and rankings slowly materialized in midair. First place, Su Jingming, number of defeated opponents, 102. Second place, Song Cho-yoon, number of defeated opponents, 45. Third place, Li Qingji, number of defeated opponents, 36. Fourth place, in this year's freshman class, all students' rankings were listed above. Among them, the student ranked last had not defeated a single opponent, receiving a score of 0. Su Jingming's remarkable achievement of defeating 102 opponents firmly secured his first place. The first phase of the freshman competition has ended. Next, we will begin the second phase of the freshman competition, Free Challenge. Dean Sun announced loudly from the podium. Each of you has 3 opportunities to challenge anyone. The challenged party cannot refuse. Note that freshmen outside the top 50 cannot challenge those within the top 50. Additionally, each match will be judged by the artificial intelligence EVA, and the winning side can choose to replace the ranking of the losing side. Boom! As his words fell, the giant arena of 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters on the playground was suddenly divided into 100 small arenas of 100 meters by 100 meters. Alright, begin your challenges, Dean Sun concluded. The freshmen on the playground immediately became excited. I want to challenge the 760th place. EVA. I want to challenge the 254th place. I want to challenge the 34th place. The first phase of the freshman competition was a chaotic battle among 100 participants. Although they had only defeated one opponent, those who competed earlier ranked higher. In such a situation, the freshmen naturally did not feel that their opponents were stronger than themselves. Thus, they began to issue challenges one after another. As for the rule that those outside the top 50 cannot challenge those within, they did not find it unreasonable. After all, being able to stand out in a 100-person melee already represented their extraordinary strength. Soon, more than half of the divided arenas were occupied. Notably, freshmen in the top 50, like Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxia, also welcomed their respective challengers. As for the top 3, Su Jingming, Song Cho-yoon, and Li Qingji, since they were all at the second tier, naturally, no one dared to overestimate their abilities and challenge them. Su Jingming. On the playground, looking at Su Jingming's figure not far away, Li Qingji felt reluctant but had to give up.
After all, the disparity in strength was too great, he was simply not his opponent. Should I challenge the second place, Song Choyun? Li Qingji shifted his gaze to Song Choyun, who was beside Su Jingming. Although there was only one rank difference between the third and second places, the rewards were entirely different. Moving up a rank would still be quite good. Song Choyun has an A-level ability and her combat skills are decent. Just as he was secretly estimating the strength gap between them, he suddenly noticed Su Jingming turning his head and giving him a friendly smile. At the same time, Su Jingming's voice rang out, "Eva, I want to challenge the third place, Li Qingji." Upon hearing this, Li Qingji's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Su Jingming, you're in first place. Why are you challenging me, the third place? Director Sun never said that a lower-ranked person must challenge a higher-ranked one." Su Jingming looked at Li Qingji with a half-smile. "Besides, you don't think I can just provoke anyone at will, do you? What's going on? Su Jingming is actively challenging Li Qingji? Do they have a conflict?" A new student noticed the situation and exclaimed in surprise, You don't know?" During the first phase, Li Qingji made a throat-slitting gesture towards Su Jingming as a provocation. Someone who had seen that scene explained, "Wow, that's so bold. No wonder Su Jingming would take the initiative to challenge him." The surrounding new students suddenly realized they were all new students, at the passionate age of 18 or 19. Even a simple provocation could spark a major conflict, let alone a gesture like slitting the throat. Eva has assigned the 74th arena for this battle. Please both of you get on stage quickly. At this moment, the holographic projection of the artificial intelligence Eva appeared beside Su Jingming. This indicated that the challenge did not violate any rules and was successfully established. Alright, then I'll see just how powerful you, an S-level ability user, really are. Although he was very reluctant, Li Qingji had no way to refuse according to the rules of the new student competition. He could only snort coldly, draw his large knife, and stand on the 74th arena with Su Jingming. Below the stage, beside Song Choyun, over 100 new students had gathered to watch. After all, this was the first battle between second-tier ability users in the new student competition. Please both sides prepare. On the 100m×100m arena, Su Jingming and Li Qingji stood 40 meters apart, facing each other. The holographic projection of Eva counted down in the middle. 3, 2, 1, start. Roared. Li Qingji let out a wild roar, his eyes quickly turning amber. His hair became fluffy, changing to a dark red color, and his physique expanded significantly. An enhancement-type beast A-level ability, Bloodthirsty Lion King. After activating his ability, he stood there like an iron tower, even more imposing than before. "Su Jingming, you forced my hand." Li Qingji's roar echoed as his blood-red hair flew behind him, gripping his long knife, charging towards Su Jingming. "It's not me who forced you, it's your arrogance that brought this upon you." Su Jingming snorted coldly. Amidst the flickering lightning, his figure, holding a dark golden spear, had already vanished from the spot. So fast. Li Qingji was taken aback. Before he could react, Su Jingming's tall and slender figure appeared right in front of him. Immediately after, a shadow of a spear came rushing at him. A lightning-type ability user dares to confront me head-on, seeking death. As an enhancement-type ability user, Li Qingji was quite confident in his physical strength. Seeing Su Jingming actually not using his signature Thunder Spear for long-range attacks but daring to engage in close combat instead, he couldn't help but grimace and swing his knife, Savage Lion Slash. The blood-red blade tore through the air, emitting a sound akin to a roaring lion. The Savage Lion Slash was an A-level combat skill he had practiced to intermediate proficiency. With this slash, he even had the confidence to fight against a peak second-tier ferocious beast. Taking down Su Jingming was naturally not a problem. Clang! The large knife struck against the spear, producing a thunderous sound. However, the imagined force of crushing did not materialize. Instead, the recoil from the handle caused blood to flow from his tiger's mouth. His strength is even greater than mine. Li Qingji was shocked. He was an enhancer-type ability user. How could his physical quality not match that of a lightning-type ability user? Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Su Jingming was too lazy to waste words with him. Accompanied by a piercing thunderclap, blue-purple lightning quickly engulfed Li Qingji entirely. The energy fluctuations were so great that they would trigger Eva's protective mechanism. Therefore, he did not unleash the Purple Sky Divine Thunder with all his might. Even so, Li Qingji, consumed by the lightning, felt an excruciating pain seemingly coming from the depths of his soul. In the midst of the agony, he couldn't even hold onto the knife in his hand, which clattered to the ground. Immediately, he fell to the ground, his body writhing in pain as lightning ravaged him. "It hurts. It hurts so much." The wails echoed, sending chills down the spines of the new students below the arena. Li Qingji is a second-tier enhancer. If he can't withstand it, how painful must it be? It must be excruciating to the bone, right? Looking at the tall figure surrounded by lightning on the arena, the new students below shared the same thought. The terrifying Su Jingming, never provoke him in the future. In this match, Su Jingming wins. In a one-sided battle, the artificial intelligence Eva would also determine the outcome of the match. Thus, after Su Jingming's purple sky divine thunder wreaked havoc for more than 10 seconds, Eva declared the match over, and Li Qingji was protected by the energy shield. What a pity. Looking at the charge figure within the energy shield, Su Jingming shook his head regretfully. He had wanted to keep shocking him for a while longer, but this 10 seconds of pain should be enough for him to remember for a lifetime. Su Jingming was not a bloodthirsty person. Under his control, while the purple sky divine thunder brought Li Qingji extreme pain, it was not fatal. This was mainly to make Li Qingji learn a lesson and temper his temperament. Otherwise, with his arrogant personality, once he graduated and entered a guild or battle group, he might be taken out by other high-tier ability users one day. This was all for his own good. Li Qingji should be thanking him if he knew. On the other side, protected by the shield, Li Qingji naturally had no idea of Su Jingming's thoughts. At this moment, he had just recovered from endless pain and fear, gasping for breath. I survived. A look of joy filled his face, as if he had escaped death. In that instant, he truly thought he was going to die. Instinctively, looking up, he saw Su Jingming walking towards the edge of the arena. This originally arrogant provincial champion inexplicably felt a sense of relief. However, at that moment, a melodious voice rang out from below the arena. Eva, I also want to challenge the third rank Li Qingji. Eva, I also want to challenge the third rank Li Qingji. Before Su Jingming could step down from the arena, he heard Song Choyun's voice. Then, a fragrant breeze swept in as Song Choyun, dressed in a lighting-colored tight combat suit, gracefully leaped onto the arena. You also want to challenge me? Li Qingji, still in shock, was momentarily dumbfounded. Yes, even if I am arrogant. But I was only provoking Su Jingming. How did I also get you involved? Li Qingji was still trying to process what was happening, while the other freshmen below the stage had already picked up on some clues. Their eyes kept darting back and forth between Su Jingming and Song Choyun. There's something fishy. There must be something going on between these two. Especially some of the male students, who, seeing Song Choyun standing next to Su Jingming, were inwardly envious to the point of wanting to bite their teeth to pieces. Yet on the surface they could only cast harmonious and friendly glances at Su Jingming. The lessons from the past were there. They had to be cautious. He hasn't recovered yet, take it easy. Su Jingming wasn't too surprised by Song Choyun's sudden appearance. He had figured it out. She was a battle maniac. Don't worry, I know my limits. You can go down now, just leave this to me. Excitement and battle intent shone on Song Choyun's pretty face. Challenging Li Qingji was partly due to her annoyance at his provocation. On the other hand, she wanted to find an opponent of the same level to have a good fight. After all, this guy Su Jingming was too abnormal. Fighting him didn't give her any sense of combat pleasure, it was just one-sided torture. And the others were too weak, so she could only come to Li Qingji. Across from her, Li Qingji, charred and electrified, finally reacted. Goodness, are you two playing relay with me? But now he was in excruciating pain. His skin was at least 80% burned. Although with his strong physique he could recover from such injuries in 4 or 5 days, he definitely couldn't fight now. Song Choyun naturally noticed that Li Qingji was in bad shape, so she smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll fight you in an hour. During this time, you can find a mentor from the Auxiliary Academy for treatment." In the second phase of the freshman competition, it was possible for someone to be challenged continuously. To prevent anyone from taking advantage, it was allowed for the challenge to recover to full strength before starting the challenge. The Auxiliary Academy had mentors with healing abilities, all at least 6th tier. For such injuries, it wouldn't take 2 minutes to heal completely. Eva, the second phase of the freshman competition allows mentors to treat students, right? To be safe, Song Choyun confirmed. Yes, Eva nodded cutely. As the top student from Qinghai province, although Li Qingji was a bit dazed from Su Jingming's beating, he knew that Song Choyun was at the same level as him, also a 2nd tier lower rank. Once he recovered, it was uncertain who would win or lose. So, after taking a deep breath, Li Qingji agreed, "Alright, in an hour, I'll fight you. Eva, take me for treatment." The medical staff, who had been waiting nearby, quickly stepped forward to carry the severely injured Li Qingji away. With no more battles to watch, the surrounding freshmen began to disperse. Song Choyun also jumped down from the stage. Striding over with her long, shapely legs, she approached Su Jingming, a mischievous smile on her pretty face. "All set, just wait and see how I beat him later." Su Jingming smiled in response. He couldn't help but mourn for the charred Li Qingji on the stretcher for 3 seconds. As someone who had fought both Song Choyun and Li Qingji, he could clearly sense that Song Choyun was stronger. Li Qingji might have a more powerful physique, but he wielded a large knife, and his skill with it was only intermediate. In contrast, Song Choyun used a hefty halberd, and her proficiency with it had reached an advanced level. In close combat, Song Choyun would definitely be more formidable. Additionally, Song Choyun was proficient in spell-based combat techniques, which Li Qingji couldn't compare to. Su Jingming could already imagine the scene of Li Qingji being beaten up by Song Choyun. Sure enough, an hour later, when Li Qingji, fully restored to his peak condition, stood confidently on the arena with Song Choyun, he was met with a crushing defeat. Her exquisite spear techniques and an endless array of light-based
spells left him utterly exhausted. Thus, in just 10 minutes, Lee Qingji was defeated once again. The winner of this match is Song Choyun, accompanied by the voice of the artificial intelligence Eva. The audience erupted into heated discussions below the arena. Song Choyun, who practices both physical and magical arts, is indeed stronger. Lee Qingji's enhancement abilities are naturally at a disadvantage against this kind of elemental power. Speaking of which, he really is unfortunate. He just got beaten up, recovered, and now he's heavily injured again. The new students looked at the bloodied figure on the arena with strange expressions. They had thought that Lee Qingji, who displayed astonishing strength in the first round, would be the rookie king of this year's newcomers. But unexpectedly, he peaked upon his entrance and then faced 2 consecutive crushing defeats. Of course, they also understood that it wasn't that Lee Qingji wasn't strong enough, but rather that his 2 opponents were simply monstrous. Hey, why do you think those 2 aren't fighting each other? A new student asked, looking at Su Jingming and Song Choyun leaving together in the distance, puzzled. What a silly question. Have you ever seen a couple that enjoys fighting each other? Besides, do you really think Song Choyun can beat Su Jingming? A nearby companion rolled his eyes. Oh right. The new student who had spoken earlier suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. As the strongest first and second place, Su Jingming and Song Choyun fell into a state of idleness after their match with Lee Qingji. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao and Shi Dongxia were quite busy, either challenging others or being challenged themselves. The 100 arenas on the playground were almost always at full capacity. Time passed swiftly. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 hours later, the second phase of the newcomer competition officially concluded. All the new students lined up in order of their newly determined rankings in playground number 3. As the strongest newcomer, Su Jingming naturally stood at the front of the line. Behind him was the graceful Song Choyun. The third place was still Lee Qingji. Notably, seeing Lee Qingji defeated twice in a row and heavily injured, some of the top 10 newcomers challenged him. Lee Qingji, already harboring a grudge, was not polite and severely injured the challenger, relieving some of his frustration. Additionally, Shi Dongxiao's ranking rose to 26, while Lu Wentao's dropped to 39th. Lei Zhou, who had previously challenged Su Jingming, ultimately secured 9th place, proving his strength. The free challenge matches are complete and the newcomer competition officially ends. On the podium, Dean Sun's gentle voice rang out, "Your rating permissions and credit rewards have been issued. You can check them on the school's official website. The rewards for the top 10, including battle suits and training resources, will be delivered to your respective dormitories tonight, so please be on the lookout." The newcomer competition has concluded, and regardless of whether you are satisfied with your ranking, at least until the end of your assessment, the rating permissions will not change again. Furthermore, newcomer classes will officially begin in 2 days, so please check the schedule and do not miss any classes. After a brief summary, Dean Sun paused and then announced, "The newcomer competition has ended, and now we will begin selecting colleges. On behalf of the Elemental College, I would like to state our admission criteria first. Our college only accepts students with elemental abilities, as well as those with natural abilities in lightning, ice, light, dark, and other elements. Here, you will have the opportunity to explore the essence of elemental abilities and witness the most extreme powers of elemental abilities. Welcome everyone to choose our academy. Just this one condition of elemental abilities can eliminate a large number of people. In fact, those with this type of ability can eventually reach the level of a mage in online games. By using their abilities from a great distance, they can inflict massive damage on ferocious beasts. Many freshmen yearn for roles similar to that of a mage. Unfortunately, among the more than 1,000 new students, those with elemental abilities may be less than a third. After the Elemental Academy finished presenting, it was the turn of the Weapon Academy. Since Dean Yang Jintian was not present, a young woman with a graceful figure stepped forward. "I am Zhou Hui, the Vice Dean of the Weapon Academy. Our academy aims to combine abilities with weaponry to unleash even greater power. In our academy, you will experience the most extreme training methods, the most brutal weapon practice techniques. Of course, to harness the power of weapons, a strong physique is essential. Therefore, our academy can also cultivate the strongest physiques. The Weapon Academy primarily trains close combat ability users. Moreover, the students of the Weapon Academy are the most numerous among the 5 academies of Magic City Ability University. Almost half of the entire school's students come from the Weapon Academy. And as Vice Dean Zhou Hui mentioned, the teaching methods of the Weapon Academy are extremely rigorous and extreme. Otherwise, Dean Yang Jintian wouldn't have earned the nickname Yang the King of Hell. After the Elemental Academy and the Weapon Academy announced their educational philosophies, the Dean of the Tactical Academy, Long Ku, also stepped forward. Our Tactical Academy aims to cultivate tactical talents for commanding operations. Ability users with mental type abilities can choose our academy. Of course, if other types of ability users feel they have quick thinking, they can also choose our academy. However, I must state in advance that our academy's courses have very high requirements for cognitive abilities. If you fall behind in the course progress, you will bear the consequences. Unlike the deans and vice-deans of the Elemental Academy and the Weapon Academy, Dean Longku of the Tactical Academy did not exude a particularly strong aura. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, at the same level, a tactical commander is much more valuable than a combat-type ability user. And being able to serve as the Dean of the Tactical Academy at Magic City Ability University, Longku was certainly not simple. Not only does he possess an A-level mental-type ability, reaching the mid-7th tier, but he has also commanded operations on the front lines multiple times, leading battle groups to annihilate ferocious beast hordes numbering in the millions. Magic City Ability University has 5 major academies: the Elemental Academy, the Weapon Academy, the Tactical Academy, the Auxiliary Academy, and the Logistics Academy. After the first 3 academies, the deans of the Auxiliary Academy and the Logistics Academy also began to introduce their respective academies. The Auxiliary Academy only enrolls students who awaken auxiliary-type abilities. As for the Logistics Academy, it recruits ability users willing to pursue paths in equipment manufacturing and potion making. There are no restrictions on the types of abilities. Among all 5 major academies, the Auxiliary Academy and the Logistics Academy have the fewest students. However, they remain 2 crucial core components of the school. After all, any adventurer team needs to have an auxiliary-type ability user. Additionally, many of the equipment and potions sold by Magic City Ability University come from the Logistics Academy. Without the Logistics Academy, some of the equipment and potions on the university's official website would be at least half more expensive. Alright, the introduction of the 5 major academies is complete. Please fill out your academy choices on the school's official website, said Dean Sun from the podium. On the playground, everyone, including Su Jingming, took out their phones, logged onto the school's official website, and began to fill out their academy choices. Su Jingming had already chosen the head of the Weapon Academy, Yang Jintian, as his exclusive mentor, and naturally, the academy he selected was the Weapon Academy. Moreover, this did not mean he could only attend classes at the Weapon Academy. In the future, he could also choose to audit classes at the Element Academy. Class allocation complete. S-Class student Su Jingming. You are in Class 2 of the first year at the Weapon Academy, and your class advisor is Su Yu. After selecting the academy, the school's official website automatically assigned classes and advisors, popping up a notification. Looking at the message on his phone, Su Jingming understood. The Magic City Ability University did not group all the top-ranking students together like a high school elite class. Instead, classes were assigned randomly. However, it made sense. University courses are open, and everyone has the same instructors. Plus, there was no need to create an elite class since there was no high-stakes exam for the weapon science. Jingming, which class are you in? Song Choyun behind him asked. Class 2 of the first year at the Weapon Academy, and you? Su Jingming replied. Class 3 of the first year at the Element Academy. In fact, Song Choyun could have gone to either the Element Academy or the Weapon Academy. However, her proficiency in spear techniques had already reached an advanced level, and she would not be able to break through to the master level in a short time. Additionally, she wanted to learn more spell-based combat skills, which is why she chose the Element Academy. The third person, Li Qingji, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Su Jingming was in Class 2 of the Weapon Academy. Thankfully, he was in Class 4, otherwise, being in the same class would have been too much pressure. 3 minutes later, the division ceremony was nearly over. Dean Sun stood at the front again. The division is complete. Tonight, your class advisors will individually add you to your class group. Additionally, students who performed well in the freshman competition will receive invitations from their exclusive mentors tonight. Be sure to check your messages and don't miss out. Alright, the opening ceremony and the freshman competition are officially over. Everyone can go back and rest. Dean Sun announced the dissolution of the assembly. Thus, the exhausted freshmen all walked towards the exit of the playground. Along the way, they couldn't help but discuss the battles and rankings of the day. In their conversations, some were happy, while others sighed. This year's freshmen are much more formidable than our class. Indeed, especially the top freshman Su Jingming, who has already reached the 2nd tier. In a year or 2, he might be able to dominate all the students in the school. Scary. Thankfully, I'll be graduating in 2 years. In the stands around the playground, the older students, as they got up to leave, couldn't help but express their feelings to each other. Talents like Su Jingming, once they rise, will undoubtedly be the brightest new star. Meanwhile, others of the same generation can only play supporting roles. As the older students left, the various clubs that had been waiting all day to recruit new members sprang into action. Ordinary clubs naturally did not discriminate. They welcomed any new students who joined. Elite clubs, however, aimed directly for the top 50 freshmen. The 2 peak clubs, Ashes and Meteor, headed straight for Su Jingming. Besides that, in the stands, there was the slender figure of Jiang Chuxian with a hint of white hair. After bidding farewell to her roommate, she also stood up with an expectant expression and walked towards the playground. Finally over, let's go grab a meal together, Su Jingming said with a smile to Song Choyun and the others as they walked towards the playground exit.
From the opening ceremony at 9 in the morning to the end of the freshman competition now, he hadn't eaten anything in between. Although, as an ability user, missing a meal wasn't a big deal. Su Jingming had a larger appetite than average and had gone through several battles in between. Although I haven't consumed much energy, I'm feeling a bit hungry now. Alright, how about you, the Rookie King, treat us? Song Chioyun playfully winked. No problem, you can order whatever you want when we get to the restaurant, Su Jingming replied with a smile. Having secured first place in the freshman competition, and about to receive a spatial ring with a capacity of up to 10 cubic meters, he was in a great mood. Brother Ming is treating us? Then we must have a drink later. Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxia also smiled. Then let's go to Kinjiaju. Ever since Su Jingming had eaten there with Song Choyun last time, he felt the dishes were quite good. He had also taken his cousin and her friends there yesterday, so it was only natural to choose that place for tonight's gathering. Just as Su Jingming decided where to eat, a group of 4 approached quickly from a distance. The tall, thin young man at the front greeted them from afar. Su, wait a moment. Who are you? Su Jingming looked at the newcomer in confusion. This person exuded a strong aura, but he didn't recognize him. The tall, thin young man smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Wu Yuan, the president of the Meteorite Club." Meteorite Club? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this being one of the 2 top clubs in the school. He didn't expect the president would come directly to him. Could it be recruitment for the club? Su Jingming recalled that Senior Lu Ming had mentioned that after the freshman competition, the school clubs would begin to recruit new members. Sure enough, Wu Yuan continued, "The reason I'm reaching out to you, Su, is mainly to invite you to join our club. Of course, as the only S-level student in the school and an S-level ability awakener, our Meteorite Club is very sincere. If you join our club, you'll immediately become the vice president, and you'll receive 100 credits every semester, along with a B-level resource. Additionally, our club's resource library will be open to you, and you can take 1 resource from it for free every month." Vice President. The surrounding new students immediately showed envious expressions upon hearing this. For them, joining a club required paying a membership fee, and they might even have to do some hard work after getting in. But here, someone was directly offering the vice president position, along with free resources every semester and month. The disparity in treatment was like one being in the sky and the other in the ground. Moreover, the Meteorite Club was one of the top clubs in the school. Just having the vice president title on their resume would allow them to enter elite battle groups or guilds after graduation. Vice president? Wu Yuan, isn't your Meteorite Club being a bit stingy? At that moment, another voice rang out from not far away. "Oh, what conditions can your Ashes Club offer?" Wu Yuan looked towards the group approaching from a distance, led by Wei He, the president of the Ashes Club. Unlike the gentle aura of Wu Yuan, Wei He's presence was extremely oppressive. Looking at him felt like sensing the cold aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Su Jingming understood this aura. It was naturally formed from long periods of training in the wilderness and killing numerous ferocious beasts. "Naturally, ours is better than yours," Wei He replied, then turned to Su Jingming. "Su Jingming, if you come to our Ashes Club, you can directly become the preparatory president. After I graduate, the Ashes Club will be yours. Additionally, the resources that the Meteorite Club has, we also have, so you don't need to worry about that." Preparatory president. Wu Yuan's heart sank. This position was indeed better than the conditions he had offered. He couldn't even match those terms. After all, the Meteorite Club was backed by the Meteorite Guild, which had already made arrangements for the next president. It wasn't even something that the current president could decide. Even if Su Jingming possessed an S-level ability, the earliest he could take over the president's position would be in the next term after next. There was absolutely no way he could assume the role in the next term for the Ashes Society. Wow, the Ashes Society is really going all out. It seems that the Ashes Guild behind them has indeed suffered significant losses and urgently needs to replenish fresh blood. If Su Jingming agrees, he would probably become the youngest president in the history of the Ashes Society, right? Some of the new students around clearly understood what the position of the preparatory president meant. While enviously discussing, some even wished they could be Su Jingming and agree on the spot. Vice President, Preparatory President. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jingming said, "I need time to think. I can give you a response in a few days." The clubs at the Magic City Ability University were relatively relaxed organizations. As an ordinary member of a club, participation in club activities was not something the club would overly concern itself with. However, the vice president and even the preparatory president could not be so casual. Although he didn't mind joining a club, he couldn't afford to let it take up too much of his time. In his previous life, while still in university, he had participated in the student council. He even became the president of the student council in his senior year. After becoming president, a series of subsequent responsibilities consumed a large amount of his personal time. Naturally, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. "Alright, this is my personal phone number. If you have any questions about the position, feel free to contact me directly."
The president of the Ashes Society, Wei, seemed unsurprised by this and directly gave his contact information to Su Jingming. The president of the Meteor Society, Wu Yuan, naturally followed suit and exchanged contact information with Su Jingming. As they were leaving, both Wu Yuan and Wei also extended invitations to Song Choyun, Lu Wentao, and Qi Dongxia to join their clubs. After all, they were among the top 50 new students and were within the club's recruitment targets. Of course, the positions offered to Song Choyun and the others were ordinary member roles without any special treatment. Faced with the invitations from the two major clubs, Song Choyun and the others did not make an immediate decision but agreed to consider it after returning. The Meteor Society and the Ashes Society, both top-tier clubs, don't seem to suit me very well. Lu Wentao, watching the two groups leave, felt somewhat troubled. Although these two clubs were top-tier, they operated in the wilderness area in the form of adventurer teams. For him, a mental-type ability user who had decided to pursue a commander route, it didn't offer much practical experience. Top-tier clubs aren't that great, just choose one that suits you. Su Jingming smiled. Of course, top-tier clubs had strong capabilities and if possible, it was still better to choose a top-tier club. However, Lu Wentao's tactical command route required something more specialized. After parting ways with the two major clubs, Su Jingming and his companions encountered various other club invitations along the way. At first, he patiently listened to the club introductions, but as more and more clubs gathered to recruit new members, he uniformly responded that he would consider it carefully after returning. Thus, from the playground stage to the exit, this short distance of over 1,000 meters took the four of them nearly 20 minutes to walk out, and they ended up with a pile of flyers about various clubs in their hands. If someone didn't know better, they might think it was a shopping mall handing out flyers for a discount event. However, among these club invitation flyers, there were many clubs that the new students dreamed of joining. Our school has so many clubs? Shaking his head, Su Jingming casually stuffed all the flyers into his space ring. After all, there was still time, he could take a look at them slowly after returning to the dormitory. Finally out, let's go to Kinjayaju. With a long gun slung over his shoulder, Su Jingming led the way ahead. However, after walking for a short while, he spotted a girl's figure by the roadside. The girl was stunningly beautiful, though she appeared somewhat aloof. Her long silver hair cascaded down to her waist, contrasting beautifully with her fair, slender thighs beneath her black short skirt. This person was none other than Jiang Chuxian, who had just left the audience seats. She seemed to have been waiting here for a while, and upon seeing Su Jingming, her expression brightened. She stepped forward with graceful strides and said with a beaming smile, "Long time no see, Junior." When she pronounced the word junior, she emphasized it slightly. Su Jingming hadn't expected to run into Jiang Chuxian here. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a faint smile, "Hello, senior." The way he said senior felt completely natural, without any hint of awkwardness, leaving Jiang Chuxian momentarily taken aback. And who is this? A hint of confusion appeared on Song Choyun's pretty face. "This is Jiang Chuxian, my senior whom I met a while ago in the Sourcewater Wilderness area," Su Jingming introduced with a smile. However, Lu Wentao, who was standing nearby, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. As a well-informed person, he naturally recognized Jiang Chuxian, a somewhat famous video blogger, at the Magic City Ability University. Yet, she had always been known for her cold demeanor, and he had never heard of her being close to any male. But what was with the gentle smile on Jiang Chuxian's face now? Where was the promised Ice Queen persona? Nevertheless, it was no wonder Su Jingming was impressive. While others who went to the Sourcewater Wilderness area barely returned alive, he not only came back safely but also made the acquaintance of such a beautiful girl. How could one argue with that? "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Chuxian from Class 3 of the second year at the Element Academy." Jiang Chuxian greeted them warmly, her gaze sweeping over Lu Wentao and the others. Although she had already noticed Song Choyun from the audience, seeing her up close made her heart skip a beat. What a beautiful girl. Not only was her face stunningly charming, but her figure was also exquisite, with alluring curves. As a network blogger with millions of fans, Jiang Chuxian was quite confident about her own looks. Yet, in front of Song Choyun, she felt a lack of confidence and even inexplicably had the urge to get closer to her. Get closer? Hiss. What a terrifying girl, she's attractive to both genders. Jiang Chuxian's heart raced, and she quickly suppressed this bold thought. "Hello, senior, I'm Song Choyun, a classmate of Su Jingming." Although she felt that the way this senior looked at her was a bit strange, Song Choyun still greeted her warmly. "Hello, senior, I'm Qi Dongxia. I'm Ming Ji's roommate, Lu Wentao." Qi Dongxia and Lu Wentao quickly introduced themselves as well. "We're about to go out for a meal, would you like to join us, senior?" Since they had coincidentally met, Su Jingming casually invited her. "Sure, I'm actually a bit hungry too," Jiang Chuxian replied, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Although Jiang Chuxian was a second-year student, she was only a year older than Su Jingming and the others. Moreover, as a senior, she had many insights that the freshmen like Su Jingming were not yet aware of. Thus, as they chatted along the way, the atmosphere among them felt harmonious, avoiding any awkwardness of having a stranger suddenly join in. "Minggu, since it's
Your treat. Can I order a few bottles of flame fruit wine?
In a private room on the second floor of Qingyao residence, after they had ordered their dishes, Lu Wentao was ready to order drinks.
You really want to get me drunk? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow.
For ability users, their physical strength was formidable. Ordinary spirits and beers were like beverages to them, and no matter how much they drank, they wouldn't feel intoxicated. The Yenguo wine is different. It is brewed from the yin-yang exotic fruit, which not only invigorates the blood but also brings a sense of intoxication to the ability users. Of course, the price is several times that of ordinary drinks, a full 10,000 daxia coins per bottle.
Well, it's not easy for everyone to gather together. How can we not drink a little? Lu Wentao chuckled.
The heavy freshman courses are set to begin in 2 days,
and he wants to take this last opportunity to relax.
I have no problem, it just depends on whether the senior sisters want to drink.
Su Jingming looked towards Jiang Chuxian and the others.
Sure, I don't have classes tomorrow anyway, the white-haired girl Jiang Chuxian replied with a light smile. In fact, she was quite curious to see what this strong-willed junior would be like when drunk.
We have no problem either, Song Choyun and Chi Dongxian nodded slightly. Alright, then let's start with 5 bottles.
The efficiency of Qingyao residence was quick. Shortly after Lu Wentao ordered the wine, a table full of dishes and 5 bottles of Yenguo wine were served. To celebrate the end of the freshman competition, cheers!
The 5 clinked their glasses simply and then began to eat and chat.
With Lu Wentao present, the atmosphere at the dining table was very lively.
As the
wine flowed, Jiang Chuxian and Song Choyun gradually became more familiar with each other, no longer feeling as strange as when they first met. By the way, Senior Jiang, can you tell us how you met Jingming in the wilderness
zone? Song Choyun, with a faint blush of intoxication on her pretty face, asked curiously.
Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxia also showed curious expressions. Sure, Jiang Chuxian did not refuse and slowly recounted. At that time, my team and I went into the wilderness zone to shoot some material, and by chance. Following that, Jiang Chuxian briefly described how she met Su Jingming, including how he had saved her life 3 times. Of course, she did not mention Su Jingming's term of junior sister for her. That was a secret between her and Su Jingming, not something to be shared publicly. A Tier 3 elite adventurer team hunting for treasure, an endless tide of ferocious rats. The source water wilderness zone is actually this dangerous? After Jiang Chuxian finished recounting how she met Su Jingming, Lu Wentao and the others, including Song Choyun, were somewhat shocked. They had all experienced the martial arts college entrance examination and had fought fiercely against ferocious beasts. However, their impression of the wilderness zone was merely that there were more ferocious beasts and they were of higher levels. Yet, they did not expect that in the wilderness zone, one not only had to guard against high-level ferocious beasts but also against human ability users, even if one was lucky enough to survive both. A sudden tide of rats could easily claim the lives of most people on the spot.
The wilderness zone is indeed dangerous, Lu Wentao couldn't help but exclaim.
If he were in Su Jingming's place, he would probably have been dead long ago. However, after this description, he finally understood why the aloof Jiang Chuxian looked at Su Jingming with such tenderness, as if gazing at a lover. A hero saving a beauty, and fighting side by side, so many buffs stacked up. If he were Jiang Chuxian, he would have fallen long ago. But it seems the situation isn't too good. Sister Choyun seems to have some feelings for Manga too. What's more troublesome is that everyone is still gathered together for dinner. Additionally, Jiang Chuxuan's coincidental appearance this time, could it be to assert her claim? Thinking of this, Lu Wentao couldn't help but feel a bit of a chill. He instinctively nudged Qi Dongxia on his right and whispered, "Let's leave first later." The more perceptive Qi Dongxia naturally noticed this tricky situation. However, even as her close friend, she could do nothing about it and could only watch Song Choyun herself. So, she nodded slightly to indicate her understanding. Yenguo wine is considered a relatively potent alcoholic beverage for ordinary Tier 2 ability users. Su Jingming, who could cultivate the S-rank body refinement battle skill, Indestructible Thunder Body, to the 3rd level, had a physique far stronger than that of an average 2nd tier ability user. So, when Jiang Chuxian and the others were quite drunk, Su Jingming remained as if nothing had happened. "Brother Ming, I'll leave the senior sister and Sister Yun to you. Qi Dongxia and I have something to attend to, so we'll head out first." Seeing that it was about time, Lu Wentao, who had hardly drunk much, and Qi Dongxia decisively made their exit. After saying that, the two quickly got up and left the private room as if avoiding high-level ferocious beasts. What's up with those two? Why are they running so fast? Su Jingming took out his phone and glanced at the time. It was 9:30 in the evening. They had arrived at 6:30, which meant they had spent nearly 3 hours at this meal. As expected, drinking wastes time. Su Jingming shook his head. If they hadn't drunk, they could have wrapped up the meal in at most an hour. More importantly, despite drinking, he felt no effects due to his robust physique. "Ladies, it's about time, let's head back to school." Su Jingming stood up and looked at Song Choyun and Jiang Chuxian. Both women appeared quite drunk, their pretty faces flushed like ripe red apples. However, Song Choyun had a touch more allure, while Jiang Chuxian seemed a bit more reserved. Yet, both had eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, their lips looking as if they could burst with moisture.
Senior sister can't walk anymore, can you help me, Junior? A tipsy Jiang Chuxian seemed to have completely let go, playing with the tips of her white hair and speaking in a spoiled tone. Su Jingming felt a headache coming on. Turning his head, he found Song Choyun tightly hugging her left arm across her chest, her head lowered, her voice soft. Jingming, I can't walk anymore either. Since neither of you can walk, it's not too late to wait until you sober up a bit before leaving. Su Jingming nodded, preparing to sit down, but unexpectedly, his right arm was also grabbed by Jiang Chuxian. It's fine, as long as you support us, we can go back. Are you sure? Sure. Alright then, I'll take you back. They say that drunk women are not to be trifled with, and this time Su Jingming finally understood. Faced with the two women's requests, he had no choice but to support one on each side as they left Kanjiaju. Song Choyun and the white-haired girl Jiang Chuxian were both stunning beauties. Therefore, during the departure, Su Jingming, with one arm around each, inevitably attracted envious glances from some male onlookers around. Jiang Chuxian, Song Choyun, Su Jingming. Just like that, after finally getting both women back to their respective dorms, Su Jingming returned to his villa. However, he found that in the living room on the first floor, besides his roommate Lu Wentao, there was also a young woman in her late 20s. Upon seeing Su Jingming return, the woman quickly stood up from the sofa and smiled. Hello, Su classmate. I am Su Yu, your counselor from Class 2 of the first year in the Weaponry Academy. I have brought your freshman competition reward. Every class at the Magic City Ability University is assigned a counselor. Unlike the instructors who teach classes, counselors are responsible for notifying class matters and organizing class activities. In simple terms, they are higher-level workers. Therefore, the rank of counselors is often not very high. For instance, this Su Yu seemed to have just entered the third tier. Hello, Teacher Su, Su Jingming replied politely. Hello, Su classmate. Now, I will officially hand over the safe that requires your fingerprint to open. Counselor Su Yu smiled as she handed over a silver-white safe. Su Jingming took the safe and heard Su Yu continue. By the way, this is our Class 2 group chat. You should add it. In the future, any notifications will be posted directly in the group. Also, here's my contact information. If anything comes up at school, feel free to reach out to me for help. Su Jingming took out his phone. He added the class group for Class 2 of the freshman year and the contact information for the counselor, Su Yu. Alright, I have other classmates to notify, so I'll be off now. After finishing all her tasks, Su Yu hurriedly left. Brother Ming, how was it? There weren't any conflicts, right? After Su Yu left, Lu Wentao eagerly approached. His left eye had a shape and his right eye had a shape. Conflicts? What conflicts are you talking about? Su Jingming asked, puzzled, while placing the silver-white safe flat on the coffee table. Song Choyun and senior sister Jiang. Lu Wentao quickly replied, anxious. What conflicts could they have? I sent them back to the dormitory and came back. No conflict at all? So harmonious? Lu Wentao's eyes widened. This was quite different from the scenario he had imagined. After thinking for a moment, a sudden realization dawned on him. No wonder it was Brother Ming. He had everything under control. Ding, permission granted. Su Jingming was unaware of Lu Wentao's inner thoughts. He placed his finger on the fingerprint sensor and the safe opened with a click. Inside, he saw two items. One was a ring, and the other was a pill. The ring was ornate with a noble platinum color. The pill was the size of a glass marble, dark as ink, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. These two items were the 10 cubic meter space ring awarded for first place in the freshman competition and an A-grade cultivation resource. Su Jingming picked up the ring, left his mental imprint on it, and indeed sensed a 10 cubic meter space. Finally, I don't have to carry weapons around every day. With a flicker of light, the dark cloud swift gun resting beside the sofa was drawn into the space ring by Su Jingming. I have to say, Brother Ming, you're starting to have that Diamond Bachelor vibe. Looking at the three rings on Su Jingming's right hand, Lu Wentao joked, though there was a hint of envy in his tone. As one of the top 50 freshmen, he had rewards too, but only 400 credits. It couldn't compare to Su Jingming's first place reward. Of course, Lu Wentao was also aware of the life and death crises Su Jingming faced in the wilderness area. This was what he deserved. I do have a bit too many rings. I'll go to the equipment department. Tomorrow, they should be collecting these items. Su Jingming already had two 1 cubic meter space rings. One was given by the head of the water supply base, and the other was obtained from defeating a team of third-tier elite ability users. Now that he had a larger space ring, the other two were naturally unnecessary. Also, what effect does this pill have? There's no instruction manual. Su Jingming frowned. Logically, the school shouldn't make such a basic mistake. Identifying the pill? Simple. Eva, come out. Lu Wentao directly summoned Eva. Eva, check what this pill is. Okay. A pale blue light radiated from Eva, projected in hologram form, enveloping the entire pill. After a short while, the result came. This is a 5th grade pill, heart-condensing pill, produced by the Potion Department of Magic City Ability University. It is useful for ability users of level 5 and below, can only be taken once, and significantly enhances mental strength, classified as an A-grade cultivation resource. Eva can analyze pills too? Su Jingming was surprised. I only discovered that after I bought a pill on the school's official website once, Lu Wentao explained with a smile, and not just pills, Eva can identify materials from fierce beasts, rare flowers, and herbs as well. Indeed, as an artificial intelligence, these functions should all be included. Su Jingming also realized this. Unfortunately, the top-tier artificial intelligence Eva is exclusive to the Ability University in Magic City. Otherwise, he would have wanted to have one for himself. This way, he wouldn't have to memorize the characteristics of those rare materials anymore. He could just let the AI identify them directly. Wait, there might already be this type of artificial intelligence on the market. When I have time later, I can check the school's official website. Where there is a market, there is demand. Creating a top-tier AI like Eva is difficult. However, there should be AI that can identify rare flowers and plants. After all, Su Jingming had seen Jiang Chushuan's AI that could drive automatically last time. Wentao, I'm heading up now. Alright. Confirming that everything was in order, Su Jingming took the safe and went to the training room on the second floor of the villa. He was ready to consume this 5th grade heart-condensing pill directly. Before taking the pill, Su Jingming specifically checked his attributes on the deep blue system: physique 1321 chi and blood, plus spirit 987 Hz, plus physique and spirit are the two fundamental attributes of an ability user. Among two ability users with the same ability, the one with higher fundamental attributes can sustain their ability longer and with greater power. These two attributes can only be enhanced through regular training, leveling up, consuming pills, using rare materials, or eating extraordinary plants. However, each tier of ability users has a maximum attribute limit akin to a genetic lock. Once the attribute limit is reached, one can only break through to the next tier, otherwise, no amount of training will yield improvements. When he was still at the first tier, Su Jingming had tried. He could raise his chi and blood and spirit to a maximum of 600 points, and then he could not improve any further. The plus sign behind the system panel attributes would also disappear. Of course, ordinary first-tier ability users rarely touch the attribute limit. Su Jingming discovered this secret because of the deep blue system. Additionally, as the level increases, the basic attribute value that can be exchanged for ability points decreases. When he first obtained the system, one ability point corresponded to 0.2 attributes, but after entering the second tier, one ability point could only correspond to 0.1 attributes. Su Jingming speculated that it might be because his physique and spirit were too strong after entering the second tier, making improvements more difficult than at the first tier. Breaking through from the first tier to the second tier consumed 1200 ability points, with physique and spirit increasing by 200 points and 150 points, respectively. If those 1200 ability points were directly exchanged for basic attributes, they would only yield 120 chi and blood or 120 points of spirit. Thus, using ability points to exchange for basic attributes became an unprofitable deal. Therefore, even if he had remaining ability points now, they would just accumulate there instead of being used to enhance basic attributes. 5th grade heart condensing pill. This is the first time I've taken this kind of pill. Su Jingming took the heart condensing pill out of the safe, observed it briefly, and then swallowed it in one go. Boom! After it was swallowed into his abdomen, Su Jingming soon felt his thoughts becoming much clearer. Instinctively, he opened his system panel: physique 1321. Chi and blood, plus, spirit, 1037 Hz, plus, spirit increased by 50, it broke 1000. Su Jingming's eyes slightly lit up. Because he practiced the S-grade body refining technique, Indestructible Thunder Body, his physique had always been stronger than his spirit. His physique had already surpassed 1000 early on, but his spirit only just broke 1000 now, putting him in a relatively lagging state. Of course, compared to the 7 or 800 spirit of ordinary second-tier ability users, this was already considered monstrous. A 5th grade heart condensing pill, an A-grade cultivation resource, increased my mental strength by 50, which is equivalent to 500 ability points. Not bad. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. It would take him killing dozens of second-tier ferocious beasts in the wilderness to accumulate 500 ability points. After taking the pill, Su Jingming prepared to transfer the items from the two 1 cubic meter space rings. Since the items in the space rings couldn't be directly transferred to each other, Su Jingming had to place everything on the training room floor first. There wasn't much, just 3 bottles of S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, along with some healing pills, detox pills, and other medicinal pills. Additionally, there were some rare flowers and herbs, as well as 2 photos of Jiang Chushuan. One was formal, and the other was personal. Almost forgot, I haven't sent the photos to that guy Ahao yet. Glancing at the time on his phone, it was still not yet 10 in the evening. Knowing Zhang Hao, he was sure he wasn't asleep at this hour, so he decisively dialed his number. Beep, beep, beep. After 4 rings, the call connected, and Zhang Hao's voice came through. Hey, Aming, what's up? It was obvious that Zhang Hao was on speakerphone, accompanied by the sound of intense keyboard clacking. Playing a game? Should I call you back later? Su Jingming could tell just from the sound of the keyboard. No problem, it doesn't affect me, I can operate with my eyes closed. Alright, then I have to say, I got the signed photo you wanted. Send me an address and I'll express it to you tomorrow. What signed photo? Zhang Hao on the other end paused slightly, then quickly reacted, no way. You really got me Jiang Goddess's signed photo? It was clear that Zhang Hao was extremely excited and the intense keyboard sounds were significantly muffled. No more talking, when winter break comes back to Jiang City, I have to treat you to a good meal. Then it's settled, don't go back on your word. Compared to Jiang Goddess's signed photo, a meal is nothing, just eat as much as you want. Alright, let's meet up again during winter break. Don't worry, I have a small appetite. After chatting with Zhang Hao for a while and declining his invitation to play games together, Su Jingming hung up the phone. Games, it feels like I haven't touched them in a long time, Su Jingming sighed. Like most college students, during his previous life in college, he spent most of his free time gaming. It was only in his senior year that he uninstalled the games to prepare for the entrance exams. But unexpectedly, his subsequent graduate life was too busy, and he never touched them again. After crossing over to Blue Star, he had been in a constant state of busyness. He hardly had time to rest, let alone play games. Speaking of which, his best friend Ahao's ordinary college life was what Su Jingming longed for. But he naturally lacked a sense of security. With the existence of terrifying creatures like ferocious beasts, a leisurely ordinary college life had long been excluded from his options. It's 10 in the evening now, I can train for 2 hours before sleeping. Also, I need to deal with this batch of rare flowers and herbs. It seems that tomorrow I not only need to go to the equipment department but also to the potion department. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened, and after changing into loose training clothes, in his bedroom, he took the Dark Cloud Swift Wind gun to the training room and began his training. The next morning, after completing his usual morning training, Su Jingming went to the express station to send the signed photo to Zhang Hao, then headed to the equipment department of the Magic University. Since these two 1 cubic meter space rings did not originate from the Magic City Ability University, the equipment department would not recycle them using credits but rather with daxia currency. Each ring has a buyback price of 35 million daxia coins, so together they amount to 70 million. This is clearly far from the official retail price of 50 million per ring in the outside world. However, Su Jingming also knows that this buyback cannot be compared to the official retail price. After all, even if you resell the item you bought from the store in its original condition, the price will still be significantly discounted. Additionally, he checked online last night, and most private buyers only offer around 33 million. This price is considered quite fair. Thus, when he left the equipment department of MO University, the balance in his bank account reached an astonishing 95 million. Moreover, with the rewards issued yesterday, he still had 1,903 credits in his student account. If converted into daxia coins, his total assets exceeded 110 million. Finally saved enough for a small goal, Su Jingming thought to himself. Of course, for a supernatural being, strength is the most important. Therefore, this wealth and resources must be consumed as soon as possible. In his view, having 10 million in his bank account is enough to handle most situations. Let's go to the potion department, get rid of the rare herbs, and buy some suitable elixirs while I'm at it. Like the equipment department, the potion department is also housed in an independent building. After Su Jingming stated his purpose to the staff at the front desk, he was taken to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is for purchasing rare herbs. If you wish to buy elixirs, you can take the elevator to the 5th floor, the staff member respectfully explained. Su Jingming nodded slightly to indicate he understood. He then stepped out of the elevator and entered the hall on the 3rd floor. As soon as he walked in, he was greeted by a strong herbal aroma. At the same time, Su Jingming glanced around and the entire hall came into view. It was somewhat similar to the beast material acquisition area on the 6th floor of the source water supply base. There were several rooms for purchasing rare herbs and sofas for resting. However, instead of queuing, they used a numbering system. Su Jingming took a queue number from the machine and then sat down on the sofa to wait. It was now 10 in the morning, relatively early, but there were already about 30 to 40 people waiting on the 3rd floor. He even spotted a team of adventurers in blood-stained battle gear, seemingly just returned from the wilderness. It's only the 14th number, and I'm 43. I might have to wait at least over an hour, Su Jingming frowned, not expecting so many people here. Of course, he could choose to wander upstairs, but no matter how he wandered, it wouldn't take more than an hour. But I could also practice for a while. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jingming closed his eyes slightly. He began to practice his supernatural ability training method, absorbing the free elemental energy in the air. In fact, there were quite a few supernatural beings in the hall doing the same thing. Those playing with their phones were the minority. After practicing for more than half an hour, a voice filled with surprise suddenly sounded nearby. "Oh, Junior, you're here too?" Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Su Jingming slowly opened his eyes. He indeed found Jiang Chuxian standing not far from him. Seeing Jiang Chuxian, a teasing smile appeared on Su Jingming's resolute face. "So it's seen your sister, have you sobered up from last night's drinks?"
I woke up early. Jiang Chushuan's face flushed slightly, clearly recalling the scene from last night when she had insisted Su Jingming support her. That strong arm was still fresh in her memory. After a pause, she curiously asked, "By the way, are you here to sell the rare herbs you found in the cave last time?" "Not entirely. If I can find a pharmacist willing to help me refine them into elixirs or potions, that would be fine too." Su Jingming nodded slightly. Although having a pharmacist handle the refining of pills or potions requires a certain processing fee and the need to replenish leftover materials, it is still better than directly selling rare herbs for credits or dasha coins. "Are you looking for a pharmacist? Don't you think there's an excellent and charming pharmacist right next to you?" The silver-haired girl, Jiang Chuxian, brightened her eyes. She cleared her throat and puffed out her chest, almost as if she had written "the pharmacist" on her face. "You? Aren't you an amateur?" Su Jingming showed a look of doubt. "Who said I'm an amateur? At least I've obtained a second-tier pharmacist certification, and it's quite easy for me to refine some second-tier pills," Jiang Chuxian quickly retorted. "Besides, I don't plan to shoot material in the wilderness anymore. I'm going to focus on the pharmacist route." "Focusing on the pharmacist route? You're not going to film videos of killing fierce beasts anymore?" Su Jingming was slightly taken aback. "After experiencing the last crisis, I realized that the wilderness might not be suitable for me," Jiang Chuxian said, adjusting her skirt as she sat down next to Su Jingming, her fair legs crossed beneath her black mini skirt. "Of course, I will continue to make videos. It's just that the style will shift to filming the daily process of refining pills and potions." "Changing the video style? You might lose a lot of fans," Su Jingming pondered. "Who says not?" A complex expression appeared on Jiang Chushuan's delicate face. She was an orphan. Her parents had perished in a beast tide when she was just over 10 years old. Getting into the Magic City Ability University was entirely due to her awakened A-grade ice ability and her own efforts. After entering university, her financial situation was quite tight without family support. A video of her killing a fierce beast that she uploaded by chance made her go viral. She was able to endorse battlesuits and weapons, earning a considerable income. But in reality, she didn't like staying in the wilderness for long periods. She disliked dealing with those hired elite ability user bodyguard teams. Even more, on the contrary, she preferred to study potion books alone and focus on refining pills. The incident that occurred in the source water wilderness also made her realize her own weakness. She couldn't even manage a bodyguard team well. If she continued filming fierce beast videos, such incidents could very likely happen again. Not every time would there be a strong figure like Su Jingming to save the day. So, after several days of careful consideration, she ultimately made this choice. Of course, she wouldn't be a pure pharmacist, she would still maintain her daily training and exercise. "Good luck. I wish you success in your transition," Su Jingming encouraged. Judging by Jiang Chushuan's large-capacity spatial ring and her limited-edition sports car, she must have earned quite a bit from filming videos. In this world, everyone is bustling for profit, and everyone is scrambling for benefits. In the face of huge interests, even if one knows there are dangers, not everyone can retreat like Jiang Chushuan. "But I'm a bit curious, can ice ability users also become pharmacists?" Su Jingming asked, intrigued. According to his knowledge, shouldn't only fire element ability users be able to pursue the pharmacist route? After all, the higher the grade of the pills and potions, the higher the temperature of the flames required for refining. "It's obvious you don't know much about pharmacology." Jiang Chushuan had now recovered from her complex emotions and explained with a smile, "There are specialized enchanted crucibles or alchemy furnaces that can convert energy-type abilities into flames. The stronger the ability, the higher the flame temperature. Your lightning ability can also be used for refining." "I see," Su Jingming said, enlightened. He paused for a moment, then took out 9 wooden boxes from his spatial ring and placed them on the sofa one by one. "All the rare herbs I have are here. Take a look and see which ones you can use to refine pills. Take whatever you can use." "Are you really asking me for help?" Jiang Chushuan was slightly taken aback but quickly reacted, breaking into a charming smile. "Since you trust me so much, I won't be polite." With that, she began to select the rare herbs from the wooden boxes. The C-grade hypnosis grass is one of the materials for refining the meditation pill, and the B-grade clarity grass is for the awakening pill. As a second-tier pharmacist, Jiang Chushuan didn't have too many pills she could refine. However, coincidentally, all these rare herbs were exactly what she needed for her pill making. "I can use all these materials. I'll have the finished pills for you in a week." The silver-haired girl, Jiang Chushuan, stored all the wooden boxes back into her spatial ring. Feeling trusted, her gaze towards Su Jingming also carried a hint of gentle warmth. This demeanor would surely astonish those familiar with her icy beauty. "Then I'll wait for your good news, senior sister," Su Jingming said with a smile. The most valuable A-grade flame flower among the rare herbs he had was already submitted as task material. When he returned to school, the remaining ones were just B-grade and C-grade materials, which ordinary second-tier and third-tier pharmacists could handle. Since that was the case, he felt more at ease leaving it to Jiang Chushuan. At least he wouldn't have to worry about any false reports of material loss. "By the way, here's the queue number I got half an hour ago.
You can take it. With no rare herbs in hand, Su Jingming didn't need to wait in line and directly handed the queue number to Jiang Chuxian.
I'll go check upstairs. Su Jingming stood up, preparing to leave, but Jiang Chuxian followed him with her long, graceful legs.
Since we have to wait here for a while, I'll go up with you.
That works. The two of them walked up to the 5th floor together.
The 5th floor was the pill sales area, filled with a dazzling array of pills and potions that left Su Jingming feeling overwhelmed. If he were alone, he really wouldn't know what to buy. Fortunately, he had Jiang Chuxian, a second-tier pharmacist, by his side.
With her suggestions, Su Jingming spent nearly 600 credits purchasing a
batch of pills to aid in strength enhancement. Afterward, he parted ways with Jiang Chuxian and walked out of the potion department building alone.
Just as he was about to head back to the villa, he received a call from his
teacher, Yang Zhentian. Jingming, we're back. Can you come over now?
Sure, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Su Jingming hurried towards the teacher's villa. With the teacher back, his senior brother Lu Ming's
injuries should have healed by now.
Additionally, he could finally let the teacher test the limit strength of his S-grade battle skill, the Infernal Thunder Armor.
In the teacher's villa area, building 23. In the villa's
hall, besides teacher Yang Zhentian and senior brother Lu Ming, there was also a man and a woman. After hanging up the phone, Yang Zhentian smiled at the man and woman, saying, Jingming will be here soon.
He had a total of 4 disciples still in school: Lu Ming, a senior; Su Wei, a junior; Tongyu, a sophomore; and Su Jingming, a freshman. The two present were Su Wei and Tongyu.
Since Su Jingming had not met the other two senior brothers and sisters, Yang Zhentian took this opportunity, with Lu Ming's recovery, to gather everyone together. I saw quite a bit about my little junior brother making a stir on the school's official forum while I was away. Su Wei, the junior, said with a smile. He was a tall, slender young man with a friendly appearance, sporting a tousled fringe and a calm demeanor. I saw it too. Tongyu, the sophomore, nodded in agreement with a smile. She was the only girl among a few people, tall and graceful, with a beautiful face and healthy wheat-colored skin. By the way, Senior Lu, is Junior Su really as extraordinary as you say? Tongyu looked curiously at her senior Lu Ming. More than a month ago, she had heard Lu Ming mention Su Jingming over the phone. He spoke of a blood compatibility rate of 98%, breaking through from an awakener to a first-tier superior in just a month, and mastering 4 A-level combat techniques in one go. It sounded incredible, simply a prodigy beyond prodigies. Unfortunately, she and her senior Su Wei had only returned to school last night. Thus, they missed the freshman competition and had no way of knowing Su Jingming's specific situation.
You'll find out soon enough. It will definitely surprise you, Senior Lu Ming replied, still sitting in his wheelchair, though his legs and right arm had already grown back.
His complexion was still somewhat pale, but he seemed less irritable, responding to Tongyu's inquiry with a faint smile.
Is that so?
Then I must confirm it well later. Tongyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. The few of them had a good relationship. Before Su Jingming arrived, as the youngest junior sister, she was often the target of teasing by her seniors. This also led her to often doubt some of the things her seniors said. Junior Su should indeed be strong, but senior might have exaggerated a bit, Tongyu thought to herself. This was the most reasonable assumption. Dean, Jingming has arrived. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming entered the villa's living room under the guidance of Uncle Fu. Teacher. Su Jingming respectfully greeted his teacher Yang Zhentian, while also noticing a strange man and woman in the living room. Jingming, come, let me introduce you. This is your senior Su Wei from the 3rd year, and this is your senior sister Tongyu from the 2nd year. It was only after teacher Yang Zhentian's introduction that Su Jingming realized they were his seniors. He politely called out, Senior Su, senior sister Tong. No matter where one goes, polite people always win others' favor. Thus, Su Wei and Tongyu had a very good first impression of their junior Su Jingming. The composed Su Wei stood up directly from the sofa, smiling lightly. Hello, Junior. I've heard from the teacher that he has a new student, but I was busy outside during the summer and only returned to school yesterday. By the way, this is a welcome gift I prepared for you. A 4th grade Yuan energy pill, which can significantly improve the efficiency of absorbing Yuan energy when practicing supernatural abilities. It's considered a B-level cultivation resource. Senior Su Wei handed over a small wooden box. At the same time, senior sister Tongyu chuckled lightly. I didn't prepare any gifts, so I'll just transfer you 200 credits directly. Just a moment ago, she had already asked Senior Lu Ming for Su Jingming's student account. She then took out her phone and directly transferred 200 credits over. Thank you, seniors, Su Jingming politely expressed his gratitude as he accepted the gifts. He then looked at Senior Lu Ming, puzzled. Senior Lu, didn't you recover? Why are you still sitting in a wheelchair? It's not as simple as you think. The legs that grew back still have internal nerves that haven't fully closed. I need to wait another 2 or 3 days to move freely. Senior Lu Ming shook his head. 2 or 3 days, that's not too bad, Su Jingming nodded. Only on Blue Star are there healers with supernatural abilities. In his previous life, regrowing severed limbs was nothing short of a fantasy. Let's not talk about that. Your senior sister Tong was just doubting the truth of my words.
You tell her yourself. After entering the school, did you not master 4A-level lightning combat techniques in succession? Facing Senior Lu Ming's inquiry, Su Jingming couldn't help but smile and nod. Senior Lu is right. No way. This is actually true? Sister Tongyu hasn't spoken yet, but Brother Su Wei was the first to express his surprise. So it turns out Brother Su also thinks Brother Lu exaggerated the facts. Sister Tongyu silently complained, then turned to Su Jingming and exclaimed, to advance through the ranks so quickly while mastering so many A-level combat techniques in such a short time. Can you share some experience with us? I want to learn, too. Tongyu was very curious. After all, she had only recently advanced to the second tier herself. She understood the hardships of breaking through ranks. However, Su Jingming not only matched her level but also mastered more A-level combat techniques than her, who had been in training for a year longer. How could that be justified? There's nothing particularly special about my experience. I have a natural talent for comprehension. I can learn combat techniques just by watching them a few times, without wasting too much time. Comprehension is something, sister, you might not be able to learn. Su Jingming hesitated. The Deep Blue system was equivalent to his comprehension, but this abnormal talent only activated after killing ferocious beasts. Little junior brother, that hurts. Tongyu placed her right hand on her chest, pretending to be injured. Yet, she was quite satisfied with Su Jingming's answer. Talent is talent. She despised those who attributed their gifts to hard work. Wasn't that nonsense? Who among those who got into the Magic City Ability University didn't work hard? If hard work alone sufficed, why were there still so few 4th-tier ability users in the school? I'm always quite satisfied with Jingming's comprehension and effort level, Teacher Yang Jintian interjected, smiling at Su Jingming. I mentioned over the phone that I would hold a celebration for you when you returned, but it was delayed because of Brother Lu's matter. We'll make up for that celebration later and also congratulate you on winning first place in the freshman competition. Although I wasn't there yesterday, I heard about your brilliant performance from Dean-san last night. It's nothing, they were just too weak, Su Jingming replied modestly. With a smile. By the way, teacher, I want you to help me experiment with a combat technique. What combat technique? Brother Lu is incapacitated. You don't need to trouble the teacher for that, Su Wei said generously. S-level combat technique Purgatory Thunder Armor. Su Jingming blinked and hesitated. Brother Su Wei was only at the 3rd tier lower level, so he probably couldn't break through the defenses of the Purgatory Thunder Armor. Purgatory Thunder Armor? S-level combat technique? Su Wei gasped. Alright, I'll back off. In the backyard of the classroom villa, the open-air training ground, Yang Jintian and Su Jingming stood facing each other, while Su Wei, Tongyu, and Lu Ming, who was in a wheelchair, watched from the side. Do you think little junior brother really learned that S-level combat technique? Su Wei couldn't help but ask. As a lightning type ability user, he had also seen this S-level combat technique in the combat technique library. However, with only A-level access, he needed 30,000 credits to learn this S-level technique. Therefore, he had only read the introductory description of the technique. Even so, its power was enough to make him drool. He never expected that Su Jingming, who entered school 2 years later than him, would claim to have already mastered this technique. From what I know about Su Jingming, he wouldn't boast, Lu Ming said thoughtfully. Alright, I finally understand what you meant by genius, brother. Su Wei felt a surge of emotions. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there was someone like Su Jingming in the school. Purgatory Thunder Armor. In the center of the open-air training ground, Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. Blue and purple lightning swirled around him, coalescing into a complete set of dark purple armor. Thunder and electric arcs continuously leaped and flowed across the seemingly liquefied surface of the thunder armor. Indeed, it's the S-rank battle skill, the Infernal Thunder Armor. Yang Jintian never expected Su Jingming to bring him such a huge surprise. Crackle. Amidst the surprise, Yang Jintian's A-rank lightning-type ability, the true Thunder of Wind and Fire, which was countless times stronger than Su Jingming's, suddenly erupted. Immediately, the intensity of his aura dropped. Jingming, I'll first test it with the strength of a peak 3rd-tier ability. User. Yang Jintian clearly knew Su Jingming's abnormality and directly suppressed his ability's power to the peak of the 3rd tier. Zing! The crimson lightning suddenly shot onto Su Jingming's thunder armor, leaving not even a trace. The impact generated by the lightning, after being weakened by 90% by the infernal thunder armor, was practically negligible on Su Jingming's body. Teacher, increase the power a bit more. This isn't strong enough. Su Jingming shouted. Alright, next is double the strength of a peak 3rd tier. Once again, the crimson lightning surged in, still leaving not a single mark on the armor. Again. 4 times. 6 times. Accompanied by the piercing sound of thunder, waves of even stronger crimson lightning continuously struck Su Jingming. Each bolt's power was enough to be fatal for Su Wei and Tongyu. Yet Su Jingming seemed unfazed, bathing in the red lightning. For this scene, Lu Ming, sitting in a wheelchair, had a strange expression. Why do I feel like I'd become a unit of measurement? In the villa's outdoor training ground, the crimson lightning roared incessantly,
Finally, after Yang Jintian increased his ability's power to 10 times the peak of the third tier, the infernal thunder armor could no longer withstand the force and shattered with a loud bang. Not bad. Very good. Yang Jintian, with his thunder retracted, laughed heartily. The attack intensity of a 4th tier lower ability user is only about 10 times that of a peak 3rd tier. This means, Jingming, your infernal thunder armor can only be breached by at least a 4th tier ability user. It's important to note that the 4th tier ability user he referred to was not an ordinary one. They must at least possess an A rank ability. If faced with lower B rank or C rank abilities, even a 4th tier lower user might not be able to breach the defense. Of course, correspondingly, if the attack came from another S rank ability user, it might only require a peak 3rd tier or even a mid tier 3rd tier to breach the defense. An S rank battle skill combined with an S rank ability can actually reach such a terrifying level? Su Wei, watching from the side, gasped. Su Jingming was only a 2nd tier upper user and was already able to cross 2 major tiers to defend against a 4th tier ability user's attack. What kind of monstrous combat power is this? The battle skill test is complete, and it's about time. Let's go out for lunch. In a good mood, Yang Jintian glanced at the time and found it was already 11:32 a.m. The banquet he had booked was at noon, and with a bit of travel time, they would arrive just in time. Teacher, wait a moment, that wasn't my limit just now, Su Jingming quickly called out. Not your limit? Yang Jintian was slightly taken aback, not having the chance to ask further. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an aura several times stronger than before erupted from Su Jingming. Immediately, Su Jingming's body shot up to 2 meters and his eyes transformed into blue-purple dragon-like vertical pupils. The powerful and vast blue-purple lightning surged out from his center, rapidly expanding. This is Thunder Extreme State? Teacher Yang Jintian was instantly shocked, and Lu Ming and the others beside him also showed expressions of disbelief. Thunder Extreme State? Jingming's Thunder Immortal body has already advanced to the 3rd level? Damn, junior brother is so fierce? The usually gentle and composed Su Wei could no longer hold back, and he let out a rare curse. The cultivation of the indestructible thunder body, aside from daily training with his lightning-type abilities, also allows for the use of special body-refining potions to accelerate progress. During the more than 2 months of summer vacation, he had been out on missions almost continuously. All the resources obtained from completing these missions were invested in his cultivation, with more than half dedicated to the indestructible thunder body. However, even so, he had only recently entered the 3rd level of the indestructible thunder body and had just mastered the Thunder Extreme State. His senior sister, Tongyu, who was beside Su Wei, also showed a look of shock. Her indestructible thunder body was only at the 2nd level. I was wondering why your body could easily withstand the weakened impact. It turns out you've reached the 3rd level of the indestructible thunder body. Yang Jintian laughed heartily, the crimson lightning swirling around him again. Then let's continue. 12 times peak power of the 3rd stage. The roaring sound of thunder erupted once more. 14 times. 16 times. As Su Jingming activated the Thunder Extreme State, his physical strength and ability power received a comprehensive boost. Teacher Yang Jintian unleashed the full power of a 20 times peak 3rd stage ability user, finally breaking through the defense of the infernal thunder armor. 20 times. That's equivalent to the attack strength of a mid-level 4th stage ability user to break through the defense. Yang Jintian exclaimed with delight. No wonder the indestructible thunder body, forged from SS-grade Thunder Tyrant blood, could achieve such a nearly 10-fold increase in power after activating the Thunder Extreme State. Thank you for your trouble, teacher. Su Jingming sighed in relief after exiting the Thunder Extreme State. Now he finally understood the extent of his defensive capabilities. In the future, when activating the infernal thunder armor, he wouldn't need to worry about attacks from below 4th stage ability users at all. If he also activated the Thunder Extreme State, he wouldn't even fear attacks from lower 4th stage ability users. Jingming, your achievement in reaching this point is truly beyond my expectations, Yang Jintian said with a smile as he approached. Generally, students would seek his guidance for combat techniques, but Su Jingming had directly mastered them. Among all his students, Su Jingming was undoubtedly the one who gave him the least trouble. I just have a bit better talent than others, Su Jingming replied with a smile. Teacher, let's go after I change my clothes. He was wearing a regular top that had already been torn apart when he activated the Thunder Extreme State. His pants were also somewhat damaged, but he had used the purple Sky Divine Thunder to cover the critical areas. Then, under the cover of the purple Sky Divine Thunder surrounding him, he took out a prepared short-sleeve shirt and long pants from his spatial ring to change into. The other seniors didn't feel embarrassed by this scene. After changing clothes, the group of 6, including Uncle Fu, left the villa while chatting and laughing. They got into teacher Yang Jintian's off-road vehicle and set off for the hotel in the center of the Demon City. Brother Lu, both the Ash Society and the Meteor Society have sent me invitations. Which one do you think I should choose? In the car, Su Jingming pondered for a moment and decided to ask his senior brother Lu Ming about the club selection. Meteor Society, Lu Ming replied without hesitation.
Brother Lu, I thought you would let junior brother join your Ash Society, Sue said, somewhat surprised. After all, he had received a very warm invitation from brother Lu Ming to join back then. However, he felt that the Ash Society wasn't suitable for him, so he didn't join. He didn't expect that now brother Lu Ming would let the more outstanding junior brother go. If the Ash Guild hadn't encountered problems, I would certainly want junior brother to join our society. But now that the Ash Guild has suffered a heavy blow, whether it can continue to exist is still a question, and the Ash Society will also be affected. Naturally, it can't compare to the Meteor Society and its intact Meteor Guild behind it. Lu Ming shook his head. In fact, the Ashes Guild was facing various forms of suppression from Wang Linyang's family due to their efforts in collecting evidence to report the Grand Master Wang Linyang. After all, Wang Linyang was an established 8th-tier Grand Master, and his family's influence was vast. The intensity of this suppression was not to be underestimated. He didn't want Su Jingming to join the Ashes Guild and wade into this murky water. Given your personality, Jingming, I thought you would choose not to join the guild, Yang Zhentian, sitting in the passenger seat, said with a smile. In his view, Su Jingming preferred to act alone, whether in training or venturing into the wilderness, and didn't seem like someone who enjoyed being part of a guild. I actually had that thought. If the guild takes up too much of my personal time, I'd rather not join at all, Su Jingming pondered. Rest assured, whether it's the Ashes Guild or the Meteor Guild, the internal constraints are quite relaxed, Lu Ming said with a smile. Especially as a 4th-tier ability user and the president, most of the time they were busy with their own affairs. The president would only make an appearance when absolutely necessary, like a figurehead. Joining someone else's guild doesn't offer the same freedom as creating your own, Yang Zhentian directly arranged. Jingming, you can stay in the guild for a year or two, and by your junior or senior year, you can start creating your own guild. After graduation, these people will become the first batch of your foundation for building your influence. Building influence? Teacher, that's too troublesome. I don't even have that idea, Su Jingming shook his head. Troublesome? Not having your own influence is what's truly troublesome, Yang Zhentian said with the tone of someone who had been through it. When I was young, I also held thoughts like yours, and look where that got me. Everything requires your personal involvement. For example, more than half of the blood of the thunder-type ferocious beasts you used to shape the thunder unyielding body foundation was personally hunted by me. If I had my own influence back then, I wouldn't have had to do it all myself. Jingming, remember, building influence is to have them collect resources for you. It allows you more time to focus on your own cultivation without being bogged down by trivial matters. Once you reach the master level, you'll understand the pain of running around the world for a bit of cultivation resources. Yang Zhentian's gaze was filled with emotion. He had never been able to break through from master to grand master. It was likely because, in his youth, during the prime time for cultivation, he spent all his time searching for resources. If he had had his own influence back then, everything would have been much simpler. Su Jingming was slightly taken aback by his words. He truly hadn't considered this point. Although he had a system that could directly enhance his rank and combat skills, he wasn't free from the troubles of resources. Killing ferocious beasts and obtaining ability points still required his personal effort. If he had his own influence, he could have them gather the ferocious beasts and then unify the kills later. Wouldn't that greatly improve the efficiency of harvesting ability points? With this thought, Su Jingming couldn't help but nod slightly. Teacher, I understand. The day after the celebration banquet with his teacher and senior brothers and sisters, the freshman courses at the Magic City Ability University officially began. The freshman schedule was quite packed, with classes running from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon almost every day. The courses were diverse, covering a wide range of topics. There were history classes discussing the origins of ferocious beasts and the revival of elemental energy, as well as practical classes involving weapon sparring. There were even dissection classes explaining the different weaknesses of ferocious beasts and how to collect materials from them. In the first week, Su Jingming didn't miss a single class in the Weapon Academy. He attended every session. He even went next door to the Element Academy to sit in on a few classes. It must be said that, as a top-tier university, these courses were delivered in an exceptionally engaging manner by the instructors. They were even quite useful for Su Jingming. For example, during the history class discussing the origins of ferocious beasts, Su Jingming learned that hundreds of years ago, Yuan energy surged on Blue Star, causing beasts to mutate into ferocious beasts while humans began to awaken their abilities. Many ancient civilization ruins were discovered deep underground. Nowadays, most of the advanced technological products on Blue Star have evolved from the technologies unearthed from these ancient ruins. Even the ability detection devices are derived from these civilization relics. Additionally, the descriptions of the weaknesses of ferocious beasts in the dissection class opened his eyes. He realized that he had wasted a lot of effort killing ferocious beasts in the wilderness area before. If he handled them according to their specific weaknesses, he could achieve a one-hit kill. Thus, he listed the dissection class as a must-attend course. The rich and useful curriculum made him secretly marvel. The ability users cultivated in this way could be said to be the top-tier existence in every aspect. They were completely different from those social-type ability users who dropped out of high school and started wandering in the wilderness area. However, the richness of the new student courses surprised Su Jingming while also causing him some difficulty. Originally, he planned to drop some unimportant courses to have more time to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness area. But now it seemed that it would be quite impossible to drop courses on a large scale. After careful consideration, Su Jingming decided to drop his classes on Fridays. He would head directly to the wilderness area after school on Thursday afternoon and return on Monday. This way, he would have 3 days each week to hunt ferocious beasts and earn ability points. He could maximize his balance between school courses and the system's ability points. Without hesitation, he acted on it. On the Thursday afternoon of the second week after finishing his last class, Su Jingming left the school wearing a newly purchased B-grade special combat suit that wouldn't burst due to his expanding physique. As for the long gun, he placed it directly into his spatial ring. It is worth mentioning that the Dark Cloud Swift gun was purchased when he was at the first tier upper level. It was made with D-grade alloy for the barrel and C-grade alloy for the tip. Now that he had reached the second tier upper level and his thunder unyielding body had been trained to the third level, his physique had greatly enhanced, making the long gun unsuitable for him. Thus, he sold the Dark Cloud Swift gun back to the equipment department of the Magic University for 260 credits. Although the administrator who sold him the long gun kept saying that no one would use it if it was reclaimed and it could only be melted down, Su Jingming still felt that the guy was a bit shady. After all, he had spent 480 credits to buy the Dark Cloud Swift gun at that time. In the end, he had only used it for 2 months and lost nearly half of its value. Of course, Su Jingming still recognized the quality of the equipment produced by the Magic University's equipment department. So later, he spent 1,000 credits to purchase a personalized long gun. This long gun was named Qingxiao Black Flood Dragon Gun, with a barrel made of C-grade alloy and a tip made of B-grade alloy. Its total length was 2 meters 1, which he liked, and its exterior color was a low-key blackish green. The weight reached an astonishing 500 kilograms. Of course, for Su Jingming, this was nothing to worry about. He had previously spent 600 credits on a batch of pills, and now he had suddenly spent another 1,000 credits. This left him with less than 300 credits from his originally ample balance. So he took some time to visit the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, breaking the punch strength record for second-tier ability users and earning a reward of 800 credits. Because the ferocious beast ecosystem in the source water wilderness area had not yet recovered, the wilderness area Su Jingming visited this time was the Tongshan Wilderness Area, which had been planned earlier. The highest level ferocious beast in the Tongshan Wilderness Area was only Tier 3, and after Su Jingming arrived, he almost walked through it effortlessly. The ferocious beasts in the Tongshan Wilderness Area are extremely scattered, and most of the time in the wilderness area is spent searching for these beasts. Thus, on the Monday, 3 days later, when Su Jingming returned to school, he had only gained 900 ability points. On Thursday of the third week, Su Jingming left school again. This time, he headed to the Yangcheng Wilderness Area, located north of the Magic City. Compared to the Tongshan Wilderness Area, the ferocious beasts in the Yangcheng Wilderness Area are of a higher level. Although there are still first and second tier beasts, the highest level beasts have reached Tier 5, and some even say that there are Tier 6 beasts hidden within. Therefore, upon entering the Yangcheng Wilderness Area this time, Su Jingming had to be much more low-key. He proceeded cautiously, avoiding areas that might be inhabited by high-tier beasts. Even so, when Su Jingming returned from the Yangcheng Wilderness Area, he still earned 1,700 ability points. Thus, Su Jingming decided to make the Yangcheng Wilderness Area his regular destination for future excursions. From then on, every Monday to Thursday, Su Jingming attended classes at school, eagerly absorbing various knowledge like a sponge. Not only did he attend the Weapon Academy, but he also occasionally audited classes at the Element Academy. As soon as Thursday classes ended, he would gear up and head to the Yangcheng Wilderness Area. Additionally, he used the funds in his bank card and his school credits to purchase resources for his training. His strength continued to grow. As for his skipping and auditing classes, the teachers noticed but said nothing. As an S-level student with S-level abilities and a prized pupil of the Weapon Academy's dean, Yang Jintian, who had also achieved first place among the new students, Su Jingming was a prominent figure in the Weapon Academy. Naturally, it was assumed that he could learn whatever he wanted. Thus, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On November 3rd, Tuesday, it was a sunny day. In the Elemental Ability Control class, Su Jingming, dressed in simple casual wear, stood at the podium at the bottom of the lecture hall. Crackling, the terrifying and dangerous purple Shaoshan thunder swirled around him. Under his control, it constantly changed form. Sometimes it coalesced into a lifelike lightning serpent, or formed a majestic and sharp spear. The arcs of lightning flickered, displaying great agility. Not bad, praised the Element Academy teacher in charge of the class beside him. You've made rapid progress during this time, and can now freely manipulate elemental abilities to form various shapes. Perhaps it won't be long before you can condense your lightning ability into a liquid state. The teacher looked at Su Jingming with undisguised admiration. The abilities of an ability user often require long periods of training to master. The higher the level of the ability, the harder it is to control. The saying "to wear the crown, one must bear its weight" applies here. If A-level abilities are like well-trained horses in a stable, then S-level abilities are like wild horses that are extremely difficult to tame. Yet now, this wild horse in Su Jingming's hands was as docile as a pony. What a pity, if only Su Jingming were part of our Element Academy, the teacher thought, even though he knew it was impossible. The other new students in the lecture hall began to whisper among themselves, controlling abilities to form various shapes. Isn't Su Jingming a bit too abnormal? Isn't he from the Weapon Academy? Why does he come to audit our element control class every time? Not just element control, we can see him in most of our academy's classes. So competitive? The new student courses are already quite full. Where does he find so much time to audit our Element Academy classes? Time is like a sponge, if you squeeze it, there will always be some left, especially since some of Su Jingming's textbooks at the Weaponry Academy are just skipped. Besides, what kind of competition is this? You probably don't know. He leaves school every Thursday after class and stays in the Yangchang Wilderness area until Monday, right? A freshman who knew a bit about Su Jingming's situation revealed to those around him. What? I was wondering why I never saw him on weekends at school. Turns out he goes to the wilderness area. The surrounding freshmen were immediately shocked, but some continued to ask, so he doesn't rest on weekends? Rest? The freshman who spoke earlier showed disdain. Su Jingming not only doesn't rest on weekends, but he also trains late during the week. Several times, my friends and I came back from late night snacks and it was already close to midnight. Passing by his villa, we still saw the lights on in the training room on the second floor, with shadows moving inside. Wow, that's impressive. So awesome. The surrounding freshmen exclaimed in admiration. Although they couldn't achieve the same, it didn't affect their admiration for Su Jingming. What are you all mumbling about? If you can reach Su Jingming's level before your sophomore year, that would be impressive enough. Still dare to mumble. With a roar from the instructor, the classroom instantly fell silent. Then, the instructor turned to Su Jingming with a gentle expression and said, "Su, the demonstration is over. Please return to your seat." Okay, let's continue with the class. Just now, Su demonstrated for us. The instructor continued teaching, and Su Jingming paid no mind to the gazes from the freshman, heading straight back to his seat. After 2 months, I've finally practiced the purple Cloud Divine Thunder to a level of mastery. Su Jingming silently thought as he returned to his seat. He originally thought his control over his ability was already quite refined. However, after taking the Elemental Ability Control course at the Elemental Academy, he realized he still had a long way to go in terms of fine control. Therefore, over the past 2 months, he practiced based on what was taught in class and occasionally consulted the instructor. Hard work pays off. He finally reached a relatively high level of mastery over the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Speaking of which, the system actually can't add points to the proficiency of controlling abilities. This was something Su Jingming hadn't expected. Subconsciously, he opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming level, 2nd tier upper, plus, ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, S, physique, 1452 vitality, plus, spirit, 1107 he, plus, skills, marksmanship, master, heavenly thunder technique, beginner plus, underworld thunder armor, beginner plus, fist technique, intermediate plus, thunder spear, advanced plus, chain thunder gun. Intermediate plus, Thunder Flash, Advanced plus, Thunder Prison, Intermediate plus, Lightning Gale Break, Master plus, Body Refinement, Indestructible Thunder Body, 3rd level plus, Ability Points, 13134 compared to 2 months ago. Su Jingming's system panel hadn't changed much. Only his physique and spirit had increased by nearly 100 points. Of course, the most important thing was that his ability points had reached an astonishing 13,000. But why hasn't a plus sign appeared after the ability section? Did I guess wrong? Or are the ability points insufficient? Su Jingming frowned. A month ago, when his ability points accumulated to 6,000, he could have chosen to advance to the 3rd tier. But at the moment he was about to click the plus sign, he suddenly thought, since the level and combat skills on the panel can be upgraded with ability points, it stands to reason that abilities can also be upgraded. After all, S rank is not the limit. There are even higher SS and SSS rank abilities above it. Once this thought emerged, it became uncontrollable. Thus, Su Jingming temporarily suppressed his desire to advance, accumulating his ability points to see if a plus sign would appear behind the abilities. However, until now, there had still been no changes. If I accumulate ability points for another month and still don't see a plus sign, I'll give up this attempt and use them directly to level up, Su Jingming thought to himself. Although he hadn't used any of the accumulated ability points compared to 2 months ago, his strength had more than doubled. This was evident when he entered the Yangchang Wilderness area and fought against fierce beasts. The increase in strength was partly due to his continuous training. At the same time, he had also used Dasha coins and credits to purchase training resources which improved both his vitality and mental strength.
On the other hand, the school's courses had also benefited him greatly. He learned how to use his abilities more precisely, reduce consumption, and how to strike decisively at the weaknesses of fierce beasts. Ding ding ding, the class continued, and a few minutes later, the bell rang, and the teacher announced, "Alright, that's it for today's lesson, class dismissed." The students all stood up to leave, and Su Jingming followed the crowd out. Just after class, in the corridor outside the classroom, a tall girl with a charming and delicate appearance, her figure graceful and voluptuous, was already waiting outside. The passing freshmen somewhat understood who this girl was waiting for. Knowing that their strength was far inferior to this second-place newcomer, they naturally wouldn't approach her to seek embarrassment. "Jingming, your control over the lightning-type abilities has improved quite a bit," Song Choyun said, a charming smile appearing on her pretty face as she walked over upon seeing Su Jingming come out of the classroom. She had been here for a while and had naturally seen Su Jingming's demonstration at the podium. "I have indeed made some progress during this time." "Some progress? It's already comparable to my training results over a month," Song Choyun instinctively retorted. However, she quickly got used to Su Jingming's prodigious talent and soon returned to normal, smiling brightly. "By the way, the annual routine of the freshman study trip will start in a week and a notification should be issued soon. As our top freshman, you definitely can't escape. The so-called study trip is actually a special activity organized by the school to let students step out of the classroom and school. They enter real social environments to personally experience the culture and social conditions of different regions. Of course, ordinary universities often choose historical cities as their study trip destinations. However, the Magic City Ability University is different. The destination for the study trip is in the wilderness area. Moreover, it's not just the Magic City Ability University. Xinjiang Ability University and Jincheng Ability University will also arrange for their freshmen to go to the same place. With all the freshmen from the three top universities gathering, it's certainly not just a simple study trip. It often comes with some competitions to test the freshmen's standards across the universities. The study trip is entirely voluntary, but most freshmen won't refuse. "With your personality, you'll definitely participate," Song Choyun said confidently, looking as if she understood Su Jingming very well. Upon hearing this, Su Jingming felt a bit of anticipation. The destination for the study trip was in the wilderness area, which was a great opportunity to harvest ability points, so he certainly wouldn't refuse. Additionally, he was eager to see what kind of talents the other two top universities had recruited as freshmen. Just as Song Choyun had guessed, that afternoon, the school issued a notification regarding the study trip. The study trip would depart on November 10th, a week later, lasting for a month and a half, adhering to the principle of voluntary participation, allowing students to choose whether to participate or not. However, every new student participating in this will receive a basic reward of 20 credits. If they perform well during the study trip, there will be additional credit rewards. At the same time the announcement was made, Su Jingming and Song Choyun, who ranked in the top 50 of the new student competition, also received a notice for a school meeting. At 3 in the afternoon, in the conference hall on the first floor of Building 2 at Magic University, the top 50 new students, assigned to different classes in various colleges, gathered together after a long time apart. "Long time no see. Not bad. We all have classes in those few buildings, so we occasionally run into each other after class." Everyone exchanged greetings. Having gone through the new student competition, they had gotten to know each other to some extent. Moreover, those who made it into the top 50 were all provincial champions or top talents from various provinces and cities. Once they graduate from Magic University, their future prospects are bright. Having multiple friends means having multiple paths. This is an excellent opportunity to build connections, and naturally, no one would want to miss it. Among them was Li Qingji, the provincial champion from Qinghai, who had once been beaten up in turns by Su Jingming and Song Choyun. He had long lost the arrogance he displayed during the new student competition and now wore a friendly demeanor. Lu Wentao, a social butterfly, was chatting openly with those around him. "Among us, it seems that the most are from the weaponry college. Who can argue with that? After all, Su Jingming is from the weaponry college." This reminder made everyone realize that the formidable first new student had yet to arrive. "Wentao, didn't Jingming come with you?" someone asked Lu Wentao. "Brother Ming went to the elemental college to audit a class. We didn't come together," Lu Wentao replied with a smile. In fact, since they were assigned to different colleges and classes, he had rarely been with Su Jingming. "Don't worry, with his personality, he will definitely come," someone said with a laugh. Although everyone was scattered across different colleges, the existence of the school's official forum kept them well informed. They naturally knew that Su Jingming went to the wilderness area every week. A battle enthusiast like him had no reason to skip such an event. Additionally, the study trip involved a competition of new students' strengths. Su Jingming, as an S-level student and the top combat power among the new students, would not be allowed to skip it even if he wanted to. "Speaking of which, with Su Jingming here, we can basically relax," someone joked. In the past 4 years, Magic University had won first place in the new student study trips. If they could win this year, they would achieve the glory of 5 consecutive championships. If they failed this time, these new students would likely bear a lot of blame. Logically, they should be feeling a lot of pressure. But with the abnormal Su Jingming around, pressure? What pressure? It simply didn't exist. Just then, a tall figure, long unseen but deeply impressive, walked in. The students, who had been discussing enthusiastically, instinctively fell silent and turned their gazes toward the person. Su Jingming, the top new student. Compared to the new student competition, Su Jingming's aura was now much stronger, especially his clear, piercing eyes, which seemed to flicker with a hint of brilliance. Su Jingming's powerful presence did not overshadow the graceful figure following closely behind him. Song Chioyun, the second new student. This person, who had become a goddess in the hearts of many new students since the beginning of school, was now obediently following Su Jingming. Although neither of them had publicly announced anything, the new students had long accepted that the two were involved. Seeing them appear together was not surprising. Brother Ming, hello. Jingming, you're here. After a brief silence, the new students immediately greeted them warmly. Su Jingming's strength and self-discipline were evident to all. For a person like this, everyone naturally wanted to befriend him. Jingming, this study trip can't do without you, said Li Qingji, the top scholar from Qinghai province, with a smile. Ever since he had been beaten up in the last freshman competition, he had been feeling down for a long time. He often reflected on whether he had been too arrogant. Putting himself in Su Jingming's shoes, he realized that it was indeed too presumptuous to make throat-cutting gestures at a stranger. After realizing this, he had restrained his personality a lot and later sincerely apologized to Su Jingming. In fact, it wasn't just Li Qingji. After coming to terms with his actions, Lei Zhou had also apologized to Su Jingming for his reckless behavior. Facing the enthusiastic greetings from everyone, Su Jingming responded one by one. When his gaze swept over Li Qingji and Lei Zhou, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Su Jingming was not a narrow-minded person. He held no deep grudge against Lei Zhou or Li Qingji, and both had paid the price for their actions. So, when faced with their apologies, he chose to accept them. 10 minutes later, as the conference hall gradually filled up, buzz, a light sound suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up, only to find the space on the podium becoming blurry, forming a door. Seeing this iconic ability, everyone knew who had arrived. Sure enough, the next moment the portal swung wide open. A woman dressed in a dark-colored long robe resembling Hanfu, with a tear mole at the corner of her eye, stepped barefoot into the void. It was none other than the vice principal, Ling Shuang, who possessed space-type abilities. Everyone couldn't help but feel a jolt. They never expected the vice principal to personally host the meeting. Vice Principal Ling Shuang stood on the void, her long robe billowing in the wind, her gaze sweeping over all the freshmen in the conference hall. After pausing slightly on Su Jingming, she withdrew her gaze, and a somewhat cold voice echoed in the meeting room. I will host this meeting, which mainly concerns the study trip. Eva, display the map. Buzz, a light blue virtual beam projected from the ceiling of the conference hall, converging in midair to form a miniature blue sphere. The destination of our study trip is Shunan City, located in Qian Province. With a wave of her jade hand, the map of the blue sphere quickly enlarged, finally fixing on a city in the southeastern part of the Great Xia Kingdom. To be precise, it is the wilderness area deep in the mountains of Shunan City, Qian Province, also known as the number 7 Demon Cave. The perspective of the virtual map shifted from the bustling city to dense forests and mountains. Countless scarlet eyes hid within, and even though it was projected virtually, one could still feel the fierce and brutal aura. Indeed, it is in the Demon Cave. Although there had been rumors about it beforehand, when the actual location was announced, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. Areas ravaged by fierce beasts were generally referred to as wilderness areas. However, some wilderness areas, due to their vastness and the sheer number of fierce beasts, had earned the name Demon Cave, leading to the downfall of countless ability users. Vice Principal Ling Shuang paid no mind to the crowd's reaction and continued, this study trip will be led by me personally, and each college will also arrange for mentors to participate. Additionally, this study trip is related to the allocation of a batch of resources for our school, requiring you to compete with freshmen from 2 other universities. The competition method is somewhat similar to the martial arts college entrance examination you participated in, ranked by the number and tier of fierce beasts killed. The top 50 will be counted as valid scores, with the first place receiving 34%, the second place 23%, and the third place 19%. The remaining 47 will share the remaining 24%, averaging about 0.51% for each person. In other words, the more people who enter the top 50, the more resources the school can allocate. Of course, the most important is still the first place's share of over 1/3. As long as you get first place, you can become the champion. After a pause, Ling Shuang's clear eyes were already admiringly fixed on Su Jingming, who was standing in the center. This concerns the glory of our Magic University's 5 consecutive championships, Su Jingming, as the top freshman. I'm entrusting this task to you, is that alright? No problem. Su Jingming nodded. His voice was deep and steady, giving a sense of reliability. Very good. Vice Principal Ling Shuang was quite satisfied with Su Jingming's response, but the next moment, her tone shifted. However, I need to inform you in advance that according to the latest news, for this research trip, Xinjiang Ability University has brought in an external aide who also possesses S-class abilities. You may face some challenges. Xinjiang Ability University has an S-class too? Where did the S-class come from? In recent years, aside from Manga, I haven't heard of any new S-class ability awakeners appearing in our Great Xia. As Vice Principal Ling Shuang finished speaking, the new students were all somewhat surprised. S-class ability awakeners are extremely rare, they can't just appear out of nowhere. Aside from Su Jingming, the last time an S-class ability awakener appeared in Great Xia was 3 years ago. That was a descendant of a 9th-tier martial saint family who trained directly with family elders. They didn't even participate in the Martial Science College entrance examination or attend any ability university. This S-class is not from our Great Xia, but rather an exchange student brought in by Xinjiang Ability University from Yendu country. Ling Shuang waved her jade hand. A holographic projection immediately formed a tall young man with dark yellow skin, distinctly characteristic of Yendu's appearance. His name is Kiran Rao, possessing a strengthening type S-class ability at the lower 3rd tier. As soon as Ling Shuang finished her introduction, the new students were momentarily stunned. What is this? An S-class at the lower 3rd tier? Did I hear wrong, or did the teacher misspeak? Is there really a freshman who can reach this level? A new student instinctively raised their hand and asked, Teacher, are you sure he is at the lower 3rd tier? Absolutely, this is the information collected by Eva. Ling Shuang nodded slightly and added, however, unlike you, he is already 20 years old. 20 years old? No. Wonder he has 2 more years of training time than us. Everyone suddenly realized, but some also complained, is 20 years old still considered a freshman? Xinjiang Ability University is really lacking in martial ethics. Yendu country has a different system, they start university at 20. So, this Kiran really does count as a freshman. While one new student explained, they couldn't help but curse inwardly. They had thought that with Su Jingming, the 2nd-tier upper S-class top freshman, this research trip would be a breeze. But suddenly, this 3rd-tier lower S-class appeared, directly raising the difficulty of this research trip to hellish levels. Some instinctively looked at Su Jingming. They found that his expression remained calm, as if this 3rd-tier lower S-class posed no threat to him at all. In fact, Su Jingming really thought so. So what if he was also S-class? He was merely 1 major tier higher. He was already used to fighting across tiers. With 3 S-class combat techniques in hand, plus master-level marksmanship and numerous highly skilled A-class combat techniques, he was confident in himself. Even if this S-class was powerful, he couldn't fight across tiers. At worst, he could spend some ability points to raise his level. Moreover, this ranking is based on the number of beasts killed in their tiers. In this regard, he prided himself on not losing to any freshmen. Even a 3rd-tier S-class was the same. On the podium, seeing Su Jingming's still steady expression, Vice Principal Ling Shuang couldn't help but nod slightly. For top universities, bringing in external aid for a research trip was already an undignified matter. However, Xinjiang Ability University still chose to do this for 2 reasons. One is indeed due to the pressure brought by the freshman Su Jingming, who possesses an S-level ability and has reached the 2nd-tier upper level. The other reason is that this resource is of great importance and all 3 universities want to secure the first place to have priority in allocation. Of course, since the freshmen are unaware of the insider information behind this, it is only natural for them to feel it is unfair and even protest. As the top freshman, Su Jingming, who bears the greatest pressure, reacted so calmly that not even a hint of dissatisfaction was revealed. This is enough to prove his strong confidence in his own strength. Even if he is also S-level, does he have the confidence to fight beyond his rank? Truly worthy of being our school's most outstanding S-level student in recent years, it was not in vain that I agreed to exchange SS-level resources for you. Vice President Ling Shuang's eyes held a hint of faint satisfaction. Alright, this is the general situation for this research trip. There are still 7 days left, so everyone should make the most of the time and prepare well. After speaking, Ling Shuang's graceful figure stepped barefoot into the light gate and disappeared. For Su Jingming, this meeting was merely a small interlude. After the meeting that day, he immersed himself back into his busy classes, and on Thursday, he still went to the Yangchang Wilderness area to harvest a wave of ability points. Just like that, time flew by, and soon it was the night before their departure to the number 7 Demon Cave. Crackle, crackle, in the training room on the 2nd floor of Villa number 32, Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the ground, his upper body bare. Terrifying blue-purple lightning spread and danced across him, continuously strengthening his physique. The light in the entire training room flickered erratically due to the flashing arcs of lightning. His muscular and well-proportioned upper body appeared almost like a work of art under the light. Violent, yet imbued with an inexplicable beauty. After an unknown amount of time, Su Jingming retracted the lightning enveloping his body, exhaling lightly and slowly opened his eyes, which faintly shimmered with residual electricity. Senior, next time you come over, you can just call me directly. A deep voice echoed in the training room. Isn't it to avoid disturbing your training? Accompanied by a crisp voice, Jiang Chushuan's graceful figure walked in. From the doorway of the training room, she was dressed simply in a women's t-shirt and a black skirt, her long silver hair cascading down to her slender waist. "Did you come to find me for something, senior?" Su Jingming casually took out a t-shirt from his spatial ring and put it on. Over the past 2 months, he had been collecting rare flowers and herbs from the wilderness area, which he would hand over to Jiang Chuxian for refining. The pills produced would be kept if useful to him; if not, they would be sold to the school's potion department. However, since they were about to go to the demon cave, he hadn't let Jiang Chuxian refine any pills this week. Seeing Su Jingming put on his clothes, Jiang Chuxian seemed a bit disappointed, but she quickly reacted, bending down to meet Su Jingming's gaze with her clear eyes, playfully saying, "What? Can't I come to find you if there's nothing going on?" Su Jingming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at her words. Recently, Jiang Chuxian seemed to be getting more mischievous. Jiang Chuxian also noticed Su Jingming's gaze, letting out a delicate cry, her small face flushing as she immediately stood up straight. "You should pay attention to this, senior, otherwise, it wouldn't be good if someone else took advantage of you for nothing." Clearing his throat, Su Jingming stood up from the ground. "Besides you, who else could take advantage of me?" Jiang Chuxian instinctively retorted. "Alright, let's get to the point. Aren't you going to the demon cave tomorrow? This is the pill I prepared for you." Jiang Chuxian decisively chose to change the subject, her spatial ring flashing slightly as 7 or 8 small porcelain vials appeared in her right hand. Detox pills, healing pills, ability recovery pills, and spirit awakening pills, all are second tier, with 20 in each bottle. Jiang Chuxian explained the 8 small porcelain bottles as if they were treasures, then stuffed them into Su Jingming's hands. "This should be enough for you to use over the next month. Did you refine all of these?" Su Jingming then noticed a faint dark circle under Jiang Chushuan's delicate face, and she exuded an air of fatigue. "I haven't had many classes recently, so I refined a batch when I had nothing to do." Jiang Chuxian slightly lowered her head, her tender fingers, as white as green onions, unconsciously playing with her hair. "You've worked hard." Su Jingming nodded slightly, putting the small porcelain bottles into his space ring. "Don't stay up late to refine pills anymore. Continuous output of abilities, even if you're a second-tier ability user, you won't be able to handle it. Besides, I can buy these pills outside as well." Hearing the concern in Su Jingming's words, Jiang Chuxian revealed a faint smile, then confidently said, "The pills bought outside can't compare to the ones I refine myself. I guarantee every single one of my pills is fully effective. Additionally, I've prepared 2 sets of each type of pill. You can take the other set to Sister Choyun tomorrow." "Sister Choyun? When did you two become so close?" Su Jingming asked suspiciously. He knew that during the last gathering, Jiang Chuxian and Song Choyun had exchanged contact information. He just didn't expect their relationship to progress so quickly, trending towards becoming best friends. "I won't tell you." Jiang Chuxian proudly lifted her chin and then said, "Also, this batch of pills wasn't refined for free. After the study trip ends, you need to hand over all the rare flowers and herbs you collect to me." "What about Song Choyun? Sister Choyuns don't need to be included. Are you treating us differently? What? Are you not satisfied?" After chatting with Jiang Chuxian for a while longer, Su Jingming finally sent her back to her dorm. "When you go to the demon cave, safety must come first." "Okay, I understand." At the entrance of Jiang Chushuan's villa, Su Jingming waved goodbye. After watching Jiang Chushuan's graceful figure disappear into the villa, he instinctively took out the batch of pills from his space ring again. A total of 8 bottles of pills, 20 in each bottle, totaling 160 pills, all second tier. To refine them all within the next week, it would be impossible without staying up for 3 or 4 nights. The streetlight in front of the villa cast its light down, creating a long shadow of Su Jingming's tall figure on the ground. In terms of value, second-tier pills, averaging 60,000 each, would amount to 9.6 million. This figure was insignificant to both him and Jiang Chuxian. But why did Jiang Chuxian insist on refining them herself? Was it just to save some processing fees? Even a fool would know that wasn't the reason. Having lived 2 lives, Su Jingming naturally understood that this contained Jiang Chushuan's feelings for him. In fact, it wasn't just Jiang Chuxian. Song Choyun, who always found opportunities to be close to him, carried the same sentiment. As a normal 18-year-old full of youthful vigor and energy, it would be impossible not to have feelings for such 2 beautiful girls. But he was too busy now. Every day was either training, attending classes, or going to the wilderness area. He simply had no time for romance. At the core, Su Jingming felt he was too weak. Now is not the time. "I'll consider these things after I become stronger." Taking a deep breath, Su Jingming's gaze became resolute again. He put the pills back into his space ring and then turned to leave with steady steps. "Tomorrow we will head to the number 7 Magic Cave, so tonight we need to make the final preparations." The Magic City Ability University has a total of 1,024 new students this year, and 856 of them ultimately sign up for the study trip. On the morning of November 10th, these 856 students gathered at the number 3 playground. Since this study trip will last about a month and a half, the new students not only wore battlesuits and carried equipment but also
dragged along suitcases filled with various clothes. Those like Su Jingming and Song Choyun, who had spatial rings, naturally traveled light. By the way, Choyun, this is the elixir that senior sister made for you. In a corner of the playground, Su Jingming, Song Choyun, Lu Wentao, and Shi Dongxiao were gathered together. Su Jingming suddenly remembered the elixirs in his spatial ring and took out 4 bottles, handing them to Song Choyun. Senior sister Chu Xian told me last night that you wouldn't give me any on the way. I thought you were going to keep them all for yourself, Song Choyun said, half-jokingly, as she blinked and extended her delicate hand to store the elixirs in her spatial ring. It seems you two really have a good relationship, Su Jingming remarked in surprise. Of course, Song Choyun said proudly, puffing out her chest, then glanced around and asked, but why did the school notify us to gather at the playground instead of going to the high-speed train station? You don't know this, do you, Sister Yun? Our study trip is all by plane, Lu Wentao chuckled beside her. Plane? But there's no runway on this playground. Su Jingming, who hadn't paid much attention to the travel arrangements, was also a bit surprised. Besides, with over 800 people here, how could they all fit on a plane? Would they have to make several trips? Or would multiple planes come at once? Just as he was pondering this, Lu Wentao suddenly looked up at the sky, excitedly exclaiming, "It's coming!" Su Jingming instinctively looked up and was immediately struck by a shocking sight. In the distance, a massive flying vehicle, shaped like a giant oval, broke through layers of clouds, emerging from the sea of clouds. The exterior of the vehicle was black and gold, glinting coldly in the morning sunlight. It had no wings on either side. Rather than a plane, it resembled a dirigible. Wow! What a huge flying vehicle! Is this the plane we're going to take? So cool! The appearance of the black dirigible also drew gasps from the crowd on the playground. Among the spectators, some seniors who had seen it once before also looked astonished. Is this the technology we can master at this stage? Su Jingming felt he had already held a high opinion of Blue Star's technological development. Yet, facing this enormous dirigible, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This dirigible was excavated from ancient civilization ruins. I heard that the anti-gravity device on it is something our scientists still haven't cracked, Lu Wentao said excitedly. Being able to pilot such a cool dirigible was undoubtedly the biggest dream of every boy. However, unfortunately, due to the complex operating system of the dirigible, only artificial intelligences of level 2 and above could currently pilot it. Boom! The massive black dirigible landed on the playground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Then, 8 hatches opened in the belly of the dirigible, and a long vertical staircase automatically extended down to the ground. As the space flickered, Vice Principal Ling Shuang's figure appeared out of thin air in front of the dirigible. All new students, board the ship. Her crisp voice echoed across the playground, and the new students immediately began to board. Su Jingming and the others mixed into the crowd and moved forward. In just over 10 minutes, all the instructors and new students had entered the interior of the dirigible. Spatial 2E realm, Ling Shuang shouted in mid-air, and the aura of an 8th-level Grand Master erupted fully. Long hair fluttered behind her, and strange spatial fluctuations enveloped the entire airship. Moments later, the massive airship became as illusory as a mirage. Hu Ling Shuang exhaled a breath of turbid air, then her figure vanished into thin air, appearing inside the airship. Eva, let's set off. Her voice was slightly weary. Captain Eva received. Class B airship. Start up. Boom! The roar of the anti-gravity engine sounded, and the black airship, carrying all the new students and mentors, slowly ascended. However, unlike when it had descended and parted the sea of clouds, this time, the airship seemed to be in a different space from the clouds. It did not affect the clouds in the slightest, simply soaring away into the sky. Xian Province, Shunan Supply Base. As the only supply base adjacent to the number 7 Demon Cave, unlike the single building at the Yuan Water Supply Base, this place had a series of buildings. Among those walking around were not only ability users from various parts of the Great Xia Kingdom but also groups of battle teams and guild members. Here, 2nd and 3rd tier ability users, which were rare sights in other cities, were everywhere. In front of the main building of the Shunan Supply Base, there was the largest fountain square in Shunan City. The vast fountain square was artificially divided into 2 parts by armed soldiers and powerful ability user teams. One side was bustling with people, while the other was extremely empty. Only a few well-dressed individuals stood there with solemn expressions, seemingly waiting for something. They're here. The leading woman, plump and beautiful, dressed in urban professional attire, looked up at the sky. A black dot appeared on the horizon, growing larger as it approached. Finally, what came into view was a massive airship. The airship's exterior was black and gold, with a sword and dagger emblem wrapped in rose thorns painted on its side. The airship from the Magic City Ability University has arrived. Everyone, get ready to receive them. A line of neatly dressed staff members walked out from the main building, under the astonished gazes of passing ability users. They stood respectfully to the side. Boom! The enormous airship landed in the square, the front hatch opened, and Vice Principal Ling Shuang along with a group of mentors stepped out. Immediately after, the hatch in the middle opened, and the students descended the stairs. Hello, Principal Ling. Welcome to all from the Magic City Ability University to our Shunin Supply Base. The base supervisors, who had long been waiting nearby, immediately came forward. This way, please. We have prepared dormitory buildings for the students from each school. Students can first go to drop off their luggage and equipment. As for Principal Ling and the teachers, please follow us to the banquet hall. The teachers from Qingjing Ability University have already arrived, and we have set up a welcoming banquet for everyone. The plump woman, who seemed to be the head supervisor, introduced. Meanwhile, uniformed staff began to guide the arriving students. Vice Principal Ling Shuang nodded slightly. Thus, the large group split into two. Vice Principal Ling Shuang and the teachers were taken to the banquet hall, while the many new students were led to the dormitory building to place their luggage and equipment. Shunin Supply Base arrived. Su Jingming, stepping off the airship, curiously surveyed his surroundings. The supply base was a cluster of buildings, but beyond the entrance to the wilderness area, there stretched forests and mountains for countless kilometers. But speaking of which, this airship is really fast. It took less than 2 hours to fly from the Magic City to Qian Province. Qi Dongxia exclaimed. How could it not be fast? We didn't avoid any flying creatures along the way. We can say we arrived in a straight line. Lu Wentao exclaimed excitedly. Principal Ling truly deserves to be an 8th level grandmaster with spatial abilities. It's incredible. Su Jingming also showed a look of longing upon hearing this. While flying in the sky, the entire airship seemed to exist independently in this space. Various flying beasts encountered along the way attempted to attack the airship. However, none could reach it. But what he yearned for was not this spatial ability, but the feeling of soaring freely in the sky. After the Thunder Immortal body reaches the 6th level, I can randomly acquire the ability to refine the blood essence of fierce beasts. I refined the blood essence of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. I wonder if I will gain the ability to fly then. Su Jingming felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. Students, please follow me. At this moment, a staff member in uniform approached with a warm smile on their face. Let's go first to the dormitory to drop off your luggage. Su Jingming and the others followed the staff member, moving forward into the building complex ahead. A few minutes later, they entered a beautifully landscaped area with an artificial lake. Finally, they stopped in front of a tall building by the lake. Surrounding them were 6 such towering buildings, each immensely large. The 6 buildings occupied most of the area around the artificial lake. Under the staff member's introduction, Su Jingming and the others learned that each university has 2 dormitory buildings, and the corresponding buildings for Magic City Ability University are Building 1 and Building 2. Earlier on the way, the staff member had completed identity verification using the student IDs of Su Jingming and the others. Their rooms were all in Building 1, which was the one in front of them. Here are your room cards. Each dormitory has cafeterias on the 1st, 3rd, and 6th floors. The cafeteria provides food 24 hours a day at no cost. Additionally, there is a large training ground nearby for you to warm up and train. The staff member briefly explained a few things, handed the room cards to Su Jingming and the others, and then respectfully left. In front of the building, besides the newly arrived students from Magic University, there were also many young students coming in and out of buildings 3 and 4 nearby. Those were freshmen from Qingjing Ability University who had arrived a bit earlier. Let's go in too. Su Jingming and the others entered building 1. Magic City Ability University had a total of over 800 people this time. Even if they were divided into 2 buildings, each building would still accommodate over 400 people. With such a large number, staying in a regular hotel would definitely be crowded. However, the dormitory buildings provided by the Shunin Supply Base were very spacious, with more than 20 elevators on the 1st floor alone. Each elevator also had dedicated attendants providing service. The rooms for the 4 of them were different. Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxia were on the 2nd and 4th floors, respectively. Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun's rooms were both on the 5th floor, and they happened to be opposite each other. Su Jingming was in room 504, while Song Qiuyun was in 505. The dormitory building naturally couldn't compare to the villas of Magic University, but the rooms were slightly larger than those in a regular hotel, about 30 square meters. Su Jingming took out his daily necessities from his spatial ring and arranged them, changing into a loose training outfit before stepping out of the room. However, just as he stepped out, he saw Song Qiuyun coming out of the opposite room, also dressed in a simple training outfit. Where are you going? To check out the training ground. I knew it. A hint of mischief flashed across Song Qiuyun's pretty face as she smiled and said, I'll go with you. The large training ground was right next to the 6th dormitory building. As soon as Su Jingming and Song Qiuyun entered, they found that many people were already training in the public area of the 1st floor hall. Among them, a tall young man with dark yellow skin was performing training moves that drew cheers from the surrounding students. Is that an S level? From Qingjing Ability University? The distinctive features characteristic of the Indu nation allowed Su Jingming to recognize him at a glance. The person was none other than Kiran Rao. Kiran seemed to sense the unusual gaze, and instinctively turned his head, spotting Su Jingming not far away. Su Jingming from Magic University? To Su Jingming's surprise, Kiran spoke fluent Chinese. Unlike ordinary Hindu people, he carried no hint of curry
scent, as if he were a true citizen of the great Xiao nation. In the next moment, Kiran's figure vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of Su Jingming. "Hello, I am Kiran Rao from Qingjing Ability University.
It's a pleasure to meet you, just call me Kiran." He wore a friendly smile on his face. "So, you are the top freshman from Magic University, Su Jingming? I heard you've already reached the second-tier upper level, and it seems to be true." Impressive, and unlike Kiran, Su Jingming is only 18 years old, just like us. An 18-year-old at the second-tier upper level, it's truly breathtaking. Who can argue with that? If it weren't for Kiran, we would definitely have been crushed to the ground this time.
The freshman from Qingjing Ability University clearly had prior knowledge of Su Jingming's information and recognized him immediately. Although they were not from the same school, they maintained enough respect and awe for this powerful S-class individual. On the other side, facing the proactive Kiran, Su Jingming was somewhat surprised.
He didn't expect this foreigner to be so polite. It seemed he had lived in the Great Xiao Nation for a while, otherwise, he couldn't have mastered Chinese so well. However, at that moment, Kiran noticed Song Choyun beside him, and his eyes lit up. Without waiting for Su Jingming to respond, he turned his attention to Song Choyun and greeted her enthusiastically. "This beautiful lady must be Song Choyun. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Alright, let's pretend I didn't say anything." Su Jingming's expression darkened immediately. Kiran then performed a Western-style gentleman's gesture. Afterward, he extended his hand, seemingly wanting to take Song Choyun's right hand and lightly kiss the back of her hand.
Song Choyun frowned slightly, about to speak up to stop him when she saw Su Jingming's large hand move first, directly grasping hers.
It seems Kiran has also learned some Western etiquette? Su Jingming's
resolute face wore a harmonious and friendly smile. Kiran was momentarily taken aback and instinctively nodded. "Before awakening my ability, I was studying in England."
"So that's how it is."
Su Jingming squinted his eyes, released his right hand, and patted Kiran's shoulder. "In our great Xia, this set of Western etiquette isn't popular, you'd better change it in the future." After saying that, he walked straight away, with Song Choyun obediently following beside him, never once glancing at Kiran. An S-class from Magic University, such strong strength. Kiran raised his right hand, which already bore a deep red mark.
If he didn't possess an S-class
enhancement ability or wasn't a third-tier ability user, that grip just now would have been enough to shatter his bones. I wonder how he, an electric type, has such great strength.
Watching Su Jingming's departing figure, Kiran muttered quietly in his native tongue.
However, when his gaze fell on Song Choyun's graceful silhouette, a flicker of heat and greed flashed in his eyes.
The genius girl from the Song family in Chuan province was indeed extraordinary.
If he could win her over, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. In the training ground, there were private training areas.
After Su Jingming and Song Choyun explained their
purpose to the front desk staff, they received a training room of about 100 square meters for free.
"Jingming, can we practice together for a while?" In the training room, ever since Su Jingming blocked Kiran for her, Song Choyun's smile had not faded. At this moment, her pretty face wore a light smile as she asked, "Is it okay?"
"Sure," Su Jingming replied without refusal, treating it as a warm-up.
"Good, but you can't use your full strength."
Song Choyun took out a black hair tie from her spatial ring and tied her long hair into a high ponytail. Then, she pulled out a somewhat exaggerated-shaped halberd, which emitted a faint bright glow around her.
Half
an hour later, having given her all, Song Choyun decisively chose to admit defeat. Looking at Su Jingming across from her, who seemed unfazed and hadn't even broken a sweat, she felt a bit lost in life. You have
such good stamina?"
"It's okay, in a full-strength battle, I can last for over 2 hours." Su Jingming glanced at his phone to check the time. "It's almost noon, let's take a break and continue after lunch."
After Song
Choyun had recovered some stamina, the two of them walked out of the private training room. In the public training area outside, Kiran was nowhere to be seen, and Su Jingming didn't pay much attention.
Since they were already at the Demon Cave, Su Jingming naturally wanted to explore the surroundings.
So, after leaving the training hall, he didn't return to the dormitory for a meal.
Instead, he found a restaurant marked Qian Province specialty dishes and had a hearty meal.
I must say, compared to the cuisine of Magic City and Jiangnan, the dishes from Qian Province were indeed much spicier. However, for Su Jingming, a second-tier upper-level ability user, it didn't have much of an effect. As for Song Choyun, who was originally from Sichuan Province, she enjoyed the meal immensely. After lunch, Su Jingming intended to look around. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the restaurant, he was stopped by someone. The person blocking the way was a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, looking cultured but with an expression of intense fanaticism. "The beast will destroy the world, the last great
annihilation is about to come.
Only the supreme deity can save humanity. Join us, become one of us." The middle-aged man seemed to truly see a divine being, his expression frenzied, speaking to himself without needing them to respond. "The beast master is about to descend. The world will become a paradise for beasts.
Only the deity."
Su Jingming and Song Choyun frowned simultaneously. Due to the rampant beasts, there were religious groups everywhere in the world spreading doomsday rhetoric. This man was clearly a fanatic.
With the high concentration of ability users in the Demon Cave, it's not surprising that there are active religious groups. Su Jingming shook his head and took a detour with Song Choyun to leave. Although these people were extremely enthusiastic about promoting their doctrines, they posed no real danger. Moreover, such matters generally fell under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau, so he didn't need to worry. Just as he was thinking this, a little girl's scream suddenly came from behind. Su Jingming instinctively turned around and found that the middle-aged man seemed to be in a state of emotional collapse. Why do you never believe me? The man's frenzied expression scared the little girl from a family of 3 who had just exited the restaurant into tears. I understand. It must be that the price you paid wasn't great enough. You haven't felt the pain. The middle-aged man suddenly pulled out a sharp dagger from his pocket and his right arm swelled significantly. With a twisted expression, he lunged at the little girl. Only by feeling pain will you understand the greatness of the deity. Due to the suddenness of it all, although some ability users among the bystanders noticed the scene, they were too far away to intervene in time. The little girl's parents were clearly just ordinary people. However, she quickly reacted and instinctively shielded the little girl in front of her. Just as the dagger was about to stab into the left chest of the mother, a deep voice rang out, looking for death. As soon as the mother heard the voice, she saw a black and blue spear, crackling with lightning, thrusting towards the middle-aged man's head. The hard skull, at that moment, was as fragile as a watermelon, bursting apart instantly. Bright red blood, mixed with who knows what, splattered everywhere. Bang! The headless corpse swayed and fell to the ground, blood flowing like tomato sauce. Among it were some white brain matter, and the rich smell of blood immediately spread. An ordinary person would inevitably vomit at such a bloody scene. But this mother only anxiously turned and tightly hugged the crying little girl. Een, don't cry, it's okay. The little girl's father, though pale, could still speak and looked at Su Jingming with immense gratitude. Thank you, young brother, for your righteous intervention. Without Een, our family wouldn't know how to live. It was just a small effort. Su Jingming waved his hand. He shook the spear in his hand, causing the blood at the tip to splatter onto the ground, then stored it in his spatial ring. How can the cultists at the supply base be so rampant, daring to kill? Song Choyun, who was beside Su Jingming, also came back to her senses from the sudden turn of events. She frowned and asked, showing no reaction to the fallen corpse. We don't know this situation either. We've encountered quite a few of these cultists. They usually just preach their doctrines and don't resort to violence. The girl's father said with a bitter smile. If it weren't for that, they would have hurriedly run away at the first sight of these cultists. We are from the Public Security Bureau, everyone stay where you are. At this moment, a team of 5 in uniform rushed over from not far away, with a square-faced strongman leading the way, shouting loudly. The Public Security Bureau is somewhat similar to the police station of the past but with greater authority. Additionally, in ordinary cities, the patrol personnel of the Public Security Bureau usually only have one ability user, while the rest are ordinary people. But this team was different. They were all second-tier ability users. The square-faced strongman's aura even faintly reached the peak of the second tier. The Public Security Bureau has finally arrived. Just now, there were cultists who suddenly attacked and killed. Yes, luckily that young man intervened earlier, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. We must find out which religion this is and uproot it completely. Bystanders who witnessed the whole incident naturally defined this behavior as that of cultists. Seeing the arrival of the Public Security Bureau, they hurriedly began to recount what had happened. However, no one noticed a middle-aged man hidden in the crowd. After the Public Security Bureau arrived, he took a deep look at Su Jingming before quietly turning to leave. One by one, they say that this person just now was. 2 team members covered the headless corpse with a white cloth, while a few others inquired about the situation from the surrounding bystanders. The square-faced strongman then walked straight up to Su Jingming. Hello, I am Zhou Jian, the captain of the patrol team from the Supply Base Public Security Bureau. May I ask you a few questions about the situation? The strongman naturally noticed Su Jingming's powerful aura. While taking out his credentials to identify himself, his tone was very polite. If it were an ordinary person, regardless of the reason, killing someone in the street would always result in being taken back for questioning first. Sure. Su Jingming nodded slightly and briefly described the events. Captain, we've clarified the situation. After a moment, a team member approached Zhou Jian and whispered, Okay, I understand. Zhou Jian let the team members step back and pondered. The events unfolded just as you described. According to protocol, we should take you back to record a statement. However, you must be a student from a top university here for a study trip, right? Those who dared to come to the Demon Lair were all experienced and seasoned ability users. Young people like himself and Song Choyun were quite rare, so it was not surprising that their identities could be recognized. Thus, Su Jingming nodded, not denying it. As expected. After confirming the identity, Zhou Jian's smile grew wider. Every year, these 3 top universities randomly select one of several demon lairs as a destination for their study trips. I only learned recently that this year, the choice was our number 7 demon lair.
Since you are still on your study trip, there's no need to complicate matters, you can leave now.
No need to sign anything? Su Jingming was somewhat surprised. Was the reputation of top universities really that useful? No need. My body camera has already recorded your statement just now.
Additionally, my colleague has statements from bystanders. This matter has nothing to do with you. You
were just forced to act.
Zhou Jian pointed to the small camera pinned to his chest.
Then I must thank Captain Zhou.
Not at all. If we hadn't done our job properly, it would be us causing you trouble.
After understanding the situation, Zhou Jian expressed his gratitude to Su Jingming.
The other team members then left with the headless corpse. Following them, professionals also provided psychological counseling to the little girl's family. As for the little girl's father, he had also regained his composure and was enthusiastically pulling at Su Jingming, claiming to be a merchant dealing in rare flowers and plants, insisting on giving him money as thanks. Su Jingming tried several times to decline but eventually thought of his aunt, who was in the same business. He simply gave the father his aunt's contact information, allowing him the opportunity to take care of the business.
Only then was he able to leave.
I didn't expect you to be so violent, Jingming. A direct headshot. On the way back to the training hall, Song Choyun exclaimed in surprise. Generally, ability users target the heart. It was quite rare for someone like Su Jingming to go straight for the head. It was only because that mother had shielded her daughter. Otherwise, the scene of the headshot would have left quite a psychological shadow on the little girl. I'm used to it, Su Jingming replied. Song Choyun's eyes widened, feeling as if she had heard something extraordinary. When I hunt ferocious beasts, I usually aim for the head, that way, I can preserve the materials on the beast to the greatest extent, Su Jingming added. It was just that he had hunted too many ferocious beasts recently, which had honed his reflexes. In fact, after firing just now, he had immediately realized this issue. It seems I need to restrain myself a bit in the future. When dealing with human ability users, I should aim for the heart, Su Jingming silently thought. He didn't know if it was influenced by the blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, but every time he shot ahead, he inexplicably felt a sense of enjoyment. It was fine when dealing with ferocious beasts, but using it against human ability users felt a bit bloody. After all, not all ability users could handle the sight of blood and brains flying everywhere. For Song Choyun, being able to hold back from vomiting after witnessing that scene was already a sign of strong psychological resilience. So that's how it is, you gave me quite a scare. Song Choyun patted her heaving chest, somewhat frightened. Ability users who enjoyed headshots were quite rare among the warlike group of ability users in her Song family. Just as the two were talking, a line of people walked by from a distance. This group consisted of about 20 individuals. They wore matching platinum-colored battlesuits with a pure white wing emblem on the chest. Each person carried weapons and exuded a condensed aura. What stood out the most was their formidable aura. Each of them was at least at the 4th tier. The tall young man at the forefront exuded a terrifying peak 4th tier presence. It's the people from the Glory Battle Group. Which squad of the Glory Battle Group is this? Their aura is so powerful. It must be the 12th squad. They've been active around the Demon Cave lately. The Glory Battle Group. It is one of the more famous battle groups in the southern part of the Great Xia Kingdom. Each of its squads operates in various wilderness areas throughout the south. This squad was indeed the 12th squad under the Glory Battle Group. Their strength was extremely formidable, with all members at least at the 4th tier. Just as the onlookers were buzzing with discussion, the captain of the 12th squad, a tall young man with a serious expression, spotted Song Choyun not far away and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Miss Bin Gu? Song Choyun also recognized the young man, her pretty face lighting up with surprise. You all wait for me here. The young man turned back to his teammates and said, then walked straight up to Song Choyun, a teasing smile on his face. Miss, what a coincidence to run into you here. Bin Gu, if you keep calling me that, I'll have to start calling you by your nickname too. As if reminded of some embarrassing history, Song Choyun quickly stopped him. Ha ha, Sha-yun, you're still as playful as before. The young man chuckled, then looked a bit puzzled. But didn't you go to Demon University for school? Why are you here at the Demon Cave? Field study trip, and I can't believe you graduated from Qingjing Ability University, Song Choyun replied with a hint of sarcasm. Field study trip? The young man was slightly taken aback, then realized, right, it's already November, it's time for the top universities to arrange field study trips. Exactly. Song Choyun's pretty face beamed with a smile as she introduced Su Jingming. Jingming, this is my cousin Li Bin, a graduate of Qingjing Ability University. He is now the captain of the 12th squad in the Glory Battle Group. The Song family is quite large, but most of the family members grew up together as children and have a good relationship. This cousin, Li Bin, is one of her closer relatives. It's Vice Captain. Li Bin cleared his throat and quickly added, if the captain heard this, he would definitely be made to train harder. Alright, Li Vice Captain, I got it. Song Choyun deliberately elongated her tone and then introduced Su Jingming. This is Su Jingming, my classmate and friend. Su Jingming? Li Bin had already noticed this young man with a unique aura, and upon hearing the name, his eyes lit up. You're the S rank from Demon University?
It's a pleasure to meet you. Before he spoke, Li Bin's aura was composed and his presence strong and aloof. But once he started talking, he completely relaxed, now excitedly shaking hands with Su Jingming, making it seem as if he were meeting some rare creature. Bin Gu, you're quite well informed, huh? You knew about this? Song Choyun was somewhat surprised. Her cousin had always given the impression of being unreliable, yet he surprisingly knew about Su Jingming. Xiao Yun, you don't know, those top battle groups have had their eyes on Su Jingming for a long time, just waiting for him to graduate to pull him into their ranks. Our Glory Battle Group is no different. As vice captain, I've heard that name countless times, Li Bin instinctively remarked, then his gaze swept between the two. Huh? Just the two of you out together? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Song Choyun raised an eyebrow. No problem, of course not. Li Bin exaggeratedly waved his hand, but the next moment he gave Su Jingming a thumbs up. Jingming, brother. Impressive. This is the first time I've seen Xiaoyun go out alone with a guy. Just right, my uncle's family is still looking for a suitable son-in-law, and I think you are quite good. Before Li Bin could finish his sentence, he sensed Song Choyun's murderous glare. Ahem, brother Jingming, let's talk more about this next time. Also, I wish you all at Magic University a good result on your study trip. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. With a light cough, Li Bin decisively chose to slip away. Your cousin is quite interesting. Watching Li Bin lead the group away, Su Jingming couldn't help but think of his high school buddy, Zhang Hao. Both of them had a bit of a silly side. If they met, they would probably become good friends. He's okay, just a bit unreliable at times. Song Choyun let out a sigh. If her cousin Li Bin stayed any longer, he might say something even more outrageous. Let's go back to the training hall. Sure. Just as Su Jingming and Song Choyun returned to the training hall to continue their training, in a secluded villa within the Shunan Supply Base Complex, a lean man dressed in a gray robe with a blood moon emblem on his back was floating in the center of the villa's living room, cradling a bone as white as jade. Archbishop, I have returned. A middle-aged man entered the villa and knelt on one knee before the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man slowly opened his eyes and a deep voice emerged. Have you gathered all the intelligence? Reporting to the Archbishop, the investigation is complete. The S level at Magic University has indeed reached the second-tier upper level. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. The Martial Science College entrance exam still had them as awakened, and in less than half a year they have already reached the second-tier upper level. A glint of light flickered in the gray-robed man's eyes. If such a prodigy is allowed to grow, it will be a heavy blow to us. A month from now, our Destiny Church will announce our existence to the world. Let all the elite students from the 3 schools, including Su Jingming and that S level from Indu, become sacrifices for our church. The gray-robed man's voice carried a bloodthirsty intent, and then a small black device appeared in his hand. Additionally, there will be divine blood emerging from the demon cave. This is the divine blood indicator. You are responsible for arranging personnel for recovery. Remember, do not use the name of the Destiny Church. Understood. The middle-aged man respectfully took the device and withdrew, and the villa soon fell silent again. On the other side, after Su Jingming and Song Choyun returned to the training room, they did not practice together but trained separately. It wasn't until they received a notification to gather for a meeting at 5 in the afternoon that they left. The meeting location was in the square in front of the Shunan Supply Base. In addition to the freshmen from Magic University, freshmen from Jinchang Ability University and Qingjing Ability University had also arrived. The 3 schools combined had nearly 3,000 freshmen. However, standing in this square, it didn't feel crowded at all. At the front of the square, besides Vice Principal Ling Shuang, there were also a man and a woman. Their presence was equally powerful. Likely the leading teachers from the other 2 universities. Hello, students from the 3 schools. I am Su Ping, the Vice Principal of Qingjing Ability University. For this study trip, besides the one presiding over this meeting was the Vice Principal of Qingjing Ability University. The content of the meeting was similar to what Ling Shuang had said back at school. According to the ranking based on the level, quantity, and type of beasts killed, anyone who made it into the top 1,000 of the 3 schools would receive rewards. The higher the rank, the more generous the rewards. The top 3 could even choose any technique from the 3 schools' martial arts library to study. Additionally, this was a joint reward from the 3 schools. After achieving a rank, there would also be plenty of rewards from their own school. For example, at the Magic City Ability University, students who achieve the top rank will be directly rewarded with 10,000 credits. Of course, the freshmen at Magic University are well aware that this reward is something only Su Jingming has a chance to obtain. Moreover, with the presence of an S-class external aid from Qingjing, that opportunity is quite slim. Additionally, let me emphasize once again, the scenes of you killing ferocious beasts in the Magic Cave will all be recorded in the newly issued smart wristbands. If any cheating behavior is detected by the smart wristband and confirmed manually, severe penalties will follow. At this moment, all the freshmen from the 3 universities in the square received a smart wristband responsible for recording the number and types of ferocious beasts killed, as well as tallying scores. However, unlike the martial arts college entrance examination, the score rankings will not be updated in real time. After all, the number 7 magic cave is vast and wide, and the signal is insufficient to cover it. Only upon returning to the supply base and handing the smart wristband back to the scoring machine will the scores and rankings be displayed. The competition during this study trip will start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The score tally will end at 9 a.m. on December 10, a month from now. I hope everyone will actively kill ferocious beasts during this period. Of course, you should also act according to your own abilities. Alright, that's it for today, everyone disperse. After the vice president of Qingjing Ability University announced the dismissal, the freshmen from the 3 universities did not leave. Instead, they began to shout excitedly. The 5-person team from Qingjing Ability University is still short 1 support type ability user. The level requirement is first tier upper from our school, or any other school is fine. The 2-person elite team requires an absolute offensive ability, level A or above. Of course, if an S-class is willing to join me, I wouldn't mind. There were no restrictions on forming teams during this study trip competition. Most freshmen knew that they couldn't possibly achieve a high ranking, so they simply treated it as an opportunity for experience and began inviting others to form teams. Even some social butterflies started inviting freshmen from other schools. Suddenly, the entire square was filled with lively chatter. Manga, our class 2 is planning to form a few adventure teams to operate on the outskirts of the magic cave. Do you want to join? At this moment, a tall girl approached Su Jingming, her eyes filled with anticipation. I won't join, you guys can team up, Su Jingming replied with a smile. This girl, named Dingyu, is the class monitor of class 2. She usually assists the counselor in organizing various activities for the class. According to the rules of magic university, the class monitor should ideally be the strongest person in the class. However, Su Jingming had no interest in a position that wouldn't significantly enhance his strength and would instead take up a lot of time. Thus, it ultimately fell to Dingyu, who ranked 16th in the freshman competition. Although Dingyu anticipated Su Jingming's refusal, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed when it was confirmed. However, she hid it well and did not show this emotion, instead encouraging him with a fist pump. Since we can't team up, I wish you the best, Minggu. Surpass that S-class from Qingjing. Definitely. Su Jingming replied with a smile. After learning that Qingjing Ability University had an S-class external aid with a level as high as Tier 3, most people were not very optimistic about him, though they didn't voice it. Only those who had a good relationship with him and attended classes together remained unwavering in their support. Class monitor Dingyu was one of the staunch supporters. Alright, then. I'll continue looking for teammates. See you later, Minggu. Dingyu waved goodbye as she left. Beside her, Song Choyun blinked her eyes, looking curiously at Su Jingming. Are you still planning to go into the demon lair alone tomorrow? My target is the central area of the demon lair, and moving with others will slow me down. Su Jingming nodded. The number 7 demon lair is divided into different zones, with the outer areas mostly inhabited by 1st to 3rd tier beasts. The central area, on the other hand, is predominantly home to 3rd to 5th tier beasts. With his current strength, he can handle up to 4th tier lower beasts. He can also escape from 5th tier beasts, so naturally, heading to the central area is the best option. The central area of the demon lair. Song Choyun's pretty face showed a hint of emotion. She was certain that if she dared to enter the central area now, it would basically be a one-way ticket to death. After a pause, she asked with some anticipation, but it should take a day or two to walk from the outer area to the central area, right? Can I accompany you during that time? Accompany me? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement, sure. Although Song Choyun was only a 2nd tier lower, her actual combat power was roughly enough to deal with 2nd tier middle beasts, and she could even kill weaker 2nd tier upper beasts. Taking her along in the outer area wouldn't be a burden. However, this would slow their entry into the central area by about half a day. Based on what he observed in the training hall this morning, the S-class presence he sensed was indeed strong, but it lacked refinement and coldness. This indicated that this Kirin hadn't spent much time in the wilderness area. For someone like that, even if they were a 3rd tier S-class, he still had confidence in crushing them. Delaying for half a day wouldn't be a big deal. Alright, just ring my doorbell when you're ready to leave tomorrow. Song Choyun's eyes turned crescent-shaped with a smile, and her charming face looked particularly cute at that moment. After confirming their plans to act together tomorrow, Su Jingming returned to the training hall to continue his training. Meanwhile, Song Choyun parted ways with Su Jingming and headed straight into the main building of the supply base. Similar to the Yuan Water Supply Base, the top floor of the Shunan Supply Base's main building also housed the office of the chief supervisor and the VIP reception room. Generally, it was not open to the public, but Song Choyun took out a black gold card. After swiping it at the sensor in the elevator, she took the elevator to the top floor. Whoosh, the elevator doors opened and Song Choyun stepped out with her long strides. Waiting by the elevator were 2 figures who looked like bodyguards, seemingly surprised by Song Choyun's arrival. However, they quickly regained their composure and respectfully called out, "Mississippi." Song Choyun nodded slightly and entered the chief supervisor's office with ease. In the exquisite and luxurious office, there was only one person sitting behind the desk. A beautiful woman was working there. She was Zhouing, the chief supervisor of the Shunan supply base. Upon seeing Zhouing, a lovely smile appeared on Song Choyun's face. "Auntie, I'm here." "Xiaoyun?" Zhouing looked up, her face showing surprise. She quickly got up from her seat, pulled Song Choyun to sit on the sofa, and pretended to scold her. "You, girl, I thought you forgot about your auntie after getting a little boyfriend." Hearing this, Song Choyun's face turned slightly red. "Auntie, what are you talking about? I was just busy with other things." "Still pretending, your Bingu already told me it's that Su Jingming, right?" Although Zhouing was already in her 40s, she still looked stunning, and at this moment, her face was faintly teasing. No, we haven't even gotten to know each other yet." Song Choyun, the powerful new student ranked second in the Demon Academy, was actually blushing under her auntie's teasing, fidgeting with her hair. Xiaoyun, you're still as cute as before." Zhouing covered her mouth and giggled, then stopped teasing her and got down to business. "You're going into the demon lair tomorrow, right? The demon lair is different from an ordinary wilderness area, it's very dangerous. Coincidentally, Team 12 is here, so I'll have them accompany you inside tomorrow. No need to trouble them, I can go alone." Song Choyun, having recovered from her shyness, quickly waved her hand in refusal. "Using our own military team, how is that a trouble?" Zhouing raised her eyebrows slightly. She was speaking the truth. The entire Glory Battle Group was under the Song family of Sichuan Province. As the daughter of the current family head, Song Choyun could easily mobilize the entire battle group with just a word, let alone this small squad. Even the Shunan supply base had the Song family as a major shareholder, otherwise she wouldn't be able to hold such a high position here. "And it's unnecessary. If I'm caught cheating, the school will punish me. Besides, my dad has already given me the protective talisman, I won't be in any danger." Song Choyun pointed to the necklace around her white neck. The necklace was pearly white, faintly emitting a soft milky glow and a heavy wave of energy. "Protective talisman? So your brother-in-law has already given it to you, then you really don't need anyone else to protect you." Zhouing finally breathed a sigh of relief, then a teasing smile reappeared on her charming face. "What about your little boyfriend? Do you need Aunt to arrange someone to protect him?" Song Choyun was too lazy to correct her aunt's way of addressing her aunt. After thinking for a moment, replied seriously, "Jingming is very strong, he doesn't need special arrangements for protection." In reality, she was worried about those people hiding in the shadows following them all the way. If they went unnoticed, it would be fine, but once discovered, it would be hard to explain. "That's true, he's already at the second tier upper level, plus he has S-class abilities. As long as he doesn't go deep into the demon lair, there shouldn't be any major issues." Zhouing nodded slightly, then said with some regret, "But it's a pity that this year Qingjing Ability University has invited outside help. Otherwise, your little boyfriend would definitely be first place. With outside help, he would still be first." Song Choyun's expression was serious. "Oh, you're that confident in him?" Zhouing was somewhat surprised. The number 7 demon lair is one of the most dangerous wilderness areas in the Great Xia Kingdom. Not only do domestic ability users come here, but there are also quite a few from abroad. As a 6th tier ability user and the base's chief supervisor, she had seen several S-class ability awakeners. And even among S-class abilities, higher tier users generally crush lower tier users. Not to mention that a 3rd tier lower level user is significantly stronger than a 2nd tier upper level user. Whether in one-on-one combat or hunting fierce beasts, there is a huge gap. "And you don't believe me? How about a bet?" Song Choyun's charming face was full of confidence, and her crisp, pleasant voice hid a hint of cunning. 10 minutes later, after reaching some sort of agreement with her Aunt Zhouing, Song Choyun walked out of the main building of the supply base, satisfied with her long legs. Returning to the training venue, she continued training in the private training room where Su Jingming was. Since they were entering the wilderness area the next day, Su Jingming didn't train too late. After 10 o'clock, he walked out of the private training room with Song Choyun. At this time, there were still quite a few people in the public training area of the hall. Compared to the afternoon, there were even more people in the spacious hall. The sounds of various training and the echoes of abilities mixed together, creating a very noisy atmosphere. In such a situation, 2 people walking out of a private training room shouldn't attract much attention. However, Su Jingming, nearly 1.90 m tall with a powerful and fierce aura, and Song Choyun, who was also charming and graceful, were both very eye-catching in the crowd. As soon as the 2 stepped out of the private training room, they attracted a lot of attention. "Is that the S-class from Magic University, Su Jingming? That's him. His aura is so strong. TSK, if Jing University hadn't brought in outside help, the first place would definitely be his." "Yeah, but speaking of which, both Magic University and Jing University have S-classes, while our Jincheng is the worst off, with not a single S-class." Inside the venue, the freshman from Magic University naturally knew about their new star.
Listening to the discussions around them from the freshmen of Jing University and Jincheng University, they couldn't help but show a hint of pride. Although Jing University had brought in outside help, it was all to secure the first place, which was understandable. Thus, the freshmen from Jing University wore smiles. Only the freshmen from Jincheng Ability University looked bitter. They didn't have a single S-class, which meant they were destined to lose their chance at the championship. Damn it! We want an S-class too. Su Jingming, the competition starts tomorrow. I look forward to your performance. I hope you don't fall too far behind. Kiran, the S-class from Jing University, stood among the freshmen, looking confident of victory. Oh, I hope you don't fall behind me too. Much. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow slightly. He replied nonchalantly, not waiting for Kiran's response, and left with Song Choyun. Still acting tough? Just wait until the competition ends in a month. Let's see how you keep that up. Kiran snorted coldly as he watched Su Jingming's departing figure. He could already envision a month later Su Jingming's total score lagging far behind his own. In his heart, he muttered in his hometown dialect, "Moreover, I want to crush you all and show the great Xia that the S-class from Hindu country is formidable." Since the competition officially started at 9 o'clock the next day, Su Jingming got up, washed up, and trained briefly in his room. It wasn't until 8:30 in the morning that he put on his battle suit and boots and stepped out of his room. All his other gear and supplies were stored in his space ring. It's worth mentioning that during school, since he had to go to the wilderness area every week, Su Jingming was too lazy to prepare supplies each time. Therefore, he had stored enough freshwater and energy bars in his space ring to last 3 months. Of course, he also brought a complete set of cooking utensils and various seasonings. With 10 cubic meters of space, it was quite large, and all these items only took up 2/3 of the space. He planned to use the remaining third to store materials collected from ferocious beasts. Ding dong! Su Jingming arrived at the door across the hall and pressed the doorbell next to it. Coming. Song Choyun's clear voice came from inside the room. After a short wait, the door opened and Song Choyun's graceful figure stepped out. Unlike yesterday, her long black hair was not tied up in a high ponytail. Instead, it was coiled up and secured with a light blue hairpin. This was also to make it more convenient to move in the wilderness area. She had changed into a fitted dark ink-colored battlesuit. It clung tightly to her skin like a second layer, showcasing her impressive bust, perfect waist-to-hip ratio, and slightly fleshy long legs. Coupled with Song Choyun's already charming appearance, she exuded a deadly allure. Let's go. A lovely smile appeared on Song Choyun's face. By the time Su Jingming and Song Choyun arrived at the square in front of the supply base's main building, many freshmen were already there. Most were in small teams of 4 or 5, each carrying weapons and gear, with a backpack slung over their shoulders. There were also elite 2-person teams like theirs and a few lone wolves like Kiran, but they were extremely rare. He even brought a woman with him? Kiran spotted Su Jingming and Song Choyun from a distance. A hint of disdain appeared on the black and yellow face characteristic of the Hindu kingdom. Although he coveted Song Choyun's family background, any flattery would have to wait until after the competition. If it were him, he would never bring a burden into the magic cave. Xiaoyun actually entered the magic cave with Su Jingming. No wonder she didn't let the team follow. In front of the main building, Aunt Zhouing suddenly realized, but then her delicate brows furrowed slightly. But this girl, being alone with Su Jingming in the magic cave, won't do anything else, right? The wilderness area was fraught with danger. The two, a lonely man and woman, could easily develop some passion after experiencing life and death crises, especially since Su Jingming was tall and strong, with a rugged and resolute appearance. He exuded a deadly charm that attracted women. But Xiaoyun knows her limits, it should be fine. Thinking of Song Choyun's nature, Aunt Zhouing felt a bit more at ease. Time passed quickly, and soon it was exactly 9 o'clock. Let's go. Depart. Our team aims to kill a second-tier ferocious beast. Magic cave. Here I come. The new students in the square rushed into the entrance of the wilderness area, and Su Jingming and Song Choyun followed them in. The 7th magic cave was essentially an area similar to the mountainous forests of the source water wilderness area. However, in terms of size, it was hundreds of times larger. There were nearly 3,000 new students like Su Jingming, and the entrance was still crowded. But the deeper they went, the fewer people there were around. After entering the magic cave, Su Jingming and Song Choyun headed towards the central area. The outermost part of the magic cave was closest to the human base, where even slightly intelligent ferocious beasts would not be active. Therefore, only some first-tier ferocious beasts, which acted purely on instinct, were active in the outermost area. As they moved forward, Su Jingming and Song Choyun didn't waste much time on these first-tier ferocious beasts, simply killing a few that blocked their way. Although Su Jingming slowed his pace a bit to accommodate Song Choyun, her speed was not slow either. After traveling for half a day in the magic cave, the surrounding jungle and shrubs had very few first-tier ferocious beasts, they were mostly second-tier ones. However, these were all solitary second-tier ferocious beasts, and there were rarely any groups. After rushing for over an hour, they finally encountered the first group of second-tier ferocious beasts in the jungle. It was a group of iron-haired pangolins, about 10 in total.
Each Pandolin had fur, as black as ink and was roughly the size of an ordinary car. They stood upright like iron spikes. In fact, the fur of the iron-haired Pandolin was harder than E-grade alloy. If a human ability user were to take a direct hit, they would definitely be riddled with holes. Ordinary ability users' battlesuits could not withstand such piercing damage. Roar! Upon seeing the human ability user, the 10 or so second tier iron-haired Pandolins immediately became restless. Their heads lowered, emitting threatening growls. Let me handle this. Su Jingming certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to harvest ability points, his body crackling with thunder. Brandishing a dark blue spear, he charged into the group of iron-haired Pandolins. Song Choyun also knew that these second-tier ferocious beasts posed no threat to Su Jingming at all, so she didn't intervene, standing elegantly to the side to watch the battle. Boom! Upon seeing a human daring to attack them first, more than 10 iron-haired Pandolins rolled together like tires. The next moment, these giant tires, covered in hard iron teeth, charged violently at Su Jingming. The trees and rocks along the way were shattered to pieces under the immense force and the hard iron fur. Most ability users, when faced with such a troublesome group of tire forms, would choose to temporarily avoid confrontation. However, Su Jingming, holding a long spear, showed no change in expression. His pace even quickened. His agile figure darted like a phantom among the tire cluster of the iron-haired Pandolins. At the same time, the Qingxiao Black Flood Dragon spear in his hand, crackling with lightning, continuously thrust out. Each thrust precisely struck the small head of the iron-haired Pandolin, which was desperately trying to hide. In just a moment, 4 or 5 iron-haired Pandolins had already fallen into pools of blood. Every shot targets the weak point. Song Choyun, watching from the side, gasped, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. It should be noted that the iron-haired Pandolin has an incredibly hard back covered in iron fur. The weak points are in the soft abdomen and the head. However, in the tire-rolling form of the iron-haired Pandolin, the soft abdomen is completely hidden inside, making it impossible to attack. The other weak point, the head, is exposed. But the head of the iron-haired Pandolin is extremely small and is in a state of high-speed rotation. Even knowing this weakness, it would still be impossible to hit. Yet, every shot from Su Jingming precisely struck this head weak point. Not a single mistake. All were instant kills. This was not merely achievable due to a higher rank, it also required an incredibly terrifying combat intuition. Moreover, throughout the entire process, Su Jingming's ability consumption was almost negligible. It could be said that he perfectly controlled every bit of energy in his body, with no waste whatsoever. If a group of second-tier upper ability users entered the wilderness area without any supplies, relying on this delicate ability control and combat intuition, Song Choyun was certain that Su Jingming would definitely be the one to survive the longest. Under Su Jingming's formidable suppression, in just over 10 seconds, all 12 second-tier iron-haired Pandolins fell. Their blood pooled like a stream, soaking the surrounding tender green grass in bright red, killing 12 second-tier iron-haired Pandolins, a total of 276 ability points earned. Not bad. Su Jingming nodded slightly. As expected of a demon lair, there were many ferocious beasts. He hadn't deliberately sought out kills along the way. Just by killing the ferocious beasts he happened to encounter, he had already earned over 400 ability points. Once we enter the central part of the demon lair, the level of the ferocious beasts will increase and the efficiency of earning ability points will further improve. Roughly calculated, in this month I should be able to earn at least 30,000 ability points. I wonder if I can upgrade my ability by then. Currently, the Deep Blue System panel showed about 13,000 ability points, and even if he gathered another 30,000 ability points, he still wouldn't be able to upgrade his ability. Su Jingming would have to raise his level first. Unfortunately, apart from responding to his questions on the first day, the Deep Blue System had been unresponsive, only mechanically reporting the ability points earned from killing ferocious beasts. Otherwise, he could directly ask the system whether his ability could be upgraded and how many ability points were needed for the upgrade. Because of this, Su Jingming felt that the intelligence level of the Deep Blue System was even lower than that of the most basic artificial intelligence on Blue Star. No, it couldn't even be compared. The Deep Blue System had no intelligent elements at all. If one day I find out the origin of the system, I have to complain to the system's creator. Su Jingming shook his head. He then took out an A-grade alloy dagger from his spatial ring, preparing to collect materials from the ferocious beasts. I'll help you. Song Choyun also came over, taking out a dagger and squatting down beside Su Jingming. By the way, Jingming, you are different from the other lightning ability users I've met. Whoosh, the sharp dagger smoothly sliced through the iron-haired Pandolin's sharp claws. Amidst the flowing blood, Song Choyun, the young lady of the Song family, showed no signs of discomfort. Oh, what's different? Su Jingming said with a curious expression, simultaneously cutting off another claw with his dagger. Other lightning-type ability users tend to be quite reckless in their use of abilities. But you, Jingming, are very restrained and cautious in your usage of powers. Song Choyun chuckled. Lightning. The first impression it gives is wild. unrestrained. Most lightning-type ability users leave a similar impression on others, but Su Jingming was different. Although he still felt strong and fierce to her, he seemed to lack the domineering and wild nature that all lightning-type ability users possess. Of course, if this thought of hers were to be heard by Jiang Chuxian, who had witnessed Su Jingming use Thunder Extreme State to kill 5 people, she would definitely be left bewildered. Su Jingming? Restrained? Can these two be connected? Su Jingming smiled slightly at her words, offering no further explanation. In fact, he could have used the Zixiao Divine Thunder on a large scale to kill this group of ferocious beasts. However, using the Zixiao Divine Thunder against a group of second-tier ferocious beasts would be overkill. Moreover, after being struck by the Zixiao Divine Thunder, the bodies of these second-tier beasts, which had weak defenses, would almost certainly be charred and carbonized. There would be no way to collect materials from them. Therefore, for beasts below the 3rd tier, he often used a spear to kill them. This not only conserved his abilities, but also increased his efficiency in killing. This was the experience he had summarized during his 2 months of wandering in the wilderness. After all, the longer the endurance, the more ferocious beasts one could kill. With the collection efforts of Su Jingming and Song Choyun, they completed gathering the ferocious beast materials in less than 3 minutes. Of course, the materials from the iron-haired pangolin included not only its sharp claws but also the iron hairs on its body. However, collecting the iron hairs was too troublesome. It would take at least an hour to manage. Their purpose for entering the demon cave this time was to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible and accumulate points. Naturally, they wouldn't waste too much time on collecting materials. Thus, they only collected the most valuable claws. It is worth mentioning that this batch of iron-haired pangolins was judged by the smart wristband to have been killed solely by Su Jingming. As a result, he ultimately earned 1,200 points. After dealing with this batch of ferocious beasts, the two continued towards the central area of the demon cave. Along the way, most of the ferocious beasts they encountered were killed by Su Jingming. Song Choyun's number of strikes was actually not that many. Yet even so, when the time reached 8 in the evening and the sky was completely dark, when they found a cave to rest, Song Choyun felt exhausted, her abilities nearly depleted. On the other hand, Su Jingming, who was also sitting on the ground, had his back straight. His sharply defined, resolute face showed not a trace of fatigue. Looking at Song Choyun, whose complexion was slightly flushed, Su Jingming was somewhat surprised. However, he didn't pay much attention to these details and smiled, saying, "Get some sleep early. I'll keep watch tonight. You should rest a bit more." "I'm fine, I can take over the watch in the second half of the night," Song Choyun quickly replied. "No need, you're too tired today. I haven't consumed much, so keeping watch all night is no problem." For me, Su Jingming shook his head. In fact, Song Choyun, merely a second-tier lower-level ability user, had performed quite well. Throughout the day, aside from rushing, she had been fighting ferocious beasts with hardly any time to rest. He had originally thought she would give out in the afternoon, but unexpectedly, she had held on until now. No consumption. Song Choyun was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "Can today's battle intensity compare to your solo fight in the Yangcheng wilderness area?" "Not at all," Su Jingming shook his head. "The battle frequency is much lower, and the intensity is only about 1/3 of the usual." "Just 1/3 of the battle intensity?" Shock was written all over Song Choyun's charming face. "My goodness, if this is only 1/3 of the battle intensity, and I hardly made any moves throughout the process, I'm already this exhausted. If Su Jingming were to unleash his full battle intensity, I probably wouldn't last even an hour, right?" At that moment, Song Choyun suddenly realized something. It seemed she had never seen Su Jingming at his peak. Whether during regular sparring or the school's freshman competition, Su Jingming had always dominated effortlessly. Everyone at the Magic University knew Su Jingming was strong, but no one knew where his limits lay. Instinctively, she felt her previous assessment of Su Jingming's fighting style was somewhat biased. After all, how could she evaluate him without witnessing his full power? It's a pity I won't be able to act together later. Otherwise, I could see Jingming at his peak. Song Choyun silently sighed. Before entering Magic University, she had never imagined that one day she would be so far behind a peer. But once we return to school, I can ask Sister Chu Xian about the situation. After making the decision, the exhausted Song Choyun could no longer hold on and yawned. "Jingming, I'm going to sleep now." With that, she lay down on the blanket spread on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. After training with top-tier abilities for over 2 hours, Su Jingming also closed his eyes and entered a light sleep state. Early the next morning, Su Jingming and Song Choyun continued their journey. They moved quickly, and by 7 p.m., they were only 3 hours away from the center of the magic cave. "It's getting dark, let's find a place to rest and set off again tomorrow," Su Jingming said after checking the sky. The pitch-black night was when the ferocious beasts were most active. Some high-level ferocious beasts would choose this time to emerge from the depths of the magic cave and begin hunting. Therefore, the danger level in the magic cave at night was much higher than during the day, making it unsuitable to continue traveling.
On the other hand, after a day of rushing and constantly killing ferocious beasts, he also needed rest.
Okay, Song Chioyun obediently nodded.
Buzz, Su Jingming lightly tapped his smart wristband, and a map was projected.
The outer areas of the magic cave had the most explored terrain and distribution of ferocious beasts marked on the map.
If they wanted to rest, it was best to find a cave for safety. Oh, there seems to be a water hole nearby.
Su Jingming's eyes suddenly lit up.
Water sources in the wilderness were where ferocious beasts
gathered the most.
When he was in the Yangchang wilderness area, he liked to wait by the water source. This way, he would have a steady stream of ferocious beasts coming to him to kill.
This place isn't
far from us. We can still kill a wave of ferocious beasts before it gets dark.
Chioyun, let's go. Su Jingming eagerly led Song Chioyun in that direction. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the waterhole, he was greatly disappointed.
There was indeed a clear pool of water, but there wasn't a single ferocious beast drinking nearby.
What's going on?
There can't be no ferocious beasts near a water source. Su Jingming frowned, hidden behind the tall trees. Roar! Just then, a massive second-tier arm-blade tiger emerged from the opposite jungle.
Its eyes scanned the surroundings as it cautiously approached the edge of the pool. When it reached the edge of the pond and was about to lower its head to drink, whoosh, 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 dozens of water arrows shot out from the pond.
This second-tier arm-blade tiger had no time
to react, and in an instant it was pierced through by the water arrows, its body riddled with dozens of bloody holes.
It let out a tragic roar before collapsing on the spot, lifeless. Splashing the clear pond. Water surged violently, and a giant crocodile, as large as a small car, swam out from the depths. It reached the pond's edge, opened its massive jaws, and began to feast on the arm-blade tiger it had just killed. No wonder so few ferocious beasts dare to come here to drink. It turns out that terrifying beasts like the source water giant crocodile reside here. Su Jingming suddenly realized. The source water
giant crocodile is an amphibious beast, but it mostly remains active underwater.
Most of them are around the second or third tier. However, this source water giant crocodile was different. It had reached the lower fourth tier. Moreover, it possessed a talent skill similar to a group water arrow. It's a fourth tier beast. Song Chioyun also sensed the beast's tier, her expression changing slightly. We can encounter a fourth tier beast even at the outskirts of the demon cave.
Jingming, we need to leave quickly.
The fourth tier beast has a powerful sense. It's possible that the two of them have already been detected. So, Song Chioyun hurriedly pulled Su Jingming to leave, but she found him still standing firmly in place. No need to rush. Although the fourth tier beast is strong, it's not impossible to deal with.
Su Jingming's expression was relaxed.
During his time in the Yangchang wilderness, he had killed more than one fourth tier beast.
Song Chioyun was slightly taken aback.
If it were any other second tier upper level ability user, she would definitely think they were boasting. But she knew that with Su Jingming's character, it was unlikely he would lie.
Is it the exclusive combat skill that Director Young taught you?
Song Chioyun's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly. Ever since she learned about the source of Su Jingming's ferocious beast aura, she had specifically researched this combat skill taught by the director of the
Weapon Academy. She knew it was a body-refining combat skill.
But this also meant that Su Jingming would have to engage in a direct fight with this fourth-tier beast.
Direct confrontation. Song Chioyun glanced
at the giant crocodile in the distance, its mouth filled with sharp teeth, its body covered in scales, massive in size, exuding a terrifying bloodthirsty aura. Then she looked at Su Jingming, who was only wearing combat gear, and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Just as she was considering whether to lend her protective talisman to Su Jingming, he shook his head and smiled. Although the body refining
combat skill my teacher taught me is good, it's still a bit lacking against a fourth-tier beast.
He was speaking the truth. Currently, the most efficient combat skill he had for killing fourth-tier beasts was
only one, the S-Rank Heavenly Thunder technique. Not that body-refining combat skill?
Song Chioyun blinked her clear eyes, somewhat confused.
But Su Jingming had his eyes slightly closed, concentrating all his
mental energy, summoning his purple sky divine thunder. Crackle, the lightning flickered around Su Jingming's body. At the same time, a series of deep thunder rumbles echoed from the sky.
The giant crocodile
by the pond seemed to sense something, stopping its meal and looking up at the sky in confusion.
Is it going to rain? Song Chioyun, not yet aware of anything unusual, instinctively looked up, but she found
that the sky under the setting sun, although slightly orange, showed no signs of dark clouds.
Just as she was puzzled, Su Jingming's deep voice suddenly rang in her ears. Heavenly Thunder technique.
At that moment, the orange-red sky suddenly became bright. The next moment, in Song Chioyun's shocked gaze, a blue-purple lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, descended with a terrifying pressure that seemed to
annihilate the world, striking down with the force to pierce through heaven and earth. Crackle! The deafening sound of thunder erupted, striking the giant crocodile directly. The fourth-tier source water giant
crocodile was covered in a dense array of scales. The defensive strength of these scales, when combined, was comparable to C-grade alloy.
Moreover, they were non-conductive, non-heat conductive, just breaking through this layer of scale armor would give countless elemental ability users a headache.
However, under the bombardment of lightning, this heavy armor was pierced as if it were made of paper, turning its
entire body charred black.
Immediately, that massive body was engulfed by the raging thunder, and then it crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar.
Until the very last moment, it didn't even realize where the enemy was, and thus lost its life completely.
Ding, killed a 4th tier lower source water giant crocodile, ability points plus 213.
Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Su Jingming's lips curled slightly.
213 ability points. This source water giant crocodile was considered to yield a relatively high amount of ability points among 4th tier lower beasts.
Ability users are classified as low tier from 1st to 3rd tier.
From 4th to 6th tier, they are referred to as mid-tier ability users. The reason for this classification is that once an ability user advances from the 3rd to the 4th tier, their strength undergoes a qualitative breakthrough. Under the same level of abilities, a 4th tier lower ability user is easily 10 times stronger than a peak 3rd tier ability user.
This is equally true for
ferocious beasts. The evaluation of ability points gained from the Deep Blue system also roughly changes according to strength patterns. Killing a peak 3rd tier ferocious beast yields about 40 to 50 ability points, while killing a 4th tier lower ferocious beast yields around 200 to 220 points. The 213 ability points obtained from this source water giant crocodile are relatively considerable.
Of course, the consumption
was also significant, costing Su Jingming nearly 1/3 of his abilities. The source water giant crocodile is dead. Let's go take a look. This wasn't his first time killing a 4th tier ferocious beast. Therefore, Su Jingming's expression showed almost no fluctuation as he walked towards the pond. However, Song Choyun beside him was different. Experiencing such a scene for the first time, she felt her worldview had been completely overturned. Born into a grandmaster family, she had seen her share of geniuses, and she herself was a genius who overshadowed her peers across the province. Yet, she had never seen
a prodigy like Su Jingming.
He could leap over 2 major tiers, killing a 4th tier lower ferocious beast with the strength of a 2nd tier upper.
And it was a one-hit kill. No one would believe it if she told them.
So this is your true strength. Song Choyun took a deep breath, her chest wrapped in a tight combat suit rising and falling slightly. Once her emotions stabilized a bit, she stepped towards
the pond's edge.
As she approached, she saw Su Jingming looking regretfully at the charred corpse before him. The most valuable part of the source water giant crocodile is its skin, but unfortunately, it's
all been destroyed.
The skin of a 4th tier source water giant crocodile, if completely peeled off, could easily sell for 20 to 30 million. Not just the skin is valuable, a 4th tier ferocious
beast is a treasure all over. Song Choyun said with a smile.
Who says otherwise? But my spatial ring isn't big enough. If I stuff this entire giant crocodile in, there won't be much space left.
With only 1
cubic meter of space in his ring, Su Jingming felt that a 10 cubic meter spatial ring was already quite large. However, as he made more trips into the wilderness area, he began to feel that even 10 cubic
meters wasn't enough. Leave it with me, my spatial ring is big enough. When we return to the base, I'll give it back to you.
Alright, then I'll leave it with you for now.
Su Jingming nodded.
With his agreement, Song Choyun extended her delicate hand and placed it on the corpse of the source water giant crocodile. Then the spatial ring emitted a faint glow, and the entire giant crocodile was drawn inside.
How large is your spatial ring's capacity? Su Jingming asked curiously. Since entering the wilderness area yesterday, Song Choyun had collected quite a few materials from ferocious beasts. Yet, he had never heard her mention a lack of capacity. Not big, just 30 cubic meters, Song Choyun chuckled. 30 cubic meters is already quite large. Su Jingming exclaimed in surprise.
No wonder she was a little rich girl. From a grandmaster family, 30 cubic meters was nothing to her. The ferocious beasts living nearby should all know the dangers of this water source. The number of beasts coming to drink is quite rare, and there's no point in staying here. Let's go find a cave to rest. Su Jingming opened the map on his smart wristband, preparing to see what caves were nearby. To his surprise, his score in the upper right corner had actually increased by a full 10,000 points. A 4th tier lower level ferocious beast score is actually this high? Su Jingming was somewhat astonished. He had originally thought that 5,000 points would be impressive. Not everyone can kill a 4th tier beast, so it's normal for the score to be higher, Song Choyun said with a light laugh. In fact, due to the huge power gap between the 4th tier and peak 3rd tier, she even suspected that the other S-class 3rd tier ability user, Kirin, might not be able to kill a 4th tier beast at all. That's true, Su Jingming nodded slightly and quickly found a location marked as the Ringed Earth Grizzly Bear Den on the map. Let's go here. Ringed Earth Grizzly Bears usually use caves as their dens.
Can we wait a bit before going? Looking at the clear pool of water not far away, Song Choyun hesitated. What's the problem? Su Jingming asked, puzzled.
No problem, Song Choyun quickly waved her hand, her pretty face slightly flushed as she whispered, there's a
pool of water here, and I want to take a quick bath. If it were any other time, she definitely wouldn't be so eager.
But the intensity of the battles over the past 2 days had left her feeling sticky all over.
Su Jingming suddenly understood.
In the wilderness area, taking a bath was a very luxurious thing. Most water sources were inhabited by large numbers of ferocious beasts, making it impossible to approach. Otherwise, one would have to use the drinking water they carried. For Song Choyun, who had a large capacity spatial ring, that might be feasible. But now that there was a ready-made pool of water, it would be extravagant to use drinking water for bathing. Wait, let me check if there are any other ferocious beasts in the pool. Su Jingming nodded slightly and stepped closer to the water's edge to observe carefully. The pool wasn't very large, about the size of a circle with a diameter of over 10 meters. However, it was quite deep, around 3 to 4 meters, and the spring water was clear enough to see the bottom at a glance. But to be safe, Su Jingming knelt down, dipped his right hand into the water, and the purple sky divine thunder erupted suddenly. Crackle, the blue-purple lightning instantly filled the entire pool. As the water surged, it stirred up some weeds from the bottom and slightly clouded the water, but there didn't seem to be any significant changes. There shouldn't be any other ferocious beasts, Su Jingming retracted the lightning around him. However, just then, a series of bubbles suddenly emerged from the center of the pool, which had been gradually calming down. Following that, a scarlet color seeped up from the bottom of the pool. In just a moment, the entire pool was tinted as if it were filled with blood. A strong smell of blood immediately filled the air. However, unlike ordinary blood, this scent carried a faint fragrance. At the same time, Su Jingming felt a deadly attraction emanating from the blood-red water. What is this? Su Jingming's face showed a look of horror. This attraction felt as if it stemmed from an instinctual desire within his body. He wanted to absorb all this blood water into himself. In the dense jungle, a group of 6 was quietly walking through. The slanting sun shone through the leaves, casting orange-red spots of light on them. All 6 wore black hooded robes with a large blood moon emblem on their backs. The middle-aged man at the front held a black instrument in his arms. A faint red glow shimmered on this black instrument, guiding their way forward. Bishop, whose divine blood are we collecting this time? One of them asked the middle-aged man at the front. The blood of the ancient dragon god, the leading middle-aged man replied calmly. It's actually the blood of the dragon god. The one who spoke earlier had a fervent expression. Once we obtain this divine blood, our destiny church will have another powerful divine blood messenger. Hearing this, the expressions of the others around him became eager. Once they were detected to have good compatibility with the divine blood, absorbing it would allow them to leap into becoming a divine blood messenger with immense power within the church. Shut up! We are the Blood Moon Church. The middle-aged man's face turned cold. If I hear anyone mispronounce the name of our church again, they will be killed without mercy. The bishop was a man of his word. Whoever he said to kill would be killed. The remaining 5 immediately stiffened, nodding quickly. Yes. Buzz. At that moment, the faint light on the instrument in the middle-aged man's hand suddenly intensified, turning a deep crimson. The dimly lit forest around them was stained with a splash of bright red. The divine blood has actually appeared ahead of time? The bishop's expression changed slightly. He had no time to ponder why the divine blood had emerged early. After carefully observing the instrument, he quickly said, "The location is not far from here, about an 8-hour journey. We won't rest tonight, let's move at full speed." Under the bishop's lead, the group swiftly traversed through the dense jungle, gradually disappearing from sight. On the other side, by the pond, faced with the intense desire that surged from nowhere, Su Jingming relied on his strong willpower to suppress it deep within. Could this blood water be some kind of heavenly treasure I don't know about? Su Jingming furrowed his brow. Some heavenly treasures that condense the essence of the world could indeed trigger instinctual reactions in the human body. What's going on? The pond has turned blood red? Song Choyun also noticed this astonishing scene and hurriedly walked forward. Just now, I only used the purple sky divine thunder to sweep the pond water, and suddenly it changed. Su Jingming briefly explained, feeling the desire within him, and subconsciously asked, Choyun, can you feel this blood water attracting you? Attracting me? No way. Song Choyun shook her head, squatting by the pond, her beautiful eyes gazing into the water. But according to the feedback from my A-level ability, Dawnlight, this blood water carries a strong beastly aura. Moreover, it resembles the peculiar beastly aura on you. Resembles my aura? Su Jingming immediately thought of the SS-level resource, the blood of the 8th-tier lower thunder Tyrannosaurus he had absorbed. Could this also be the blood of a dragon-type beast, which is why I reacted? Su Jingming pondered. If that were the case, it would mean that absorbing this blood water should not be harmful to him, but rather beneficial. Feeling the increasingly intense thirst emanating from his body, Su Jingming could no longer hold back. Choyun, I'm going in to try. If anything seems off, pull me out immediately. After saying that, he stepped straight into the pond. Splash! The moment Su Jingming stepped into the pond, the entire water seemed to boil. A surge of bright red blood gushed out like a python, rushing towards Su Jingming. His body absorbed the blood frantically, as if a traveler who had been parched in the desert for 10 days and nights had finally found fresh water. Su Jingming himself felt an intense sense of comfort. Soon, he didn't even notice that his consciousness was gradually becoming hazy. Around his body, blue-purple lightning flickered. It was as if an endless stream of blood wrapped around him, ultimately forming
A blood-red cocoon that enveloped Su Jingming entirely. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and by the time Song Choyun reacted, only this blood-red cocoon remained by the edge of the pool. Jingming? Song Choyun blinked, seeing that the blood-red cocoon showed no signs of response, her brows furrowed slightly. It seems Jingming has encountered his own opportunity and it appears he cannot move. Glancing at the continuous flow of blood into the cocoon, Song Choyun looked up at the darkening sky. She then gripped the Fong Tianhuaji tightly in her hand, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, silently, guarding in front of the cocoon. A night quickly passed, and when the first rays of morning sunlight broke through the clouds, falling down in front of Song Choyun, who stood before the blood-red cocoon, there were already more than 10 corpses of fierce beasts. The originally blood-red pool now appeared to have been filtered, showing only a light red hue. Fortunately, the strongest fierce beast that appeared last night was only a low-tier 3rd rank. Song Choyun didn't dare to lower her guard on the Fong Tianhuaji in her right hand, nearly extending her left hand to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. Last night she had maintained a highly concentrated state throughout the night. In the pitch-black night, she didn't dare to recklessly use her abilities. Otherwise, once the A-grade ability, Dawnlight, was activated, the light akin to a small sun would attract all nearby fierce beasts. Thus, last night's battle was somewhat arduous, especially the low-tier 3rd rank unicorn rhinoceros, which took her over half an hour to deal with. Fortunately, this isn't in the central area, otherwise, I wouldn't have lasted even an hour last night. Song Choyun glanced back at the increasingly shallow pool, a hint of joy appearing on her delicate face. It seems Jingming should be finishing up soon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, 6 black figures suddenly emerged from the jungle. The leading bishop immediately spotted the blood-red cocoon by the pool, his brows furrowing slightly. This wasn't his first time collecting divine blood. How could divine blood take on such a form? A quick glance revealed Song Choyun standing by the pool, her expression vigilant. She is that second place from the Demon Academy? The bishop recognized Song Choyun's identity, his curiosity deepening. What was going on? How could a new student from the Demon Academy be here? There are no fierce beasts here, and the water source has been polluted. If you all want to fetch water, I suggest you go elsewhere. Song Choyun's gaze remained wary as she stared at the 6 individuals. As the eldest daughter of the Song family, she was well aware that in the wilderness, one must guard against more than just fierce beasts. That is supreme divine blood. How dare you describe it as polluted? One of the men seemed to lose his composure, as if he had suffered some kind of insult. Ignore her, take the blood cocoon behind her first, the bishop said in a deep voice. Their primary goal was the divine blood. As for this genius from the Demon Academy, since they had encountered her, they could deal with her later. Understood. The remaining 5 nodded respectfully, weapons in hand as they moved closer to Song Choyun. This is bad. This group of people was actually coming for that peculiar blood. Seeing this, Song Choyun felt it was a tricky situation. Among the 6 people in this group, the leader was a tier 4 ability user. The weakest among the remaining 5 were all mid-tier tier 3, far beyond what she could handle. I can't worry about that anymore. Song Choyun bit her red lip lightly, her jade hand gently brushing over the necklace around her neck. Boom! The necklace burst forth with light, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy, quickly raising a giant energy shield. It enveloped both Song Choyun and the blood cocoon formed around Su Jingming. A man in a black robe swung his knife against it. The result was that he was instead knocked back a few steps by the powerful rebound force, his face showing a look of horror. What is this thing? A protective talisman from the ruins of an ancient civilization? The bishop's eyes sparkled with greedy light. Such protective talismans were extremely rare, only produced in the ruins of ancient civilizations. They could be reused multiple times. Each time activated, the protective shield raised was enough to withstand several lethal attacks from high-tier ability users. It could be said to be a life-saving artifact. Knowing what this is and still not retreating, are you just wasting time here? Song Choyun snorted coldly. As far as I know, protective talismans have a duration. Anyway, we're not in a hurry, so waiting here a bit longer is no problem. A mocking smile appeared on the bishop's face as he sat down with the remaining 5. They seemed to be waiting it out. Then you can wait slowly. Song Choyun put on a nonchalant expression, but her heart was filled with anxiety. What the other party said was correct. This protective talisman could last at most just over an hour. Once the duration ended, it would need a 12-hour cooldown before it could be used again. Additionally, she had another spatial talisman from the ancient civilization ruins. Once activated, it could teleport up to 3 people 100 miles away. However, the blood cocoon formed around Su Jingming was too large, and her special talisman couldn't take it alone. Moreover, given Su Jingming's current state, she didn't dare to rashly interrupt. Thus, Song Choyun could only hope that Su Jingming would awaken in this last hour. However, things did not develop as she had imagined. Over an hour later, the protective shield disappeared under the sunlight, yet Su Jingming still had not emerged from the giant cocoon. I told you, the protective shield has a duration. The bishop wore a greedy smile as
He led the 5 towards Song Choyun. I advise you to be sensible and hand over the protective talisman, otherwise, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. Facing the 6 who approached, Song Choyun's expression grew serious as she took out a Tier 3 blood burst pill from her spatial ring. At the same time, the A-grade ability Dawnlight erupted from her slender figure, operating at its peak. However, just as Song Choyun was about to engage in a final desperate struggle, a deep and powerful voice came through the giant cocoon. It echoed in the open space, lingering for a long time. Is that so? I feel like it will be you who dies. The sudden voice instantly shattered the tense atmosphere. The members of the Destiny Church were all stunned. There was actually another person inside the blood cocoon? The bishop's face gradually turned cold. It seemed that the divine blood had encountered some unknown change. The graceful Song Choyun's pretty face revealed a hint of surprise as she turned to look at the blood-colored cocoon. Crack! A strong and powerful right hand broke through the blood cocoon first, reaching out. Then the entire blood cocoon shattered, and a tall, slender young figure stepped out. This young man was robust, with a resolute appearance and a cold expression. His level was not high, only appearing to be upper tier 2. But as he emerged from the blood cocoon, a chilling aura akin to that of a top tier ferocious beast instantly enveloped the entire area. The aura of the Destiny sex group retreated like a tide, and even the leading 4th tier bishop was no exception. Gulp! Under immense pressure, a follower instinctively swallowed, completely unaware that his back was already soaked. The bishop at the forefront, upon seeing the young man's appearance, couldn't help but narrow his pupils. Su Jingming, one of the biggest targets of the sect, had actually appeared here. Moreover, compared to 2 days ago, although Su Jingming's level hadn't changed, the faint aura he exuded made even this 4th tier ability user feel a sense of dread. Normally, if he encountered such a dangerous individual, regardless of level, he would definitely turn and flee. But in the current situation, escape was impossible. Kill them! The bishop's eyelids twitched as he shouted fiercely. Since there was no way to escape, they could only fight for their lives. As the bishop's command fell, the remaining 5 followers finally came to their senses, raising their weapons to prepare for an assault. However, just as their abilities erupted from within, a terrifying blue-purple lightning net suddenly burst forth above their heads. Crackle! The prison formed by the lightning enveloped the 5, and in an instant, their bodies were charred black. Soon, their life force rapidly dissipated, and just before their consciousness faded, fear lingered in their eyes. It seemed they were terrified by the dreadful power of the lightning. Bang! 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 The sound of 5 corpses falling one after another, finally thudding onto the grass, made the bishop's eyes twitch uncontrollably. He knew that these 5 third-tier ability users couldn't handle Su Jingming, but he never expected that in just one encounter, they would all be killed in an instant. Crackle! At that moment, a flash of lightning by the pond signaled the tall young man's figure disappearing from the spot. Not good. The bishop's expression changed drastically, and his sea-level enhancement ability erupted fully. His entire being swelled up, and his aura reached its peak. A 4th tier lower against a 2nd tier upper. I still have a chance. Just as he was thinking this, a sharp sound of breaking air rang out, and the shadow of a gun came rushing in. He felt an overwhelming force strike his waist. What? I can't even see how he made his move? This thought flashed through his mind, and then he was sent flying like a cannonball. Bang! 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 With a powerful impact propelling him, he crashed through 4 or 5 thick trees before finally hitting the ground. And in the position he had just occupied, the muscular Su Jingming, surrounded by blue-purple lightning, slowly retracted his spear. Crackle! With a flash of electricity, Su Jingming vanished from the spot again. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the heavily injured bishop. The bishop lay bloodied and in a miserable state among the bushes. The formidable recovery ability of a 4th tier ability user seemed to have no effect at all. I ask, you answer. Su Jingming's black and white eyes held not a trace of emotion. What is the blood in the pond? It is divine blood. The bishop seemed to have resigned himself, answering with difficulty. What is divine blood? The essence blood of a 9th tier beast emperor. Why would the essence blood of a beast emperor appear here? In ancient times, the human martial saints and the beast emperors fought fiercely, and different types of essence blood scattered all over the world. Ancient times. Su Jingming's gaze flickered slightly, pausing before continuing. One last question, who are you? Why are you collecting beast emperor essence blood? Us? The bishop seemed to have been waiting for this question, a strange smile suddenly appearing on his bloodied face. We are the Blood Moon sect, and as for the reason, we have no obligation to disclose it. Su Jingming frowned slightly, preparing to continue questioning. It was only then that he realized the middle-aged man had been affected by something, his eyes suddenly turning blood red, and then he abruptly lost all vitality. Even before dying, his face still wore that eerie smile. Blood Moon cult? Another religion. Su Jingming frowned. The impression left by the 2 encounters with religions was not good. Especially this second time, it felt even more bizarre. Forget it, I'll ask Principal Ling Shuang when we return to the base. With a wave of his hand, the sky filled with blue-purple thunder quickly engulfed the entire corpse. Seeing that no space rings or similar equipment were left behind, he turned and left.
Jingming, are you okay? Seeing Su Jingming return, Song Choyun hurriedly approached. With concern. I'm fine, I've taken care of them all.
Su Jingming smiled warmly, and without thinking, he reached out to ruffle Song Choyun's little head. You worked hard just now. Feeling the large hand
on her head, Song Choyun's delicate body trembled slightly, yet she did not resist. Like a little cat enjoying it, her clear big eyes squinted comfortably into crescent shapes. After Su Jingming withdrew his hand, she surprisingly felt a bit reluctant. However, she quickly regained her composure, her pretty face showing curiosity. That group of people seemed to be after that pool of blood. Yes, they claimed to be from the Blood Moon cult, here to collect the Beast Emperor's blood. Su Jingming briefly explained. So that was the 9th tier Beast Emperor's blood? Why could you absorb it directly? Song Choyun asked in surprise. The 9th tier Beast Emperor's blood is classified as an SSS cultivation resource. Even human ability users must go through many complex processes to use it. I'm puzzled too, but I can only wait until we return to the base to ask my teacher. Last time, when he absorbed the 8th tier Thunder Tyrant's blood, his teacher was there assisting him the whole time. But this time, Su Jingming took the initiative to absorb it, with no one assisting him at all. It felt as smooth as water flowing naturally. However, it seems there are no adverse effects on my body. Body refinement, indestructible body of Thunder, 4th level plus. Indeed, after absorbing the Beast Emperor's blood, Su Jingming's indestructible body of Thunder transformed from the 3rd level to the 4th level. Not only that, but the foundation of his indestructible body, originally shaped by the 8th tier Thunder Tyrant's blood, should not have changed after completion. But now, he felt that the foundation of his indestructible body seemed to have been greatly strengthened. This kind of enhancement was ancient and powerful. Vitality, 1602 Chi in blood, plus, additionally, with the breakthrough of the indestructible body of Thunder to the 4th level, Su Jingming's vitality also increased by about 150 points. At this moment, he felt better than ever. He even had the confidence to engage in a direct fight with a 4th tier ferocious beast without relying on the Thunder technique. In contrast, after guarding all night and experiencing a life and death crisis, Song Choyun, whose spirit was stretched to the limit, now wore a face full of fatigue. You should take a nap. According to the original plan, Su Jingming was supposed to part ways with Song Choyun today and enter the central part of the demon cave alone. But seeing Song Choyun in her current terrible state, he naturally couldn't just leave her behind. At the very least, he would wait until she recovered before making any plans. Then let's go to that cave you mentioned before. Having passed the crisis, Song Choyun, who felt relaxed all over and could fall asleep at any moment, still forced herself to say, the cave is half an hour's journey from here, you can just sleep here. Don't worry, with me around, no ferocious beast will disturb you. Crackle, Su Jingming waved his hand and the purple sky divine thunder surged forth wildly, completely obliterating the corpses of the ferocious beasts around, as well as the 5 fallen Blood Moon cultists. The area by the pond was instantly much cleaner. Alright then. Song Choyun naturally believed in Su Jingming's strength and nodded slightly. The grass by the pond was very soft, so she didn't take out a blanket from her spatial ring. She simply lay down on the grass, basking in the warm, gentle sunlight, and fell into a deep sleep. Su Jingming, meanwhile, held his spear and silently stood guard nearby. Archbishop, the divine blood locator in Bishop Zhou's hands has suddenly lost its signal. Something may have happened. Do we need to rearrange personnel to recover the divine blood? In a secluded villa at the Shunin supply base, a man in a black robe reported to a man in a gray robe sitting inside the villa. This divine blood emerged on the outskirts of the demon cave, and Zhou Chan himself is a 4th tier ability user along with 5 3rd tier ability users. The only ones who could deal with them can't be ferocious beasts, they must be human ability users. The gray-robed man pondered, no need to arrange personnel. By the time you arrive, that divine blood will likely have already been devoured by other ferocious beasts. Under normal circumstances, they would never let such divine blood slip away. However, a month later, the Destiny sect would have major movements, and it was not suitable to create too much commotion at the moment. Understood. The black-robed man respectfully withdrew. Time slowly passed, and the sun rose higher in the sky. It was late autumn, and the midday sun was not scorching but rather warm. The sunlight poured down, as if draping a thin layer of golden silk over the entire mountain forest of the demon cave. The clear pond water sparkled even more under the sunlight. Lying on the grass, Song Choyun resembled a sleeping beauty, her long black hair spread out on the ground, quiet and beautiful. Accompanied by a soft murmur, her long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her large eyes slowly opened, still carrying the confusion of just waking up. Instinctively, sitting up from the grass, she lazily stretched before gradually becoming more alert. Noticing the absence of that familiar tall figure beside her, she immediately felt a pang of anxiety. She quickly looked around and finally spotted Su Jingming by the pond. He was standing next to a small fire, with several branches skewering pieces of meat over the flames. The meat seemed to have been roasting for a while, turning golden brown. The dripping fat made the fire burn even more vigorously. At that moment, Su Jingming was enthusiastically sprinkling seasonings from several bottles onto the meat. The aroma of the meat,
mixed with the spices, wafted over, causing Song Choyun, who was already a bit hungry, to instinctively swallow.
Just in time to wake up. Come, it's time to eat. Su Jingming noticed the waking Song Choyun and invited her with a smile. I didn't expect you to be a foodie. Song Choyun stood up from the grass, swaying her figure as she approached the fire.
Looking at the enticingly fragrant meat roasting over the fire, she couldn't help but praise it.
But don't think that grilling meat is an easy task.
Most people, when they first try to grill meat in the wild, often end up with it half-cooked.
However, Su Jingming's
grilled meat was completely different. It looked very appetizing.
Practice makes perfect.
By the time this study trip ends, you'll probably be able to grill meat well too.
Here, this one is ready. It's for you.
Each piece of meat on the branches was quite large, far too much for an ordinary girl to finish in one go.
But having eaten with Song Choyun multiple times, Su Jingming knew she had a big appetite. So he
casually took down a branch filled with meat and handed it to her.
Thank you.
At that moment, Song Choyun didn't care about maintaining her ladylike demeanor. She let the grilled meat cool slightly before
taking a big bite. The mouth-watering aroma of meat made her unable to suppress a satisfied exclamation. So delicious.
Jingming, you really should open a barbecue restaurant.
Sure, once there are no
ferocious beasts left on Blue Star, I'll open a barbecue restaurant and live in seclusion.
Alright, then I can invest in you. The young lady of the Song family investing in me? Wouldn't that mean I'd have chain stores all over Blue Star?
The two chatted and laughed, quickly finishing all the barbecue.
However, most of it ended up in Su Jingming's stomach. Jingming, can I take a shower before we leave?
Looking at the clear pool of water that had absorbed the blood, Song Choyun asked hopefully.
Of course, it won't take long anyway. Su Jingming didn't refuse, nodding with a smile. Once you're done, I'll wash up a bit too.
He generally wouldn't bathe in the wilderness, but during the time he was wrapped in the bloody cocoon, he was essentially soaking in blood. Although he had absorbed the blood, there was still
a lingering scent of it on his skin. Alright, I'll go first. Song Choyun smiled sweetly and walked to the edge of the pool.
The morning light burst forth from her delicate figure, forming a golden light shield around her. In the next moment, her graceful silhouette disappeared within the light shield. Inside the golden light shield, after confirming that she couldn't see outside, Song Choyun slowly took off her battle attire, revealing a flawless, curvaceous body. Her jade-like foot gently dipped into the pool, and the water was not as cold as she had imagined. Instead, it felt slightly warm under the
sunlight.
So, she had no more reservations and submerged herself completely.
Splash. Song Choyun swam in the pool, creating ripples, occasionally revealing a glimpse of springtime beauty, but unfortunately, it
was firmly concealed by the golden light shield, unable to escape even a bit. Half an hour later, the golden light shield flickered slightly.
It then transformed into tiny light particles, disappearing into the air. Not far away, Su Jingming instinctively looked over and saw Song Choyun's graceful figure stepping out. Then I'll go wash up too.
After appreciating the beautiful view for a moment, Su Jingming cleared his throat, averted his gaze, and walked towards the pool.
Why do I feel like Jingming's gaze was a bit strange just now? Looking at Su Jingming's tall figure, a hint of doubt appeared on Song Choyun's pretty face.
She instinctively lowered her head and then realized something was off, her face instantly turning a deep shade of red.
Usually in the dormitory, she was used to wearing loose clothes.
After a shower and walking out of the bathroom, she had unconsciously chosen to do the same just now. However, she hadn't expected that this white t-shirt would become so transparent after getting wet. When Su Jingming emerged from the pool feeling refreshed, Song Choyun had already changed into a set of silver battle attire. However, her delicate oval face still bore a hint of shy pink.
Let's go, we'll continue our journey.
Su Jingming glanced at the time on his smart wristband. It was now 1 in the afternoon. If they walked for another 3 hours, they could enter the central area of the demon cave.
Still a bit shy, Song Choyun nodded slightly, obediently following behind Su Jingming as they quickly left.
As Su Jingming and Song Choyun ventured deeper into the demon cave, the strength of the ferocious
beasts around them became increasingly terrifying.
Su Jingming felt fine, but it was clear that Song Choyun was reaching her limits. So, after rushing for over an hour, Su Jingming chose to part ways with
Song Choyun.
Before they separated, Song Choyun wanted to lend her protective talisman or teleportation stone to Su Jingming. But since it was her own life-saving item, Su Jingming naturally wouldn't accept. After a moment of hesitation, Song Choyun realized Su Jingming was resolute and had to give up.
Jingming, see you in a month.
Under a tall tree, the graceful Song Choyun stood there, reluctantly waving.
Goodbye. See you in a month.
Su Jingming nodded slightly, took one last glance, then withdrew his gaze and turned to venture deeper into the forest.
Once Su Jingming's agile figure disappeared from sight, Song Choyun's beautiful eyes shifted from reluctance to determination. Next, I must work hard too. Even if I can't get first or second place, I must at least secure third. Song Choyun's delicate body radiated brilliance as she held her Fong Tianhua Ji and stepped away. After parting ways with Song Choyun, Su Jingming's speed increased significantly. His figure was lithe, darting through the thickets like a cheetah. In just over an hour, he reached the central area of the Demon Cave. Compared to the outer regions, the central area of the Demon Cave was more primitive. The trees were tall and dense, and in the distance, the terrifying roars of high-level ferocious beasts echoed. Chirp, chirp. At that moment, a dense and high-pitched chorus of bird calls came from the sky. More than a dozen birds resembling eagles, but much larger in size, swooped down from above. Pairs of pale blue eyes scanned the jungle below with a cold murderous intent. Blue-eyed gray eagles. Su Jingming's expression changed slightly as he quickly hid beneath a large tree. After the group of blue-eyed gray eagles flew away, he cautiously emerged. Just now, those more than 10 blue-eyed gray eagles were all at the 4th tier. If this group of ferocious beasts had spotted him, even if he could escape, it would likely waste a lot of time. Indeed, the central area of the Demon Cave is fraught with danger. Su Jingming slowed his pace, gripping his spear tightly. The blue-purple Zhixiao Divine Thunder flickered slightly on the surface of his body, ready to surge out at the first sign of trouble. Fortunately, he had long since adapted to the environment of the wilderness. While being cautious, he moved towards the area where the roars of ferocious beasts were densest. In the central area of the Demon Cave, there were numerous 3rd-tier and 4th-tier ferocious beasts, and even quite a few 5th-tier beasts resided there. However, when Su Jingming activated the Thunder Extreme State and unleashed Thunder Flash, he was still able to escape from the 5th-tier beasts. Thus, while being cautious in the central area, Su Jingming continuously hunted ferocious beasts, harvesting ability points. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On December 8th, at 9 o'clock in the evening, inside a cave hidden within the dense jungle, a thick black-green spear was planted in the ground of the cave. Beside the spear, a tall young man dressed in black combat attire sat, cross-legged on the ground. The young man's eyes were slightly closed, and blue-purple lightning faintly swirled around him. With the flickering of the lightning arcs, the light within the cave flickered erratically. At that moment, a pitch-black beast, resembling a leopard, stealthily entered the cave on all fours. It moved silently, not making a sound, even its breathing was suppressed to the extreme. A peak, 3rd-tier night leopard. A natural assassin among ferocious beasts. During the day, it posed a moderate threat, but once night fell, the night leopard would blend into the darkness. Its presence became nearly undetectable. If one was unprepared, whether beast or ability user, it would be easy for it to take a life with its sharp claws. It silently crept into the cave, its claws as hard as D-grade alloy springing from its pads. Just as it revealed a fierce expression and lunged at the young man with its claws raised, a sharp sound of slicing through the air rang out. Immediately after, a piercing sound followed, and the sharp tip of the spear penetrated through its heart, leaving a streak of crimson as it emerged from its back. The excruciating pain surged through the night leopard, and it finally realized the human ability user in front of him had unknowingly opened his eyes, his expression calm and steady. Crackle, in the next moment, blue-purple lightning erupted, engulfing the entire dark night leopard. Then, with a flick of his spear, he tossed the charred dark night leopard aside. Ding! Killed a peak 3rd-tier dark night leopard, ability points plus 43. The pleasant notification sound echoed in his mind. Over the past month, Su Jingming had long since grown accustomed to the system announcements, his emotions showing no signs of fluctuation. The Thunder Immortal body training is complete. Next, it's time for the ability training method. I wonder if this time I can officially break through to the 3rd tier. A hint of anticipation flickered across Su Jingming's face. During this nearly month-long period in the Demon Cave, aside from hunting fierce beasts and harvesting ability points every day, he also practiced the Thunder Immortal body and the ability training method before resting at night. Just a few days ago, he had even vaguely touched upon the bottleneck of a lower 3rd-tier ability user. Unfortunately, the previous attempts had all ended in failure. Since obtaining the Deep Blue system, my level has been increased through points. This time, I want to see if I can achieve the breakthrough on my own. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened, and he closed his eyes. He regulated his breathing and mental energy according to the method recorded in the Extreme Ability Training method. Before long, Su Jingming entered a meditative state, continuously absorbing the elemental energy from the air. Time slowly passed, and Su Jingming's breath gradually strengthened, quickly reaching the peak of the 2nd tier. But at this point, it felt as if he had hit a limit, unable to ascend any further. Yet Su Jingming continued to operate the ability training method, frantically absorbing the free elemental energy in the air. The blue-purple lightning swirling around him was also wildly leaping and flickering. "Break for me!" Su Jingming roared with a fierce expression. Boom! A muffled sound echoed from within him. The color of the purple sky divine thunder suddenly deepened, and the lightning arc surged violently, engulfing the entire cave. In the center of the roiling lightning, Su Jingming stood like a master of thunder. His peak 2nd-tier aura had entered a whole new level. 3rd tier. He had broken through. Su Jingming exhaled deeply, the divine thunder in the sky receding. And as he slowly opened his eyes, a hint of excitement was evident. He had advanced to the peak of the 2nd tier in mid-August while still in the source water wilderness area. Now, in December, it had only been 3 months at most. For ordinary ability users, breaking through from the peak of the second tier to the third tier was impossible without 2 or 3 years of accumulation. Even the top talents in the Demon Academy typically needed at least half a year or even a year to complete their advancement. It seems my innate talent for cultivation is quite good. Su Jingming smiled as he opened his system. Panel. Name, Su Jingming level, lower third tier, plus, ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S, physique, 2032 vitality, plus, spirit, 1513 Hz, plus, skills, marksmanship, master, Heavenly Thunder Technique. Beginner plus, Underworld Thunder Armor, Beginner plus, Fist Technique, Intermediate plus, Thunder Spear, Advanced plus, Chain Thunder Gun, Intermediate plus, Thunder Flash, Advanced plus, Thunder Prison, Intermediate plus. Lightning Gale Break, Master plus, Body Refinement, Thunder Immortal Body, 4th level plus, Ability Points 48429 from advancing from the peak of the second tier to the lower third tier. Su Jingming's physique and spirit had both increased by nearly 400 points. His vitality had even broken through the 2000-point barrier. Su Jingming could feel the rich vitality within him, surging like a river, endlessly flowing and rushing forward. However, when his gaze swept to the section on abilities, Su Jingming couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Before entering the Demon Cave, there were 13,000 ability points on the system panel. After entering the Demon Cave, he continuously killed enemies and accumulated another 35,000 ability points. Altogether, he had a total of 48,000 ability points. Yet, behind the S-level ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, there was still no plus sign appearing. With 48,000 ability points, it should be enough for me to advance from Tier 3 to Tier 4, yet it's still not enough to upgrade my ability. Su Jingming felt a bit helpless. Of course, compared to advancing from Tier 3 to Tier 4, evolving the S-level ability to SS level was naturally more tempting. After all, SS level was not the end. Once it was confirmed that the Deep Blue system could evolve abilities, the legendary SSS level abilities would be within reach. I'll accumulate a bit more. If I can't upgrade my ability even when I reach a full 50,000 points, then I'll temporarily give up. Prioritize upgrading first, then hunt fierce beasts. Su Jingming silently made a decision in his heart, but before that, I need to return to the supply base. Today was the 8th, and the day after tomorrow, the 10th, was the day when the final rankings for the new students from the 3 schools would be determined, and he certainly wouldn't miss it. Remember, the reward for first place is the ability to choose any combat technique from the top 3 universities' combat technique library for study. I just wonder if there are any suitable SS-level lightning combat techniques for me to learn. Even before the final scores were tallied, Su Jingming was already looking forward to the reward for first place. Of course, he had his own confidence. With my score, securing first place should be no problem. Su Jingming tapped on the smart wristband on his arm. A light blue holographic image projected before him. Name, Su Jingming School, Magic City Ability. University score, 402,341. That's right, his score had accumulated to a whopping 400,000 points. As for why he had such a high score, it was because in the past month he had killed over 20 Tier 4 lower fierce beasts. Each Tier 4 lower fierce beast was worth 10,000 points, and those 20 plus beasts alone brought him over 200,000 base points. Adding in the other fierce beasts he had hunted, his score reached a terrifying 400,000 points. Of course, the process of hunting fierce beasts was not always smooth sailing. Su Jingming had encountered several life and death crises. The closest brush with death occurred after he had finished hunting a group of peak Tier 3 fierce beasts when he encountered a Tier 5 mid-level Gale Terror Wolf. The moment he saw this Gale Terror Wolf, Su Jingming understood that this was the greatest life and death crisis he had faced. Therefore, without any hesitation, he consumed a third-grade Blood Fury pill, activated Thunder Extreme State, and unleashed Thunder Flash to escape. Frantically. However, during his escape, he was still hit by a wind blade. That terrifying wind blade tore through the protection of his S-level Infernal Thunder armor and B-level battlesuit, striking him in the back. If it had been an ordinary Tier 2 upper ability user, even a wind blade that had been weakened twice would have been enough to slice them in half. But Su Jingming's indestructible thunder body had reached the 4th level. His physique was robust. The wind blade only lost its momentum and dissipated after penetrating about 7 or 8 centimeters into his back. His entire back was drenched in the blood that gushed out. The excruciating pain that followed nearly made Su Jingming faint. However, he still persevered with his strong willpower and ultimately shook off the Tier 5 mid-level Gale Terror Wolf. Afterward, Su Jingming drank a bottle of S-level Earth Spirit Spring and rested in a cave for 2 full days. During that time, he took 4 or 5 second-grade healing pills refined by Jiang Chuxian, and only then did he fully recover. Even now, there was still a faint scar on his back left by that wind blade. Although the efficiency of harvesting ability points in the Demon Lair is high, it is also extremely dangerous. Even with the Deep Blue system by his side, Su Jingming never arrogantly believed he could walk through the middle of the Demon Lair unscathed. It was precisely because of this caution that he managed to escape life and death crises multiple times. Once I break through to the 3rd tier, today's training ends here, we'll head back tomorrow.
Su Jingming slightly closed his eyes and entered a light sleep state. Early the next morning, he rushed towards the Shunan supply base. On December 10, today was the day when the 3 top universities decided the final score rankings for the new students. Although it was only 7 in the morning, the first floor hall of the main building at the Shunan supply base was already bustling with people. Most of these individuals were new students from the 3 universities, along with many curious social ability users. If it weren't for the spaciousness of the main hall, it would have been impossible to accommodate so many people. In the very center of the hall stood a massive black machine. This was the score tallying machine. Simply placing the smart wristband back into the machine would allow for the score ranking to be calculated. Beside the tallying machine sat the team leaders from the 3 top universities, including the vice president of Magic University, Ling Shuang, along with numerous mentors. Occasionally, someone would hurriedly walk in from outside, throwing their smart wristband into the machine to confirm their final score ranking. I scored 1201 points, ranked 1023. What a pity, I was so close to breaking into the top 1000. What a pity. You submitted your wristband yesterday. The real big shots will show up today, and your ranking will probably drop quite a bit. That's true, those big shots must have terrifying scores. The new students from the 3 universities were all discussing among themselves. Most of the new students had actually returned to the supply base in the past few days, having already submitted their wristbands and received their rankings. However, they also knew that the most crucial moment was this final day. No, it was the last 2 hours. These 2 hours were definitely the most competitive time for the big shots. Just as the new students in the hall were quietly discussing, a girl dressed in a silver-white battlesuit walked in through the entrance. The girl had a charming and stunning appearance, and her figure, wrapped in the tight battlesuit, possessed a maturity that belied her age. It's Song Chiuyun, the second-place new student from Magic University. Song Chiuyun not only had an exceptional appearance and figure, but her strength was also formidable. Many among the new students recognized her. So when she arrived, everyone looked at her expectantly, eager to see her final score and ranking. As Song Chiuyun entered the hall and scanned the crowd with her beautiful eyes, she did not find that familiar tall figure among them. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she then stepped forward to the machine in the center of the hall. She removed her smart wristband and placed it inside. Buzz, the machine whirred to life, checking the recorded videos of her kills against fierce beasts in the smart wristband to determine if there was any cheating. Moments later, a mechanical electronic voice announced, Song Chiuyun from Magic City Ability University, score confirmed. Total score 12,131 points. Ranking first. In the next moment, on the holographic projection displayed in the hall, Song Chiuyun's name leaped to first place, radiating a brilliant golden glow. Over 12,000 points. Impressive. TSK, no wonder she's the second new student from Magic City. Compared to her, Li Qingji from Magic University is still lacking a bit. The new students all exclaimed in awe. Currently, although all the scores in the top 10 were above 10,000, the highest score in first place was only 11,000 points. Song Chiuyun's 12,000 points naturally overshadowed everyone else. However, everyone was also aware that the S-rank Kirin from Jing University and the S-rank Su Jingming from Magic University had not yet returned. Song Chiuyun's first place was only temporary. Well done, said Ling Shuang, the vice president of Magic University, smiling in encouragement. Thank you for the compliment, principal. Song Chiuyun nodded slightly and quietly stood to the side. Song Chiuyun? Is she the direct descendant of the senior Song from Sichuan province? After Song Chiuyun left, Su Ping, the vice president of Xinjiang Ability University, asked curiously. She is the great-granddaughter of senior Song. Ling Shuang, the vice president of Magic University, nodded slightly. Although they were all grandmasters, Song Chiuyun's great-grandfather, Song Daoyuan, had been active 80 years ago. For those grandmasters who had only risen in the last decade or so, he was indeed a figure of the past. The direct bloodline of a grandmaster family with quite good talent. It's rare to send her to school instead of nurturing her within the family, Su Ping remarked in surprise. Generally, well-established martial saint or grandmaster families would choose to cultivate their exceptionally talented descendants within the family rather than sending them to top universities. After all, the resources available at top universities are also available to those long-established families, and might even be better. The Song family from Sichuan province, where Song Chiuyun came from, was such a well-established family. Xiaoyun, not bad, you scored 12,000 points, said her Aunt Zhou-Ying, who had been waiting in the hall as she saw Song Chiuyun return safely. She breathed a sigh of relief, twisting her slender waist, and smilingly approached Song Chiuyun. Then, she looked a bit puzzled. Oh, your little boyfriend didn't come back with you? No, after entering the magic cave, he separated from me a few days later and went into the central part of the cave alone. Song Chiuyun shook her head slightly. She hadn't expected that Su Jingming still hadn't returned by now. I see, her Aunt Zhou-Ying suddenly understood and was quite appreciative of this approach. If Su Jingming had stayed with Song Chiuyun after entering the magic cave, that would have been underestimating him. By the way, you two didn't do anything else in the wilderness area, right? After a pause, her Aunt Jo Ing leaned in a bit closer and asked somewhat subtly, "What other things?" Song Choyun was slightly taken aback, noticing a hint of suggestive ambiguity in her aunt's eyes. It dawned on her what the other party was implying, and her pretty face quickly turned pink as she pouted. "And how could that be? As long as there's nothing, that's good." Her Aunt Jo Ing finally felt relieved. After Song Choyun arrived, new students continued to return, confirming their scores and rankings. Among them, the S-rank Kiran from the foreign aid of Qingjing Ability University also entered the hall shortly after 8 o'clock. It's Kiran, the S-rank foreign aid from Jing University. He's back. He should be the first place, right? I wonder how many points he scored, but it should be at least 50 or 60,000. About that, after all, he is a third tier and an S-rank ability awakener. Listening to the discussions of the new students around him, Kiran, with his black and yellow face characteristic of his home country, wore a broad smile, clearly enjoying the attention. He quickly walked to the machine in the center of the hall and placed his smart wristband inside. After a short wait, the electronic prompt sounded. Kiran Rao from Qingjing Ability University, score confirmed. Total score, 113,264 points. Ranking, first place. Boom! Kiran Rao's name jumped directly to the first position on the holographic ranking board, in the center of the hall. And his score, which was a full 100,000 points higher than Song Choyun's, left everyone in the hall dumbfounded. His score is actually 110,000. That's outrageous. My score doesn't even compare to a fraction of his. The gap is too big. Song Choyun only has 12,000 points. Although it was well known that Kiran was an external aid brought in by Jing University, the enormous score difference still left the new students from Moda University and Jinda University with bitter expressions. This is too unfair, it's simply unplayable. 110,000 points, it seems I should congratulate Principal Su in advance for securing first place. In the mentor area of the hall, Jiang Quan, the vice president of Jincheng Ability University, congratulated Su Ping, the vice president of Jing University. "Oh, not at all, I just took advantage of the situation." Although Su Ping spoke humbly, the smile on his face was radiant. Whoever secures first place will have priority in resource allocation for this event. Even if the second and third places are taken by Su Jingming and Song Choyun from Moda University, it doesn't matter. As long as they have priority in resource allocation, that's already enough. Vice President Ling Shuang, standing nearby, narrowed her eyes but said nothing. Although the hope was very slim, given Su Jingming's confidence displayed during the last meeting, perhaps he could surprise her. As Kiran arrived, almost all the heavyweight figures of this new student competition were present, except for Su Jingming. It is worth mentioning that after Kiran, a male student named Dongsheng from Jincheng University, who had reached the second-tier mid-level, scored 13,000 points, surpassing Song Choyun's 12,000 points, securing second place. However, in the face of Kiran's terrifying 110,000 points, the new students, while surprised by the other's second-tier mid-level rank, did not create much of a stir. Time quickly passed, and soon it was 8:52. Only 8 minutes remained until the deadline for score submission at 9 o'clock. At this time, most new students had already submitted their smart wristbands and received their score rankings. However, Su Jingming's figure still had not appeared in the hall. Su Jingming, from Moda University, hasn't returned yet? Could something have happened? That's possible. After all, the demon cave is too dangerous. No way. Minggu often went to the wilderness area when he was at school. He shouldn't be that careless. The new students whispered among themselves. Those who were not familiar with Su Jingming, only having heard his name, were just puzzled as to why he hadn't arrived yet. However, new students from Moda University, like Lu Wentao, who were more familiar with Su Jingming, couldn't help but feel worried. Song Choyun also frowned slightly. Kiran from Jing University, although appearing puzzled on the surface, secretly hoped that Su Jingming wouldn't return. After all, there is a competitive relationship between the countries of Blue Star. If Daxia could have one less S-level, then perhaps the country of Indu, where he was from, could have one less powerful enemy in the future. Su Jingming is back. Just then, a surprised voice suddenly came from the entrance of the hall, causing everyone to instinctively look over. Sure enough, a tall and slender young figure walked in with steady steps. It was the long-awaited S-level from Moda University, Su Jingming. Although the new students from the three schools basically accepted that Kiran would take first place in this study trip with a luxurious score of 110,000, Kiran was still 2 years older than the new students and was an external aid from another country. Apart from Jing University, the new students from the other two universities naturally found it hard to feel close to him. But Su Jingming was different. He was an S-level from Daxia. He was the same age as everyone else, and his level had already reached an astonishing second-tier upper level. For such a formidable peer, the new students naturally held a great admiration. They even quietly began to applaud. "Go for it. You're the best. Brother Ming, no matter the results, you are our pride at Magic University." The applause started off softly but gradually grew louder. Of course, some perceptive new students noticed that Su Jingming's aura was a bit too strong, seemingly surpassing the second-tier boundary.
However, seeing everyone around them starting to applaud, they felt it inappropriate to voice their concerns and could only silently join in the clapping. Yet, in their eyes, there was a hint of expectation. Weaklings huddling together for warmth. Kiran snorted coldly, muttering to himself in his native tongue. As he listened to the applause and cheers echoing in his ears, Su Jingming, who had been walking steadily, paused slightly. Goodness, I haven't even counted the scores yet. Why does it feel like I've already been deemed the loser? Looking up, he saw Kiran's first place score on the holographic leaderboard and finally understood. 110,000 points. This was indeed a score that could leave most new students in despair. However, unfortunately for him, he was not an ordinary new student. Upon seeing Su Jingming appear, the vice principal of the instructor area, Ling Shuang, also breathed a sigh of relief. She soon noticed that Su Jingming's level had reached the 3rd tier. 3rd tier? So soon? Although she was somewhat surprised, she quickly reacted and said softly, Jingming, you're about the only one left. Hurry up and upload your results. Okay. Su Jingming nodded slightly and then stepped into the center of the hall under everyone's gaze. He took off the smart wristband from his wrist and placed it into the machine. Buzz, the machine whirred to life, beginning to verify the beast-killing footage recorded in the smart wristband. How many points do you think Su Jingming will get? I guess he should be able to score around 50 or 60,000 points. After all, he's also at the 2nd tier. That's about the score, but unfortunately, with Kiran around, there's no way to take first place. The new students whispered among themselves, waiting for the machine to announce the final results. However, compared to previous tests, this time the verification seemed to take an unusually long time. After about 30 seconds, when the new students could no longer help but wonder if the machine was broken, a much more elevated electronic announcement finally rang out in the hall. Su Jingming from Magic City Ability University. Results confirmed. Total score 405,637 points. Ranking 1st place. Boom. On the holographic leaderboard in the center of the hall, the name Su Jingming shone with a dazzling golden light, forcefully suppressing Kiran's name down to claim the 1st position. Following the name was the number 405,637. This left many new students dumbfounded, and the entire hall fell into silence. 400,000 points? I must be seeing things. After a while, a voice from somewhere finally broke the silence. Immediately, the crowd erupted. Holy crap! 400,000 points. This is insane. Is the S-class of Magic University this strong? The score is almost 4 times that of the foreign aid from Jing University. This is too crazy. Even if I spent a month without sleep hunting first-tier beasts, I couldn't score that much. The new students went wild. What does 400,000 points even mean? To know, killing a first-tier beast only yields 20 points. 400,000 points means killing 20,000 beasts. Within a month, that averages out to 666 beasts a day to accumulate that many points. Killing 666 beasts in a day, even if the beasts offered no resistance and just stood there, you couldn't possibly kill that many. In shock, some of the new students who had just led the applause couldn't help but wish to slap themselves twice. This score, does it even need encouragement? It's a complete crushing defeat. 400,000 points? In the mentor area, the vice presidents of both Jing University and Jin University were momentarily stunned by this sudden terrifying score. The vice president of Mo University, Ling Shuang, also narrowed her eyes. Although she had anticipated that Su Jingming might bring her a surprise, she never expected it to be this significant. So sudden. In the entire hall, perhaps only Song Choyun had anticipated this. Looking at Su Jingming, who was the center of attention, a sweet smile graced her pretty face. 400,000 points, that's truly astonishing. Her aunt, Joang, couldn't help but feel shocked, her ample chest rising and falling slightly with her breath. After a while, she finally calmed down. Then she noticed Song Choyun, who appeared unfazed beside her, and couldn't help but ask, did you already know Su Jingming's score? No. Song Choyun shook her head, her face serious, but I know that any miracle happening to him wouldn't be surprising. Amidst the astonished discussions of the new students, all casting shocked glances at Su Jingming, Kiran from Jing University had a grim expression, silently roaring inside. 400,000 points? His score is 3 times higher than mine? How is that possible? As an S rank, Kiran couldn't accept that Su Jingming, who was of a lower rank, had such a high score. On the other hand, before inviting them to Qingjing Ability University, it had been clearly stated that only those who secured first place in the research trip would be provided with the promised cultivation resources. But now, with the score being crushed, if he couldn't get first place, wouldn't that mean he came for nothing? No. Su Jingming, your score can't be this high. Kiran's eyes reddened slightly, growling softly like a wounded beast. Principal Su, I request an investigation into Su Jingming's smart wristband. I suspect he has cheated. Cheating. This was an extremely serious accusation. Not only did it question Su Jingming's character, but it also implied that there was a problem with the detection machine. The new students from Mo University immediately became anxious. What the hell? If you can't compete, you say cheating. Isn't that just playing dirty? Principal Su Jingming's results are indeed a bit too astonishing. I think it would be better to check the records in the smart wristband.
A lean man from Indu, who was Kiran's mentor, suggested. He was a 7th-tier master who had arrived with Kiran from Dasha.
Principal Ling, what do you think?
Although Principal Su also felt that Su Jingming's score was somewhat excessive, he naturally wouldn't easily decide to check the records, instead turning to Ling Shuang beside him for her opinion.
Checking the records is certainly fine.
Seeing Ling Shuang nod in agreement, Principal Su breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to have someone start the investigation.
However, the next moment, Ling Shuang's slightly cold voice
rang out again. But if, after checking the records, it turns out that Su Jingming did not cheat, how will you handle it then? The vice president of Mo University, Ling Shuang, did not deliberately lower her voice. Thus, when her cold voice echoed, the entire hall fell silent. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ling Shuang was expressing her dissatisfaction. After all, on one hand, the smart wristbands
and scoring machines had been rigorously reviewed by the 3 top universities. Since the equipment did not detect any issues with Su Jingming's score, then naturally, his score was valid. Now questioning the score was tantamount to questioning the machine's reliability. This was a slap in the face to the 3 top universities.
Jing University, being involved in the interests, naturally doesn't care about this.
But Jing University and Mo University might not think the same way. On the other hand, our Mo University has been unfairly accused of cheating at the S level. If we really did cheat, then fine, it's our Mo University's problem. But what if we didn't cheat? Can we just laugh it off and say it was a mistake? It's not that easy. All of us are top universities who would be willing to swallow this grievance so easily. The new students in the hall also understood this logic, and many Mo University freshmen had slightly flushed faces from excitement. No wonder our Mo University's vice president is so impressive. Truly domineering.
In the mentor area, Su Ping, the vice president of Jing University, felt the situation was tricky upon hearing this. The vice president of Mo University, Ling Shuang, was over 10 years younger than him, and he thought he could easily handle her. But unexpectedly, she was so difficult to deal with. After all, anyone who could reach the 8th-tier Grand Master level in abilities was not easy to fool. Thinking of this, Su Ping couldn't help but feel angry at Kiran, this incompetent teammate. In another way, instead of doubting cheating, he could have just said he wanted to see Su Jingming's kill footage, which wouldn't have put him in such a passive position. But the other party was invited by his own school, so no matter how incompetent the teammate was, he had to bear it himself.
After pondering for a moment,
Su Ping nodded and said, students who naturally cannot suffer unjustly. If the recorded footage shows no issues, Jing University is willing to compensate him with an S-level cultivation resource.
An S-level cultivation resource. This clearly showed Jing University's sincerity. Ling Shuang's expression also softened slightly. In that case, let's check the records in the smart wristband. Jingming, come over
here. In the center of the hall, Su Jingming, who had witnessed the entire process, couldn't help but smile. What a stroke of luck, doing nothing and getting an S-level cultivation resource for free. Where could one find such good fortune? So, with a smile on his face, he walked over to the vice president of the mentor area, Ling Shuang. Beside him, Su Ping, the vice president of Jing University, frowned slightly
upon seeing Su Jingming's relaxed and joyful demeanor. Could it be that he really made a mistake? After a while, Su Jingming's smart wristband was taken out from the machine by the relevant staff.
Buzz. The holographic projection in midair flickered slightly and then disappeared. In its place, the footage of Su Jingming fighting in the demon cave was projected from the smart wristband.
I want to see how you got this 400,000 points.
Kiran crossed his arms, his expression confident.
He could see that Su Jingming had entered the 3rd tier, but so what if he had? As an S level, it was impossible for him to be so far behind in points. Wow,
his shooting skills are incredible. I probably won't ever have such shooting skills in my lifetime.
Not only his shooting, but Su Jingming's control over his abilities is also terrifying.
Although the outer area of the demon cave was filled with low-tier ferocious beasts, Su Jingming's decisive and agile shooting skills, along with his powerful control over lightning abilities, made the new students gasp in amazement from time to time. His shooting is fierce and domineering, his movements are agile, and his combat intuition is extremely sharp.
What's even more commendable is that he wastes not a single ounce of strength or ability. In the mentor area, the mentors from the 3 top universities couldn't help but nod frequently. For them, 6th-tier ability users, the battles of ordinary students were undoubtedly like children playing house.
But Su Jingming was different. His fighting style was extremely seasoned. It was completely unrecognizable as that of a freshman.
Your shooting skills have already reached the master level? Ling Shuang asked in surprise.
She had left after the opening ceremony, so she didn't know about Su Jingming's performance in the freshman competition.
It was a lucky breakthrough. Su Jingming did not hide it. Master level is not something that can be achieved by luck.
Ling Shuang remained non-committal, yet a faint smile appeared on her delicate face marked by a tear.
Mole.
It was clear that Su Jingming's performance pleased her greatly.
The smart wristband only recorded the battle scenes of killing ferocious beasts. Su Jingming's fights often ended quickly, almost always in a single strike.
Thus, nearly 10 minutes later, a holographic image in midair displayed Su Jingming and Song Choyun arriving at the edge of the water pool, discovering the source water giant
crocodile. This source water giant crocodile is so large. Looking at the number of water arrows and the density of its scales, this must be a 4th-tier ferocious beast, right? I can't believe there are 4th-tier ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the magic cave. I'm glad I didn't encounter one. Hey, what is the S-class doing standing there? Why isn't he leaving? Based on its size and the dense
number of water arrows, everyone recognized that this was a 4th-tier source water giant crocodile. However, they were surprised to see that Su Jingming on the screen seemed to have no intention of leaving. Instead, his eyes were slightly closed, surrounded by thunder. Could he be planning to kill this 4th-tier ferocious beast? Someone boldly speculated, but others expressed doubt. An S-class is only at the 2nd-tier upper level. Killing a 4th-tier beast 2 tiers above is unlikely. Just as everyone was discussing, suddenly, there was a crackling sound,
accompanied by a tremendous roar of thunder. A bolt of lightning that pierced the heavens struck down in the holographic projection. Immediately, the entire hall seemed to be attacked by a flashbang, engulfed in a sea of blue-purple light. Damn! My eyes. My ears. This is outrageous. Is this the thunder released by Su Jingming? The reason it's called a holographic projection is that it provides an immersive experience. So, when Su Jingming unleashed the heavenly thunder technique and summoned the lightning, everyone was caught off guard and experienced what it meant to be blinded by the light. Fortunately, the brightness came quickly and faded just as fast. After the heavenly thunder technique, the hall quickly returned to normal. However, everyone was shocked to discover that on the holographic projection, the once imposing 4th-tier source water giant crocodile had turned into a charred corpse. The 4th-tier source water giant crocodile was killed in an instant? Everyone was momentarily stunned.
Meanwhile, Kiran, whose face was originally confident and
dark yellow, suddenly had his pupils shrink in disbelief. Is this a spell-type S-class combat skill? Unlike ordinary B-class or A-class combat skills, S-class combat skills are incredibly powerful and often require meeting a series of thresholds to learn.
Additionally, even with a teacher's guidance, the learning period for S-class combat skills can last 1 to 2 years. Therefore, even Kiran himself had
only mastered one S-class combat skill.
But he never expected that Su Jingming, who was 2 years younger than him, had also mastered an S-class combat skill.
And it was a long-range spell type. Wasn't he using a spear? How could he master a spell-type combat skill? The expression on Kiran's dark yellow face was quite remarkable. He possessed a strengthening type S-class ability, and the S-class combat skill he mastered was also a close combat type.
Although he could kill 4th-tier lower-level ferocious beasts like the source water giant crocodile with all his might, 4th-tier ferocious beasts are often the leaders
of their packs.
After using an S-class combat skill to kill a 4th-tier beast leader, he would be too exhausted to deal with the remaining peak 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Thus, although he had also killed a few 4th-tier ferocious beasts, he had only targeted isolated ones.
However, Su Jingming's long-range spell-type S-class combat skill was different. It didn't require risking his life. After releasing the combat skill, he could simply retreat. Is this heavenly thunder technique? Am I not seeing it wrong? In the mentor area, a master from the Element Academy recognized Su Jingming's S-level combat skill. He couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. In the entire Element Academy, there were very few students who mastered this S-level combat skill. How could Su Jingming, a freshman from the Weapon Academy, have already learned it? Vice President Ling Shuang of the Magic University was also somewhat surprised, but she quickly regained her composure. With a faint smile on her face, she turned to the Vice President of Jing University, Su Ping. President Su, do we need to continue watching?
Su Ping shook his head and sighed. Let's stop here, there's no need to watch any further.
As soon as this lightning-based S-level
combat skill was displayed, he knew that Su Jingming indeed had the capability to score over 400,000 points.
Just a freshman, and he has already mastered an S-level combat skill. Su Jingming, you are impressive. The S-level cultivation resources will be sent to you shortly. Although Jing University and Magic University were competitors, Su Ping couldn't help but admire Su Jingming's brilliance as an S-level talent. From Daxia, he just didn't expect that despite all the preparations, Jing University would ultimately lose to Magic University.
With a sigh, he felt a bit regretful. If he had known Su Jingming was such a prodigy, they should have spared no effort to recruit him during the special admissions process.
Thank you for the compliment, President Su. Su Jingming was in high spirits, smiling. Principal Ling,
congratulations to you all for securing first place and achieving 5 consecutive championships. Although they lost, Su Ping still graciously offered his congratulations.
Congratulations, congratulations. The Vice President of Jing University also chimed in. He had no regrets about the outcome. After all, their school didn't have a single S-level talent. They had long since given up. What a terrifying thunder. This must be an S-level combat skill. No kidding, can you show me an A-level combat skill with this kind of power? S-level abilities, combined with S-level combat skills, the power is truly terrifying. That Kirin said others were cheating. Well, look at this, he's been slapped in the face.
Listening to the surrounding freshmen's admiration for Su Jingming and their mockery of him, Kirin still felt a
bit unwilling.
But now that the evidence was right in front of him, he could only remain silent. Time quickly passed to 9 o'clock and most of the freshmen scores had been tallied. Of course, there were definitely some who hadn't been counted. Those who hadn't been counted either didn't make it back in time or encountered accidents in the magic cave. These individuals would be accounted for in the following days. If any accidents did occur, the various universities would handle them appropriately. Vice President Su Ping of Jing University stood up from his seat and summarized the competition during this study. Trip has concluded, and based on the scores, the rankings are as follows. First place is Magic City Ability University with a resource allocation of 41% in priority distribution rights. Second place is Qingjing Ability University with a resource allocation of 31.5%. Third place is Jincheng Ability University with a resource allocation of 27.5%. As soon as Vice President Su Ping's words fell, the entire hall erupted with cheers from the freshmen of Magic University. We won. We are first place. Turning the tide. Minggu is so cool. 5 consecutive championships, we did it. This is our Daxia's S-level. A multitude of gazes turned toward Su Jingming. There was pride from his fellow students, as well as admiration from rivals like Jing University and Jin University. Those who had truly sparred with Su Jingming, like Li Qingji and Lei Zhou, were also filled with emotion. As new students, compared to them, Su Jingming's rate of progress was simply too fast. Additionally, the resources allocated to our 3 universities this time are rare and exotic flowers and plants grown on the outskirts of the Demon Cave. Tomorrow, all new students will enter the planting area for harvesting under the guidance of their respective mentors. After the collection is complete, each university, the research trip will last a total of 1.5 months. The first month will be a competition to kill fierce beasts, while the latter half will involve separate classes taught by the mentors from each university. After all, the Demon Cave is an excellent venue for practical combat courses, and it cannot be wasted. Vice President Su Ping of Jing University spoke about the subsequent precautions. The S-class Kirin from Indu quietly approached his mentor, Shalman Khan, and asked in Indu language, "Teacher, are we really just going to run this trip for nothing? The S-class from Daxia is too strong. We are powerless against it," Shalman replied, somewhat helpless. He had initially thought that the task from Jing University would be easy to accomplish and had readily agreed to pay the reward after securing first place. But he never expected that the S-class from Daxia would be so monstrous. "Mentor, can you discuss with Principal Su whether I can have a direct match with Su Jingming? If I lose, we will give up our resources, but if I win, the promised resources will still be given to us intact," Kirin pondered. "Oh, you have confidence?" Shalman's eyes lit up. If that were the case, Jing University and Moda University might still have a chance to compete. Moreover, they could gain corresponding benefits in the process. Su Jingming's spell-based S-class combat skills require 1 or 2 seconds to release. In a one-on-one fight, I will definitely win, Kirin nodded. As an S-class ability user specializing in enhancement, he was fully confident in close combat. "Alright, I will talk to the principal about it later." After a moment of contemplation, Shalman ultimately chose to agree. On one hand, as Kirin's mentor, he knew how formidable Kirin was in close combat. On the other hand, the resources promised by Jing University were too tempting, and they did not want to give up easily. "Alright, that's it for today. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, all new students will gather in the square in front of the main building to enter the Demon Cave and collect exotic flowers and plants." After the vice president of Jing University spoke for more than 10 minutes about the important matters to pay attention to in the following half-month, he announced the disbandment of the team. The competition of this research trip ultimately concluded with Moda University winning first place, achieving the honor of a 5-time championship. Su Jingming's outstanding performance in the Demon Cave was still a hot topic of conversation among everyone until the team disbanded. "How do you plan to arrange the mentor's teaching time for the next half-month?" In the mentor area, Vice President Ling Shuang of Moda University looked at Su Jingming with interest and asked, "Enter the Demon Cave and continue hunting fierce beasts," Su Jingming answered honestly without hiding anything. "You've been fighting continuously for almost a month, aren't you tired?" As an 8th-tier grandmaster, Ling Shuang had seen many geniuses who awakened S-class abilities, but this was the first time she had seen an S-class like Su Jingming who worked so hard, even to the point of exhaustion. Thus, a hint of curiosity appeared on her fair and delicate face. Tired, Su Jingming did not deny it. His roommate Lu Wentao often said he seemed like a robot programmed to follow a schedule. He attended classes, trained, and ventured into the wilderness area at the same time every day. But he was not a robot, he was a living person. He could feel hunger and fatigue, especially in the Demon Cave, where he had to remain mentally alert at all times to face any potential emergencies. It was impossible to say he wasn't tired.
After a pause, Su Jingming added, but only by doing this can my strength continue to improve rapidly. He was speaking the truth. After all, the Deep Blue system required ability points to level up. If he didn't go hunt fierce beasts, his speed of improvement would slow down significantly. The crisis between life and death indeed sharpens a person. Ling Shuang thought for a moment, but one must know that balance is key. You need to understand this principle. Every entry into the demon cave comes with enormous risks. In the era when fierce beasts were rampant, this approach would have been fine. But now, fierce beasts and humans are generally in a state of equilibrium. Human geniuses have ample time to develop. There's no need to gamble with their lives. I understand. After the research trip ends and I return to school, I'll rest, Su Jingming said earnestly. That's good to hear. Ling Shuang nodded and then smiled lightly. You did very well in this competition. The school will reward you based on your performance. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. Additionally, once the S-class training resources promised by Jing University arrive, I'll let you know. Thank you, Principal. Also, while I was in the demon cave, I encountered. Su Jingming briefly described the situation he faced by the pond to Ling Shuang. Divine blood, indeed it is the blood of a 9th tier Beast Emperor, classified as SSS level training resources. Of course, the portion you absorbed should have been diluted. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to absorb a complete Beast Emperor's blood no matter what. Ling Shuang first confirmed the origin of the divine blood. As for why you could directly absorb the Beast Emperor's blood, it should be related to the body forging combat techniques you've learned. You need to ask your teacher about that. I don't have much impression of the Blood Moon sect. It shouldn't be a major religion, so there's no need to pay special attention. Understood. Su Jingming nodded slightly. If it were an ordinary religion, he might not have inquired further. The expression of that person before death was too strange to ignore. Well, go rest, you must be tired. Seeing Vice Principal Ling Shuang and the mentors getting up to leave, Song Choyun, who had been waiting nearby, quickly stepped forward. The aunt, Zhouing, shook her head at the sight and followed suit. 400,000 points, congratulations. Jingming on getting first place, Song Choyun said with a beaming smile. It's alright, the difficulty wasn't too high. In fact, compared to this first place, the S-class training resources obtained for free from Jing University made Su Jingming even happier. If 400,000 points are considered not too difficult, then my 12,000 points must be kindergarten level? Song Choyun exclaimed in surprise, and she didn't continue on that topic, introducing her aunt beside her. By the way, let me introduce you, this is my Aunt Zhouing, the head supervisor of the Shunin supply base. Su Jingming had already noticed the beautiful woman beside him, who had a figure as curvaceous as Song Choyun's, but he didn't expect her to be Song Choyun's aunt. Hello, Supervisor Zhou, Su Jingming greeted politely. You're Xiaoyun's friend. No need to be so formal, just call me Aunt Zhou. Zhouing nodded slightly. The Song family, while not resorting to marrying off family members for support, still required that the spouse of the clan leader's daughter be exceptionally outstanding. And whether in physique, appearance, or strength, Su Jingming could be said to be a dominating presence among his peers, especially with that bolt of heavenly thunder. Just now, it showcased the immense potential hidden within Su Jingming. By the way, this is for you. Zhou Ying's spatial ring flickered slightly and a black card appeared out of thin air, handed over. This is the Song family's black gold card. From now on, when you purchase products under the Song family, you can enjoy a 20% discount. The Song family's black gold card? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow but didn't immediately choose to accept it. A historical family like the Song family from Sichuan province encompasses various industries, including battle gear, rare herbs, and medicinal pills. It is easy to imagine the value of a black gold card that can give an 80% discount. However, he understood the principle of no reward without effort, so he calmly said, Aunt Zhou, if you need my help with anything, just let me know. Without a doubt, Su Jingming's demeanor once again won Zhou Ying's favor. She chuckled lightly and said, you don't need to help with anything. About a month ago, I made a bet with Xiao Yun on whether you could take first place. Now, I've lost, and this black gold card is the wager. You made a bet, but the stake is given to me? Is there such a good thing? Su Jingming was slightly taken aback and hadn't had the chance to speak. Song Choyun directly took the black gold card from her aunt's hand and forcibly shoved it into his hands. Anyway, I can't use this black gold card, so it's better for you to have it since you update your equipment quickly. Su Jingming suddenly had several question marks above his head. Song Choyun's action inexplicably gave him the feeling of being supported by a wealthy woman. However, since she had said so, he couldn't refuse any longer. After politely thanking her, he accepted the black gold card. Alright, I'll head up first. Xiaoyun, if you need anything here, just contact me. After Aunt Zhouing swayed her figure and left, Lu Wentao and Shi Dongxia appeared out of nowhere. Wow! Mingge, you are simply a forever god. Amazing, you've surpassed the S-class from Jingda. Lu Wentao gave a thumbs up and Shi Dongxia's little face flushed with excitement. Su Jingming's earlier scene of turning the tide with 400,000 points was indeed thrilling to watch. Just in time, let's go eat. Su Jingming smiled. According to tradition, after returning to the supply base, they would definitely have a big meal, so it was perfect to go together now. After the meal, Su Jingming originally planned to return to the dormitory. But unexpectedly, he received a notification from Vice Principal Ling Shuang on the way, asking him to come to the temporary office at the supply base. The S-class training resources from Jingda have arrived so soon? After saying a few words to Song Choyun and the others, Su Jingming hurried to the supply base. As he was nearing Ling Shuang's temporary office, he saw Jingda's S-class Kirin in there. Mentor walking out of the office. Upon seeing Su Jingming, Kirin narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Su Jingming, I may not be as good as you in hunting fierce beasts, but I hope you won't refuse the challenge later. After saying that, Kirin and his companion left without looking back. What's wrong with them? Su Jingming frowned but ignored them and walked straight into the open temporary office. Inside the temporary office, besides Vice Principal Ling Shuang, there was also Vice Principal Su Ping from Jingda. Jingming, you're here, have a seat. I called you over because I wanted to discuss something with you. Ling Shuang gestured for Su Jingming to sit on the sofa. Vice Principal Su Ping came to me wanting Kirin to have a match with you. The wager from Jingda is 20% of this resource share, and our wager is half of the relic pass. I wanted to ask for your opinion on whether you want to compete in this match. Kirin wants to have a match with me? Su Jingming finally realized what the other party's earlier words at the door meant. He then felt a bit confused. If Kirin wants to challenge me, he can just come directly to me. Why go through you, Principal? Because we don't want to give up yet, Vice Principal Su Ping from Jingda said with a smile. To be honest, among the resources that our 3 universities are competing for this time, besides the rare flowers and herbs, there is also the relic pass that Principal Ling just mentioned. There are a total of 40 relic passes, which account for 20% of this resource share. Of course, now that your magic university has taken first place, you have priority in allocation. These 40 passes will definitely belong to you. Just as Kirin was also thinking about their batch of resources, I came to find Vice Principal Ling. Let's see if we can arrange a duel for you, which would solve everything at once. Relic pass? What is that? Su Jingming asked in confusion. Exchanging 20% of the resource share for 20 passes seemed quite precious. Jingming, you should know that our Blue Star has many ancient civilization relics. This relic pass is a ticket to enter one of those ancient civilization relics, Ling Shuang explained. Principal Su and the others brought in S-class external aid precisely for these 40 passes. So it was a ticket to enter ancient relics. Su Jingming suddenly understood. According to what he learned in the history course at Magic University, before this generation of civilization, there was another ancient civilization. The ancient civilization also had fierce beasts and the existence of ability users, and its level of development was truly magnificent. Not only was the science and technology extremely advanced, but their understanding of abilities was also very profound. However, it was unclear why, at the peak of its development, the ancient civilization suddenly came to an end and was buried deep underground. It wasn't until thousands of years later, when ability users reappeared on Blue Star, that these relics were excavated again. Some of the top ability training methods and SSS level combat skills of humanity today were obtained this way. The ancient civilization relics scattered across Blue Star, some could be entered directly, while others required special passes. The relics that could be entered directly had basically been completely looted. Only those relics that required passes still had some good things to be found. Therefore, passes for ancient civilization relics were generally very sought after. These 40 passes correspond to the number 9 civilization relic. The number 9 civilization relic opens once a year, and only ability users of levels 4 to 6 can enter. If you are willing to participate in the duel with Kirin and win, I can give you one of the passes. When the number 9 civilization relic opens again next year, if you reach level 4, you can choose to enter. If you don't reach level 4, you can return the pass to the school in exchange for an S-level training resource. Ling Shuang looked at Su Jingming with her beautiful eyes. Now, it's up to your choice. Inside the civilization relic, everything depends on chance. If luck is poor, you might not get anything. But if luck is good, you could soar to great heights. This time, the entry level for the civilization relic is restricted to levels 4 to 6. Among the 3 major universities, whether it's the top students or the level 6 mentors, they can all make use of it. That's why Jing University, after losing the first place, still wants to compete for it again. Make your choice, it's okay if you don't want to. Su Ping's attitude was very friendly. In fact, from his perspective, fighting on a small stage, Su Jingming, who has S-class lightning abilities, would indeed be at a slight disadvantage compared to Kirin, who has S-class enhancement abilities. Moreover, Su Jingming had just entered level 3 not long ago, and he couldn't compare to Kirin, who had been at level 3 for over half a year. Even if Su Jingming refused, he wouldn't be surprised. However, faced with the inquiries of the 2 principals, Su Jingming nodded without thinking. Both principals, I am willing. Good. Su Ping's eyes lit up. Then it's settled. The time is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the location is at the supply base arena. Principal Ling, I will go notify Kirin now, so I won't stay longer. As if afraid Su Jingming would regret it, Su Ping hurriedly got up and left after explaining the time and place. I didn't expect you to agree so readily, you have quite a bit of confidence? Vice Principal Ling Xuan was also a bit surprised. It's okay, probably about a 90% chance of winning, Su Jingming said. In fact, he originally wanted to say 100%, but after thinking about it, it was better to leave a little room for error. After all, Karen is also an S rank, so he deserves some respect. A 90% win rate is just okay? Ling Xuan raised an eyebrow. If Principal Su hears you say this, he will definitely think you are arrogant. Is that so? After thinking for a moment, Su Jingming said seriously, alright then, I believe I have a 100% win rate. You guy. The usually cold Ling Xuan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The previous remark was meant to make you tone it down, but unexpectedly, it only made you more brazen. However, even though they had only interacted a few times, Ling Xuan understood that Su Jingming was steady and resolute, and he wouldn't boast without reason. Saying he had a 100% win rate meant he truly believed it. I'll be there for the arena match this afternoon, so I look forward to your performance. Don't worry, I won't let you down, Principal. Alright, you can go back and rest now. Vice Principal Ling Xuan watched Su Jingming leave, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. She couldn't help but look forward to the afternoon's match. She wanted to see what gave Su Jingming the confidence of a 100% win rate. In a room in the supply base's main building, Kiran and his mentor also received the notification from Principal Su. He actually dared to accept. Then don't blame me for being rude. Kiran's eyes glinted coldly. He had no personal grudge against Su Jingming, but the latter's performance in the morning was practically a slap in his face. This resentment had to be vented properly. By the way, teacher, what if I? Kiran made a gesture across his throat. If the Great Xia Kingdom lost an S rank, it would benefit them. And accidentally killing someone in the arena was quite normal. Just defeat him, don't intentionally kill him. Teacher Sharman shook his head. This afternoon, the vice principals of the 3 major universities will likely be present. If you intentionally kill him, you'll definitely be stopped. Even if you succeed by chance, we won't be able to leave Great Xia alive. The vice principal of the Demon University was a master of spatial abilities. To save someone under a 3rd-tier ability user was almost a matter of thought. Kiran was slightly taken aback, then nodded in understanding. I see. Regarding the battle between Su Jingming and Kiran, Vice Principal Ling Xuan and Vice Principal Su did not keep it a secret. They even deliberately released the news. After all, a battle between 2 S ranks held significant learning value for the new students. Thus, the news that Su Jingming and Kiran would engage in a one-on-one battle at 2 p.m. spread like wildfire among the new students of the 3 schools. A duel between 2 S ranks. Can't wait. Who says otherwise? Both sides are 3rd tier. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. By the way, the S rank of Demon University is advancing way too fast, right? That's what makes it exciting. In the hall, only a few people had noticed Su Jingming entering the 3rd tier. After the team disbanded, the news spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Basically, all the new students knew that Su Jingming had entered the 3rd tier. While marveling at this astonishing advancement speed, the new students couldn't help but look forward to the afternoon's match. Teacher, I encountered a special situation in the Demon Cave. On the other side, after leaving Teacher Ling Xuan's office, Su Jingming immediately called Teacher Yang Zhentian. It was also the first time Teacher Yang heard about such a situation. Surprised, he prepared to finish what he was doing and then rushed to the Demon Cave for confirmation. The teacher also said, next get some good rest and then have a match with Kiran. Su Jingming hadn't had a good night's sleep at all while in the Demon Cave. After returning to the supply base, there were only 2 important things to do, eat and sleep. So, after hanging up the phone, he set an alarm for 1:42 p.m. He then lay down on the large bed in his room and fell into a deep sleep. Besides Su Jingming, Song Xiaoyun was equally exhausted, but she woke up around 1:30 p.m. After waking up, she didn't disturb Su Jingming in the room across from hers. Instead, she took the lead and headed to the arena area of the supply base with Qi Dongxia and Lu Wentao. At 1:52 p.m., the audience seats in the usually somewhat empty arena area of the Shunin supply base were filled with quite a few people. These were mostly new students from the 3 schools, along with some social ability users who came to watch the excitement. Song Qiuyun, Qi Dongxia, and Lu Wentao sat in a relatively forward position in the audience. In the front row of the audience seats were Vice Principals Ling Xuan, Su Ping, and a group of mentors. Su Jingming has just entered the 3rd tier, and the S-level combat skill he has mastered is a long-range spell. Facing Kiran, who excels in close combat, he might be at a disadvantage. There is definitely a disadvantage, but how do you know Su Jingming doesn't have other trump cards? That's true, it depends on whose trump cards are more effective later. Based on the clips displayed on the smart wristband in the morning, if Su Jingming and Kiran encountered each other in the wild, there was no doubt that Su Jingming would win. After all, the S-level thunder technique was terrifyingly powerful. In a wild encounter, it was very likely that one could be killed by a strike before even seeing the opponent. However, the arena was different from the wild. The space was confined.
Kirin was an S-level enhancement ability user who was extremely skilled in close combat. He would not give Su Jingming a chance to unleash the thunder technique. Therefore, most of the mentors believed that Su Jingming was at a disadvantage.
Of course, many mentors also thought that Su Jingming might have other hidden cards, so the outcome was still uncertain.
On the far right of the front row, Kirin, a robust figure with slightly bulging chest muscles, sat there. Beside him lay a large knife about a meter long. The sharp blade of the knife gleamed with a chilling light under the overhead lights.
Can you believe some people think Su Jingming has other trump cards?
Kirin scoffed at the discussions around him. In his view, the only potential trump card could be an
S-level combat skill.
It was already lucky for Su Jingming to master a long-range spell of S-level.
How could he possibly have a second one? Did they really think S-level combat skills were that easy to learn?
Time quickly passed, and finally, at 1:56 p.m., Su Jingming walked in under the gaze of the crowd. Although he had been seen more than once, his tall and slender figure dressed in a black combat suit, his resolute and rugged features, along with the faint cold aura formed from long-term battles in the wilderness, still made the young girls in the audience gaze at him with fervor.
He's finally here, Su Jingming. Come on, to Arena 4.
The supply base arena area had a total of 5 arenas, each a 30 by 30 meter square. Seeing Su Jingming arrive, Kirin brandished his long knife and jumped directly onto Arena 4, which was
closest to the audience.
He wanted all the new students present to clearly see how he would trample Su Jingming. It seems you're a bit impatient. Su Jingming glanced at him indifferently and leaped onto
the arena. Then, with a slight flash of his spatial ring, a 2-meter-long black-green spear appeared out of thin air. Clang! Holding the spear in his hand, just planting it on the ground produced a resonant sound.
A fierce aura belonging to a third-tier ability user surged forth.
They're coming! The duel of the 2 S-levels.
The new students in the audience widened their eyes in anticipation, and Vice President
Jiang Yamo of Jin University also stood up from his seat.
I will preside over this arena competition. During the battle, if either side loses consciousness or concedes, the battle will be considered over, and no further pursuit is allowed. Of course, you don't need to deliberately restrain your strength. With several vice presidents present, we can interrupt the battle at any time, so there's no need to worry about
life-threatening injuries. Since both Mo University and Jin University have vested interests, the vice president of Jin University serves as the referee.
Please both sides prepare, the match is about to begin.
Jiang Yamo, an 8th-level grandmaster with water element abilities, raised his right hand towards Arena 4.
With a whoosh accompanied by the sound of flowing water, a thin layer of transparent mist enveloped
the entire arena.
This is a protective barrier similar to an energy shield designed to prevent the residual waves of battle from splashing out.
After making the final preparations, Jiang Yamo began the countdown. Both sides ready. 3, 2, 1, start. Vantian Beast Sovereign. Boom!
At the moment the battle began, Kirin activated his abilities.
His already strong physique instantly expanded, and his height
of 1.9 meters shot up to 2 meters. His black and yellow skin, characteristic of the Yendu nation, turned pale. The pupils in his eyes suddenly dilated, occupying 3/4 of the eye socket, and turned a
deep crimson. Moreover, 2 thick black horns burst forth from beneath his hair. An S-class enhancement type beast ability, Vantian Beast Sovereign. Once his ability was activated, a primal and bloody aura
surged forth, filling the entire venue. The new students in the audience couldn't help but feel their hearts race.
Su Jingming, come on, do you want to try your S-class long-range spell first? Kirin, holding a large blade, stood there after activating his abilities, seemingly in no hurry to attack.
Instead, he looked at Su Jingming, who was 10 meters away, with a teasing expression. At this distance, if Su Jingming dared to unleash the delayed thunder technique, he could end the battle in the blink of an eye.
Is this the S-class enhancement ability? Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Kirin, Su Jingming's
fighting spirit gradually boiled within him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Speaking of which, since entering the 3rd tier, I haven't fully unleashed my abilities yet.
Just right, let's see
how you fare against it. The moment his words fell, amidst the astonished gazes of the new students in the audience, terrifying blue-purple lightning suddenly erupted from Su Jingming, spreading outwards. Crackle, the sharp and rapid sound of thunder resonated throughout the venue.
The entire arena seemed to transform into a thunderstorm zone. Countless violent bolts of lightning crackled and danced. When he
was at the 2nd tier upper level, Su Jingming's purple sky divine thunder could extend about 15 meters. But after entering the 3rd tier, this range doubled, reaching an astonishing 30 meters.
The arena was already small. Thus, when Su Jingming's purple sky divine thunder erupted, it created a terrifying scene reminiscent of a thunderstorm zone. Crackle, the violent blue-purple lightning filled the arena, and the
thin layer of mist surrounding it was shaken to the brink of collapse.
Has the mist already reached its limit just from the ability's eruption? Vice President Jiang Mo of Jin University was somewhat
surprised. This layer of mist could withstand the attacks of ordinary A-class peak 3rd tier ability users. However, he didn't expect that there were already signs of it breaking down at the very beginning.
He waved his right hand, replenishing the mist with his abilities, which stabilized it once more. If the vice president was merely surprised, the new students in the audience were utterly shocked, because they discovered that the lightning flashing randomly on the arena carried a terrifying energy aura that could easily annihilate them. Is this the S-rank ability of the demon, Su Jingming, the purple cloud divine? Thunder? Truly terrifying.
Many people looked at Su Jingming, who stood on the arena surrounded by thunder, like a thunder god, with difficulty. They were all newcomers. How could he possess the power to
annihilate us?
On the arena, Kirin, who had activated his enhancement ability, could withstand the overwhelming thunder, but the sting from the thunder striking his battlesuit and penetrating his skin still made him furrow his brows. He had fought against lightning-type ability users before, but once the S-rank ability was activated, he felt as if he were a rubber insulator. The thunder could hardly inflict any
damage on him. However, Su Jingming's thunder was different, continuously eroding his body. If he stayed in this thunder-filled environment for too long, he would definitely lose. It seems I need to end this quickly. Kirin's gaze sharpened as he charged forward with his battle knife.
Generally speaking, lightning-type ability users would not confront enhancement-type users head-on.
However, Su Jingming on the
opposite side showed no fear and instead charged straight at him.
Oh, not choosing to flee, but instead launching a counterattack against me? Kirin's expression was full of mockery. Then let me show you the unmatched power of enhancement-type ability users.
Swish! Kirin's large knife slashed down at an incredible speed. This strike did not use any combat techniques, it was simply fast to the extreme.
However, Su Jingming's spear was even faster.
Before Kirin's large knife could close in, Su Jingming's spear was already about to stab him.
An inch longer, an inch stronger.
The advantage of the spear was vividly
illustrated at this moment. Not good. Ordinary ability users could not defend after striking. However, Kirin executed an incredible maneuver, retracting his large knife and blocking it horizontally in front of him. Clang!
The sharp tip of the spear struck the broad blade. The immense force transmitted from the blade made Kirin's expression change slightly.
He could feel that Su Jingming's strike was actually on par with his own strength. But how could this be? He was an S-rank ability user with enhancement abilities.
After activating his ability, he should have been crushing the lightning-type users in terms
of strength. You seem quite surprised? Su Jingming, retracting his spear, wore a faint smile, but there is no law stating that lightning-type ability users must be weaker than enhancement-type. After absorbing
the Beast Emperor's blood, his S-rank body enhancement technique, the indestructible Thunder Body, had already reached the 4th level. It should be noted that his senior brother, Lu Ming, at the peak of the 3rd stage, was only at the 3rd level.
Moreover, Su Jingming had previously used ability points to enhance his physique. Now, the vitality value representing his physical strength had already surpassed 2,000 points. It was expected that he would be on par with Kirin in terms of strength. Indeed, there is no law stating that. The mockery on Kirin's face completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness.
I originally wanted to play with you, but it seems that won't be possible now. From the records of his smart wristband yesterday, he had discovered that Su Jingming's marksmanship had already reached
a master level.
Meanwhile, his own swordsmanship was merely at an advanced level.
He had initially thought to use brute force to suppress Su Jingming with his robust physique as an S-rank enhancement type user.
But now, with both sides' strengths being similar and the spear inherently countering his large knife, if this continued, he would surely be outplayed by Su Jingming's master-level marksmanship.
Su Jingming, you should be grateful that I can defeat you with my full strength. Come, face your fear. The beast sovereign descends. Kirin let out a roar like a ferocious beast. In the next moment, a violent
surge of blood energy erupted from his body, creating an upward draft. As the blood energy surged, his already towering figure of over 2 meters rose again, reaching 2 meters and 20 centimeters.
His muscles swelled.
The towering horns on his head seemed to undergo a second growth, transforming into devil-like curved horns. At the same time, his skin, which had turned pale after activating his powers,
faintly radiated a sense of the divine.
The blue-purple lightning that filled the entire arena seemed to encounter some invisible barrier.
A vacuum zone formed around him. Su Jingming, do you dare to compete with me in strength again in this form?
Kirin's face was filled with overwhelming confidence.
Beast Sovereign descends. S-class battle technique.
Applicable to ability users with A-class or above beast type.
Enhancement abilities.
After releasing this battle technique, the abilities would be further enhanced. The S-class ability, the Celestial Beast Sovereign, combined with the S-class battle technique, formed
Kirin's current formidable form.
And this was his greatest reliance.
Is this all of Kirin's strength? It looks really strong. Beast Sovereign descends. I saw this battle technique in the school's battle technique library. It's an S-class technique.
It's actually an S-class technique. No wonder Kirin dared to initiate the challenge. The new students in the audience were buzzing with discussion, most
of them feeling worried for Su Jingming.
In the front row of the audience, Su Ping, the vice president of Jing University, and Kirin's mentor, Charmin, both had the same 2 words flashing in their minds.
Stable.
Meanwhile, Vice President Ling Shuang in the center blinked her clear eyes and suddenly remembered. The dean of the Weapon Academy, Yang Jintian, seemed to have a similar S-class battle technique. As his disciple, Su Jingming should also know it, right? Just as she was thinking this, Su Jingming's voice, slightly tinged with a smile, rang out from the arena. Compete with you in strength again? Sure. As his words fell, while everyone was still puzzled, the blue-purple lightning that had been raging on the arena suddenly blazed brightly. Crackle, accompanied by a thunderous roar reminiscent of 1,000 birds. Chirping, a far more intense lightning erupted from around Su Jingming. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Su Jingming's height began to rise. Soon, he reached a height of 2 meters and 1 centimeter. Against the backdrop of his black battlesuit, the nearly perfect contours of his muscles were prominently displayed. Su Jingming's clear and determined eyes were replaced by dragon-like vertical pupils swirling with blue-purple lightning. Moreover, the aura emanating from Su Jingming was different from the lightning extreme state he had displayed in the source water wilderness. In addition to endless brutality, it also carried a hint of faint nobility. What the hell? What's going on? I just glanced at my phone, and how did 2 monster bosses suddenly appear in the arena? A new student widened his eyes in disbelief. Bro, these aren't monster bosses. Su Jingming and Kirin have entered the second phase. Amidst the shock, another new student instinctively swallowed hard and replied, still saying they're not bosses? They're already using the second phase title. The earlier speaker couldn't help but curse inwardly. The second phase is a stronger form that monster bosses in online game dungeons enter when their health drops to a certain level. It was surprisingly fitting to describe Su Jingming and Kirin in the arena at this moment. Kirin on the arena was stunned. How did you also undergo a form change? Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Jingming, he instinctively asked, S-class battle technique? Correct, but unfortunately, there is no reward. In Su Jingming's dragon-like vertical pupils, surrounded by thunder, there was not a trace of emotion. He raised his left hand, slightly clenched towards Kirin, and a voice as majestic as a deity echoed, Thunder Prison. Crack! A blue-purple thunder instantly formed a cage, completely restraining Kirin in place. It's a restraining combat skill. Not good. He is about to unleash that S-class Heavenly Thunder combat skill. Kirin's expression changed drastically. If Su Jingming succeeded in releasing it, there would be no way to play anymore. I'll risk it. Blood armor. Kirin's blood surged, forming a defense that resembled armor on the surface of his body. Immediately after, his towering figure, standing at 2 meters 2, forcibly sprang out from the Thunder Prison. Crackle, despite the dual protection of the blood armor and B-class combat suit, the powerful thunder generated by the prison struck him, causing him to grimace in pain. He felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and his movements slowed down a bit. However, before he could catch his breath, he heard a loud bang and sensed a deadly danger approaching from the front. Dash! Kirin quickly used a movement-type combat skill to dodge to the side. The next moment, a thunder spear flew past the edge of his body. Boom! The thunder spear struck the arena floor behind him, exploding with a deafening roar. The ground was blasted into a large pit, and amidst the slight tremors, a mushroom cloud filled with violent blue-purple thunder slowly rose from the spot. What a terrifying thunder spear! Kirin swallowed hard. If it had hit him directly, he would probably be severely injured if not dead. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Jingming's lightning flash and suddenly disappear from his original position. The next moment, the towering figure surrounded by lightning appeared right in front of him. At the same time, a black-blue long spear, swirling with electricity, lunged at him like a dragon, lightning galebreak. So fast? Having just used a movement-type combat skill, Kirin's blood was still surging, and he couldn't use it again. Thus, facing this incoming strike, he could only hurriedly block with his long knife. Clang! The long spear struck the large knife, producing a deafening sound. The immense force transmitted from the large knife made Kirin lean back, struggling to withstand it. It's over. This thought just flashed through his mind when the towering figure, resembling a thunder god, swung the long spear again. Chain Thunder Spear. The terrifying spear shadows, carrying monstrous thunder, attacked, and Kirin, whose center of gravity was disrupted, could not defend himself at all. He could only watch helplessly as the long spear lunged at him. As long as I can withstand this move, I still have a chance. Kirin's expression hardened, preparing to take this blow head-on. Whoosh! 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 In less than 0.5 seconds, Su Jingming had already thrust out 7 spears in succession. By the time Kirin came to his senses, he had already sustained 7 bloody holes on his body. Yet, under the dual stimulation of S-class enhancement abilities and adrenaline, Kirin surprisingly felt no significant pain. At this moment, he finally stabilized his center of gravity, his expression turning ferocious as he swung his knife fiercely. Now, it's my turn. Facing Kirin's imminent counterattack, there was not a flicker of emotion on Su Jingming's resolute face. He simply uttered one word, explode. As soon as the words fell, the 7 wounds on Kirin's body flickered with lightning. The next moment, with a loud bang, the 7 wounds on Kirin's body suddenly exploded. Under the powerful shock of the thunder explosion, his body was hurled away as if struck head-on by a speeding train.
It was only after crashing into the boundary's misty protective net that his momentum was finally halted.
Puff! Kirin, who fell to the ground, was already a bloody mess, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood on the spot. In the next moment he felt a sharp gunpoint pressing against his forehead.
Just an inch further, and it would pierce his skull, completing the kill. I concede. Feeling
the deadly threat, Kirin spoke with some difficulty. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had indeed lost, and he had no temper about it at all.
In the face of Su Jingming's powerful physique and his
skilled use of lightning-type abilities in combat techniques, he felt utterly powerless. Perhaps once both sides entered a special state, his fate was already sealed.
The victor is Su Jingming.
Vice Principal Jiang Mo of Jin University announced the result, somewhat unexpectedly.
Thus, this S-Class confrontation against another S-Class came to an end.
Kirin, a seasoned third-tier S-Class, was ruthlessly defeated by Su Jingming in a nearly crushing manner.
Ugh, this is terrifying. It wasn't until Vice Principal Jiang Mo announced the winner that the new students in the audience reacted.
Their faces were
filled with shock and awe. It was fast. Too fast.
They had thought this S-Class battle would last over 10 minutes, even half an hour.
But in reality, it ended in less than 2 minutes. Su Jingming's almost overwhelming performance left a deep impression on everyone. A lightning-type ability user defeating a strength-type user? How was that even possible? They couldn't comprehend it. I have to say, Brother Ming's combat techniques were so well connected, giving Kirin no chance at all. Yeah, if it were me, I definitely couldn't be that decisive. If it were you probably wouldn't even be able to handle Kirin's casual strike, right?
Although the new students didn't quite understand the combat techniques Su Jingming used, they could see that the combinations were extremely fluid.
Kirin was given no chance to catch his breath.
Using Thunder Prison to restrict movement, then using Thunder Spear to force Kirin to use his movement techniques. After that, advancing with Thunder Flash, connecting to Lightning Gale to
disrupt Kirin's balance, and finally finishing with a series of Thunder Spears.
This entire set of combat techniques was tightly linked. Any mistake in the middle would have made such a clean defeat impossible. The mentors from the 3 schools in the front row nodded frequently.
Compared to the new students, they could analyze things in much more detail.
But the more they analyzed, the more they realized how terrifying Su Jingming was. On one hand, to complete this set of combat techniques, one must have an extremely strong combat awareness. On the other hand, a high level of proficiency in these techniques was also
required. So the question arises. As far as they knew, Su Jingming had already practiced 2 S-Class combat techniques. The Thunder Flash, Thunder Spear, and others he just used were all A-Class techniques. How did Su Jingming practice so many high-level techniques to such a high level of proficiency? Impressive. Is this all the strength you have, Jingming? In the audience, Song Choyun, Shi Dongxia, and Lu Wentao were all in shock. They knew Su Jingming was strong, but they never expected him to be this strong. Especially Song Choyun, the genius girl from Sichuan province, felt that even a casual bolt of lightning from Su Jingming could kill her without a doubt. Brother Ming is coming down. Lu Wentao's eyes lit up, and the group quickly got up to leave the audience. 2 S-Class combat techniques, plus numerous A-Class techniques, and a fierce combat awareness. Kirin's defeat was not unjust. Looking at Charmin, who hurriedly went on stage to check on Kirin's situation, Su Ping, the vice president of Jing University, couldn't help but shake his head. Principal Ling, we admit our defeat wholeheartedly. That 20% share of resources is yours now. Additionally, the S-Class resources promised to Su Jingming will likely be delivered tomorrow afternoon. Not having obtained those 20 relic passes, they instead lost 20% of their resource share. Even Su Ping, as the vice president, couldn't hide the bitterness on his face as he sighed and got up to leave. Well done, this is the pass for the number 9 civilization relic. I'll give it to you first. Looking at Su Jingming, who was walking down from the arena, Vice Principal Ling Shuang's delicate oval face, marked by a beauty spot at the corner of her eye, showed a hint of satisfaction. Achieving the S-Class rank as a newly promoted 3rd tier and defeating Kirin with such overwhelming force was indeed an impressive accomplishment. Saying this, Ling Shuang handed over a card the size of an ID. The card was entirely deep black, with one side depicting a high-tech building design. The other side seemed to record something in an unknown language. Su Jingming curiously glanced at it but couldn't make out anything, so he casually stored it in his spatial ring. Additionally, you secured 1st place for our school, which comes with a reward of 10,000 credits. This reward should have already been credited. You can check it on the school's official website. As for the S-Class resources promised by Jing University and the qualification to select combat techniques from the 3-school combat technique library, you can collect all of them after gathering the exotic flowers and herbs in the magic cave tomorrow, Ling Shuang said softly. Although there was a large plantation of exotic flowers and herbs around the magic cave, nearly 3,000 new students from the 3 schools would be working together. It would take less than half a day to finish the harvesting. In fact, there were dedicated pickers at the plantation, but after a month of fierce competition, the school wanted the new students to relax a bit in this environment and gain some novel experiences. Okay. Su Jingming's eyes lit up slightly.
This study trip not only secured him the Relic Pass but also provided S-Class cultivation resources and a substantial amount of credit rewards,
making it a bountiful harvest.
Additionally, he had a large pile of beast materials and the exotic flowers and herbs he had collected in his spatial ring. The exotic flowers and herbs needed to be saved for Jiang Chushen to refine into pills, while the beast materials could all be sold.
By then, it would be another significant sum of money coming in. Jingming, what an exciting battle! Just as vice principal
Ling Shuang left, Song Choyun and a few others approached with smiles. By the way, the corpse of that 4th-tier source water giant crocodile is still in my spatial ring, don't forget to take it.
Song Choyun reminded. I was just about to mention that.
Su Jingming nodded with a smile. Let's head to the supply base's material acquisition center now and process this batch of beast materials.
His 10 cubic
meter spatial ring was almost entirely filled with various beast materials. He urgently needed to free up some space, otherwise, he couldn't fit anything else in.
Go ahead, Minggu. We've already sold all the beast materials we had. Lu Wentao and Shi Dongxia were still only first-tier upper-level ability users. Even at the edge of the magic cave, they hadn't ventured too deep inside, so they returned to the supply base yesterday afternoon and took care of their related matters. Alright, then we'll head out first. Su Jingming waved his hand and walked with Song Choyun towards the exit of the arena area. Minggu, amazing, so awesome, it was a complete domination.
Minggu, come play at Jing University sometime.
Tisk, why can't Minggu come to Jing University?
At this moment, the new students were also leaving. On the way to the exit of the arena area, whether they knew him or not, everyone was greeting Su Jingming. Even many students from Peking University wore enthusiastic smiles on their faces.
Additionally, there were some young girls preparing to leave, hoping to ask for contact information.
However, upon seeing the stunning figure of a graceful woman accompanying Su Jingming, they couldn't help but sigh quietly
and abandon that thought.
In the face of everyone's enthusiasm, Su Jingming smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his friendliness. But when his gaze swept over a slender young man in the distance, he was somewhat surprised.
The man's aura seemed to vaguely reach the mid-level of the 2nd tier. There was such a strong individual among the freshmen.
Curiously, he turned to Song Choyun and asked, Choyun,
do you know who that person is?
Song Choyun, with her almond-shaped eyes following Su Jingming's gaze, spotted the young man and nodded slightly. I know him, he is Dong Sheng from Jin University, ranked 3rd.
So it's him.
With a mid-level 2nd-tier rank, no wonder he ranks higher than you, Su Jingming said, suddenly enlightened. He had seen this name on the ranking list in the morning but hadn't matched it with the real person. However, it's rare for a freshman to reach the mid-level of the 2nd tier. Song Choyun, a talented girl backed by a great master family, was only at the lower level of the 2nd tier herself. It was surprising that Dong Sheng was even stronger than her. She wondered about his background.
What's so rare about it? You're also a freshman, yet your rank is even higher. You're already at the
3rd tier. Song Choyun shrugged slightly. Ever since she met Su Jingming, she found it hard to be surprised by any other prodigies her age. After all, none could compare to Su Jingming's talent.
That's different. How is it different? I said I have a cheat that can instantly boost my level. Do you believe it? Is that so? Guess whether I believe it or not.
Su Jingming joked with Song Choyun as they took the elevator to the 8th floor of the supply base to purchase beast materials. When Su Jingming mentioned that he had a large amount of 4th tier and peak 3rd tier beast materials, the two were immediately respectfully invited into the manager's office. In the end, the beast materials Su Jingming had sold for over 240 million at a high price. As for Song Choyun, her earnings were much less, only
around 10 million.
Of course, given her status, the money earned from killing beasts was nothing significant. After selling the beast materials, Su Jingming, who had been fighting continuously for over a month, decided not to continue training.
He took a break and prepared to go with Song Choyun to the city center of Shunan. Due to the presence of the number 7 magic cave, Shunan's economic development was
second only to Guiyang, the capital of Qian province. The city center of Shunan was also filled with towering buildings and was exceptionally prosperous. Among them was the Nannan pedestrian street, which had
been built just 2 years ago in the city center.
Its exquisite and avant-garde decoration, along with a variety of shops, made it very popular among young people. Today was December 10th, Saturday. Schools and universities were on break, and young workers were also enjoying their day off. Therefore, even though it was only 5 in the afternoon, still early before the nightlife began at 9, there were already
many people entering and exiting at the entrance of Nannan pedestrian street. Among them were couples chatting and laughing, groups of college students and high school students still in their blue and white uniforms, just released from their studies. Compared to the groups of ability users near the Shunan supply base, most of these were ordinary people, with only an occasional glimpse of 1 or 2 ability users. Boom! At that moment, accompanied by the low rumble of an engine, a brand new silver Mercedes S100 sports car, exuding a luxurious aura, drove in from a distance and stopped not far from the entrance of Nannan pedestrian street. The latest model of the Mercedes S100 is equipped with the newly developed Ronghao engine. It accelerates to 100 kilometers per hour in less than a second. The top speed exceeds 430
kilometers per hour, truly a ground-hugging flight. Of course, the price is extremely high, over $20 million.
However, a sports car priced at $20 million is not uncommon in the affluent Shunan city.
Yet, this latest Mercedes S100 has only released a limited number of slots.
Simply having money is not enough to buy it.
Thus, such a special luxury sports car naturally draws curious glances from pedestrians.
On the roadside,
whoosh, the scissor door of the passenger seat opened, and a girl around 19 years old stepped out of the car. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her beauty was stunning.
Her long black
hair was tied up high, revealing her fair neck.
She wore a thin black hooded jacket on top with a white women's t-shirt underneath. The t-shirt was slightly tight, showcasing her proud fullness while perfectly outlining her waistline, which had no excess flesh.
Her long, proportionate legs were clad in light blue jeans that hugged her legs like a second skin. Even her calves were tightly wrapped, presenting an incredibly alluring curve of her legs and hips, making one unable to resist the urge to feel that amazing elasticity.
Nanan Walking Street has never lacked youthful and beautiful girls, but it is rare to see
someone as stunning and curvaceous as her. Her appearance caught the attention of many men around, who brightened up, swallowed hard, and began to whisper among themselves,
"Wow, what a stunning beauty! How does she manage to be so young yet have such a mature figure? I bet the driver is an old man. No way, this girl seems to be an ability user. So what if she is? Rich people love this kind of thing."
Some speculated with a wicked sense of humor.
In fact, such situations are not uncommon on Nanan Walking Street.
Every weekend, many couples of different ages can be seen on the streets.
Whoosh, the scissor
door of the driver's seat opened, and it was not the old man that the onlookers had guessed. Instead, a strong young man stepped out. As winter approached, most people were dressed in thick autumn clothes. But this young man wore only a thin black t-shirt, revealing arms with muscles that were perfectly proportioned, like a work of art. Unlike the girl, this young man had a strong and resolute demeanor.
A simple
glance from him seemed to carry a powerful pressure, causing the surrounding pedestrians to quickly avert their eyes. Those who had previously speculated maliciously shrank their heads like ostriches and continued
walking.
"Going out with you seems to make things a lot easier," Song Choyun said with a smile, feeling the gaze on her lessen significantly.
"What, do you want me to be your bodyguard?" Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. "Bodyguard? Sure, as long as you're willing to come, you can make any request." Song Choyun looked at Su Jingming, her phoenix eyes subtly shimmering with flirtation. "What I want, you might not be able to afford."
Su Jingming cleared his throat, decisively choosing to end the topic, and smiled. "By the way, your aunt's Mercedes S100 does feel quite nice." Su Jingming naturally didn't own a car. This
one was borrowed from Song Choyun's aunt's garage.
Unlike in his previous life, one could obtain a driver's license at 16 in Daxia. Su Jingming had already gotten his license during the summer of his
first year in high school. If a sports car worth over 20 million doesn't feel good, then what's the point? Song Choyun chuckled.
In fact, her aunt had many cars in her garage, and she had just casually taken
one out. "Excuse me, do you need parking service?"
At this moment, a staff member standing at the entrance of the pedestrian street approached and respectfully asked, "You just need to park it properly." Su Jingming nodded and handed the car keys to the staff member. Luxury sports cars like this one come with non-removable global positioning systems, so there's no fear of losing them. Moreover, the staff member
likely wouldn't have the guts to take the sports car away on their own.
"All right." The staff member took the keys and carefully went to park the car. The keys could be picked up later, so Su Jingming and Song
Choyun directly stepped into the Nanan pedestrian street.
Autumn nights tend to arrive early, even though it was only 5 in the afternoon. However, the sky already bore a hint of darkness, and the shops along Nanan pedestrian street had all turned on their lights early.
Amidst the dazzling lights, almost every shop entrance had a holographic projector.
The images projected from above showcased their respective products. There were cosmetics and clothing for ordinary people, as well as weapons and battle gear needed by ability users.
Let's first check out the equipment store. Su Jingming's B-grade battlesuit had
been damaged during a life and death crisis encountered in the middle of the demon cave. In the afternoon, he had inquired at the supply base. Such extensive tearing was extremely difficult to repair, costing
at least over 3 million Daxia coins.
Su Jingming had only spent a little over 10 million on the entire B-grade battlesuit, and now the repair alone would cost 3 million, which was simply not worth it. Since he still had ample funds on hand, he might as well directly switch to an A-grade battlesuit. Song Choyun had visited this place several times during high school and was well acquainted
with the layout of the shops in the pedestrian street.
Under her guidance, Su Jingming quickly purchased an A-grade battlesuit produced by the Huiyang Equipment Company. It is worth mentioning that Huiyang
Equipment is considered a relatively good equipment manufacturer throughout Daxia.
However, Su Jingming was surprised to learn that it actually belonged to the Song family's industry.
After presenting the black
gold card, the A-grade battlesuit, originally priced at over 150 million, ended up costing just over 110 million.
The amount he spent, which he had never dared to imagine in his past life, was casually spent by him now. This made Su Jingming reflect. Anything related to ability users is definitely more expensive than the last. As for Song Shoyun, the wealthy girl, she naturally chose the most visually appealing battle suits. Of course, the ones she selected were only C-grade suits, which were not too expensive. After purchasing the equipment, Song Shoyun suggested bringing some local specialties from Qian province back for senior Jiang Chuxian. So, Su Jingming spent several tens of thousands of dasha coins again. He bought a large number of specialties, which almost took up 1/10 of the space in his space ring. Compared to the over 100 million spent on the battle suits, Su Jingming felt that spending these tens of thousands was much more fulfilling. By the time they finished buying everything, it was already past 10 in the evening. After having dinner at a restaurant, the two drove back to the Shunin supply base. Having received the divine mandate, the gods endure forever, in a secluded villa within the Shunin supply base complex. The windows of the villa were tightly covered with curtains, and the entire interior space of the villa seemed to exist independently. The Archbishop of the Divine Mandate Church held a piece of pure white beast bone floating in midair, with his eyes slightly closed in prayer. In the living room of the villa, there were more than 10 ability users hidden in black robes, with a blood moon emblem on their backs, praying along with him. These ability users exuded a powerful aura, all having reached the 6th tier. After a moment, the prayer gradually ceased, and the Archbishop slowly opened his eyes. Is everything arranged at the plantation? Yes, Archbishop, everything has been arranged. A robust middle-aged man in a black robe replied. Good. The Archbishop nodded slightly. You lot are responsible for dealing with the teachers from the 3 major universities. Kill as many as you can. If you can't, there's no need to force it. The most important thing is the sun side. Those 2 S ranks are all yours. No problem? No problem. I should be quite close to them tomorrow. A young voice emerged from the shadows of the villa. Very good. A sinister smile appeared on the Archbishop's cold face. Of course, if they are willing to embrace my heavenly destiny sect, that would be even better. After a pause, he looked at the many 6th tier ability users inside the villa, his cold expression gradually turning excited. Everyone, tomorrow will be the most magnificent stage for my heavenly destiny sect. We will announce our existence to the great Xia in the most brutal and bloody manner. I look forward to your performance. Once the heavenly mandate is granted, the gods will endure forever. A synchronized voice echoed from within the villa, each 6th tier ability user wearing a bloodthirsty fervor on their faces. The next day, at 8:54 in the morning, the square in front of the main building of the Shunin supply base was already packed. New students filled the area, their expressions excited as they whispered to each other. Although they were only going to the demon cave to collect rare flowers and herbs, everyone was fully armed. Behind them, they carried black tactical backpacks for storing the rare flora. I've heard that our great Xia has plantations in every demon cave. Now I can finally see it with my own eyes, Lu Wentao and the group exclaimed excitedly. Beside him, Su Jingming also showed an expression of anticipation. Rare flowers and herbs could bring many benefits to ability users and were key materials for refining pills and potions. Humans had made many attempts to cultivate more rare flowers and herbs. They later discovered that the more dangerous the wilderness area, the higher the survival rate of these plants. Therefore, more than a dozen demon caves in Great Xia had plantations, and the number 7 Demon Cave was no exception. Of course, at present, humans had only mastered large-scale cultivation methods for rare flowers and herbs below C-rank. Above C-rank, the survival rate significantly decreased, and S-rank was purely a matter of luck. As for the higher SS and SSS ranks, there was no chance at all. Humans could not cultivate them. The plantation of rare flowers and herbs in the number 7 Demon Cave was said to cover an area of over 10,000 acres, with countless varieties planted. It's deep autumn now, most rare flowers and herbs should be in full bloom, and the plantation must be beautiful. Song Choyun's eyes sparkled slightly. Unlike ordinary plants, rare flowers and herbs often bloom in autumn. In high school, she had visited a plantation once under her aunt's guidance. Unfortunately, it was winter then, and the rare flowers and herbs had already been harvested once. The scenery was still quite nice, but it paled in comparison to when they were in full bloom. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 9 o'clock. In front of the main building, a female teacher stepped forward and softly announced, "Time's up, let's go to the Demon Cave Plantation." Her voice was not loud, even somewhat gentle, yet it still echoed in the ears of every new student. Let's go, let's go. The sea of flowers in the plantation. I can't wait." Those who didn't participate in the study trip really missed out. Smiles adorned the faces of the new students. Although they were all talented individuals from across the country, each with their own pursuits of strength, they would still enjoy such a rare opportunity to relax. It is worth mentioning that Kiran, the S-rank from Jing University, had mostly recovered under the treatment of a 6th-tier healer with healing abilities at Jing University, though he still looked a bit pale as he mingled with the Jing University group. Thus, a large group of people left the square in front of the supply base and entered the Demon Cave. Along the way, many older ability users looked on enviously at this scene. For them, the magic
cave was a dangerous area where one could easily lose their life. But for these students, it felt like a spring outing. In fact, this trip to the plantation was quite similar to a spring outing. As soon as they entered the magic cave, many people took out snacks they had brought along and started eating. They weren't worried about a ferocious beast suddenly appearing. Although there were many ferocious beasts in the magic cave, this group had nearly 3,000 people plus more than 10 6th-tier mentors. Even the low-tier beasts, which acted purely on instinct, wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke them. The plantation they needed to visit for collecting rare flowers and herbs was located on the outskirts of the magic cave, with very low danger. The 3 vice principals did not accompany them. Instead, they were led by more than 10 6th-tier mentors. Of course, if any unexpected situation arose, there was the 8th-tier Grandmaster Ling Xuan, who possessed spatial abilities. With a single step through the void, she could cross over 10 kilometers and arrive directly. The plantation was about 10 kilometers from the entrance of the magic cave, and the new students moved at full speed, reaching it in less than half an hour. However, since it was an outing, there was no need to rush. They chatted and laughed along the way, taking over 2 hours to finally arrive at the area where the plantation was located. What appeared before the new students was a highly modernized planting base. The base was surrounded by barbed wire, covered in high-voltage lightning, with armed teams of ability users, all at least 3rd tier, patrolling back and forth. Through the barbed wire, they could see a variety of rare flowers and herbs blooming inside. Some were dazzling like the sun, while others were as red as flames, appearing from a distance like a vast ocean of different colors. Beautiful. Is that a sea-level sunflower? There are so many in the base. I can't wait to pull them out of the soil. A group of new students gazed in awe at the sea of flowers. Welcome to the mentors and students from the 3 major universities. Please come this way. At the entrance, the head of the planting base, Ma Yang, along with a group of staff, had already been waiting. There. Thank you, Supervisor Ma. The teacher in charge of this collection activity was Hu Ping from the Magic University of Abilities, Weapons College. A peak 6th-tier ability user, Su Jingming had attended one of her classes before. However, since his marksmanship had already reached a master level, he had not returned after that. Hu Ping nodded slightly and then led the new students into the plantation. The students from Jing University will be responsible for collecting sunflowers in the C12 area, the students from Jing University will collect the red flame grass in the B16 area, and the students from Magic University will collect the clear heart grass in the C11 area. Additionally, the top 3 students from this study trip will need to go separately to the central S2 area to collect S-level rare flowers and herbs, Supervisor Ma explained as they walked. Inside the plantation, there were flat roads with various rare flowers and herbs planted on either side. The mixed scents of the strange herbs were refreshing. The top 3 new students need to be separated? Hu Ping, who was leading, frowned slightly. Why is there no such rule in other magic cave plantations? This wasn't her first study trip in previous years. Although the location wasn't in the 7th magic cave, the format was generally the same. While students from the 3 schools collected rare flowers and herbs separately, the top 3 would not be separated. This is a newly cultivated S-level rare flower and herb, just right for these outstanding students to gain more experience. Otherwise, if they encounter it in the wilderness one day and don't recognize it, that would be a pity. Supervisor Ma's smile remained unchanged. Gain experience? Hu Ping pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Alright, Su Jingming, Kiran, Dongshang, you 3 come out separately. The rest will be led by the mentors from each school to different areas. Collecting S-rank rare flowers and herbs separately? Su Jingming furrowed his brow, feeling that Supervisor Ma seemed a bit off. But he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. But with the mentors around, it should be fine, right? Unable to figure it out, Su Jingming turned to say a few words to Song Choyun and the others before walking ahead alone. I want to go collect S-rank rare flowers and herbs too. Ha, you must be dreaming. That's a privilege for the top 3. Even just smelling an S-rank rare flower or herb might bring immense benefits. Under the envious gazes of the new students, Su Jingming and the other 2 left the group and followed behind Hu Ping. Then, Teacher Hu and the 3 students, please follow me. Supervisor. Ma's smile grew even wider. The other 10 or so administrators also split into 3 groups, each leading the mentors and new students from 3 different universities to various areas of the plantation. Wishing all dear readers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day. Hello, 2S ranks, I'm Dongshang from Jin University. Under Supervisor Ma's guidance, the 4 of them, including Teacher Hu Ping, walked towards the center of the plantation. Along the way, Dongshang from Jin University took the initiative to speak. He was a relatively slender young man, and as soon as he spoke, a friendly smile appeared on his face. Hello. Su Jingming smiled back and Karen beside him nodded slightly, looking a bit pale. The battle yesterday between the 2S ranks was truly spectacular. It left me in awe. Unfortunately, compared to you two, my strength is far inferior. Otherwise, I could have personally experienced your amazing abilities. Dongshang expressed his admiration. Su Jingming himself didn't feel much about yesterday's battle. He only sensed the combat intensity of other S ranks below his level. With the help of the Deep Blue system, not only his abilities but his overall qualities were far superior to those of other ability users at the same level. The final result was not surprising to Su Jingming, it was just a bit more challenging. It was basically still a crushing victory. He didn't even have time to use the other S-rank combat skill he mastered, Purgatory Thunder Armor. Su Jingming didn't mind this, but Kiran was different. Yesterday's battle was the first time he had been overwhelmed by an ability user of the same level. Hearing Dongsheng bring it up, his previously pale face suddenly darkened. You, of all people, had to mention that, huh? Speaking of which, I've heard that some religions have secret methods to enhance strength. They can elevate a second-tier ability user to the 4th tier. I wonder if that's true. Dongsheng pondered, if it is true, then maybe I could have a chance to spar with you too. Religion? Su Jingming frowned slightly, it's best not to get involved with it. In his past life, he didn't have strong feelings about religion, but based on his recent encounters with it, the religions on Blue Star always gave him a sense of uncontrollable danger. And it was indeed the case. If it were in his past life, extreme fanatical believers posed very limited personal harm. Only after forming a certain scale could they become a serious threat? But it was different on Blue Star. A 4th or 5th tier ability user who was a fanatic could cause significant trouble for society. What's wrong with religion? Charon snorted coldly and quickly retorted, whether it's our country's Hindu religion or the Christianity I encountered while studying abroad, they have very positive significance for their followers. It is precisely because I have the support of the Brahma god that I am invincible in battle. Kiran clasped his hands together in a prayer gesture. The citizens of the Hindu kingdom are basically all followers of the Hindu religion, and he is clearly no exception. Oh, invincible in battle? Then why hasn't the Brahma deity you believe in helped you defeat me? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Whether in his past life or this one, he did not believe in gods, only in himself. You! Kiran glared at Su Jingming but couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. I actually think Kiran is right, some religions do indeed have tremendous benefits for people. Jingming, in a little while, when you personally feel the power that comes from religion, you might just change your mind. A mysterious and fervent smile faintly appeared on Dongsheng's friendly face. Su Jingming frowned, just about to ask further when Supervisor Ma, who was walking at the front, suddenly paused. Teacher Hu, 3 students, we've arrived. Arrived? Hu Ping frowned and looked around. Where are the S-class exotic flowers? They were currently in the middle of a C-class sunflower field. Under the midday sun, everything around was a brilliant gold. Aside from sunflowers, where was the shadow of any S-class exotic flowers? Teacher Hu, look here, the S-class exotic flowers are right here. Supervisor Ma pointed to a spot nearby with a smile just as Hu Ping instinctively moved closer. Supervisor Ma's expression suddenly turned cold and his right hand shot out like lightning. Teacher Hu Ping hadn't reacted yet. Then she heard a squelching sound as a grotesque black beast claw pierced through her left chest, extending outwards. The blood-soaked claw was clutching a heart that was still faintly pulsating. In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of Su Jingming and Kiran, the heart was crushed violently by the beast claw. For an ordinary human, having their heart crushed would mean certain death. But as a peak 6th tier ability user with an A-class enhancement ability, Hu Ping's vitality was extremely robust. Agonizing pain mixed with rage surged through her as she realized what had happened, and Hu Ping instantly unleashed her A-class ability, the Shadow Spirit Cat. Roar! The fierce aura belonging to a 6th tier ability user erupted. Hu Ping's skin turned pitch black, cat ears faintly appeared on her head, and her eyes transformed into feline vertical pupils. As she entered her beast form, she used a movement technique to instantly retreat several dozen meters. Master? From a distance, Hu Ping forced out her last breath, her gaze icy as she questioned, You are not Supervisor Ma, who exactly are you? Do you know what consequences this will bring? As expected of a peak 6th tier from the Demon University, indeed different from ordinary 6th tier ability users with such robust vitality. Supervisor Ma flicked his black beast claw slightly, casually dropping the blood and remnants of the heart. Then the beast claw returned to its original form, and he tore at his face violently. He actually ripped off a human skin mask, revealing the face of a slightly effeminate middle-aged man. A mocking expression appeared on his face. Since you are about to die, it's no harm to tell you, we are the Destiny Cult. As for what consequences will arise, do we not know? Or rather, the more severe the consequences, the more we enjoy it. A sickly excitement surfaced on the effeminate man's face. At the same time, a sudden uproar of anger erupted around the plantation, followed by the sounds of fierce fighting. Destiny Cult? Are you trying to sever the inheritance of my great Xia generation? Hearing the sounds of fighting around her, Hu Ping's anger intensified. I hope you won't regret your actions. With that, she directly crushed the talisman that Vice Principal Ling Shuang had left for her in advance. Want to call that spatial master of yours? Sorry, it's too late. The Archbishop of the Destiny Cult snorted coldly, then took out a pure white beast bone. The violent blood energy belonging to the 7th tier master surged into the beast bone. Space blockade. Buzz, the pure white beast bone was stained a bright red with blood energy and then suddenly burst forth with light. Immediately after, a peculiar spatial fluctuation swept out from the beast bone, vaguely covering the entire plantation. In the next moment, the plantation seemed to exist independently in another space, unreachable and unattainable. Someone actually dared to attack the joint team of the three schools, seeking death. Principal Su, Principal Jiang, to the plantation. At the moment Hu Ping crushed the talisman, the furious shout of Vice Principal Ling Shuang from the supply base echoed out. Nearby, the ability users were still somewhat confused. A powerful aura belonging to an 8th-tier Grandmaster suddenly erupted from within the supply base. Caught off guard, many people felt their legs weaken, nearly kneeling down. Bang! Bang! Following that, 2 more powerful Grandmaster auras erupted. Many ability users, already weak in the legs, directly fell to the ground with a thud. Principals, let's go! In front of the supply base, a void gate suddenly formed. Then, Vice Principal Ling Shuang, radiating anger and the aura of a powerful Grandmaster, rushed out from the supply base. They entered the gate and vanished from sight. Hiss! What a terrifying aura! Damn, are these 3 all Grandmasters? Their aura is so frightening. Indeed, these 3 seem to be the vice principals of the 3 top universities? Vice principals of the 3 schools? Damn, could it be that something happened to the students on the research trip? It seems something big is about to happen. On the streets near the supply base, many low-tier ability users who had knelt down stood up from the ground. There was no awkwardness among them. After all, being crushed by the aura of an 8th tier Grandmaster was not something to be ashamed of. Compared to that, they were more concerned about why the vice principals of the 3 schools were leaving in such a rage. Something happened at the plantation? On the top floor of the supply base, the Grandmaster Zhouing also heard Ling Shuang's voice. Her beautiful face couldn't help but frown. She immediately took out a communicator and instructed Glory Battle Group Teams 9 and 10, head to the Demon Cave Plantation immediately. Protect the young lady. Yes. A deep response came from the other end of the line. Xiao Yun has a protective talisman. And there are also 8th-tier Grandmasters from the 3 schools heading to protect her, so there shouldn't be any problems. But who exactly dares to attack the 3 major universities? Zhouing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing in the direction of the Demon Cave Plantation, her beautiful face filled with deep confusion. For any country, young ability users represent hope, represent the future. They are absolutely untouchable. Even in the power struggles between great nations, it is rare to target the rising talents, not to mention causing such a large-scale commotion. This is a spatial ability fluctuation? On the other side, seeing the entire plantation covered by the strange spatial fluctuation, Hu Ping's expression changed drastically. At the same time, after crushing the talisman, Ling Shuang and the others, who should have been teleported directly to Hu Ping's side, were instead isolated outside the plantation. I told you long ago that spatial Grandmaster of yours is useless. The Archbishop let out a maniacal laugh, his face twisted as he extended a swelling black beast claw. As for you, just die. Black Cloud Claw. The Archbishop himself was a 7th-tier master, while Hu Ping was merely at the peak of the 6th tier and had already been ambushed and had her heart crushed beforehand. Thus, even though she took out her weapon and desperately tried to counterattack facing this terrifying claw, she was still turned into a mist of blood. Fuck! Seeing Hu Ping's death, Kirin finally reacted to this sudden situation, cursing under his breath. Beside him, Su Jingming also wore a grave expression. A 7th-tier master. Even if he revealed all his trump cards, he would still be unable to resist. Rumble, however, at that moment, the ground trembled slightly, and the space surrounding the plantation showed signs of instability. It can actually shake the Beast Emperor's space? The Archbishop coldly snorted at the 3 figures floating in the distance, then glanced at Dongshang, Saint Sun. This place is up to you. Buzz. After speaking, the Archbishop's energy surged once more, all flowing into the beast bone, slowly rising into the sky. The space that faintly enveloped the entire plantation stabilized again. Around them, 4 figures dressed in black robes, exuding the aura of 4th-tier lower-level ability users, stepped forward. Unlike ordinary ability users, these 4 seemed to have entered a beast-like state. Some had sharp horns on their heads, while others had their thighs transformed into massive beast legs. Their auras were modeled and faintly resembled that of ferocious beasts. After these 4 strange 4th-tier ability users emerged, they respectfully walked behind Dongshang. Finally, the moment for my destiny sect to make its appearance has arrived. Su Jingming, Kirin, come on, let me show you my true form. The handsome Dongshang wore a manic smile. Then, his body suddenly twisted as if it were mutating. Put. 4 arms burst forth from his abdomen, 2 deer antlers sprouted from his head, and his legs became as thick as those of a tiger or leopard. At the same time, his aura began to rise rapidly. 2nd tier middle level, 2nd tier upper level, 3rd tier lower level. Ultimately, Dongshang's aura actually surged from 2nd tier middle level to 4th tier peak. His form, like the 4 around him, appeared as if it had forcibly fused human and ferocious beasts together in a bizarre manner. What the hell?
What kind of combat technique is this? It can actually enhance strength by 2 major tiers? Kirin's eyes widened in shock. The aura of divine blood. Su Jingming's gaze flickered slightly, unsure if it was due to the absorption of divine blood. He could vaguely sense that Dongsheng seemed to carry the aura of several types of divine blood. One type of divine blood is already an SSS level resource. The fusion of multiple divine bloods to reach the strength of 4th tier peak didn't seem too strange. He just didn't know how Dongsheng managed to absorb so many types of divine blood, from 2nd tier middle level to 4th tier peak. This is the power of the Destiny sect. Dongsheng looked at his own form, his eyes filled with intoxication. He then cast a mocking glance at Su Jingming and Kirin. I give you 2 choices. The first choice, join the Destiny sect and hunt down other students with me. The second choice, be crushed and killed by me. So, what will you choose? Protect the students. Defend the line. The vice principal and the others have arrived and will be coming in soon. Break through immediately. Protect Su Jingming. Throughout the plantation, the ability user teams guarding the area fought against the emerging followers of the Destiny sect. Many instructors attempted to break through towards Su Jingming. The most outstanding S-tier awakened ability user in the Great Xia must not fall. If they were to perish because of a cult, their sins would be great. However, the number of 6th tier ability users in the Destiny sect was greater than that of the instructors. For a moment, the instructors could not shake off the entanglement of these ability users. Under the protection of the instructors and many surrounding ability users, the new students from the 3 schools suffered relatively few casualties. Some were in a state of panic, but there were also some outstanding new students. Among them was Song Choyun, one of the best. Qi Dongxia and Lu Wentao were still only at the 1st level, so she acted alone. Once the protective talisman was activated, she could not leave the protective range, so she chose not to activate it. Holding the Fong Tianhua halberd, her beautiful eyes were filled with determination as she struggled to break through towards Su Jingming's direction. Principal Ling Shuang, why don't we just teleport directly into the plantation? In midair, Su Ping, the vice president of Jing University, looked at the chaotic scene below in the plantation where new students and teachers were fighting and couldn't help but speak anxiously. Jiang Mo, the vice president of Jing University, was also somewhat puzzled. I've tried, but the space within the plantation cannot be breached. Ling Shuang's gaze was icy as she looked at the figure floating in the air above the plantation. Holding a beast bone, what he's holding should be the beast bone of a 9th level beast emperor with spatial abilities. The space of the plantation has already been sealed. A 9th level beast emperor with spatial abilities? Su Ping's heart sank. The 9th level beast emperor was indeed a treasure trove. Not only could its blood be made into SSS level resources beneficial to human ability users, but if luck was on their side, some of the beast emperor's bones might carry certain abilities it had in life. Such abilities could not be easily breached even by an 8th level grandmaster. More importantly, there were still 2 S levels inside the plantation. If anything happened to those 2 S levels, it would be troublesome. So what if there are 3 grandmasters? I want you to watch as my Destiny sect slaughters all the new students. Today is the greatest awakening day of my Destiny sect. Seeing that Ling Shuang and the others could not break through, the Archbishop's arrogant laughter echoed. It's actually the Destiny sect? Su Ping's face turned grim. They were wiped off the territory of the Great Xia 60 years ago, and I didn't expect them to come back again. The Destiny sect worshipped ferocious beasts as gods. They believed that ferocious beasts would ultimately rule Blue Star and were the true meaning of human traitors. No matter which country it was, once the traces of the Destiny sect were discovered, they would be exterminated with all their might. The Great Xia had completely eradicated the Destiny sect within its borders 60 years ago. Who would have thought they would return in such a manner now? Beside her, Ling Shuang didn't make any harsh remarks, her gaze growing colder. Let's strike together. We should be able to break his spatial blockade in 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Jiang Mo furrowed his brows tightly. After 3 minutes, the new students and teachers inside might be saved, but those 2S levels would definitely be dead beyond hope. But now, they had no other options. Let's do it. I want the Destiny sect to pay the heaviest price. Su Ping's face was suppressed with anger, already accepting the sacrifice of Su Jingming and Kirin. Su Jingming, I hope you can hold on until we break the blockade. Although she knew that the hope for Su Jingming's survival was very slim, Ling Shuang couldn't help but silently wish in her heart. Then she slowly exhaled, her pair of cold beautiful eyes looking towards the plantation ahead, her spatial abilities pushed to the limit. Rise. Behind Ling Shuang, her black hair danced wildly, revealing the aura of an 8th level grandmaster. In the next moment, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the entire plantation of over 10,000 acres actually lifted off the ground, rising into the air. Zizizizi, the two different spatial powers collided, fatally revealing the space that sealed the plantation. It was a spherical space that enveloped the entire plantation, including the underground. The underground space is sealed and cannot be breached. The weakest point in the space is in the southeast direction. Ling Shuang shouted. Understood. Su Ping and Jiang Mo nodded simultaneously. Immediately, Su Ping's body swelled, his abilities activated, transforming into a golden giant ape over 10 meters tall.
A stick over 10 meters long was taken out from his spatial ring, and his massive feet stepped into the forest, striding towards the southeast. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo's figure suddenly dispersed, transforming into a surging sea of deep blue, sweeping towards the southeast. Just yesterday, he had sent off his mother-in-law and the others, and starting today, he would resume updates. He apologizes to the readers who have been waiting for updates these past few days. Sincere apologies. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Is it another earthquake after the cult? We can't be this unlucky. The entire plantation ground was shaking violently, and many new students from the 3 schools looked around in confusion. Immediately after, in the astonished gazes of the crowd, they flew up. No, it wasn't them who flew up, it was the entire plantation that lifted off the ground. From a distance, one could see the entire plantation floating like a suspended island above the vast forest of monsters. It's Vice Principal Ling Shuang from the Demon Academy. A new student excitedly pointed at the graceful figure in the sky and shouted. Following that, from the southeast, a golden light flickered. A massive golden ape appeared, its thick feet trampling down entire patches of trees. It swung its hefty stick and struck fiercely at the void. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, the entire space within the plantation trembled slightly. Crash! The surging sea water flooded the monster forest beneath the plantation, and then a gigantic deep blue water giant emerged. The water giant opened its massive mouth, and an endless stream of high-pressure water gushed forth, colliding with the golden ape at the same spot. Boom! The sensation of trembling in the space intensified immediately. At the same time, with the assistance of Vice Principal Ling Shuang, where the two struck, strands of spatial cracks began to spread. It's Vice Principal Su Ping and Vice Principal Jiang Mo. Great! We're saved! The appearance of the 3 Grand Masters undoubtedly injected a shot of adrenaline into the despairing new students. The crowd cheered excitedly. While the mentors were thrilled, the battle with the Destiny Cult's ability users intensified. With a glimmer of hope for survival, the new students felt a sense of relief. They instinctively looked towards Su Jingming and Kirin, who were at the very center of the plantation where the S rank was located. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. The configuration of 1 peak 4th tier and 4 lower 4th tier ability users instantly made everyone's faces turn grim. It's over, the S rank side is very dangerous. No kidding, after all, it's a cult. The S rank must be their primary target. Is that guy Dongsheng? How did he end up like that? Although Dongsheng in his beastly form was unrecognizable, many new students from Jin University still recognized his identity. They couldn't help but show expressions of horror. How did this guy go from 2nd tier mid to peak 4th tier? On the other side, facing the 2 choices presented by Dongsheng, Kirin and Su Jingming momentarily had no response. For Kirin, allying with the Destiny Cult to kill the new students from the 3 major universities was not entirely unacceptable. But after all, this was the territory of the Great Xia. He wouldn't choose to do so unless it came to the last resort. As for Su Jingming, he squinted slightly, glancing at the Archbishop in midair, then at Dongsheng. Peak 4th tier. Currently, he was only at the lower 3rd tier, so he naturally couldn't kill Dongsheng at peak 4th tier. However, he still had 49,000 ability points lying on his system panel, and if he used all those points to level up, he could almost reach the 4th tier. If he reached the 4th tier, he would have a chance to turn the tables. Although leveling up continuously is a bit too conspicuous, at this moment, it's the only way to save my life. Su Jingming silently thought. Other new students might still hold on until the principals break through the spatial blockade, but as an S rank, he definitely couldn't escape. When faced with the choice between exposing his abnormal upgrade speed and preserving his life, naturally, life was more important. All you prodigies from the 3 schools, you've seen it. Right. From mid-2nd tier to peak 4th tier, this is the power granted to me by the Destiny sect. Once I kill your S rank, you will be the next targets. Of course, the Destiny sect also offers you a chance. When I make my move, if you join in to kill the surrounding new students, then you will become a member of the Destiny sect. In the future, you too can gain the same power as I have. Seemingly noticing the gazes from the surrounding new students, Dongsheng spoke with great confidence. His voice echoed throughout the plantation. For a moment, the originally stable crowd of new students began to stir. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the grandmasters from the 3 schools would take some time to break in. Before that, if there were no special means of survival, once Dongsheng made his move, death was certain. And Dongsheng's words undoubtedly gave them a chance to choose. However, at that moment, the cold voice of Vice Principal Ling Shuang rang in everyone's ears. Any new student who dares to attack others will be expelled and killed on the spot. In midair, the wind howled fiercely. The hair of Vice Principal Ling Shuang danced wildly in the wind. Her ancient-style black attire rustled in the gusts, outlining her graceful and alluring figure. If it were any other time, this would have been a beautiful scene. But now, the exquisite face with a tear mole at the corner of her eye was filled with coldness. It proved that her words were not false. Under such a powerful aura, some of the new students who had been tempted immediately extinguished their thoughts. A bunch of fools. They don't even have this little courage. Dongsheng snorted. Coldly, turning his gaze back to Su Jingming and Kirin, his fierce face filled with intense killing intent. I'll give you 3 seconds. Submit or die. 3, 2, 1. Before Dong Shang's countdown ended, Kirin raised his hands and stepped forward as if surrendering. Please, don't kill me, I'll join the Destiny sect. A wise choice. Dong Shang nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Su Jingming. And you? Su Jingming remained silent, the spatial ring on his finger glowing. The 2-meter-long Qingxiao black serpent spear was gripped in his hand, blue-purple. Lightning swirling around him, crackling loudly. Stubborn. It seems you've chosen death. Dongsheng squinted his eyes, shaking his head regretfully. With your potential, if you joined our Destiny sect, you would definitely become a holy son like me. We might even become good friends. What a pity. Kirin, go kill Su Jingming. This is your letter of appointment. Kirin knew he wouldn't easily gain the trust of the Destiny sect and was prepared to kill other new students. He just didn't expect that the first target would be Su Jingming. Su Jingming was currently the most outstanding S rank in the Great Xia. If he killed him, there would be no turning back. Of course, if he could ensure his own survival, it wouldn't matter, but the key issue was that with his strength he couldn't kill Su Jingming. Just as Kirin looked troubled, the 4 lower 4th tier ability users beside Dongsheng stepped forward. We'll join you in the attack. That's good. Kirin breathed a sigh of relief and took out a combat knife from his spatial ring. He then activated his ability, entering the enhanced state of the S rank. Combat skill, Beast Lord descends. 1 lower 3rd tier, plus 4 lower 4th tier. It seems I can still avoid using ability points. Su Jingming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his body suddenly swelling, surrounded by thunder, as he simultaneously entered the thunder extreme state. Come on, let me see just how strong you really are. You dare to be arrogant in this situation? Seeking death. One of the black-robed 4th tier lower beast transformation ability users snorted coldly. He was the first to strike, swinging a large knife towards Su Jingming. Swift wind slash. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy, a sharp swift wind coiled around the battle knife. It seemed as if it would slice through the air as it swung towards Su Jingming. Ordinary ability users, facing this strike, would either choose to dodge or use a weapon to block. However, Su Jingming did not flinch at all, standing still as if in a daze. Is this the S-class of the Demon University? It's nothing special. The black-robed man wore a sinister smile, and the speed of his battle knife increased once more. Yet, the next moment, with a clang, his smile froze on his face. Su Jingming, now in the thunder extreme state, had a layer of liquid thunder armor materialize around his massive body without anyone noticing. The battle knife struck against it, causing no damage whatsoever. Instead, a sharp stinging sensation traveled back from the hilt of the knife. How is this possible? I'm a 4th tier ability user. The black-robed man displayed an expression of disbelief, only to see a black-blue thunder spear shadow rushing towards him. Lightning swift wind break, accompanied by Su Jingming's deep voice and the roaring thunder. The black-robed man's head was pierced entirely by the thunder spear, like a watermelon. Then, with a bang, it exploded. Blood gushed forth. The headless body also collapsed to the ground. However, unlike ordinary ability users, the fallen body seemed to still have life, struggling to rise. But without the control of its head, it could only twitch on the ground. You dare to come up alone, seeking death. Su Jingming snorted coldly, retracting the spear to his side. Ha! The remaining 3 black-robed figures were suddenly taken aback, not expecting Su Jingming to kill him so decisively. You actually have an S-class defensive combat skill? Seeing his subordinate killed before his eyes, Dongsheng's expression turned somewhat grim. Forget it, I'll join you in attacking. Saying this, he stepped to the front of the group, surrounded by terrifying crimson flames. Su Jingming felt a deadly threat emanating from those flames. That was a terrifying energy wave that even his S-class combat skill, Purgatory Thunder Armor, could not withstand. It seems I still need to use ability points, but it's a pity. I wanted to see if 50,000 ability points could upgrade my ability. Su Jingming shook his head, opened his system panel, and was about to click the plus sign after the level when the headless black-robed corpse on the ground finally lost its last strength and stopped twitching. At the same time, a pleasant notification sound rang in Su Jingming's mind. Ding, killed 1 4th tier lower divine blood envoy, ability points plus 1,000. Ability points 49232 50,232. The ability points on the system panel finally broke through the 50,000 mark. The ability section on the panel also changed simultaneously. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, S-Class Plus, huh? Looking at the sudden plus sign that appeared in the ability section of the system panel, Su Jingming was momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of joy washed over him. He never expected that the ability upgrade he had longed for would occur under such circumstances. In that case, let's go. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly clicked the plus sign after the ability. Ding, the evolution of abilities begins. The S-level Purple Sky Divine Thunder starts to evolve 10%, 20%, 30%. At the moment Su Jingming's ability began to evolve, several clouds gathered in the sky above the Demon Cave. Unlike ordinary white clouds, these clouds were dazzlingly golden. The light emitted by the golden clouds was not inferior to the sun hanging at the horizon. Rumbling. From within the golden clouds, a deep thunderous roar echoed. This thunder sounded like the whisper of a deity filled with majesty and a sense of the sacred. Su Jingming's eyes were slightly closed, his body slightly suspended. His breathing seemed to resonate with the golden clouds in the sky. Crackle dense golden lightning surged from the golden clouds, striking down upon Su Jingming. During this process, the blue-purple lightning swirling around him began to transform into a brilliant golden color. Evolution progress, 80, 90%, 95%. The blue-purple lightning evolved into the sacred and majestic golden lightning, yet Su Jingming's level was still merely a third-tier lower rank. However, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly dangerous. Playing tricks. Dongsheng's expression changed slightly. Flames surged towards Su Jingming. The surrounding sunflowers didn't even directly touch the flames. They were ignited by the terrifying high temperature transmitted through the air. Such flames could even melt sea-level alloys, let alone the fragile human body. In the distance, Song Choyun, who had just broken through, looked at this scene in despair. She was still too far from Su Jingming, and even if she activated the protective talisman, she couldn't include him in its protection. Song Choyun helplessly collapsed in the sea of sunflowers. Her delicate and beautiful face was extremely pale. She seemed to see the traces of the high-temperature flames, distorting the air, slowly engulfing Su Jingming. It turned out that the scene in movies where the female lead watches her beloved die and time slows down was not an exaggeration. Song Choyun thought, inexplicably. But why were the high-temperature flames flying slower and slower? No, that's not right. The flames stopped. In Song Choyun's incredulous gaze, the terrifying high-temperature flames that were engulfing Su Jingming seemed to get stuck in a thick swamp, their kinetic energy continuously weakening. Finally, they slowly halted just 1 meter in front of Su Jingming. Suspended in mid-air, they resembled a realistic flame specimen, unable to move at all. Ability evolution progress, 98%, 99%, 100%, ability evolution successful. S-level purple sky. Divine Thunder has transformed into SS-level Daitian Divine Thunder. Su Jingming's eyes suddenly opened wide. The originally blue-purple dragon-like vertical pupils had transformed into golden pupils that resembled molten gold. Like the sun, they were impossible to look at directly. In the sky, the golden clouds quietly receded. Dense and powerful golden lightning flashed, swirling around Su Jingming as if welcoming a king's return. The terrifying high-temperature flames that could melt sea-level alloys were instantly engulfed by the sacred and majestic golden lightning. Like Su Jingming, Song Choyun did not believe in religious deities or gods, but the scene before her instinctively reminded her of a passage she had casually read in the Bible. During high school, when Jehovah created the world, the endless waves of the sea crashed against the land. Jehovah set boundaries for it, saying, "You shall go no further." The arrogant waves then ceased. Wasn't the terrifying high-temperature flames being blocked from entering just this situation? No, this scene was different. In the Western world, Jehovah is a benevolent creator, merely allowing the waves to cease. But the man she adored was one who could swallow even the endless waves of the sea. He was not a merciful creator, but a tyrannical and powerful king who would ultimately rule over all. In the golden sea of sunflowers, Su Jingming, surrounded by terrifying golden thunder, stood tall. His molten gold eyes still held not a trace of emotion. In the next moment, Su Jingming looked up at Dongsheng, who was nearby, and showed a look of horror and simply raised his right hand slightly. Heavenly thunder. Crack. The light blazed bright, and a thick golden thunderbolt struck down, piercing through heaven and earth. Dongsheng, at the peak of the 4th tier, didn't even have time to react. He didn't even have time to scream before being turned to ashes by this golden thunder. Ding! Killed a 4th tier peak divine blood envoy, ability points plus 2000. The pleasant system notification rang out, but Su Jingming remained unfazed. Like a reaper controlling the book of life, he called out one by one, you, all go die. Crack, crack, crack. 3 consecutive golden thunderbolts struck down, killing the remaining 3 black-robed members of the Destiny cult one by one. When Su Jingming's molten gold dragon eyes turned to Kirin, he was instantly frightened and quickly raised his hands in surrender. "No, Su Jingming, I was threatened just now. I didn't mean to attack you." As Kirin surrendered, a sense of shock also surged in his heart. Su Jingming, what kind of monster is this S-rank of the Great Xia? It was one thing to break through in the heat of battle, but to be able to instantly kill the peak 4th tier Dong Shang after the breakthrough was something he hadn't anticipated. Moreover, what exactly did Su Jingming break through? His level hadn't changed. Looking at the golden thunder that surrounded Su Jingming, which was different in color from before, Kirin's pupils suddenly constricted. Had the ability broken through? After considering this possibility, another doubt arose in his heart. Can abilities be broken through by oneself? However, at that moment, a furious voice of the Archbishop echoed in the sky. "The Holy Sun is dead?" The Archbishop's blood and energy slightly retracted from the pure white beast bone in his hand, and then he vanished from the sky in an instant. With a twisted face, he appeared before Su Jingming, a terrifying black beast.
claw reaching out towards him. Su Jingming, I want you to accompany him in death. The Black Beast claw drew closer to Su Jingming, and under the immense pressure of the 7th tier master's powerful aura, the mere 3rd tier Su Jingming could not evade at all. If he were to take that claw directly, it would surely mean certain death. But when the beast claw was just 5 centimeters away from Su Jingming, it seemed to have crossed some celestial boundary, unable to approach any further. Is this spatial ability? The Archbishop's expression changed drastically. At the same time, a barefoot woman in a black ancient outfit stepped out from the void. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness. It was Ling Shuang, the vice president of the Demon Academy. How could you possibly break in? I have been maintaining the spatial blockade all along. Looking at the suddenly appearing Ling Shuang, the Archbishop's feminine face showed disbelief. Logically, the spatial ability released by the 9th tier beast Emperor Bone in his hand should not be breakable by an 8th tier master. Daring to be distracted while relying on external objects for spatial abilities, if you don't die, who will? Ling Shuang snorted coldly, her delicate hand slightly raised. Spatial cutting. Put. The void suddenly became sharp, and the Archbishop's right hand, gripping the blood-red beast bone, was neatly severed at the wrist. The beast bone fell to the ground, blood gushing from the severed end, and the intense pain made him unable to help but scream. Spatial prison. Ling Shuang's cold voice rang out again. Buzz and unusual spatial fluctuation swept through, and the Archbishop's screams abruptly ceased as if he had been muted. He extended his only pitch-black beast claw, his expression ferocious as he prepared to attack. However, to Su Jingming and the others, it seemed like he was merely treading water. Even that pitch-black beast claw could not get any closer. As a 7th tier master, the strength of the Grand Priest of the Destiny sect was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, in front of the Grand Master Ling Shuang, he was easily toyed with. Jingming, are you alright? After dealing with the Grand Priest, Ling Shuang finally turned her concerned gaze towards Su Jingming. I'm fine. Su Jingming shook his head. The golden thunder that filled the sky retracted into his body, exiting the thunder extreme state and returning to his normal form. That's good to hear. At this moment, the usually aloof vice principal finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even she hadn't expected that the Destiny sect, which had disappeared from the Great Xia Kingdom for 60 years, would reappear. Moreover, they dared to target the new students of the 3 schools right from the start. If they had succeeded, not only would the young powerhouses of the Great Xia Kingdom face a year of stagnation, but Su Jingming, this incredibly brilliant S-class, would also fall. At that time, as the vice principal of the Demon University, she would also be unable to find peace. Bang! 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 A massive golden ape charged in from a distance. Each time its enormous foot struck the ground, it caused a slight tremor. Principal Ling, how should we deal with the remaining members of the Destiny sect? The golden ape transformed into Su Ping, the vice principal of Jing University, beside Ling Shuang. At the same time, a surge of seawater gathered beside Su Ping, forming the figure of Zhang Yimou, the vice principal of Jing University. His expression was extremely grim. No one had expected that their top student from Jing University was actually a member of the Destiny sect. He had almost killed 2 S-class individuals. Anyone who dares to harm the pride of our Great Xia, capture the 6th tier ability users alive. The rest, kill without mercy. Ling Shuang's pretty face was filled with an astonishing killing intent. This vice principal, who had long guarded the library of the Demon War achievements, was clearly enraged. Understood. Su Ping and Zhang Yimou nodded simultaneously. They then turned and flew towards the direction where the remaining Destiny sect members were wreaking havoc, filled with murderous intent. After the fury, Ling Shuang waved her hand slightly, retrieving the beast bone that had fallen to the ground. Without the Grand Priest's blood energy enhancement, the beast bone returned to its original whiteness. During the process of retrieving the beast bone, Ling Shuang also noticed Kirin standing not far away. Principal Ling. Kirin greeted awkwardly. Ling Shuang had naturally witnessed the scene of Kirin's rebellion in its entirety. If it had been a student from the 3 schools, executing him on the spot would have been considered lenient. However, Kirin was an S-class from the Hindu kingdom, and recklessly killing him could easily provoke a national-level confrontation. Therefore, Ling Shuang did not intend to take his life. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Jingming was unharmed. Otherwise, the S-class from Hindu would also have to pay the price. Additionally, not taking his life did not mean there would be no punishment. Kirin and his 7th tier master would have to pay a price if they wanted to leave Great Xia and return to Hindu. But that was a matter for later. Right now, she was more concerned about the 4 deep pits on the ground beside Kirin, which still contained remnants of golden thunder. Aside from the first pit, which had a spatial ring lying inside, the other 3 pits only contained a layer of grayish-white debris. Did Dong Shang and the others get killed by your heavenly thunder technique? Ling Shuang's pretty face showed surprise. Just now, she had been concentrating on using her spatial abilities to break the Grand Priest's spatial blockade, so she had only vaguely seen Su Jingming's heavenly thunder strike down, creating the deep pit. She had thought Dong Shang was merely severely injured, which had caused the Grand Priest to be distracted. However, she hadn't expected that they had been directly obliterated. Yes. Su Jingming nodded slightly. After the S-Class Purple Cloud Divine Thunder transformed into the SS-Class Duhua Divine Thunder, he instinctively used the Heavenly Thunder technique.
The Heavenly Thunder technique, which originally required 1 or 2 seconds of casting time, surprisingly achieved an effect similar to instant casting just now. The power was also terrifyingly strong, directly obliterating Dong Sheng and the others on the spot. This, Vice Principal Ling Shuang, who had confirmed the situation, was at a loss for words. This was a peak-level 4th-tier ability user. Under the same level of abilities, he possessed a strength 30 times that of a peak 3rd-tier ability user. Yet, he was instantly killed by Su Jingming, who was still only a lower-tier 3rd-tier user. Even having seen many prodigies, she had never encountered anyone as monstrous as Su Jingming. However, thinking that Su Jingming was from her own Great Xia and also from Magic University, a smile unconsciously appeared on Ling Shuang's delicate face. Well done, this time we owe it all to you, otherwise, the new students from the 3 schools would definitely suffer heavy losses. By the way, what was that ability of yours just now? A special S-rank battle technique? After a pause, Ling Shuang asked with some confusion. Generally speaking, only SS or SSS-rank battle techniques would trigger such terrifying phenomena. An S-rank battle technique wouldn't be that powerful. I'm not sure either, I just felt a life-threatening danger and wanted to save myself. Then my ability seemed to break through some kind of boundary and underwent some peculiar changes. Su Jingming said, putting on a bewildered expression. Not a battle technique? Ling Shuang was slightly taken aback, then quickly reacted and said anxiously, show me your Purple Sky Divine Thunder again. Su Jingming naturally wouldn't refuse and readily used his ability. Crackle, golden. Lightning suddenly swirled around Su Jingming, and Ling Shuang's beautiful eyes carefully scanned him repeatedly. Although she had already noticed the abnormality of the lightning around Su Jingming when they were outside, she had only focused on his safety at that moment and hadn't paid much attention. But now, looking at the dazzling golden lightning swirling around Su Jingming, it was actually several times stronger than the previous blue-purple lightning. More importantly, the original Purple Sky Divine Thunder he possessed emitted an aura that was ancient and powerful. However, the current lightning exuded an aura that was noble and sacred. The aura of the ability had completely transformed. The usually aloof Vice Principal Ling Shuang now had a slightly dazed expression on her exquisite face. What's going on? Is this still the Purple Sky Divine Thunder? Once this is over and we return to the base, I'll check your ability again, Ling Shuang said with a long sigh. Okay. Su Jingming nodded slightly, retracting the golden lightning around him. He just didn't know if the ability detection device could detect his SS-level ability. Jingming. At that moment, a fragrant breeze approached. Song Choyun ran over from a distance, disregarding Vice Principal Ling Shuang present, and threw herself into Su Jingming's embrace. You all wait here for a moment. After we finish dealing with the Destiny Sect people, we'll return to the base. Ling Shuang lightly coughed, secretly lamenting the beauty of youth. Then, with a face full of killing intent, she reached out her jade hand and stepped into the void gate with the Archbishop, who was trapped by the spatial prison. In the next moment, her figure appeared on the battlefield of the other 2 vice principals. It's okay, it's all over. Looking at the tear stains on Song Choyun's fair, oval face in his arms, Su Jingming felt a slight stir in his heart and reached out his right hand to gently wipe away her tears. In the plantation, there were indeed many followers of the Destiny sect. However, the strongest among them was just a mid-level 7th-tier archbishop, along with a dozen or so 6th-tier ability users. The rest of the followers were mostly low-tier ability users, at 2nd or 3rd tier. As Ling Shuang, Su Ping, and Zhang Yamo, the 3 8th-tier grandmasters, joined the battlefield, the chaos instigated by the Destiny sect was quickly quelled. Aside from the Archbishop of the Destiny sect and over 10 6th-tier ability users, the remaining followers of the Destiny sect were executed on the spot. Boom! The floating plantation descended to the ground, and all the new students from the 3 schools gathered again at the entrance of the plantation. Compared to when they first entered, many of the new students appeared somewhat disheveled, with a few even showing faint traces of sadness on their faces. Although the 3 vice principals arrived in time, nearly 300 new students still perished in the chaos caused by the Destiny sect. A total of 342 new students from the 3 schools fell to the hands of the Destiny sect's followers. For the loss of these 342 individuals, our 3 top universities bear the primary responsibility, and we will provide compensation according to the battlefield sacrifice arrangements. In front of the new student group, Vice Principal Ling Shuang of the Demon University wore a heavy expression, while Su Ping and Zhang Yamo on either side also looked serious. These 342 individuals were all exceptionally talented students, among whom there might have been future grandmasters or even great grandmasters. However, such outstanding students did not die on the battlefield against ferocious beasts, but at the hands of human cultists, which they could not tolerate. The Destiny sect is the enemy of humanity and, more importantly, the enemy of our 3 top universities. From today,
Onward, our 3 top universities will issue a kill order against the Destiny sect. We will release relevant tasks for students and mentors. We vow to completely eradicate them from the territory of our great Xia.
Ling Shuang's beautiful face was filled with cold killing intent. The attack on the joint team of the 3 schools today was merely a small squad led by an archbishop of the Destiny sect. What they aimed to do was to uproot the entire Destiny sect.
Just like 60 years ago, they would completely annihilate it. Of course, it wasn't just their 3 top universities.
She had already reported this matter to the national leadership, and she believed that the national level would soon respond to this incident.
Destiny sect, blood, messenger.
In the front row of the team, the tall and upright Su Jingming's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't expected that after killing the so-called blood messenger of the Destiny
sect, he would also gain ability points. Moreover, the ability points he obtained were quite substantial.
They were much higher than those gained from killing ferocious beasts of the same
tier. Once we return to school, I can look for traces of the Destiny sect and try hunting the blood messengers to gain ability points. Given today's situation, there should be quite a few
blood messengers in the Destiny sect.
Su Jingming thought silently.
Of course, if the efficiency of hunting blood messengers for ability points was not as fast as hunting ferocious beasts, he would still prefer to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness area. Due to the unexpected incident with the Destiny sect, this study trip will end early.
New students from all
schools will gather at the supply base's main building square at 9 a.m. tomorrow to return to school.
Now, return with your mentors to the supply base for rest. Ling Shuang, Su Ping, and Zhang Mo, the 3 vice principals, took the lead.
More than 10 other mentors were stationed in the middle and rear of the team to prevent any remaining followers of the Destiny sect from
launching another surprise attack.
Thus, a group of people quickly headed towards the supply base.
We're back. Phew, that was tough.
That was really thrilling. I almost got killed by
that second-tier cultist.
When the grand building of the Shunin supply base appeared before them, many new students breathed a sigh of relief as if they had survived a disaster,
with some even collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. This study trip had indeed been too thrilling and dangerous.
In front of the supply base building, Zhou Ying, who had been waiting there, spotted Song Choyun in the team and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
New students, disperse on the spot. Su Jingming, come with me.
Once they arrived at the supply base, where human ability users were active, there was no need to worry too much about threats from the Destiny sect. Thus, Ling Shuang directly announced the disbandment of the team, and Su Jingming followed her into the main building of the supply base.
Have a seat.
In the temporary office, Su Jingming sat on the sofa while Ling Shuang took a seat behind the desk.
Her long, slender white legs, clad in a black ancient outfit, were slightly crossed.
As for the Archbishop, who had been personally sealed by her using spatial abilities, along with more than 10 6th-tier followers, they were being watched over by 2 other vice principals. Then, Ling Shuang's delicate fingers, as white as green onions, moved. The spatial ring glimmered slightly, and a sleek, high-tech black device appeared on the table out of thin air. It was the small ability detection device that Su Jingming had seen once during the special recruitment at the 3 schools. Unleash your ability, the detector will analyze the results. Ling Shuang looked at Su Jingming with her beautiful eyes while gently tapping the device. Buzz, the black device whirred to life, projecting a faint blue light.
Su Jingming did not hesitate and directly activated his ability.
Crackle, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations, a violent and brilliant
golden thunder swirled around him. It was as if a layer of lightning effects had been draped over Su Jingming, sacred and powerful.
Although Ling Shuang had seen it once before, witnessing it a second time still left her momentarily stunned. She possessed a special spatial type S-level ability, spatial interference, which granted her strong control over space. Because of this, even as an 8th-tier lower grandmaster, she could seize the Archbishop's mistake and forcibly break through the spatial blockade created by the Beast Emperor's bones.
As an S-level ability holder, she had sensed that Su Jingming's Purple Sky Divine Thunder ability was on par with her own. But now, from this golden thunder, she felt a higher-level aura. Could it be that Su Jingming's S-level ability has mutated into an SS-level ability?
Ling Shuang thought instinctively, but then shook her head.
She had reviewed Su Jingming's information and knew he originally only possessed an E-level ability. The mutation to an S-level ability was already a rare occurrence. How could it possibly evolve again?
Detecting ability fluctuations, beginning
analysis.
Just as Ling Shuang was lost in thought, the faint blue light projected from the black device scanned Su Jingming and the golden thunder completely.
The machine's operating. Sound grew louder, as if undergoing very complex calculations.
3 to 4 minutes passed before the mechanical electronic prompt sounded in the office. Ability detection complete.
The ability is the natural lightning type Dutian Divine Thunder, rated as SS level. Dutian Divine Thunder, SS level ability. Ling Shuang's pupils suddenly constricted.
Her delicate, oval face, marked with a beauty spot, was filled with shock.
Su Jingming's ability had truly mutated into an SS level? Although an SS level ability was only 1 tier higher than an S level, the Gap between the two was immense. An SS-level ability awakener, if given suitable training, could play a transformative role on the beast battlefield. The last time the Great Xia Kingdom had an SS-level ability awakener was over a decade ago. But now, another SS-level ability awakener had emerged. And from the Magic City Ability University. Thinking of this, Vice Principal Ling Shuang couldn't help but breathe rapidly, her chest rising and falling violently. Good, SS-level ability. Su Jingming, you are amazing. Her face lit up with excitement, and her delicate features flushed slightly. As for why Su Jingming's ability could mutate again, she didn't delve too deeply into it. After all, humanity's exploration of abilities hasn't reached a completely thorough level. She didn't understand the principles behind a second transformation of abilities like Su Jingming's. As for taking this special case of Su Jingming for dissection and research, that was even more absurd. How precious are SS-level awakened beings? If a research institution really wanted to study him, they wouldn't have to wait long. The 9th-level martial saint of the Great Xia could arrive at your doorstep in the next second. The heavenly god Thunder? SS-level ability? So my ability has mutated again. Su Jingming feigned a look of sudden realization and joy, then expressed some confusion. But how did the instrument determine my ability? Has there been an awakened being with a corresponding ability on Blue Star before? The first sentence about being surprised by the mutation was an act, but the second sentence genuinely puzzled Su Jingming. Such a small instrument could not only detect the S-level Heavenly God Thunder but even the SS-level Heavenly God Thunder. It was simply unscientific. This instrument couldn't just fabricate ability names out of thin air, could it? And it just happened to match the system's naming. If it wasn't fabricated, then if there had been predecessors who awakened the same ability, it should have been recorded in textbooks long ago. An ability that can be detected by an instrument must have existed before, Ling Shuang explained with a smile as her excitement calmed down a bit. But it didn't appear in our current civilization era. It was during the ancient civilization era. When the ancient civilization reached its peak, numerous S-level awakened beings would appear every year. SS-level awakened beings, as well as SSS-level awakened beings, would also appear every few years. Our ability detection instrument is derived from the inspection instruments unearthed from civilization relics. The database is also based on the ancient civilization era, so it's quite normal for it to recognize your ability. I see. Su Jingming suddenly understood and then felt a bit emotional. From the information he had gathered, whether it was abilities or technological development, the ancient civilization far surpassed the current civilization. Yet, it suddenly cut off its inheritance at its peak. He couldn't help but wonder what caused that. By the way, Jingming, while you don't need to hide the fact that your ability has evolved, you shouldn't be too ostentatious about it either. After a moment of thought, Ling Shuang advised. Every country has its young geniuses, but someone like Su Jingming, who jumped from an E-level ability to an SS-level ability, was the first. The Great Xia would naturally be pleased to see such a prodigy grow. However, other countries might not think the same way. To be safe, it was better not to overly flaunt Su Jingming's SS-level ability. Understood. Su Jingming nodded slightly. The evolution of abilities was already special. He wouldn't be foolish enough to boast about it to others. Additionally, this is a spatial talisman I made. As long as you crush it within 400 kilometers of me, I will sense it and come across space. Ling Shuang handed over a black wooden talisman that emitted faint spatial fluctuations. A talisman that could summon Principal Ling Shuang. Su Jingming's eyes lit up immediately. Goodness, this was a life-saving artifact. Thank you, Principal. Su Jingming respectfully bowed in gratitude and then stored the talisman in his spatial ring. Ling Shuang nodded slightly and reminded him, but you must remember, unless you encounter life-threatening danger, don't use it lightly. The birth of a strong person must go through the tempering of blood and fire, requiring enough life and death crises. Otherwise, based on the many SSS-level rare materials and cultivation resources held by the state, it wouldn't be difficult to elevate Su Jingming's level to 8th level Grandmaster within 4 to 5 years. But having a level without corresponding combat experience and skill usage techniques is like a child wielding a sharp knife, unable to unleash their full potential. They might even be crushed and toyed with by a lower-ranked 7th-level master. Therefore, the top-tier strong ones all emerge from the brutal wilderness, possessing terrifying actual combat power. Such individuals are exactly what the Great Xia Kingdom needs today. Thus, Ling Shuang also hopes that Su Jingming does not overly rely on her protection. Otherwise, if she raises an SS-level awakened individual to be useless, she wouldn't even know where to cry. The student understands. Su Jingming nodded seriously. It was a joke, Vice Principal. Ling Shuang was not his mother, always at his beck and call. Just getting a life-saving talisman was already quite good. Naturally, he wouldn't call her out to do his work for no reason. By the way, the S-level resources promised to you by Jing University have been given to me, and now I'm passing them on to you. Ling Shuang took out a small porcelain bottle from her
spatial ring and handed it over. Inside is a 7th grade breakthrough pill, which can be taken when breaking through to a higher level. It can increase the breakthrough probability for those below the master level. I suggest you take it when attempting to break through to the 6th level at the peak of the 5th level, otherwise, it would be a waste of the medicines. Effect: 7th grade breakthrough pill? Su Jingming hesitated for a moment and asked, Principal, can I exchange it for another S-level cultivation resource? With the Deep Blue system in place, the advancement bottleneck that other awakened individuals find troublesome is not an issue for him, and he doesn't need the breakthrough pill. Moreover, breaking through from the 5th to the 6th level would at least be a matter of several months later, so the 7th grade breakthrough pill is currently of no use. Jing University definitely won't allow exchanges. But I permit you to exchange for other S-level resources at the Resource Department of Demon University after you return to school. Generally, students at Demon University need to pay a certain amount of credits to exchange one S-level resource for another. However, Su Jingming, as an S-level student whose abilities have now evolved to SS level, Ling Shuang naturally wouldn't fuss over such trivial matters. Additionally, you ranked first in this study trip. You are qualified to access the combat skill libraries of the 3 top universities and learn one of the combat skills. This morning, the access permissions for the combat skill libraries of Jing University and Jin University have already been opened to me. Take a look. Which combat skill do you want to learn? Ling Xuan waved her jade hand. A small metallic sphere on the desk opened up, projecting a cute light blue holographic image. Eva, it was none other than the top artificial intelligence of Demon University, Eva. Wow, Eva can actually appear independently? Su Jingming was somewhat surprised. Of course, Eva is a top-tier artificial intelligence, and her avatar can rely on various smart devices. Eva proudly puffed up her spherical body projected in hologram, bouncing and asking the access permissions for the combat skill libraries of Jing University and Jin University have been opened. What combat skills does the S-level need to check? Su Jingming was well prepared for this and did not hesitate at all. Naturally, nature-based lightning-type abilities, all combat skills of A-level and above. Received. Countless light blue data streams flowed through Eva's eyes. Subsequently, a densely packed list of various lightning-type combat skills was projected before Su Jingming. Ming Mia Lei Yun, SSS level using lightning-type abilities to invoke natural phenomena, forming a thundercloud that can continuously rain down lightning. Note, requires level 5 or above and possesses lightning-type abilities of A level or above to learn. Thunder God descends. Judgment, SSS level using lightning-type abilities to condense the Thunder God and judge all enemies on the ground. When the Thunder God appears, his aura is formidable, with a certain probability of knocking enemies down, causing periodic damage to surrounding enemies while striking them with judgment lightning attacks. Note, only those above level 6 possessing S-level or higher lightning-type abilities can learn. Just like what I saw in the Magic University library, the list projected by Eva is filled with SSS-level combat techniques in the first few rows. However, the number of combat techniques here is much richer than in the Magic University library. As expected of the combat technique library of the 3 schools, just reading the descriptions of these combat techniques made Su Jingming's eyes shine. It's a pity that the requirements for S-level and SSS-level combat techniques are extremely high. I can't learn them yet. Shaking his head, Su Jingming briefly browsed through these high-level combat techniques and directly said, Eva, filter out all the S-level lightning-type combat techniques. Understood. The holographic projection flashed and all the techniques were replaced with S-level lightning-type combat techniques. The newly appeared S-level combat techniques had much lower learning requirements. The lowest, like Heavenly Thunder Technique and Infernal Thunder Armor, could be learned at the 2nd level. There were also top-tier S-level combat techniques that required the 3rd level to learn, which were even more powerful. Now that Su Jingming had already reached the 3rd level, he naturally aimed to select top-tier S-level combat techniques. Thus, Su Jingming focused intently on reviewing the descriptions of each S-level combat technique. For a moment, the entire temporary office fell into silence. Soon, half an hour passed. Vice Principal Ling Shuang showed no signs of impatience, leaning slightly against her chair with her eyes closed, resting. Principal, I've made my selection. Su Jingming's voice rang out, prompting Ling Shuang to open her eyes. Oh, which combat technique did you choose? Ling Xuan leaned slightly forward from behind her desk, somewhat curious.